Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Welcome to the Douluo Continent, indeed. The illustrious Douluo Continent, the ultimate destination for countless transmigrators. Our village is known as Daoxiang Village, and the origin of its name stems from a tale that has circulated through generations. Centuries ago, there were two individuals in our village, one named Shi Tian and the other Shui Linger. When they reached the age to awaken their martial souls, under the gaze of countless onlookers, they respectively awakened a hoe and sickle. Thus, they joyfully toiled together in the fields, harvesting rice, and from that day forth, they remained companions for life, growing old side by side. Wow, what a beautiful story. Indeed, how silly. Internally exasperated, Ling Mo rolled his eyes while listening to the village chief prattling on incessantly. What a ridiculous story, why were they so engrossed? Today marks the day of martial soul awakening for the children of Daoxiang Village. All the 6-year-olds had gathered, yet amidst the chief's incessant chatter, the fabled soul master had yet to make an appearance. According to the village chief, the esteemed soul master was still in the neighboring Shenghun village and would arrive shortly. Transmigrators flow like water, yet the steadfast Su Yuntao remains. They say transmigrators possess golden fingers, but having been here for 6 years, I've yet to see a single bird. That fellow Tang San next door can already take on the formidable Douluo Fu, while I can't even kill a chicken. Lingmo felt a surge of frustration as a fellow transmigrator. He had already lost at the starting line. Day after day, he watched Tang San training atop the mountain, sneaking glances but unable to comprehend a thing. What a disgrace to transmigrators, isn't it said that transmigrators can learn anything just by observing? That they can be exceptional without needing a master's guidance? Why was he the exception? Returning to reality, today was Lingmo's day to awaken his martial soul. He had no particular expectations if he were to awaken a sickle or a hoe. He might as well just die. After all, he had already died once. Living in this world felt utterly meaningless. Did they really believe anyone could be like Tang San, who could defy the heavens with a mere blue silvergrass? Just thinking about it was absurd. It couldn't possibly be that simple. Mo, why are you so quiet today? Aren't you usually the most talkative? After the village chief's lengthy monologue, the surrounding children listened attentively to his fanciful tales, while Ling Mo merely stood there in a daze. Yeah, Mo Go, why not tell us the story of Guijing battling Xiaofeng, or the tale of Wei Xiaobao and the 7 dwarfs? Yes. I love the story of Yang Guo battling the little deaf girl. What are you all rambling about? Where do such stories even come from? Go find somewhere cool to hang out. Ling Mo impatiently rejected their requests. Those stories were all fabricated by him, with hardly a legitimate tale among them. Amidst his irritation, he had little interest in entertaining these children. As a great transmigrator, Ling Mo possessed a wealth of life experiences. How could he possibly play along with these little kids? Speaking of which, on that day, atop Mount Hua, Xiaofeng ascended the peak alone with a speaker, single-handedly battling the 5 greats, overpowering all with his might, a sight that could astonish heaven and move the gods. With time still on his side, he decided to amuse himself by recounting his chaotic tales of the martial world, and all the children gazed at him with adoration. Just as Ling Mo was getting into the groove of his storytelling, a figure rushed in from the distance, swiftly landing atop a peach blossom tree in front of the wooden house and gracefully descending onto the platform. Wow, Brother Tao has arrived. At first glance, he looks quite dashing. No wonder he is the most frequently appearing man in Douluo. After much anticipation, our esteemed soul master, Su Yuntao, finally made his entrance, striking a flamboyant pose as he stepped onto the platform. Great soul master, you have finally arrived. Su Yuntao's arrival astounded everyone. His speed was so remarkable that many were left momentarily speechless. Is this the power of a soul master? Indeed, it is quite impressive. All right, let's begin. I have to hurry to the next village. Su Yuntao said impatiently, clearly dissatisfied with his previous visit, as he felt little had been accomplished. Although a Tang San with innate full soul power had emerged next door, Su Yuntao was disappointed to find that he possessed a useless martial soul, the blue silvergrass. Let's hope this village yields better results. Muttering softly, Su Yuntao beckoned all the children into the small wooden house. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I am your guide. Now, I will proceed to awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. We are professionally trained, we generally do not fear anything, so rest assured. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his bag on the nearby table, retrieving 2 items, 6 dark round stones, and a shining blue crystal ball. Is it starting already? How nerve-wracking. What if I awaken a sickle or a hoe? Should I really just die? Brother Tao was indeed a tough character, not one to waste time, and directly got to work. The first child stepped up for the test, and unfortunately, he followed in Rishin's footsteps, destined to harvest rice. In Douluo, villages like this rarely produced a child with soul power. Truly gifted individuals were typically found within the esteemed families and grand sections. Thus, Su Yuntao held little hope, merely conducting a simple check of the soul power, only to find yet another child devoid of it. All right, next. Disappointment, extreme disappointment. I say, what's with your village? Is it either a sickle or a hoe? Can't we have something different? Brother Tao was at his wits' end, true to the name Daoxiang Village. It was indeed a place of sickles and hoes. Oh, lo and behold, we actually have something different. Unfortunately, it's still a useless martial soul. Just as he finished speaking, a child presented something unique, only for it to be a blue-silver grass, devoid of soul power. Su Yuntao felt despair creeping in among these more than 10 children. None possessed soul power, and the most absurd part was their martial souls were so uniform, either a hoe or a sickle. Ling Mo was the last in line, and witnessing the foolishness of those before him awakening their souls left him feeling somewhat anxious. After all, being from the same village, if they all had sickles or hoes, surely he wouldn't be any different, right? Lingmo was aware that martial souls were generally inherited from one's parents, but he seemed to have none. He had never seen his parents since birth. Thus, he could only speculate what his martial soul might be. It's my turn. Please, let not be a sickle or hoe. Murmuring anxiously, Lingmo stepped forward. He was the last to awaken in Daoxiang Village, and by this time, Su Yuntao had exhausted his patience and was visibly irritated. Maintaining the utmost professionalism, he calmly instructed, "Step onto the platform." Without hesitation, Lingmo positioned himself among the 6 dark stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, a faint golden light began to glow. Wow, golden legend. Warmth enveloped Lingmo. It felt as though he were cradled in a cozy world, an indescribable comfort. No wonder the previous children had calmed down so quickly upon being enveloped in this golden glow. This light? Is it Diga? A radiant 5-colored light flowed gently from within Lingmo, with a hint of golden brilliance on the surface. Closing his eyes to sense it more deeply, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through his body. It was as if a force was gradually adhering to him, and as he slowly opened his right hand, it was completely empty. What? It's empty? Lingmo was taken aback. His palm was bare, devoid of any trace of a martial soul. What kind of situation was this? At least others had a sickle. He had nothing at all, not even a chance to harvest rice. His right hand was empty. His left hand was also empty. What on earth? Lingmo felt utterly defeated, while Su Yuntao was equally bewildered. After over a decade in this profession, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, pushing the boundaries of his understanding. Empty? What's going on? Is there a problem somewhere? Su Yuntao was stunned. The aura surrounding Lingmo was evidently extraordinary, yet he could not perceive even a semblance of a martial soul. Could it be hidden? That seemed impossible. Su Yuntao had never seen such an occurrence. No martial soul? Wait, what about this child's eyes? Suddenly, Su Yuntao noticed that Lingmo's eyes were astonishingly unique, possessing a remarkable double pupil. In those deep eyes, the black pupils held a faint double shadow, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. That shadow exuded a soft blue luminescence, much like a star impossible to fathom. Initially, Su Yuntao speculated that this extraordinary double pupil was Lingmo's martial soul. However, upon deeper examination, he realized it lacked the characteristics of a martial soul. He had never heard of anyone using their eyes as a martial soul either. With no explanation in sight, he could only conclude that Ling Mo did not possess a martial soul at all. He might very well be the first person in this world to lack a martial soul entirely. Chapter 2. My martial soul is light. How can it be empty? Forget it. Anything I can't comprehend will be classified as a useless martial soul. Su Yuntao expressed his disappointment. He had hoped this child would be unique, only to discover he was even more devoid of a martial soul altogether. All right, let's measure your soul power now. Unable to comprehend, Su Yuntao found himself utterly befuddled. It was inconceivable for a person to lack a martial soul. Every individual must possess one. The confusion weighed heavily upon him, and he thought it prudent to first assess the soul power. Perhaps, he mused, there might be some peculiar mutation in the boy's physique. The white crystal orb was presented to him, and without a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo gently placed his right hand upon it. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the crystal, dazzling and radiant. Is this innate, full soul power? Su Yuntao was left in a state of complete bewilderment. What could possibly be happening? Who could enlighten him as to why an individual devoid of a martial soul possessed such innate, full soul power? Child, tell me, what is your martial soul? Su Yuntao was perplexed, certain that Ling Mo did indeed have a martial soul, albeit one that had yet to manifest. What kind of martial soul could remain hidden? Ling Mo should be able to sense the existence of his martial soul, for once awakened, one can undoubtedly feel its presence within their body. My martial soul? I have no idea, perhaps it is light, he replied, equally astonished. He could feel a strand of five-colored divine light within him, seamlessly integrating into every part of his being, as if it were continuously enhancing his physical form. Light? What on earth is that? Su Yuntao was utterly confounded. What utility could such a thing possess? Would it merely serve to blind his opponents in combat? He shook his head in resignation, contemplating the strangeness of the day's revelations. First, there was a full soul power blue silvergrass, and now a light that couldn't even be classified as a martial soul, yet it too boasted full soul power. This world was utterly insane, filled with wondrous phenomena that transcended Su Yuntao's understanding. All right, you may return home now, he said, still grappling with the perplexities he encountered. He had initially intended to invite Ling Mo to the martial soul hall, but he could not fathom the purpose of Ling Mo's martial soul. It was simply beyond his comprehension. As he stepped out of the small wooden house, the village chief, Ultraman, approached excitedly. Xiao Mo, how did it go? Did you awaken some extraordinary martial soul? Do you possess soul power? The children who had come out before were already heading to the fields to cut the rice, leaving Ling Mo as the last to emerge, which explained Ultraman's fervor. Speaking of names, Ultraman's was quite striking. When Ling Mo first learned of this name, he had admired it for quite some time. Perhaps he was yet to grasp just how remarkable it truly was. I don't know about extraordinary, but it seems I do possess soul power, Ling Mo replied, barely finishing his sentence before Su Yuntao emerged. Ultraman immediately abandoned Ling Mo and rushed over to inquire, Soul Master, what is the verdict? Do any of these children possess soul power? Seeing Ultraman's excitement, Su Yuntao felt compelled to answer, albeit with a hint of regret. Indeed, there is one. That child innate full soul power. My heavens! Innate full soul power. Is our village about to produce a prodigy? Ultraman nearly fainted from sheer exhilaration. After all, among more than a dozen children, one had finally emerged with soul power, and it was even full innate soul power. How could he not be ecstatic? So consumed by excitement was he that he neglected to even inquire about the nature of the martial soul, nearly lifting Ling Mo off the ground in jubilation. Don't get ahead of yourself. This child's martial soul is exceedingly peculiar. Even I cannot discern what it truly is. I will need to consult the records to understand its potential, but it is likely a waste of a martial soul lacking any tangible form, even more useless than blue silvergrass. If I cannot comprehend this martial soul, how much promise can it really hold? I must attend to several other villages and cannot spare the time to explain further, he declared, departing with a flourish. In one day, he had encountered two individuals with innate full soul power and had pushed the boundaries of his understanding. Once Su Yuntao left, Ultraman stood there, somewhat disheartened. A waste of a martial soul. Huh? Indeed, what could be said of a martial soul that even the great Su Yuntao could not comprehend? After a moment of contemplation, Ultraman made a resolute decision and turned to Ling Mo, asking, "Xiao Mo, would you like to attend school?" Huh? Ling Mo was still mulling over the nature of his martial soul when Ultraman's unexpected question left him momentarily dumbfounded. School? Of course I would love to. Alas, I have no money, he lamented. Where do you acquire funds? Surviving through trickery and deceit, reaching the age of 6 was already a remarkable feat. From a young age, he had survived by deceiving the village children, for food life had never been easy, and there was no spare coin for schooling. At that moment, a boisterous child drinking beast's milk passed by, casting a disdainful glance at him before striding away. You need not worry about the cost of schooling. As long as you wish to attend, the village chief will ensure you are accommodated, Ultraman assured him. It had been many years since the village had seen a soul master, and Ultraman felt the weight of that absence. In Douluo Continent, the status of soul masters was vastly elevated compared to ordinary folk. The emergence of a soul master from their village would greatly benefit its future development. Then I shall attend, Ling Mo declared. With no other prospects, attending school was undoubtedly the best option. If he could not enroll, he would be left with no alternatives. He pondered how other transmigrators resolved their educational dilemmas. Were they born into wealth, free from the burdens of earning a living? Why was it that Ling Mo, despite sharing the experience of transmigration, had a struggle, while others seemed to live carefree lives, lavishly spending without a care? The disparities between individuals were stark. After bidding farewell to the village chief Ultraman, Lingmo returned to his quaint treehouse. Prior to his departure, Ultraman had assured him that he would secure an opportunity for him to attend school, thus alleviating any concerns he had. The significance of the five-colored divine light remained a mystery to him. In the ensuing moments, Lingmo found himself in a state of perplexity. Logically, having achieved a golden status should have granted him an exceptional martial soul, yet nothing seemed to materialize. As he delved deeper into the transformations within his body and attentively contemplated the existence of his martial soul, Lingmo suddenly made a remarkable discovery. Oh, this thing. It appeared he had stumbled upon something. An excitement surged through him as he dashed out of his treehouse. Scanning his surroundings, he found them desolate, devoid of any presence except for a few chickens at the village entrance. With no other options, he decided to test the effects. Suddenly, his eyes transformed, revealing a stunning dual pupil manifestation, an inversion of yin and yang. In an instant, a radiant five-colored divine light enveloped his form, a presence that had lingered within him since the awakening of his martial soul. It was an extraordinary sensation, akin to being encased in armor. His body felt fortified, enabling him to withstand greater impacts. As his martial soul unfurled, Lingmo became acutely aware of the alterations within him. The five-colored divine light possessed the astonishing ability to enhance his physicality, akin to donning a formidable suit of armor. It surged through him like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, ready to vanquish all adversaries. He was imbued with an unprecedented vigor. But why was he able to embrace this magical armor? It was a constant reminder that he was a father. The five-colored divine light fortified his body, filling him with an immense power. He struck a nearby stone with a fierce punch. Boom. The sound reverberated as the stone shattered instantly. Ouch. The pain was sharp. While his strength had indeed amplified, the durability of his body was still lacking, likely due to the absence of a soul ring, rendering him somewhat fragile. Let me try this technique. The unique characteristic of the five-colored divine light was its ability to assimilate the abilities of all living beings within his line of sight. Noticing the few chickens nearby, Lingmo wasted no time, activating his dual pupils. In an instant, a beam of light shot towards one of the chickens, and he felt a tremor coursing through his body as if something had fused with him. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Cluck cluck." The crowing startled Lingmo, especially under the enhancement of the five-colored divine light, which echoed throughout the village. What chicken is making such a loud noise? The villagers were alarmed by the commotion, fearing something amiss, prompting them to rush out. They beheld Lingmo by the banyan tree, yet saw nothing unusual. "Little Mo, how did your martial soul awakening go today?" A concerned villager greeted him. Lingmo stood awkwardly, stammering, "Ah, it's nothing, cluck." Just as he managed to utter a few words, another crow escaped him, but fortunately, he regained control in time. The elder, noticing Lingmo's peculiar demeanor, contemplated approaching him, but the thought of burning vegetables at home drove him to hastily return. That was a close call. It turned out this ability allowed him to surreptitiously learn the powers of others. Lingmo has finally grasped the function of the five-colored divine light. It can be applied to any entity within his line of sight, allowing him to harness the supernatural abilities of all things. For instance, if a soul master stands before him, Lingmo can directly appropriate their martial soul and soul skills. Similarly, if confronted by a soul beast or any other entity, he would seize their most formidable capabilities. Just moments ago, Lingmo directed the five-colored divine light at a few chickens, and the uncontrolled cacophony of their squawking nearly terrified him to death. Chapter 3. Tang San. Let us engage in a duel. Since the awakening of his martial soul, Lingmo has awaited for a month in the village, and at last, Ultraman has returned with good news. "Xiaomo, are you home? Come out. I bring splendid tidings." "What on earth is it so early in the morning?" Lingmo grumbled as he descended from his small treehouse, only to be startled by Ultraman's battered visage. "Goodness, village chief. What happened to you? Have you fallen into a cesspit?" A month prior, Ultraman had informed Lingmo that he was arranging for him to attend school, as the nearby villages shared a single slot for a work-study student. Unlike Shenghun Village, which enjoyed exclusive rights, the village heads engaged in a fierce competition for this coveted position. Just yesterday, Ultraman personally negotiated with the others, and a brawl erupted among the three village heads at the village's entrance. Ultimately, Ultraman emerged victorious, albeit with injuries as a result of the skirmish. Fortunately, the village heads from the neighboring areas were too aged to put up much of a fight. Otherwise, Ultraman might not have triumphed. He was willing to go to great lengths to secure Ling Mo's chance for education. "You insolent brat. How dare you speak to me like that? You have no idea that I fought off the villagers from nearby just to secure your opportunity to study. I unleashed a reign of terror." The prideful demeanor of Ultraman was almost infuriating to behold. "Ah, village chief, you are quite formidable." Lingmo couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Even at such an advanced age, Ultraman was still capable of engaging in battle. Truly remarkable. "Ahem. We shall discuss this further at a later time. I came to inform you that tomorrow you should gather your belongings and accompany me to the city for school." Ultraman, weary from his recent ordeal, sought to maintain his dignity and hastily departed after delivering his message. What a stubborn old fellow. Even after being nearly beaten to death, he still boasts. After Ultraman's departure, Lingmo chose not to return to the treehouse but instead embarked on a day filled with clever schemes and tricks. Over the past month, he had begun to comprehend the unique characteristics of his martial soul, which was astonishingly powerful. He could hardly believe it. Through extensive exploration and research, Lingmo discovered that his martial soul could infinitely replicate the martial souls and soul skills of opponents and all entities within his line of sight. For instance, if his adversary were Tang San, he could directly steal his martial soul, the blue silver grass, and the Haotian hammer, along with all of Tang San's soul skills. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, in addition to appropriating martial souls, Lingmo could also harness all of Tang San's supernatural abilities, such as the Xianyu hand, ghostly shadow misdirection, and various hidden weapon techniques. However, mastering the use of hidden weapons might prove challenging, as Lingmo lacked the knowledge to forge them, rendering that particular ability seemingly useless to him. The most distinguished characteristic of Lingmo's martial spirit is its ability to steal from all things. To elaborate, even a mere stone can be pilfered, and what might one steal from it? Its formidable resilience, of course. For instance, when Lingmo once absconded with a chicken's essence, he couldn't help but emit a clucking sound, akin to crowing at dawn. "Hey there, little friend. What are you having to eat?" "Hello, Lingmo." Upon reaching the village's edge, Lingmo spotted a cluster of children frolicking by the riverbank. With a rumbling stomach, he immediately commenced his daily routine of trickery and deceit. "Oh, grilled fish." As he stepped closer, he observed a child attempting to catch fish in the river while a few others were grilling their catch beneath the expansive banyan tree. Witnessing the fresh fish slowly turning charred, Lingmo felt a pang of sympathy. "That is not how you cook fish. You must do it this way. Step aside. Let me show you." As he spoke, Lingmo began his culinary endeavor, oblivious to the astonished gazes of the nearby children. "Wow, Lingmo is amazing. He can even grill fish." Indeed, There is nothing Lingmo cannot do. The bewildered children remained blissfully unaware of Lingmo's true intentions, mistaking his presence for genuine interest rather than a ruse for free food. What is this? Just a few fish? Chickens? Ducks? Bring them to me, and I shall grill them all. Realizing that mere fish might not suffice, Lingmo devised another plan. He casually made a suggestion, and some of the children were easily swayed. Lingmo swore he merely spoke in jest, having no particular fondness for chicken. Really? Lingmo, you are incredible. Wait here, I'll fetch a chicken for you. With that, a child dashed off toward home, evidently intent on liberating a chicken from their yard. The little ones, oblivious to the treachery of human nature, were merely eager to witness Lingmo's prowess, without a thought for the consequences. Goodness, you foolish child. Stop falling for his tricks. Last time it was eggs. This time, he's after the whole chicken. I'll have your hide. Before long, the air was filled with the commotion of flapping wings and the anguished cries of children. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingmo made his swift exit. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he seized several grilled fish and slipped away, leaving a bewildered group of children in his wake. Such antics were commonplace in Rice Fragrance Village, occurring almost daily. From the tender age of 1, Ling Mo has engaged in such antics daily, causing a commotion throughout the village, filled with chaos and confusion, to which the villagers have grown accustomed. Inept at achieving anything substantial, he has failed even to catch a single chicken. Oh, how futile. With a heart full of resentment, Ling Mo has long abstained from meat, pondering that if he cannot procure a chicken, perhaps he could indulge in some fish instead. After savoring the fish, Ling Mo had no intention of returning to sleep. Instead, he hastened to the opposite mountain peak, a place he frequents almost daily. For there resides Tang San, who appears at the mountain's summit before dawn, tirelessly honing his skills year after year, day after day, to vividly perceive the gulf between his own abilities and those of Tang San. Ling Mo clandestinely observes the latter's cultivation almost every day. Today, as fate would have it, he ascended the mountain and found Tang San alone at the edge, immersed in his practice, remarkably diligent. With such unwavering commitment, it would be difficult for him not to succeed. Ling Mo could not help but exclaim that it is precisely Tang San's relentless dedication that paves the way for his future success. It truly baffles her how those who traverse dimensions manage to outshine Tang San effortlessly. What is the rationale behind it? Tang San possesses the Tang sex techniques, secret weapons, and, coupled with his unwavering commitment day after day, he has achieved remarkable advancements. Yet, what are those individuals who squander their days in indulgence and frivolity? How could they possibly eclipse Tang San's accomplishments? It seems utterly preposterous, akin to a fanciful dream. However, one must consider the fact that they are indeed traversers. Most are endowed with extraordinary abilities and advantages. Thus, it is not entirely implausible. Ling Mo possesses a unique ability, his martial soul. With this martial soul, he fears no formidable opponent, for regardless of the strength of their martial soul, it will ultimately become his own. Hey, Tang San, let us engage in a duel. This time, Ling Mo did not intend to lurk in the shadows, but rather approached openly. Tomorrow, they would be heading to Nodding Academy, soon to be classmates. And Ling Mo wished to gauge Tang San's true strength, establishing a rapport in the process. After all, he was a child of destiny. Fostering good relations could only be beneficial. The sudden shout startled Tang San, who was practicing his Xiantian Gong. Being discovered while engaged in this secretive training made him anxious. The Xiantian Gong was his greatest secret, a technique he hadn't even shared with his father, let alone anyone else. In all honesty, Ling Mo admired those who traversed worlds. How did they extract secrets from Tang San's lips? Was it merely because of their striking appearances? Chapter 4. Tang's Sex Hidden Weapons? I can master them too. Who are you? How do you know my name is Tang San? Upon seeing Ling Mo laboriously climbing the mountain, Tang San wore a wary expression. Who was this person? And how did he know his name? Moreover, he sought to challenge him to a duel immediately. Did he possess knowledge of something significant? The Xiantian Gong was Tang San's most closely guarded secret, one he had not even divulged to his father. If discovered, he would not hesitate to silence anyone who posed a threat. Tang San was not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to infringe upon his secrets would face dire consequences. Do not concern yourself with my identity. You need only know that I am here to challenge you to a duel. The moment Ling Mo's gaze fell upon Tang San, he unwittingly siphoned off Tang San's ultimate techniques. This was the inherent thievery effect of his martial soul. Anything within his line of sight could be directly appropriated without consent, akin to robbery. So this is the Tang sect's ultimate technique? Intriguing. Once Ling Mo activated his martial soul, he swiftly assimilated Tang San's techniques, taking a moment to appreciate their prowess. He had successfully appropriated all of Tang sect's hidden weapon techniques, the Xiantian Gong, and various other abilities. Moreover, Lingmo's latest discovery brought him immense joy. It appeared that anything outside the martial soul system, once appropriated by him, could be seamlessly integrated and used without limitation. This revelation nearly overwhelmed him with delight. It was his first successful theft of Tang San's abilities, leading to this astonishing discovery. The essence of Tang San's prowess lay within the Tang sect's techniques, which did not conform to the martial soul system. Thus, once appropriated, Ling Mo need not steal them again, for these techniques could be utilized independently of a martial soul. Other abilities required a martial soul to operate, but Tang San's skills fell outside that requirement. Goodness! If that is the case, why bother seeking alliances? This boy poses no advantage against me. This realization elicited a hearty laugh from Ling Mo. His five-color divine light martial soul inherently enhanced his abilities. When he appropriated an opponent's martial soul, under the augmentation of the five-color divine light, his strength, defense, and speed would experience tremendous amplification. In battles of equal standing, Ling Mo would be nearly invincible. Now, having unexpectedly acquired Tang San's Tang sect techniques, it seemed that Ling Mo would soon dominate this realm. The only aspects he needed to refine were combat experience and a comprehensive understanding of various martial souls and techniques, which required extensive practice and time. There was no shortcut. Wow, I had no idea. This is astonishing. No wonder so many who traverse worlds surpass Tang San. They are all extraordinary in their own right. You wish to duel me? Upon realizing Ling Mo's challenge, Tang San smiled, eager to assess the martial prowess of this world. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Mo, like himself, was not of this world. During this period before heading to Notting Academy, he was unaware of the combat styles among soul masters and felt a surge of curiosity. Enough talk. Defeat me. From now on, you shall call me Sengu, and should you lose, you must refer to me as Imogo. Having briefly familiarized himself with the Tang sect techniques and feeling the surge of power amplified by the five-color divine light, Ling Mo could no longer contain his excitement. Today, he would test the mettle of this child of destiny. The outcome mattered little. All right, let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than Tang San launched an attack, employing the Ghost Shadow Phantom technique with remarkable speed. Ghost Shadow Phantom technique. I can wield that as well. As Ling Mo deftly dodged, he vanished just as Tang San approached to deliver a strike. Ghost Shadow Phantom technique? How is it that you can employ this as well? In an instant, Tang San recognized the incongruity. He was intimately familiar with the Tang sect's techniques, and there was no one more knowledgeable than he. Just moments ago, Ling Mo had executed the Ghost Shadow Phantom technique with even greater swiftness. I possess more than just that. Engaging in battle while learning, Ling Mo endeavored to master the Tang sect's techniques. Defeating Tang San solely with the Tang sect skills seemed improbable, for no one surpassed Tang San in their mastery of these techniques. Understanding was not solely about comprehension, it encompassed combat skills, strategic application, and synergy. Ling Mo did not initiate an attack. Rather, he gradually retreated under Tang San's relentless pressure, utilizing his speed advantage to meticulously analyze his combat techniques. What a meticulous mind! It was through this encounter that Ling Mo truly recognized the terrifying nature of Tang San. His combat methods were remarkably exquisite, nearly flawless. How could those who traversed realms possibly defeat such a seasoned warrior? Ling Mo found herself utterly perplexed, compelled to seek answers from the neighboring Douluo. How many steps were required to defeat Tang San? Who are you truly? How do you possess the profound skills of the Tang sect? As the battle intensified, Ling Mo's other techniques from the Tang sect were gradually forced out by Tang San, revealing nearly all of Tang San's own extraordinary skills. This revelation astonished Tang San greatly. Could this individual also be a disciple of the Tang sect? Haha, I hail from the neighboring Daoxiang village. Why would I possess the skills of the Tang sect? That remains a secret for now. Ling Mo, an enigmatic figure, is indeed a disciple of the Tang sect. In order to avoid provoking Tang San's wrath, he continues to shroud himself in mystery. As long as he does not acknowledge it, his current demeanor unmistakably aligns with that of a Tang sect disciple. Even if Tang San harbors doubts, he will find no justification to confront him. As they clashed, their palms met with great force, causing both to retreat in unison. Ling Mo took 5 steps back, as did Tang San. Daoxiang Village. Might there be a security guard in your village named Xinjinshin? Ling Mo. Both individuals possess innate full soul power. Although Tang San wields the Xiantian skill, Lingmo's five-colored divine light is equally formidable, with a twofold amplification. He has reached a level where he can stand toe-to-toe with Tang San. I am eager to see what other tricks you possess. Thus far, Tang San has witnessed all of Ling Mo's displayed techniques, the only exception being hidden weapons. As a disciple of the Tang sect, hidden weapons are indispensable, and naturally, Tang San possesses them. However, Ling Mo's possession of such weapons remains uncertain. In an instant, two sleeve arrows were unleashed, hurtling towards Ling Mo with remarkable speed. The Xianyu hand activated swiftly, yet Ling Mo remained composed, catching them barehanded. This technique left even Tang San in awe. Silent sleeve arrows? I shall return them to you. As if time had slowed, the moment Ling Mo caught the sleeve arrows, he deftly retaliated, employing the same exquisite hidden weapon technique. This maneuver left Tang San utterly astonished. Ling Mo had mastered all of Tang sect's ultimate skills, and his proficiency with hidden weapons was astonishing. It was hard to believe he was not a Tang sect disciple. Who exactly are you? Tang San evaded the sleeve arrows and ceased his assault, halting his steps as he spoke coldly. He sensed that Ling Mo was not a Tang sect disciple, as his techniques appeared somewhat unrefined. Yet, the fact that he had mastered all of Tang sect's ultimate skills posed an inexplicable conundrum. In truth, we are kindred spirits. Tang San smiled faintly. Recognizing that Ling Mo had nearly perfected his mastery of Tang San's ultimate skills, he subsequently lost the desire to continue the battle, as it seemed futile. Both combatants lacked soul rings, rendering them unable to utilize soul skills, and their soul power had dwindled significantly. After this fierce confrontation, both were panting heavily, their mental states far from optimal. Chapter 5. Douluo's novice village. The sudden appearance of Ling Mo undoubtedly struck a significant blow to Tang San. His greatest secret had been unveiled to Ling Mo, yet he found himself powerless against him. When confronted with an adversary who knows you better than you know yourself, what can you possibly do? However, it seems that Ling Mo implies they are not enemies. If they are not foes, does that mean they are friends? Does this also indirectly acknowledge that he is a disciple of the Tang sect? Tang San was eager to pose this question, but Ling Mo remained silent on the matter, refusing to divulge any information despite Tang San's persistent inquiries, forcing him to relent. Through this encounter, he began to comprehend that this seemingly 6-year-old child was far from an ordinary little boy. Perhaps, like him, he was also a traveler from another realm. His temperament and behavior were far too mature for a child of his alleged age. Surely you must tell me your name? Tang San inquired, feeling exasperated by the challenging nature of this young boy. I am called Ling Mo, from the neighboring Daoxiang village. Since we did not determine a victor earlier, our wager is void. You may call me Ling Mo or Xiao Mo, and I shall refer to you as Xiao San. Are you so familiar with me already? But doesn't the name Xiao San sound rather jarring? It seems you have become someone else's Xiao San. After a lengthy exchange, Tang San suddenly recalled something of great importance. An urgency washed over him. Oh no, I left porridge cooking at home. While ascending the mountain, Tang San had habitually prepared porridge to enjoy after his cultivation. Now, due to Ling Mo's unexpected arrival, he had lingered on the mountain for far too long. Would the porridge have burnt by now? The mere thought of it made Tang San restless. I must return. We can continue our conversation another day. Do not be in such a hurry. Ling Mo was still hungry, having just discovered a decent food coupon. How could he possibly let it slip by? Do you have any other matters to attend to? Tang San was about to leave when Ling Mo abruptly grasped his arm, a look of confusion crossing his face. Ahem. Don't you want to invite your good friend over to your house for a visit? In his eagerness to partake in the feast, Ling Mo shamelessly broached the subject. Since Tang San had not initiated the idea himself. My home is rather humble and there isn't much to eat. Is that really appropriate? The thought of his bare, desolate abode made Tang San feel somewhat embarrassed. How could he possibly invite a friend over in such circumstances? Don't worry. No one is poorer than I am. You have no idea. I live in a tree in my village, and I don't even have a decent house. The mention of this made Ling Mo acutely aware of his own situation. In terms of poverty, he was undoubtedly worse off than Tang San. At least Tang San had a drunken blacksmith for a father. Ling Mo's home was devoid of anyone, surviving solely on the charity of villagers and his own cunning schemes to reach the age of 6. He had grown up without ever seeing what money looked like in this world. Well, it's not too bad, but I must warn you. My father has a bit of a temper, so please mind your words. The thought of his alcoholic father made Tang San uneasy, fearing that Ling Mo might provoke Tang Hao, leading to unfortunate consequences. Come on, stop hesitating. Just relax. Let's go. Lead the way. I'm nearly starving. Having only consumed 2 roasted fish in the morning and not a drop of water since, Ling Mo felt as if his stomach were pressing against his back. He had initially planned to trick a child into stealing a chicken, but unexpectedly found himself nearly caught in the act. Fortunately, he had managed to escape quickly, but that fellow would surely seek revenge, causing trouble every day. Seeing Ling Mo so determined, Tang San felt he could not refuse and took the lead without hesitation. Ever since he learned that Ling Mo had mastered the Tang sect's secret techniques, Tang San had lowered his guard, feeling an inexplicable kinship towards him. Perhaps they resonated with one another due to their shared experiences. Upon arriving in the Holy Spirit Village, Ling Mo finally laid eyes upon the legendary beginner village of Douluo. Holy Spirit Village could be described as a transit point for those who had traversed worlds. Nearly every remarkable traveler had emerged from this very place. Whether it was Tang San's brother, his father, or neighbors, they all seemed to forge connections in various ways. One could only wonder what kind of tribulations Tang Hao had endured, considering he had only one son, yet so many others suddenly appeared claiming to be his offspring. Oh, so this is what the legendary Douluo beginner village looks like. Although it was nearby, Ling Mo had never visited Holy Spirit Village before. This was his first experience. Upon seeing it, he realized it was even less visually appealing than Rice Aroma Village. Unlike Rice Aroma Village, Holy Spirit Village was filled with blue-silver grass, abundant in every corner. No wonder Tang Hao chose to settle here. It was clearly due to the abundance of blue-silver grass. So this is your home? The small dilapidated house beside the large tree did not appear to be much better than Lingmo's tree house, albeit slightly larger. Yes, this is my home. It may be a bit shabby, but it is livable. Tang San's face reflected a hint of embarrassment. There was no way to renovate it, as finances were simply not available. Well, it's certainly better than my little tree house. Following Tang San into his home, Lingmo's attention was drawn to a shadowy room. If he guessed correctly, Tang Hao must be sleeping inside. True to form, the drunkard is still asleep at this hour. Ling Mo had no intention of provoking that drunken man. After all, he was audacious enough to strike the Pope. Anyone who dared to confront him would undoubtedly be a fool. You stay here for a moment. I'll check on the porridge, said Tang San as he went attend to his cooking. Having simmered for quite a while, it should be sufficiently soft by now. With nothing better to do, Ling Mo followed him, only to realize that while Tang San was quite capable, his culinary skills left much to be desired. What on earth is this? Is it some sort of mush? Ling Mo exclaimed, observing the watery concoction devoid of even a single grain of rice. It was so disappointing that he felt embarrassed just looking at it. All right, step aside. Watch and learn from me. Tang San's household was rather unreliable. They were too impoverished to even include rice in their porridge. Furthermore, Ling Mo could not commend Tang San's cooking prowess. To satiate his hunger, Ling Mo resolved to take matters into his own hands. What are you planning to do? Tang San asked in confusion, noticing Ling Mo bustling about, acting less like a guest and more like a host. I'm going to make porridge. You head outside and gather some mushrooms. It rained yesterday, so there should be plenty in the small grove. With that, Ling Mo urged Tang San to venture out while he himself wandered into Saint Soul Village. Before long, he returned with a sack of rice slung over his shoulder, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered. Where did you get that rice? If there was anyone skilled at trickery, it was Ling Mo. Acquiring a sack of rice merely required a bit of ingenuity. However, he had no concern for whether the child would face repercussions from his father upon returning home. Filling his belly took precedence. Today, I shall show you what it means to make porridge. People say to rely on the mountains for resources and on water for sustenance. One must learn to utilize resources wisely. With such ample resources at the back mountain, how could you not think to make better use of them? Eating nothing but thin porridge daily has left you looking like skin and bones. In terms of cultivation, Tang San was undoubtedly a genius. Yet he was rather lacking in practical life skills. He was confined by his existing resources and failed to recognize the potential of those found elsewhere. This might stem from his years spent within the Tang sect, limiting his exposure to the outside world. After washing the rice and placing it in the pot, Ling Mo ventured out again, leaving Tang San even more puzzled about his intentions. Nearly 10 minutes later, Ling Mo returned, carrying a wild boar. Quick, bring me a knife. Today, I'm going on a rampage. Tang San was utterly dumbfounded. Was this man perhaps a deity? Why did he suddenly feel as though he had wasted all these years? His days had been filled with nothing but thin porridge. And now this newcomer had brought both pork and rice. It was no wonder, then, that Tang San, being an honest man, could never engage in such deceitful antics. Today, I shall let you taste my culinary skills and prepare for you a mushroom and meat porridge. Chapter 6. Tang Hao Wow, your skills are impressive. Ling Mo busily prepared his mushroom and meat porridge, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, even catching the attention of the drunken man sleeping within. Tang San was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that a seemingly simple porridge could be so intricately crafted. The art of cooking, it seems, holds far more significance than he realized. This is merely due to a lack of ingredients. Otherwise, I would show you what a top-notch chef truly embodies. When it comes to culinary skills, Ling Mo is undoubtedly adept. In his past life, he was well-versed in all pleasures, having conducted in-depth research into the realm of gastronomy. A large pot brimmed with the dish. At last, the meal was ready. As the pot was lifted, the delightful fragrance immediately filled the air, the vibrant pork porridge complete. Even Tang Hao was drawn by the inexplicable aroma emerging from within. Father? Oh dear, father? What a humble title. Then, father, come and enjoy the porridge. Noticing the commotion behind him, Tang San turned to find Tang Hao seated at the table, seemingly waiting for his meal. No wonder, after years of serving him at home, he had become accustomed to having food presented to him and clothes readily provided, too lazy to lift a finger. Truly a lazy one. Ling could not help but roll his eyes. However, what piqued his curiosity was that Tang Hao seemed to exhibit no reaction to his unexpected arrival. Given his sensitive identity, shouldn't a stranger intruding into his home raise suspicions? All right, let me serve this bowl to your father. This bowl is yours. And this pot is mine, he chuckled, lifting 2 bowls of porridge. After handing one to Tang San, he glanced at the pot, still brimming with a generous amount. And an evil grin spread across his face. Well then, today, I shall devour you all. Ling Mo had not savored such a delectable dish in a long while. He could certainly be deemed the epitome of laziness. Typically, in the village, he would never deign to cook for himself if there were free meals to be had. With a rather carefree lifestyle, he often found himself eating sporadically, leading to an insatiable craving for such delights. After all, he was alone. Indulgences like food and drink were rather casual for him, unlike Tang San, who had to attend to his father's needs. With a heart brimming with excitement, Ling Mo was about to dive into the pot to relish the remaining congee, when unexpectedly, Tang Hao appeared beside him and yanked him back with a firm grip. What are you doing? That is mine. In the presence of food, Ling Mo paid no heed to who stood before him. Even if it was the fearsome Tang Heavenly Douluo, Tang Hao disregarded Ling Mo's struggles, lifting him with one hand while sipping the congee directly from the pot, causing Ling Mo to feel an overwhelming yearning. How long had it been since this fellow had tasted meat? It was no surprise. The meager earnings from his blacksmithing had all been spent on wine, leaving no spare change for meat. The congee Ling Mo had prepared was exceptionally delicious, earning praise even from Tang San. As the pot gradually emptied, only a small amount remained before Tang Hao finally felt satisfied. Damn it, my congee. Ling Mo has come to understand the meaning of being robbed. The porridge in the pot is nearly depleted, and after a vigorous stir, only a single bowl remains. In the past, this modest portion would have sufficed for him, but since the awakening of his martial soul, his appetite has significantly increased. How can such a meager amount satisfy him now? Kid, you are quite impressive. The porridge is delightful, Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly, releasing Ling Mo and returning to his room, leaving behind a smile that carried a profound implication. What a peculiar smile. Has this old drunkard discerned something? Ling Mo gradually regained his composure and cast a meaningful glance before reluctantly carrying the last bowl of porridge to a corner. Once a notorious figure in Daoxiang village, known for his cunning tricks and brazen robberies, Ling Mo ultimately faced a setback in Shahan village. This left him feeling disgruntled. He had always been the one to deceive others. When had it ever been his turn to be outwitted? Resignedly, he approached the table, only to behold a generous bowl of porridge in Tang San's possession, while his own bowl was nearly empty. Ling Mo's frustration boiled over. These 2 old scoundrels are ganging up on me. I can no longer endure this, he thought. The more he contemplated, the more aggrieved he felt. He dared not provoke Tang Hao, so he resolved to settle the score with his son. Gathering his resolve, he approached the table unnoticed. In a sudden move, he declared, "Hand it over." Unbeknownst to him, as he reached for it, Tang San swiftly reacted, snatching the bowl away before Ling Mo's fingers could make contact. What do you think you're doing? This is what you gave me, and now you wish to reclaim it? Not a chance. Tang San chuckled, amused and exasperated by Ling Mo's antics. What an intriguing character he was. Though he presented himself with an air of maturity, he often resorted to childlike tricks. Tang San admired Ling Mo's carefree attitude, unburdened by worries, content to fill his own belly without concern for others. How ironic. After years of dominating Daoxiang village, I find myself thwarted in this humble Shahan village. Lingmo lamented, his tone tinged with melancholy. Seeing Ling Mo's disheartened demeanor, Tang San mistakenly assumed he was genuinely upset, believing him to be above such petty grievances. How about I give you this bowl? Tang San suggested tentatively, unaware that as soon as the words left his mouth, Lingmo was already making his move. With a swift motion, Lingmo exclaimed, "Gotcha." In an instant, the bowl was in his hands, leaving Tang San bewildered. What the? You tricked me. Indeed. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about the treachery of mankind, Lingmo replied, savoring his victory as he devoured the porridge. Even if Tang San attempted to reclaim it, it was too late. The events had unfolded too rapidly. After their playful tussle, Lingmo and Tang San established a solid friendship, marking the first step in their journey toward dominance in Douluo. One might wonder why Lingmo did not simply ally himself with the Spirit Hall. Did he think entering was that simple? Even if he succeeded, how would he stand out among the elite? Was it merely his good looks that would earn him favor? If the world were so uncomplicated, there would not be so many destitute souls. Having spent a day at Tang San's home and observing them forge metal in the afternoon, Lingmo suddenly entertained a thought. The five-colored divine light could steal martial souls, but there was a limit. What if he were to steal a title Douluo's martial soul and soul skills? Would he be able to wield them? This was a crucial question, and Lingmo had long been speculating. Yet his understanding of martial souls remained superficial without guidance from an expert. Without hesitation, Lingmo activated his martial soul, discreetly employing it behind the two fathers. The moment his dual pupils opened, they targeted Tang Hao. To his astonishment, a chilling force surged forth, propelling him away. Tang San, confused by the sudden turn of events, glanced over, equally perplexed, while Tang Hao wore a look of bewilderment. Has this kid gone mad? Is he throwing himself? Tang Hao pondered, oblivious to the fact that Lingmo had just utilized the five-colored divine light on him. The tremendous force sent Lingmo crashing out of the house, struggling to rise from the ground with a pale visage. Good heavens! The might of a title Douluo is astonishing. Merely a moment's contact nearly cost me dearly. While the five-colored divine light could indeed steal martial souls, the disparity in their levels rendered Lingmo's body incapable of withstanding the shockwave. However, he was certain of one thing. Even a title Douluo would not detect his soul theft. It was merely that he could not endure the force, rendering this attempt a failure. Xiaomo, what happened to you? Tang San rushed out, perhaps having already begun to regard Lingmo as a friend, thus genuinely concerned for his well-being. I'm fine. Just had too much of that bad wine. My head is a bit dizzy, Lingmo replied. Lingmo waved his hand dismissively, signaling Tang San not to concern himself. Meanwhile, Tang Hao paused for a moment, wondering if excessive consumption of counterfeit liquor could lead to such a mental lapse. Lingmo remained silent, initially intending to stealthily experiment with Tang Hao's martial soul, but was taken aback by the overwhelming power he encountered. Chapter 7, Nodding Academy. His understanding of martial souls required further exploration. Perhaps only after acquiring a soul ring would Lingmo truly grasp the intricacies of this martial soul. In the afternoon, as Tang San and Tang Hao engaged in blacksmithing, Lingmo found himself utterly bored and decided to take his leave. Xiao San, I shall return home now. See you at Nodding Academy tomorrow. With that, Lingmo departed without looking back. Observing his retreating figure, Tang Hao, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Xiao San, how did you come to know this boy? Tang Hao's sudden inquiry caused Tang San to tense up. Did he suspect something about Lingmo? Why would his father ask such a question? If Tang San were to claim that Lingmo posed no issues, he would hardly believe it himself, given the myriad of peculiarities Lingmo exhibited. Though Tang San had already considered Lingmo a friend, his innate vigilance lingered. Just the demonstration of Tang Min's secret arts by Lingmo had raised doubts in Tang San's mind about whether Lingmo was truly a disciple of Tang Min like himself. Father, do you think Xiaomo has a problem? Tang San concealed his inner anxiety and feigned ignorance in his question. This boy is quite peculiar. Yet his character is not lacking. He is open-hearted and worthy of deeper friendship. That morning, Tang Hao had intentionally tested Lingmo, competing for porridge to observe his reaction. Lingmo's response was no different from that of an ordinary child, which eased Tang Hao's apprehensions. Nevertheless, he still sensed something strange about the boy, as if he were concealing something profound. This was why Tang Hao had worn a knowing smile before entering the house. It was the final test. However, Ling Mo's subsequent performance was impeccable, revealing no flaws, suggesting that he likely posed no threat. Peculiar? In what way? Tang San wondered. Curious if Tang Hao had discerned something he had missed. Was his father merely a blacksmith? Why could he perceive things that Tang San could not? All right, let us continue with the forging. Hammer away for 10,000 strikes before preparing dinner, Tang Hao declared, reverting to his previous languid demeanor as he retreated into the small dark room for a nap, leaving Tang San feeling quite unsettled. Curse it. This damn Tang Hao dares to test me. On the way back to Rice Fragrance Village, Ling Mo's pale visage bore signs of fatigue. His earlier attempt to pilfer the martial soul had nearly cost him dearly. Yet, he could not deny the substantial gains of the day. Having not only mastered Tang San's Tang Min's secret arts but also encountered the legendary Tang Hao. Though he appeared disheveled, he was nonetheless a renowned title Douluo. Upon returning to the little treehouse, Ling Mo collapsed into slumber, utterly drained from the day's exertions, succumbing to an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. The following morning, Ultraman arrived at the doorstep of Ling Mo's treehouse, calling out, "Xiao Mo, come down quickly. We are about to depart." It must be said, he was a remarkably dedicated village chief, more so than the neighboring Old Jack. Old Jack was indeed a figure of considerable renown in the Jianghu, personally escorting divine realm enforcers to school while declaring Tang Hao the most useless person in their village, a bold claim. It seemed Ultraman had also taken a page from Old Jack's book, as tales of his single-handedly battling the 3 titans of the neighboring village to secure educational opportunities for future deities had spread far and wide. "Good morning, Grandpa Village Chief." Ling Mo slowly descended from the treehouse he had inhabited for 6 years, knowing this departure would likely be permanent. A sense of melancholy washed over him. After all, this place had been a sanctuary for his soul, a companion through countless nights, making it difficult to part. Ultraman's facial swelling had diminished significantly, though faint traces still lingered. The two set off together towards Nodding Academy, while Old Jack led Tang San out from the adjacent Holy Spirit Village. Is this Nodding City? The legendary first dungeon that Douluo traversers encounter after leaving the Novice Village? It appears rather intriguing. As they meandered, Ling Mo followed Ultraman until they finally reached the entrance of Nodding Academy, where Tang San and Old Jack awaited. Additionally, there was a gatekeeper present. Old Jack. What brings you here? Spotting Old Jack from a distance, Ultraman eagerly rushed over to greet him, suggesting they were acquainted. "Xiao San, I didn't expect you to arrive even before me." Ling Mo approached and greeted Tang San, while Ultraman conversed with Old Jack for a while before realizing their current predicament. "This young brother, we hail from the Saint Soul Village and the Fragrant Rice Village. These 2 children are this year's work-study students. What procedures do we need to follow?" It seemed that the doorman was reluctant to allow them entry, resulting in a significant delay for Tang San and his companions. Can a humble grass hut still produce a golden phoenix? In such a small village, can there truly be individuals with soul power? What nonsense. Leave me be, or I'll make you regret it, you old fool. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tang San's eyes, while Ling Mo's temper flared even more. Both Old Jack and Ultraman were seething with anger. The city dwellers generally looked down upon those from the countryside, and now they were being subjected to further humiliation, inciting their wrath. "Get out of here. If I say no, then it's a no. What nonsense about Saint Soul Village and Fragrant Rice Village?" The doorman sneered, utterly indifferent to the fury of the 2 men, continuing his mockery. Such occurrences were commonplace in the city, as the doorman suggested. How could a phoenix possibly arise from a pile of grass chickens? It was simply unthinkable. Essentially, it was improbable for these villages to produce individuals with soul power. And Nodding Academy had not accepted work-study students for several years. The sudden emergence of 2 this year seemed utterly unrealistic. Tang San concealed a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, as a hidden wrist arrow silently appeared in his right hand, teetering on the brink of action. Ling Mo detected something amiss with Tang San, pondering to himself that this young man was indeed a formidable character, decisive in his actions and utterly merciless. Merely provoked by words, he was already contemplating violence. Should the stalemate persist, it was conceivable that he might truly resort to aggression. He chuckled inwardly. "Ah, dear young sir. I perceive the darkness gathering upon your brow. A calamity of bloodshed is surely imminent." At that moment, Ling Mo stealthily advanced, adopting a demeanor of familiarity, circumventing Tang San and approaching the doorman directly. Ultraman, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Xiao Mo, what are you doing? The doorman, gazing at the mere 6-year-old child before him, scoffed. Huh? A calamity of bloodshed? Do you believe I could not bring such misfortune upon you at a moment's notice? Ling Mo did not respond to him. As she activated her unique eyes, her gaze met that of the doorman, who immediately fell into a daze and knelt down. What is happening? Tang San observed closely, but since he was behind Ling Mo, he could not see her eyes. However, he was certain that it was Ling Mo's doing. Otherwise, the previously arrogant doorman would not have knelt. Sigh, if there is something to say, it should be discussed properly. Why such an elaborate gesture? It's rather embarrassing. While expressing his discomfort, Ling Mo exerted a slight force as she grasped the doorman's hand, squeezing it painfully. Ouch, let go of me. The sharp pain jolted the doorman back to reality, prompting a loud scream. The louder he screamed, the more exhilarated Ling Mo became. Frustrated, she thought that this arrogant individual needed a proper lesson. Only then would he understand the beauty of the flowers. Enough. That should suffice. At that moment, a rather abrupt voice called from behind. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in black attire who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere behind them. Ling Mo instantly recognized the identity of the person before her. According to the original narrative, this esteemed individual should be the renowned Master Yu Xiaojing, the future mentor of Tang San in the realm of soul masters. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing the master, the doorman appeared as if he had found a savior. Brimming with joy. Chapter 8. The theoretical master. The master merely cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, dismissing him, and inquired, Old sir, may I take a look at the proof from the spirit hall? After receiving the documentation from the two elderly men, the master opened it, revealing an expression of surprise upon viewing Tang San's credentials. His expression grew more serious when examining Ling Mo's proof, though he swiftly masked his reaction. There is no issue with the documentation, old sir. I shall take these two children under my wing. His gaze oscillated between Tang San and Ling Mo, causing Ling Mo to tense up. Could this man have discerned something? Given that he could identify Tang San's dual martial spirits from mere documentation, it would not be surprising if he uncovered Ling Mo's secret as well. However, it seemed that in various versions of Douluo, there had been no mention of a martial spirit like hers, a source of light. Surely, he was unaware of the true nature of her martial spirit. Contemplating this, Ling Mo was eager to observe the master's next move and whether he could unravel the mysteries of her martial spirit. To this day, Ling Mo remained oblivious to the true nature of her abilities. While it was said to be light, the existence of her heavy pupil was difficult to explain. Conversely, if it were merely the fearsome amplification of the five-color divine light could not be accounted for, yet these two aspects seemed to lack any tangible connection. Could she possibly possess dual martial spirits? Surely not. Would it be the case that 9 out of 10 in Douluo wielded dual martial spirits? You two, come with me, the master stated, leading the way inside while reminding the doorman of the earlier reprimand Ling Mo had issued. The two followed the master into the academy, where he continually probed Tang San's heart, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. With a dazzling display, the master unveiled all the secrets of Tang San's martial spirit, deducing his dual martial spirits solely from the proof provided. This revelation left Tang San utterly astonished, and Ling Mo was left in profound admiration. Truly, he was the foremost teacher of Douluo, the mentor to countless transmigrators. His theoretical knowledge was utterly remarkable. As anticipated, Tang San successfully became the master's disciple, while Ling Mo remained indifferent, for the master had yet to mention any secrets pertaining to her. You are Ling Mo? At last, the master spoke, his gaze lingering on Ling Mo, an enthusiast of martial spirit research, unable to contain his excitement upon encountering such a peculiar martial spirit. Yes, master. I am Ling Mo. I couldn't help but notice your confidence while you were speaking earlier. Could it be that you have conducted some research on my martial spirit? Without waiting for the master to respond, Ling Mo posed her question, drawing Tang San's attention as well. The nature and abilities of Ling Mo's martial spirit had long been a source of curiosity for Tang San, remaining an unsolved enigma. Oh, you remind me of a friend of mine, lively and mischievous, adept in trickery and cunning. Did you, perhaps, use your peculiar to make that doorman kneel? Astonishment ensued. Ling Mo was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had his back turned to everyone, and even Tang San was oblivious to his actions, yet the master had noticed. How did you perceive it? Indeed, Ling Mo had just employed the suppressive effect of his dual pupils to create a resonance of souls. Beneath the shadows cast by his dual pupils, he reversed the flow of yin and yang, directly transmitting a command to kneel to the doorkeeper through the power of his dual pupils. This represents another application of the dual pupils, possessing an unparalleled suppressive force. In the realm of Douluo, if Ling Mo were in another world, his dual pupils would be considered a legendary supreme bloodline, attracting attention wherever he went. At that moment, a child drinking beast milk sauntered by and cast a disdainful glance at him, revealing a bone to express his discontent with Ling Mo's words. It was merely the inadequacy of the doorkeeper's strength that allowed this to happen. Had their levels been more comparable, Ling Mo would have been unable to achieve this feat. However, the enhancement effect of the 5-color divine light was also at play. Based on this certificate you presented, your secret holds no more impact than that of Tang San. The master pondered over a piece of paper in his hand, stating, I have investigated numerous types of martial souls, yet I have never encountered one that exists as a source of light. You are indeed an anomaly. Consider this, a source of light. Without a vessel, how can it endure and accept the coexistence of soul power? Therefore, the information on this certificate is erroneous. Your martial soul is not light, but rather these eyes. The master articulated everything succinctly, leaving Ling Mo utterly astonished. He had long harbored suspicions but had never received confirmation. The master's assertion aligned with his earlier conjecture. Yet how could the 5-color divine light be explained? Master, you assert that my martial soul should be the dual pupils, existing as a manifestation of the primary martial soul. Then how do we account for this light? The power of light enhances my innate attributes. To claim it is not a martial soul is an unsubstantiated argument, wouldn't you agree? He was intrigued, as his understanding of martial souls remained insufficient, leaving many concepts shrouded in confusion. Precisely. Do you recall how I deduced that Tang San possessed a twin martial soul? The master smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo suddenly realized that the master had inferred Tang San's possession of a twin martial soul solely from the certificate in his hand. This deduction was based on a crucial factor, innate full soul power. Ling Mo also shared this characteristic of possessing innate full soul power. Innate full soul power? Ling Mo tentatively inquired, and as soon as his words faded, the master promptly responded, Indeed, it is the innate full soul power. Your light martial soul, as is widely known, embodies the most ordinary of elements, devoid of any lethal capability, and thus cannot possibly endure the innate full soul power. Hence, I deduce that your martial soul must possess another aspect, namely the dual pupils, which serve as a vessel to unleash the power of light. Consequently, many times when you employ your martial soul, you are directly utilizing the dual pupils to siphon the abilities of your opponents, as well as the characteristics of all objects within your line of sight. Am I correct? It appears to be the case. For each instance Ling Mo harnesses his martial soul, he indeed employs the dual pupils to directly appropriate the divine powers of his adversaries. Ling Mo had previously surmised that the multicolored divine light often serves to enhance one's own abilities, significantly augmenting aspects such as strength, defense, and speed. But what connection do these two elements share? Ling Mo posed another question, and this time, the master took great care in responding. Excellent. The inquiry was astute. The relationship between the two is akin to a symbiotic existence, where both entities remain unaffected by one another while being intricately linked. Your martial soul has undergone a mutation, resulting in the emergence of an energy form rooted in light. This does not imply that your prismatic divine light lacks efficacy. Rather, it is precisely due to this factor that your future development will be even more formidable than that of Xiao San. The two martial souls you possess resonate as a product of their union, allowing you to simultaneously wield the powers of the heavy eye and light. This grants you a level of strength that surpasses that of your peers within the same rank. According to your earlier assertion, the ability of light serves as an augmentation. Hence your combat techniques derive from the heavy eye. Imagine the scenario. In battles at an equivalent level, who could possibly defeat you? I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master. After much contemplation, Ling Mo finally comprehended the true nature of his martial soul. In simple terms, the heavy eye is the primary instrument for absorbing martial souls, while the prismatic divine light serves as an additional tool for further enhancement post-absorption. However, I still harbor one question. After I obtain the soul ring, does it belong to light or to the heavy eye? Ling Mo posed another question, one that momentarily perplexed the master. Well, that depends on your personal choice. According to your reasoning, light is tied to the enhancement of oneself. Therefore, opting to augment your soul ring with light in the early stages will result in a substantial increase in your power. As for the dual pupils, I have never encountered such an unusual martial spirit, thus I remain unaware of the extraordinary abilities your dual pupils possess. Chapter 9. Little Bunny, what is the function of my martial spirit? That remains a secret for now. The moment the subject of martial spirits arose, Ling Mo quickly halted the conversation, recognizing that such a secret could scarcely remain hidden. Ah, you child, your temperament is increasingly reminiscent of my friend, the master chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. It was clear from Ling Mo's demeanor that he had no intention of becoming his disciple, so the master decided against pursuing the matter. However, his fervent passion for martial spirits ensured that he would not abandon his research on Ling Mo's abilities. It simply was not the right moment. After completing the enrollment procedures with the master, Ling Mo and Tang San arrived at the legendary first dungeon of Douluo, 7 Dormitory. As they stepped through the entrance, a figure suddenly darted toward them, charging recklessly. Just as Tang San registered the situation and prepared to act, he found that Ling Mo's Xuan Yu hand had already engaged, swiftly connecting with the assailant in a powerful palm strike. Following that, he unleashed 2 consecutive strikes, sending the attacker crashing to the ground. By the heavens, how fragile! Ling Mo, having anticipated such an ambush due to his extensive familiarity with the various versions of Douluo's narrative, had been fully prepared. His response was swifter than Tang San's, as he decisively incapacitated the opponent with 3 rapid strikes. You have defeated me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our 7 Dormitory. Wang Sheng, momentarily dazed by Ling Mo's prowess, finally regained his composure and sincerely declared, seemingly unfazed by his own defeat. Leader? That sounds delightful. But I prefer you to refer to me as the gold-spending tycoon. Gold-spending tycoon? What does that mean? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Having heard of the term tycoon, yet uncertain of what gold spending entailed. Forgive them for not having experienced the era of the Great Ma, for otherwise they would grasp the significance of gold spending. The twilight of the old era heralded the dawn of a new age. With singular effort, Ma established the age of gold spending, leading countless youths through trials and tribulations, leaving an indelible legacy that remains immeasurable. You need not concern yourselves with the meaning of gold spending tycoon. Simply call me that. Ling Mo, disinterested in explaining himself to the group, recognized that only this individual named Wang Sheng held any significance. The others were mere background characters, unworthy of his time. The esteemed spender, he remarked, having defeated me, you shall henceforth be the leader of our dormitory, according to our unwritten rules. Rules? Tang San paused, perplexed. What sort of trivial regulations could exist within such a humble dormitory? Fear not, Ling Mo assured, with me, the Titan of Light, and the esteemed spender by your side. None shall dare to bully you. With a hint of sarcasm, Ling Mo acknowledged the trials faced by the 7th dormitory, all while tidying his bed. Nearby, a throng of admirers gazed at him with evident reverence. In less than a few minutes, Ling Mo inspired an unwavering admiration in the children, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. What is the light giant? Oh, esteemed one, is your martial soul the light giant? Many were perplexed, eagerly inquiring. Tang San, with 3 lines of black marking his forehead, couldn't help but admire Ling Mo's character. He effortlessly blended in wherever he went, forging a connection with this group of companions in mere moments. Martial soul? No, my martial soul is Diga, the radiant Diga. Before he could finish his sentence, a delicate voice rang out from the entrance. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? Suddenly, a little head peeked in, and Ling Mo instantly recognized her. It was Little Rabbit, or Xiao Wu. All right, now everyone is here. Xiao Wu's arrival abruptly interrupted Ling Mo's words, leaving the others quite displeased, as they yawned to hear more of Ling Mo's whimsical tales. Wow, so kawaii. Ling Mo's figure flickered and appeared directly before Xiao Wu, eager to glimpse the legendary protagonist of Douluo. Upon seeing her, Ling Mo's heart melted. What an adorable little girl. It's no wonder that even a man of steel like Tang San would be moved. However, there was a slight flaw. She was still quite young. Of course, Ling Mo had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to admire her beauty. What does this mean? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback by Ling Mo's sudden arrival, her expression shifting to one of mild discontent. The newcomer is the leader of our dormitory, a wealthy powerhouse. Wang Xing interjected, oblivious to the situation. According to the rules of our 7th dormitory, you must challenge him. If you defeat him, you become our leader. If you lose, you must comply with his arrangements. Fighting? I like that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face lit up with delight. This girl was a quintessential warrior. The prospect of a duel excited her immensely. Can I steal her abilities, this little rabbit of 10,000 years? Let's give it a try. Coincidentally, Ling Mo also wished to experiment with his dual eyes, curious if he could acquire Xiao Wu's powers. His ability to steal encompassed a vast array, and aside from the highest-ranking title Douluo, he could obtain all soul skills and the characteristics of soul beasts. Xiao Wu, being a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, inherently lacked a soul but possessed innate abilities that Lingmo sought to capture. Without hesitation, he activated his dual eyes and instantly accessed Xiao Wu's information, successfully acquiring her soft techniques. It appears that after transforming into human form, all of Xiao Wu's previous abilities have been restructured. Thus, without soul rings, there is little I can steal. This realization left Lingmo disheartened. He had hoped to glimpse the powers of a 10,000-year soul beast, but ended up with merely a soft technique. Come on, take this. Eager for battle, Xiao Wu did not wait for Lingmo to make the first move. She launched her attack. In an instant, she leaped forward, her legs wrapping around Lingmo's neck, attempting to flip him to the ground. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Lingmo's defeat, he smiled slightly and, as he fell, pushed against the ground with his hands and clamped his legs tightly, countering Xiao Wu's move. In a flash, they were entangled on the ground, the scene quite peculiar. As they seemingly employed the same fighting technique, light as a swallow, flexible as clay, they wrestled together. During this exchange, Xiao Wu felt her cheeks flush with surprise. How could this guy employ the same fighting technique as her? She exerted force with her legs, attempting to kick Lingmo away, but found that he held on tightly, refusing to let go. "Let me go," Xiao Wu exclaimed in a panic. In this position, it appeared rather unfavorable, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not free herself from Lingmo's grasp. He seemed to understand her fighting techniques better than she did. Every time she attempted to advance, he would preemptively counter, making it impossible for her to subdue him. As long as you concede, I will release you." The maneuver employed by Lingmo is aptly termed returning the favor in kind, a tactic particularly effective among young women. Were Lingmo to face Tang San, he would undoubtedly prevent Tang San from approaching, primarily due to his aversion to men. Although Xiao was destined to become Tang San's wife, this does not deter Lingmo from training her. While they remain apart, he intends to seize every opportunity. One wonders, however, if Tang San will recall this incident and exact his revenge on Lingmo in the future. "I concede," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face flushed with anger and exasperation. Who would have thought that the legendary leader of the Douluo would one day surrender? "All right, on the count of 3, let go together. 1, 2, 3. They released simultaneously. Yet Lingmo underestimated the extent of a girl's vengeful spirit. Caught off guard, he was met with a sudden kick from Xiao Wu. In an instant, he was propelled through the air like a cannonball. Before he could regain his balance, Xiao Wu lunged at him again. "You little rascal, think you can bully me? Just wait until I turn you into a pig's head." With a deft maneuver, she executed a perfect aerial kick, squeezing her legs around Lingmo's body and sending him crashing down once more. This relentless combination left Lingmo utterly exasperated. Indeed, it is said that the world is difficult for both petty individuals and women, a truth the ancients did not misrepresent. "I surrender. Please stop." After enduring a thorough beating, Lingmo emerged with a bruised and battered visage, likely unrecognizable even to Ultraman, should he appear in their village. Chapter 10. 3 on a bed. Ouch. "Are you slaughtering pigs?" Lingmo, with a swollen face, struggled to rise from the ground. Xiao Wu's strikes were excessively fierce. This beating nearly sent him back home. "Stop. You've won. This is truly infuriating. From now on, I shall be the leader of this dormitory, and you all must refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu." Lingmo surrendered, and Xiao Wu immediately displayed a joyful expression. However, Lingmo continued, "Not necessarily, though. You have yet to engage with this fellow beside me." Tang San interjected, "Must you be so heartless? Not only are you taking a beating yourself, but you are also dragging me into this. Everything Tang San can do, Lingmo can essentially do as well. If even he cannot defeat Xiao Wu, is it not folly to send him in?" Indeed, in their duel, neither party employed the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. Undoubtedly, Tang San found himself outmaneuvered by Lingmo and subsequently bested by Xiao Wu. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from outside, a middle-aged man, presumably a teacher from the academy. "Ah, it is I. Do you require something, esteemed teacher?" Tang San, bruised and battered, approached. The teacher, seemingly indifferent to his condition, tossed a blanket to him and stated, "This is a delivery from the master. I shall take my leave now." With that, he departed, leaving a group of bewildered individuals. A blanket? Upon seeing it, Lingmo and Xiao Wu instantly revealed mischievous grins. Goodness, what are these two plotting? Tang San sensed something amiss and was about to speak when Lingmo swiftly snatched the blanket from him, exclaiming, Xiao San, this blanket is quite large. You cannot possibly use it all alone. Let us share. Yes, indeed. You cannot possibly use it all by yourself. I shall combine our beds. And we can use it together. Why did it seem as though these two had conspired? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but a question lingered in his mind. Ling Mo was somewhat acceptable, but Xiao Wu, did she not understand the concept of propriety between men and women? What are you afraid of? I shall not do anything to you. Xiao Wu, assuming a domineering demeanor, remained completely oblivious to who truly stood to lose. Enough with the chatter. Let us hasten and set up the bed. Ling Mo found himself in dire straits, utterly devoid of funds to procure a blanket, and the master was unwilling to provide one for him. Thus, he contemplated leeching off Tang San. Although it appeared somewhat inappropriate, there was little choice left. He would simply acquire his own set once he was financially stable. Reluctantly conceding and unable to confront either of the two, Tang San ultimately surrendered his struggle. Following this farce, the group of young companions had formally acquainted themselves. However, due to Ling Mo and Tang San both achieving a soul power level of 10, 2 days later, the master led the two of them to the nearby soul-hunting forest to obtain their soul rings. The master had always been intrigued by Ling Mo's martial spirit, yet Ling Mo remained reticent, leaving the master restless. The adventure commenced. Once soul rings were acquired, Ling Mo would discern the path ahead. While journeying to the soul-hunting forest, Ling Mo was preoccupied with a troubling dilemma. His martial spirit was exceedingly rare, and he felt compelled to conceal its secret. Yet, he understood that it was an impossible endeavor. Any confrontation would inevitably expose the truth of his martial spirit. Tang San had begun to harbor suspicions, but at present, he posed no threat to Ling Mo. Not only was Tang San unable to best Ling Mo in combat, but even if he could, he would refrain from acting against him. Through their time spent together, Tang San had come to realize that he and Ling Mo were kindred spirits, and a profound friendship had blossomed between them. Along the journey, the master imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul masters, which Ling Mo eagerly absorbed, for he understood the necessity of learning. He was not like those boastful transmigrators who effortlessly dominated upon entering the Douluo realm. He required substantial time to accumulate knowledge and hone his skills. Currently, Ling Mo concluded that his martial spirit could not siphon the soul power of others. The sole capability it possessed was to appropriate an opponent's martial spirit and various supernatural abilities. Moreover, even at his current level of 10, he could commandeer martial spirits of levels 30, 40, or even 50, allowing him to utilize their respective soul skills. The only distinction lay in the quantity of soul power, which determined the potency of the soul skills. Thus, the enhancement effects of the five-colored divine light were paramount, especially once soul rings were affixed to this martial spirit. The attributes of Ling Mo will experience a significant enhancement, allowing for the maximization of these soul skills. The profound mysteries of the dual pupils remain beyond Ling Mo's grasp. All that is known is that it possesses an extraordinary ability, the power of theft. As for whether it will awaken even more formidable abilities in the future, Ling Mo still needs to explore gradually. At last, here lies the soul-hunting forest. After a long journey, they have finally arrived at the second checkpoint at Douluo. The soul-hunting forest. This is a dungeon, and its difficulty is not particularly epic. Upon entering the forest, you two must not stray more than 5 steps from me. The forest is fraught with dangers. Should any uncontrollable peril arise, you two are to run without concern for me, the master advised. The 3 companions ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Before their entrance, the master procured a substantial amount of carrots, which hold great significance for his martial soul. Come forth. 3 cannons. With a resounding boom, a small plump creature burst forth, momentarily leaving Ling Mo and Tang San in astonishment. Oops, my apologies, master. This little fellow is simply too comical. I couldn't help but chuckle. Although Ling Mo had long been aware of the master's martial soul, the novelty of this first encounter was difficult to contain. No matter, the master replied with a frown, indicating that he had grown accustomed to such reactions and was not angered by Ling Mo's inadvertent mockery. Ling Mo's temperament had likely become accustomed to his carefree demeanor. This lad, with his unfiltered tongue and perpetual grin, meant no malice in his words. Teacher, is this your martial spirit? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to chuckle, but upon recalling the master's temperament, he stifled his laughter. Yes, its name is Luo San Pao. It underwent a mutation during its awakening, and unfortunately, it manifested in a detrimental manner, which is why it appears this way. The flaw in the martial spirit had long been a source of anguish for the master. One could only imagine the extraordinary potential the master might have realized had it not been for that defect in his martial spirit. Given his profound understanding of it, one could scarcely fathom the heights he could have reached. As he teased the nearby San Pao, Ling Mo suddenly remembered that there was another talent next door in Douluo who had awakened a husky martial spirit and reveled in demolishing houses, causing quite a stir across Douluo Continent. The trio continued their trek deeper into the forest, a soul-hunting ground cultivated by the Empire, ensuring that no excessively powerful soul beasts would be encountered. However, locating a suitable soul ring was no simple task. Prior to their entry, the master had already elucidated the characteristics of their martial spirits, as well as the requisite qualities for the soul rings. Tang San belonged to the control system, ideally. His soul ring would possess toxic properties. As for Lingmo, due to the presence of the five-colored divine light, he ventured into the realm of offensive capabilities. Or perhaps one could say, he did not adhere strictly to a single path. The master, still grappling with the intricacies of Ling Mo's martial spirit, resolved to first experiment with the initial soul ring and observe the wondrous effects it might yield before determining the subsequent course. Chapter 11. Mandala Serpent. The three searched the forest for quite some time but found no suitable soul rings. As night fell, they gathered around a fire, a chill wind sweeping through, rendering the night even more desolate. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the stillness of the dark forest. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The first to react was the master. Luo San Pao, with its keen sense of smell, glared furiously ahead, as if something was rapidly approaching. Ling Mo instantaneously activated her profound eyes, leveraging the expansive field of vision they afforded. Her insight surpassed that of Tang San, allowing her to perceive further and with greater clarity. The profound eyes, an exceptionally formidable and supreme martial soul, enabled Ling Mo to discern her surroundings without reliance on the purple extreme demon eyes. It was the Mandala Serpent. Ling Mo succinctly articulated his thoughts, eliciting a look of astonishment from Tang San. He had not discerned the nature of the entity, yet Ling Mo appeared to possess a clear understanding of its origins. How had he accomplished this? Tang San was perplexed, attributing it to the formidable power of Ling Mo's dual pupils. The Mandala Serpent? This could spell trouble. Upon hearing the name of the Mandala Serpent, the master initially froze, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. The sound of a thunderous flatulence erupted, a cacophony that shook the heavens. Lo San Pao. The master immediately unleashed his formidable technique. Lo San Pao spiraled through the air, releasing a burst of yellow gas that enveloped the surroundings. The unexpected foulness of this release left both Ling Mo and Tang San momentarily bewildered, overwhelmed by the noxious stench. Run! After the gaseous explosion, the master swiftly seized Ling Mo and Tang San's hands, urging them to flee from the scene. However, the Mandala Serpent was exceedingly swift, making escape from its grasp a daunting task. As anticipated, once the foul scent dissipated, the Mandala Serpent was upon them. 3 cannons provided distraction. With no alternative, the master opted once more to deploy the 3 cannons as a barrier. Alas, the unfortunate 3 cannons barely had a chance to defend before the Mandala Serpent effortlessly overpowered it, casting it to the ground. With a grand gesture, the master summoned the 3 cannons back into a radiant light, returning them to his essence. This was a 400-year-old Mandala Serpent, imbued with unfathomable venom. It seemed at this time their peril was indeed severe. I will hold it at bay. You two must flee and not look back. After sustaining grievous wounds, the 3 cannons returned to the master, all injuries immediately transferring to him, leaving his complexion ashen. This was the inherent flaw of his martial soul. Regardless of the injuries the 3 cannons endured, they would not perish, yet their suffering would directly inflict profound damage upon the master. Xiao San, advance. Ling Mo and Tang San exchanged a glance, remaining steadfast behind their master. In each other's eyes, they discerned a flicker of battle intent. In an instant, Ling Mo activated his dual pupils, directly assimilating the attributes of the Mandala snake, swiftly appropriating all of its abilities. Oh, you wish to play with poison? Then I shall indulge you, he mused. Wielding a dagger imbued with formidable toxins, the concoction far surpassing that of the Mandala snake itself. Furthermore, through the augmentation of the 5-color divine light, he amplified these traits exponentially. In a flash, Ling Mo lunged forward from the left, while Tang San, though slightly delayed, surged from the right. By the time their master realized the gravity of the situation, the two had already engaged in fierce combat with the Mandala snake. Danger! Return! Their master cautioned, unaware of the formidable strength possessed by his students, mistaking their actions for mere folly. "What remarkable defense!" Tang San exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he stealthily unleashed silent darts, attempting to pierce the vulnerable spot of the mandala snake, yet failing to breach its defenses. Suddenly, with a lash of its tail, the mandala snake, enraged by the pain inflicted by Tang San's darts, turned its wrath upon him. Employing the ghost shadow misty steps, he evaded the creature's assault with exquisite precision. Meanwhile, Ling Mo's dagger was poised for action. As the mandala snake lunged at Tang San, Lingmo focused on its singular weakness, not the vulnerable spot on its body, but rather its mouth, the only point where he could secure victory. With a piercing roar, the mandala snake unleashed a cloud of venomous mist towards Tang San. What a splendid opportunity, Lingmo thought, seizing the moment as the snake opened its maw. In a rapid response, he countered with a similar mist, instantly appropriating the venom expelled by the mandala snake, coupling it with the toxins he had previously acquired. Augmented by the five-color divine light, he retaliated fiercely. This technique, aptly named returning the favor, was executed with such finesse that it left no escape for his adversary. In that pivotal moment, his dagger pressed against the mandala snake's closing jaws. The potent toxins surged into its body. "Xiao San, quickly finish it." With the poison infiltrating its system, the mandala snake was rendered defenseless, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. The toxin, now enhanced by the five-color divine light, was beyond the creature's capacity for resistance, having obliterated any chance of survival. With the exquisite prowess of Tang San's poison techniques at play, Lingmo had effectively severed the mandala snake's escape. Tang San, witnessing the entire sequence, could not help but admire Lingmo's skillful execution. "What a remarkable technique! I am grateful," he expressed, acknowledging Lingmo's timely intervention that had saved his life. Without further ado, Tang San activated his silent darts once more, now infused with the potent venom, piercing through the mandala snake's mouth and swiftly bringing it to its demise. As the creature's struggles waned, their master finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming with joy, "Wonderful! This is truly splendid. Xiao San, your spirit ring is secured." "Master, what do you mean? You cannot possibly be referring to this snake," Tang San replied, bewildered. "Indeed it is. This mandala snake boasts nearly 4 centuries of cultivation, perfectly aligning with the threshold for spirit masters to absorb their first spirit ring. With your innate full spirit power, there will be no issue in absorbing its ring. But my martial spirit is botanical. Would it not conflict with my essence?" Tang San questioned, suddenly realizing that Lingmo had intentionally allowed him the opportunity to slay the mandala snake. Did Lingmo believe this spirit ring suited him? Who told you that a plant-type spirit master must only absorb plant-type spirit rings? In terms of martial spirit mimicry theory, a botanical martial spirit need not exclusively absorb plant spirit beast rings, nor can beast martial spirits be restricted from absorbing plant spirit rings. Under various conditions, the two can indeed be exchanged, their master elaborated, the depth of his knowledge evident. Lingmo listened intently, as no one surpassed their master in the study of martial spirits. In a previous life, he had contemplated who the best mentors were for achieving success in the Douluo Continent. Opinions varied. Some favored Tang Hao, others the two from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, or even beyond, each argument rooted in the strength of these factions. However, Lingmo believed that their master was the finest choice, for he provided invaluable guidance throughout one's cultivation journey. After a thorough discourse on martial spirits, Tang San ultimately chose to trust his master and absorb the mandala snake's spirit ring. With that, the only matter left was Ling Mo's spirit ring. "Master, are you all right?" Ling Mo inquired, noticing the pallor on his master's face. Clearly, the earlier confrontation with the mandala snake had taken a toll, though fortunately, he had not been poisoned. "I am well. Once Xiao San absorbs this spirit ring, we shall address yours next. Have you considered what type of spirit ring you wish to absorb?" their master inquired, his expression weary yet intrigued by Ling Mo's earlier display of strength. "Do you have any recommendations?" Ling Mo asked, knowing that when it came to selecting spirit ring attributes, their master was the most reliable source. However, to gain the master's insights, he would need to divulge some of his own secrets, for only then could he select the most appropriate spirit ring. Ling Mo hesitated for a considerable time, for the secret of the dual pupils was of great significance, and he was reluctant to entrust his life to another. Consequently, he chose to remain silent. "There are certainly suggestions," the master remarked with a hint of a smile. The master had encountered many individuals, yet Lingmo was the first who left him at a loss. This young man was quite astute. Hee master. I am aware of your curiosity. However, some matters are best left unspoken. Lingmo understood what the master was eager to inquire about, undoubtedly. It pertained to the function and mysteries of the twin pupils. He was aware that this secret could not be concealed indefinitely, yet until he had matured sufficiently, he would refrain from divulging it to anyone. The capabilities of the twin pupils were extraordinarily formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, Lingmo would never choose to expose them. At the very least, he needed to attain a level of self-protection. Otherwise, should this secret be revealed, he could very well become the target of other soul masters. The principle of a commoner is guilty for possessing a treasure was something Lingmo comprehended better than anyone else. This extraordinary martial soul, in the absence of strength, could not be safeguarded. Excellent. You are a clever child, and your considerations are quite thorough. The master was quite pleased with Lingmo's demeanor. Yet a sense of regret lingered in his heart. After all, he had not gleaned the secret he so fervently desired from Lingmo. To be frank, it was not that Lingmo did not trust the master, but rather that certain matters simply could not be spoken of openly. They did not share a mentor-disciple relationship, making it difficult to ascertain whether the master might, in pursuit of martial soul research, choose to sacrifice Lingmo himself. Therefore, Lingmo had to exercise caution. After all, this was a matter of his own life and safety. No one valued it more than he did. Moreover, Lingmo remained hesitant to fully trust the master's character. Throughout the entire Douluo series, while his theoretical knowledge was indeed impressive, his approach to matters of the heart was rather questionable. Lingmo found it difficult to express his admiration, making it hard for him to place his trust in the master. Were it not for his lack of choice, Lingmo would rather not remain in the master's shadow. Nevertheless, to acquire a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge, Lingmo had no option but to temporarily submit to the master's guidance. At the very least, he needed to comprehend the characteristics and age of soul beasts. Otherwise, he would easily make mistakes. Since you refuse to speak, allow me to share my perspective. The master, understanding Lingmo's reluctance to respond, did not press him further. After some contemplation, he remarked, "From my observations, your five-colored light martial soul predominantly manifests in enhancement and amplification. Therefore, the optimal choice for your first soul ring would be to select from a variety of attributes. Among these are strength, speed, and defense. Such attribute soul rings could significantly elevate the amplification of your martial soul and fortify your own abilities. Moreover, I have noted that your five-colored light martial soul can also function as a supportive martial soul. However, it is not purely a supportive type. That merely represents one aspect of its nature." The master spoke slowly, and although Lingmo had not divulged the secret of his dual pupils, he had previously mentioned the characteristics of the five-colored divine light. Lingmo intended to pursue this path, and thus, regardless of the secrets held by his dual pupils, they did not influence his choice of the first soul ring. His earlier inquiry was merely an attempt to gauge Lingmo's wit, and he was surprised at how astutely Lingmo had responded, evading his probing. Though disappointed, the master was nonetheless pleased with Lingmo's performance. It was a pity, however, that Lingmo had not chosen to take him as a mentor. This left the master with a lingering sense of regret. He pondered whether he had erred in some way, leading Lingmo to resolutely refuse his guidance. Returning to the original question, the selection of the first soul ring proved to be quite a challenge. Lingmo raised her doubts, questioning whether it was possible for a soul ring to simultaneously possess traits of strength, speed, and defense. The master hesitated for a moment before responding. Given that it is an amplification effect, the optimal choice would indeed be a soul ring that embodies strength, speed, and defense all at once. That would be your finest option. The mysteries of your soul ring can only be unveiled after you absorb your first soul ring. However, such a soul ring is not easily found, thus we can essentially dismiss this option for now. I understand. But is there a possibility that one soul ring could embody strength while the next could embody speed in a complementary manner? Lingmo once again posed a question, his mind brimming with inquiries. Initially, he believed himself to be a person who had traversed dimensions, arriving in this realm under the impression that he could effortlessly make the correct choices regarding soul rings without the need for theoretical knowledge. However, he was mistaken. This world is never devoid of intelligent individuals, nor is it short of those who are vainly self-assured, without a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge. Blindly absorbing soul rings is a sure path to demise. Do you truly think that the profound theoretical understanding acquired through decades of research can be grasped merely by perusing a few Douluo novels? Thus, there are always those who consider themselves wiser than others, convinced they comprehend everything. The notion that one can instantly master all upon crossing into another world, capable of anything, is a perilous delusion. One might fear being ensnared in the confines of their own imagination. Although the master may seem ineffectual, possessing only a soul power level of 29. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he undoubtedly stands as a paragon in this field. In a previous life, Lingmo often encountered a rather humorous comment, claiming that the theories of the master were merely inflated notions. He was merely a good-for-nothing, utterly devoid of understanding. Each time Lingmo heard such remarks, he could hardly suppress a laugh. After all, no matter how inept one may be, they surely surpassed the keyboard warriors in their ability to engage. While Lingmo did find his demeanor somewhat displeasing, he acknowledged that, when it came to theory, the master undoubtedly possessed a greater depth of knowledge than himself. And that was sufficient. Returning to the main topic, the original inquiry remained. Theoretically, your idea is plausible. It merely lacks an opportunity for practical application. The master pondered before finally remarking. However, the quest to locate such a soul ring remains an enduring dilemma, and Lingmo felt considerable frustration. After much deliberation, they had yet to encounter a suitable soul ring. Do not worry. Once Xiao San completes the absorption of the Mandala Serpent's soul ring, we shall take our time in searching. We will inevitably stumble upon something fitting. The master smiled, casting a glance at Tang San. Given that Lingmo had lost hope in further research, he could only place his final hopes upon Tang San. Chapter 13. The ant of struggle. The night was shrouded in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the distant calls of creatures flitting through the forest. Pear blossoms adorned the branches, glimmering with a hint of ethereal radiance. It seemed as though some extraordinary beast resided in this locale. The enchanting floral spirit deer dwelling deep within the woods, brimming with vitality. The nocturnal forest was profoundly tranquil, yet never devoid of the lively presence of soul beasts. Most of these creatures were ordinary 10-year soul beasts, lacking formidable combat prowess. Yet, it was they who bestowed upon this woodland a dazzling splendor, enriching it with an air of mystery. Master, what is that? At the side of the Mandala Serpent, Tang San was still in the process of absorbing the soul rings, while the two stood guard beside him. In that moment, Lingmo suddenly sensed an unusual movement in the forest. It appeared that a powerful entity was approaching their vicinity. With a single utterance from Lingmo, the master immediately became fully alert, straining to gaze in the direction indicated by Lingmo. Although he could not discern the object of Lingmo's description, he could sense its presence looming ahead. The absorption process of Xiao San's soul ring was still underway, fraught with peril and necessitating uninterrupted focus. I will divert its attention. You remain here to protect Xiao San, the master said, his face ashen as he trudged forward. That creature seemed to have carved a path through the rocky cliff, advancing directly towards them, utilizing the faint light. Lingmo's dual pupils revealed a colossal beast towering at an impressive 5 meters. Wait, is that an ant? Good heavens, can ants grow to such a size? Upon recognizing the creature's approach, Lingmo was taken aback. Truly, this was the Douluo Continent, where even ants could attain such dimensions. Hearing Lingmo's description, the master's expression darkened further. An ant? What specific traits does it possess? He had intended to lure it away directly, but hesitated at this moment. Its forelimbs were robust, extending a full 3 meters, exhibiting immense strength as it effortlessly carved a hole in the rocky terrain. It appeared to be a power-type soul beast, with formidable defenses, its body adorned with a dense golden armor. What? It is that? The master exclaimed in shock, never expecting such an exotic beast to inhabit the humble, soul-hunting forest. Master, can you identify it? The horned ant, a remarkably rare species, distinguished by its immensely powerful mandibles, which are its 2 forelimbs. In the realm of soul beasts, none can easily challenge its supremacy in terms of sheer strength. Furthermore, it possesses not only tremendous power, but also impressive speed. Even more terrifying is its indestructible defense. Rendering its physique nearly flawless, the master elucidated, and Lingmo began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The horned ant was now slowly approaching, merely 50 meters away. At this distance, they could flee at any moment. However, fleeing was not an option, as Tang San was still in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. Abandoning him at this juncture would undoubtedly seal his fate. I will divert its attention as well. You stay here and do not move. Once Xiao San completes the absorption, the 2 of you should leave immediately, without concern for me. The master, burdened by heavy steps, prepared to draw the horned ant away, only to find Lingmo gradually rising to his feet. Master, allow me to handle this. Upon hearing this, the master's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What are you saying? You do not even possess a first soul ring. Confronting the horned ant now would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. A gross underestimation of your capabilities. Master, do not forget. Who was it that defeated the mandala snake just moments ago? Lingmo offered a faint smile, as if recounting an utterly mundane occurrence. At that moment, the master suddenly recalled Lingmo's method of subduing the mandala snake. Are you truly confident? The master still hesitated to allow a child to take such risks, yet Lingmo's resolute demeanor caused him to waver. Rest assured, master, even if I cannot prevail, I can always flee. Evading for a short while should not pose a challenge. Without waiting for a reply, Lingmo slipped into the forest. The Tang San's ultimate technique was activated, and now, Lingmo no longer needed to conceal his prowess. As the ghost shadow mirage came into play, he swiftly traversed the woods, reaching the top of a grand tree to patiently await the arrival of the struggle ant. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Fate brings us together. Since you are here, I shall select you as my first spirit ring. With focused intent, he activated his dual pupils and directly absorbed all the traits of the struggle ant. His skin began to encase itself in formidable armor, and an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, reaching an apex. Feeling the intense force within him, Lingmo had never experienced such a powerful moment. What a terrifying strength. Truly the ruler of the power system, this struggle ant, if it were to return to its ancestral form, it would undoubtedly be a supreme powerhouse. The five-colored divine light spun rapidly, further enhancing all the attributes he had acquired, with immense boosts in strength, defense, and speed. At this point, his power had ascended to a peak. To break through further, he required a spirit ring. Under the night sky, the hunter took position, the distant flames becoming increasingly evident, seemingly drawing the struggle ant closer. As it approached, a figure suddenly leaped from the air, delivering a crushing blow to its seemingly indestructible head. A wave of agony surged through the struggle ant, which furiously swung its forelimbs, intent on tearing the assailant to shreds. Yet, Lingmo, having struck the surprise punch, instantly evaded the struggle ant's retaliation, utilizing the exquisite footwork of the ghost shadow mirage to create distance. Hey there, little ant. I'm right here. Come and catch me. No sooner had he spoken than the struggle ant leapt ferociously, crashing into the very spot where Lingmo had been. The ground trembled violently, a massive crater forming as stones shattered into fragments. Wow, that was fierce. Lingmo barely dodged the strike. Had its speed been greater, he would have faced dire consequences. Direct confrontation proved futile. His earlier probing attack had done little damage. To avoid entanglement, Lingmo swiftly distanced himself, repeatedly shifting positions with the ghost shadow mirage while searching for an opportunity. The struggle ant, seething with rage, was determined to capture this wretched human and rend him apart. The silent hidden darts seemed ineffective against it. Confronting it solely with brute force was tantamount to courting death. What to do now? Lingmo continued to evade while seeking a chance, but the struggle ant was exceedingly formidable, with no apparent weaknesses. Although he had siphoned its strength and defense, Lingmo's current level prevented him from fully harnessing these capabilities. Thus, despite several attempts at offensive maneuvers, he found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, neither he nor the struggle ant could best the other. Was there truly no flaw? Rapidly changing positions, Lingmo observed closely, employing silent hidden darts and the Tang San's poison techniques. However, none of his diverse tactics could subdue the struggle ant. Prolonging this skirmish was unsustainable. His spirit power was limited, and if he continued to expend it, he would undoubtedly deplete his reserves. Chapter 14. The Might of Haotian. Damn it. There are no openings. The power of the silent hidden darts was insufficient to penetrate its body. The fierce battle raged on. To prevent the struggle ant from interrupting Tang San's absorption of the spirit ring, Lingmo endeavored to divert its attention. If he truly wished to escape, he had every confidence, yet he coveted the spirit ring. Yes, he had set his sights on the struggle ant's ring, based on the attributes it displayed. This ring would be a perfect fit for him. Utilizing the ghost shadow mirage to its fullest, Lingmo skillfully evaded the struggle ant's attacks, retreating to a sturdy tree. He scarcely had time to evade before the struggle ant's massive forelimb came crashing down. This is it. With nowhere to hide, Lingmo mounted a counterattack, unleashing the power of the struggle ant that surged within him at that moment. A tremendous punch landed, echoing through the forest as Lingmo was sent hurtling away. Cough. What a terrifying force. It was evident that while the enhancement of the five-colored divine light was formidable, Lingmo's spirit power was far too low to withstand the might of the struggle ant. It seemed he would have to resort to that move. In an instant, Lingmo sprang from the ground, coalescing a massive hammer in his left hand. Blue electric arcs crackled as a black hammer materialized in his grasp. Indeed, this was the Haotian hammer, renowned as the foremost weapon spirit in Douluo. With the aid of his dual pupils' extraordinary vision, Lingmo effortlessly spotted Tang San deep within the forest and undoubtedly siphoned his Haotian hammer. With the Haotian hammer in hand, Lingmo felt as if he had descended from the heavens, his terrifying strength rapidly escalating, exuding an overwhelming aura. Even the struggle ant sensed a hint of trepidation, a pressure emanating from the weapon spirit. What a powerful force! I feel as if my body might explode, as the terrifying power of the Haotian hammer coursed through him. The five-color divine light within Lingmo operated at peak efficiency. This was an evolved version of the Haotian hammer, more powerful than its predecessor at this moment. Lingmo's strength could no longer sustain its continued growth. Prepare to perish. In an instant, he soared into the air, swinging the hammer down, unleashing a torrent of lightning that descended like a celestial waterfall, bringing forth an aura of destruction. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the forest, scattering countless birds and beasts. Not good. Lingmo is in danger. At this moment, the master, standing beside Tang San, was frantic with worry. Hearing the astonishing sounds from afar intensified his anxiety. He longed to investigate the source of the commotion, yet he could not. Leaving this spot would jeopardize Tang San's safety during the crucial process of spirit ring absorption, which was a matter of life and death. Caught in a dilemma, the master found himself unable to leave or stay. All he could do was anxiously await the outcome. I hope this child can turn peril into safety. Despite his deep concern, the master remained rooted, praying that Lingmo could survive the struggle ant's onslaught. Once more, a resounding crash echoed, a fierce gale sweeping through the forest, sending countless creatures fleeing. After this thunderous noise, the forest fell into silence once again, as if the battle had subsided. At this moment, a solitary figure stood 100 meters away, beside the massive corpse sprawled upon the ground. Lingmo gripped the Haotian hammer, casting a grateful glance at the shadowy figure in the darkness, before collapsing weakly to the ground. The armored ant lay lifeless. Yet Lingmo too had entered a state of exhaustion, his body devoid of strength and his soul power depleted. Under the violent impact, his complexion turned ashen. Though he had acted recklessly this time, fortune smiled upon him. After nearly half an hour, Lingmo finally emerged from his state of depletion. The armored ant was now barely clinging to life, not entirely dead. Lingmo needed only to approach it slowly and deliver a final blow with his sword to absorb its soul ring. Lingmo, are you all right? Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the forest. It was none other than Tang San. The master followed closely behind, yet despite reaching his utmost speed, he was unable to catch up to Tang San. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, Lingmo replied. Lingmo weakly waved his arms, explaining that the master had come to his side. After confirming that Lingmo was unharmed, his gaze fell upon the angle ant, suddenly revealing a look of astonishment. A soul beast of 400 years. It was also infinitely close to the limit of the first soul ring that could be absorbed. Lingmo, quickly absorb this soul ring. It is exceptionally suitable for you and is a rare opportunity. The master urged anxiously, as the angle ant was on the verge of death. All right. Without hesitation, Lingmo stepped forward, wielding a short sword to end the angle ant's life. A yellow soul ring slowly emerged, purer in essence than Tang San's. Stay true to your essence, and use your martial soul to sense the existence of the soul ring, the master advised from the side. While Tang San assumed the role of protector. Moments ago, he had just awakened from the state of soul ring absorption and learned from the master that Lingmo had lured the soul beast away to prevent it from disturbing his absorption. He felt deeply moved. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such feelings, friends, truly close friends. Perhaps it was at that moment that he regarded Lingmo as his best friend in his heart. This was also why he had recklessly rushed over, even faster than the master. Master, will Lingmo be all right while absorbing this soul ring? Tang San asked with concern, sensing that the resentment generated by this soul ring was even stronger than that of the mandala snake. The strength of a soul ring is determined by the resentment generated at the moment of the soul beast's death. The greater the resentment, the higher the risk of absorption. The resentment of this angle ant was substantial, and forcibly absorbing it could be perilous. It should be fine. Lingmo's character is exceptionally resolute. You should be able to discern that after knowing him for so long. Although he often appears carefree and unconventional, he is actually more composed than anyone else. He is also remarkably intelligent, intelligently formidable. The master couldn't help but praise him, stating that Lingmo was the most impressive individual he had encountered. Though he seemed less stable than Tang San on the surface, he concealed his true depth exceptionally well, creating an illusion for others. For instance, when he first met him, Lingmo's actions regarding the gatekeeper were executed with great subtlety, so much so that even Tang San and the others had not noticed, and neither had the master, who could only speculate based on his observations. As dawn broke, illuminating the forest that had lingered in darkness, 3 hours had already passed since Lingmo began absorbing his first soul ring, with Tang San and the master continuing to guard him. Lingmo's body seemed to undergo some transformation, leading to a peculiar mutation during the absorption process. The master furrowed his brow, closely monitoring every movement of Lingmo. Within the realm of consciousness, Lingmo's sea of knowledge faced a tremendous blow. As the master had previously mentioned, the five-colored divine light lacked a vessel and, theoretically, could not withstand the power brought by the soul ring. Now, Lingmo needed to forcibly create a storage space to incorporate the soul ring atop the five-colored divine light. This was a daunting task, as the five-colored divine light resisted this power vehemently. Lingmo spent nearly 3 hours without success in making it accept the soul ring. Master, why has it taken Xiao Mo so long to absorb this soul ring? Tang San, being the one most familiar with Lingmo, raised this question amidst the dire situation. The master replied solemnly, "Do you remember what I said when we first met? Xiao Mo's light source body inherently lacks a vessel, and therefore, cannot bear the power from the soul ring. Now he must find a way to enable his body to endure this force when attempting to impose the soul ring upon his light martial soul." The master pinpointed the crux of the issue, showcasing his expertise in theoretical matters. "Will this process be dangerous?" Tang San asked, deeply worried, as he could see the expression of pain etched on Lingmo's face, indicating that the suffering he endured was immense. "I do not know. We can only wait and see how he fares." The master too felt helpless, and their only recourse was to wait. Within the realm of consciousness, Lingmo's sea of knowledge roiled like a tempest, as if a great fire burned, causing the entire sea to boil. Deep within the sea of knowledge, the five-color divine light continuously evaded the soul ring's confinement. "Come down!" Lingmo roared internally, gathering all his strength to unleash a forceful suppression. This was his last vestige of power, and as the energy surged from the sea of knowledge, an immense attraction emanated from the five-colored divine light. Has it accepted? To his astonishment, this final flicker of strength became Lingmo's last glimmer of hope. Remarkably, this hope did not disappoint him, and he succeeded at last. The five-colored divine light slowly coalesced at the center of the sea of knowledge, and a miniature yellow soul ring gently encircled it. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from the five-colored divine light, nourishing Lingmo's body and significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. As the master had predicted, the effect of the five-colored divine light manifested solely as an enhancement, akin to the nine hearts begonia, with each soul ring amplifying the original effects by twofold or even more. However, unlike the nine hearts begonia, the unique effect of the martial soul was to strengthen all of its own attributes. To a certain extent, it seemed to also possess the ability to enhance allies. Upon realizing this characteristic, Lingmo finally breathed a sigh of relief. From this perspective, the five-color divine light served primarily as an auxiliary. But this did not imply that Lingmo was merely a pure support-type soul master, for with the body enhanced by the five-colored divine light, he already possessed a terrifying level of defense that surpassed even that of defense-type soul masters. Moreover, in terms of strength, he was not necessarily inferior to power-type soul masters, which constituted Lingmo's advantage. With this premise, combined with the stealing function of his heavy eye, Lingmo was practically in an invincible position. With his own enhancements and the ability to steal an opponent's martial soul, he would further augment the stolen martial soul and its soul skill effects. From the perspectives of strength, speed, and defense, Lingmo held his own against any opponent of equal rank, and even against those a rank higher. He might not lack the ability to contend, for Lingmo still possessed a trump card, the Tang Sec's ultimate skill from Tang San. Awakened, Lingmo slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief, while the master and Tang San displayed expressions of joy. "Xiao Mo, how do you feel?" Tang San inquired with concern. "Comfortable. Exceedingly comfortable. I feel as though I could strike down a bull with a single punch," he exclaimed, not exaggerating in the least. Even without utilizing soul power, his physical strength alone could achieve this, thanks to the enhancement provided by the five-color divine light. Boasting without a script. At that moment, the mischievous child who drank beast milk passed by again, casting a disdainful glance his way, showcasing a fist as large as a sandbag. What is your first soul skill? The master, focusing on different aspects than Tang San, directly inquired. My first soul skill provides a twofold enhancement effect. It amplifies strength, defense, speed, and various other attributes. As you previously guessed, the effect of the five-color divine light is solely manifested in enhancement. Each soul ring acquired further elevates the original strength by several levels. Moreover, I have discovered that this martial soul possesses auxiliary properties. I can directly amplify anyone within my line of sight by a full 30%. What? 30%? Upon hearing this, the master's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a sense of alarm. Master, is there a problem? Lingmo asked, perplexed. Your amplification effect is astonishingly powerful. And from what you've described, 30% is not even the limit. If your first soul ring provides a 30% enhancement, then this amplification will double once you acquire your second soul ring. If that is indeed the case, young man, your martial soul could undoubtedly be deemed the premier auxiliary martial soul in Douluo, incomparable even to the 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda. The master exclaimed, his words underscored by a profound realization of the extraordinary talent before him. Who could have anticipated that such a remarkable youth would emerge from a mere village? Neither of these children was ordinary. The master found himself questioning the very fabric of reality. When did such exceptional martial souls become so commonplace? However, master, I have discovered an issue. Lingmo was not surprised by the strength of his martial spirit, for he had anticipated it. What is the matter? The master inquired immediately, his interest in Lingmo's martial spirit piqued. After assimilating the martial spirit of the wrestling ant, I noticed that the golden light within the 5-colored divine glow intensified significantly. It seemed to have acquired a metallic element, enhancing the physical strength to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, the first soul skill, in addition to its amplification effect, unexpectedly granted a special divine ability. What divine ability? Upon hearing Lingmo's explanation, the master could hardly contain his excitement. This lad was a treasure trove. How could he be so fortunate? A gravitational field. What? A gravitational field? The master and Tang San were taken aback, astonished by this unexpected gain. This shouldn't be possible according to the characteristics of soul rings. Could there be an anomaly at play? The master paused for a moment, then silently noted this matter to study later when they returned. The element of gold. The golden light? Unlike the master, Tang San's reaction was different. He did not immediately think of a mutation in the martial spirit, but rather the unique significance of this golden light. According to the principles of the metaphysical arts, this golden light seemed to signify that Ling Mo's body had withstood the infusion of the intangible golden element. The source of this golden element was the wrestling ant. Could it be that Ling Mo had cultivated some special metaphysical method? Why would such a situation arise? Tang San was skeptical. He had long suspected that Ling Mo was akin to him, so if Ling Mo practiced some unique metaphysical technique, he would not be surprised. Although I do not know what this signifies, now is not the time for discussion. Since we have obtained the soul ring, we should return. All matters can be deliberated upon later. Unable to make sense of it all in that moment, the master decided to return to the academy. As the soul-hunting forest was still quite perilous, and for the sake of safety, he opted to head back. Chapter 16. 6 years later since that day in the soul-hunting forest, Lingmo and his companions returned to Notting City. With the acquisition of the soul ring, Lingmo delved further into a life of mischief. This lad seemed oblivious to the notion of working diligently alongside Tang San at the blacksmith shop, instead opting to roam the streets, indulging in food and drink. His lifestyle was even more carefree than Tang San's, which was somewhat difficult to accept. Furthermore, he possessed a peculiar hobby. Upon hearing of a beautiful maiden, he would sneak away to take advantage of the situation, only to flee without looking back. 6 years later, Tang San and Xiao Wu set forth on their journey to Sodto City. Xiao San, where has Xiao Mo gone? Why isn't he traveling with us? On this day, the two arriving in Sodto City were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. At 12 years old, aside from the youthful innocence on their faces, they bore little difference from adults. They had grown into their forms, particularly Xiao Wu, who had become increasingly beautiful, causing Lingmo to sigh in envy. Having allowed Tang San to gain such an advantage, having shared a bed since childhood, why was it that Tang San alone garnered Xiao Wu's admiration? Truly, comparisons among people can be infuriating. In terms of appearance, the disparity between Tang San and Lingmo was as vast as heaven and earth. As for character, yes, if we were to judge by character, Tang San would undoubtedly prevail. There was no contest. It turned out that Ling Mo's downfall lay in this aspect. With his mischievous and scheming nature, he was a troublemaker wherever he went, giving the impression of unreliability. In contrast, Tang San exuded a sense of dependability. Consequently, the master found himself in a quandary. Despite having nurtured both students, their personalities were polar opposites. I wonder where he is now. Probably digging up someone's ancestral grave in some remote valley, Tang San remarked darkly, bewildered by Ling Mo's sudden interest in ancient tombs. Time and again, he would venture out with a shovel, excavating graves belonging to city lords and prominent clans alike. Thankfully, this lad was cautious in his endeavors, avoiding detection. Otherwise, he would surely have faced dire consequences. The bizarre artifacts Ling Mo unearthed left Tang San feeling exasperated. Humph, that scoundrel Ling Mo, going grave digging without inviting me. Xiao Wu expressed her discontent, lamenting that Ling Mo never included her in such entertaining escapades. This left Tang San feeling troubled. His two closest companions were both incorrigibly mischievous. You should remember that the last time you accompanied him, he nearly got caught. If he were to take you along again, it would indeed be a strange occurrence. They say that once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of even a well rope for 10 years. Ling Mo almost faced a severe setback due to Xiao Wu, prompting him to avoid her altogether. I was simply inexperienced. Besides, I wasn't caught last time, was I? And it was he who sold me out first. How could you blame me? Xiao Wu protested, her eyes brimming with indignation as she recounted the previous incident when Ling Mo had abandoned her in the tomb, fleeing with remarkable speed. Thankfully, Tang San had arrived in time to rescue her, or she would have been trapped among the dead. Tang San chuckled, bemused by the antics of these two, each more unruly than the last. Let us not dwell on the past. It is time to count the days. Xiao Mo should be nearing Sodto City soon. It was truly perplexing that, with so many prestigious academies available, the master had chosen one he had never even heard of, Shrek Academy. With their exceptional talents, many renowned institutions had personally sought to recruit them. Yet the master had steadfastly turned them all down, resolutely opting for Shrek Academy instead. Xiao Wu could not fathom the master's intentions, though she did not question his decision, as she had merely followed Tang San and Ling Mo to Shrek Academy. The master must have had his own reasons for this choice. You really ought to stop fretting, she advised, as the two chattered away and entered Sodto City at that very moment. Ling Mo's figure abruptly erupted from the earth in a secluded ravine several dozen miles away. What a dreadful place! I thought it might be the tomb of a significant figure, yet there is not a single valuable item to be found. Before him lay a tomb, intricately designed both inside and out, yet Ling Mo was profoundly disappointed, for within it lay nothing but a desiccated skeleton. Oh well, consider it a wasted trip, he muttered, grasping his shovel as he stealthily exited the scene of his excavation. Nearby, there existed a relatively powerful faction. While it could not compare to the formidable seven sects, it was not a force to be trifled with. In the world of Douluo, such small factions were abundant and had been passed down through generations. Almost every faction had numerous ancestral graves. What Ling Mo engages in is the act of unearthing graves, seeking treasures that may lie within. If, as Tang San does, he were to rely solely on forging for profit, then Ling Mo's aspirations for wealth would be forever dashed. It is often said that men perish for wealth as birds do for food. Having endured a life of hardship, Ling Mo has finally gained a modicum of strength, making it implausible for him to remain in poverty indefinitely. Fortune favors the bold, and even if he unearths nothing of great value, discovering something of worth would suffice. Thus, Ling Mo has accumulated 6 years of experience in the profession of grave robbing, surpassing the expertise of many archaeologists. He possesses unique strategies for confronting the myriad types of tombs he encounters. Consequently, he has never been apprehended, navigating the underworld for 6 years without a single misstep. Someday, he plans to excavate the ancestral tomb of the Spirit Hall. The 7 great sects are also appealing, or perhaps the tombs of the 2 great empires. After all, they are the affluent, and surely they would not begrudge a trifling sum. With a grumbled remark, Ling Mo vanished into the depths of the forest. Today marks the day he is to meet Tang San in Sodto City. It appears the time is ripe. Over the past 6 years, Ling Mo has not exhibited any extraordinary prowess, unlike other transmigrators who attain the rank of title Douluo within such a short span. He has merely managed to reach the 30th level, yet he has not acquired a spirit ring. This level was only attained through a recent breakthrough in a tomb. It is indeed peculiar. Ling Mo remains perplexed by the essence of his martial soul, which seems inexplicably drawn to grave robbing. The more he steals, the faster he cultivates. Lingmo has resigned himself to this fate, forever entwined with the notion of petty thievery. Lingmo's second soul ring, also a century old, brings forth a singular effect, a doubling of amplification. Currently, Lingmo's amplification has surged from an initial 30% to an impressive 60%. As for the second soul skill, it is anticipated to mirror the first, similarly endowed with an intriguing elemental ability. The first was gold, embodying the gravitational field and strength-based elements, while the second is wood, representing healing elements. This astonishing mutation left even the master bewildered. According to Tang San's calculations, Lingmo's next soul ring should be water, also possessing water elemental properties. What transformation will occur when the 5 elements converge? This is something Lingmo could hardly fathom. Moreover, what excites Lingmo even more is the prospect of the 7th soul ring. Upon manifesting the martial soul's true form, what will the light martial soul look like? Will it radiate like the shining Dijia, or will it don a light armor, wreaking havoc upon foes? The 2 martial souls possessed by Lingmo are both exceedingly peculiar. Even a single 5-colored divine light is enough to give the master a headache. What troubles him even more is whose secrets remain elusive to this day. Chapter 17. The catgirl Zhu Yuqing is this Sodto City? It appears to be no different from Notting City. With a shovel in hand, Lingmo was about to step into Sodto City to reunite with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just as he was about to enter, a figure emerged from the western side of the city, capturing Lingmo's attention. With flowing black hair, a striking figure, and an air of icy aloofness, she exuded an aura that seemed to repel those who dared to approach, though her delicate face bore a youthful innocence. Her overall presence undeniably marked her as a paragon of beauty. Wow, she is breathtaking. I can hardly contain my drool. Judging by her age, that girl seems quite young, perhaps even a tad younger than Lingmo. In terms of demeanor, she radiates a pure chill. According to past customs, encountering such a stunning beauty without making a move would be a grave oversight. Fate has brought us together. I might as well seize the opportunity. Lingmo revealed a sinister smile, gradually descending into madness. When it comes to approaching beautiful women, I must inquire how you typically initiate such encounters. What should one say to begin? I await your responses with urgency. In keeping with Lingmo's style, the most suitable address would convey both respect and goodwill. One might consider addressing her as benefactor. If that seems a tad abrupt, Lingmo has alternative suggestions, such as goddess. Just a jest. How could one employ such a crude approach? The finest form of address should transcend gender boundaries and convey the utmost respect. Perhaps father would suffice. Ahem. That does sound rather peculiar. Alas, what is the point of flirting? I might as well charge ahead. After much mental deliberation, Lingmo could not conjure a suitable rationale and, armed with a shovel, rushed forward. Wait, this young beauty seems increasingly familiar. The closer he approached, the more he realized that this icy beauty was indeed strikingly recognizable. Lingmo was certain that she had never encountered the girl before. Yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Oh, it suddenly dawned on her that, considering the aforementioned characteristics and the enrollment period of Shrek Academy, this must be Zhu Yuqing if nothing unforeseen occurred. Concealed in a corner, Lingmo observed for a considerable time until she finally confirmed the other's identity. The thought of Dai Mubai's notorious flirtatiousness ignited a rather unpleasant notion within her. Seeing you so comfortable, perhaps I shall indulge in a little mischief. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lingmo swiftly seized Zhu Yuqing's phantom cat martial soul, her speed reaching an astonishing peak. Empowered by the quintessence of divine light, her velocity rivaled that of any speed-oriented soul master. As Zhu Yuqing approached the city via a narrow path, she abruptly noticed a shadow hurtling toward her. Instantly, she heightened her vigilance, only to be astonished by the realization that the other's speed surpassed her own. Who? A frigid voice echoed, but Lingmo offered no reply, zipping past Zhu Yuqing with remarkable swiftness. Swish. Ah, you. What did you just sneakily touch? I want to tell you. Lingmo revealed an evil grin, exclaiming with delight. Ah, the sensation is truly exquisite. If Dai Mubai were to discover this, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. One must wonder, how audacious is Lingmo to take advantage of Dai Mubai? Is he courting death? I dare to seize Tang San's advantages, and what is Dai Mubai but a mere trifle? Having secured my advantage, Lingmo swiftly made his escape, unaware that Zhu Yuqing was seething with indignation, instantly activating her martial spirit. You rogue, I shall slay you. The ethereal thrust surged forth with blinding speed, reaching Lingmo in the blink of an eye. A delivery right to my door? Then I shall plant a kiss. Given Lingmo's soul power, Zhu Yuqing stood no chance against him. He activated his Xian Yu hand, gaining distance effortlessly. In one fluid motion, he scooped her up, neutralizing the ethereal thrust assault, and planted a kiss upon her lips. Ha ha, how infuriating. Come at me. After the kiss, he fled, avoiding any further confrontation. You scoundrel. I shall kill you. At this point, Zhu Yuqing could no longer maintain her icy demeanor. She was thoroughly enraged. This despicable rogue had no intention of fighting. He merely sought to gain an advantage, and the moment he did, he would escape, leaving her in furious pursuit. Come on, come on. You can't catch me, can you? How frustrating. When it comes to the art of mischief, Ling Mo had already mastered it. The expression on his face only served to further infuriate Zhu Yuqing. With a fierce determination, she unleashed her first soul skill, Ethereal 100 Claws, charging at him. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Ling Mo suddenly employed an identical soul skill. Ethereal 100 Claws, I shall seize you. The two clashed, and in terms of strength and speed, Ling Mo surpassed Zhu Yuqing entirely, leaving her without the ability to retaliate. How could you possess my Ethereal 100 Claws? Zhu Yuqing's face betrayed her alarm, as she pondered the identity of this mysterious youth before her. Hee. I possess an abundance of skills. I am well versed in the arts of combat. Would you care to experience them? He laughed heartily. Ling Mo, disinterested in providing explanations, continued to act provocatively. You rogue. Zhu Yuqing exclaimed in anger. To her surprise, Ling Mo responded more directly. What did you say? Call me a rogue? Then allow me to show you what a rogue truly is. What do you wish to do? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuqing was utterly alarmed. He couldn't possibly intend to act in such a place. Hee, soon you will find out. An evil grin gradually spread across his face. In this desolate wilderness, with no hope of fighting back or escaping, Zhu Yuqing sank into utter despair. Ling Mo effortlessly embraced Zhu Yuqing once more, indulging in her charms, savoring the moment with an insatiable appetite. With her mouth agape, Zhu Yuqing found herself utterly bereft of words, her expression one of poignant grievance. Confronted by such a rogue, she lacked even the strength to resist. My goodness, to have such a transcendent beauty as a wife would render all aspirations futile. After taking advantage, Ling Mo felt an overwhelming envy. With such an exquisite partner at home, he could hardly fathom why Dai Mubai still sought the company of others. If it were him, he would cherish her as if she were a delicate gem, cradling her tenderly and fearing to let her slip away. She would undoubtedly be adored. However, it was unfortunate that she had come in search of Dai Mubai. Nevertheless, that did not deter Ling Mo from seizing his opportunity. He would not overlook even the slightest advantage, be it from Xiao Wu or anyone else, let alone a mere Dai Mubai. Ah, what ecstasy! Truly, she is a paragon of earthly beauty. After relishing the moment, Ling Mo let go and made a swift retreat, playfully bidding farewell, little kitty, until we meet again. With that, he dashed away with remarkable speed, leaving Zhu Yuqing standing in stunned silence, her fury palpable. That scoundrel, may I never cross paths with you again. Who is this insufferable rogue? What is the origin of his power, possessing the spirit of the nether cat? After Ling Mo departed, Zhu Yuqing stood there, feeling aggrieved, unable to comprehend the origins of Ling Mo. She was certain that Ling Mo could not possibly be a descendant of her family. Yet why did she possess the nether cat martial soul? Furthermore, even the soul skills were identical to her own. You scoundrel, if I ever catch you, just wait. Filled with indignation and embarrassment, Zhu Yuqing began to waver at the thought of Ling Mo's recent actions, contemplating whether to enroll in Shrek Academy. She was an exceedingly reserved girl, which meant that Ling Mo had indeed stumbled this time. Once such a girl sets her sights on someone, there is no escaping her grasp for a lifetime. In Sodto City, Ling Mo exclaimed with excitement, "This is absolutely thrilling. Now I have two of the renowned three beauties of Douluo, and I'm only missing Ning Rongrong. Once I've had my fill of her, I shall seek out the fox and the angel at the spirit hall. Whatever I cannot obtain, no one shall have intact." He chuckled to himself. It seems that Meng Yiran is also quite delightful, and there's another one. What was her name? Yi Lingling? They are all exceptional, one by one. Ling Mo's greatest passion in life is to take advantage of others, which could also be deemed a rather peculiar interest. Naturally, if any of them were willing to accompany her, she would reluctantly agree. However, Ling Mo adheres to a steadfast principle. She is too indolent to pursue anyone. If she can gain an advantage, she certainly will not stoop to being a sycophant. Chapter 18. Caught in the act. Oh, where's the Rose Hotel? Upon entering Sodto City, Ling Mo meandered around, yet she still could not locate Tang San. Little thief, where do you think you're running? Suddenly, a startled shout rang from behind, prompting Lingmo to turn around in confusion. Well, here we go again. This little cat girl is rather tenacious. To her surprise, it was none other than Zhu Yuqing, who had somehow managed to catch up. It appeared she was determined not to relent. Zhu Yuqing moved with remarkable speed, charging in from the opposite side of the street. Ling Mo's Xuanyu hands moved swiftly, gripping the opponent's delicate hand with an unyielding strength. Child, surrender, he declared. You cannot defeat me. Even if I cannot win, I shall still fight. Zhu Yuqing retorted, once again subdued by Ling Mo, yet refusing to yield. With a sudden twist, she broke free from his grasp and lunged forward once more. Oh, my scalp tingles. I must take my leave, he thought, for he had never encountered such a tenacious girl before. This time, it seemed he had met his match. Should this entanglement persist, Ling Mo's life would be rendered futile. In a stroke of irony, he found himself inadvertently nurturing a budding connection, eliciting a wry smile from him. However, he had no intention of conceding. If she wished to pursue, then pursue she shall. Nowhere to escape. On the streets of Sodto City, the two engaged in a fervent chase, with Zhu Yuqing relentlessly striving to close the distance, but regardless of her efforts, she could not match Ling Mo's pace. This little cat girl was quite bothersome. Perhaps he ought to find a place to deal with her? Ling Mo, having grown weary of the pursuit, was momentarily tempted by an ill-conceived thought, yet ultimately dismissed it. If he were to act upon it, he would likely face the wrath of the readers. How could one behave in such a manner? Should not the protagonist possess a compassionate heart? Nevertheless, considering Ling Mo's decades of experience in the martial world, when had he ever suffered a setback? If he could not take action, surely he could seize a small advantage without consequence. Upon reflection, he decided it was best to slip away. As he traversed the main thoroughfare of Sodto City, he unexpectedly spotted a hotel not far off, prominently displaying the name Rose Hotel. Ah, how intriguing. At the side of the Rose Hotel, a smile spread across Ling Mo's face, gradually transforming into a manic grin. According to his calculations and Tang San's pace, they should also be arriving at the Rose Hotel today. If his memory served him correctly, Dai Mubai was currently within those very walls. What a serendipitous coincidence. A splendid opportunity for a dramatic revelation awaited him. My dear brother Dai, I must apologize. With that thought in mind, Ling Mo rushed into the Rose Hotel. Inside, a fierce confrontation was underway between Tang San and Dai Mubai when suddenly, an unexpected figure burst in. Excuse me, please make way. A shadow dashed in, separating the two combatants, leaving them momentarily stunned. Had a large black rat just zipped past them? It seemed so. The two exchanged bewildered glances. For after the figure entered the hotel, it vanished from sight, leaving them none the wiser regarding its identity. What astonishing speed! Who could it be? Dai Mubai stood in contemplation, pondering the strange occurrences in Sodto City. First, the troublesome arrival of Tang San, and now the emergence of another formidable opponent. Before he could unravel his thoughts, yet another figure rushed through the hotel entrance, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Dai Mubai froze in place. Zhu Yuqing entered the Rose Hotel, and, having yet to locate Ling Mo, was greeted by the sight of Dai Mubai standing there, flanked by two twin sisters. Her face paled in an instant. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhu Yuqing, utterly perplexed. Little one, are you filled with questions? The twins? Oh, how delightful. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Yuqing's emotions spiraled out of control, disappointment flooding her heart. Without uttering a word, she turned and walked away. Dai Mubai stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to voice the words that lodged in his throat. Alas, is she truly departing without a scene? No tears, no protests, no dramatic exit? At that moment, Ling Mo emerged from a corner of the hotel, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a captivating scene of revelation, only to witness Zhu Yuqing dismissing Dai Mubai without a second glance. It was no wonder, such a girl as she would never engage in such an undignified display. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained her composure and left without further ado. Xiaomo. Ling Mo emerged, and Tang San and Xiao Wu instantly noticed him, expressing their excitement. Xiao Wu, without any regard for decorum, leaped towards him, prompting Ling Mo to hastily decline, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Besides, there are others watching. Are you not worried about Xiao San feeling jealous?" "What jealousy?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously, seemingly oblivious to the basic social etiquette after all these years. "Ling Mo, where have you been? You look quite worn out. And who was that girl earlier? It appeared she followed you in." Tang San maintained a relatively composed demeanor as he directly questioned him. "Where else could I have gone? Just wandering about. Ling Mo replied nonchalantly. As for that girl, well, she probably couldn't resist my handsome looks and became infatuated with my charm. She pursued me for several miles. Ling Mo unabashedly remarked, seemingly disregarding Dai Mubai at his side. The words appeared to be directed at him. Kid, what did you say? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent instantly enveloped Dai Mubai, who had yet to contemplate how to explain matters to Zhu Xing. The moment Ling Mo's teasing reached his ears, his anger flared. Yet, was Ling Mo intimidated? He deliberately spoke to provoke Dai Mubai, seeking to unsettle him. Seeking death? Are you addressing me? Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's expression shifted, transforming into one of chilling severity as he met Dai Mubai's furious glare head-on. Meanwhile, Tang San, observing the escalating tension between the two, intentionally positioned himself in front of Ling Mo. To him, Ling Mo was his closest companion aside from Tang Hao and the Master, and he would not allow anyone to bully him. What do you want, you lecherous tiger? Xiao Wu demanded, stepping forward with indignation. What do I want? I want to deal with you. Dai Mubai's fury reached a boiling point, prompting him to unleash the white tiger's radiant light wave. Xiao San, step aside. I will confront him. His twin pupils activated in an instant, the white tiger martial spirit entering his body. Ling Mo retaliated with the same soul skill. And under the enhancement of the five-colored divine light, the white tiger's radiant light wave surged back violently. Tang San stepped aside, effectively blocking the eager Xiao Wu. Having fought against Dai Mubai before, he did not believe the latter could pose a threat to Ling Mo. If anyone knew Ling Mo the best, Tang San would confidently assert he ranked second. No one dared claim the first position. Over the past 6 years, the two had grown intimately familiar, engaging in countless sparring matches, and Tang San had never gained the upper hand against Ling Mo. Just the ability to steal martial spirits rendered Dai Mubai inconsequential. Even 5 more would not pose a challenge. As the years unfolded, Ling Mo's earlier thoughts proved true. The secret of his twin pupils could not be concealed. The meticulous Tang San had also discerned this secret. However, he currently believed that Ling Mo's twin pupils possessed only the ability to steal martial spirits. The explosive power of the Soul Sovereign shattered the hotel lobby into ruins, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of shock. Kid, how do you possess my family's white tiger martial spirit? My family's white tiger martial spirit? Huh, I can wield it, and not just this one. Ling Mo remarked bluntly that he had long found this fellow to be rather displeasing, and this opportunity was perfect for imparting a lesson. With that thought, he suddenly swung his right hand, invoking his blue-silver grass. Instantly, countless vines surged forth, enveloping Dai Mubai completely, binding him like a zongzi. With the spirit of the 8 in hand, and drawing upon the powers of 3 souls, Ling Mo unleashed the technique. In an instant, the hotel echoed with the anguished cries of Dai Mubai. Once the 8 was concluded, Ling Mo advanced, systematically forcing Dai Mubai back using all of his soul abilities. Enhanced by the 5-colored divine light, both his martial spirit and soul power received tremendous augmentation, making it exceedingly simple for Ling Mo to subdue Dai Mubai. Increasingly alarmed, Dai Mubai was utterly astonished that Ling Mo could wield all his soul abilities, and with greater potency than he himself could muster. Haven't you eaten? Is this the extent of your strength? If so, I suggest you return to your training for a few more decades before challenging me again. With a powerful punch, Ling Mo sent Dai Mubai crashing into the hotel wall, creating a deep dent. Having delivered his blows, Ling Mo refrained from further attacks, while Dai Mubai's countenance darkened. His expression bleak. You have won, yet I shall not yield so easily. One day, I will defeat you again. We shall meet soon. With that, Dai Mubai departed, burdened by heavy thoughts. He was a man who could accept defeat. A true gentleman bears loss with dignity. TCH, I expected a formidable opponent, Ling Mo mused. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 19. The Cunning Ghost. All right, enough with the self-adulation. Quickly tell me, where have you been for the past month? Xiao Wu interjected, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce. Where else could I have gone? Just wandering about, perhaps digging in the earth a bit. If I happened upon a lovely lady, I might indulge in a little flirtation. Life is simply splendid. You're no different from that lecherous tiger, Xiao Wu retorted disdainfully. Tang San could only smile wryly. These two had never ceased their banter. Do not compare me to him. I am as pure as jade. Still a novice, mind you. Disgusting. You are the one who is repugnant, seeking out such tastefully questionable hotels. Were you hoping to engage in some clandestine activities while I was away? Ling Mo truly dares to speak her mind. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wu's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, while Tang San found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Ah, it seems you are indeed feeling guilty. Pa, you are the one who feels guilty. If you were not, why would your face betray you? The argument continued incessantly until Tang San interjected. Enough, you two. Silence. In perfect unison, they retorted, leaving Tang San speechless and with a throbbing headache. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Xiao San. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. See you tomorrow at Shrek Academy. With that, Ling Mo hoisted her shovel and departed. Ling Mo had no intention of interrupting the delightful affair between the two. It was far more prudent to take a stroll instead. After departing from the Rose Hotel, he wandered about with a shovel in hand, inquiring whether there were any formidable nobles in Sodto City and the locations of their ancestral graves. It appeared that this fellow had indeed become quite addicted to grave robbing, digging up the resting places of others. Ah, this person seems rather familiar. Could it be? After meandering for some time, Ling Mo stumbled upon a peculiar shop. Upon entering, he discovered a figure reclining within, possessing a sharp, simian visage, exuding an air of lewdness. The pronounced features of his shoehorn-like face were particularly striking, but what captivated Ling Mo most were his eyes, resembling those of a hawk. Lo and behold, was that not the old rogue Flander? How had he found himself in this quaint little shop? After a moment of scrutiny, Ling Mo confirmed the identity of the man before him. Indeed, he was Flander, the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy. As Ling Mo ventured further into the shop, he observed that it was filled with various items. However, the only truly valuable piece was a shard of crystal resting upon a table, which belonged to Tang San. Ling Mo refrained from touching it. In his view, there was no need to seize what belonged to Tang San. After all, there were countless treasures in this world, and relying on pilfering the protagonist's fortunes only served to highlight one's own inadequacies. Oh, this shovel looks promising. After a thorough inspection, Ling Mo's gaze settled upon a shovel perched on a shelf, and he could distinctly sense a faint aura of soul power emanating from it. This was a fragmentary soul guide, possessing some rather peculiar fluctuations of soul energy. This tool should expedite the process of grave digging, wouldn't it? Muttering to himself, Ling Mo grasped the shovel. Meanwhile, Flander, reclining in his rocking chair, was taken aback by Ling Mo's words. Goodness, where did this young fellow come from? Speaking of grave robbing so casually? With keen eyes, Flander observed Ling Mo's every movement, watching as he raised the shovel and practiced how to excavate a grave. Quite impressive. Both the power and speed had significantly improved. Perhaps one day, he could excavate the ancestral grave of the Spirit Hall and escape unnoticed before anyone could catch him. Ling Mo humorously remarked, indeed. He intentionally said that for Flander to hear. Upon hearing these words, Flander nearly toppled from his rocking chair with a clatter. This lad, is he truly that audacious? Flander pondered. If this young man were to unearth the ancestral grave of the Spirit Hall, he would likely find himself entangled in the chaos as well. There is absolutely no way I can sell it to him. Boss, how much for the shovel? Ling Mo initiated the conversation by directly inquiring about the price. Flander, remaining reclined, took a moment to compose himself, feigning ignorance to the inquiry. Hey, you with the sharp features. Did you not hear me speaking? His irritation was palpable. Upon uttering these words, Flander was filled with anger, yet the thought of the colossal Spirit Hall instantly deflated his spirit. He chose to persist in his act of deafness, all the while cursing Ling Mo internally. This young man intended to purchase a shovel solely to unearth ancestral graves. It was one thing to dig, but to target even the graves of entities of such stature as the Spirit Hall was utterly audacious. What was his intention? Should the Spirit Hall trace the shovel back to him, would they not seek to exact vengeance? No, this simply could not be entertained. Regardless of the exorbitant price Ling Mo might offer, he could not succumb to selling it to him. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. In all his years of commerce, Flander had never felt so intimidated by a mere juvenile. You wish to ignore me? Then shall I simply take it? Ling Mo stifled a laugh as he gazed at Flander, who had his back turned, feigning ignorance to his presence. What a character! He was deliberately ignoring Ling Mo. Even if Ling Mo were to take the shovel away, it would be of no concern to him. Should the Spirit Hall pursue the matter, he would simply assert that it was Ling Mo who had stolen it, absolving himself of any responsibility. How could Ling Mo depart so effortlessly? He strode forward and gave him a light tap, igniting a fury within Flander. Was this rascal doing it on purpose? Despite his pretense of ignoring him and allowing him to leave, this impudent fellow had the audacity to approach and pat him. I chose to persist in feigning sleep, striving to remain oblivious. Do not disturb me. Still unable to perceive? This sharp-faced, monkey-like individual, could he be deaf? If so, I shall not hold back any longer. The smile on Ling Mo's face gradually became more audacious, while Flander continued to endure, oblivious to the boy's next move. Just as his words faded, Ling Mo rummaged through Flander's modest shop, making off with every valuable treasure. Before departing, Ling Mo deliberately called out, "If you ignore me any longer, I shall take these items with me." Yet, Flander remained unresponsive, feigning sleep, already having cursed Ling Mo in his mind hundreds of times. This boy was doing it on purpose. Ha, this is utterly hilarious. Once outside Flander's shop, Ling Mo laughed until his stomach hurt, nearly gasping for breath. Who would have thought this cunning merchant had something to fear? One must consider the formidable power of the Spirit Hall. Who would dare provoke such an entity? Even the two great empires would tread cautiously in such matters. Moreover, Flander was merely a humble soul saint. What could he possibly use to incite such wrath? In the entire world, perhaps only Tang Hao, that simpleton, would dare to provoke them. No one else would so brazenly disregard the authority of the Spirit Hall. Clutching a pile of treasures, Lingmo casually tossed them into his soul guide, which was also a rather rare artifact he had unearthed during a tomb raid. This little jar, obtained from an ancient burial site, was far more precious than Tang San's 24-bridge Mingwen Knight, for while the latter could not contain living beings, Lingmo's could. This small jar was discovered during a perilous excavation of an ancient tomb, an experience that nearly cost him his life. Despite the danger, the rewards had been substantial. Over the years, Lingmo had plundered hundreds of tombs, amassing countless treasures. Although many of the items remained a mystery in terms of their utility, their potential for sale rendered them invaluable. Send the board crystal to Xiao San. We must face Zhao Wujie tomorrow. Without the dragon-beard needle, if Xiao San were to fall, I fear Tang Hao would raise Shrek Academy to the ground. Ling Mo contemplated for a moment and resolved to deliver the board crystal to Tang San. After presenting the board crystal to Tang San, Ling Mo sought refuge in another hotel, awaiting the enrollment at Shrek Academy the following day. To be honest, he was not particularly keen on attending Shrek Academy. Yet he found himself unable to resist the Master's insistence, thus he had no choice but to comply. Little did he know that the evolution of his martial soul would unveil unforeseen transformations, making the path alongside the Master the most prudent choice. Chapter 20. Serendipitous encounters at the stall. Having casually selected a hotel, Lingmo secured a room and retreated within to organize his belongings. Old, new, old, new, old, useless. Useless. As he rummaged through a small pot, Lingmo gradually sorted through the items, realizing that over the years, he had unearthed quite a number of treasures from various excavations. He held a stone, approximately the size of a fist, in his hand, momentarily taken aback. From the stone, he could distinctly sense a potent celestial energy, which appeared before his eyes like an ocean of stars, unfathomable in its depth. What a peculiar object. This item seemed to have been excavated 2 years prior from a certain ruin, and at the time, its uniqueness compelled him to keep it. Little did he anticipate that it possessed such formidable power. Might it serve better in the crafting of hidden weapons? Pondering deeply, Lingmo contemplated the potential of this celestial energy. If combined with a mechanism as formidable as the Zhuge crossbow, it could yield extraordinary results. After meticulous consideration, he discerned that this power possessed the capability to penetrate armor. What did this imply? It indicated that forging it into a weapon akin to the Zhuge crossbow would unleash its full potential, rendering it a devastating instrument of destruction, impervious to the opponent's defenses. Without further ado, Lingmo resolved to act. Over the past 6 years, aside from grave digging and cultivation, he had established a foundational understanding of the Tang sect's weapon crafting. Furthermore, he had fully assimilated Tang San's own experiences, making the creation of a Zhuge crossbow an endeavor of remarkable simplicity. After dedicating half a day to the task, Lingmo successfully forged a top-tier Zhuge crossbow, crafted from celestial meteorite. In essence, it transcended the definition of a mere Zhuge crossbow. It was an upgraded version known as the Celestial Crossbow. Not only had its striking power doubled, but it also possessed formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Even a soul master at level 40 would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand its might, unless one were a true defensive soul master, who might barely endure its onslaught. Indeed, its potency had significantly increased. However, the materials required for such a divine crossbow were exceedingly costly, and in a matter of moments, the treasures he had painstakingly gathered over the years were nearly depleted. Over the years, Lingmo has traversed the land, excavating graves and uncovering countless rare metals. all of which he has utilized to forge an array of hidden weapons. He possesses a greater collection of such weapons than Tang San, yet Lingmo remains insatiable, aspiring to create the pinnacle of Tang sect's concealed armaments, such as the peacock feather and the Buddha's wrath lotus. The materials required for these creations are exceedingly precious. Lacking funds and resources, it seems he must seek an opportunity to infiltrate the spirit hall. Whispering to himself, Lingmo has made up his mind. In his words, "Those who obstruct my path to wealth shall face dire consequences." The peculiar items he has gathered are predominantly rare soul-guided devices, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Merely vessels imbued with a trace of soul power. In Flinder's small shop, there exists a plethora of such artifacts, and having recently tidied up the establishment, Lingmo's collection of trinkets has burgeoned. Apart from a particular shovel that he has taken a liking to, none of the other items hold any significant collectible value. I shall sell these and supplement my household expenses. Lingmo muses, adhering to his grave-robbing philosophy. If something proves useful, it is kept. If not, it is sold. Thus, he promptly sets up a stall on the bustling streets of Sodto City. Step right up, don't miss out. These soul-guided devices are exceedingly rare, a serendipitous find. How much for this bottle? 100 gold soul coins. What? Are you robbing me? That's far too expensive. Not at all. You get what you pay for. These are exceptional items. Once missed, you won't find them again. Lower the price, and I shall buy it. How much? 50? Deal. Goodness, I overpaid. By the end of the afternoon, Lingmo has acquired several hundred items, amassing a fortune of tens of thousands of gold soul coins, thus emerging as a wealthy individual. It is no wonder that others say the quickest path to riches lies in grave robbing. The ancients have not deceived me. How much for this Fenglin Kai Huang hairpin? Just as Lingmo prepares to close his stall, a light and melodious voice emerges, pure and sweet. A little lowly. Lingmo raised his gaze and discovered, at some point, a petite fairy clad in a splendid dress standing before his stall. She exuded an inexplicable aura of ethereality, and her every gesture radiated gentleness and obedience. The girl possessed a sweet beauty, distinct from Zhu Zhuqing's cold elegance and Xiao Wu's vivacious energy. She was a remarkably quiet presence. Yet, something felt amiss. Was she truly as docile as she appeared? Lingmo remained skeptical, for beneath her seemingly innocent demeanor lurked a glimmer of cunning, skillfully concealed. This hairpin is worth 10,000 gold soul coins. Lingmo, with a bold demeanor, raised the price to its zenith upon discerning the girl's fondness for the hairpin. In truth, monetary concerns were trivial to him. The mere presence of a beautiful woman compelled him to seize the opportunity for a slight advantage. What? 10,000 gold soul coins? Such an exorbitant sum. Upon hearing the price, the girl hesitated. For her, money was merely a number, yet she lacked the funds at present. By this point, one might surmise her identity. Indeed, she was the last of the three beauties from Shrek, Ning Rongrong. 10,000 gold soul coins is quite steep. Indeed, one must appreciate that this hairpin is steeped in a rich history, having borne witness to countless romantic tales. Possessing it would surely lead you to a future filled with splendid and anticipated love stories. A mere ruse, indeed. Officer, there's someone deceiving a child here. Might someone intervene? There is no romantic tale attached to this trinket. It is merely a fabrication by Lingmo, and the hairpin itself lacks any remarkable historical significance, having been casually picked up by him from a grave. Is that so? Might you share with me the story behind this hairpin? Upon hearing Lingmo's assertion, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as young girls are often enchanted by whimsical love stories. This was no challenge for Lingmo, who had immersed himself in countless versions of martial arts novels, well-versed in their romantic narratives. Once upon a time, several centuries ago, atop the Zhongnan mountain, there lay an ancient tomb, inhabited by a little deaf girl. As he spoke, Lingmo began recounting the tale of Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu, albeit in a modified version, which left her teary-eyed, deeply moved by the poignant narrative. How I envy such love stories. Ning Rongrong, with misty eyes, expressed her growing affection for the hairpin. Earlier, Lingmo claimed that the hairpin was a token of the promise between the deaf girl and Yang Guo, symbolizing profound significance. Hence, Ning Rongrong cherished the hairpin dearly, yet her funds were insufficient. Could you perhaps lower the price? I truly desire it, Ning Rongrong pleaded. To her surprise, Lingmo flatly refused. Of course, should he acquiesce, how would he benefit from the exchange? The tale would have been told in vain. No, such a meaningful item cannot be discounted. Otherwise, your future love will surely be diminished. However, I genuinely wish to possess it, yet my funds are limited. Ning Rongrong, now flustered, noticed Ling Mo reaching to reclaim the hairpin and hastily interjected. The bait had been set. Ling Mo could not suppress a wicked smile. Ahem. If you truly desire it, I could offer you a 50% discount, but you must kiss me to make up the difference, he shamelessly proposed. What? Now it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be bewildered. Was this man intentionally trying to take advantage of her? Chapter 21. Reasoning fails. Oh, how naive of you. Finally grasping Ling Mo's intentions, Ning Rongrong's temper flared. Pointing at him, she scolded, "You odious rogue, attempting to take advantage of me. Do you not fear that I shall ensure you do not see the light of day again? Oh, I am so frightened. If you do not wish to kiss me, then do not. If you want to buy it, then do so." Ling Mo, fearless and unrestrained, jested, after traversing the world for so many years. When have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Ning Rongrong, utterly exasperated by Ling Mo's audacious demeanor, stammered in her indignation. What do you mean by that? Lacking both charm and allure, do I seem to care for your opinions? Such words were utterly outrageous. Ning Rongrong, infuriated, thought to herself that as a young woman, her worth was often tied to those very attributes. To have them belittled by Ling Mo's mere words was an affront too great to bear. I shall not let this stand. Upon uttering her defiance, Ning Rongrong lunged forward, her fury palpable, intent on throttling Ling Mo. Ah, how considerate of you to deliver yourself right to my door. Ling Mo was delighted when faced with such a beautiful woman offering her affection. He naturally welcomed her without hesitation. Come here. With no defenses in place, Ling Mo opened his arms wide, and Ning Rongrong leaped into his embrace, promptly wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you doing? At that moment, Ning Rongrong finally realized that something was amiss. This fellow had deliberately lured her into a trap, intending to take advantage of her. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything. It was you who insisted on clinging to me. Ling Mo's smile grew increasingly audacious. Since reasoning had proven futile, he resorted to more forceful measures. With a swift motion, he executed a playful maneuver, catching Ning Rongrong and planting a kiss upon her cheek. Struggling, Ning Rongrong succumbed to utter despair, her body turning weak and pliable as she continued to resist. However, little did she expect that after the kiss, Ling Mo would simply let go, teasingly challenging her to catch him. The bustling streets were filled with passers-by, making it difficult for him to fully engage, and for the sake of caution, Ling Mo decided to make his escape. He was unaware of Ning Rongrong's background. Judging by her attire, she could very well be a scion of a local family. Having taken his advantage, he resolved not to linger in battle. This had always been Ling Mo's modus operandi. He might incur minor losses, but she would never profit from him. Lecher. Ning Rongrong fumed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. This insufferable rogue, possessing the visage of a refined gentleman, resorted to such base and lewd antics. The dichotomy was stark. She had once found him handsome, but now he seemed utterly detestable. Oh, you're angry? How adorable. Ling Mo exclaimed, reveling in her vexation. If you don't believe me, let me steal another kiss. The moment she became incensed, Ling Mo found renewed vigor, dashing toward her with the cover of a stall, expertly embracing her once more. With a swift peck, he caught her off guard. Another fierce struggle ensued. And just as quickly, Ling Mo's roguish hands seized the opportunity again. Having taken his liberties, he vanished before Ning Rongrong could fully comprehend what had transpired. He came and went in a flash, leaving Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned. Goodness, is the culture of Sodto City this brazen? She lamented, her heart heavy with indignation as she watched Ling Mo's retreating figure, fighting back tears of frustration. Glancing back, she noticed a delicate phoenix hairpin resting quietly on the stall. She cherished that pin immensely, yet the memory of Ling Mo's mischievous antics ignited her ire once more. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Ling Mo sprinted away, finally exhaling in relief once he confirmed that Ning Rongrong was not in pursuit. What a thrill! At this rate, I shall have my way with all the beauties of Douluo. His childhood dream had finally come to fruition. The standard by which Ling Mo operates is singular, to seize every advantage without engaging in practical combat. Engaging in actual conflict incurs losses, and with responsibilities to shoulder, including raising children and enjoying the prime of youth amidst the company of so many alluring beauties, he cannot afford to compromise his own well-being. Some may question, if you continue this way, will you not end up with nothing? To this, I pose a rhetorical inquiry. When one departs from this life, do they take their spouse with them into the grave? Life, in its essence, is a solitary journey. One arrives with nothing and leaves with nothing. The pursuit of happiness is paramount. Consider this. Given an entire forest and a solitary tree in your courtyard, which would you choose? Perhaps Lingmo has yet to realize that the young lady he is teasing is formidable and will ultimately become his greatest challenge. Had he known her true identity, he might have refrained from employing such tactics, for this headstrong young lady employs methods distinct from those of the wild and untamed Zhu Qing, which could easily lead to complications. As he was about to return to the hotel, a figure suddenly blocked Lingmo's path. This individual, with a powerful physique, was clearly a strength-based soul master. They nearly collided, but in a good mood, Lingmo intended to yield. Unexpectedly, the burly man insisted, "Boy, are you seeking death? Do you dare obstruct my path?" Upon hearing this, Lingmo's smile vanished, replaced by a hint of amusement. Activating his dual pupils, he stealthily appropriated the man's soul before the confrontation even commenced. A mad rhinoceros? How curious that it is this fellow. Lingmo muttered to himself. Surprised by the diminutive size of Sodto City, having encountered the first dungeon boss of the Shrek 7 monsters so swiftly. Behind the formidable figure of the rampaging rhinoceros trailed an alluring woman, likely in her 30s. Unlike the youthful innocence of Zhu Qing and her companions, this woman exuded the captivating allure of a mature female. However, Lingmo harbored no fondness for older women, especially not for one that seemed like a worn-out blanket, and thus lost interest after a mere glance. "Little rhinoceros, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Even if I obstructed your path today, what can you do about it? Since our paths have crossed, let us engage in some playful antics to avoid any future grievances." Lingmo's words instantly provoked the furious Quan Chi. Seeking death, he swiftly launched a powerful punch. However, he did not anticipate that Lingmo's reaction would be even swifter. Meeting his punch head-on, as two strength-type soul masters clashed, a formidable wave of combat erupted, causing both to be forced back 3 steps. Such formidable power. This young man is no ordinary opponent. With just a single strike, Quan Chi sensed something amiss and reined in his arrogance. "Is this all?" Lingmo shook his aching arms, revealing a relaxed smile. He had not utilized the woohooing of the crazy rhino, nor had he employed the enhancement of the 5-color divine light. Yet he had managed to achieve a stalemate with his opponent. Given his soul power of 30, it was quite a feat to confront an adversary with a soul power of 39. However, Lingmo's woohooing was far from ordinary. Its inherent strength amplification was formidable, particularly when augmented by the elite power of the grappling and soul ring. Even without invoking his woohooing, Lingmo's foundational strength was no less impressive. At this moment, he feared little, especially when faced with strength-oriented soul masters. "You have provoked me, young one." A single sarcastic remark from Lingmo ignited an uncontrollable fury in the frenzied rhinoceros, who had never before been mocked by a mere 12-year-old. Enraged, the rhinoceros unleashed its spirit. "You can summon your spirit too?" In an instant, the two clashed on the city street. Amidst the rhinoceros's fearful expression, Lingmo's martial spirit fully manifested, mirroring his form perfectly. "What kind of martial spirit do you possess, kid?" "My martial spirit? It's your father." Before the words had scarcely left his lips, Lingmo struck first, unleashing his first soul skill to amplify his strength before delivering a devastating punch. The sheer force surged at a certain moment, akin to a cannonball being fired, crashing through the air with a thunderous boom. The rhinoceros was sent sprawling by Lingmo's powerful strike. "Haha, is that all you've got? You dare to challenge me? Watch me unleash my merciless iron fist." He swung his fist with a flourish, mocking, "Noxus guillotine will send you packing, drenched in blood and fury." Chapter 23. The turn of events. Is this it? Is this all you can muster? Back in Copper Bay, I wielded my blade while you were still playing in the mud. Don't come here pretending to be tough. In the face of overwhelming strength, the rhinoceros found itself utterly powerless, reeling from 3 consecutive punches from Lingmo. "And you, old woman, don't think your flotation will spare you. What are you staring at? Do you believe I one T-slap you into oblivion?" With an air of dominance, Lingmo stood on the street, unperturbed by any threat, facing off against 2 opponents. Even with the female spirit master and the rhinoceros attacking together, Lingmo remained unafraid. Through years of diligent training, Lingmo had mastered the art of spirit theft, allowing him to seamlessly switch between martial spirits during battle, wielding any spirit he desired without concern for combined assaults. Cleverly utilizing multiple martial spirits in combat often yielded unexpected results, a lesson imparted to him by his master. "Remember this face. If you see me again, it would be wise to keep your distance. Should I encounter you once more, fortune will not favor you." A surge of murderous intent erupted, rendering the rhinoceros speechless, utterly intimidated by Lingmo's formidable prowess. This individual was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his speed was also unparalleled, combined with his peculiar footwork leaving the rhinoceros unable to even lay a finger on him. Defeated, utterly and completely. Despite having significantly less soul power, Lingmo easily vanquished him. What a stroke of misfortune. My good mood has been ruined by these two fools. Grumbling, Lingmo prepared to return to his hotel when he suddenly spotted a figure on the street, none other than Flender, whose face had turned dark after being tricked by Lingmo earlier. Oh no, not this guy, he thought, ready to flee. Having pilfered quite a few valuable items from Flender, Lingmo had made a handsome profit by selling them off. Now, Flender had likely realized what had transpired and was seeking retribution. As he turned to leave, he was dismayed to find Flender had already spotted him. A wicked grin spreading across his face. You little rascal, I finally tracked you down. No sooner had the words left Flender's lips than he lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Lingmo. What brings you here, good sir? We seem to be strangers. Why do you block my path? Lingmo feigned ignorance, determined not to acknowledge their previous encounter. Still pretending, huh? Kid, I've roamed the continent for decades, and you're the first to make me suffer a loss. Speak up. How do you wish to die? Flender's sinister laughter sent chills down Lingmo's spine. I don't understand what you're saying. Please move aside. My mother is calling me home for dinner. With that, he attempted to flee, but Flender grasped him firmly, pulling him back with ease. Thinking of running? No chance. Flender would not let this opportunity slip away so easily. Even though Lingmo was a 30-level soul master without a soul ring, he was still no match for a soul sage. While an ordinary soul master might have struggled, Lingmo was no ordinary soul master. Employing the ghostly shadow technique, he skillfully evaded Flender, using a deft maneuver to break free from Flender's grasp. Double vision, activate. A sudden flash of cold light emanated from Lingmo's eyes. And to Flender's astonishment, a pair of wings sprouted from Lingmo's back. Cat-eagle martial spirit? How could this be? In an instant, Lingmo's cat-eagle martial spirit manifested, its vast wings unfurling as he soared into the sky. Farewell. In Flender's astonished gaze, Lingmo utilized Flender's own martial spirit to make his swift escape. As a flying martial spirit and a speed-type soul master, under the enhancement of the five-colored divine light, Lingmo's velocity reached its zenith, especially beneath Flender's seventh soul skill. The true form of his martial spirit, Lingmo's speed surged to several hundred times its normal rate. However, such an immense boost came at a cost. Within mere seconds, Lingmo had already consumed nearly half of his energy. Flender, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen for 3 seconds, during which Lingmo had already distanced himself by thousands of meters. Hey kid, this isn't over. By the time Flender regained his wits, Lingmo had vanished without a trace, akin to a lightning-fast rodent. What a peculiar child. Is he capable of spirit theft? I've never encountered such a martial spirit before. Moreover, to unleash my true form at merely a second-ring soul master level, this boy is undoubtedly extraordinary. This child is too talented to let slip by. If he doesn't join Shrek Academy, it would be a grave loss. Pausing to contemplate, Flender resolved to capture Lingmo at all costs, even if it meant tricking him into joining the academy. Goodness, it seems I can no longer remain in Sodto City. To hell with Shrek Academy. I need to make my escape. Heart racing, Lingmo sprinted for several kilometers, finally stopping at a small ravine surrounded by numerous villages, still uncertain of his precise location. Having only arrived in Sodto City the previous day, Lingmo had already stirred up so much trouble, it was no wonder the master had deemed him a troublemaker. Perhaps it's best to lay low for a while. At the very least, I should focus on enhancing my soul power to avoid succumbing to the likes of soul sage-level powerhouses in the future. Pale-faced and in poor condition, Lingmo found himself in a tranquil ravine as night fell, the surroundings eerily silent. Discovering a picturesque spot, he settled down to recover his depleting soul power as swiftly as possible. This time, forcibly utilizing his martial spirit's true form had nearly caused his internal energy to collapse, threatening to drain him of life itself. Just as Lingmo was recovering, a swift shadow darted through the forest, cloaked in black, weaving silently through the night. It wasn't he until she appeared stealthily behind him that Lingmo sensed her presence. By the time he reacted, she had already seized his neck, a peculiar smile playing on her lips. Perverted rascal, I finally caught you. What will you do now? Indeed, the thief was Zhu Zhuqing, who had been tailing Lingmo since he departed Sodto City. Initially fearing she had lost him, she was delighted to have found him in this ravine. What do you want? Ling Mo exclaimed. Release your grip on my throat, if you possess the courage to do so. Ling Mo was utterly astonished. He had truly turned the tables this time. He had not realized how resolute Zhu Yuqing was, pursuing him for such a distance. Indeed, he was unaware that a girl of Zhu Yuqing's nature would never relent once she set her mind on something. This was the consequence of his reckless antics eventually. One would face the repercussions. Let you go? How naive. Now that you are in my grasp, do you think you can escape? Aren't you fond of touching? Go ahead. Dare to try, a chilling voice echoed, plunging Ling Mo into despair. At that moment, he possessed no soul power, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Zhu Yuqing had him in a chokehold from behind, ensnaring him in an unusual embrace. I say, my dear girl, are you not aware that propriety dictates a distance between men and women? If others were to witness this, it would not bode well, would it? If you must vent your frustrations, I could simply allow you to touch me. No need for such theatrics. He attempted to reason, but she retorted, Pa, do you think everyone is as despicable as you? What do you mean by despicable? I am but an ordinary person. I believe many share my weakness for beauty. It is not my fault, is it? Whom should I blame if not you? Zhu Yuqing replied with mock anger. It is your overwhelming beauty that is to blame. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuqing's face flushed crimson, fortunately hidden by the darkness of the night. Chapter 24. Fallen How Shameless. Zhu Yuqing exclaimed, her cheeks a vivid hue. This fellow was indeed devoid of shame. What do you mean by shameless? I speak only the truth. Now, kindly release me, Ling Mo insisted. His soul power gradually returning as he pondered his escape. For now, he would have to endure, and once his strength was restored, he would ensure this young lady learn the harsh realities of life. Release you? How naive. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You are hoping to make a run for it, aren't you? Absolutely not. He vehemently denied. There was no way he would concede. To do so would betray his very nature. I care not whether you are or are not. This time, I shall not allow you to flee so easily. What do you truly intend to do? Ling Mo was on the verge of tears. What on earth did this girl intend to do? To be honest, it was utterly humiliating for a grown man to find himself grasped by the throat of fate. What do I want to do? I want to hit you. As these words left his lips, a chilling scream echoed through the forest, a desperate wail that startled the nocturnal woods into silence. Don't slap my face, you wretched girl. How dare you mar my handsome visage? I shall retaliate. In the midst of a fierce struggle, Ling Mo rallied his strength and, having regained a fragment of his soul power, unleashed a gravitational field, instantly applying immense pressure on Zhu Yuqing. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Yuqing's body sank under the weight, nearly collapsing to the ground, while Ling Mo, fueled by indignation, launched a counterattack. You dare challenge me? This time, it was Zhu Yuqing who found herself on the brink of despair. Just moments ago, Ling Mo had been devoid of combat capability, yet he suddenly erupted into fury, pinning her to the ground. What do I desire? Heh, my dear, now it is my turn. A sinister smile spread across Ling Mo's face as he leaned in, intent on engaging in unspeakable acts. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Yuqing summoned her martial soul and sent him flying. What the hell? A pained cry erupted once more. As the tides of fortune shifted, Ling Mo found the last vestiges of his soul power utterly depleted. The gravitational field dissipated, and Zhu Yuqing stood up, smiling while flexing her small fists. Sister, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Submitting, he understood that the only course of action was to concede. Fleeing was no longer an option. Now you see your error? Just moments ago, you were so obstinate. Come now, continue with your lecherous antics. I shall remain right here, waiting. A rare smile graced Zhu Yuqing's lips, her perfect figure illuminated by the moonlight. Yet Ling Mo found no inclination to appreciate her beauty. If all went as expected, in 3 seconds, his once handsome face would be transformed into that of a pig. Do not slap my face. As a soul-stirring cry pierced the night, birds scattered from the trees, startled by the sudden uproar. The series of anguished screams marked a definitive end to the enchanting moonlit night. When dawn broke and the sun began to rise, a girl in black stood in the forest, holding a rope. At the other end was a bruised and battered man indeed. This unfortunate soul was Ling Mo. Just wait until I regain my soul power. You shall see how I deal with you. Despite his reluctance, Ling Mo found himself powerless to escape, utterly becoming Zhu Yuqing's puppet. What are you mumbling about back there? Are you scheming something nefarious? Sensing something amiss, Zhu Yuqing turned and shot him a frosty glare, causing Ling Mo to shrink back, his spirit nearly fleeing. This girl was truly ruthless, targeting all the vital spots, nearly rendering him impotent. No, I was merely contemplating how, even in captivity, I would relish being with a beauty such as you for eternity. The bear clan was unafraid. Even in bondage, Ling Mo could not shed his flirtatious nature. Upon hearing such provocative words, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson. "Pa, shameless. Who would wish to be with you? If you are unwilling, you could always release me. Let us part as friends, leaving the mountains green and the waters flowing." With that, Ling Mo attempted to leave. But Zhu Zhuqing yanked him back with a sudden pull. "Think you can escape so easily? If you dare take advantage of me before I devise a suitable revenge, you had best abandon those thoughts." This fellow was quite the smooth talker. Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered anyone so adept at persuasion. Throughout the night, she had nearly been swayed countless times by his words. To ensure her safety, it was best to silence him. That night, she finally gleaned the secret to managing Ling Mo. To subdue him, she must first render him speechless. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing produced a cloth from somewhere and stuffed it into Ling Mo's mouth. "You had better behave. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood later, I might let you go," Zhu Zhuqing warned as dawn fully arrived, coinciding with the enrollment day at Shrek Academy. They needed to hurry. "Sister, where are you going?" A voice suddenly called from behind, causing Zhu Zhuqing to pause, realizing that Ling Mo could still speak. "Come now, do you truly believe a mere cloth could silence me?" Though his words were somewhat garbled, they remained intelligible. "Shrek Academy," Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, pulling Ling Mo along towards the academy. Upon hearing Shrek Academy, Ling Mo's heart sank. How unfortunate. He had nearly offended half the students there. To go there now would be akin to inviting trouble. Moreover, devoid of any soul power, he was essentially seeking punishment. Is it possible to avoid going there? I've heard tales of the lecherous brutes within. Their reputation is less than stellar. Ling Mo began to deceive once more, while Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent, merely stating, "Isn't this fortuitous? I can leave you to those lecherous brutes, which will serve to alleviate the resentment I harbor within." Ling Mo had succumbed to utter despair. It seemed there was no escape from Shrek Academy. He braced himself for the impending storm. Setting aside the matter of that old ghost, Flandra, even Dai Mu Bai, with his current soul power, was utterly powerless to retaliate. His only hope lay with Tang San and Xiao Wu. The moment he could extricate himself, he would vacate this cursed place without delay. For now, he would have to follow this little lady. There was no evading Shrek Academy. He needed to seize an opportunity to replenish his soul power first. Once he regained his strength, he would make a swift exit. To hell with education, a man as astute as he had no need for such nonsense. Coincidentally, several months prior, mysterious ruins had emerged in the Sodto forest. He intended to seek an opportunity to acquire a third spirit ring and subsequently investigate the whereabouts of those enigmatic ruins. Yet, speaking of this little lady, she was indeed enticing. Her figure was extraordinary. He yearned to take her home. While trailing behind, Ling Mo began to devise his future plans. Initially, he had intended to remain at Shrek Academy for a while, but given the current circumstances, it appeared that staying any longer would lead to torment. Remarkably, months ago, upon departing from Notting City, he had discovered traces of a mysterious ruin on the outskirts of the Sodto forest. This ruin was located in the northern region of the Sodto forest, near the core area. Through the capabilities of his dual pupils, Ling Mo distinctly sensed the aura emanating from that mysterious ruin. The dual pupils possessed a formidable ability to explore ancient tombs within a radius of several dozen miles, particularly those with immense fluctuations of soul power. Such tombs often contained valuable treasures, if unearthed, that could yield substantial fortune. Chapter 25, Shrek Academy. Ling Mo has been engaged in the tomb raiding profession for 6 years, accumulating a wealth of experience. From the enigmatic aura of the ancient tomb, Ling Mo deduces that there are certainly treasures within. Moreover, he discovers a familiar essence emanating from the other end of the tomb, a presence that seems connected to the coffin that brought him into this world. Shrek Academy, situated on the outskirts of Sodto City, comes into view as Ling Mo trails closely behind Zhu Zhuqing. Soon, they arrive at a quaint village. Shrek Academy? It appears rather dilapidated. Although he was already aware of the academy's circumstances, Ling Mo is taken aback by the sight of this shabby institution. Is this truly an academy? It pales in comparison to Notting Academy, falling significantly short in prestige. Enough nonsense. You'd best remain silent. Utter another word, and I shall ensure your silence permanently. Zhu Zhuqing warns, as several figures begin to emerge ahead, indicating that these individuals are also here to register at Shrek Academy. With so many eyes around, Zhu Zhuqing, for the sake of caution, intimidates Ling Mo, rendering him speechless. Yet another piece of cloth is used to gag him, truly leaving him with no means to speak. A long queue is formed in front of Shrek Academy, and the two of them quietly fall in line at the back. Lingmo was utterly perplexed by the intentions of the girl who had brought him to the registration. Her audacity was astonishing. A few figures ahead caught his attention. Two of them were unmistakably familiar, Tang San and Xiao Wu. The sight of them was akin to a lifeline for Lingmo. And just as he was about to voice his relief, he was silenced by a single, piercing glance from Zhu Yuqing. Is that girl Ningronron, the little witch? He pondered, observing closely. Suddenly, he recognized the demure girl in the skirt at the front of the line. She was the very one who had playfully teased him in Sodto City the previous day. Despair washed over him. Of all the people to provoke, it had to be her. This was undoubtedly the formidable little witch who would soon make his life unbearable. He needed to recover his soul power quickly, seizing the opportunity presented by the queue to regain as much as possible. To ensure his safety, Lingmo subtly attempted to meditate while Zhu Yuqing was distracted. Despite having several opportunities throughout the night to recuperate, they were all thwarted by Zhu Yuqing's relentless interference. She was truly a handful. Every time she noticed him regaining his energy, she would unleash a flurry of blows, forcing him to retaliate and leaving him unable to recover throughout the night. What are you doing? Zhu Yuqing's cold voice pierced through the air as she caught Lingmo entering a meditative state. Undeterred, he assumed she would not dare to act against him, given the crowd surrounding them. If any commotion were to arise, Tang San would undoubtedly notice. Stop this at once. Zhu Yuqing seemed to grasp Lingmo's intentions and directly commanded him to cease, but he was resolute in his determination to attract Tang San's attention, disregarding her warning. Positioned at the back of the line, Zhu Yuqing stood in front of him, attempting to shield him from view. Taking advantage of the moment, Lingmo leaned forward and found himself resting against Zhu Yuqing's impressive figure. A startled gasp escaped her lips, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd ahead. They saw a girl with her back turned, oblivious to Lingmo's presence. Strange. Xiao San, why do I feel like Xiao Mo is right behind us? Xiao Wu craned her neck, sensing a familiar silhouette, but unable to confirm it due to the distance and the obstruction of the line. Surely not. If it were Xiao Mo, he would have sought us out first. Tang San hesitated, unconvinced that one of the two figures behind him was Lingmo. Little did he know that his skepticism would lead Lingmo to a near-fatal predicament. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuqing's heart raced, her breath quickening as she felt a tingling sensation emanating from her chest. With more and more people turning their gazes toward them, she decided to take decisive action and embrace Lingmo, presenting a united front to the onlookers. Goodness, today's students have no shame, behaving so indecently in public. Came the whispers from behind. Zhu Yuqing's face flushed crimson. She was inherently shy, and Lingmo's sudden action had completely thrown her off balance. You better behave yourself, or I swear I will silence you permanently. The situation had spiraled beyond Zhu Yuqing's control, her voice icy and laced with a deadly intent. Lingmo sensed the moment, and though reluctant, he stood up, displaying a serious smile. The taste is delightful, just a tad sour you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuqing felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, infuriated by his audacity. How shameless you are to take advantage while pretending to be innocent. It's utterly despicable. Feeling somewhat vexed, he inquired, why do you cling to me so? Are you perhaps captivated by my striking appearance? If that is indeed the case, do let me know. Given your remarkable looks, I might begrudgingly accept your infatuation. Unfazed by his initial failed attempt, Lingmo was determined not to relinquish his chance to escape. Stop being so vain. Don't think that just because you're handsome, I want to strike you. Zhu Yuqing retorted angrily. Lingmo sighed. Ah, women. Surely you must release me now? The assessment is imminent. You cannot keep me bound like this indefinitely. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I shall not flee. Moreover, should you continue to restrain me, you will have to concoct an excuse to explain our predicament. If you do not let me go, I shall cause a ruckus, which would only complicate matters further. Wouldn't you agree? Lingmo, with a hint of hesitation, contemplated the situation. Indeed, it was quite challenging to explain why he was bound like this, especially since he had been causing trouble and seeking opportunities to take advantage. It was exasperating. Tentatively, he inquired, do you mean what you say? Of course, I do. How could a man like me go back on his word to a lady, particularly one as beautiful as you? She retorted, irritated. Enough of your jesting. Very well, I shall release you, but be forewarned, do not attempt any deceit, or else we shall all be in dire straits. Despite her immense reluctance, Zhu Yuqing chose to untie Lingmo. She feared that if she loosened his bonds, he might slip away in an instant. It had taken her a lifetime to capture him, and such an opportunity might never arise again. Once freed, Mo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this girl was genuinely kind-hearted. Had it been that little witch instead, he would have undoubtedly found himself reduced to the first eunuch of Douluo. Mo is typically very measured in his actions. Through their recent interactions, he has gradually discerned Zhu Zhuqing's temperament and character. She is the type of girl who appears cold on the outside, yet possesses a gentle and kind heart within. Once you penetrate her inner world, you can never hope to escape her grasp for the rest of your life. That's how it should be. Rest assured, I won't run away. In fact, I also intend to participate in the Shrek Academy assessment. Who knows, we might become classmates later on. Mo has decided to refrain from further struggles. Liberated from constraints, there is no longer any concern for impending dangers. According to the narrative, Flander only returns at night. The sole threat emanates from Dai Mubai, yet Tang San happens to be present, rendering him powerless against Mo. As for Ning Rongrong, she possesses no combat prowess. Mo could easily overpower her with a single hand. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing appears to have been sufficiently dealt with by Mo, and should not exhibit any significant reactions for the time being. Mo's sole concern at present is that old fiend, Flandra. Should he return, he would undoubtedly wield a whip against Mo. Chapter 26. Utterly repulsive, the clandestine actions of the two have indeed eluded many. Yet they did not anticipate falling under the scrutinizing gaze of Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, a fierce rage surging from within, overwhelming him with indignation. Were it not for the throng of people present, he would have undoubtedly taken action. He could not endure such treachery. Mo also discerned the murderous intent in his gaze and, with a disdainful smile, remarked, "Girl, do you see that person ahead? Is there something wrong with them? How dare they look at us with such eyes?" Mo deliberately spoke, wishing to gauge Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. Such an amusing matter warranted some form of response. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance and retorted sharply, "Be quiet. I do not wish to hear anything regarding that person." One can only imagine the depth of her disappointment that would prompt such a remark. On that day at the Rose Hotel, it seemed her heart had all but perished. Yet, why did she still choose to come to Shrek Academy? Perhaps she herself was unaware, as her inner voice urged her to grant him a chance for redemption. However, this opportunity might not be something Dai Mubai wished to cherish. Instead, he appeared to harbor a growing animosity, casting a frigid gaze upon them. "Kiki, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. It seems you two share a story, do you not? You truly dislike him? If so, shall I take it upon myself to eliminate him for you?" Mo possesses a cunning disposition that belies her usually cheerful demeanor. When she sets her sights on a target, despair is inevitable. "My affairs are none of your concern." Upon the mention of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly transformed, her demeanor turning increasingly frigid, an embodiment of pure coldness. The allure of a cold, elegant beauty is undeniably captivating, and even Mo found herself entranced. As the atmosphere grew tedious, Mo's patience waned. The preceding candidates swiftly completed their assessments, and, as expected, only a handful advanced to the second round, while the majority faced elimination. Shrek Academy maintains rigorous standards, and after the bulk of the participants were dismissed, only Mo and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already progressed ahead, leaving only a table before Mo, accompanied by an elderly man seated behind it, and Dai Mubai, who had just returned from escorting others. "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins," the elderly man stated nonchalantly, appearing quite fatigued. Under such stringent elimination conditions, few candidates truly captured his attention. Casually tossing 20 gold soul coins onto the table, Mo declared, "Here is for both of us." Her words were deliberately directed at Dai Mubai, emphasizing their partnership. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, while Mo beamed at Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." At this remark, Dai Mubai seethed in silence, and the elderly man paused, inquiring, "Do you know each other?" "Indeed. Just yesterday in Sodto City, this gentleman and I had a bit of a scuffle. This fellow is quite something. Managing to woo two twin sisters at once, how envious I am." Mo aims to utterly disgust him, pushing him to the brink of madness. What is there to boast about? This Dai Mubai is someone Mo truly looks down upon. Were it not for Tang San, he wouldn't even have the chance to ascend to divinity. "Oh, you had a duel? Who emerged victorious?" Upon hearing this, the elder's interest was piqued, for he was well aware of Dai Mubai's background. His curiosity lay more in Ling Mo's combat prowess and innate talent. You should inquire of him. Lingmo shrugged, indicating his reluctance to address the matter. Not only was the elder intrigued, but Zhu Zhuqing was also captivated. She could perceive Lingmo's strength, recognizing him as a formidable soul master, superior to herself. What baffled her even more was her inability to discern what his martial spirit truly was. This enigmatic man, shrouded in secrets, had abruptly entered her world. The elder cast a speculative glance towards Dai Mubai, only for Dai Mubai to lament, "He won." "What? You were defeated?" the elder exclaimed in astonishment, for Dai Mubai was a 37th level soul sovereign, wielding the immensely powerful beast martial spirit of the White Tiger. How could he possibly lose? In disbelief, he scrutinized Lingmo, failing to comprehend how a mere 12-year-old boy could best Dai Mubai. They all inquired, "Child, what is your martial spirit?" Upon hearing this, not only Dai Mubai but also Zhu Zhuqing cast curious looks in his direction. "My martial spirit? It is this orb of light." As he spoke, 2 golden soul rings manifested around Lingmo, and a radiant beam of 5-colored light erupted, illuminating the vicinity. Light? Such a martial spirit exists in the world? What a peculiar occurrence, indeed. The elder gasped, his expression mirroring the incredulity he had felt upon witnessing Su Yuntao's abilities. Light? How is it that he can utilize my martial spirit and soul skills? Zhu Zhuqing observed intently from behind, unable to fathom this conundrum. Hee. Isn't Shrek Academy reputed for admitting only monsters? I wonder if someone like me qualifies as a monster? Lingmo chuckled, exhibiting no concern about whether he would gain entry. He had never intended to, had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's insistence. He would likely have been in the Sodto forest digging up graves by now. Ah, splendid. Our academy is precisely designed to accommodate peculiar talents like you. The elderly man beamed with delight, pleasantly surprised by the abundance of unique individuals this year. It seemed he had found a reason to request a raise from Flander. During the waiting period, Lingmo replenished a considerable amount of his soul power, thus alleviating any worries about Dai Mubai's sudden outburst as he continued to provoke him. Should he dare to act, Lingmo would ensure he experienced the harsh realities of life. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing successfully passed the assessment, and under Dai Mubai's guidance, the trio proceeded toward the second stage. However, the atmosphere along the way felt rather off. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent at the back, while Dai Mubai seethed with unexpressed frustration. After a brief walk, Dai Mubai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses. This open space appeared to be approximately 500 square meters, strategically located at the heart of Shrek Academy. In the distance, they spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in conversation with a rather unsavory-looking man. "Hey, Xiao San." Lingmo could no longer restrain herself and called out from a distance. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tang San and Xiao Wu turned around, and upon seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lingmo behind them, their faces lit up with joy. "Xiao Mo, what brings you here so late?" Tang San approached, but upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing, he suddenly understood the situation. So it was indeed Lingmo who had been behind them. Just a day apart, and he had managed to attract such a stunning beauty, truly. The most notorious flirt in Notting City, charming women irresponsibly everywhere. "Xiao Mo," Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement, leaping towards her without a care for her image. Just as Lingmo prepared to catch her, Zhu Zhuqing inexplicably stepped in front. Fortunately, Xiao Wu performed a mid-air twist and landed safely. Fuming, "What are you doing? Don't block me." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, unskilled in conversation and unsure of what to say. Her instinct was merely to obstruct. Yet she found herself at a loss for an excuse after doing so. "All right, Xiao Wu, stop causing a scene," Tang San said helplessly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's face paled with unspoken anger. This position that Lingmo occupied should have been his. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Schemer. "Hey, you bearded uncle. Could you please give me a few grilled sausages? I need to fill my stomach." Lingmo's eyes fell upon Oscar in the distance, and he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. After a night of tumult, having eaten nothing, he was already famished, wondering where Zhu Zhuqing had found such energy, which only added to his pressure. When Lingmo took the initiative to approach Oscar, Dai Mubai revealed a smirk, contemplating how to expose the origin of Oscar's sausages, intending to embarrass Lingmo. Since Oscar's arrival, all attention had shifted to him, leaving Dai Mubai feeling humiliated. "Do you really want to eat the sausages I made? Are you certain?" Oscar asked uncertainly yet with excitement. After all these years, Lingmo was the first to willingly ask for his sausages. "Of course. Just give me 2 to fill my stomach," Lingmo replied, not waiting for Oscar's response, and reached out to take them. He grabbed 2 and took a bite. Discovering the sausages to be quite delightful, rich in flavor and infused with soul power, melting in his mouth and swiftly replenishing his soul strength. With the restorative properties of the sausages, Lingmo's depleted soul power rapidly recovered, alleviating his concerns about potential dangers. As long as Flender was absent, Lingmo felt no apprehension that cunning merchant would surely not rest until he had recouped some valuable goods after being tricked. Delicious. Is this your martial soul? No wonder it's the Monster Academy. Even such peculiar martial souls exist. Lingmo casually remarked, directly unveiling the secret of Oscar's sausage, leaving Daimubai utterly astonished. Initially, he had intended to expose it himself, but to his surprise, Lingmo discerned it in an instant. Ah, heh, I didn't expect you to discover it. Oscar chuckled awkwardly, having originally intended to inquire about Lingmo's feelings. Martial soul? Little Mo, do you mean this sausage is this uncle's martial soul? Tang San, a diligent and inquisitive student, was always eager to delve deeper into peculiar questions. Excuse me, classmate. I am merely 14 years old. Please refrain from calling me uncle. Oscar lamented, his expression filled with distress. He had hoped to maintain a respectable image in front of so many younger students. But with Lingmo and Tang San incessantly referring to him as uncle, he began to doubt whether he truly was still a youthful lad in the prime of his adolescence. This is not merely padding. I genuinely struggle to conceive of a more compelling plot, and I am writing this to fulfill my update obligations. Chuckles, what? You are only 14? Impossible, Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Oscar's bushy beard, which seemed far from that of a mere 14-year-old. Oscar affirmed, indeed, my name is Oscar. I am 14 years old, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You cannot label me as uncle simply because my facial hair is somewhat abundant. What nonsense are you spouting? Here, girl. Would you care for a sausage? Lingmo displayed a complete indifference towards these matters, casually tossing a sausage to Zhu Qing, acknowledging her considerable exertion that evening and the necessity for replenishment. Zhu Qing hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it, but before she could decide, Xiaowu swiftly seized it. Exclaiming in indignation, Xiaomo, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. Sister Xiaowu hasn't even eaten yet. How can you offer it to another girl? Are you searching for a third wheel? Why do you even bother with me, you wretched girl? Is it my fault that your brother hasn't provided for you? Brother. Look at her. She's getting more and more intolerable. Without the master around, there's no one to keep her in check, Xiaowu lamented. Tang San, wearing a pained expression, found himself at a loss regarding how to manage these two. Oscar, no, wait, give me another 10 sausages. I shall ensure she has her fill. With a swift motion, Lingmo cast a golden soul coin towards Oscar, retrieving 10 sausages from the shelf and tossing them directly to Xiaowu. Without hesitation, she joyfully accepted the offering, even sharing half with Tang San. How considerate of her to think of her deceased brother when food was at hand. Per Lingmo, unable to escape the sharp gaze of this girl, was relentlessly exploited, a quintessential display of the wealthy taking advantage of the less fortunate. As Xiaowu delightedly munched on one of the sausages, Lingmo's eyes suddenly gleamed with a mischievous smile. Tang San, keenly aware of Lingmo's demeanor, hesitated to partake in the sausage. He understood her all too well. Such expressions foreshadowed impending mischief. True to form, Lingmo gazed at Oscar with amusement and said, hee. Dear classmate Oscar, would you kindly demonstrate to us how you acquired this sausage? A chill ran through Tang San as he comprehended the implications. Unlike Xiaowu, who remained blissfully ignorant of the treachery of human nature, was this truly necessary? It seemed rather unseemly. Oscar widened his eyes, seemingly grasping Lingmo's intentions, and tentatively inquired, will I get beaten up for doing this? Yet, the thrill of the challenge was undeniably enticing. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Lingmo was not one to reason with. With a sudden flourish, a shovel materialized in his hands, resting firmly against his shoulder. If he did not perform soon, that shovel might very well land squarely on your face. The sheer intensity of his demeanor startled Oscar, compelling him to commence his performance. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, were eager to see what trick Lingmo had up his sleeve. Under pressure, Oscar, with a resolute heart, decided to take the plunge, extending his right hand and, in a somewhat sleazy manner, uttered, I've got a big sausage. Suddenly, a yellow glow coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow halos ascended from beneath his feet, culminating in the appearance of a sausage in his hand. The soft sound that escaped him was immediately followed by retching noises from the side. Xiaowu was on the brink of collapse. Tang San's expression darkened. He had never witnessed such betrayal among teammates. Lingmo's antics were clearly intended to undermine his allies. Damn it, I'm going to settle this. Overwhelmed by nausea, Xiaowu erupted in fury, charging straight toward Oscar with a kick. Hey, don't take it out on me. He is the one who set you up, not me. Oscar lamented, feeling despair wash over him. As a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the campus, Oscar was left unconscious from Xiaowu's furious onslaught. Haha, this is too hilarious. Ling Mo doubled over in laughter, thoroughly enjoying the moment. At times, teasing Xiaowu could be quite entertaining, for she was blissfully naive, utterly unsuspecting of any deceit, particularly with those she trusted. She never imagined being deceived. While Tang San was considerate of her feelings, Ling Mo relished in mischief. His sole source of amusement was to play tricks on others, regardless of their closeness. Observing Oscar's brutal beating, Dai Mubai felt a chill run through him, relieved he had not provoked Ling Mo earlier. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a similar predicament. Zhu Zhuqin was grateful that Xiaowu had snatched the sausage away, for otherwise it might have resulted in a chaotic duel between the two girls. Chapter 28. The little demoness, Xiao Mo, I won T let this go. After decisively dealing with Oscar, Xiaowu stormed toward Ling Mo, seething with anger. How can you speak to your sister like that? Ling Mo replied nonchalantly, further igniting her fury. Where in the world could one find a brother who so shamelessly deceived his sister? I don't care if you don't make it up to me today. We're not finished. The little girl was in no mood for gentle words of comfort. It seemed another hefty price would need to be paid, and the thought made Ling Mo wince. All right. Here, take this. Consider it my misfortune. He tossed a delicate bell to Xiaowu. What is this? Where did it come from? Xiaowu admired the beautiful bell, intrigued but uncertain of its purpose. This is a soul guide. The last time we excavated together, Ling Mo nearly let slip crucial information, realizing the crowd around him. If he revealed that this item was unearthed from a tomb, he might very well be met with hostility. Oh, just forget how I got it. Just know that it's a powerful soul guide. Akin to Tang San's moonlit night on the 24 bridges, he was relieved to have caught himself in time and chose not to elaborate further, believing that those who understood would do so without his explanation. What a beautiful bell. For this gift, I'll forgive you, Xiaowu declared, her spirits evidently lifted by Ling Mo's offering. At that moment, Tang San could no longer contain himself. Ahem, Xiao Mo, after all these years of friendship, don't you have a gift for me as well? He knew Ling Mo well. The latter was a treasure hoarder, and Tang San had his eye on those peculiar metals Ling Mo possessed. If those were used to forge hidden weapons, their power would surely surpass the originals. Are you robbing the rich? Ling Mo's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Fine. I happen to have something ideal for you. With that, he casually tossed a strange stone to Tang San. After inspecting it closely, Tang San felt an intriguing energy emanating from the stone. This energy was not soul power but a unique spiritual force, pure and potent. It not only enhanced the stone's durability, but also endowed it with certain offensive capabilities. What a peculiar stone. This could be perfect for crafting the Zhuge crossbow. It might significantly amplify its impact, Tang San mused, expressing his gratitude to Ling Mo. Well, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept this. Reluctantly? You've been eyeing my treasures all along. Ling Mo expressed that having such a partner is undoubtedly his misfortune. As Ling Mo made his move, he revealed two precious artifacts, leaving those nearby utterly astonished. Just how affluent could this individual be? Although the purpose of the stone in Tang San's possession was unclear, his reaction suggested it was undoubtedly a treasure. Not to mention the soul guide device in Xiaowu's hands. It is known that the method to forge such storage-capable soul guides has long been lost to time. Presently, the majority of these soul guides are monopolized by prominent families, with very few available to the common folk. This enigmatic young man, exhibiting such extravagance, clearly possesses a remarkable background. Demubai, who had remained silent, was intently observing Ling Mo, the man who had captured his wife's attention. Through a series of subtle details, he discerned that Ling Mo was no ordinary person. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess, but he also displayed a penchant for generosity, indicative of noble lineage. It appeared that he was indeed a formidable opponent, and Demubai could no longer afford to underestimate him. All right, have you all finished? Let us proceed. I shall take you directly to the fourth challenge. Returning to the matter at hand, although Demubai felt displeasure towards Ling Mo, he adhered to his duties with decorum. Directly to the fourth challenge? Why? Tang San and the others were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Demubai's remark. Did he grant them special favors simply because of their handsome appearances? Allow me to clarify, Demubai began. One of the assessment criteria at our Shrek Academy states that any participant under the age of 13 who possesses soul power exceeding level 25 may bypass the second and third challenges and proceed directly to the final one. I trust that your soul powers exceed level 25. Having fought against Tang San and Ling Mo, Duel was well aware of their soul power levels. Hence his specific inquiry. So that is the case. After the explanation, Duel approached the instructor overseeing the second challenge. But his actions sparked discontent among the crowd. Why? Why are they allowed to go directly to the fourth challenge? Indeed, we have all waited in line for so long. What gives them the right to skip ahead? Noticing the rising tension among the participants, the instructor felt compelled to intervene. If your soul power also exceeds level 25, then you too may proceed to the fourth challenge. However, if it does not, you must pass through each challenge one by one. Level 25? How is that even possible? Achieving level 25 at the age of 12 is utterly implausible. This statement incited further outrage among the crowd. Reaching level 25 at 12 years old was simply inconceivable. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. If you doubt us, allow me to demonstrate. Tang San, Duel, already simmering with frustration, could no longer contain himself as he tossed a white testing crystal to Tang San. The color of the testing crystal varied with the level it measured. This white crystal was specifically for assessing soul power below level 30. If one's soul power exceeded that threshold, the crystal would shatter. Tang San grasped the testing crystal, a faint smile appearing on his face as he suddenly unleashed his soul power into the crystal ball. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from within the crystal. Good heavens! Is that nearing level 30? The intense radiance enveloped the entire crystal ball, leaving the onlookers in awe. After completing the test, Tang San tossed the crystal to Xiao Wu, who, without exception, also radiated an equally brilliant light upon infusing her soul power. Another stunning revelation, leaving countless spectators astonished. Another prodigy nearing level 30? But the surprises did not end there. A girl stepped forward from the crowd, her voice soft yet resolute. Teacher, I believe I too can proceed directly to the fourth challenge. Just as Xiao Wu was about to hand the crystal to Ling Mo, Ning Rongrong emerged, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Mo before taking the crystal for herself. What a revelation! Had she recognized him? Ling Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Why did it seem as though her gaze bore an ominous intent? This little sorceress was not to be underestimated, despite her outwardly sweet and innocent appearance. One would soon learn the true meaning of malice should she unleash her wrath. Ling Mo, filled with trepidation, sought refuge behind Zhu Xuqing. A series of actions that left Zhu Xuqing thoroughly perplexed. Could it be that this fellow had some connection with the girl before her? The mere thought of it intensified her already frosty demeanor, igniting a sense of anger within her. Just how many young ladies had this rogue entangled himself with behind the scenes? Zhu Xuqing felt at a loss, bewildered by the terrifying gazes directed at Ling Mo. After infusing her soul power, Ning Rongrong radiated a brilliant light, albeit slightly dimmer than that of Xiao Wu and Tang San. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony, as the emergence of so many prodigies in a single day had bruised their proud hearts. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xuqing, with her icy demeanor, sprang into action, snatching the crystal ball from Ning Rongrong's grasp and promptly channeling her soul power into it. An awe-inspiring brilliance erupted, stunning countless onlookers. Good heavens! Is Shrek Academy truly so extraordinary? To possess so many 12-year-olds who can reach level 25 simultaneously? Amidst the astonished murmurs, all gazes converged upon Ling Mo, for he alone among them had yet to be assessed. You rogue, do you not intend to showcase your captivating charm? Ning Rongrong remarked with significance. Indeed. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. Wherever I go, I am resplendent. Ling Mo retorted with a hint of pride, reveling in the fact that even from the shadows, his striking visage could not be overlooked. Chapter 29, The Unmoving King Ba, Shameless. Ning Rongrong spat, simmering with indignation, her thoughts consumed with a desire to press this insufferable rogue into the ground. Yet, in a bid to preserve her image, she forcefully restrained herself. A true test of her endurance. Ling Mo was unaware of her ulterior motives, yet the insidious expression on her face hinted that matters were far from simple. This little fairy, we are strangers to one another. What do your words imply? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? You shall soon find out, she chuckled mischievously. Ning Rongrong revealed a gentle smile, leaving the onlookers perplexed, while Zhu Xuqing observed them with a serious demeanor. Taking the crystal ball from Ning Rongrong, Ling Mo felt it warm in her palms, her hands clammy with sweat. This girl certainly harbored some secrets. Ling Mo was well aware of the formidable nature of this little enchantress. When she unleashed her full power, it was beyond imagination. Darn it. I must find an opportunity to slip away soon. Resolving silently within herself, Ling Mo gripped the crystal ball firmly and suddenly injected her soul power into the testing crystal. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the entire sphere, more intense than that of Tang San and Xiao Wu. As the soul power surged, there was a resounding explosion. An explosion? What is happening? Has his soul power surpassed level 30? Curiosity swept through the crowd, and Tang San inquired, Xiao Mo, have you broken through to level 30? The atmosphere became electrified. A 30-level soul master at merely 12 years of age, what an extraordinary talent. Indeed, I have broken through. But I have yet to acquire my third soul ring. Ling Mo nonchalantly remarked, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of when he might seize an opportunity to slip away. Level 30, you say? No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Yet, how is it that he can wield my nether spirit cat martial soul? Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who silently observed Ling Mo, was lost in contemplation, utterly perplexed as to why Ling Mo could utilize his martial soul and its accompanying soul skills. Equally intrigued was Dai Mubai, who had also fallen to his own martial soul. His curiosity regarding Ling Mo's martial soul was insatiable. Back in the first round, Ling Mo had mentioned that his martial soul was the five-colored light, but its precise function remained a mystery to all. Could it be that his martial soul has the ability to mimic that of his opponents along with their soul skills? This seemed plausible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he could wield the white tiger martial soul as well as the spirit cat martial soul. Goodness. This year has indeed brought forth numerous prodigious talents, not to mention the emergence of a level 30 marvel. Excellent, excellent. It appears that this year may present an opportunity for a salary increase. The soul power test for Ling Mo concluded, leaving the audience in awe. Judging by the intensity of his soul power, he was a terrifying entity, nearing the formidable level of 31. Such prowess could not possibly have resulted in the crystal shattering otherwise. With this innate talent, Ling Mo could have been directly admitted. The instructor for the second round beamed with delight, exclaiming good 3 times in a row, overwhelmed with joy. Xiao Bai, take them directly to the 4th round. Informed Zhao Wuji, he will know what to do. With the test concluded, the group of 5 proceeded directly to the 4th round, while the remaining contestants had fallen silent. Harboring no grievances, it was clear that defeat was inevitable. No words could change the outcome. If Tang San had not sufficiently intimidated the others, Ling Mo's soul power was more than enough to render them speechless. Follow me. With a grim expression, Dai Mubai commanded, leading Ling Mo and the others toward the 4th round. Ling Mo's performance left him astounded yet deeply concerned, for the more formidable Ling Mo became, the slimmer his own chances appeared. He had been closely observing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and noted that her every action was fixated upon Ling Mo. Deep within Dai Mubai's heart lingered a tinge of resentment, as though his beloved had been snatched away. His proud nature found it intolerable. Yet he realized that before Ling Mo, he was powerless to effect any change. He could not match him in combat. The last encounter had been a complete rout, and in terms of talent, Ling Mo was several tiers above him, rendering any comparison futile. Moreover, in terms of appearance, Ling Mo was equally striking. Standing at the same height, his long, black hair cascading elegantly, and his handsome visage perpetually exuding a hint of mischief. Most captivating were his double pupils, which bestowed an air of mystery upon his allure. This unexpected contender had undoubtedly eclipsed him, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Dai Mubai gradually felt a profound sense of defeat, a sensation he had never experienced before. As they journeyed onward, Ling Mo remained silent, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing lingered by his side, seemingly repelling the approach of another individual. Xiao Wu attempted multiple times to engage Ling Mo in conversation, but each effort was inadvertently thwarted by Zhu Zhuqing. The most perplexing was Ning Rongrong, the little sorceress, who persistently glared at Ling Mo, leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing proved to be quite formidable, as she had already thwarted 3 attempts to ambush Ling Mo, though her true thoughts remained a mystery. Cursed be the day. Had he known better than to venture into Sodto City, he would have avoided this predicament entirely. Ling Mo cursed inwardly, realizing that if he hadn't come to Sodto, he would not be entangled in such a myriad of troubles. Yet, the situation was far from the most daunting. He dreaded the old ghost, Flender, who bore grudges. If Flender discovered his presence within the academy, it would be akin to a dog biting its own tail, an inescapable trap. Had Zhu Zhuqing not apprehended him, he might have already found solace in the Sodto forest. What was this girl's mindset, clinging to him with such tenacity? It was merely a few kisses. After all, worst case, he could always reciprocate, but it seemed that was not an option, for she was determined to keep him close, day and night. After traversing nearly 100 meters through the densely populated village, the group arrived at a more open area. Ahead stood a small house with a table out front, where a burly man lay sprawled, apparently still asleep. It was no wonder. The examination standards for the previous 3 stages had deterred anyone from reaching the 4th, leaving him to sit alone without a single visitor. Teacher Zhao. Daimubai approached and roused Zhao Wujie from his slumber. Upon awakening and catching sight of the 5 individuals before him, Zhao Wujie beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Well, I didn't expect this year to yield so many little prodigies. 5 have reached the 4th stage." Seeing the 5 of them, Zhao Wujie was overjoyed. Initially, he thought this year would be devoid of talent, only to be surprised by the arrival of 5 promising candidates. Teacher Zhao, not only have they reached the 4th stage, but they also bypassed the 2nd and 3rd stage assessments. Daimubai explained, further amplifying Zhao Wujie's joy. Goodness, all 5 have reached level 25? Indeed. Moreover, one has even attained level 30. Daimubai continued, revealing a remarkable piece of information. Who is it? Someone managed to defeat you? Zhao Wujie inquired, suddenly perturbed. As Daimubai was one of his prized disciples, it was unsettling to think that he had been bested. It's the one on the far left, named Ling Mo, a level 30 battle soul master, yet to acquire his 3rd soul ring. Interesting. In that case, I must thoroughly engage with you all, Zhao Wujie declared, his expression shifting to one of mischief upon learning that a level 30 contender was among them. Daimubai had successfully ignited Zhao Wujie's competitive spirit with his revelation, a sly smile forming on his lips. If Zhao Wujie were to intervene, it would surely lead to Ling Mo facing considerable challenges. Having bottled up his frustration for an entire day, Daimubai had reached his limit. Chapter 30. Zhao Wujie's challenge not good. This individual is not to be trifled with. Upon meeting Zhao Wujie's gaze, Ling Mo instantly discerned that he had set his sights on him. If all goes as expected, Zhao Wujie is poised to arrive at Shrek's first dungeon. Each iteration of Douluo invariably necessitates tackling a dungeon, and Ling Mo is no exception. His soul power had nearly replenished. Oscar's recovery sausages proved quite effective, managing to restore about half of his vitality. However, this individual possessed astonishing defensive capabilities and immense strength. Should a confrontation ensue, the odds would not be in his favor, unless he were to deploy the star crossbow. Yet, even with the star crossbow, while it could breach Zhao Wujie's defenses, victory would remain elusive. A soul sage is not so easily vanquished. In his heart, Ling Mo searched fervently for a strategy, acutely aware that a formidable battle awaited him. Some might suggest that victory is a simple matter. Just injure Xiao Wu, and the problem resolves itself. However, that is not the case. In the original text, Tang San managed to thrash Zhao Wujie, but this was predicated on the latter not utilizing his full strength. Furthermore, Tang San capitalized on the element of surprise, employing concealed weapons that had not yet gained notoriety within the Douluo realm, catching Zhao Wujie off guard. Should Zhao Wujie unleash his true prowess, Tang San would lack the capacity to resist. This is an undeniable truth. I am Zhao Wujie. I shall grant you 1 incense stick's worth of time to become acquainted and deliberate, he declared. After the incense burns out, the test will commence, and I shall personally evaluate you. The challenge will entail you 5 uniting to withstand my assault for the duration of 1 incense stick. Provided that one among you can endure until the end, you shall pass. As anticipated, Zhao Wujie's subsequent words left the group momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each directing their gaze towards Ling Mo, the strongest among them. Reluctantly, Ling Mo stepped forward and said, "Stop staring. Let us discuss how to proceed." The group huddled together, awaiting Ling Mo's guidance, unknowingly elevating him to the role of their core strategist. Allow me to state a few brief points. The esteemed figure before us is none other than the renowned immovable king, Zhao Wujie, a 7-ring soul sage. There is no need for me to elaborate on his strength. Realistically, formulating a flawless strategy in such a short span is evidently unattainable. Let us proceed this way. Introduce yourselves and familiarize one another with your unique abilities, so we can coordinate effectively. Upon finishing, Ling Mo cast his gaze upon the group and continued, I shall begin. I am Ling Mo, a 30-level battle soul master with a 5-color light martial soul. After Ling Mo finished speaking, Tang San followed suit. I am Tang San, a level 29 control system soul master with the martial soul blue silver grass. Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master. With a beast martial soul, the rabbit. Zhu Zhiqing coldly stated, I am Zhu Zhiqing, with the martial soul of the nether cat. A level 27 agile attack system soul master. Ning Rongrong. I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasure glaze tile, a level 26 support system soul master. The mention of Ning Rongrong's martial soul immediately captured everyone's attention, except for Ling Mo. So, you hail from the 7 treasure glaze tile school? Tang San inquired, intrigued to encounter a disciple of such a renowned sect in this modest Trek Academy. Don't look at me. My martial soul is nothing extraordinary. Aren't you curious about this rogue's martial soul? Ning Rongrong said with a shy smile, followed by a fierce glare directed at Ling Mo. While Tang San and Xiao Wu understood Ling Mo's martial soul, Zhu Zhiqing remained oblivious. Her curiosity piqued. A 5-color light martial soul? Is it primarily based on light? Quite rare, indeed. Even Dai Mubai appeared perplexed. He had never encountered such a martial soul. Despite his discontent with Ling Mo, he could not suppress his intense curiosity regarding his abilities. You've yet to see much, Ling Mo retorted with annoyance. Although this fellow had not yet exhibited any overt hostility, Ling Mo did not consider him to possess any friendly intentions. Could you elaborate on the functions of your martial soul? Ning Rongrong inquired. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged knowing smiles. They were unaware of the extraordinary nature of Ling Mo's martial soul. Had they known, they would likely have been taken aback. What functions does my martial soul possess? To put it succinctly, it boasts numerous capabilities, such as various supportive effects including enhancement of strength, speed, and defense. Most crucially, it possesses healing abilities. In essence, as long as you draw breath, I can restore you to full vitality. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Surely far superior to your little tower. Ling Mo chuckled, remarking that there was nothing to conceal. Revealing the truth would change nothing. What kind of perverse martial soul is this, possessing various abilities and even a healing power? As expected, her words were met with a chorus of astonishment from those nearby. Ning Rongrong scoffed, "Ha! With your so-called light martial soul, how dare you compare it to my 7 treasure glaze tile?" Her disbelief stemmed from a persistent voice within her, insisting that the 7 treasure glaze tile was the most formidable support-type martial soul in existence. Believe it or not, in due time you shall come to understand, young lady. Do not confine yourself to a narrow perspective. Remember, there exists much in this world beyond your current knowledge. There are always those stronger than you, and realms beyond your own. A limited mindset and a narrow vision will not lead you far. Ling Mo remarked casually, with a terrifying amplification of the 5-colored divine light, which only Tang San and Xiao Wu could truly comprehend. Over the course of 6 years, with the guidance of his master, Ling Mo had thoroughly mastered the manipulation of the 5-colored light and the enhancement of its auxiliary effects. The original 30% amplification had been further augmented by an additional 30%, surpassing the enhancement effect of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Unlike Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, which merely provided a unilateral enhancement, increasing one soul ring at a time, Ling Mo's ability was far more sophisticated. From the very beginning, Ling Mo's 5-colored light possessed the attributes of species enhancement, namely strength, defense, speed, and an inherent healing ability, among other fortifying effects. Moreover, the increments of these enhancements would grow with the absorption of soul rings. This means that Ling Mo's current augmentation stands at over 30%. And upon acquiring a soul ring, it will further increase by an additional 30%. This continuous chain of enhancement showcases an extraordinary supportive effect that the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda lacks. This is precisely why the master asserted that Ling Mo's martial soul could very well become the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent. In truth, there is another aspect to consider. Ling Mo's 5-colored divine light, in essence, does not belong to the category of auxiliary martial souls, for such supportive effects are merely ancillary. The greater portion of the augmentation is applied directly to the fortification of Ling Mo's physical form. Thus, this martial soul can be regarded as a comprehensive one. You're talking nonsense. Ning Rongrong's exclamation left the crowd in stunned silence, while Tang San and his companions were completely taken aback. They had never anticipated that the typically demure young girl could utter such crude words. Believe it or not, Ling Mo was disinclined to elaborate. Nor did he wish to validate anything to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. He was indifferent to the consequences. What he spoke was the truth. Yet the only ones who could genuinely trust him were Tang San and Xiao Wu. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing interjected, however, during our last encounter. You clearly utilized my spirit cat martial soul and even employed my soul skills. What is the reason for this? Indeed. This question not only perplexed Zhu Shiqing but also piqued Dai Mubai's curiosity. Chapter 31. Battling Zhao Wujie. Why? It's quite simple. I am a thief, capable of stealing your heart. Lingmo smiled insidiously, while Zhu Shiqing merely rolled her eyes and chose to disregard him. This fellow had never intended to engage seriously. It was utterly impossible to expect him to answer your questions earnestly. Dai Mubai's face was notably pale, clearly infuriated. He had initially anticipated unraveling his confusion, only to find that this individual not only refused to disclose anything but also dared to tease Zhu Shiqing right before him. Even more outrageous was the fact that he could do nothing to Lingmo, and Zhu Shiqing did not seem to reject such teasing. As if she had tacitly accepted it, Dai Mubai felt a profound discomfort within himself, wishing he could engage in a fierce battle with Lingmo for 300 rounds. To cut a long story short, let me first outline our strategy. Let us begin with a surface analysis. The individual before us is known as Zhao Wujie, a prominent figure in the realm of soul masters, famously referred to as the immovable king. His defining characteristic is his indomitable defensive prowess. Just imagine a soul sage of the Seven Rings, whose defense alone is beyond our capacity to contend with. What? He is indeed the immovable king? Just now, I hadn't paid attention. But it was only now that Ning Rongrong realized that the person before them was the notorious immovable king in the Soul Master community. Is he truly formidable? Xiao curiously inquired, observing Ning Rongrong's reaction, as this fellow indeed seemed quite impressive. Whether he is formidable or not is beside the point. Based on our current assessment, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to defeat this immovable king with our strength. Thus, what we need to do is simply endure for the duration of a stick of incense, just for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As long as one person remains standing, we shall have succeeded. Lingmo felt no need to elaborate extensively. Zhao Wujie's reputation was enough to astonish them all, and they were far from weary of it. Xiao, just tell me, how do we proceed? Tang San inquired. It's quite simple. I shall directly restrain him. With my gravity field, I should be able to hold him for a few minutes. Utilizing my gravity field in conjunction with Xiao San's blue-silver grass binding should allow us to control him for a considerable time. Furthermore, Xiao and Zhu Qing will harass from the flanks, ensuring he has no space to retaliate. With pressure from all three sides, we only need to endure until the incense burns out. Time was of the essence, and this was the only strategy Ling Mo could devise. Yet, he wondered if his gravity field at level 30 could truly restrain this soul sage. Naturally, Ling Mo preferred not to reveal too much of his capabilities, retaining some secrets for future use. The star crossbow, a top-tier concealed weapon, was almost entirely dismissed from his mind, as it represented his most formidable weapon at present. All right, let us proceed as you say, the others echoed, confirming Ling Mo's tactical arrangement. Teacher Zhao, we are ready. Come, let us witness the might of the unmoving king. As the words fell, Ling Mo instantly activated his heavy eyes. A halo of 5 colors enveloped him as 2 yellow soul rings erupted forth. In that fleeting moment, his aura transformed entirely, surrounded by a divine light, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. What a formidable presence! This lad is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Wujie's gaze remained fixed upon Ling Mo, convinced that he was the most formidable among this group. At the instant Ling Mo unleashed his martial spirit, the heavy eyes rapidly reversed, and the 5-colored divine light fully enhanced his physique. Under the pressure of the heavy eyes, a colossal bear shadow materialized behind Ling Mo, that of Zhao Wujie's mighty bear. What? How could this be? Zhao Wujie was utterly astonished. Ling Mo's martial spirit had manifested as his very own mighty bear, and its aura was even more terrifying than his. This was a fully evolved version of the mighty bear, and the mere suppression of its spirit instilled in him a sense of dread, not from Ling Mo's imposing presence, but from the martial spirit itself. Teacher Zhao, let us engage. With that, Ling Mo's gravity field was unleashed in an instant, harmonizing with Zhao Wujie's third soul skill. The gravity intensified, descending upon Zhao Wujie like the weight of Mount Tai. This gravity, this lad can even utilize my soul skill? Zhao Wujie sensed an overwhelming force bearing down on him, rendering him unable to stand upright. Light blade, arise. Under the overwhelming pressure of the gravity field, 5 beams of light surged towards Tang San and the others. What an astonishing enhancement! It seems he was not exaggerating. At that moment, Ning Rongrong comprehended the truth of Ling Mo's earlier words. The amplification from his martial spirit was indeed extraordinarily potent, twice as strong as that of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. It appeared that the two enhancements could stack. With a sudden inspiration, Ning Rongrong spun gracefully. 7 treasures manifest. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors surrounded her as a delicate, transparent tower materialized in her grasp. Following this, 2 soul rings slowly emerged, orbiting her like a celestial fairy, sacred and inviolable. Thereas, even a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? It seems that old Flander must be dreaming with joy. Zhao Wujia immediately noticed her as she activated her martial spirit, momentarily dispelling the gravity field suppression. However, to his astonishment, as Ning Rongrong activated her martial spirit, 2 beams of light surged directly into Lingmo and the others. Truly, it was the foremost auxiliary martial spirit. This amplification was indeed remarkable. As he carefully sensed the changes within, Lingmo chuckled softly. He had not anticipated that these 2 formidable enhancement effects could actually combine. Following their amalgamation, Lingmo's strength surged once more. Consequently, the effectiveness of the gravity field was amplified instantaneously, and Zhao Wujia, caught off guard, found himself crashing to the ground with a loud thud. By heavens! Zhao Wujia was utterly stunned. He had not expected this group of young prodigies to exhibit such remarkable synergy. But the excitement was just beginning, just as Zhao Wujia contemplated rising. Tang San's blue-silver grass sprang into action. Entangle! In an instant, countless vines ensnared Zhao Wujia, wrapping him like a zongzi. Xiaowu, meteor hammer! Tang San bellowed, signaling Xiaowu to charge forth and deliver a powerful kick to Zhao Wujia's body. Under such terrifying amplification, Zhao Wujia felt an intense pain from the strike. As he attempted to rise once more, Xiaowu executed a swift spin, stepping onto Tang San's blue-silver grass and launching herself at him once again. Another precise attack followed, but this time luck was not on her side. Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you possess? Zhao Wujia, having endured multiple assaults, felt his pride wounded and swiftly unleashed his second soul skill, generating a powerful force that repelled the attackers. Xiaowu was promptly pulled back by Tang San, narrowly avoiding danger. No strength? Teacher Zhao, then allow me to introduce you to this. At that moment, Zhao Wujia suddenly noticed a shadow had appeared behind him, moving with incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. What? Before he could fully register his shock, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Lingmo summoned all his strength, instantly concentrating it in his hand, delivering a powerful punch that sent Zhao Wujia flying. Suspended in midair, Zhao was rendered defenseless. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, having successfully executed their tactics, were not about to relinquish their hard-won advantage. Lingmo beckoned them to launch another assault. In an instant, the gravitational field intensified once more, coupled with Tang San's blue-silver grass binding, leaving Zhao Wujia utterly incapable of retaliation. With a swift, ghostly strike, an 8-stage throw, the 2 girls charged forward, raining blows upon the airborne Zhao, eliciting anguished cries from him. Do not linger in battle. Return quickly. After completing their flurry of attacks, Lingmo urgently called them back. Zhao Wujia, after all, was a soul sage. Although he initially found himself at a disadvantage, it was due to his leniency. Witnessing the seamless cooperation between Lingmo and the others, he had shed his earlier disdain. As anticipated, the moment Lingmo uttered those words, a surge of formidable power erupted from the air. There was no time to explain. Tang San's blue-silver grass swiftly pulled the nearest Xiao Wu back. But Zhu Qing could not be retrieved in time. In midair, Zhu Qing's complexion turned pale. She sensed the terrifying force approaching with no means of escape. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before her, enlarging in an instant. Immovable king body. With a thunderous exclamation, a colossal bear spirit materialized behind Lingmo, exuding a terrifying pressure that perfectly shielded Zhu Qing from the impending attack. Kid, you can even utilize my martial soul's true form? You truly surprise me. Chapter 32. The Challenge Teacher Zhao. There is much you remain unaware of. The immovable king body erupted with an overwhelmingly domineering force. Lingmo chose not to engage Zhao Wujia head-on at that moment, for such a confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. As predicted, just as Lingmo manifested the immovable king body, Zhao Wujia, empowered by his martial soul, unleashed a devastating punch. The sheer ferocity of the attack sent Lingmo hurtling away, as if struck by a speeding truck. Go. In that fleeting moment of being propelled outward, Lingmo did not forget to pull Zhu Qing back with him. Upon returning to the ground, he noticed that the incense on the left still had half its length remaining. Kid, do you have any tricks left? If not, it's my turn to strike. Zhao Wujia, battered and bruised, descended with an overwhelming aura emanating from him, exuding an unmatched dominance. He was ready to make his move. Faced with the oppressive presence of a seven-ring soul sage, even Ling Mo found it difficult to withstand. Could they endure? Ling Mo whispered softly, turning to Zhu Zhuqing beside her. She had been pulled back into Ling Mo's embrace, away from Zhao Wujia's attack range. Her cheeks flushed slightly, clearly feeling a bit shy. Yet her heart was profoundly touched. In this moment of crisis, it was only Ling Mo who chose to stand up and protect her. Can. Zhu Zhuqing replied with unwavering certainty. Naturally, she possessed a strong spirit and would not easily yield. Do not move here. After saying this, Ling Mo exchanged a glance with Tang San, both understanding each other perfectly. After years of collaboration, they had developed an exceptional tacit understanding, almost able to anticipate each other's intentions with just a glance. Xiao San. On. As soon as the words left her lips, two figures charged from the side, swiftly surrounding Zhao Wujia from left and right, launching simultaneous attacks. Blue-silver bind. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass struck once more, ensnaring Zhao Wujia again. Is it this routine again? Is there truly nothing novel? Zhao Wujia, facing both Ling Mo and Tang San's onslaught, remained unfazed, observing the two with curiosity. Their seamless cooperation suggested they had reached a profound level of mental synchronization. Zhao Wujia was not in a rush. He was keen to see what these two youngsters could achieve. Teacher Zhao, you desire novelty. Then I shall present it to you. At that moment, Ling Mo had unexpectedly appeared behind Zhao Wujia, a hint of mischief dancing on her lips. Not good. What does this brat intend? Zhao Wujia sensed something amiss. But before he could react, Ling Mo had already ensnared him. Activating her twin spirits, Ling Mo invoked Xiao Wu's martial soul, and in a seamless moment of possession, she executed a swift maneuver, flipping Zhao Wujia completely. By employing the art of soft techniques to dissipate force, she neutralized Zhao Wujia's formidable strength entirely. With her hands clasped around Zhao Wujia's head, she executed a powerful slam, driving him forcefully into the ground. But this was not the end. What awaited Zhao Wujia was not Ling Mo's retreat, but the subsequent 8-stage throw, leaving him utterly defenseless. What a peculiar kid! To wield so many martial souls and soul skills simultaneously, and with a potency even more terrifying than that little girl earlier. Zhao Wujia grew increasingly astonished. This brat was truly abnormal. What could he possibly lack? White Tiger's radiant wave. Ling Mo switched her martial soul once more, channeling Dai Mubai's power. A burst of colorful light surged towards Zhao Wujia, who was still airborne and had yet to find an anchor after the 8-stage throw. With a resounding crash, the battlefield was engulfed in dust. Both Ling Mo and Tang San retreated, preparing for a second wave of assault, only to be interrupted by an unexpected figure emerging from the haze. Brat, you have enraged me. This battle ends here. In an instant, a fist surged through the dust, striking Ling Mo's abdomen with tremendous force, propelling her away. Xiaomo. Tang San observed intently as, in that fleeting moment, Ling Mo, closest to him, was sent flying. Like a cannonball, Ling Mo crashed to the ground, the sequence of events unfolding too swiftly for anyone to react. You've taken my punch. And now you are devoid of combat capability. You are destined to lose, Zhao Wujia proclaimed, his pride wounded from the series of attacks. If he did not reveal some true prowess now, he would truly struggle to contain this group of young anomalies. Is that so? Cough, cough. Just as Zhao Wujia believed Ling Mo was incapable of standing, she rose once more. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light erupted, bathing the area in a divine glow. What an extraordinary light! It even possesses healing properties. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, astonished by Ling Mo's unexpected abilities. What else could this individual possibly do? Brat, do you think this is over? Just as Zhao Wujia finished speaking, he charged forward, unwilling to grant Ling Mo a chance to heal. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Mo had anticipated this opportunity. At the moment he advanced, she activated her ghostly shadow stealth. Once again, her twin spirits transformed, and her gaze fell upon none other than Tang San. Amidst the swirling dust, many could not discern the situation within, not even Zhao Wujia himself. Surrounded by the colorful light, Ling Mo's left hand suddenly revealed a small hammer. Indeed, it was Tang San's Haotian hammer. This was not Ling Mo's first time wielding the Haotian hammer. She had grown more adept since her initial attempts. Come, taste this. Ha! With a shout. It was as if thunder roared from the heavens, a formidable oppressive force descending, as she swung the hammer directly at Zhao Wujia. Humph, a tiny hammer. What power could it possibly hold? Zhao Wujie caught a glimpse of the hammer's vague silhouette, unable to see it clearly. Yet, he did not believe such a small hammer could inflict any harm. However, he would soon realize the folly of his assumption. With the Haotian hammer in hand, empowered by Ling Mo's colorful light, its strength had exceeded its original limits, not only bestowing the power of metal, but also imparting a shock effect of lightning. With a resounding impact, the hammer struck Zhao Wujie's face. Ignoring the consequences, he aimed to withstand the blow and seize Lingmo. What? Little did he know. The force of the hammer sent him flying, rendering him incapable of executing any follow-up moves. After the hammer's strike, Lingmo skillfully retracted the Haotian hammer. While powerful, it was also perilous. Teacher Zhao, a stick of incense has passed. Can we now proceed? Lingmo remained unfazed as the five-colored divine light radiated once more. Under the baptism of the holy light, the wounds he had just sustained were instantly healed. However, it was rather unfortunate that his soul power had once again been entirely depleted. Fortunately, this time, no one was injured. Xiaomo, are you all right? Tang San rushed over anxiously, for Lingmo was his dearest friend. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly confronted Zhao Wujie in a fit of fury. Do I appear to be in distress? Lingmo replied, though I must admit, that punch truly stung. Lingmo was not significantly injured, however. Zhao Wujie's punch nearly sent him away. The furious blow from the Soul Sage was fortunate to have landed on Lingmo. Had it struck Zhu Zhuqing or Xiao Wu, they would likely have been left with but half a life. Lingmo's body had been enhanced by radiant hues, rendering him impervious to harm from the strike. Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate. Zhao Wujie felt a sting of embarrassment, wishing he could rush forward and press Lingmo to the ground in a show of dominance. He had not been defeated. When truly enraged, he could eliminate these minor adversaries in a mere 3 seconds. However, he refrained from employing his full strength, as it would be unsporting to exploit his superiority over the weaker opponents. With a single strike, Lingmo transformed him into a comical sight. His face a canvas of bruises and contusions. Young man, tend to my injuries. Quickly, Zhao Wujie, wincing in pain, cast aside his pride and implored Lingmo for healing, lest he be treated with less kindness. In an instant, a radiant spectrum of colors surged towards him, and under the purifying light, his wounds swiftly mended, restoring his visage to its former glory. Chapter 33, The Marvel of the Five-Colored Light. Teacher Zhao, I concede. With the battle concluded, Lingmo successfully completed his task, as it is a requisite for every traverser of Douluo to undertake such endeavors. Lingmo did not disappoint, ultimately achieving success. Your martial soul is indeed peculiar. What you just employed was my martial soul and soul skill, was it not? Zhao Wujie, once battered and bruised, quickly regained his original state through Lingmo's healing. However, barring any unforeseen events, he was likely to endure another beating that very night. For what reason, you may ask? Even if Zhao Wujie refrained from harming Tang San, he would inevitably face a beating regardless. This was due to Tang Hao's instructions. He was a peculiar individual, one who, despite needing assistance, insisted on delivering a thrashing before making his request. Such unreasonable behavior is truly difficult to comprehend. Indeed, just moments ago, I employed the martial souls and soul skills of you, Xiao Wu, Daimubai, and others. Lingmo remarked, at this juncture, it can no longer be concealed. There is nothing left to hide. Even if they discover the truth, it cannot prevent me from stealing. What? You can truly wield our martial souls? At this moment, all eyes were cast upon him in astonishment. The revelation was utterly shocking. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, nearly everyone was thrown into disarray. Indeed, my martial soul, aside from a series of enhancement effects, possesses an even more significant capability. It can seize the martial souls and soul skills of anyone who comes into my line of sight. Regardless of how formidable your martial soul or soul skill may be, as long as it appears before me, I can appropriate it. Furthermore, my five-colored light has an additional function. After acquiring a martial soul or soul skill, it will undergo a process of amplification. Therefore, in essence, the martial souls I adopt will, in terms of both potency and strength, surpass your original ones. Lingmo elucidated, and in an instant, the perplexities in everyone's hearts were resolved. They comprehended the methods Lingmo had employed. So this is how it is. No wonder you could defeat me using my martial soul. At that moment, Daimu Bai's confusion was finally dispelled, and he no longer possessed the courage to challenge Lingmo. What could be compared to this? His innate talent was already on par with yours, and worse still. What some could use, he could as well, while there were aspects he lacked that others possessed. Facing such an extraordinary opponent, what hope could one have? The existence of such a martial soul in the world is truly astonishing. Indeed, a little monster has emerged. It appears that our Shrek Academy has genuinely welcomed a prodigy. Given the terrifyingly exceptional abilities you have displayed, you could already assume an invincible stance among peers of the same rank. If this trajectory continues, the future continent will undoubtedly have a place for you. A five-colored light martial soul, you say? It seems yet another supreme martial soul is poised to resonate throughout the continent and establish its dominance. Zhao Wuji found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by Ling Mo's martial soul. In truth, Ling Mo had yet to disclose an even more astonishing facet, his heavy eyes. According to the master's theory, Ling Mo's two martial souls reveal that the is the core. The ability to steal is derived from the. Presently, due to Ling Mo's relatively weak strength, many of its divine powers remain shrouded in mystery. As Ling Mo gradually grows, this unparalleled martial soul will undoubtedly cause the entire continent to tremble. This is indeed the path of emperors, a fact beyond dispute. Child, could you inform me about the limits of your martial soul's stealing ability? Zhao Wuji suddenly pondered a question. Just moments ago, Ling Mo had stolen his martial soul and soul skills, and with merely 30 levels of soul power, he manifested his martial soul's true form. Such an extraordinary ability was truly astonishing. He was even more curious about the upper limit of Ling Mo's soul-stealing capability. Could he steal a martial soul at the title Douluo level? Upper limit? There is currently no specific limit defined, but I am fairly certain that I cannot steal a title Douluo level martial soul. As for a soul Douluo, I have yet to attempt. Ling Mo suddenly recalled the harrowing incident from 6 years ago at Tang San's residence, where he narrowly escaped a deadly backlash, sending shivers down his spine. It was utterly outrageous. I could no longer bear to listen. This fellow was nothing short of a freak. At that moment, a figure burst forth. It was Oscar. His face a tapestry of bruises, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. Why was it, he pondered, that he, a mere mortal, found himself overshadowed by others' brilliance while he was left with naught but a single sausage? Oscar? Just in time. Bring me a few more of those sausages. Ling Mo's soul power was utterly depleted, and his mental state was precarious. Although the five-colored divine light had healing properties, it did not restore soul power. Oscar casually tossed 2 sausages his way, and Ling Mo caught them deftly, munching away as he remarked, "In any case, I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest I dampen your spirits too severely. Just know this, I am quite formidable." How shameless. Ning Rongrong interjected with a scornful tone. No wonder you resort to petty thievery and mischief. It seems your martial spirit embodies such rogue tendencies. What did you say? Ling Mo retorted. You flat-chested girl. In days gone by, your kick would send someone flying for dozens of meters. What did you just call me? Dare you insult my figure? Ning Rongrong shot back, her emotions spiraling out of control. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, yet the presence of onlookers quelled her impulsive desire. Mark my words. We shall settle this score eventually. Fuming with indignation, she realized her inability to overcome Ling Mo. To avoid being humiliated in public, she chose to restrain herself. This fellow thrived on her anger. He relished it. The most infuriating part was that she could not even best him in a confrontation. TCH. Little girl. Your family's vast fortune shall one day belong to me. Ling Mo disdainfully remarked, suddenly feeling a chill behind him, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on him. Indeed, it was Zhu Yuqing. A flicker of unease surged within her. What a blunder. This girl possesses an intense possessiveness. It seems that in the future, he must refrain from teasing young maidens in her presence, lest calamity ensue. The mere thought of the harrowing ordeal from the previous night sent a pang of discomfort through Ling Mo. Clearly, he had developed a psychological shadow from the experience. Unlike Ning Rongrong, Zhu Yuqing was a woman of few words, keeping her thoughts hidden. However, when she finally unleashed her fury, one would quickly realize their folly. The previous night served as a stark lesson for Ling Mo. Upon observing the commotion among the group, Zhao Wujing pondered the difficulty older individuals faced in integrating into this circle. The many questions lingered in his mind. Yet, the realization that Ling Mo had already entered Shrek Academy brought him solace, as he would have ample time to study his martial soul. Declaring, "Very well. Congratulations, little monsters. You have successfully passed the assessment. From this day forth, you are members of Shrek Academy." He entrusted Mu Bai with the task of assigning dormitories and imparting the school rules and principles. With that, Zhao Wujing, burdened by fatigue, departed, unaware that outside the academy, a pair of eyes had already begun to track him. Poor old Zhao, enduring daily tribulations in Douluo, enduring the onslaught of the young and then the old. only to be battered by the Titan Great Ape, truly the most pitiable soul in Douluo. Chapter 34. The Screams in the Midnight Hour after Zhao Wujing's departure. Ling Mo and the others were assigned dormitories by Dai Mubai. However, when it came to arranging accommodations for Ling Mo and Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai hesitated. The dormitories at Shrek Academy were limited, with only a few rooms available, typically shared between two individuals. Tang San and Oscar shared one room, while Dai Mubai shared with the yet-to-appear Ma Hongjun. Consequently, Ling Mo found himself alone. On the girls' side, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared a room, leaving Zhu Qing with an entire dormitory to herself. Clearly, there was no available accommodation for Ling Mo, as Dai Mubai seemed particularly resolute in denying him the opportunity to room with Zhu Qing, having gone so far as to construct a small dwelling for them. If he had shared a room with Zhu Qing, Ling Mo would have been amenable. Yet he never anticipated Dai Mubai's unwavering determination to create a separate quarters within a day's time. By all standards, it was even more lavish than their own lodgings, a significant investment on Dai Mubai's part. Consequently, Ling Mo's disdain for this fellow grew stronger. How dare he thwart his good fortune? Had it not been for this, Ling Mo might have already sired offspring by the time he graduated. Ahem, merely jesting. Nonetheless, Ling Mo's dormitory was situated adjacent to the boys' dormitory, in close proximity to a small grove. Thus, in the dead of night, piercing screams suddenly echoed from the woods, rendering Ling Mo unable to sleep. Good heavens, those screams were louder than thunder. After observing the scene from the dormitory window for a moment, he rose to investigate but hesitated midway, contemplating returning. Wait a moment, if memory serves correctly, Flinder should be in that grove right now, right? The realization struck him, and the thought of facing Flinder the next day filled Ling Mo with dread. In this moment, if he could harness the deterrent presence of Tang Hao to quell the chaos, would he not feel a bit more at ease? With that thought, an impish grin spread across Ling Mo's face, growing increasingly audacious. Utilizing his ghost shadow perplexing track, Ling Mo traversed the grove, under the moonlight of the night. Aided by the astounding vision granted by his dual pupils, he clearly discerned 3 figures within the thicket. Beneath a large tree, Zhao Wujing lay battered and bruised, while Flinder remained silent and motionless. The shadow lurking in the darkness was instantly recognizable to Ling Mo. It was the long-absent Tang Hao. Oh dear, what a lively scene. I was beginning to think a thief had infiltrated the academy. Suddenly, Ling Mo burst in, startling both Flanders and Zhao Wuji. It is important to note that standing before them was the illustrious Hao Douluo, prompting them to hold their breath in trepidation. The unexpected arrival of a student sent them into a state of alarm. After all, Shrek Academy was the culmination of their efforts, and they could not afford any harm to befall a student. They would unwaveringly defend even against Tang Hao if necessary. What brings you here? Go back. Flanders immediately recognized Ling Mo and shouted sternly, hoping to send him away. Zhao Wuji, struggling to rise, added, "You little rascal, what are you doing awake at this hour?" Unbeknownst to them, the nature of Ling Mo's relationship with Tang Hao filled them with anxiety. They feared that if Tang Hao were to channel his ire towards Ling Mo, they might not be able to safeguard the boy. "My lord, this child is still young and has inadvertently intruded. I kindly ask for your understanding, and I shall send him back immediately." At that moment, Flanders was drenched in sweat. The sudden appearance of the long-missing Haotian Douluo was, in itself, a significant secret. Now that he had been discovered, there was no telling what actions he might take to cover up the incident. "What is the meaning of this?" they exclaimed, each one of them on edge. Ling Mo was taken aback by the reactions of Flander and Zhao Wuji. He had not anticipated that these two individuals would show such concern for him. This genuinely overwhelmed him, having spent a considerable time in this world. Aside from the village chief, Ultraman, only Master had treated him with such kindness. Ling Mo was deeply touched by the responses of Flander and Zhao Wuji. He was well aware of the underlying significance, yet he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it. "It has been a long time, Uncle Tang." Without a care, Ling Mo approached with a playful grin, causing Tang Hao to pause momentarily before responding with mild irritation. "You little rascal. After several years apart, you still haven't changed a bit." This remark left Flinder and Zhao Wujin in a state of shock. What? They know each other? Initially, Flinder and Zhao Wujin speculated that Tang Hao had come for Tang San, given their shared surname. However, upon witnessing Ling Mo's familiarity with Tang Hao, they were astounded. Yet, they soon found solace in the fact that if they knew each other, Ling Mo was unlikely to be in any danger. Their exchange resembled that of a concerned elder speaking to a younger relative. I didn't get the chance to thank you last time, Lingmo said with a smile. Last time? So you had already recognized my involvement? Tang Hao suddenly realized a significant point. His previous intervention had been subtle, yet Lingmo had discerned his identity. Did you forget, uncle? My dual pupils are, after all, a martial spirit. Indeed, you possess as many secrets as I do, Tang Hao replied coldly. Over the past few years, he had kept a watchful eye on Lingmo. He discovered that aside from his grave-digging antics, Lingmo had nearly unearthed the tomb of the Haotian clan during his last escapade, only for Tang Hao to intervene just in time to scare him away. My secrets? I have none. Before you, how could I dare to harbor any? Lingmo feigned ignorance, appearing to be a well-behaved young man at first glance. What brings you here? Tang Hao's expression darkened, fully aware that Lingmo's words were laced with deception. He was unwilling to waste time on trivialities and decided to get straight to the point. Having observed Lingmo for 6 years, he had already acknowledged his presence in his heart. Given Lingmo's attentive care for Tang San over the years, it was impossible for him to harm Lingmo. He felt like a negligent father, while Lingmo had played the role of a capable older brother, looking after Tang San with great diligence, something Tang Hao had not overlooked. Regardless of Lingmo's motivations, Tang Hao had already accepted him internally. Uncle, what brings you to Shrek Academy today? Is there something you need to attend to? These two are my teachers. If they have offended you in any way, I hope you will show them mercy. From the very beginning, Lingmo had set his sights on this goal, hoping that the days to come would be a little more bearable. With the imposing presence of a titled Douluo, even if Flandre wished to confront him, he would not dare to do so. It was not a matter of offending him. Rather, there were a few matters he needed to entrust to his two esteemed teachers. Tang Hao spoke coldly, seemingly devoid of remorse for his previous actions. Only he could carry out such feats, clearly in need of assistance, yet insisting on administering a beating until the other was sufficiently subdued before seeking help. This uncle truly deserved his reputation as the mightiest man on the continent, making even the act of soliciting assistance feel refreshingly unconventional. Lingmo felt a deep sense of embarrassment, while the unfortunate Zhao Wuji was left utterly unrecognizable. Tang Hao, upon hearing Lingmo's remark, also felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Zhao Wuji earlier, it was insufficient to heal the wounds within his heart. What do you wish to convey? Tang Hao's face darkened with displeasure, suspecting that this young man had betrayed him, intent on leading him astray. Familiar with Lingmo's character, Tang Hao discerned that such sarcastic remarks signified an ulterior motive. Uncle, within the Sodto Forest, there exists a lake of life, adorned by a wondrous flower known as the Rainbow Emperor. That treasure is of unparalleled value. If you could procure it for me, I would gladly assist in healing Teacher Zhao. What do you say? Lingmo's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled a precious treasure, the flower by the lake of life within the Sodto Forest. He had encountered it before, but lacked the means to obtain it. Hence he wished to enlist Tang Hao's help. You rascal, you certainly have a knack for business. But do you truly believe that this trivial task warrants me taking such risks? Tang Hao stated coldly, not that he feared the two entities within the Sodto Forest. Well, it seems you have a point there. Chapter 35, Scheming Against Flandre. Sigh, forget it. I'll venture there myself another day. Faced with Tang Hao's inquiry, Lingmo promptly conceded. Those two beings in the lake of life were, after all, spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. In a one-on-one confrontation, Tang Hao might not be intimidated. However, facing two posed a significant risk. Lingmo deemed it unwise to have Tang Hao take such a perilous gamble, as he would not be accountable should anything go awry. Furthermore, there was no compelling reason for Tang Hao to assist Lingmo in such a dangerous endeavor. You plan to go alone? Do you realize that the lake of life is exceedingly perilous? For a mere child like you, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Tang Hao is utterly perplexed as to what significance the colorful emperor flower held for Lingmo, warranting such a reckless pursuit despite the inherent dangers. What can be done? Danger is simply part of the equation. Alas, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I am determined to procure that colorful emperor flower. Lingmo had long since calculated the significance of this flower, and he was contemplating an opportunity to enlist Xiao Wu's assistance in retrieving it from the Stardust Great Forest in a few days. One might wonder, what purpose does this colorful imperial flower serve? For others, it holds no value whatsoever. However, for Lingmo, its significance is profound. This colorful imperial flower is a celestial treasure among blossoms, as its very name suggests, belonging to a royal echelon. It is a supreme elixir, imbued with 5 extraordinary powers, possessing immense energy. When consumed in conjunction with Lingmo's 5-colored divine light, It could elicit monumental transformations. Ling Mo determined this elixir's compatibility with his martial soul through a synthesis derived from the Tang sect's overarching teachings. Evaluating the interactions of various medicinal substances alongside the characteristics of martial souls, he concluded that this particular celestial medicine is ideally suited for his martial soul. Upon consumption, his martial soul could undergo significant enhancement, potentially unlocking some of the taboos associated with his dual pupils. Ling Mo assessed that this elixir would only be effective for him. Anyone else who dared to ingest it would undoubtedly meet their demise. Its astonishing potency means that, without a compatible martial soul, one would be incapable of containing its formidable medicinal power, let alone absorbing it. This is precisely why Ling Mo is not in haste to procure it. In the hands of others, it would be a deadly poison, while in his possession, it transforms into a divine remedy. Ling Mo felt uncertain about reclaiming what was lost, and thus shifted her focus to two individuals. The first was Tang Hao, yet he appeared somewhat reluctant. Consequently, her gaze fell upon the second, Xiao Wu. The Sodto Forest was her home, and Ming and Ming were her brothers. Entering the Lake of Life would be remarkably effortless for her. However, Lingmo's current task was to persuade Xiao Wu to return and retrieve the Rainbow Emperor flower. It was evidently unwise to reveal her true identity outright. Should Xiao Wu discover that her secret had been exposed, she would likely never venture out of the forest again. What significance does this flower hold for you? Tang Hao spoke in a low, somber tone. Ling Mo remained silent, unwilling to reveal the intricacies of the situation. For he understood that Tang Hao would not easily embrace danger. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Until those matters were resolved, Tang Hao would refrain from taking risks. This was precisely why Ling Mo chose to withhold information from him. It would serve no purpose. After all, beauty is simply aesthetic. After much contemplation, Ling Mo resolved against involving Tang Hao, recognizing that it would impose a significant burden of obligation on him, one he feared he might not be able to repay. Upon hearing Ling Mo's response, Tang Hao sensed that the lad harbored a secret, yet he remained tight-lipped. Through years of observation, he had gleaned a fair understanding of Ling Mo's character. It was evident that this particular flower held substantial significance for him, or else he would not have mentioned it at all. This boy had always been motivated by gain. If it were merely for a beautiful blossom, Ling Mo would undoubtedly not be so fixated. Clearly, this flower was of great importance to him, prompting Tang Hao to consider a venture into the Sodto Forest at the earliest opportunity. After all, this child had looked after Xiao San for 6 years. It could be viewed as a matter of reciprocity. Internally, Tang Hao wrestled with his thoughts but chose not to articulate them. After exchanging a few words with Flanders and the others, he departed without disclosing his intentions. No one knew what he was about to undertake. Ling Mo, too, felt a sense of curiosity regarding his 6-year absence. What could he possibly be up to? While some speculated that he sought vengeance against the Spirit Hall, there was little activity on the continent to suggest so. It was perplexing. What, indeed, was this old drunkard preoccupied with? Cough, cough. Boy, hurry and treat me. Damn it. I can barely breathe. As soon as Tang Hao left, the woeful voice of Zhao Wujing echoed through the air. Truly, he was the most pitiful soul in Douluo. Frequently subjected to beatings, first by the young, then by the old. Initially renowned, he later found himself relegated to the role of a mere extra. What happened to the unmoved king? His plight was utterly dismal. He was hardly even regarded as a bird. In an instant, Ling Mo unleashed the radiant quintessence of his spirit, casting a luminous beam that blossomed amidst the woods, enveloping Zhao Wuji in a gentle yet potent energy. Before long, all of Zhao Wuji's wounds had miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind. In less than a minute, he returned to his former visage. Healing ability? My dear boy, your martial soul is truly astonishing. Flinder, watching in utter amazement, had been seeking Ling Mo for some time, unaware that the lad had already arrived at Shrek Academy. What captivated him most was Ling Mo's martial soul. It was this very soul that compelled Flinder to undertake such arduous efforts to recruit Ling Mo for the academy. Ah, so you are the illustrious Flinder, the renowned dean? I have heard many tales about you from the days of the Golden Iron Triangle. Upon hearing Flinder's words, a sly smile crept across Ling Mo's face, with Tang Hao's intimidating presence looming. Flinder had initially intended to reprimand Ling Mo, but was deterred upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's battered appearance. You are familiar with my story? Flinder inquired, perplexed. He had not anticipated that this youth would come prepared, first ensnaring himself, and then daring to approach his academy. It appears he knows me well, and he harbors no fear of my seeking retribution. Indeed, I have heard of you. Prior to my arrival, I made inquiries and learned that the founder of Shrek Academy is none other than Flinder, one of the legendary trio of the Golden Iron Triangle, possessing a formidable level of 78 and a cat-eagle martial soul. Notorious for his cunning and vengeful nature, he is quite the petty individual. While the earlier remarks were benign, the latter statements caused Flinder's countenance to darken. Who dares to malign my character? Who has spread such slander? Flinder, infuriated, glared at Ling Mo's smug expression, his temper flaring. You little rascal. Who told you such things? When have I ever been devious, vengeful, or petty? If you do not clarify this matter today, I shall not let it rest. This pertains to my reputation, and Flinder could hardly contain himself. Had it not been for the fear of Tang Hao's sudden return, he might have resorted to violence, silencing the boy permanently. I know not. It is merely what others have conveyed. I am simply stating a fact. If it were not for you, why would you pursue me so relentlessly? Mo wore a treacherous smile, and at once, Flinder understood that the lad was merely toying with him. Goodness! Was he deliberately tarnishing his own reputation for the sake of self-preservation? According to his reasoning, the innocent shall remain untainted. If you are not, then you must not seek retribution. Yet, if you are indeed as he claims, then what is there left to argue? Humph, you clever boy. I concede, our accounts will be settled in due time. Flinder felt a sense of unease from Ling Mo's words. Fully aware that he was manipulating his emotions, yet he could not retaliate. To strike would only confirm his guilt. And there was a real possibility of being dealt with by Tang Hao, resulting in a loss too great to bear. At this moment, Flinder finally grasped the essence of being schemed against. He was accustomed to outsmarting others, but when had it become his turn to be ensnared? And by a mere child. No less. Chapter 36. Distress in the stillness of the night at Shrek Academy, silence reigned supreme. As birds flitted through the forest, a flash of light darted towards the dormitory. Upon returning to his quarters, Lingmo adjusted his state and quickly succumbed to slumber. That day had drained his soul power multiple times, leaving his body utterly fatigued and in need of replenishment. Tang Hao had already departed, with no indication of his whereabouts. It seemed that this time, his return was shrouded in uncertainty, though he had been absent for 6 years. Lingmo sensed that Tang Hao had been watching over Tang San all along, but this time, that feeling had dissipated. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, a new day was on the horizon. Beneath the morning dew, a shadow crept onto the rooftop, greeting the first rays of sunlight with meditation. It was Tang San. For the past few years, he had risen before dawn each day to cultivate his practice. And this unwavering determination earned Ling Mo's profound admiration. Good morning, little San. Ling Mo's figure passed by the dormitory building, and he immediately spotted Tang San on the rooftop. Lazily greeting him, Tang San had finished his training early and leaped down from the roof. His purple extreme demon eye had stagnated at the 2nd level, and his only hope lay in acquiring the 3rd soul ring to break through. Each level's breakthrough was intrinsically linked to the soul rings. Such was the law of Douluo. Let us go. It's time for a meal. I'm starving. I barely ate anything yesterday, just a bit of Oscar's sausage. And now I feel like my stomach is touching my back, Lingmo exclaimed. You go ahead. I need to find Xiao Wu, Tang San replied. Indeed. This fellow never forgot about Xiao Wu, no matter where he went. Lingmo rolled his eyes and said, fine. The girls' dormitory is on the other side of the academy. You can find it yourself. Lingmo had already familiarized himself with the location of the girls' dormitory yesterday, having explored nearly every area of the academy. It was primarily due to his occupational habit. After leaving the small grove in the middle of the night, he wandered around Shrek Academy, curious to discover if there were any tombs with treasures within. His glance into the girls' dormitory was merely incidental. He harbored no ulterior motives. Tang San paused for a moment upon hearing Ling Mo's words, wondering how he knew where the girls' dormitory was. However, for Tang San, who was well acquainted with Lingmo, such behavior seemed all too ordinary. This guy always made it a point to familiarize himself with any unfamiliar terrain. He claimed it was for the sake of making a swift escape in case of emergencies. You go on. I'll find Xiao Wu first, Tang San said, somewhat speechless, as he had likely deduced what Lingmo had been up to the previous night, certainly wandering around with that so-called super artifact shovel of his, searching for graves. See you later. With a wave, Lingmo hurried towards the cafeteria, his hunger becoming unbearable. Turning left and right, he navigated past the teaching building and arrived at the cafeteria. Upon entering, he discovered that it was already occupied by 2 girls, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Lingmo found it quite perplexing that Zhu Zhuqing was up at such an hour. But even more surprising was that this little witch could rise so early as well, given her lazy disposition. She should have still been lost in her dreams at this hour. Hee, these two girls, after just a day apart, seem to have become even more beautiful. Lingmo thought to himself, casting a furtive glance to ensure no one else was around. A sly smile crept across his face as he grew increasingly audacious. However, it appeared that the two girls were still somewhat distant, seated several tables apart from each other. Lingmo believed he could easily provoke that little demoness. So he dashed towards Zhu Shiqing. Hey, little girl. Good morning. Just as Zhu Shiqing was momentarily stunned, Lingmo audaciously planted a kiss on her cheek. Afterward, he quickly distanced himself, wearing a mischievous grin. How dare he remain so unruly even within the academy? Zhu Shiqing's initially pleasant mood was now on the verge of boiling over. Rogue, looking for a fight? As soon as she spoke, her martial spirit enveloped her. And her first soul skill, Ghostly Stab, was activated in an instant. However, to her astonishment, as she approached Ling Mo's position, his figure suddenly materialized behind her. And he swept her into his embrace. Can't touch me, can you? The more you struggle, the more I relish it. As he savored the softness of her form and was enveloped by a captivating fragrance, Lingmo nearly lost control but hastily released her and retreated to a safe distance. What a captivating enchantress! If it weren't for the fear of being hunted by the spirit cat family, I would have taken her back to Daoxiang village. Grateful for his own composure, Lingmo recognized that Zhu Shiqing's alluring figure was akin to a lethal poison, addictive with just one touch. What man wouldn't be enamored by such a devilish beauty? Lingmo was no exception. However, he currently lacked the strength to disregard the Star Luo Empire's authority. So he could only take advantage of the situation within limits. Yet, in the distant Tian-Do Empire, he need not worry about the Star Luo Empire seeking retribution against him. Zhu Shiqing's face flushed crimson, her irritation towards Lingmo intensifying with each glance. Yet, the more infuriated she became, the more futile it seemed. Through their interactions, she had come to grasp Lingmo's nature. He thrived on her resistance, while a lack of it rendered him indifferent. Once she regained her composure, she shot him a cold glare, opting not to confront him, and simply left him to stand alone. Zhu Shiqing returned to her table to resume her meal, choosing not to pursue Lingmo further, which left him feeling quite frustrated. In truth, Zhu Shiqing understood that she could never match Lingmo's prowess. No matter how hard she tried, she would never best him. Her only hope lay in waiting for him to exhaust his soul power and find himself in a weakened state, just like last time. Yet, such opportunities were rare. Zhu Shiqing now regretted bringing him to Shrek Academy. She should have taken him to a secluded spot to confine him and administer a proper punishment. Why are you acting so strangely? Don't you want to fight me? Aren't you angry? Having finally entered an excited state, Lingmo wished to seize further advantages. But Zhu Shiqing's lack of resistance left him feeling disinterested and unamused. Get lost. The incessant chatter nearby infuriated Zhu Shiqing, who shot Lingmo an icy glare before choosing to ignore him completely. Watching him squirm in frustration only brought her a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the more she disregarded him, the more discomfort he exhibited. Zhu Shiqing seemed to have grasped Lingmo's Achilles heel. She continued to ignore him, stifling laughter at his bewildered expression. This is maddening. How can you ignore me? Despite her various attempts to engage her, Zhu Shiqing remained unyielding, infuriating Lingmo further. No matter how he provoked her, she remained unresponsive, effectively acknowledging his antics, which left him feeling utterly bored. As the saying goes, the more unattainable the object, the more precious it becomes. Conversely, that which is easily obtained is often taken for granted. After exhausting his efforts to gain her attention, Lingmo shifted his focus to Ning Rongrong across the room. This fiery girl should be quite entertaining. Chapter 37. If you dare, come at me. Just as Lingmo was about to tease Ning Rongrong, she seemed to grasp his intentions and, mirroring Zhu Shiqing, chose to disregard him entirely. This left Lingmo utterly disheartened. How can this be? Fellow students, we must stand against such rogues and never compromise. It is no wonder, though, that despite Lingmo's playful advances, he always maintained a level of restraint, operating within acceptable boundaries for both. Moreover, considering that resistance was futile, it was perhaps better to let him indulge in his antics since there was nothing to truly lose. Damn it all, you all play hardball. Lingmo initially charged towards Ning Rongrong with great fervor, only to be met with a dismissive glance from Ning, who subsequently chose to ignore her entirely. This left Lingmo feeling deflated. Frustrated and indignant, she grabbed a morsel of breakfast and returned to Zhu Shiqing's table. Upon witnessing Lingmo's embarrassment, Zhu Shiqing, who had been suppressing her laughter for quite some time, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. What a trivial matter. One day, I shall surely have my revenge on you. Ling Mo's face was clouded with anger. These two dared to toy with him, making him feel like a complete fool. Come on, if you have the guts, he thought. If they truly had the courage, they wouldn't have hesitated until now. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have discerned Ling Mo's character, certain that he would not dare to act, for he had numerous opportunities but had only taken minor advantages before retreating, never contemplating a forceful approach. The taunting voice only fueled Ling Mo's simmering rage. Had it not been for her family's influence, he would have been tempted to retaliate. What about Dai Mubai? Ling Mo dismissed any concern for him, as he never regarded Dai Mubai as a rival. Just wait. That day will come. Ling Mo diligently suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, pondering that day would not be far off. I am eagerly looking forward to it. Zhu Zhuqing continued her provocative taunts, her voice laden with irresistible allure, accompanied by her enchanting figure, leaving Ling Mo utterly captivated. It perplexed him, for he had a wife of such exquisite beauty at home. Why, then, did Dai Mubai venture into the realm of frivolity, only to be intercepted by Ling Mo? In every conceivable aspect, Ling Mo eclipsed Dai Mubai. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had become thoroughly disillusioned with Dai Mubai, presenting Ling Mo with yet another opportunity. The manner in which Zhu Zhuqing treated Ling Mo, in stark contrast to her demeanor towards Dai Mubai, would lead any onlooker to dismiss any notion of their connection. She had already acknowledged Ling Mo in her heart. All that remained was the passage of time. Alas, what is this? It tastes terrible. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's provocations, Ling Mo chose to disregard her, for he understood that he could not afford to act too recklessly at this juncture. Shifting the subject, he expressed his utter disappointment in the culinary offerings of Shrek Academy. He could only pray for the swift arrival of the master. Once he arrived, Flinder, that miserly old man, would surely enhance the dining experience. Having anything to eat is a blessing. Be quiet. Noticing Ling Mo's deliberate change of topic, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to grasp his apprehensions and lost interest in pursuing that line of conversation. She understood the implications of the shift. Deep down, she had already welcomed Ling Mo into her heart, yet she still feared the repercussions. The only course of action was to grow stronger, to reach a point where she could confront danger and seize control of her own destiny. Just as their conversation heated up, a group of individuals entered the dining hall. It was Tang San and his companions. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, there was Dai Mubai and a portly fellow with a tuft of hair atop his head. If Ling Mo recalled correctly, this was the much-anticipated final member of the Shrek 7 monsters, Ma Hongjun. Wow, so many beautiful women. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun immediately spotted the two lovely ladies seated in the cafeteria, his eyes widening with intrigue, a mischievous spark igniting within him, eager to make a move. This fellow had just broken up with his girlfriend, and hadn't he even had the chance to engage in a farewell fling. Xiao Mo, you didn't call me for dinner. Xiao Wu dashed toward Ling Mo and plopped down beside him, while Tang San went to fetch breakfast for her. Xiao Wu shot a furious glare at Ling Mo, seemingly blaming him for not inviting her. Didn't Xiao San go to call you? What's the matter? Is there a shortage of light bulbs in your dorm? Ling Mo retorted with a hint of irritation, leaving Xiao Wu utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. I don't care. You have no idea. Just a moment ago, we were nearly bullied over there, Xiao Wu lamented, feigning vulnerability. Bullied? By whom? Ling Mo paused, recalling the narrative in his mind, which seemed to involve Ma Hongjun. That can't be right. What power does that chubby fellow possess to bully you? Ling Mo thought, sensing something amiss. After all, Ma Hongjun was hardly formidable enough to even withstand Tang San, let alone intimidate them. How do you know this matter is related to that chubby guy? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, as she had yet to disclose the specifics. Humph. Is there anything under the heavens that I am unaware of? What a jest. You should consider who your Mo is, someone who possesses knowledge of both celestial phenomena and earthly matters. There is nothing in this world that can elude my grasp. He spoke with utmost confidence, for Ling Mo had perused various versions of Duel, truly embodying the essence of one who knows the heavens and the earth, without a hint of modesty. Moreover, throughout these 6 years, Ling Mo had delved into the origins of the Zongtong, discovering that this supreme I was, in fact, the legendary supreme I capable of reversing the yin and yang. While he might not yet be able to unravel its forbidden secrets, he had a profound understanding of the Zongtong's capabilities. According to legend, this otherworldly supreme I could unveil the past and future, transcending the boundaries of lives lived and lost. Indeed, it was this very Zongtong Ling Mo remained uncertain whether her later awakening of the dual pupils would indeed come to pass, nor could she ascertain if Douluo was truly her only sanctuary. All would be revealed once the secrets of the bronze coffin were unraveled. The bronze coffin represented Ling Mo's greatest enigma. It was the vessel that brought her into this world. In the depths of unending darkness, Ling Mo had witnessed a breathtaking sight of 9 dragons pulling a bronze coffin. At that moment, her coffin brushed past another, and she could distinctly hear the uproar emanating from within, indicating that it housed more than one occupant. "Stop boasting. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating," Zhu Yiqing interjected, her dissatisfaction evident. She disapproved of Ling Mo's cheerful exchange with Xiao Wu and felt compelled to interject. This was quite uncharacteristic of her. Perhaps it was the unease within her that prevented her from remaining a mere observer. How vexing. This girl is genuinely intent on getting under his skin. The cafeteria had suddenly become bustling with the arrival of so many people, and while the atmosphere was lively, it felt somewhat off-kilter. At one table sat Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, while Ling Mo, Zhu Yiqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San formed another group, leaving Ning Rongrong alone at her own table. As the eldest member of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had initially hoped to enliven the mood and facilitate introductions among everyone. However, seeing how engrossed everyone was in their own conversations left him feeling utterly helpless and unable to join in. His attention remained fixated on the lively exchange between Ling Mo and Zhu Yiqing, which only fueled his frustration to the point where he could no longer enjoy his meal. Ling Mo originally intended to avenge Xiao Wu, but upon reflection, she realized that the girl had not truly suffered. Rather, she had deliberately sought to manipulate others, using herself as a pawn. What a farce. If the sky were to fall, let Tang San bear the brunt of it. Ling Mo was not so foolish. With Tang San by her side, how could she ever be at a disadvantage? It was evident that he was merely feeling guilty. Chapter 38. Suppression. The sound of clanging bells abruptly shattered the eerie atmosphere of the cafeteria. Dai Mubai hastily rose, declaring, "That is the bell summoned by the Dane." After satisfying their hunger, Ling Mo stood up, a look of despondency on her face, and resignedly said, "Let's go meet the four-eyed boy." To be honest, he truly did not wish to attend school. There were still so many tombs on this continent waiting for him to explore. How could he squander his youth in such a trivial academy? By a twist of fate, Ling Mo found himself dragged to Shrek Academy, with no choice but to remain. "Four-eyed boy, what is that?" Xiao Wu inquired, rising to follow him, her curiosity piqued. The group marched towards the playground, with Ling Mo explaining along the way. "The four-eyed boy is the dean of Shrek Academy, a soul sage at level 78, with the martial soul of a four-eyed cat eagle. Quite formidable." "A soul sage? That's rather concerning," Xiao Wu responded, a hint of trepidation in her voice, which caught Tang San's attention. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." Xiao Wu feigned a smile, though her internal unease was palpable. Ling Mo found no need to expose her, if he did. It was likely that Xiao Wu would retreat to the forest shortly thereafter. Upon arriving at the playground, Oscar was already present, appearing spirited and even clean-shaven. His captivating peach blossom eyes and handsome features left everyone momentarily stunned. This level of attractiveness surpassed even Dai Mubai's. "Wow, you rascal. You're almost more handsome than I am. With looks like that, you surpass quite a few." Ling Mo could not help but praise the undeniable allure of Oscar's appearance. However, being someone who had always held a disdain for Dai Mubai, he seized the opportunity to belittle him. "What do you mean? Are you speaking in riddles?" Dai Mubai's displeasure was palpable. This individual seemed intent on opposing him, never missing a chance to mock him. "It's nothing of significance. If you insist on taking it personally, there is little I can do about it. What is the matter? Care to settle this?" Ling Mo had never been afraid of a brawl. And in a war of words, Dai Mubai was no match for him. What could he possibly use to contend against Ling Mo? My patience has its limits. Push me too far, and we shall see the consequences." Dai Mubai, consumed by rage, could no longer tolerate the continuous theft of his spotlight and the relentless mockery. Despite knowing he could not overpower Ling Mo, he was unwilling to endure any longer. "You think highly of yourself. If I wish to end you, it would take but a moment, do not doubt that." As he spoke, Ling Mo swiftly drew the star crossbow, unleashing 3 arrows that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, surrounding Dai Mubai's ears. In that instant, he felt the chilling proximity of death. The arrows whizzed past him, aiming for a cluster of trees behind him, shattering them into dust in mere moments. The power of the arrows did not wane after obliterating the first tree. They continued on to the second and third, showcasing an overwhelming destructive force that left Tang San astounded. He recognized the weapon as the Zhuge God crossbow from the Tang sect. Yet its strength surpassed that of the original by an unfathomable degree. What an overwhelming display of power! Tang San exclaimed, utterly shocked. He had not anticipated that Ling Mo could modify the Zhuge God crossbow to such an extreme, judging solely by this formidable impact. Even a level 50 Soul Master would meet their demise in an instant, caught entirely off guard. Dai Mubai was left in a state of profound shock, rendered speechless. He had never imagined that Ling Mo possessed such a lethal capability. It was precisely this revelation that stripped him of any confidence to resist Ling Mo. This is terrifying. Just moments ago, had Ling Mo desired his death, it would have required merely an instant, and he would have had no opportunity to react. Xiaoma. Tang San could not fathom the enmity between Ling Mo and Dai Mubai, believing Dai Mubai to be a decent person. He was perplexed by Ling Mo's hostility towards him. In order to prevent further escalation, Tang San intervened just in time. Do not attempt to provoke me. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your origins. Anger me, and those behind you will not be able to protect you. Ling Mo coldly replied that he certainly would not kill Dai Mubai. He merely wished to make him understand that it was not a matter of inability, but rather a matter of choice. Although Dai Mubai was quite irritating in the beginning, he undeniably proved himself to be a competent older brother in the later stages. Ling Mo gradually subdued him, not for any other reason but to hasten his self-realization. Every individual present here possessed talents no lesser than his own, and it was time to lower that haughty head. The tumult was fleeting. However, it unveiled Ling Mo's formidable nature. This individual, often perceived as playful and carefree, harbored a profound intent for destruction. The dean had arrived. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Oscar shouted, and from a distance approached a figure, none other than Flander. Due to Ling Mo's plundering of his small shop, Xiao Wu and Tang San had not encountered him and thus did not recognize him. Yet, as he approached, his gaze fell upon Tang San's belt, instantly identifying its origin and casting a lingering glance in Tang San's direction. Flander's eyes swept across the crowd, satisfied as he nodded at Ling Mo. He was aware of the recent events, having discussed them with Ling Mo the previous night. It was essential to temper Dai Mubai's arrogance. He refrained from intervening or mentioning it. Over the years, Dai Mubai had grown accustomed to his pride, which certainly needed to be tempered. In the face of stronger opponents, such arrogance served no purpose. According to Flander, while pride can be justified, it must be predicated on superiority over one's rivals. Dai Mubai had repeatedly suffered defeats at Ling Mo's hands, yet remained oblivious to the need for restraint. If this continued, he would not progress far against others. Shrek Academy, known for its assembly of prodigious talents, housed individuals brimming with pride, exemplified by Ning Rongrong. Flander aimed to temper their spirits to prevent future misfortunes. Excellent. This year is promising. We have gained 5 more exceptional talents. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to you all. Shortly, each of you shall remit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees finances, with the exception of you, Ling Mo, who shall contribute 200. This unexpected announcement further strained Ling Mo's already meager purse. Wait, why must I pay 200? Though not currently in financial distress. He protested against the apparent favoritism. Are you really asking me? Just a few days ago, how much did you sell those trinkets for? Don't you have any awareness of your own actions? At the mention of this, Flander's irritation surged. This rascal had the audacity to swindle him. Fine. 200 it is. Ling Mo conceded, realizing he had profited several thousand gold soul coins from the spoils acquired from Flander. Paying back 100 gold soul coins as capital was not unreasonable. The exchange between the two was quite comical, drawing astonished gazes from all around, prompting thoughts about how Ling Mo came to know Flander. Furthermore, it appeared they had a significant history, with Ling Mo seemingly having swindled Flander in the past. The onlookers, including Ma Hongjun and Oscar, were utterly astonished, for they were well acquainted with Flander, who was notorious for being the one to swindle others, not the one being swindled. Lingmo's ability to pluck a few feathers from this iron rooster is truly remarkable. At that moment, they were utterly in awe. What a divine being he is. Chapter 39. Tang San went astray all right. The rest of you may take your leave. Remember, before darkness falls, ensure that you are in optimal condition. Do not blame me for not warning you. The teaching methods of this academy are unlike those elsewhere. You may even encounter peril. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stay behind. Given that you are support-type soul masters, special arrangements will be made for you. As soon as the words left his lips, Ning Rongrong immediately raised a question, stating, Dean, Isn't this guy also a support-type soul master? Her gaze fixed on Ling Mo. Indeed, during his battle with Zhao Wujia, Ling Mo exhibited characteristics of a support-type soul master through his martial soul. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, the five-colored divine light is indeed a support-type martial soul. It is merely that Ling Mo employs it in a manner that does not adhere to the conventional path of support-type soul masters. Ning Rongrong's query was swiftly addressed. Do you believe he is merely a pure support-type soul master? Flender replied earnestly. Those familiar with Ling Mo understand that his martial soul has never been devoid of combat potential. Even Daimubai could not gain an advantage over him. Could he truly be classified as a support-type soul master lacking in combat capability? The positioning of Ling Mo has never been clearly defined. It entirely hinges upon the strength of his adversaries or the companions at his side. When faced with formidable foes, he becomes formidable himself. When confronted with weaker opponents, he mirrors their weakness. Essentially, as long as a powerful soul master is present nearby, Lingmo's potential can be magnified infinitely. Moreover, with the enhancement of the five-color divine light, even in mere physical confrontations, Lingmo remains invincible. Flander's response went unchallenged by Ning Rongrong. For Lingmo's prowess was undoubtedly the most formidable among the group. Subsequently, Flander issued straightforward instructions to the two of them, instructing them to run 20 laps around the academy before dispersing. Dismissed. Go back and rest, Lingmo said wearily as he made his way towards the dormitory. Having spent the previous night tirelessly searching the mountains, he was utterly exhausted. However, he soon noticed that Tang San and Xiao Wu had followed him. While Zhu Xuqing returned to the dormitory on her own. What are you two following me for? Lingmo inquired, perplexed by their furtive demeanor. With no one else around, Tang San boldly posed a question. Xiao Mo, how were you able to unleash such tremendous power with your Zhuge Divine crossbow just now? Tang San had long harbored a curiosity. The starry crossbow Ling Mo wielded appeared to be an upgraded version of the Zhuge Divine crossbow, exhibiting a terrifying potency that surpassed the original. As someone deeply passionate about hidden weapons, Tang San was determined not to miss the chance to uncover the truth. Xiao Wu, aware that both of them possessed knowledge of that particular hidden weapon, did not hesitate to ask, "Are you referring to this?" Ling Mo casually produced the starry crossbow and tossed it to Tang San for examination. This contraption isn't particularly special. I merely invested extra effort into the materials. Of course, the most crucial element was the black stone imbued with celestial power. Ling Mo had no reason to conceal anything from Tang San, for he had pilfered these hidden weapon techniques from him. Sharing their experiences might lead to the creation of even more powerful hidden weapons, as they were the only two in this world with expertise in such matters. This power feels vast and empty, akin to the boundless expanse of the Milky Way. Yet it harbors an inexhaustible source of strength. Xiao Mo, what materials did you employ? How did you manage to transform the Zhuge Divine crossbow to such an extent, surpassing its original power? Tang San questioned, perplexed. His unique insights into hidden weapons allowed him to discern the characteristics of the materials used in the starry crossbow at a glance. Materials? Well, there isn't much to speak of. Only one black stone is rather unique. It contains a substantial amount of celestial power, which I utilized to modify the Zhuge Divine crossbow, resulting in its current form. After absorbing the properties of the celestial meteorite, the Zhuge Divine crossbow underwent a qualitative transformation, naturally rendering it more powerful than before. Moreover, I've discovered something intriguing. It seems that these peculiar stones, buried deep underground for many years, possess some special characteristics. By harnessing these traits and infusing them into hidden weapons, their power might exceed that of the original. Ling Mo elucidated that her expertise in the study of Tang Sek's hidden weapons parallels that of Tang San. Over the years, having plundered numerous tombs, Ling Mo discovered that many grand burial sites were constructed from peculiar materials. When these materials were unearthed and forged into hidden weapons, they proved to be far superior to those crafted from mundane iron. Although Tang San possessed specialized blacksmithing techniques, no amount of forging could imbue ordinary iron with such extraordinary properties. Ah, so that is the case. No wonder the stone you gifted me last time exhibited strange characteristics, not only enhancing the weapons themselves but also significantly augmenting their power. It appears I must seek an opportunity to excavate a tomb myself. Wait a moment. Tang San stated earnestly, causing Ling Mo to suddenly pause. Oh no, this fellow has been led astray. You are the son of destiny. How can you contemplate such morally reprehensible actions? Judging by Tang San's demeanor, he seemed to be quite serious. Great. Brother, when you go digging, do take me along. exclaimed Xiaowu, who seemed to revel in the chaos. Ever since Ling Mo had taken her on a previous grave-robbing venture, the young girl had become utterly captivated. Finding it to be an exhilarating endeavor, Ling Mo vowed not to take her to the grave, and thereafter she remained in a state of melancholy for quite some time. However, upon hearing that her most cherished companion, Tang San, also intended to descend to the tomb, her spirits were instantly lifted. Tang San would never deny her. He had always been one to fulfill her every request. Indeed, I must devise a meticulous plan and test my fortune. It appears Tang San has firmly resolved to proceed. As witnessing the formidable power of Ling Mo's starry crossbow rendered him restless. In matters of concealed weaponry, he has always pursued perfection. Should his creations fall short of Ling Mo's prowess, he would possess no advantage whatsoever. Do not rush into a decision, he cautioned. Do you truly believe that venturing into a tomb is so simple? Such endeavors rely heavily on accumulated experience, and without specialized techniques, you will be utterly incapable of uncovering the treasures hidden within the crypt. You may toil tirelessly only to return empty-handed. Ling Mo could not help but pour a bucket of cold water over the situation. It was not that he doubted Tang San, but rather that Tang San lacked the ability to explore tombs. Why? Typically, when Ling Mo descends into a tomb, he employs his to sense the surroundings. Generally, if there are treasures within a tomb, they can detect them. This is also the reason why Ling Mo rarely misses his targets. Tang San, however, was different. Although he possessed a pair of, without special techniques, he would still be unable to explore effectively. Special techniques? Since Tang San had made up his mind, he would certainly devote himself to learning the art of tomb raiding from Ling Mo. For instance, how to utilize the to sense the essence of treasures, and so forth. Ling Mo felt no need to conceal this knowledge, as Tang San was indeed his closest friend. I have studied this, though he is cultivated postnatally. It should not pose a problem for merely detecting treasures, Ling Mo declared. Come with me. I shall teach you how to use the to trace the whereabouts of treasures. With that, Ling Mo led the two of them into his modest dormitory, beginning to impart some tomb raiding techniques to Tang San. In truth, there was a hint of mischief in his intentions. He couldn't help but wonder if Tang Hao would be furious upon discovering that he had led Tang San astray. The memory of the last time when Tang Hao frightened him away from the Haotian sect ruins filled Ling Mo with indignation. Perhaps, he thought, he could intentionally lead Tang San to excavate his own ancestral grave. It would be amusing to see if Tang Hao would be so enraged that he would strike his own son. Chapter 40. The little demoness erupts heavens. Is this too cruel of me? Am I devoid of all conscience? Even Ling Mo felt that he had gone too far by contemplating having Tang San unwittingly dig up his own family's grave. However, it did sound exhilarating. He merely wondered if Tang Hao would end up striking himself in anger. What does it matter? At worst, he could take this opportunity to slip away to a place where Tang Hao could not find him. After all, was it Tang Hao who had previously disguised himself to frighten him? Now, it was his turn to ensnare Tang San. Ling Mo found the experience increasingly exhilarating as he imparted a wealth of tomb raiding knowledge to Tang San, simultaneously bestowing upon him a set of intrinsic talents derived from the dual pupil heritage. This particular gift was solely an exploration ability, perfectly aligned with the capabilities of the purple extreme magic eye. Upon grasping this information, Tang San borrowed a shovel from Ling Mo and ventured out with Xiaowu. However, Ling Mo had nearly excavated every significant grave within several dozen miles, yielding little of value. Before their departure, Ling Mo specifically cautioned him that to unearth treasures. Aside from a few prominent families, the most promising tombs were those forgotten by time or abandoned. Typically, such sites concealed valuable artifacts. The rewards depended solely on one's luck. After Tang San left, Ling Mo reclined in bed, surrendering to sleep, having endured an entire night without rest and feeling utterly exhausted. As night descended, Flinders stood on the grand playground. Tang San and Xiaowu had returned, appearing disheartened. Just as Ling Mo had predicted, empty-handed. Flinders surveyed the group of students with satisfaction, yet his gaze shifted sharply towards Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flinders' piercing stare instilled a sense of trepidation, rendering it difficult to meet his eyes. Oscar cleared his throat and nodded. Dean, I have finished. I was inquiring about you all, not just you. Flinders' demeanor grew stern, his tone grave. Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who was gazing at him with an expression of innocence in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps she felt detached from the matter at hand. Believing that Flinders' you did not encompass her. With a clenched jaw, Oscar asserted, Yes, we all finished. Excellent. What camaraderie. Upon hearing Oscar's response, Flinder's face twisted into a sinister grin, which, combined with his elongated features, appeared rather menacing. Since you are so loyal, you shall run another 20 laps. With that, Flinder sealed Oscar's soul power. Dejected, Oscar accepted his fate and trudged away. The abrupt punishment left everyone bewildered. Why had Flinder chosen to penalize Oscar? Are you not curious why I demand he run another 20 laps? The crowd remained silent, awaiting his explanation. Because he lied. Even if it was in the spirit of camaraderie. Yet, a lie is still a lie, children. Deceit is a most undesirable trait. And I hope none of you will learn to lie. Flinder then fixed his serious gaze upon Ning Rongrong, stating, why did you not complete the assigned course? The distance was too great, and I was hungry. I couldn't persevere. Ning Rongrong responded straightforwardly, as if discussing an exceptionally simple matter. Perhaps she believed that courses were subject to her whims, and in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one had ever dared to impose such requirements upon her, cultivating her indifferent attitude towards the so-called curriculum. So, you ventured alone to Sodto City, indulged in a feast, and wandered the commercial streets before returning to find Oscar, correct? Flinder continued, his tone stern, but keen-eyed Ling Mo noticed a letter trembling in Flinder's clasped hands, suggesting an underlying tension and excitement surrounding the matter. Ling Mo seemed to have discerned something. It appears that he has secured a golden ticket to immunity, which explains his audacity in conversing with the young lady of the Ning family. Observing his smug demeanor, Ling Mo suppressed a laugh. His expression a curious blend of amusement and intrigue. Flinder appeared to sense that Ling Mo had uncovered his peculiarities, casting a furtive glance to implore him to remain silent. This clever lad was remarkably astute. There was scarcely anything in the world that could elude his perception. For the first time, Flinder felt a sense of helplessness towards another. How amusing. Ling Mo chuckled quietly to himself, while Flinder shot him a few discreet glares. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, seated beside him, noticed his odd behavior and whispered, what are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. Just someone being exceedingly shameless, he replied. Ling Mo chuckled softly, leaving Zhu Qing in a state of confusion. Who has lost their dignity? She was utterly oblivious to the underlying tension. The quarrel between the two escalated, culminating in Ning Rongrong revealing her true nature and unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon Flinder. Flinder, who do you think you are? Merely a trifling soul sage. The moment these words escaped her lips, everyone was taken aback, with Xiao exhibiting an expression of disbelief. In her eyes, Ning Rongrong was meant to be the epitome of a demure young lady. How could she utter such words? You are absolutely correct. Before your Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I indeed appear to be an inconspicuous soul sage. Yet here, there is nothing for you to take pride in. Since you hold us Shrek Academy in such disdain, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Upon finishing her retort, a tone of disdain dripped from Ning Rongrong's voice as she declared, you wish to dismiss me? It shall not be so simple. I have arrived with no intention of departing prematurely. Flinder, heed my warning. Do not meddle with me. For angering me will yield consequences beyond your capacity to bear. TSK. Truly, she is a little demoness, such a fiery temperament. Even Ling Mo couldn't help but admire her. This girl was undeniably headstrong, a stark contrast to Zhu Qing. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Ning Rongrong engaged in a heated dispute with Flinder, ultimately leaving in tears. This time, Flinder harbored no intentions of gentleness, instead delivering a scathing critique. With her talents, one could argue she ranked among the least impressive in their midst. Furthermore, lacking in diligence and competitive spirit, if she did not improve soon, she would be indistinguishable from the ordinary. The sole distinction might lie in her esteemed status as the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Flinder's intentions were clear to Ling Mo. This cunning old fox relished testing one's patience. Having clandestinely conferred with Ling Mo the previous night about putting Dai Mu Bai through a trial, by the time evening fell, he had successfully pushed Ning Rongrong to the brink of despair. Ling Mo was uncertain whether he would be the next to undergo trials. However, it seemed he had no significant issues apart from a slight mischievousness. Coughing lightly, he observed Ning Rongrong, who, unable to accept the harsh words from Flinder, ran out in tears. The others were left in a state of bewilderment, thinking Flinder had been excessively harsh. Dean, Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, confused, recalling that Flinder had just instructed him to pack Ning Rongrong's belongings and send her home. What is going on? Go summon Oscar back. The punishment is waived. Comfort the girl, Flinder said curtly. Dai Mu Bai was even more perplexed. He had just been told to send her away, and now the directive was to console her? What are you staring at? Hurry up. Yes, I will go right away. Although he could not suppress his urge to complain internally. Daimubai complied with Flinder's orders and went to fetch Oscar. Chapter 41. Departure to the Great Soul Arena. At Flinder's command, the group set forth towards Sodto City with great enthusiasm. The Shrek Academy was not far from Sodto City, merely a 10-minute journey. Once they entered the city, Xiao Wu became animated, eagerly exploring her surroundings. Whenever she spotted something intriguing, she would sneak closer to take a better look, nearly losing her way several times. Thankfully, Ling Mo and Tang San were nearby, pulling her back whenever she seemed about to wander off. Tang San was gentler in his approach, while Ling Mo was more direct, firmly grabbing her back to ensure she wouldn't vanish from sight. This girl was indeed a source of worry. One could only wonder how Tang San managed to endure the trials of bringing her from Nodding City to here. In contrast to Xiaowu's excitement, Zhu Yuqing remained remarkably composed, her expression as frosty as ever, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around her. This demeanor lent her an air of groundedness, albeit lacking the essence of youthful exuberance, perhaps a reflection of her background and experiences. Ling Mo found amusement in Ma Hongjuan's roving eyes, which appeared rather insatiable. Unlike Xiao Wu, who showed interest in everything, Ma Hongjuan's gaze fixated on the most prominent features of the women on the streets. He was quite selective, ignoring those with less appealing figures or looks, and instead, he focused intently on voluptuous beauties, practically willing his eyes to pierce through their clothing. How embarrassing! One might wonder if he had never encountered women before. Ling Mo could no longer endure the sight beside him. This fellow was ablaze with unrestrained fervor, strutting about as if brandishing a sledgehammer, drawing peculiar glances from passers-by. What on earth are you hitting me for? You indulge in your own delights, yet deny me a taste? Ma Hongjun expressed his grievance, casting furtive glances toward Zhu Yuqing. Do you truly think me so base? Is there nothing beyond women that occupies your thoughts? Have you abandoned all aspirations? Aspirations? My aspiration is to woo 10 ladies this year, one for each day. Goodness. Such a unique ambition you have. Nevertheless, I find it rather appealing. Upon further conversation, the two discovered they were kindred spirits. According to Ling Mo, if one cannot change their circumstances, they ought to embrace them. As the two exchanged lewd banter, those ahead could not help but overhear, their expressions darkening in disapproval. I truly wish I hadn't come out with these two. Others are discussing their rigorous training and lofty goals, while they chatter about which girl is most alluring, whose figure is most enticing. To make matters worse, they even delve into sordid anecdotes. Look over there, exclaimed the rotund one. My word, how breathtaking. Approaching them was a woman of striking proportions. Her curvaceous figure elicited a visceral response. She walked with a seductive sway, clearly an experienced veteran of the scene. As the two continued their endless discourse on women, even the front-runner, Flander, could no longer bear it. He pondered the folly of his choices in accepting such companions. As their enthusiasm surged, Ling Mo found himself on the brink of using a shovel to silence one of them, seeking a secluded spot to vent his frustrations. Shameless. At that moment, a cold voice interjected, halting their exchange. It was Zhu Yuqing, evidently displeased by Ling Mo's disregard. None of the girls on the street could rival her beauty, yet it seemed that a certain someone's gaze had never lingered upon her. Ahem. Fatty. Let us find a place to explore this further another day. Noticing the disapproving stares from the crowd, Ling Mo promptly ceased his indulgence with Ma Hongjun. After a lengthy walk, Flander finally came to a halt, and before them stood a monumental edifice that captivated Ling Mo's attention. From their vantage point, they could discern the structure towering nearly 100 meters high, immense and imposing, shrouded in the depths of night. Faint glimmers of light flickered from within. Boldly inscribed upon it were the words, Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena. Their first lesson would commence here. Indeed, it was fitting for a school of monsters. Ling Mo sighed to himself. He was well aware of the intricacies of the Grand Soul Arena and understood Flinder's intentions. Over the past 6 years, he had traversed various regions of the Douluo Continent and had encountered numerous arenas of this nature, yet he had never engaged in any soul battles. In his view, rather than squander excessive soul power on battles, it would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity to unearth a few graves. After all, what profit could be gleaned from soul battles? Digging graves proved to be a more expedient endeavor. After Flinder recounted the origins of the Grand Soul Arena and elucidated certain rules regarding soul battles, he instructed everyone to proceed with their registration. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, one was greeted by a monumental stone tablet, inscribed with a multitude of names. Flinder informed them that these names belonged to those who had perished in the soul battles. Let us go and register. With that, Ling Mo took the lead and approached the registration desk, commencing the process without hesitation. The registration required the completion of various details, such as name, age, and martial soul. Ling Mo filled in the information with ease. However, in the name field, he chose not to disclose his true identity, as the Grand Soul Arena permitted the use of aliases. Ling Mo suddenly had a whimsical idea and boldly filled in a grave digger's codename. "What is your esteemed surname? And where lies your ancestral grave?" He quipped, "Not bad at all. Care to challenge me? I'll have your grave dug." After satisfactorily submitting the registration form, Ling Mo flashed a mischievous smile, his inner penchant for mischief growing ever stronger. The staff member in charge of registration was a strikingly beautiful young lady, and Ling Mo, while registering, couldn't resist teasing her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. The registration required 10 gold soul coins, a considerable sum that further strained Ling Mo's already meager finances. Accustomed to living off the generosity of others, he had, despite his newfound wealth, retained the commendable virtue of seizing any opportunity to save. Undoubtedly, the funds came from Tang San. There was no way Ling Mo would part with his own money. Why would he exploit a perfectly good benefactor? After all, Tang San had pilfered a shovel from him earlier that morning. Alas, there was also a 2-on-2 soul battle to consider. "How about we form a shimmering spirit cat duo?" he suggested, recalling the upcoming event. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yuqing nodded silently, not refusing the proposition. Thus, the shimmering spirit cat duo was officially established, alongside the formation of the Sanwu duo. Ling Mo initially intended to team up with Ma Hongjun to create a shimmering earth chicken combo, causing a ruckus in the soul arena. However, the thought of pairing Ma Hongjun with Zhu Yuqing and inadvertently pushing her towards Dai Mubai was utterly unacceptable to him. Absolutely not. Ling Mo exerted such great effort, only to relinquish it so easily. Not to mention the profound discomfort it brings him. The readers are likely to express their discontent vehemently. Ling Mo was unsure of Zhu Yuqing's current thoughts. However, it appeared that she had not refuted any of his requests thus far. It seemed to have formed a tacit agreement, which was indeed a positive development. Chapter 42. The aroma is enchanting. Let us proceed to register for the 2-on-2 soul duel. For today, we shall only engage in one match. Ling Mo found one-on-one duels rather uninteresting, perceiving that many participants were merely idling away their time, seeking conflict in the soul arena without any meaningful purpose. It was far less stimulating than the thrill of unearthing graves, especially when one is on the verge of being discovered. Now that was exhilarating. Of course, the soul duels were not devoid of advantages. Numerous applications of martial souls were derived from practical combat experience, which proved invaluable for gradual improvement. Nevertheless, the majority of individuals here were motivated by the meager rewards of victory, as they had families to support. In terms of practical experience, Ling Mo had amassed considerable knowledge from his years spent in the tombs. His proficiency allowed him to adapt seamlessly, employing various martial souls at will, thereby unleashing their true potential in combat. After registering for the 2-on-2 soul duel, the two made their way to the observation platform, where Flender and others sat quietly. Flender was comfortably seated, leisurely watching the ongoing duels below. The first one-on-one duel featured Tang San, whose opponent was a martial soul of the giant rhino, a 29th level defensive soul master. Judging solely by their martial souls, the outcome of this battle seemed inevitable, as there were numerous factors of mutual restraint among soul masters. Moreover, control-type soul masters held a distinct advantage in one-on-one matches, and with his opponent being a defensive soul master, it would be nearly impossible for him to approach Tang San. Ling Mo glanced disinterestedly a few times and lost all inclination to continue watching. Tang San could never be defeated. Throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, Ling Mo had never witnessed Tang San's defeat. Of course, in fanfiction, Tang San might only succumb to an unexpectedly emerging protagonist, such as Ling Mo. Has the registration concluded? Which match is it? Ling Mo and Zhu Yuqing ascended the viewing platform, where Flander cast a sidelong glance at them and casually inquired, the second match of the 2-on-2. Ling Mo responded that he did not enroll for a one-on-one match, but rather for a 2-on-2. Similarly, Zhu Yuqing also refrained from signing up, as she primarily wished to observe what the so-called soul arena truly entailed. She intended to experience a match first and, once familiarized, decide whether to commit to a one-on-one bout. Perhaps it was due to her own reasons. She lacked confidence. If she were to suffer a setback in a one-on-one, her state during the 2-on-2 would undoubtedly be affected. Which matches Xiaowu in? Flandra remained silent, and Ling Mo turned to the anxious Xiaowu, who was intently watching Tang San below. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun seemed to have vanished. When they entered, Dai Mubai appeared to head towards the level 30 area, while Ma Hongjun was likely off chasing after girls again. The second match, after Xiao San's round, it's my turn. Xiaowu anxiously observed Tang San below, fearful he might be overwhelmed. Ling Mo, somewhat envious, pondered why she never displayed such concern for him. Dean, the 2-on-2 Soul Arena is over there. We should head there first. Upon witnessing Tang San's opponent concede, Ling Mo lost the desire to linger. Flandra waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at the group, seemingly the most assured of Ling Mo. Since he had become acquainted with Ling Mo's martial soul characteristics, he had conducted a simple evaluation of Ling Mo's strength. It could be said that, based on the augmentation effects of his current martial soul, no one below level 40 stood a chance against him. Moreover, considering the unparalleled stealing capabilities of Ling Mo's martial soul, he could easily adopt an invincible stance. The last time Ling Mo escaped from him, Flandra had been studying Ling Mo's limits, only to find that the boy was utterly unpredictable. Based on these observations, Flandra felt the most at ease with Ling Mo and did not intend to follow. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu were participating in the Soul Arena for the first time, so Flandra needed to accompany them to prevent any mishaps, which would be regrettable. Let us go. With that, Ling Mo took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and departed. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing resisted slightly, but upon realizing that further struggle might provoke Ling Mo to act more excessively, she relented. The bustling arena was filled with spectators, and being seen in such a manner would be quite inappropriate. Her cheeks flushed as she tacitly accepted Ling Mo's gesture, hoping to deter any potential mischief. She assumed it was merely a habitual grasp of her hand by Ling Mo, unaware that it was intentional, for he had suddenly spotted someone at the entrance. Dai Mubai? He was walking towards them. Upon seeing their intertwined hands, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. Observing Ling Mo's triumphant demeanor, he regretted his earlier decisions, wishing he had never visited that Rose Hotel. This impudent fellow seemed to be sent from above to target him. Yet, despite the atmosphere, Dai Mubai was completely subdued by Ling Mo. The peculiar contraption in Ling Mo's possession was beyond his capability to contend with, not to mention his bizarre martial soul. Dai Mubai had never before felt such darkness in life. Ling Mo cast a meaningful glance at him, then took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and headed directly towards the 2-on-2 battle arena. True to Ling Mo's nature, while studying at Shrek, he had but 3 passions: eating, sleeping, and pranking Dai Mubai. The 2-on-2 battle arena was evidently larger than the 1-on-1 arena. Ling Mo approached with Zhu Zhuqing. As the first battle of the Soul Arena had already commenced above, the dazzling duo formed by Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing is set to perform in the second match. Once the preceding contest concludes, they shall take the stage. There is still ample time. Let us first take a moment to rest and elevate our spirits to their utmost, lest we suffer a beating later on. If, by chance, we find ourselves at a disadvantage, I shall not bear the responsibility, remarked Ling Mo with a playful grin as he casually settled onto the observation platform. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a disapproving glare, expressing her dissatisfaction. Who, besides you, could possibly commit such an act? The memory of their first encounter, marked by Ling Mo's mischievous demeanor, ignited her ire. Surely, during a first meeting, one ought to leave a favorable impression. Yet, this rascal chose to do the exact opposite, behaving in a lewd manner from the outset. After taking advantage, he vanished. Had it not been for Flandra's timely intervention, Zhu Zhuqing would have been unable to catch him. Reflecting on this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of regret, wishing she had struck him a few more times back then. I merely made a mistake that every man in the world might make. You needn't hold on to it for eternity, right? Ling Mo quipped. Shameless. You think all men are as brazen as you? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Unable to resist delivering a playful slap on his back, her expression undeniably endearing, Ling Mo suddenly fell to the side and in close proximity. She emanated a subtle yet enchanting fragrance. Goodness, this woman is intoxicatingly fragrant. I must keep my distance, my mind cursing incessantly, heart racing with fervor. At times, Ling Mo truly strives to maintain her composure, yet the perfection of this girl's figure is undeniable. Every proportion is exquisitely balanced, devoid of any flaw, particularly that delicate aroma, akin to a captivating elixir. Ling Mo is indeed quite well versed in the world, having roamed the mainland for several years and encountered numerous beauties. However, One of her kind is a first for Ling Mo. Though her demeanor may be somewhat frosty, this is merely towards those she is not familiar with. As for the thoughts of men across the globe, I cannot say. Nevertheless, I find myself unable to resist. Ling Mo, with a hint of irritation, glanced at the multitude around him and abandoned his initial plan to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 43, The Bold Rogue. Prepare yourselves. We are about to take the stage. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Ling Mo nearly succumbed to his impulses several times. Were it not for the looming threat of the Xingluo royal family approaching from that direction, he might have whisked her away to a secluded corner to carry out his intentions. Observing her demeanor, she did not seem entirely resistant. Yet, even if she were, it would be of no consequence. For Ling Mo, reason held little sway. If he decided to act, he would do so regardless of her consent. It became imperative to swiftly uncover the secrets of the bronze coffin, for without clarity, many matters remained inexplicable, leaving him in a state of uncertainty that rendered every endeavor unsettling. The mere thought of the bronze coffin that had descended upon the back mountain of Daoxiang village 12 years prior filled him with dread. After it brought him here, it vanished, and in the years since, Ling Mo had excavated numerous graves and mysterious ruins, tirelessly searching for the coffin's whereabouts. Recently, he sensed the faint aura of that coffin in the starry forest, precisely at the mysterious ruins mentioned earlier. Truth be told, Ling Mo was plagued by many questions. For instance, who was the occupant of that coffin he had brushed past all those years ago? And how did the 9 dragon corpses manage to ferry a coffin across the void? Only by unraveling these enigmas could Ling Mo free himself to indulge in chaos. Perhaps even instigating a clash between the 2 great empires, the Spirit Hall and the 7 major sections. In the future, when Tang San establishes the Tang sect, Ling Mo too harbored ambitions of doing the same. If Tang San could create the Tang sect with his unique skills, why should Ling Mo be any less capable? Returning to the matter at hand, as the soul battle below drew to a close, Ling Mo grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her toward the preparation area. Here's the information on your opponents. A staff member handed him a document, which he briefly perused before passing it to Zhu Zhuqing for her thorough examination. Take a look. It's essential to be prepared for this soul battle. Ultimately, Ling Mo did not place great importance on the outcome, regardless of the combat. He found it easy to dominate those below level 30. His primary objective was to provide Zhu Zhuqing with an opportunity for substantial growth, enabling her to rapidly accumulate combat experience. 2 level 29 opponents, both formidable assault-type soul masters? Zhu Zhuqing momentarily froze upon reading the details, then turned her gaze to Ling Mo. Both wielded identical beast martial souls, the blazing lizard. From the information, it appeared they were likely twin brothers, possessing nearly identical soul power. In terms of synergy, their cooperation would undoubtedly surpass that of others. Moreover, the blazing lizard's fiery capabilities rendered them a challenging adversary. Notably, their recent record boasted 5 consecutive victories, indicating their formidable strength. Ling Mo elucidated that, after a cursory glance at the information above, he had nearly discerned the intricate details of their adversaries this time. This was the culmination of experiences accrued over several years of study under a master. So how shall we proceed? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a measure of caution, harboring a lingering sense of doubt about Ling Mo's reliability. It was hardly surprising. His demeanor was often nonchalant, and he had seldom exhibited a dependable nature. How shall we fight? Just fight casually, he replied. Just then, the host on the soul fighting platform commenced his announcement. Now, we shall proceed with the second match of the 2-on-2 soul fight. Please welcome the Blazing Brothers, who have maintained an impressive 5 consecutive victories. Their opponents, however, were a pair of newcomers, having just completed their registration today, who will ultimately claim victory in this duel. Let us await the outcome. Now, let us invite the Shining Spirit Cats to the stage. As the host's words faded, the twin brothers strode confidently onto the platform, their imposing physiques clearly indicative of their strength. Let us go. With that, Ling Mo took the lead, eschewing any flamboyant entrance and simply walking onto the soul fighting stage. Upon locking eyes with their opponents, he sensed an air of disdain emanating from them, as if mocking his youth. Hey kid, with hardly a hair on your chin, you dare to participate in the soul fight? Don't end up wetting your pants out of fear. The mocking laughter echoed around them, and it was hardly surprising. Ling Mo was merely 12 years old. Although he was of similar height, his face still bore the traces of youth, making his true age easily discernible. The entrance of Ling Mo elicited a wave of mockery, while the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing drew numerous predatory gazes. Ah, what a little beauty. Some individuals unconsciously swallowed, their eyes gleaming with an aggressive hunger as they roamed over Zhu Yuqing. Damn it, kid. Why not let that girl beside you come to me? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Heh. The taunting remarks resonated, and Zhu Yuqing's expression turned icy. It dawned on her that Ling Mo had not lied. He had indeed committed a blunder common to all men. However, upon catching sight of the other's repulsive visage, she felt a wave of revulsion. Compared to Ling Mo's handsome features, she found herself more willing to entertain the notion. The battle spirit commenced. The host, unbeknownst to Wen, had already declared the start of the contest, yet the two continued their verbal assaults unabated. Ling Mo could no longer endure the provocation. Audacious. To brandish one's skills before me. With a chilling reprimand, a hint of madness flickered across Ling Mo's visage, unfazed by the adversary's taunts. Great might of the heavenly dragon. Supreme spell of the great Luo, Prajna of the Buddhas, venerable Ksiddhagarbha, Prajna Bamaham. Amidst Zhu Yuqing's astonishment, Ling Mo unleashed a series of perplexing incantations while wielding a spade, launching forth with vigor. The two opponents stood bewildered, contemplating whether this young man had lost his senses, wondering what nonsense he was uttering. Before they could recover from their stupor, the realization of impending peril struck too late. In an instant, an invisible force of gravity intensified, compelling them to kneel involuntarily. What is happening? A glimmer of terror surfaced in their eyes as they recognized that Ling Mo had not summoned his martial spirit, yet could exert such gravitational suppression upon them in an instant. The spade struck forcefully against their grotesque faces, slamming them into the ground, distorting their features. Humph, you fiends. Still refuse to reveal your true forms. With that, the spade was poised to strike again, and only then did the two adversaries comprehend that the battle had commenced. You insolent brat, you have provoked our wrath. In an instant, a conflagration erupted skyward as their combined assaults sent Ling Mo hurtling away, utilizing the momentum midair. He swiftly regained his stance, stowing the spade away. Although the spade was a commendable weapon, its quality paled in comparison to that of a martial spirit. While he wielded it adeptly, Ling Mo was reluctant to ruin it, for he would need it for grave digging in the future. Is this all you've got? To dare flaunt your skills before me? I shall show you what true prowess entails. Resolute in his intent to engage them thoroughly, Ling Mo was determined not to conclude the battle hastily. They seemed quite adept at mocking soon enough. They would learn what it meant to face the harsh realities of society. Shining Spirit Cat, mobilize. With a single command from Ling Mo, Zhu Yuqing was flung away. The rapid thrust of the netherworld, augmented by Ling Mo's five-colored divine light, surged to its utmost limit, transcending the boundaries of level 30. In an instant, a figure darted forth with astonishing speed, eliciting expressions of surprise from the two brothers. What incredible speed! They gasped, yet before they could react, Zhu Yuqing's netherworld thrust had already pierced through, leaving two deep gashes on their chests. Fortunately, their defensive capabilities were formidable and under the enhancement of their soul skills. They completely mitigated Zhu Yuqing's assault. Come back! Just as Zhu Yuqing intended to unleash her netherworld claws, Ling Mo's figure flickered, appearing beside her and pulling her back. A fiery blaze surged toward them, and in that moment, Zhu Yuqing realized the danger. Had she pressed forward, she would undoubtedly have been scorched by the flames. In response to the oncoming inferno, Ling Mo swiftly countered with a palm strike, unleashing a torrent of flames of equal intensity, resulting in a fierce clash. Chapter 44. The Foolish One. The collision of the two flames ignited the fervent emotions of all spectators present. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the battle intensified. The two combatants grew increasingly alarmed, astonished by Ling Mo's array of techniques. Brother, this fellow is rather peculiar. His profile states that his martial soul is the five-colored light. Yet he can wield our martial souls and soul skills. Indeed, who on earth is this individual? His methods are utterly bizarre, even when we join forces. We cannot gain an inch against him. His martial soul is extraordinarily strange, possessing a power that surpasses even our own soul skills. The two were utterly bewildered, completely flabbergasted by Ling Mo's flamboyant tactics. Since the beginning of the confrontation, aside from his initial offensive with a shovel, Ling Mo had primarily focused on defense. It seemed he had no intention of swiftly defeating them. Rather, he appeared to be using them to hone his skills. Ling Mo returned beside Zhu Yuqing, her gaze fixed on the two individuals across from them, and with a smile remarked, "These two scruffy fellows are quite tenacious. Perfect. This will provide you with a chance to hone your skills. Go ahead. I shall observe from the rear, and you will be unharmed." Indeed. Ling Mo intended to use these two as practice for Zhu Yuqing. As soon as Ling Mo's words fell, a radiant burst of five-colored divine light suddenly descended, instantly infusing itself within Zhu Yuqing. She could feel the blood coursing through her limbs and bones boiling with vigor, a formidable force surging within her. The instantaneous amplification of the five-colored divine light forcibly propelled Zhu Yuqing's soul power close to the 30-level threshold, while her speed became astonishingly formidable. As she meticulously sensed the transformations within her, a rare smile graced Zhu Yuqing's lips. This overwhelming sensation of power was unparalleled. Although this was not her first experience receiving Ling Mo's martial soul enhancement, she remained pleasantly surprised, given the extraordinary effect of this assistance. Ling Mo's martial soul undoubtedly surpassed the pride of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The moment the five-colored divine light entered her body, Zhu Yuqing dashed forward with astonishing speed. The two individuals could merely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow beside them, and when they sought to locate her again, she had vanished without a trace. What incredible speed! They gasped in astonishment. Initially, they found Ling Mo to be quite troublesome, but they were utterly unprepared for the strength of this girl. Flames swiftly encircled them, forming a formidable defensive barrier. Zhu Yuqing's velocity was so remarkable that they were unable to capture her figure. Fight and retreat. Do not allow them the opportunity to strike back. Ling Mo remained motionless, intently observing Zhu Yuqing, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuqing had stealthily maneuvered behind them, her ghostly claw activating in an instant. With a thunderous crash, their defenses crumbled, and her swift form darted between them. What? The two men were taken aback. How had this girl suddenly become so powerful? Not only had her speed multiplied, but her strength had also become terrifyingly formidable. Fear etched on their faces, they exchanged a glance, an inexplicable smile creeping onto their lips, as if they had reached a silent understanding. This is bad. What are these two rascals planning? Ling Mo noticed immediately, yet Zhu Yuqing was already charging forth, leaving him no time to act. He could only observe her on-the-spot reactions, seeing it as an opportunity to hone her combat skills and adaptability. As anticipated, when Zhu Yuqing reappeared, the two men displayed sinister grins. Hey there, little girl, so eager to embrace us? We want to hold back. With a fierce shout, they sprang into action. Just as Zhu Yuqing lunged again, they simultaneously unleashed their second soul skill, Flame Impact. Their earlier passivity had merely been a prelude to this attack. As flames soared into the sky, engulfing Zhu Yuqing, confronted with this dire situation, panic flashed across Zhu Yuqing's face. She had finally realized it was a trap. Yet, she would not yield. Her gaze fell on Ling Mo, who watched her with a confident smile, leading her to believe he would surely rescue her before anything went awry. After all, why else would he appear so self-assured? With this psychological reassurance, Zhu Yuqing felt emboldened, casting aside her fears. Unbeknownst to her, however, Ling Mo was indeed powerless to intervene. His smile was merely a facade to mask his inability. How ridiculous! This man cared so much about his pride while letting her fall into peril. According to Ling Mo's perspective, one might accuse him of being deceitful, but not of lacking charm. In truth, his psychological tactics proved effective. The previously panicked Zhu Yuqing transformed into a figure of newfound confidence. Utilizing her remarkable speed, she swiftly dodged, launching her ghostly stab without hesitation. This time, she left no room for retaliation. With calmness in the face of danger, she evaded the initial onslaught and, bolstered by her first soul ring, charged through the flames, delivering a powerful kick to the two men. With a resounding crash, they were sent sprawling to the ground, propelled over 10 meters away, crashing down from the soul-fighting platform. The battle concluded. The two men faced a crushing defeat, lingering in bewilderment until the very end, unable to fathom why they had lost. Their bodies bore numerous bloody wounds, a testament to the price of their previous insolence. Indeed, it seems you were quite formidable. After the battle, Ling Mo approached, stifling a grin. Had he truly stumbled, his image would have been utterly ruined. He had promised to support her. Yet when the situation escalated, he had been powerless to intervene. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? Yet, it wasn't entirely so. The distance had been too great. And by the time Ling Mo realized it was a trap, Zhu Yuqing was already ensnared. If he had recklessly intervened, it might have exacerbated her panic. Hence he chose to let her handle it herself. And she performed splendidly. Not only had she turned the tables, but Ling Mo's image in her eyes had also risen significantly. A double delight. Of course, Zhu Yuqing felt a twinge of pride, blissfully unaware that Ling Mo had inadvertently led her into danger. If she were to learn of his machinations, she'd be tempted to thrash him for his duplicity, thinking he was omnipotent, all while feigning an air of mastery. Haha, let us go. Let us go. The more he pondered, the more amusing it became. Lingmo longed to share his thoughts but feared the repercussions. Thus, he chose silence. In the second match of the soul-fighting tournament, the Shining Spirit Cat duo faced off against the Flame Brothers duo, emerging victorious. As the host announced the results, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Initially, the applause belonged to the Flame Brothers, but now it resonated solely for Lingmo and Zhu Shiqing. The duo, uninterested in the accolades, departed the soul-fighting platform, making their way toward the area where Flanders awaited. This marked the Shining Spirit Cat duo's inaugural battle, concluding in a resounding triumph. Their performance had undoubtedly enhanced their synergy and cooperation. Moreover, it served as invaluable training for Zhu Shiqing, while Lingmo deemed such exercises unnecessary. Chapter 45. Lingmo's secret. The evening's soul-fighting events had nearly concluded. Returning to the observation platform, Lingmo reported the battle results to Flanders and awaited the conclusion of Tang San and Xiao Wu's match. During this time, Lingmo ventured out multiple times, his actions raising suspicions, particularly in Zhu Shiqing. She couldn't comprehend his furtive comings and goings and what his intentions might be. All right, Mubai, lead the team back. Ma Hongjun, come with me. At the entrance of the soul-fighting arena, Flanders departed with Ma Hongjun. Though the battles had concluded, he did not return to the academy with the team but instead headed in another direction. This behavior was perplexing, prompting Tang San to inquire, where are the dean and the fatty off to? Where else could they be going? If I'm not mistaken, it seems he's got a surfeit of fiery energy that needs to be released. Lingmo rolled her eyes in response, yet her gaze remained fixed on the western horizon. Suspicious and wary, Zhu Shiqing, who stood nearby, kept a close watch on her, eager to discern her intentions. Upon hearing Lingmo's explanation, Tang San immediately grasped the situation. However, some remained perplexed, like Xiao Wu. What does releasing pin-up emotions mean? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San, feeling increasingly awkward, hastily covered her mouth and whispered an explanation in her ear. After absorbing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she exclaimed, "Yuck! How disgusting!" With a giggle, she added, "I don't know if it's disgusting or not, but I have a feeling that the chubby one would certainly enjoy it." Linguistic artistry graced the scene as Lingmo chuckled. Who wouldn't relish such delightful occurrences? It's entirely understandable for a man. Even Dai Mubai, who seldom displayed amusement, revealed a fleeting smile, albeit one that Zhu Shiqing found rather unappealing. Boring. Before he could retort, Zhu Shiqing coldly uttered a dismissive remark and departed alone. Little friend, do you find yourself filled with questions? Dai Mubai, still stunned, found Zhu Shiqing's figure rapidly fading into the distance, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Why does Lingmo have the liberty to jest while I do not? Am I stripped of the right to speak? Another blow to his pride left Dai Mubai's expression darker than ever, yet he had no outlet for his frustration. Just then, a drunken man stumbled by and collided with him. It was as if fate had delivered a target right into his path. With pent-up anger that had nowhere to go, Dai Mubai could not confront Lingmo, nor could he dare provoke Tang San or Xiao Wu. Thus, when the inebriated fool crashed into him, Dai Mubai unleashed his fury, sending the drunken man flying with a single slap. Damn it! Does this wretched drunkard seek death? He seethed, indignation bubbling within him. Was everyone now emboldened to treat him with such disrespect? Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged puzzled glances at Dai Mubai's sudden outburst, while Lingmo remained unfazed. Let him vent. He's been under enough pressure lately. Xiao San, you two should return first. I have matters to attend to, Lingmo announced, retrieving a shovel from his soul guide and heading westward. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged knowing glances upon seeing the shovel, a sly smile creeping onto their faces. Brother, shall we follow him? Xiao Wu queried. Is that wise? What could be unwise about it? Hurry, they whispered conspiratorially, while Dai Mubai, still wrestling with his confusion and anger, became entirely engrossed in the drunken man's antics. By the time he regained his composure, Tang San and Xiao Wu had vanished without a trace. Emerging from the city's western gates, Lingmo sprinted several hundred meters northwest, halting atop a small hill, wielding the shovel with finesse. He felt an unusual energy ripple through the air, glimmering ominously. This presence is not that of a secret treasure. It seems connected to the coffin. After lingering for a moment, the energy shifted, seemingly retreating towards the Sodto forest. With his dual pupils activated, Ling Mo summoned a radiant spectrum of divine light, both sacred and unassailable. 2 soul rings danced around him, seemingly engaged in a rhythmic rotation. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him and allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the figures of Tang San and Xiao Wu lurked stealthily behind him. But Ling Mo had long been aware of their presence and chose not to reveal it. He had no intention of including them in this endeavor, for it pertained to a personal secret that must remain undisclosed. Brother, what is Ling Mo doing there? Under the luminous moonlight, Ling Mo stood solitary atop the hill, his white attire fluttering in the breeze, exuding an enigmatic aura. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity, while Tang San, maintaining composure, brandished his own shovel and remarked, "I'm not certain. Perhaps he has uncovered a remarkable tomb, but I observed this area earlier and found no trace of such." Tang San, utilizing the same probing technique as Ling Mo with his purple extreme demon eye, was equally perplexed. Concealed behind the hill, they followed Ling Mo closely. Suddenly, an intense radiance emanated from his figure, blinding them momentarily. This is not good. Tang San realized something was amiss, yet Ling Mo had vanished from the hilltop. He fled? Upon recognizing Ling Mo's absence, Xiao Wu erupted with frustration, realizing he had been aware of their pursuit from the start. Such speed. Ling Mo's abilities grow increasingly unfathomable. Tang San exclaimed in awe, then boldly stepped forward to the spot where Ling Mo had stood, employing the same method of detection, but still finding no evidence of a tomb. "Brother, shall we return empty-handed?" Xiao Wu expressed her discontent, while Tang San was equally unwilling to depart without a find. Just then, he noticed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the northwest, a subtle tremor resonating from the shovel. Something is indeed present. With his adept skills in detection, Tang San quickly discerned a peculiar energy wave originating from several hundred meters beneath the surface. After a moment's hesitation, he and Xiao Wu dashed in that direction, while Ling Mo had already distanced himself by several thousand meters. Under the cloak of night, Ling Mo pursued the waning essence at an exhilarating pace, yet could not close the gap. As the aura gradually dissipated, he conceded the chase. Since the Great Soul Arena, he had sensed this presence, initially believing it would linger longer, only to be astonished by its swift departure. Logically, how could a coffin move so freely? Ling Mo found himself bewildered, much like the enigma of how it had brought him into this world. The coffin lay hidden beneath the earth, its movements confined to depths far below the surface. Over the years, Ling Mo has unearthed countless graves, driven not only by the pursuit of wealth, but also by a singular purpose: to locate this particular coffin. It lies in the direction of the Starry Forest. Once again, he has ventured into the Starry Forest. Is this a deliberate attempt to draw me in? A vague suspicion began to take shape. Although Ling Mo initially intended to journey alone to the Starry Forest, he resolved to endure a few more days to avoid unnecessary complications. Just moments ago, when Flandre departed, he mentioned that Zhao Wuji would lead a group to the Starry Forest at dawn the following day. Ling Mo had already reached the 30th level, yet he had not yet absorbed his 3rd spirit ring. Flandre planned to have Zhao Wuji accompany their group tomorrow, considering it a form of training. Chapter 46. The Ancient City of Jingjue. Just as Ling Mo contemplated returning, that alluring presence suddenly re-emerged, incessantly enticing him. Much like the women in the red light district of Sodto City, persistently coaxing him into a trap. Damn it, this is intolerable. Armed with a shovel, Ling Mo executed a swift turn and immediately pursued the source of the allure. He halted in a hollow between the mountains, fervently digging into the earth, and instantly vanished from sight, unearthing a tunnel. Diving hundreds of meters underground, he expected to seize that coffin, only to discover it had long since escaped. It seemed to mock him, igniting a fury within Ling Mo that threatened to erupt. With the shovel in hand, he relentlessly chased after it. He had lost all semblance of reason. He had to capture it, as enduring the mockery of a living being was one thing, but that of a mere coffin was utterly intolerable. Utilizing his shovel, Ling Mo dug rapidly underground, losing track of time as he pursued the elusive coffin. It was a relentless chase, one where they alternated positions. Day and night melded into one as he ventured directly into the territory of the Sodto Forest. Fortunately, Ling Mo had provisions in his small kettle, otherwise, his stamina could not have sustained such prolonged digging. Throughout this arduous journey, he inadvertently unearthed numerous graves. Yet he did not pause to inspect them, driven only by the desire to pursue the coffin. How unfortunate for those resting there, who did not heed the fortune-teller's warnings. A calamity indeed befell them a century later. Their graves were disturbed, and none were the wiser. After an indeterminate time of digging, Ling Mo suddenly realized that the path ahead had come to an end. Before him stood a stone cave, flanked by remarkably sturdy stone walls. With his heightened senses, he discerned that behind this cave lay the mysterious ruins he had long yearned for. What could be the purpose of its relentless allure? Ling Mo hesitated, standing at the entrance of the tomb, engulfed in a profound contemplation. The passageway leading downward was shrouded in an abyss of darkness, flanked by two stone statues resembling guardians of a grand gate, each depicting a rare mythical beast. Dismissing her doubts, she decided to descend, grasping a shovel, and ventured through the imposing entrance, exploring the lengthy stone cavern below. Upon entering the cave, Ling Mo was astounded to find that the interior had transformed entirely. No longer merely a tomb, it resembled an ancient city long sealed away, an exquisite and forgotten metropolis. Faced with a myriad of winding paths ahead, she felt uncertain about which route to choose. From her small vessel, she extracted a candle and ignited it. Attempting to navigate the left path, a sudden gust snuffed out the flame. The presence of wind indicated life within. Thus, she resolved to pursue this route. With years of experience in tomb raiding, Ling Mo was well acquainted with essential knowledge regarding such burial sites. Typically, a path accompanied by air currents signified the existence of a way forward, rather than a dead end. Activating her martial spirit, she illuminated the area around her, stealthily advancing into the ancient city. In an instant, a shadow darted from the dark recesses of the city, eluding her notice. Had she caught sight of it, she would have discerned a large black dog, lurking within the ancient ruins, which swiftly fled down another path upon sensing her presence. Such an enigmatic city. It appeared more like a relic of a bygone civilization. Ling Mo was unaware of how many years this ancient city had been buried beneath the earth. But judging by the decayed and dust-laden stone walls, it had certainly endured for quite some time. Everywhere she looked, remnants of ruins lay scattered, with skeletal remains strewn across the ground. Through her unique vision, she could distinctly perceive the subterranean world. Standing at the edge of the ruins, a desolate expanse unfolded before her, characterized by exposed bones and the remnants of ancient warfare. The desolation was palpable, enveloped in an eerie stillness. This place felt like a self-contained realm, untouched by the outside world. Had the aura of that coffin vanished? Ling Mo pursued the coffin down the path, only to find that the breath had ceased at this point. It was quite peculiar. From a distance, amidst the endless darkness, there appeared a diminutive figure, resembling a plump sphere. It was indeed a person, albeit short and stout. Ling Mo initially thought he had encountered a fellow traveler and intended to extend a greeting. Suddenly, a large black dog sprang forth from the side, striking him on the back of the head with a coffin lid. Alas! A desperate sigh escaped Ling Mo as he was rendered unconscious. Following this, the black dog, with a smirk of disdain, uttered, "Heh. Daring to vie with me for treasures, I'll teach you a lesson." After knocking Ling Mo out, it departed, laughing heartily, without finishing him off. Had Ling Mo retained consciousness, he would have surely realized that these two unscrupulous beings were in cahoots. Unbeknownst to him, the large black dog and the stout figure conspired in the shadows before venturing deeper into the abyss, seemingly having discovered some hidden treasure. Their faces aglow with triumphant grins as they vanished into the darkness. Time passed, and Ling Mo eventually regained consciousness. "Who dares to ambush me?" he exclaimed, fury boiling within him as he stood on the desolate wasteland, his expression dark and troubled. It was indeed a truth universally acknowledged. Those who frequent the riverbank must inevitably get their feet wet. How absurd to be ambushed so inexplicably. A disgrace. A humiliation of the highest order. Ling Mo had always been the one to launch surprise attacks on others. When had it come to pass that he himself was the target? Wait. If Ling Mo recalled correctly, it was indeed a large black dog that had rendered him unconscious. Surely, it would not engage in such outrageous behavior? Looking ahead, he found no trace of the stout figure, nor could he discern the whereabouts of the black dog. Ling Mo suddenly realized that he had been played. They were all in cahoots. Ling Mo's expression was exceedingly grim, as he was determined to seek vengeance upon the two unscrupulous individuals. The situation was quite peculiar. There were indeed others present within this ancient realm. It appeared they, too, were in pursuit of treasure, having encountered fellow seekers. Although the strength of these individuals remained uncertain, their earlier ambush on Ling Mo suggested considerable prowess. The more he pondered, the more he felt aggrieved and incensed. Ling Mo could no longer contain his fury. He strode across the desolate expanse, venturing deeper into the enveloping darkness. The presence of those two had vanished into the shadows, indicating they must have discovered something significant, for they would not have departed so abruptly otherwise. This ancient city, with its enigmatic allure, began to resonate with Ling Mo, who sensed an aura not of this world emanating from its depths. A most curious energy. It seemed to hover ominously above, as if a being cloaked in crimson fur was observing him from the shadows. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of peculiar metals scattered throughout the ancient city. The very structures of this place were forged from these extraordinary materials. If these metals were utilized to craft concealed weapons, their potency would undoubtedly surpass that of celestial meteorites. This power was uniquely strange, even malevolent, invoking a spine-chilling sensation and an unsettling premonition. He resolved to excavate a few samples for further examination. Having stumbled upon such treasure, Ling Mo could not turn a blind eye. Conveniently, these materials were ripe for collection, and once he amassed sufficient quantities, he would forge the most formidable hidden weapons of the Tang sect, such as the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Although his current strength was inadequate, it was merely a matter of time before he would attain it. For now, he focused on gathering these materials. Chapter 47. Treasure Excavation by Heavens. I have struck it rich. This ancient city is brimming with treasures. The peculiar metals litter the ground, and Ling Mo could scarcely collect them all. His small vessel was overflowing, and he regretted having gifted that bell to Xiaowu. Had he known, he could have stored several more stones. With lingering affection, he gazed at the scattered peculiar metals, gathering them indiscriminately. At that moment, he noticed several strange azure bricks emerging from beneath a veil of dust on the weathered stone walls of the ancient city. Such unusual stones appeared to harbor some enigmatic power. Ling Mo, perplexed, endeavored to fathom the power of the bluish stone bricks. Yet, at the moment of contact, it felt as though his mind had been emptied, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of dizziness. Fortunately, he managed to withdraw in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. These stones undoubtedly harbored significant secrets, perhaps concealing some extraordinary law of power within. Resolute in his decision, Ling Mo aimed to excavate the bluish stone bricks. This was not a suitable place for research, as danger lurked all around. It was prudent to extract them and study them later. Curse it! Why are these stones so incredibly hard? With all his might, he wielded the shovel, exerting every ounce of strength, yet Ling Mo could not budge the bluish stone slab. It was embedded too deeply within the earth, remaining utterly immovable despite his relentless efforts. It felt as if it were bound by some unseen force, impervious to his attempts at excavation. Perhaps his current strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he should have been able to force it free. At that moment, the handsome boy, who had once consumed beast S milk, reappeared, casting a disappointed glance at Ling Mo's sigh. No future, he exclaimed, before effortlessly snapping two pieces of the bluish stone bricks in his bare hands, reminiscent of the mischievous child who used to extract stones in the realm of illusions. Curse it! What kind of stone is this, so unyieldingly hard? Ling Mo was utterly despondent. Despite employing various methods, he could not budge the azure stone bricks beneath his feet. After several futile attempts, disappointment compelled him to relinquish his efforts. The area brimmed with peculiar metals. Yet these azure bricks were undeniably the most unique. Ling Mo had initially intended to excavate a few pieces for study, only to discover that they were immovable. A peculiar sensation of being mocked gnawed at him. He scanned his surroundings, but found no one present, which heightened his unease. As if a mischievous child was persistently ridiculing him. This unsettling feeling had plagued him since his arrival in this world, and since the awakening of his dual pupils. It had only intensified. He frequently dreamed of a striking figure consuming beast milk. The eeriness of the ancient city weighed heavily on his heart. And after several further attempts to extract the azure bricks, he ultimately surrendered. However, he collected an abundance of the peculiar metals along his journey, which he promptly deposited into his small vessel. These weapons appeared to be of commendable quality, yet in the Douluo Continent, where martial souls predominated, the likelihood of selling them seemed bleak. Observing the treasures strewn about, Ling Mo felt a pang of regret but refrained from taking any. He believed that these weapons would find no buyers in the Douluo Continent, and his vessel was already filled to capacity with peculiar metals, leaving no room for additional items. Had he been aware of the formidable nature of these weapons, he would surely have lamented his decision, for these were exquisite relics from an ancient battlefield, possessing mystical properties that allowed them to endure through the ages. Regrettably, Ling Mo remained oblivious to their value, and thus left them behind. As he traversed the ruins of the ancient city, he noted that most of the stone walls were constructed from the rare metals, materials of considerable worth. Upon careful examination, it became evident that this place resembled a lost imperial city, perhaps once resplendent hundreds of thousands of years ago, now relegated to obscurity beneath the earth. The two unscrupulous individuals from earlier had vanished, and Lingmo had initially sought to confront them for their earlier affront. However, the vastness of the ancient city thwarted his efforts, rendering him unable to detect their presence. Suddenly, he sensed something ahead, just as he prepared to depart the ruins. A faint surge of energy emanated from a drum tower in the distance. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and Lingmo steeled himself, remaining vigilant. This place was perilous. Had the two earlier miscreants harbored murderous intent, he might have already met his demise. To avert such a fate, he dared not allow himself any lapse in concentration. As he activated his dual pupils to probe the faint energy, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to a sensation he had encountered months prior. Indeed, several months ago, Lingmo had attempted to pilfer a colorful imperial flower by the life lake in the Sodto forest, but had failed. Just before his departure, he had sensed this very energy, and with his extensive experience, he surmised there must be treasure beneath the life lake. However, fearing the two colossal beasts residing there, he refrained from recklessly entering the crypt. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon this location. Could it be that those two individuals were also drawn by this energy? Yet, it seemed they were more interested in the life-infused divine herbs. Earlier, in the Gobi Desert, he had encountered many bizarre celestial herbs, which he noticed before losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, however, he discovered they had been excavated, likely by those two. Why did they only seek divine herbs? This conundrum perplexed Lingmo. As the ancient city was replete with treasures, yet they focused solely on the herbs. If they were after divine herbs, the Sodto forest was abundant with wild varieties. Why venture into this eerie subterranean realm? He found himself at a loss, and with the two culprits now absent, he could not even inquire about their motives. As he approached the drum tower, the peculiar energy intensified, and a sense of impending danger loomed. He had been attuned to this essence for several months, and today he was determined to uncover its origin. Suddenly, as he drew near, a decayed corpse clad in armor emerged from the shadows, brandishing a heavy sword. With immense force, it struck at Lingmo, sending him flying through the air. What in the world? Lingmo exclaimed, momentarily dazed by the unexpected attack. The figure became increasingly discernible. It was an armored corpse, its body reduced to a mere skeleton, yet its presence remained formidable, exhibiting remarkable strength. That casual strike had propelled Lingmo several dozen meters away. Is a corpse truly this powerful? Lingmo pondered in confusion, having encountered many strange phenomena throughout his years of tomb raiding. Yet he had never witnessed a long-deceased corpse exhibiting such vigor. It appeared to lack murderous intent. Its retaliatory strike was a mere response to Lingmo's proximity to the drum tower, not an act of aggression. Understanding this, Lingmo resolved to maintain his distance from the drum tower and study the characteristics of this corpse. However, as he activated his dual pupils to glean information about it, the corpse seemed to sense the energy emanating from his eyes and charged toward him. Oh no! Lingmo was nearly paralyzed with fear. The creature had left the drum tower and was now advancing upon him. It seemed to possess a unique sensitivity to his dual pupils. It remained dormant until he activated them, at which point it entered a frenzied state. Chapter 48. The Ghostly Elder. By God, this thing is toxic. Lingmo found himself utterly unable to steal the abilities of his opponent, and upon preliminary assessment, it became apparent that this individual's prowess was, at the very least, at the level of a titled Douluo. Among all those Lingmo had encountered, even Tang San might not prevail against this formidable being. What manner of place was this, where even a mere puppet possessed such extraordinary strength? Fortunately, this entity did not seem to strike with lethal intent. Its attacks were rather simplistic and devoid of any conscious strategy. It merely wielded a colossal sword, aiming to bring it down upon Lingmo, regardless of how swift he might be. Alas, the pain was excruciating. Just as he sought refuge beneath a stone tower, Lingmo barely had time to catch his breath before the lifeless figure reappeared behind him, striking down upon his head without any warning. The surge of agony left Lingmo in despair. Was this creature deliberately tormenting him? A soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. If the initial assault was triggered by Lingmo's proximity to the drum tower, then this subsequent series of actions was clearly a calculated effort to torment him. With a throbbing headache and a wave of dizziness washing over him, Lingmo felt utterly defeated. Utilizing the ghost shadow misty steps, he endeavored to escape from the clutches of this cadaver. However, just as he managed to dash a few meters away, that merciless giant sword came crashing down once more. Lingmo was instantly knocked to the ground, devoid of any ability to resist. Lingmo was beginning to doubt whether this creature was still alive. A sudden malicious curiosity stirred within him, contemplating whether to play a trick on it. It was perplexing to consider that even a mere skeleton could possess such leisure. This ghastly entity was truly terrifying. Merely its imposing presence rendered me breathless, and should it unleash its full power, I would likely not survive even a single exchange. Escape seemed futile, and Lingmo gradually relinquished his resistance, opting instead to scrutinize this puppet with keen attention. Lingmo discovered that he seemed to be approaching her dual-colored eyes. Could it be that these eyes harbored some secret? Or perhaps there existed some connection or fate between them? Lingmo found it utterly perplexing. As a modern youth who had traversed from the 21st century, with no illustrious lineage, how could he possibly be entangled with such matters? Could it be related to his past life? The thoughts surfaced momentarily, only to be swiftly dismissed by Ling Mo. It seemed too ethereal and beyond his current grasp. Stop! Stop! He cried out, unable to endure the relentless blows that left him aching all over. To his astonishment, the assailant indeed ceased their assault. In that moment, Ling Mo noticed that the skeletal visage, now resembling a mere skull, appeared to bear an eerie smile. However, given that the being's body had been entirely eroded, leaving only bones, Ling Mo couldn't ascertain whether it was truly smiling. He felt an unsettling sense that this creature was mocking him. Damn it, I've been played. Despite his skepticism, Ling Mo could not deny the reality. This entity was indeed toying with him. The towering skeletal figure, clad in armor reminiscent of an ancient general, exuded an aura of indomitable strength and authority. By sheer presence, this being instilled a greater sense of dread than even Tang Hao had managed to evoke in Ling Mo. What secrets lay within the drum tower that warranted the eternal vigilance of such a formidable guardian, even in death? Under the weight of this spectral intimidation, Ling Mo struggled to rise from the ground, tentatively extending his hand, only to have the colossal sword descend upon him once more. What the hell? Again? Damn you. In another part of the ancient city, a large black dog and a stout, rotund fellow, who had previously rendered Ling Mo unconscious, exchanged sinister smiles upon hearing the commotion. Haha. The fool must have stumbled into the drum tower, the black dog jeered, reveling in the moment. The portly man, sporting a lewd grin, glanced in that direction and remarked, "Let us be off. Why bother with this? We've nearly exhausted our search here. It's time to move on to the next tomb." They then entered a coffin, vanishing into the endless abyss of darkness. As if they had never set foot in this place. This world seemed unable to accommodate their presence. They departed in the very coffin that Ling Mo had desperately sought. On the other side of the ancient city, chaos erupted once more. Ling Mo was relentlessly pursued by the spectral guardian. Although the entity bore no murderous intent, the sensation of that immense sword striking his face was excruciatingly intolerable. "Damn it, stop hitting me," he shouted in frustration, only to be met with an even more vigorous onslaught, as the specter continued to dog his every step, delivering slow, methodical blows. Ling Mo's head throbbed painfully, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. "Ghost Elder, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, cease this torment." Ling Mo, having succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, surrendered without resistance. To his astonishment, upon his capitulation, the adversary truly halted. Is it possible that they have truly ceased their pursuit? Drawing upon the prior instance, Ling Mo resolved to remain still, cautiously probing the limits of his opponent's resolve. "Is it that I owe you a debt, kind sir, for you pursue me so relentlessly?" Before he could finish his query, the specter raised his formidable sword again, prompting Ling Mo to hastily retract his words. No. I was mistaken. Please, do not strike." Alas, engaging with a ghost proved to be an arduous endeavor. Unintentionally, Ling Mo activated his dual pupils once more. However, contrary to the previous encounter that incited a barrage of assaults, the specter remained eerily still. He stood erect, directing his colossal sword towards the distant drum tower, signaling Ling Mo to proceed in that direction. Though devoid of words, he resembled a lifeless entity. Yet Ling Mo could not fathom how he maintained his ability to traverse independently. Could this be intertwined with the secrets concealed within the drum tower? "Are you beckoning me to enter that tower?" Ling Mo tentatively inquired. This ordeal nearly drove him away. He no longer dared to insult the ghostly master, for this fellow possessed a wicked sense of humor. A mere insult would lead to dire consequences. Surely, a brutal beating would ensue. Per Ling Mo, his handsome visage reduced to a swollen visage resembling that of a pig. What a humiliation! In these times, many graves have been disturbed. Yet he had never encountered such a troublesome entity. Fortunately, the opponent bore no murderous intent. Otherwise, Ling Mo would have long met his demise. Ling Mo's inquiries received affirmation. The ghost elder remained silent, instead directly carrying Ling Mo towards the drum tower. Along the way, Lingmo observed the walls of the drum tower. Adorned with numerous blue stone bricks, each pulsating with immense energy fluctuations, reminiscent of the few bricks encountered earlier. Such a familiar aura. Upon reaching the entrance of the drum tower, an overwhelming sensation enveloped Lingmo, evoking a sense of nostalgia, as it mirrored the very essence he had encountered months prior in the starry forest. Before the grand entrance of the drum tower, a barrier stood, initially preventing Lingmo from entering. However, upon activating his dual pupils, the barrier unexpectedly yielded. Upon entering, the ghost elder released Lingmo, standing motionless beside the entrance, reverting to his original visage. In astonishment, Lingmo tested the elder multiple times, yet he remained unmoved. Nevertheless, should Lingmo exhibit the desire to depart, the elder would promptly obstruct him. What lies within this place? Why does he insist I must see it? Even standing before the drum tower, Lingmo hesitated, as everything exuded an air of peculiarity. From the depths of the infinite darkness, a hollow and ghostly wailing resonated, chilling to the bone. Amidst the shadows, a faint glimmer seemed to emanate from the abyss below. Surveying his surroundings, Lingmo realized escape was futile today, and thus boldly ventured into the drum tower. In an instant, he beheld countless skeletal remains floating in the darkness. Chapter 49, The Sinful Blood Mark upon entering the drum tower. A profound transformation swept through the internal space. A beam of light suddenly pierced Ling Mo's eyes, inflicting a sharp pain upon his body, while a torrent of visions flooded his mind. In those fleeting images, a multitude of diverse figures emerged. From the darkness, crossing the void, came a young man cradling a tree, possessing a unique aura, akin to that of a celestial being. The masses revered him, collectively referring to him as the Son of Heaven. Apart from that singular figure, Lingmo also discerned an exceptionally distinctive individual, who bore a striking resemblance to himself in both appearance and various traits. Is this not the mischievous child who frequently appeared in my dreams? Though he had matured, Lingmo instantly recognized him as the very boy who often traversed his dreams, drinking beast milk along the way. Lingmo was able to recognize him by the mark upon his forehead, a mark that Lingmo himself bore as well. This mark had been present since the awakening of his dual pupils, the Sin blood mark. Beneath the 3,000 Dao states, 7 stone statues stood out conspicuously, and the solitary figure waging war outside the imperial pass inexplicably caused Ling Mo's heart to ache. Why does my head hurt so much? The pain was excruciating, and Ling Mo's mind was on the verge of collapse, causing him to faint multiple times. Scenes flashed through his mind: the Sin blood mark, the pavilion of heaven repair, the void divine realm. The final beam of light seemed to signify the closing of an era. As consciousness returned, Lingmo gazed into the abyss, where he beheld, amidst the boundless darkness, 9 dragon skeletons dragging a coffin past him. This image would forever be etched in his memory, for it was precisely the scene he encountered upon arriving in the Douluo world, at the edge of the void realm, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the annihilation of all living beings, the suffering of countless souls. What could be the reason behind this? In a moment of profound questioning, the agony in Ling Mo's head intensified as he grappled with the perplexing connection between these events and himself. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting in the void. Had he been observant, he would have noticed that the person and dog, who had long since departed, had reappeared at the edge of the void, laboriously digging for something. Judging by their techniques and movements, they were indeed excavating a grave. Moreover, it appeared to be the burial site of an extraordinary figure. These two had traversed the heavens, unearthing the graves of various emperors, yet their true objective remained a mystery. In the illusory realm, a figure emerged from a copper coffin, their mournful voice evoking sorrow. Gazing into the distance, at the void's end, he saw only endless darkness. A stone tablet floated forth from the vast emptiness, inscribed with a phrase, "Who in this world is worthy of white robes?" In a moment of daze, he glimpsed a blue lotus spanning half the void, piercing fiercely into the depths of that darkness. Everything seemed ethereal and exaggerated. When Ling Mo awakened once more, the prior discomfort had vanished. Yet his dual pupils exhibited a subtle transformation. The once lifeless eyes now glimmered with a trace of divine aura. With a surge of power, his dual pupils shattered a massive stone into countless fragments. Such a transformation was beyond Ling Mo's imagination. Following this alteration, the dual pupils appeared to have awakened a formidable divine ability. In addition to their inherent power of theft, they now possessed other offensive capabilities. Even more astonishing, a scripture emerged from the dual pupils, entering Ling Mo's mind. It seemed to be a legacy of innate techniques, titled the 3 Lives Scripture. The 3 Lives Scripture? Disrupting the balance of yin and yang, severing past lives from the present. Can one truly foresee the future? In ancient times, those with supreme dual pupils were invariably of imperial stature, and these pupils were reputed to possess the ability to perceive past, present, and future. Lingmo had initially believed that the ability to steal martial souls was the most extraordinary gift, yet he found the latent potential of his dual pupils even more astonishing. Fortunately, he had not yet bestowed soul rings upon them. Otherwise, he could only imagine the potential complications that might arise. What a formidable power! With a single strike, it had drained all of my soul power. The force unleashed in that fleeting glance surpassed even Ling Mo's full exertion of divine abilities, augmented by the star crossbow. The impact of such a powerful attack left Ling Mo utterly drained of soul energy. The proactive offensive capability of the dual pupils was overwhelmingly formidable. And with Ling Mo's current abilities, he could hardly exert control. When Ling Mo first entered this realm, a beam of light had entered his eyes, revealing a multitude of visions. Subsequently, that beam of light vanished. Meanwhile, the mark upon Ling Mo's forehead became increasingly pronounced, although it had always existed. It had been nearly invisible until now. Now, this mark was fully revealed, and the indirect consequence was that Ling Mo's dual pupils underwent a series of transformations. The three lives scripture? What a profound concept, far more intricate than the Xiantian art of Shao San, potentially intended for cultivation. Ling Mo gazed intently, delving into the profound mysteries of the three ages scriptures, yet little did he realize that his current state of mind was utterly incapable of comprehending their intricacies. However, since it was a cultivation technique accompanied by the dual pupils, Ling Mo should indeed be able to practice it, but the time for that had not yet arrived. What? Then, is this Bloodsun mark? In her dream, Ling Mo heard a voice speaking of a particular mark. The man who bore a resemblance to her also possessed such a mark. Moreover, who was the man supporting a tree? And why did others refer to him as the Son of Heaven? Never mind. There is no point in dwelling on matters beyond comprehension. They are likely of no concern to me. With a murmured resignation, Ling Mo relinquished her tangled thoughts. The world is vast. Yet nothing is more significant than my own affairs. Since I am here, I shall first explore what treasures lie within. Momentarily distracted, and driven by the conviction of never returning empty-handed, Ling Mo began to cast aside the strange images in her mind, embarking on a quest to uncover valuable items within the drum tower. Contrary to the dilapidation outside, the interior of the drum tower was resplendent, resembling a brand new edifice. Ling Mo traversed from the first to the third floor, thoroughly exploring every nook and cranny, and indeed uncovered a plethora of treasures. Beyond the peculiar metals, he discovered an array of strange artifacts, which he was certain did not exist in the Douluo Continent. In that realm, everyone possessed a martial soul, making the use of artifacts quite rare, save for divine weapons. Naturally, these artifacts did not reach such a status, as Ling Mo's soul guide was already brimming, leaving him no choice but to selectively discard some of them. This expedition in the ancient city of Jingjue had proven immensely fruitful for Ling Mo, yielding a bounty 100 times greater than his previous 6 years of endeavors. The peculiar metals alone were more than sufficient for him to forge Tang San's premier hidden weapons, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, though his current strength fell short. Such a state was only temporary. With his prodigious talent, it wouldn't be long before Ling Mo ascended to become one of the foremost figures in this world. Gazing at the dazzling array of treasures, Ling Mo found himself utterly captivated. The thought of relinquishing them would surely rob him of sleep that night. How he lamented! Had he known not to gift that bell to Xiao Wu, he would be filled with regret at the thought of discarding so many treasures. No. He must devise a plan to transport these items back. Upon returning, he would establish his own faction. If Shao San aimed to build the Tang sect, he would create a ghost gate, dedicated to grave robbing. These extraordinary artifacts must not be forsaken. Chapter 50. The Small Tower. What is this peculiar object? While contemplating how to carry these treasures back, Ling Mo suddenly stumbled upon an item at the altar on the first floor. It was a small tower, albeit only half intact, remarkably lightweight. The upper portion had been entirely lost, leaving just a small segment remaining. Its shape appeared quite odd, although it comprised merely 3 tiers. The aura emanating from within was profoundly familiar to Ling Mo. Was this not the very essence he had sensed earlier outside? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Previously, when he was outside, he had sensed the aura of this small tower multiple times. Yet upon entering, that very aura had diminished. It was no wonder, with so many treasures around, that Ling Mo's attention had been diverted, leading him to nearly forget about this intriguing item. Approaching the small tower, he felt a magnificent energy radiating from it, bringing a sense of tranquility to his heart. Even without utilizing it, merely carrying this tower would greatly aid his own cultivation. However, such a formidable aura could not possibly be limited to just this. Ling Mo stepped closer to scrutinize it. As he reached out to grasp it, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming force of gravity, preventing him from lifting the small tower even a fraction. A subtle repulsive force emanated from within, seemingly resisting his efforts. No matter how hard he tried, he could not manage to pick it up. What a curious object, such a diminutive thing yet so incredibly heavy. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Without a doubt, in accordance with traditional logic, such an anomalous object could only be a valuable find. Upon closer examination, Ling Mo discerned that this item was indeed extraordinary. The sheer magnitude of its power was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to withstand. If only this item could be harnessed for his own use in future encounters with formidable foes. He could simply hurl it at them. Surely it would be sufficient to vanquish them. Ling Mo contemplated the intriguing possibility that this small tower might indeed be a miraculous artifact. With great deliberation, he endeavored to extract the tower employing various methods, including the blood oath and even the unconventional approach of urination to claim ownership, both of which had proven effective in his past life. Yet, to his dismay, none of these attempts bore any fruit. Instead, they provoked an astonishing reaction. The moment he relieved himself, the tower unleashed an immense force that nearly claimed Ling Mo's life. He was violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall and landing in a rather undignified manner. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the enchanting maidens who occupied the desolate chambers would forever remain unvisited. How close he had come to a calamitous downfall. The sudden impact left Ling Mo momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he rose once more to scrutinize the enigmatic tower. Ling Mo was also incensed. Today, he resolved not to leave until he subdued this entity. With that, he activated his dual pupils, keenly observing the fluctuations of the small tower. Suddenly, a scripture resonated in his mind, detailing the methods of refining artifacts. There truly is a way. Ling Mo immediately noticed the scripture and was instantly amused. He had not anticipated that the dual pupils possessed such an extraordinary capability. They were truly the all-powerful supreme eyes. Whatever one wished for would materialize. In that fleeting moment, Ling Mo began to refine the small tower in accordance with the inscriptions contained within the scripture. It took nearly half a day before he could barely persuade the small tower to accept him. Upon entering the interior of the tower, Ling Mo was astounded by the world that unfolded before him. Good heavens! I am truly on the brink of a great fortune. The interior of the tower revealed an expansive, boundless space, vastly larger than that diminutive vessel by several tens of thousands of times. There were 3 levels in total, however. Aside from the first level, the second and third levels remained inaccessible, barred by a mysterious restriction. Ling Mo attempted to decipher the enigma, yet the formidable barrier proved insurmountable, compelling him to relinquish his efforts. However, the treasures within the first layer were more than sufficient for Ling Mo to indulge in. In addition to the powerful artifacts, there existed a garden of herbs, abundant with numerous celestial plants that Ling Mo could not identify. From the aura emanating from these herbs, he discerned that they surpassed those found outside in terms of terror and potency. Each individual celestial herb harbored boundless power within its essence. Regrettably, even if Ling Mo desired to consume them, he was unable to do so. The immense force contained within these herbs would lead to his instantaneous demise should he attempt to ingest them. Nevertheless, the inability to partake now does not preclude the possibility of doing so in the future. The fortune is truly overwhelming. Ling Mo's eyes sparkled with a golden glimmer, reflecting the countenance of a wealthy landowner. This small tower was nothing short of a treasure trove, left behind by some foolish soul, allowing Ling Mo to reap the benefits. Having initially refined it, Ling Mo had already gained the tower's acknowledgement, becoming its new master. This vast expanse would now be exclusively his. Goodness! In an instant, Ling Mo found himself among the richest individuals in the world. The treasures within could be sold for a fortune, propelling him to the status of the world's wealthiest. Accustomed to a life of poverty, Ling Mo could hardly resist the allure of wealth. With a grand gesture, he placed the contents of the small pot into the tower. Gathering the tower, he swiftly collected all the treasures scattered across the ground, leaving not a single one behind. The entire drum tower had been thoroughly looted by Ling Mo. It is said that tomb raiding leads to wealth, and it appears to be true. While the ancient city of Jingjue still harbored many treasures, none could compare to this drum tower. It seemed that all valuable artifacts were concealed within, although there were some peculiar items outside that Ling Mo chose not to excavate, lest future visitors lament the barren state of the once bustling Jingjue ancient city. After taking the small tower, Lingmo conducted numerous studies and discovered that this tower differed from ordinary soul-guiding devices. It lacked soul power yet possessed a peculiar force. Remarkably, it could also contain living beings, even allowing humans to enter. Inside, it formed a world of its own, resembling a forgotten realm. Unexpectedly, instead of uncovering a coffin, he had stumbled upon a trove of treasures. With these riches, he was one step closer to claiming dominion over the world. Lingmo's excitement was simply uncontainable. After a series of events, he suddenly realized that Tang San was indeed in a dire situation. Originally the protagonist of the Douluo world, he had inexplicably lost his protagonist halo to these unexpected intruders. Anyone who appeared could easily overpower Tang San. Lingmo had initially deemed this unrealistic, but now he believed it wholeheartedly. How could one possess such an advantage? Tang San truly had it tough. After ensuring that everything was packed and nothing was left behind, Lingmo departed from the drum tower. Although he was uncertain about the significance of the individuals he encountered in his recent dream, he chose to disregard them, as they were irrelevant to him. As for the sin blood mark on his forehead, he felt indifferent. In fact, an additional mark could even enhance his allure. As long as his handsome visage remained intact, Lingmo would not be concerned. The unusual transformation of his dual pupils posed no immediate detriment. Rather, it granted him an additional offensive skill. As for whether he would awaken even more formidable abilities in the future, Lingmo remained uncertain for the time being. Having been stuck at level 30 for half a month, it was time for him to venture forth and acquire his third soul ring. If his conjecture was correct, Zhao Wujin should now be leading Tang San and the others towards the Sodto Forest. Based on the timeline, they were likely right above Lingmo at this very moment. Lingmo has been preoccupied with the five-colored emperor flower by the Lake of Life, and seizing this opportunity, she intends to take it for herself. Chapter 73. The Collapse of Qian Rinxue. What do you truly desire? Qian Rinxue was on the brink of despair. How piercing could this person's gaze be? No one could discern her femininity, save for Lingmo, which was utterly perplexing. I do not wish for anything. I merely seek to validate my hypothesis. Are you not feeling guilty? If everyone were male, what would be the issue? Lingmo wore a sinister smile, increasingly thrilled by the thought. After all, this was an angel. Throughout her life, she had never truly grasped what an angel looked like. Why should she? Your refusal only reveals your own insecurity. You are, in fact, a woman disguised as a man, infiltrating the palace for some ulterior motive. Qian Rinxue's face flushed slightly, as if she had come to a decisive resolution. With her garments layered tightly, it seemed unlikely that anything could be discerned. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to silence Lingmo. Come on, she declared, closing her eyes, harboring a flicker of hope that Lingmo would not go too far. As her scheme unfolded, Lingmo's wicked grin widened, growing increasingly manic. The world had proclaimed Qian Rinxue as the most beautiful woman of Douluo, yet Lingmo remained skeptical. Today, she was determined to unveil her true visage and behold her authentic self. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the area, oblivious to any irregularities. Qian Rinxue remained with her eyes shut. What do you intend to do? At that moment, she finally comprehended Lingmo's intentions. The veil concealing the truth was torn away as Lingmo's right hand swept beneath Qian Rinxue, grasping fiercely. Qian Rinxue's body began to sway, her strength waning, struggling to maintain her balance. Soon after, Lingmo's laughter echoed. Haha, you are a woman. The plot succeeded as Lingmo unveiled Qian Rinxue's facade, revealing an exquisitely beautiful countenance. In that fleeting moment, Lingmo felt utterly entranced. It was breathtaking. She lacked Zhu Zhuqing's innocence and did not possess Ning Rongrong's purity. Resembling a celestial being, beautiful from afar, yet not to be profaned, Lingmo's heart blossomed with joy. Initially, he merely intended to extort Qian Rinxue, but to his surprise, she was genuinely willing to sacrifice for the sake of concealing her identity. Unfortunately, Lingmo did not adhere to conventional methods. Had he merely encountered her superficially, he would have been none the wiser. Regrettably, she miscalculated. She encountered Lingmo, a man who defies all norms. It is said that if a villain possesses striking looks, their moral compass often aligns with their appearance. Lingmo was once skeptical of this notion, but now he finds himself a believer. Qian Rinxue is extraordinarily beautiful, especially after the veil of her hidden identity was lifted, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. It would not be an exaggeration to say she could captivate an entire nation. Did you truly think it would be so easy to ensnare me? Regaining her composure, Qian Rinxue spoke with an icy demeanor. At that moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, resolving to pursue a relentless vendetta against Lingmo, a promising young lady, just like that. Furthermore, with her greatest secret now exposed, how could she possibly allow Lingmo to escape so effortlessly, while she dared not proclaim her certainty of success? The thrill of the confrontation was undeniably exhilarating. Lingmo smiled, unperturbed by her potential strike. The commotion from earlier had seemingly attracted quite a crowd. It appears that the plan to excavate the royal tomb today may have to be abandoned. As soon as Lingmo uttered those words, Qian Rinxue's face flushed crimson, her earlier involuntary exclamation having betrayed her genuine reaction. However, she could not tolerate being so frivolously addressed by an unfamiliar man. In an instant, her martial spirit manifested, revealing 6 pairs of wings sprouting from her back, an angelic martial spirit. How coincidental, for I possess the same. No sooner had the words left her mouth than 6 pairs of wings also appeared behind Lingmo, resplendent in a myriad of colors, exuding an even more magnificent aura. Who exactly are you? Upon witnessing Lingmo also possessing the 6-winged angel martial spirit, Qian Rinxue was thrown into a state of panic, unable to fathom Lingmo's origins. Who am I? I am your man. Lingmo smiled and unfurled his 6 wings, taking to the skies. The nearby guards were closing in, and he had no intention of continuing his entanglement with Qian Rinxue. Humph, if you wish to be my man, let us see if you are worthy. Qian Rinxue also noted the approaching guards. Her sole objective now was to vacate this place. If she could silence Lingmo, her identity would remain concealed. Worthy? Then come and test it, she retorted. With that, Lingmo soared away from the royal tomb, heading towards the outskirts of Sodto City. Kill without mercy those who trespass the royal tomb. Capture him. At the moment he burst through the exit of the tomb, several Soul King-level powerhouses surged forth. However, they were unable to thwart Lingmo's escape. The 6-winged angel martial spirit was, after all, a divine-level spirit, no less formidable than the Haotian hammer. Coupled with the enhancement of the multicolored divine light, his speed was extraordinarily heightened. In an instant, Lingmo broke free from the encirclement. Yet, the alerted guards pursued him relentlessly, surrounding him from all directions. Behind him, Qian Rinxue was also making her way through, but she too faced the onslaught of the guards. The 2 of them fought their way out together, fleeing westward toward Sodto City. The formidable individuals rushing in from all sides were already on their way. If they did not escape before their arrival, they might truly face disaster today. With that thought, Lingmo immediately accelerated, departing from Sodto City and sprinting westward. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, without doubt, had been abandoned by Lingmo, falling back into the encirclement of their pursuers. Indeed, he had truly fled. Chapter 51. 3,000 armors. Upon leaving the drum tower, Lingmo was astonished by the scene that unfolded before him as he stepped outside. What on earth is happening? Initially, there had been only ghost lords standing before the entrance, but when Lingmo emerged once more, the area was teeming with a multitude of figures. These individuals were all lifeless, mere shells clad in suits of armor. Their organized ranks and formidable presence left Lingmo utterly astonished. These beings appear quite formidable. What are their intentions? Do they seek to seize my treasures? Lingmo began to hesitate, contemplating whether to step outside. The ghostly figure by the door remained indifferent, standing rigidly in place. Meanwhile, the 3,000 corpses, upon catching sight of Lingmo, suddenly knelt in unison, the sound of armor clashing resonating, invigorating the atmosphere. What was happening? Lingmo was utterly bewildered. How could he have knelt down? Could it be that in a past life he was an emperor? Were these figures his soldiers? Was he truly digging his own grave? This was utterly absurd. The more he pondered, the stranger it seemed. These 3,000 armored warriors appeared to hold Lingmo in great esteem, obeying his every command. This left Lingmo thoroughly perplexed. Wait a moment. This is an alternate realm. If they were connected to him, it should be on Earth. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. However, judging by their demeanor, they seemed unlikely to inflict harm upon him. Thus, Lingmo, astonished yet curious, stepped forward. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the heavy armor of the ghostly figure also knelt down. Alas, this was unacceptable. The memory of the torment he had just endured at the hands of the ghost sent a shiver down his spine. What kind of bizarre game was this? Were they to first placate the pig before slaying it? Might this render the flesh more delectable? Lingmo extended his hand to assist. Yet he found himself utterly unable to budge the formidable figure of the ghost elder, whose strength was insurmountable. His armored form was impervious. Even a full-force strike from Lingmo could scarcely dent it. Among the throng of 3,000 armored soldiers, it appeared that the ghost elder stood at the helm, each one of them fixated upon Lingmo. What a remarkable assembly! Most of these soldiers were at least Soul Saint level, with a substantial contingent below that rank. With such an opulent force at his disposal, what fear could he possibly harbor regarding the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Recalling his earlier mischief in Sodto City, where he had playfully teased Ningrongrong, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He had been careless and had failed to discern her true identity before acting. It was essential to remember that prior to her arrival at Shrek Academy, she had been under protection. The members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were likely already in pursuit of him, weren't they? Having vacated Shrek Academy, Lingmo had been indecisive about returning, but now it seemed such concerns were rendered moot. With such a grand display of power, did he truly have cause to fear them? It appeared not. Just the Ghost Elder alone should suffice to contend with the 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. By heavens! With 3,000 armored soldiers at his command, if he were to equip each with a peacock feather and invoke the wrath of the Buddha, would that not render him an unstoppable force, capable of vanquishing both gods and demons alike? Lingmo found it increasingly challenging to maintain her composure. This time, the ancient city of Jingjue had undergone a complete transformation. Among the ranks of soldiers, the most formidable was the Ghost Lord, although his strength remained ambiguous. Lingmo could sense that the intimidation he exuded was far more overwhelming than that of Tang Hao. Moreover, within the 3,000 soldiers, several individuals of title Douluo caliber had emerged. With such formidable support, it seemed that Lingmo no longer needed to fear any threats from rival factions. The Ghost Gate was poised for establishment, and these 3,000 soldiers would serve as her inaugural enforcers. Are you willing to follow me? Lingmo stated. First, let us ascertain whether they are truly willing. Suddenly, a resounding clang of metal echoed throughout the venue, strikingly loud. They appeared to be mute. Yet their actions incessantly conveyed their intentions to Lingmo very well. In that case, from this day forth, the Ghost Gate shall be officially established. You all are the inaugural disciples of my Ghost Gate, he added, albeit meekly, though I possess little to teach you. A journey to the threshold of the Ghost Gate awaits. Even the King of Hell harbors some trepidation towards me, while uncertain of the King of Hell's actual existence. This did not deter Lingmo from adopting an air of bravado. King of Hell, might I request a personal favor? The King of Hell replied. My situation is quite challenging. The 3,000 soldiers, each possessed of formidable strength, had been meticulously observed by Lingmo. The 7 leaders at the forefront were all of the title Douluo caliber. As for the mightiest among them, the Ghost Lord, Lingmo could not discern the limits of his power. That colossal sword he wielded was no ordinary weapon. In fact, the combined might of all the treasures within the ancient city of Jingjue paled in comparison to the strength of that singular sword. Such an exceptional combatant had likely already reached the pinnacle of title Douluo, if not greater. Lingmo had previously gathered a plethora of peculiar metals, and within the confines of the small tower, an array of elixirs and toxins had emerged. The concealed weaponry crafted from these materials by the Tang sect would undoubtedly be extraordinary, once equipped with a peacock feather or a Buddha's fury lotus. Combined with their innate strength, could they not easily dispatch any title Douluo with a single strike? It is truly difficult to fathom, with such armaments. Lingmo could disregard the threats posed by any faction. After securing these weapons, Lingmo stored them all within the small tower, as he had yet to locate a stronghold of his own and could only confine them within the tower for the time being. As for the esteemed Ghost Lord, his noble status warranted his presence. Not only could he instill fear in others, but he could also safeguard Lingmo at any moment and endeavor yielding dual benefits. The aura of the copper coffin had dissipated. At the end of the darkness lay an infinite reservoir of power, and with my current strength, it would be evidently impossible to force my way in. Gazing at the ancient starry path above the ancient city, Lingmo contemplated the exploration of the boundless skies. Lingmo was uncertain of the destination of this path. He had intended to venture forth and experience it firsthand. However, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the starry sky rendered him unable to proceed. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. What he did not realize was that the large black dog that had ambushed him earlier, along with the rotund individual, had departed down this very path, leaving in a bronze coffin. The other end of the starry ancient road seemed to connect to another realm. Having concluded that the ancient city of Jingjue held no further value for exploration, Lingmo departed with Ghost Master. Upon returning to the cavern from which he had come, he was startled to discover that the passage he had excavated earlier was now buried. He could only wonder which fool had attempted to entomb him within the ancient city. With no other option, Lingmo was compelled to dig a new hole. After toiling for half a day, he finally unearthed a passage and emerged back to the surface. Sodto Forest? Observing the soul beasts darting frantically before him, Lingmo immediately deduced that he had indeed arrived in the Sodto Forest. These panic-stricken soul beasts appeared to be fleeing from some colossal entity. A Titan great ape? Lingmo suddenly discovered that on the other side of the mountain, an enormous giant ape was traversing the ravine, causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. It emerged from the lake of life, moving with urgency as if it were hastening to meet someone. Could it be that it sensed the presence of Xiaowu? Had Xiao San and the others already arrived at the Sodto Forest? Lingmo instantly deduced the unfolding plot. Observing the scene, one could not help but feel pity for the unfortunate Zhao Wujing, who would soon face a beating, truly deserving the title of the most pitiable character in Douluo. Back and forth, it was always the family of Tang San that dealt the blows. Alas, how lamentable. Chapter 52. A delayed arrival. The presence of the Ghost Lord was undeniably inconvenient. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Mo decided to confine him within the small tower. With a swift activation of his martial soul, he prepared himself to attain peak condition and set off in pursuit of the Titan Great Ape. However, he had not anticipated the astonishing speed of the Titan Great Ape, whose massive form allowed it to leap thousands of meters in a single bound. Gradually, Lingmo lost track of it. Nevertheless, he could still sense its presence. As night fell, the forest was engulfed in chaos. For a colossal beast was rampaging through the woods, frightening countless spirit beasts. Why, on this day, did the legendary king of the forest appear alone at the forest's edge? All spirit beasts were terrified, unwilling to approach. Goodness, that creature runs far too swiftly. In the darkness, Lingmo was utterly oblivious to his current location, completely disoriented. The aura of the Titan Great Ape had vanished, and it seemed he had lost it. Initially, he considered summoning the Ghost Lord to intercept the beast. But if he did so, locating Tang San and the others would become exceedingly difficult. These massive pits must be the remnants of its passage. Following these earth depressions should lead him to its whereabouts. With that thought, Lingmo resumed his pursuit. Alas, his speed paled in comparison to that of the Titan Great Ape, leaving him to pray fervently that no unforeseen mishaps would occur. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, the members of Shrek were gathered around a campfire. Led by Zhao Wujing, all of Shrek's 7 monsters were present, save for Lingmo. The one most concerned about Lingmo's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly Zhu Qing, alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu. Conversely, Dai Mubai was rather pleased, wishing for the lad to remain lost forever. Previously, when Lingmo had vanished without a trace, Flinder had gone in search of him. Yet it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. For 3 days, Flinder scoured the vicinity of Sodto City, to no avail. Teacher Zhao, I'll take the night watch. You all should rest, Lingmo had said. All right, I'll return the favor later, Zhao Wujing replied, then entered the tent. With Oscar's 3rd spirit ring secured, they were only awaiting Tang San's spirit ring before they could return home. The group scattered, seeking rest. Yet Tang San couldn't shake an unsettling feeling deep within him. Xiao Wu, sensing something amiss, displayed a look of panic. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Tang San inquired, his concern evident. Xiao Wu's eyes darted, fidgeting as she replied, It's nothing. I just miss Xiao Mo a bit. Did she truly miss Lingmo? Unlikely. It seemed more like an intentional diversion, using Lingmo as a scapegoat to allay Tang San's suspicions. Upon mentioning Lingmo, Tang San wore a melancholic expression. I wonder where Xiao Mo is gone? He should be fine, though. Tang San's worries were genuine, that day. When Lingmo had separated from them, he was uncertain of his fate. As they exchanged murmurs, suddenly, Tang San sensed a disturbance and sprang to his feet. Not good. Everyone, get up. With a single shout, everyone was instantly alert, rushing from their tents. Xiao San, what happened? Zhao Wujing was the first to emerge, followed closely by the swift Zhu Qing, with Dai Mubai and the others trailing behind. There's a massive creature approaching. The ground began to tremble violently, and from the intensity of the vibrations, it was clear that the colossal beast was racing towards them. What could possibly cause such upheaval? Zhao Wujing, realizing the gravity of the situation, activated his martial soul and stood protectively before everyone, declaring, All of you, fall back behind me and do not stray from my side. As Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes, he perceived a gargantuan figure emerging from the shadows. With a thunderous roar, the air reverberated, nearly deafening them. The overwhelming force surged forward, making it difficult to remain upright. In an instant, Zhao Wujing unleashed his martial soul's true form, bracing himself against the impending impact of the Titan Great Ape's colossal foot. The sheer force felt like the world was shattering around him, causing excruciating pain and boiling blood within his veins. Under normal circumstances, such a blow would have been fatal for Zhao Wujing, but for reasons unknown. The Titan Great Ape abruptly withdrew its foot, gazing down upon the group with a fearsome demeanor. Esteemed king of the forest, we were unaware this was your domain. If we have offended you, we shall take our leave immediately. Zhao Wujing attempted to pacify the creature, having narrowly escaped death from that previous blow. In the face of a 10,000-year spirit beast, it was evident that even a titled Douluo like himself would struggle for dominance. The Titan Great Ape, however, ignored Zhao Wujing's words, its gaze fixating on Xiao Wu. Tang San, keenly perceptive, discreetly drew Xiao Wu behind him, shielding her from view. Meanwhile, Daimu Bai and the others remained utterly bewildered, failing to respond to Zhao Wujing's earlier command to retreat. Upon spotting Xiao Wu, the Titan Great Ape erupted in fury, unleashing a punch that sent Zhao Wujing flying. The resounding crash echoed, confirming that once again, Zhao Wujing had been struck. Predictably, it was Tang San and his family that had dealt the blow. Life is so difficult, Zhao Wujing lamented. After the Titan Great Ape had sent Zhao Wujing sprawling, only then did the others react. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai rushed to assist him, but Zhao Wujing bellowed, "Ignore me. Get them to safety first." Before he could finish, the Titan Great Ape advanced, each step reverberating ominously. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were positioned at the periphery, while Tang San remained protectively close to Xiao Wu. Realizing that the Titan Great Ape was heading directly toward them. Not good. Xiao Wu, run. As the Zhuge Divine Crossbow appeared in Tang San's hands, he acted without hesitation, launching 3 arrows towards the Titan Great Ape to buy time for their retreat. He was the only one present who had not succumbed to panic. Despite his fervent efforts against the terrifying defense of the Titan Great Ape, his attempts felt futile, barely scratching the surface. Enraged by Tang San's actions, the Titan Great Ape unleashed another furious roar, launching a punch with the intent to obliterate him. Just as it seemed Tang San would be struck down, Xiao Wu's sudden cry of no unexpectedly saved his life. The Titan Giant Ape truly came to a halt. Yet, in the midst of this pause, it seized Xiao Wu and swiftly departed from the scene. Amidst a frantic, despairing outcry, Tang San watched as Xiao Wu was taken away by the Titan Giant Ape, utterly collapsing under the weight of his agony. In just a few short days, he had lost 2 of his dearest friends. Ling Mo was missing, and now Xiao Wu had been abducted by the Titan Giant Ape. Tang San's heart shattered completely, and in his despair, a tremendous fury erupted within him. Xiao San, return. By the time everyone regained their senses, Tang San had already vanished from sight. He dared to pursue the Titan Giant Ape, a decision that left everyone stunned. Was he not aware that this was the true king of the forest? His audacity commanded respect from all, leaving them feeling utterly ashamed of their inaction. Teacher Zhao, what should we do now? Daimu Bai inquired, utterly clueless about the next course of action. What else can we do? If we are to die, then let us die together, Oscar exclaimed. Suddenly, he shouted a string of whimsical incantations. I have a mushroom sausage. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group divided the mushroom sausage among themselves. But before they could consume it, a shadow darted through the forest. Believing that a soul beast was approaching, they immediately braced themselves, their attention fixed on the encroaching darkness. Too late again. As the words fell from his lips, Ling Mo emerged from the thicket, surveying the chaos around him with a deep sense of loss. Chapter 53. The human-faced demon spider who goes there? Having just endured a fierce battle, the Shrek team remained on high alert, with Zhao Wujia feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. 2 students had vanished before his very eyes, and upon returning, he would be unable to explain the situation to Flender. What if anything were to happen to the remaining students? Old Zhao would undoubtedly be consumed by his remorse. Teacher Zhao, it was I. Ling Mo emerged from the forest in a state of disarray, desperately chasing after something. His body was entangled with numerous thorns, which he had no time to address, rendering him quite disheveled. Upon sighting Ling Mo, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated his sudden reappearance after 3 days of absence. Zhao Wuji was overjoyed, initially fearing something had befallen the young man, especially since Flanders was still searching for him. To his surprise, not only was Ling Mo unharmed, but he had also materialized in the Sodto forest. What brings you here? Zhao Wuji inquired, his joy mingled with confusion. How could Ling Mo possibly be in such a place? This is quite complicated to explain, so perhaps I should refrain from discussing it for now. Ling Mo found himself at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had been digging up graves? Perhaps the very grave he had unearthed belonged to one of their ancestors from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Upon encountering Ling Mo again, Zhu Zhuqing expressed her surprise and rushed to his side, ready to bind him with a rope to prevent his escape. However, overwhelmed by the crowd, she hesitated and refrained from taking any drastic actions. Gazing at the chaotic scene before him and the absence of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ling Mo quickly deduced what had transpired. The thought of Tang San confronting the face-devouring spider filled him with concern. While the spider itself might pose little threat to Tang San, the subsequent appearance of the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress could spell disaster. If they took a disliking to Tang San, they might eliminate him without hesitation. Without the luxury of elaboration, Ling Mo addressed Zhao Wujie directly. Teacher Zhao. Xiao San has ventured alone in pursuit of the Titan giant ape and might encounter peril. I shall pursue him now. We will converse later. With that, before Zhao Wujie could respond, Ling Mo vanished once more before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The onlookers stood bewildered, pondering who had raised these two brothers, both possessing such reckless tempers. One Tang San was already a headache. Now there was Ling Mo as well, leaving Zhao Wujie on the brink of exasperation. The Forest King was no trivial foe, and two mere youngsters at level 30 daring to challenge it was tantamount to courting death. Good grief. Is there no respite for me? He lamented, as he surveyed the empty space where Ling Mo had just been. He realized the young man's speed was astonishing, so swift that even Zhao Wujie had failed to catch a glimpse of his departure. Had this lad grown stronger during his 3-day absence? Countless questions flooded his mind, but now was not the time for contemplation. Oscar, Zhao Wujie commanded, swiftly taking a mushroom sausage from Oscar's hands. Upon consuming it, a pair of small wings sprouted from his back. Follow me, he urged, and the group hurriedly set off in the direction Ling Mo had vanished. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, Ling Mo traced the remnants left by the Titan giant ape, pursuing relentlessly. In the distance, a powerful gust of wind indicated that a battle was underway. This was not good. It was Xiao San. In a fleeting moment, Ling Mo sensed Tang San's presence, realizing he was likely entangled in peril. Without a second thought, she swiftly pursued him, only to find him locked in a fierce battle against a human-faced demon spider deep within the forest. The monstrous creature lunged forward, its razor-sharp spider spear aimed menacingly at him. Meanwhile, Tang San concealed his left hand behind his back, seemingly inviting the creature to take the bait. While his Haotian hammer lay primed and ready, such a reckless strategy was fraught with danger. A single misstep could prove fatal for Tang San, allowing no margin for error. Xiao San, get out of the way. As the deadly blade of the human-faced spider was about to strike Tang San, Ling Mo activated her martial spirit, her speed surging as she dashed directly in front of the creature. With the star crossbow in hand, 3 arrows erupted forth, piercing through the demon spider's formidable armor. Xiao Mo, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback that, in the face of life and death, Ling Mo had once again come to his rescue. Are you risking your life? Ling Mo's words were laced with reproach. While Tang San's approach was undeniably reckless, a single misstep would spell certain doom. Though Ling Mo was aware that Tang San was unlikely to falter, the recent scene had set his heart racing. He mused that only Tang San would dare to act in such a manner. In response to Ling Mo's admonishment, Tang San refrained from defending himself. Instead, he was consumed by guilt. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's abduction by the Titan Great Ape, he would not have resorted to such a desperate strategy. The disappearance of Ling Mo, coupled with Xiao Wu's unfortunate incident, had driven Tang San's fragile heart to the brink of collapse. Now that Ling Mo had returned, he finally felt a moment of relief. However, Xiao Wu's fate remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving his eyes bloodshot. I'm sorry, it's my weakness. If I were stronger, Xiao Wu wouldn't have suffered, Tang San lamented, experiencing for the first time the helplessness of the powerless. I am already aware of Xiao Wu's situation. You need not blame yourself, for it is not your fault. Seeing the guilt etched on Tang San's face, Ling Mo yearned to reveal Xiao Wu's secret to him. Yet, after careful consideration, she decided it was best to withhold this information for Xiao Wu's sake. Once Tang San invested genuine feelings, he would undoubtedly risk his life to protect them. This was evident already, and it was precisely why Ling Mo chose to ally herself with him. Many assert that traversing Douluo necessitates joining the Spirit Hall, equating an alliance with Tang San to mere sycophancy. Here, Ling Mo wished to set the record straight. Tell me, what holds greater significance? Having a brother to whom you can entrust your life, or a sect rife with deceit and conspiracy? Do not be naive enough to believe that entering the Spirit Hall will earn you true friends. There will always be those with ulterior motives. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall will not wane because of a mere soul master. In that realm, it is only about self-interest. Affection is a foreign concept. Now, this faceless demon spider has already been wounded. Take this and vanquish it. With that, Lingmo tossed a star crossbow to Tang San, an item that had lost its significance to her, as she could forge countless others with the peculiar metals found within the small tower. Tang San solemnly accepted the star crossbow from Lingmo. This was not their first collaboration, and they shared an unspoken understanding. With a glance exchanged, they simultaneously launched their assault from two different directions toward the faceless demon spider. Aware that danger loomed, the injured creature attempted to flee, only to find Lingmo had anticipated its escape, blocking its path. In an instant, they unleashed their power. The blue-silver grass ensnared the faceless demon spider, immobilizing its movements. Tang San, having pulled the trigger, unleashed the star crossbow, instantly slaying the creature. With the battle concluded, the faceless demon spider lay lifeless, and the soul ring was destined to belong to Tang San. Go, Xiao San. Lingmo was acutely aware that another predicament loomed ahead. He had sensed a formidable presence approaching, one that did not belong to Zhao Wujia. With him present, no one could seize this soul ring, not even a titled Douluo. Chapter 54. The unmatched dragon and serpent. As the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider began to coalesce slowly upon its lifeless form, three uninvited guests darted through the forest. Although they were not the most threatening soul beasts, the sight of these three individuals caused a palpable heaviness in Tang San's heart. Xiao Mo, the newcomer's burial intentions. What should we do? His gaze sharpened as he recognized two of the figures, the snake woman and Ming Yuran, who had previously contended with him for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The elder standing at the forefront was unfamiliar to Tang San, but judging by his imposing aura, he seemed to possess strength surpassing that of the snake woman. With Zhao Wujia absent, any dispute would likely place them at a disadvantage. What could be done? What else could be done? You need not worry. Focus on absorbing this soul ring. Even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive today, this soul ring shall remain ours. Lingmo, with an air of dominance, stepped forward, fully aware of the identity of the newcomers, the illustrious couple from the Spirit Master realm, the world-defying dragon and serpent. In the past, Lingmo might have felt a tinge of fear towards them, but now, what reason did he have to be afraid? Ah, it's you again. You pesky brat, you have repeatedly stolen my soul rings. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, do not even think about leaving. Ming Yuran exclaimed, her mood in tatters as she gazed at the lifeless demon spider, pointing accusingly at Tang San. Indeed, Ming Yuran was a stunning beauty. Had it been in a different circumstance, Lingmo might have been captivated. However, the current situation was rather inappropriate. It seemed the two had previously clashed. For Tang San's brow was furrowed in concern, while Lingmo stepped forward and said, an explanation? My dear lady, have you perhaps just awakened from slumber? Do you believe we owe you an explanation? The audacity of his words left both parties in shock, with Tang San displaying a look of disdain. What had come over Xiao Mo? This was not characteristic of him. Tang San, confident in his understanding of Lingmo's nature, was perplexed as to why he would utter such words when he was well aware of the opponent's formidable strength. What a grandiose statement. Boy, do you wish for death? Upon hearing Lingmo's brazen remarks, Ming Shu was instantly enraged, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. His piercing gaze locked onto Lingmo, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Yet, this pressure might have been effective against Tang San, but Lingmo's five-colored divine light was far from trivial. Haha. You too must be the renowned world-defying dragon and serpent of the Spirit Master realm. Indeed, your aura is formidable. However, do you truly believe that a mere name can intimidate me? Lingmo, with a facade of nonchalance, was secretly drenched in perspiration. The small tower was already in operation, poised to unleash the ghost lord at any moment. Before him stood a formidable soul Douluo. To confront such a powerful entity required not only skill, but also immense courage. The thrill was palpable. Despite his clammy palms and sweaty brow, Lingmo stood his ground resolutely. After all, he had already boasted of his prowess. Retreating now would be tantamount to striking himself in the face. Do you recognize us? He inquired. As anticipated, his words elicited a flicker of surprise from Long Gong Meng Shu. Observing Ling Mo's stoic demeanor, he pondered whether this young man possessed some remarkable backing, for he remained steadfast even when aware of Meng Shu's reputation. Indeed, we are familiar. Your esteemed name resonates like thunder. However, even if the Heavenly King himself were present today, he could not seize the soul ring. I implore you to maintain your dignity, esteemed senior. Lingmo maintained her smile, while Tang San behind her was utterly bewildered. pondering where Ling Mo derived her audacity to challenge a formidable soul de law. The sight of the 8 luminous soul rings adorning her opponent made Tang San's heart plummet. At that moment, a stir behind them caught everyone's attention, revealing Zhao Wujie hastening towards them. Xiao San, Xiao Mo, are you both unharmed? Zhao Wujie rushed forward. Yet he had no time to assess the situation before moving toward Ling Mo and Tang San. Upon catching sight of Long Gong, he nearly choked in disbelief. What a small world. It seems I am truly cursed with misfortune. As Zhao Wujie and others arrived at the scene, the palpable tension between the two parties rendered them speechless. Zhao Wujie, it is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Long Gong, he managed, bracing himself for a courteous exchange. You are Zhao Wujie? I have yet to settle the score for the soul ring you took from my granddaughter. How fortuitous that you have come to me. Long Gong retorted, his tone laced with fury. It appears these 2 youngsters are also your pupils. It seems you are intent on provoking me. Very well. We shall settle both old and new accounts today. Long Gong, seething with anger, found it unfortunate that Zhao Wujie had chosen this precise moment to arrive. Trembling with fear, Zhao Wujie stammered, Elder Long Gong, there must be some misunderstanding. Aware that he was no match for Long Gong, he still attempted to salvage the situation. However, Long Gong paid him no heed, his fury escalating. The dragon-headed staff struck again with terrifying force, and even with Zhao Wujie's full manifestation of his martial spirit, it was unlikely he could withstand it, especially since he had yet to recover from previous injuries. Danger, Teacher Zhao. The crowd gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation as they rushed to intervene. Yet, they were no match for the impending strike. Suddenly, a magnificent sword descended from the heavens, its sheer force compelling Long Gong to retreat. What? The onlookers were astonished, witnessing the colossal sword gleaming in midair amidst the swirling dust. Confusion reigned until it was revealed that an armored corpse stood beside Ling Mo. Is that a ghost? The appearance of the ghost elder startled the female spectators, with Zhu Xing displaying terror and Ning Rongrong hiding in fear. Ming Yiran was equally unnerved. The visage of the ghost elder was undeniably intimidating. What is happening? Long Gong gazed in bewilderment at the corpse beside Ling Mo. While others may not perceive it, he recognized that the very being which had intercepted his attack was this corpse. As the dust settled, the colossal sword returned to the ghost elder's grasp, his imposing figure casting an awe-inspiring presence. Xiao Mo, who is this esteemed figure? Zhao Wujie suddenly realized the implications. If the power of that blade was any indication, this corpse's strength surpassed even Ming Shu's. When did corpses become so formidable? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Zhao Wujie had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon, nor had Long Gong ever heard of it. The crowd remained perplexed. This is my bodyguard. It is well known that I am a student, thus having a bodyguard is entirely reasonable, is it not? Ling Mo chuckled lightly, choosing not to divulge the origins of the enigmatic ghost master. A bodyguard? Ling Mo was unaware of the profound impact his words would have on others. What kind of power did he possess that allowed him to be accompanied at all times by a protector of the title Douluo level? Even among those present, such as Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, none could boast such an arrangement. Long Gong Mingshu was utterly stunned. He had initially thought he could vent his frustrations for his granddaughter, only to be confronted by the sudden emergence of a ghostly figure, turning the tide of the situation in an instant. It became clear to Mingshu why Ling Mo had spoken so confidently earlier. He indeed had formidable backing. Senior Long Gong, as I have stated before, this soul ring is mine. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, you would not take it away. Ling Mo spoke once more, expressing his satisfaction, stating that this experience was truly exhilarating and that the grave he had dug was exceptionally worthwhile. In Chapter 55, a malicious thought arises. Guiyi stood beside him, and Ling Mo remained unyielding, disregarding any reasoning presented. For this soul ring was not to be taken from him by anyone. Mingshu's expression darkened considerably, his gaze fixed on Guiyi, seeking an explanation. Completely ignoring Ling Mo, was this elder truly so unreasonable? All eyes turned to Guiyi, eager to hear his response. However, Guiyi remained silent, instead revealing a massive sword and plunging it forcefully into the ground. The onlookers were bewildered. He neither expressed his stance nor took any action, appearing to defer entirely to Ling Mo's decisions. What was the origin of this young man? Mingshu felt a deep sense of shock and communicated secretly with Shipo. Old man, I believe we should concede this soul ring to them. This elder's temperament is rather peculiar, and his strength is formidable. It's unlikely that the two of us together could overcome him. Shipa hesitated, feeling the overwhelming pressure exerted by Guiyi, leaving both of them uncertain. It appeared they had no choice but to concede. Meng Shu pondered for a moment, preparing to relinquish the matter. Unexpectedly, Meng Yiran stepped forward, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! Do you dare to challenge me? If you win, this soul ring will be yours." Upon hearing this, Meng Shu's face illuminated with joy, quickly adding, "I think that's a splendid idea. Since this is a matter for the younger generation, let them resolve it among themselves." His words were tentative, uncertain if Gue Yi would agree. If he declined, Meng Shu would have to abandon the notion. Meng Yiran's gaze was fixed directly upon Ling Mo, clearly intent on measuring her strength against his. The moment this challenge was uttered, the crowd from Shrek erupted in laughter. What a coincidence, amidst so many present. She had chosen the strongest to compete against. How unfortunate for her. Well, do you dare? Meng Yiran glared fiercely at Ling Mo, unable to tolerate such an affront. Having been raised in comfort. All right, I accept your challenge. Ling Mo responded, a smile breaking across his face. He mused to himself that this girl had walked right into his trap. By the way, Meng Yiran is quite beautiful. I find her appealing. Behind him, Ma Hongjun pondered aloud, to which Oscar could not help but retort, "You lecher. That's not admiration. You're simply lusting after her body." Daimu Bai coughed. While Ning Rongrong stifled a laugh, and Zhu Qing wore a cold expression, merely stating, "Boring." At that moment, the happiest of all was undoubtedly Zhao Wujie. For as long as Meng Shu refrained from intervening, it was the best outcome for him. Zhao Wujie remained uncertain whether Gue Yi would assist them. Despite appearing to heed Ling Mo's commands, there might be hidden motives at play. Resolving matters through a one-on-one duel was ideal. Zhao Wujie gradually relaxed. "Senior Long Gong, I believe this will work. My student is also at the 30th level and has yet to absorb a third soul ring. As combat-type soul masters with equal soul power, it is most fitting for them to spar." Zhao Wujie exclaimed with delight, hastily adding that they could not rely on Tang San. As he had already depleted his soul power from previous battles, Ling Mo was the best choice for the fight. Very well. If that is the case, let us see true skills. Meng Shu's gaze remained fixed on Gue Yi, as he did not regard Zhao Wujie as a threat. His focus on Gue Yi stemmed from a fear that Gue Yi might change his mind. Should he suddenly intervene, Meng Shu was already prepared. The two stepped out from their group, and Ling Mo gradually revealed a wicked smile, becoming increasingly audacious. "Well, I had no intentions of doing anything. Yet you insist on presenting yourself. I shall not be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo's martial soul enveloped him, and a brilliant light erupted, forming a barrier of light between the two combatants. Were it a mere barrier, one might still see through it, but this was a barrier composed of 5 different lights. In an instant, everyone lost sight of the scene. What is happening? What does Xiao Mo intend to do? Is he deliberately obstructing our view to plot something against that girl? Let her go. Allow me to intervene. In an instant, the vision of the crowd vanished, and no one could discern what transpired within. Meng Shu had initially intended to interrupt, but gradually felt at ease upon seeing that Gue Yi remained outside. He did not believe Ling Mo would commit any excessive acts against his granddaughter. At most, they would reach a stalemate. Tang San, most familiar with Ling Mo, could only shake his head in exasperation. This fellow was relentless in his pursuit of petty advantages, even daring to take advantage of someone's granddaughter in front of her grandfather. It was utterly outrageous. Tang San could easily surmise what was occurring inside. He was all too familiar with Ling Mo's tactics. Back in Notting Academy, he had inquired about the purpose behind Ling Mo's study of such a technique, to which Ling Mo had disclosed that it was devised for the purpose of conducting mischief undetected. As the sounds of a fierce battle erupted, accompanied by Meng Yiran's cries of protest, the audience was left in confusion, entirely unaware of the events unfolding within. Aside from Tang San, no one else had a clue as to what was transpiring. They assumed the skirmish was intensely fierce. What on earth is this young man's background? This light obscures even my vision. It is truly bizarre, Meng Shu remarked to Shi Pe, both contemplating why Ling Mo had suddenly shielded everyone's sight. "Old man, should we concede? Yiran may be at a disadvantage," Shi Pe expressed her concern. "At a disadvantage? Nonsense. Have a bit more confidence and eliminate such uncertainties," Meng Shu replied, but before he could finish, the battle within concluded. As the light barrier dissipated, Ling Mo emerged with an air of composure, while Meng Yiran reappeared. Her face flushed, and her demeanor disheveled. Was it over? So soon? The crowd was still grappling with the swift turn of events. Caught off guard by the abrupt conclusion of the conflict, Ling Mo exhibited remarkable composure, showing no signs of distress. while Ming Yiran's adorable face was flushed crimson and her attire disheveled. Onlookers were left utterly bewildered, pondering what transpired between the two. Senior Long Gong, you have been defeated. I kindly ask you to depart. Otherwise, I shall not be so accommodating in the future. Lingmo smiled faintly, completely disregarding Ming Shu's grim expression. When the devious side of her emerged, she showed no respect, whether it was towards a mere soul de law or even a title de law. Are you all right? Ming Shu inquired anxiously upon seeing his granddaughter return. Ming Yiran, feeling ashamed, replied, Grandfather, let us go. I have lost. What? How could that be? Ming Shu was utterly perplexed by her defeat. What was this boy's martial spirit? In a contest where soul power was equal, the quality of the martial spirit and the skill in battle were decisive factors. Could it be that his martial spirit surpassed that of mine? You little rascal. Just wait. I will avenge today's humiliation. Ming Yiran shot a furious glare at Lingmo, deliberately omitting any mention of the events that transpired in the light curtain. The onlookers were bewildered, with the exception of Tang San. At your service. Lingmo grinned wickedly, relishing the prospect of such delightful encounters occurring more frequently. Chapter 56. The Ghost Gate. The outcome was already evident. Though Ming Shu was unaware of Lingmo's actions, Ming Yiran's reaction indicated her acceptance of the result. Despite Ming Shu's dissatisfaction, the overwhelming pressure from the enigmatic Ghost Master left him with no complaints. However, he harbored profound curiosity about Lingmo's origins. What kind of power warranted the protection of a peerless title Douluo? With a voice filled with intrigue, Ming Shu remarked, Young friend, you are indeed gifted. A talent beyond compare. Zhao Wujie, you have truly taught an exceptional student. Ming Shu's words hinted at a deeper inquiry. Zhao Wujie wished to accept the praise. Yet he knew that Ling Mo's prowess had no connection to his own teachings. Your flattery is undeserved. Senior, this child is indeed remarkable. But he is not one I have instructed, Zhao Wujie stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Ming Shu's suspicions were only solidified. When he glanced at the Ghost Master, he found him silent, resembling a mere puppet. Oh, may I inquire about your origins, young friend? Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to pay you a visit. Ming Shu directed his gaze towards Lingmo, who merely smiled knowingly, already anticipating his intention. Testing me? What harm is there in revealing my thoughts? Lingmo smiled and said, I hail from the gates of hell. With a Luoyang shovel in hand, the whole world can be my home. On the road to the Yellow Springs, a single roar makes even Yama tremble before me. Esteemed Dragon Lord, should you find interest, you may come to my domain at the gates of hell and serve as a guest minister. It could very well be a path worth exploring. Lingmo, with a playful demeanor, spoke, and his words indeed struck the crowd with profound impact. Ghost Gate? This term surfaced for the first time in the hearts of many, pondering when a new sect could have emerged in the continent, aside from the 7 major sections. With the presence of the formidable Ghost Elder beside Lingmo, this Ghost Gate could undoubtedly vie for a place among the 7 major sections. However, none had ever heard of this sect before. Lingmo's origins became even more enigmatic in the minds of the onlookers. He truly must possess a significant background. Ghost Gate? Damubai, observing from behind, had thought he could overshadow Lingmo with his status, only to discover that Lingmo, like him, hailed from a great sect, one that had never before appeared on the continent. Such a formidable sect, capable of remaining concealed for so many years, revealed its terrifying nature. In truth, they were unaware that Ghost Gate had only been established the previous day. Ghost Gate? When did Xiao Mo join this sect? How come I was unaware? Tang San pondered in confusion, but refrained from directly questioning Lingmo, as the crowd was too large, and such impulsiveness could lead to trouble. Haha. I am honored by your regard, my young friend, but as for joining the Ghost Gate, I think I shall pass. At my advanced age, I seek no further ambitions. Ming Shu subtly concealed his inner doubts, smiling as he politely declined Lingmo's invitation, although he had never heard of the Ghost Gate's existence. After witnessing Ghost Elder's prowess today, he believed that it wouldn't be long before this sect became renowned across the continent. Perhaps, it might even swiftly ascend to the ranks of the 7 major sects, becoming the 8th. Since the outcome is decided, we willingly concede. This soul ring shall be a gift to you. Upon concluding, Ming Shu beckoned to Shipu and Ming Yiran, saying, let us depart. As the trio left, Ming Yiran cast a fierce glare at Lingmo, only to be met with a cold gaze from Zhu Zhuqing, who stood in front. With the threat averted, the crowd could not fully rejoice, for the presence of Ghost Elder instilled fear in everyone, rendering them reluctant to speak freely. At that moment, Tang San could no longer contain himself and urgently implored, Xiao Mo, could you ask this esteemed elder for assistance in rescuing Xiao Wu? At this juncture, Tang San could hold his tongue no longer. He had long desired to voice this, but with Meng Shu present earlier, he feared Ghost Elder might suddenly take offense. The appearance of Ghost Elder seemed to illuminate hope for everyone, for he alone had the capability to save Xiao Wu. Indeed, Xiao Wu was taken away by the Titan Giant Ape. Her fate remains uncertain, Tang San's words reminded the crowd, and they suddenly realized that Xiao Wu had yet to return. Xiao Mo, you see, Zhao Wuji feels quite ashamed, for he believes he has failed to protect these children, and thus he is filled with regret. No problem. Xiao San, you first absorb this soul ring. I will accompany Ghost Elder to pursue the Titan Giant Ape. Ling Mo declared, preparing to depart with Ghost Elder. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed. The crowd had not yet processed their departure before they had already gone far. The Sodto Forest, one of the most densely populated forests with soul beasts, grew increasingly perilous the deeper one ventured. Lingmo's journey is not aimed at seeking any trivial matter, but rather to the Lake of Life, in hopes of retrieving the resplendent rainbow emperor flower. Initially, he intended to enlist Tang Hao's assistance, but noticing his apparent disinterest, he contemplated asking Xiao Wu for help instead. Yet, considering Xiao Wu's background, he feared that if she were to discover his knowledge of her origins, she might withdraw from their endeavors entirely. Consequently, Ling Mo resolved to take decisive action. As for Xiao Wu, surely, the Sodto Forest is her domain. No harm would befall her in the event of trouble. Advancing further, approximately several dozen miles ahead lies the Lake of Life. He wondered if the Titan Giant Ape had returned. Should they appear at the Lake of Life? There exists a considerable risk of being detected by the sky blue bull python. While confronting one might be manageable, should both join forces. He questioned whether Gue Yi would be able to endure the encounter. Throughout his journey, Ling Mo pondered a pressing concern, although he held unwavering confidence in Gue Yi's capabilities. The combined strength of 200,000-year soul beasts would ultimately prove formidable. With his dual pupils activated, Ling Mo expanded his field of vision, revealing a multitude of powerful soul beasts hidden within the whispers of the wind and grass. During his trek, he encountered numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, which were far beyond his current capacity to engage. Fortunately, Gue Yi's presence alone was enough to instill fear, preventing them from drawing near. Otherwise, Ling Mo would lack the qualification to even take a step within the inner circle. His previous encounter had been a grave misstep, where he inadvertently unearthed trouble. It was during that incident that Ling Mo nearly breached the ancient city of Jingjue. Had it not been for the allure of the bronze coffin that diverted his attention, he would have thoroughly plundered the ancient city. The aura of the bronze coffin has long since dissipated. Its appearances seem to follow a pattern, emerging once every month. Ling Mo was unaware of the special significance of this pattern, yet its every manifestation heralded the impending misfortune of numerous graves across the continent. Ghost Elder, you must shield me well this time. Ling Mo was apprehensive about the ghostly figure, fearing that he might falter at a critical moment. She repeatedly cautioned him. Yet the sinister smile that crept across the ghost's skeletal face only heightened her trepidation. This individual had undoubtedly been a cunning spirit in life, relishing in the mischief he caused. Previously, in the ancient city of Jingjue, he had subjected Ling Mo to considerable distress. Fortunately, within the confines of her small tower, she was fortified by the presence of 7 titled Duel-level leaders. Should the ghost prove unreliable, she had a contingency plan. Once the location of the Ghost Gate was established, Ling Mo would unleash her 3,000 soldiers. Having traversed the eerie, muddy terrain, Ling Mo finally beheld the vast and boundless Lake of Life, its pure life force radiating everywhere, refreshing her spirit. Chapter 57. A return to the Lake of Life. Before her lay the Lake of Life. She hoped for a stroke of good fortune this time. This marked Ling Mo's second foray into the Lake of Life, where the expansive mountain lake resembled an ocean in its grandeur. Ling Mo's journey was not for any other purpose, but to seek the resplendent 5-colored emperor flower on the banks of the Life Lake. This exquisite elixir, formed from the ethereal essence of the heavens and the vitality of life, encapsulates 5 extraordinary powers. Ling Mo had long coveted this flower, and this time, she was determined to acquire it at all costs. However, as she approached the Life Lake, a colossal beast suddenly emerged from the shadows. It was a 10,000-year tail-collecting lizard, imbued with potent venom, capable of bringing about instant demise with just a single droplet of its saliva. Cursed be the circumstances. She had hoped to enter the Life Lake stealthily, but trouble had found her right from the start. It seemed that a forceful approach was now inevitable. The appearance of the tail-collecting lizard had shattered Ling Mo's initial plans. Its furious roar would undoubtedly rouse the azure bowl python dwelling within the life lake, and the surrounding area concealed countless soul beasts. If they were drawn to the commotion, it would spell great trouble. Although with the presence of Ghost Elder, Lingmo need not fear the attacks of these soul beasts. Her original strategy was never to confront head-on. The emergence of the tail-collecting lizard had indeed presented her with a significant dilemma. Ghost Elder, eliminated. Spare no thoughts of mercy at this moment. Before any other soul beast react, we must first dispatch this creature and then make our escape. That is the wisest course of action. As soon as she uttered these words, Ghost Elder raised his gigantic sword with deliberate slowness. The tail-collecting lizard, bewildered, unleashed a torrent of venom, incinerating flora within a radius of several dozen meters into mere ashes. Ling Mo hid behind the Ghost Lord as the colossal sword descended, amidst the flickering lights of blades. In an instant, the gathering-tailed lizard was cleaved in two beneath the might of the Ghost Lord's sword. What a domineering sword aura! Ling Mo gasped in astonishment. The power of this ghostly figure was indeed formidable. Just the might of that single strike rendered him nearly unmatched in the realm. Furthermore, unlike other soul masters, he did not rely on spirit rings or soul skills in battle. He was devoid of the characteristics of a martial spirit or soul skills. With merely a colossal sword in hand, he stood proudly above all adversaries. The giant sword drank deeply of blood, staining the surrounding area crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo swiftly retreated to the left, with the ghostly figure in close pursuit. Two figures darted rapidly, weaving through the fringes of existence. The earlier strike had startled numerous nearby soul beasts. However, by the time they reacted, Ling Mo had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, an intense light surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying force that bore down upon Ling Mo. A colossal beast blocked his path, its enormous head emerging from the lake, fixated on Ling Mo. A powerful wave of water surged towards him, but the ghostly figure intercepted it with a single strike of his sword. Ling Mo's face paled, his heart racing with fear. Just moments ago, that attack had been directed at him, and had it not been for the ghostly figure's timely intervention, he would have met his demise at the hands of this foe. The overwhelming force of the impact had inflicted considerable harm upon his body. Second soul skill, healing. As the situation stabilized, Ling Mo invoked his second soul skill, and in an instant, a radiant holy light illuminated the area, swiftly mending the injuries within him. The dark surface of the lake revealed the terrifying visage of a massive bull's head, a sight that was indeed horrifying. It had clearly set its sights on Ling Mo. Just moments before, when the tail of the lizard had drawn its last breath, it had sensed Ling Mo's presence. Truly, being a 100,000-year soul beast, it possessed formidable abilities. Ling Mo sighed, grateful that he had brought Ghost Master along. Had he ventured alone, he would surely have perished from that previous strike. Human, this is not a place for you. Depart at once. A voice, steeped in melancholy, echoed from the depths of the lake. It was the Tianqing Niupong speaking. Remarkably, after witnessing Ghost Master's formidable prowess, it now urged Ling Mo to leave. The rationale was simple. It wished to avoid confrontation with Ghost Master, whose initial display of strength had been overwhelmingly intimidating. Engaging in battle recklessly could lead to mutual destruction. Indeed, as a soul beast of 100,000 years, it was astute. If you wish for me to depart, so be it. As long as I obtain what is rightfully mine, I shall take my leave. Ling Mo had no choice but to propose a condition. He too did not wish to clash directly with the Tianqing Niupong, for it was a family member of Shaowu. What belongs to you? Is it the colorful emperor flower by the northern shore? The voice of the Tianqing Niupong resounded once more, revealing its knowledge of the flower. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo was taken aback. How could it possibly know of his intentions regarding that flower? This Tianqing Niupong was indeed fearsome. Ling Mo could not fathom how it had discerned his motives. Indeed, it is that colorful emperor flower. So it was for this flower that you took the risk to explore the lake of life. The Tianqing Niupong's words struck Ling Mo with a jolt. Had it discovered his presence during their last encounter? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. He had believed himself well concealed, yet this creature was astoundingly perceptive. Correct. I only desire the colorful emperor flower. If I can obtain it, I assure you I will never return. What say you? Now that he had been uncovered, Ling Mo felt no need to conceal his intentions further. It was time to negotiate. If that failed, he would have to resort to force. This time, no matter the cost, he would secure the colorful emperor flower. The Tianqing Niupong was truly terrifying. It seemed as though no secret could remain hidden from it. Young man, I admire your courage, however. The colorful emperor flower shall not be yours to take. The Tianqing Niupong spoke with a calm demeanor. It held great respect for Ling Mo's bravery, having witnessed his fearless ventures into the lake of life. Yet, regrettably, the flower was beyond his reach. Why? Lingmo felt a weight in his heart. He truly wished to avoid enmity with the Tianqing Nopong, but if it intended to obstruct him, he would have no choice but to respond forcefully. There is no reason. That flower was taken several days ago by another. What? Lingmo gasped in astonishment. He had approached with the resolve to claim it, only to discover that someone else had already seized it. Who could it be? What purpose did they have for the elixir? Could it be that the one who took the flower was also a soul master with a 5-element martial soul? Who? Who has stolen my colorful emperor flower? Lingmo's murderous intent surged instantly. It was utterly intolerable to dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth. A few days prior, a figure clad in black emerged from the forest and brazenly took away the vibrant emperor flower by the lake. The opponent possessed formidable strength, and their singular objective was solely to obtain the emperor flower. Hence, I refrained from intervening, allowing them to depart unimpeded. The Azure Bull Python elucidated that engaging in battle with a top-tier powerhouse often leads to mutual destruction, and should nefarious individuals take notice, it could spell disaster. Frequently, it chose not to reveal itself, concealing its presence at the lake's bottom, unless absolutely necessary. A figure in black? Could it be Tang Hao? Lingmo found herself utterly perplexed. Why had Tang Hao, who had previously rejected her, suddenly intruded upon the lake of life and taken the vibrant emperor flower? Yet, if it were not for Tang Hao, she could hardly fathom anyone else capable of acquiring such a treasure. If you do not believe me, you may go see for yourself, the Azure Bull Python had stated before sinking to the lake's depths, ignoring her further. Chapter 58. The Water Spirit Beast. Could it truly be that Tang Hao is the one who had taken it? Lingmo stood upon the very ground where the vibrant emperor flower had once flourished, gazing at the now desolate lakeside, filled with uncertainty. The last time she had encountered Tang Hao in the grove of Shrek Academy, he had seemed somewhat off. Could it be that he was genuinely willing to assist her? What could his motive be? The more she pondered, the more tangled her thoughts became. Her greatest hope now was that it was indeed Tang Hao who had taken the flower. Otherwise, Lingmo would suffer a significant loss. Typically a proponent of never incurring a deficit, this was the first time Lingmo felt she was at a considerable disadvantage. Damn it! If I discover who has stolen my vibrant emperor flower, I will crush your skull and unearth the graves of your ancestors. Filled with resentment, Lingmo's heart ached. Though she was skeptical that Tang Hao had taken it, with the flower now vanished, her last glimmer of hope rested in his possession. The vibrant emperor flower was truly gone. Lingmo traversed the lakeside, searching every nook and cranny, disabusing herself of any lingering hopes. She confirmed that this was indeed the spot where the flower had thrived. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a ripple disturbing the stillness of the lake. Something stirred. Activating her dual pupils, she beheld a peculiar spirit beast lurking beneath the surface, a water spirit beast approximately 2,000 years old. What a strange creature. Displaying characteristics reminiscent of a dragon. Was this a response to some transformation? The water spirit beast lay concealed in the lake, watching Lingmo as if she were prey about to be ensnared. Is it targeting me? Excellent. I have a belly full of frustration with no outlet. You have presented yourself to me, so do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lingmo was in need of a third soul ring, and according to the elemental cycle, her next ring should be derived from one of the 3 elements: water, fire, or earth. The water spirit beast before her perfectly matched the water element criteria for her third soul ring. A 2,000-year spirit beast exceeded the threshold acceptable for Master S third soul ring, yet if Tang San could absorb the faceless spider, Lingmo had no doubts about her capability. While Tang San practiced profound techniques, Lingmo's 5-colored divine light inherently possessed a formidable enhancement effect on her physical form, rendering it far more terrifying than the Xiantian technique. The prospect of absorbing the soul ring posed no issue for her, with her dual pupils activated. A gentle force enveloped Lingmo, as unique scales resembling armor covered her body. She had successfully appropriated the beast's characteristics, and through the augmentation of her 5-colored divine light, these traits were further enhanced. Having stolen the essence, Lingmo plunged into the lake, launching her series of aggressive maneuvers before the water spirit beast could retaliate. If the spirit beast could speak, it would undoubtedly be exclaiming in shock. After absorbing the water spirit beast's traits, Lingmo, now akin to it, effortlessly navigated the depths of the lake without the need to hold her breath. Furthermore, her speed remained impressive. Grasping a long spear, she thrust it fiercely toward the water spirit beast. This spear, scavenged from the ancient city of Jingjue, was imbued with tremendous power, more formidable than an ordinary soul-guiding device. Though it could not rival the colossal sword wielded by the Ghost King, it was nonetheless a remarkable artifact. As the spear danced like a dragon, the lake churned violently. In response to Ling Mo's relentless assaults, the water spirit beast resorted solely to evasion. With a roar, the surface of the water quaked, and a torrent surged forth, creating a whirlpool of immense force. A mere trick, and you dare to flaunt your skills before me. Great Dragon of Heaven! The spear, like a dragon in flight, transformed as Lingmo wielded it, redirecting the incoming water sphere with a swift maneuver, utilizing the gentle force of the water spirit beast to create a powerful counterattack. The water sphere swirled, rapidly increasing in size. Perish! She cried, releasing the water sphere. In that moment, a sophisticated mechanism appeared in her hand. Sands of Shadow. This deadly device, forged from an extraordinary alloy, boasted unparalleled lethality. In an instant, the concealed weapon was unleashed. The piercing arrow struck the body of the water spirit beast, followed closely by the massive water sphere crashing down. Boom! The water's surface trembled violently, exploding outward. The water spirit beast was yanked from the depths by Ling Mo's grasp. The battle had ignited swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Humph! I haven't even exerted myself. And you have already fallen. In that moment, Ling Mo recalled a line from the great sage equal to heaven, feeling an overwhelming urge to compose poetry. The elongated form of the water spirit beast, encased in heavy armor, stood no chance against the penetrating force of the Sands of Shadow. Had it the ability to speak, it would surely be uttering a series of exclamations. With the water spirit beast vanquished, the conflict had attracted the attention of numerous spirit beasts. Although the Azure Bull Python would not attack Lingmo, it did not imply that others would refrain from doing so. Swift resolution is key. Lingmo resolved to absorb the soul ring on the spot, with the Ghost King by her side providing protection, unless the Titan Giant Ape returned. Lingmo anticipated minimal danger. A purple soul ring slowly ascended, as Lingmo seated herself cross-legged by the lake to absorb it, without any mishap. Leveraging the enhancement of her five-colored divine light, she firmly suppressed the surge of energy, successfully completing the absorption. This was merely a 1,000-year spirit beast, devoid of the soul tremors associated with 10,000-year beasts. In the original tale, Tang San had only encountered a 10,000-year soul ring, with the Ghost King safeguarding her. Lingmo took nearly half an hour to absorb the soul ring. However, she was not as fortunate as Tang San, who had received an external soul bone. Nevertheless, the enhancement provided by the water spirit beast was no less formidable than that from Tang San's faceless spider. Third soul skill, Dynamic Light Wave. What a sudden surprise. Upon completing the absorption of her third soul ring, Lingmo meticulously attuned herself to the enhancement it conferred. To her astonishment, her five-colored divine light martial soul had acquired an attack skill, Dynamic Light Wave. Unlike the previous two unique soul skills, this was an offensive capability. Under specific circumstances, it could unleash a blinding light attack, infused with the characteristics of the water spirit beast, targeting the vulnerabilities of her foes. This marked the first offensive skill of the five-colored divine light martial soul, leaving Lingmo pleasantly surprised. She had initially presumed it to be purely a supportive martial soul. Little did she know it possessed the ability to strike as well. The blinding light assault could catch her adversaries off guard. Why? Let me pose a question. How swift is the speed of light? Just that one query underscores the magnitude of this soul skill's power. Furthermore, light, being an energy entity, combined with the properties of water, becomes all-encompassing. Specializing in exploiting the weaknesses of others, such a twisted individual embodies a soul skill. And Lingmo finds himself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. This time, although he did not acquire the five-colored Emperor Flower, he cannot be deemed to have returned empty-handed. It is time to depart. At present, the Titan Giant Ape has yet to return. Thus Lingmo is momentarily free from trouble. It is indeed prudent to leave while he can. The Titan Giant Ape is far less amiable than the Sky Blue Bull Python. Chapter 59. Verdant Green. Having departed from the Lake of Life, Lingmo hastens his return. Suddenly, he observes a foolish giant beast passing by on the other side of the mountain. With a single step upon the ground, the earth trembles in response. Goodness! Fortunately, he was swift in his retreat. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been cornered and subjected to this creature's wrath. The Titan Giant Ape is known for its volatile temperament. Were it not for the Sky Blue Bull Python's restraint, this entire forest would surely be in chaos. Should it discover him within its territory, no one would be able to halt this foolish creature. When angered, it could easily cause one grievous harm. The Titan Giant Ape is returning. Does this imply that Xiao has already gone back? Perfectly, following the trail at his left should lead him directly to her. Reflecting on this, Lingmo follows the path marked by the Titan Giant Ape, making his way back. Along the journey, he encounters numerous formidable soul beasts. Alas, in the presence of the Ghost Elder, these soul beasts pose little threat. As anticipated, after traversing several thousand meters, it does not take long before Lingmo spots a pink figure meandering leisurely through the forest. She appears to be enjoying herself as if wandering through a garden. Xiao. Lingmo hastened his pace, swiftly capturing the Ghost Lord into the small tower as he dashed from a distance. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around in surprise. Brother! Unable to contain her excitement, she joyfully opened her arms and leaped forward. Oh dear! This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Despite her protests, Lingmo found himself instinctively embracing her. Unfazed by the moment, Xiao Wu, overwhelmed with exhilaration, clung to him, her entire being enveloping him. This sight left Lingmo utterly enchanted. Indeed, this girl had developed quite splendidly. Her fair skin and beautiful features were striking, exuding a youthful vitality. The sensation of her touch was delightful. He couldn't help but wonder if Tang San would resort to dyeing his hair green upon discovering this. Tang San mused, I wish to dye this thing green. It would appear more formidable. Though he feigned rejection, he secretly relished the moment. After indulging in the thrill, Lingmo feigned concern, asking, Xiao, are you all right? Tang San mentioned that you were captured by the Titan Giant Ape. I rushed here after you. Where's the Titan Giant Ape? It hasn't harmed you, has it? What a character. He was clearly not there to seek anyone, yet he seized this opportunity. This gesture deeply moved Xiao Wu. In such perilous circumstances, he risked his life to find her. She was nearly brought to tears by his kindness. Lingmo observed her reaction, his heart brimming with amusement. How easily she could be deceived. Although she had existed for 100,000 years, she retained the innocence of a young girl, utterly oblivious to the complexities of human nature. If the sky blue bull python were to discover that he dared to take advantage of his sister, it would likely incite a fierce confrontation with Lingmo. I'm fine, Xiao Wu replied, touched. By the way, where's the Titan Giant Ape? Lingmo, feigning ignorance, inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression instantly shifted, her eyes darting as if she were concocting an excuse to mislead. Fidgeting nervously, she hastily fabricated a story. I have no idea. After it took me away, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, it had vanished. However, during my unconsciousness, I seemed to hear a peculiar bovine roar. Perhaps the Titan Giant Ape departed after hearing that sound? Lingmo, upon hearing the explanation, nearly burst into laughter. What a clumsy excuse. There was no roar of the celestial bull. He had just come from the lake of life, and the azure bull python had not roared at all. But wait, why did I not hear it? I have been in the vicinity all along. In Lingmo's heart, a flicker of mischievous delight crossed her mind as she resolved to playfully tease the girl. Oh, is that not the case? Perhaps I must have misheard, Xiao thought. Feeling a twinge of guilt, upon catching sight of Lingmo's cunning smile, she instantly grasped the situation. Well, you little scamp, how dare you set a trap for me? Prepare to be struck, she declared, launching into a series of ineffective punches, lacking both force and impact. Haha, enough of this. It's time to return. I suspect Xiao San is nearly beside herself with worry. Although Lingmo had intended to continue her playful antics, she decided to conceal the truth in order to avoid raising suspicion. Brother, after disappearing for so many days, why have you suddenly reappeared in the Sodto forest? On their way back, Xiao incessantly questioned Lingmo about her whereabouts during the past few days and the reason for her presence in the Sodto forest. What else could I have been doing? A few days ago, I stumbled upon a grand tomb and began excavating it. In the process, I inadvertently dug my way to the Sodto forest. Lingmo thought of the secrets hidden within the ancient city of Jueju, which she wished to keep concealed. The entrance she had used was now buried, ensuring that no one would discover this ancient city unless they were a fellow enthusiast of tomb raiding, just as she was. How could you enjoy such an adventure without inviting me? I shan't pay you any mind. Indeed, Lingmo went to excavate graves, deliberately shaking off the two of them that day. Xiao feigned anger and remarked, on that very day, she and Tang San discovered an ancient tomb in the northwest of Sodto City, unearthing numerous treasures within. Regardless, according to Tang San, those stones were all precious gems, though she could not discern their worth. You little brat. All day long, you're fixated on the trinkets in my possession. Why don't you ever think about what Xiao San has? The two exchanged playful banter as they retraced their steps, swiftly returning to where Tang San and the others were. The night was enchanting, and Tang San was still absorbing the soul ring from the human-faced demon spider. Ling Mo returned triumphantly with Xiaowu in tow, drawing the attention and delight of the crowd. Xiaowu, are you all right? They inquired with genuine concern, most of their questions revolving around how she managed to escape from the clutches of the Titan Great Ape. Initially, Xiaowu hesitated on how to articulate her experience. Yet Ling Mo swiftly provided the explanation. Ah, I see. But what of that senior? At this moment, Zhao Wujia noticed that the ghost elder had vanished, leaving him puzzled. He has departed, Ling Mo clarified. Departed? Upon hearing that the formidable ghost elder had left, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. After all, having such an invincible powerhouse nearby was rather stifling, causing many to refrain from speaking freely. Brother Mo, we owe you a great debt this time. Not only did you drive away the unparalleled dragon serpent, but you also rescued Xiaowu. Ma Hongjun and Oscar quickly approached, showering Ling Mo with praise. Who would have thought that such a remarkable figure was concealed within the academy? Although they were already aware of Dai Mubai's extraordinary background, he did not have the protection of a title Douluo-level powerhouse like Ling Mo. Let us maintain a low profile, Ling Mo suggested. Ling Mo chuckled, questioning whether he was truly being low-key. The pride in his eyes seemed almost palpable, as if he could flaunt it in your face. By the way, Mo Go, is that entity from the Ghost Gate formidable? Oscar inquired, his curiosity piqued by the revelation of Ling Mo's origins. What manner of sect was the Ghost Gate? And why had they never heard of it? It wasn't merely a matter of strength, it was genuinely something rare. Explaining that is rather complicated. Let's discuss it another day, he concluded. Chapter 60. You truly do not understand Ling Mo. As the idle chatter subsided, Xiaowu's attention was drawn to Tang San, who was enveloped entirely by a swirling mass of crimson mist. Upon discerning Tang San within the faint red haze, her heart clenched tightly, and she rushed forward in a flurry. Do not disturb him. He is absorbing his third spirit ring. Zhao Wujia hurriedly intercepted her. My heavens! This human-faced demon spider has surpassed 2,000 years in cultivation. The master once mentioned that the upper limit for a spirit master's third spirit ring is approximately 1,760 years. What about Xiao San? Xiaowu exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was taken aback. How do you know this human-faced demon spider is 2,000 years old? Zhao Wujia questioned. Indeed. This spider has exceeded 2,000 years. Observe its legs. They clearly surpass 3 meters in length. This is the most telling characteristic. Ling Mo stepped forward to explain. And after listening, Zhao Wujia stood in a daze for a while, feeling ashamed as he said, I was unaware of this. Since you are aware, why would you allow him to absorb this soul ring? At that moment, Zhu Qing approached, and with her attentive nature, she recalled that when Ling Mo departed, he had advised Tang San to absorb this soul ring. If he was already aware, why did he urge Tang San to do so? Glancing back at Zhu Qing, he noted how much more beautiful she had become during their brief separation, which filled Ling Mo with great admiration. However, the presence of so many people deterred him from acting upon his feelings. My actions are guided by my own intentions. The so-called theory applies only to ordinary individuals. I ask you all here, which among you can be deemed ordinary? Ling Mo chuckled softly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhu Qing. This scrutiny made Zhu Qing feel a bit bashful, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It seemed quite reasonable as Ma Hongjun and Oscar concurred, with even Dai Mubai nodding in agreement. Look, my third spirit ring also exceeds 2,000 years, and I absorbed it without issue. At that moment, Ling Mo swiftly activated her martial soul, and 3 spirit rings suddenly blossomed before them, 2 yellow and 1 purple, the epitome of perfect spirit ring configuration. By the heavens! When did you absorb your third spirit ring? Everyone cast astonished glances her way. Ling Mo had only been gone for a few short hours, and yet she had successfully absorbed a third spirit ring, and one that surpassed 2,000 years in age. What did this signify? It was utterly extraordinary. I just absorbed it. I happened to encounter a water spirit beast while searching for Xiaowu, and it was perfectly suited for me, so I absorbed it. Ling Mo spoke with utmost seriousness, yet his tone was remarkably lighthearted. The crowd couldn't help but feel exasperated. After toiling endlessly in the forest, they had finally found suitable soul rings, only to be nearly robbed twice. How could it be that upon hearing his words, it seemed as though soul rings were strewn about for the taking? Xiao Mo, what is your third soul skill? Zhao Wujia inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable. At this point, 3 among the group had already reached level 30. Aside from Dai Mubai, only Ma Hongjun, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu remained below that threshold. Unbeknownst to old Xiao, Xiao Wu had also attained level 30. The third soul skill is Dynamic Light Wave. The crowd reacted. It was evident that this was not a conventional soul skill. Zhu Qing remarked, as expected, one who is not serious even possesses an unorthodox soul skill. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's expression darkened instantly. Teacher Zhao, in fact, I have also reached level 30. At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, diverting everyone's attention from Ling Mo. What a splendid opportunity! Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, Ling Mo stealthily leaned close to Zhu Qing's ear and whispered, "You little imp, daring to undermine me. Have you been neglected for too long, causing your skin to itch?" Fortunately, all eyes were on Xiao Wu, and their actions went unnoticed. Heart racing, Zhu Qing felt a wave of panic. Could this rascal truly engage in some outrageous behavior? She sternly warned Ling Mo, "Don't go too far. There are others present." With a mischievous grin, she added, "Just wait until we return to the academy. You shall see how I deal with you." Ling Mo was acutely aware that the current situation was far from appropriate, reflecting on how this young woman had utterly succumbed to her feelings. She no longer harbored any aversion towards him. This was a harbinger of victory in their silent war. Zhu Qing's heart had been unlocked by Ling Mo. Such ambiguous words quickened Zhu Qing's heartbeat, for Ling Mo had already taken residence in her heart. The others remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Xiao Wu, what did you just say? You've also broken through to level 30? At that moment, the group's attention was still focused on Xiao Wu, who explained her situation with clarity. Zhao Wujin was overjoyed, never anticipating that their expedition to the Star Do Forest would resolve the third spirit ring issues for 4 of the students at once. With Ling Mo's precedents set, there was little concern for Tang San. In fact, they breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning about Xiao Wu's circumstances, everyone felt a wave of happiness. After enduring so much together, the bonds among the Shrek gang had transformed, shedding their previous suspicions. Of course, this did not apply to Ling Mo and Dai Mubai, as the grudge over a stolen wife was too profound to overlook. Zhao Wujin and Dai Mubai withdrew to a corner, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar engaged in casual banter. Under the serene night sky, punctuated only by the sounds of their argument, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Hey, Xiao Ao, let me pose a question to you. If I give you 90 gold soul coins, then you borrow 10 from Ling Mo, how many do you have left?" "How many left?" "None," Oscar replied without hesitation. Ma Hongjun, puzzled, responded, "How can that be? Do you even know how to count?" "No, it is you who does not understand Ling Mo," Oscar said with utmost seriousness. "Huh?" Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, realizing the validity of Oscar's statement. It was indeed absurd. That fellow only allowed himself to benefit at the expense of others. When would it be his turn to be taken advantage of? Borrowing money from him? One could hardly expect to see their entire fortune intact afterward. Good heavens. "It seems you understand arithmetic better than I do," Ma Hongjun conceded, recognizing that Oscar's reasoning held merit. Since the emergence of Ling Mo, they have come to truly understand the essence of unreasonable behavior. In the dim corner, Ling Mo and Zhu Qing sat closely together. At this moment, she could hardly care about anything else. This damn fellow, Zhu Qing inwardly cursed Ling Mo, truly oblivious to the occasion. Yet, upon reflection, it was rather exhilarating. Chapter 61. The 8 spider spears. Has it been accomplished? Zhao Wujia, who had steadfastly remained by Tang San's side, tirelessly devoted, suddenly felt a surge of joy. Seeing that Tang San had successfully navigated the most arduous phase, the subsequent absorption of the soul rings should pose no further issues, right? His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Suddenly, with the sound of tearing fabric, Tang San's clothing at the back was violently ripped apart. Ling Mo, standing behind him, distinctly observed 4 protrusions the size of fists swelling on either side of Tang San's spine. External soul bones. Indeed, some things are simply unalterable. Ling Mo murmured softly, and in her embrace, Zhu Qing finally regained a modicum of strength. With a look of confusion, she rose and inquired, "What is an external soul bone?" Turning to Tang San, one could observe that 8 protrusions suddenly ruptured, and deep purple objects erupted from those very points, growing at an astonishing speed. When the 8 protrusions burst forth, revealing the deep purple entities, Tang San appeared to relax, his expression softening considerably. Yet his body continued to convulse. An external soul bone is indeed a formidable type of soul bone, Ling Mo casually remarked. eliciting a series of disdainful glances from Zhu Xing. It was evident he feigned understanding despite his ignorance. What a fool! As the others expressed their concerns and moved closer, only Ling Mo remained unfazed. This is not a calamity. Why should we be anxious? Isn't that the leg of a face-devouring spider? The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that the 3-meter-long blade sprouting from Tang San's back resembled the leg of the face-devouring spider. Teacher Zhao, what on earth is happening? They turned their gazes toward Zhao Wujia, hoping for an explanation. Yet, even Zhao was taken aback. He had never encountered such a phenomenon, leaving him bewildered. Was it possible that Tang San was transforming into a colossal spider? Unthinkable. There must be a mutation in the soul ring he was absorbing that had caused this anomaly. Xiao Wu sought to reassure herself, though the anxiety was palpable on her face. Perhaps she herself doubted her own reassurances. Are you certain you don't have anything to say? Zhu Xuqing and Ling Mo stood behind him, observing his nonchalant demeanor. Given his earlier words, it seemed he knew what Tang San was and the nature of the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears, while he remained so composed. What should I say? That I love you for eternity? Ling Mo chuckled. Go away. You lack seriousness. With that, Ling Mo stepped forward, declaring, Everyone, there's no need to worry. It's merely a trivial matter. Stay calm. The crowd urged him, Speak quickly. What do you mean by calm? How can we remain calm? Zhao Wujia retorted, exasperated. The others were in a state of panic. Yet this fellow had the audacity to suggest they remain composed. A trivial matter? This is the first time I've seen something like this in my lifetime. Let alone the rest of them, who may never witness it at all. Sighing, he thought, it seems I can no longer remain inconspicuous. Indeed, I am revealing my true identity as the finest theoretical master. If my deductions are correct, what Tang San possesses should be classified as an external soul bone. As Ling Mo's words echoed through the air, astonishment enveloped the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. An external spirit bone? Is there such a thing? What precisely is an external spirit bone? Even Daimubai could not suppress his curiosity. This term was unfamiliar to them all. What is an external spirit bone? Explaining it is quite a convoluted task. Simply regard it as an exceptionally extraordinary spirit bone. To say more, this item is immensely precious and can hardly be sought after. Upon hearing Ling Mo's explanation, the group collectively exhaled in relief, although he did not specify just how unique the external spirit bone truly is. His ability to discern this fact already attested to his prowess in theoretical knowledge. This individual not only possesses remarkable talent, but also demonstrates a solid grasp of theoretical concepts. Daimubai was thoroughly impressed, especially since even Zhao Wujin had not perceived this detail, yet Ling Mo had. This newfound respect left Daimubai devoid of confidence to challenge Ling Mo any further. Would Xiao San encounter any danger? This was the foremost concern for Xiao Wu. No. Not only would there be no danger, but this external spirit bone would confer tremendous benefits upon him. Indeed, Xiao San had struck an incredible stroke of luck this time. As the darkness gradually yielded to light, the 12-hour wait had rendered everyone utterly fatigued. With a soft groan, Tang San finally awoke. Brother, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. The moment Tang San opened his eyes, he was greeted by Xiao Wu, filled with immense joy. However, he soon realized that he was suspended in midair, and upon glancing downward, he noticed something supporting him from behind. What followed was a heartfelt exchange of concern and tender words. Ling Mo exclaimed, This scene is familiar to me. I have encountered it countless times in novels. Once he grasped the entire situation, Tang San finally felt a sense of relief. He cast a grateful glance at Ling Mo, for words were unnecessary. They were the best of friends. All right, little San, I believe that while you possess considerable assets, it would be prudent to put on some clothing first, as there are other young ladies present. Ling Mo chuckled, and as her words lingered in the air, Tang San sensed something amiss. Suddenly realizing that he was devoid of clothing. What the hell, who stripped me? He exclaimed. No one removed your clothes. It was you who took them off. Oscar remarked nonchalantly from the side. Fortunately, there were still a few garments left in the 24-bridge moonlit night, and Tang San hastily retrieved and donned them. Ah, little San, I must admit, you truly are fortunate. This 8 spider lances is exceedingly poisonous and possesses immense lethality. With it, your combat prowess is significantly augmented. Ling Mo not only sighed, but also found the curious Ma Hongjun beside him reaching out to touch it, only to be interrupted by Ling Mo. You foolish glutton. Are you courting death? This thing is exceedingly toxic and can bring about your demise in an instant. Are you not afraid to touch it? Ling Mo's sharp reprimand startled Ma Hongjun, leaving him in a state of fright. Just moments ago, had Ling Mo not intervened, he would have indeed touched it. As Ling Mo had warned, such an act could have cost him his life. Would that not spell his doom? Xiaomo, what do you mean by an external spirit bone? What exactly is an external spirit bone? Tang San inquired, equally perplexed. For the master had never imparted knowledge regarding such matters to him. Ling Mo found no need for explanations. After returning, the master would elucidate everything. You should attempt to retrieve it first. Being a soul bone, you ought to be able to sense its presence. As for the concept of an external soul bone, there would be answers awaiting upon their return. After speaking, Tang San silently nodded. They were still within the Sodto forest, a setting unsuitable for lengthy discussions. Delving into his inner self, Tang San swiftly sensed the existence of the 8 spider spears and gradually drew them back to himself. Oh, my foolish brother. This bone shall soon be mine. Ling Mo chuckled softly. While he had not acquired any extraordinary soul bones, that did not prevent him from indulging in a little mischief. Such is the nature of his whimsical disposition. This journey through the Sodto forest could be deemed a significant harvest, as the second ability of his dual pupils had been unlocked, granting him the capacity for attack. However, he had yet to unearth any formidable offensive techniques. To truly discover powerful methods of attack, he would need to delve into the 3-generation scriptures, for they are the essence of inherited wisdom. Should he unearth any miraculous techniques, Lingmo would undoubtedly soar, vying for supremacy over the continent. Chapter 62. I have underestimated all right. Let us depart. It is time to return. Zhao Wujie waved his hand grandly, and the group set off in a lively procession. On their way, they passed through a quaint town, where Lingmo generously invited everyone to revel for 2 days. Truth be told, he was not lacking in funds at all. After all, who could deny that tomb raiding is a swift path to wealth? During these 2 days, Lingmo made multiple attempts to win over Zhu Xing. Though he faced persistent rejections, she harbored an emotional barrier that she could not seem to cross, leaving her hesitant to take any bold steps. Lingmo was well aware of her history with Dai Mubai. Initially, he felt some trepidation, but now he found himself unburdened by fear. Despite his lack of success, he still gained a tremendous treasure, the inadvertent theft of her heart, leading her to genuinely fall for him. Of course, Lingmo would take responsibility. Although his initial intentions were unintentional, he gradually realized that he too had developed feelings for this girl. As for Daimubai, he had relinquished any claims, recognizing that he was the first to wrong Zhu Yuqing, and he respected her choices. It was a pity, however, that he would likely have to confront the treacherous games of power alone in the future. At long last, they returned home, and the sensation of being back was truly delightful. Upon arriving at the academy, Oscar exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Wujie shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Can't you see that night has fallen? Now, you all may return to your dormitories to rest. I must meet with the dean to report on our journey. With that, Zhao Wujie departed alone, and the remaining members of the group dispersed in their own directions. Ling Mo was preparing to return to his dormitory for some rest, when Ning Rongrong suddenly called out, Ling Mo, may we have a word? This exclamation drew the attention of a few individuals. Tang San smiled silently and departed with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai had already taken their leave, leaving only Zhu Yuqing behind. What do you need him for? Zhu Yuqing pondered cautiously. After all, given Ling Mo's flirtatious nature, remarkable talent, and handsome appearance, it was understandable that he captivated the hearts of many young women. Thus, she felt compelled to approach the situation with care, as she was reluctant to endure another betrayal akin to that of Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's beauty was not inferior to her own, aside from their differing body types. They were nearly identical in every regard. The two distinct styles of beauty could very well pique Ling Mo's interest. She was determined to keep a watchful eye on him, ready to intervene should he entertain any inappropriate thoughts. I wish to propose a business venture to him, Yuqing. Rest assured, I have no intention of vying for your man, Ning Rongrong said, a rare smile illuminating her face, which caused Zhu Yuqing to blush. When had it ever come to competing for a man? Oh, after receiving her answer, Zhu Yuqing hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to leave. Ling Mo found it amusing, and a wave of comfort washed over her. After traversing the world of Douluo for so long, it was the first time she had been so cherished by someone. She could not let this person down. Although Ling Mo previously indulged in mischievous antics, he has now found someone he adores and should temper his behavior accordingly. He turned to Ning Rongrong and inquired, What brings you here, my little sorceress? Must you always refer to me as little sorceress? Ning Rongrong retorted, rolling her eyes in a rather endearing manner. Very well, little sorceress. He continued. I did not call you that. She protested. Let's not dwell on it. It seems my previous impression of you has firmly taken root in your mind. And Ning Rongrong chose not to contest it further. She then asked, did you craft that crossbow you used last time yourself? Realization dawned upon Ling Mo. This inquiry was the true purpose of her visit. In accordance with the original narrative, she was supposed to seek out Tang San. Unfortunately, Tang San had not had the chance to showcase his Tang sect's hidden weapons, leaving Ning Rongrong unaware of his capabilities. Contemplating this, Ling Mo conceived a new idea. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could be considered the second largest financial entity in the Douluo Continent. Engaging in trade with them could yield substantial profits. The establishment of the Ghost Gate would also require considerable funding. It seemed prudent for me to undertake this venture on behalf of Tang San and later compensate him. Having calculated the potential benefits, Lingmo resolved to engage in business with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Motivated by a singular objective, to acquire substantial resources for the creation of a more opulent power. Furthermore, he anticipated a possible encounter with the Starluo Empire, especially since he had taken the bride of their family. For Zhu Qing, Lingmo felt compelled to take a risk. Indeed, it was I who crafted it. And I can assure you, aside from the previous star crossbow, I possess other even more formidable hidden weapons. Lingmo did not conceal the fact that there exists an abundance of concealed weapons far more formidable than the starry crossbow. Moreover, even the pinnacle of Tang's sect's hidden weapons, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, can be crafted by Lingmo. This is largely due to Tang San's exceptional prowess. Is that so? Might you be willing to sell me a few? Certainly. However, they come at a steep price. Lingmo chuckled, stating that he would not discuss any sentimental values. It would be foolish to refuse wealth. Ah, how much for one? Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, recalling the last time Lingmo had charged an exorbitant price for a mere hairpin. Such a precious item must surely command a high price. Well, for this one hidden weapon. As he spoke, Lingmo produced his star crossbow, which Tang San had returned to him on the journey back. His reasoning was that he had unearthed numerous treasures last time, and this return would surely yield an even more formidable hidden weapon than the star crossbow. This very star crossbow is priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. Lingmo contemplated for a moment before boldly setting the price at an exorbitant 100,000 gold soul coins. For her Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school was not lacking in wealth. After stating the price, she meticulously observed Ning Rongrong's reaction, ready to adjust her offer at the slightest hint of hesitation. After all, such a lucrative opportunity should not be squandered. Prices were always negotiable. 100,000 gold soul coins for one? The ensuing words from Ning Rongrong took Lingmo by surprise. Is she truly agreeing? Goodness, I might have undervalued it. Lingmo felt a twinge of regret, concerned that Ning Rongrong might find the price unacceptable, contemplating a reduction. To his astonishment, she accepted without hesitation. Goodness, is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect so affluent? It's no wonder that so many traversers opt to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It appears they are driven by wealth. There was no turning back now. The price had already been set, and Lingmo's pride would not allow him to retract it. Very well. Take this with you, and present it to your father for further examination. Once you have made your decision, feel free to reach out to me for orders. At present, all my materials can undoubtedly meet the needs of every direct descendant of your sect. Moreover, aside from the starry crossbow, I possess other concealed weapons, such as this one. The Sand Shadow Dart, which is also a formidable weapon. You may take it all back with you. To put it bluntly, Lingmo could easily craft thousands of the starry crossbow with the peculiar metals and treasures piled high within the small tower. He was never short of materials. Excellent. Thank you, Lingmo. Overjoyed, Ning Rongrong eagerly accepted the two concealed weapons from Lingmo and joyfully made her way back. Lingmo pouted, feeling a profound sense of regret. Had she known her family possessed such wealth, she would have simply demanded 200,000 outright. The thought weighed heavily on her. After all, that was a substantial sum, enough to sustain her extravagantly for several lifetimes. However, since this girl had sought her out for business, it was likely that the two old men in her family would not pursue her for retribution. The memory of the last encounter, where she had recklessly acted without understanding Ning Rongrong's true identity, sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, she felt more at ease now, for she had acquired the means to contend with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In the great dream, who awakens first? In this life, I am aware of myself. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lingmo collapsed onto her bed, too weary to dwell on her thoughts. Chapter 63, Positive energy, a beam of morning light stirred the slumbering Ling Mo from her dreams. After days of relentless toil, both her body and mind were exhausted. This night of restful sleep had finally restored her vigor. As she stepped out of the dormitory, she lifted her gaze and spotted Tang San on the rooftop above. Ling Mo chose not to disturb him and made her way directly to the dining hall. "Goodness, I could starve," she lamented. "Next time I venture into the tomb, I must remember to bring more provisions. The rations I carried last time were barely sufficient." Ling Mo hurriedly entered the dormitory, and as expected, Zhu Qing was already seated inside. She was perhaps the most diligent student in Shrek Academy, second only to Tang San. "Good morning, girl," Ling Mo greeted, casually picking up a few items before approaching. To be frank, the cuisine at Shrek was rather subpar, lacking in delightful offerings. However, this situation was likely to change soon. If all went well, the master would be at the academy at this very moment. "Good morning," Zhu Qing replied, munching on her food. Her delicate hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her enchanting eyes sparkled, seemingly infused with a hint of mirth. "You seem a bit unusual today." Ling Mo gazed at her intently, and to his surprise, she did not shy away. The typically bashful girl boldly met his gaze. What was amiss? Zhu Qing blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. "How strikingly beautiful." Ling Mo contemplated for a moment, conjuring a series of rustic love phrases in his mind, leaving Zhu Qing in a state of bewilderment. "Could you speak properly?" she inquired. "Oh, right. There is something on your face," he remarked. "What is it?" she retorted. "It's rather charming," he teased. "Humph. I can't be bothered to talk to you," she replied, despite her verbal refusals. Zhu Qing found herself relishing Ling Mo's quaint expressions of affection. This rare touch of tenderness ensnared Ling Mo ever deeper, intoxicating his heart. To be honest, Ling Mo could not fathom why, with a stunning beauty at home, Dai Mubai still chose to wander about. Now he found himself completely captivated, unable to reclaim what was already lost. As their banter continued, more and more individuals began to enter the dining hall. Suddenly, a figure appeared, instantly capturing Ling Mo's attention. "Hey, I have something to attend to. I'll find you later," he said, preparing to sneak away, which piqued Zhu Qing's curiosity. She wondered what mischief he was up to this time. However, the person at the entrance called out to him. "Xiaomo, where are you going? Why do you seem eager to flee at the sight of me?" It was none other than the master, the last person Ling Mo wished to encounter. Why did he dread seeing him? Because the master was excessively talkative, and after 6 years of listening to him, Ling Mo felt his ears had developed calluses. "Haha, master. Long time no see," he acknowledged, deciding there was no point in running away now. He would have to confront the situation eventually. "You, my child, remain the same. Not a single day of proper behavior." The master was quite exasperated with Ling Mo, especially after learning of his recent escapades, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, as Ling Mo was not his direct disciple, there was no significant damage to his reputation. He could only hope that Ling Mo wouldn't set his sights on the ancestral grounds of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, for that would indeed be a grave transgression. "Well, they say a dog can't change its nature," he mistakenly began to say. "Master, please excuse me. I must take my leave," Ling Mo interjected, hastily making his exit to avoid further lectures. In a flash, he vanished from sight. The master did not pursue him further. After all, Ling Mo was not Tang San and had his own thoughts, not simply someone to be dictated to. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ling Mo settled down to concentrate on deciphering the three-world scripture. Ever since the second awakening of his dual pupils, he had lacked the time to study this scripture. Now, he found a perfect opportunity to delve into it. From a philosophical standpoint, he had previously encountered the Xiantian skill and could comprehend certain Taoist principles. But when it came to the more profound esoteric concepts, he struggled to grasp them. The three-world scripture was indeed intricate. Yet Ling Mo discovered something particularly peculiar. It was meant to consist of 3 volumes, yet only the final volume was visible to him, while the preceding 2 remained shrouded in obscurity, appearing blank. Ling Mo made numerous attempts to unravel the obscured aspects, yet without a doubt, he met with failure each time. Faced with this enigma, he shifted his focus to the power of his dual pupils, endeavoring to unlock these secrets through their might. The supreme treasure technique of the dual pupils, when cultivated to its utmost, could pierce through any defense in the world. Now, having undergone a second awakening, its potential began to manifest, and should he continue his cultivation in this manner, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in the future. After a morning of relentless pursuit, Ling Mo finally glimpsed a fragment of the profound mysteries contained within the 3 live scriptures. It can be said that this scripture is a treasured inheritance for those with dual pupils, with all its extraordinary techniques revolving around the power of the dual pupils. Ling Mo was uncertain whether this was an inherent trait of his heterochromia, or if someone harbored ulterior motives and intentionally presented it to him. He had witnessed an abundance of peculiar phenomena. Such matters were best set aside for the moment. The enigmatic figure of the beast-milk dandy, who frequently graced his dreams, remained a mystery. Ling Mo felt an inexplicable connection, as if they were entwined by countless threads of fate, just as he pondered delving deeper into this enigma. A sudden knock echoed from the dormitory door. Puzzled, Ling Mo rose from his bed and opened the door, only to be greeted by none other than Zhu Qing. "Ah, my dear, have you finally resolved to throw yourself into my embrace? Come now, the bed is already warmed for you." Upon seeing Ling Mo, Zhu Qing couldn't help but smile. It was her first visit to the dormitory to seek her out, and her heart swelled with joy. "What a delightful thought. I merely came to call for you." "We are gathering at the playground shortly," Zhu replied, her expression darkening. Why was this person always preoccupied with such matters? "Gathering? We can discuss that later," Lingmo said, as she boldly pulled Zhu inside. What a jest! Standing at the threshold, did she really think she could escape? Lingmo cared little for such trivialities. "What are you doing? I warn you, do not overstep, or I shall ignore you," Zhu retorted, her gaze falling on Lingmo's mischievous grin, which brought back memories of their time in the starry forest. "Come now, darling, a kiss first," she teased. It is often said that once one enters a den of thieves, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Zhu was beginning to understand this sentiment all too well. She quietly inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from Lingmo, gradually succumbing to its allure. No, this can't be happening. Her lips were sealed, rendering her speechless, and she regretted ever coming to summon this person. Observing Zhu's sudden rigidity, Lingmo wisely withdrew, refraining from further advances. "My dear, I promise you, until we are wed, I shall not impose upon you excessively." The voice of Ling Mo echoed in Zhu Qing's ears, moving her deeply, almost compelling her to surrender entirely. In the next moment, Zhu Qing finally comprehended the truth. One should never trust a man's words. The light of righteousness illuminated the earth. Chapter 64. The absence of positive energy. I relish driving fast. No, the pace is too swift. I cannot bear it. Then let us proceed more slowly. Wait. Do you possess a license? Aren't we currently in the midst of a test? It is my first time, and a lack of experience is to be expected. I assure you such a fierce collision shall not occur again. Ding ding. The bell signaling assembly at the academy rang, and all members of Shrek Academy gathered, with the exception of Flinder and the Master, as the remaining teachers were present. "Zhu Qing, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Ning Rongrong inquired, observing Zhu Qing's pallid complexion and awkward movements among the 8 members of Shrek Academy. Zhu Qing felt too embarrassed to respond. How could she confess what had transpired between her and Ling Mo in his dormitory? Her face tinged with a modest blush as she endeavored to stand normally. She replied, "I am fine." "Are you truly fine?" Ning Rongrong questioned, her expression rife with disbelief. Zhu Qing suddenly found herself somewhat irritated with her. Must she inquire further? She was at a loss for words. "Xiao Mo, where have you been? You appear invigorated and spirited. Surely something delightful has occurred." On the left, Tang San regarded Ling Mo with astonishment, sensing something peculiar about him. His face radiated joy, exuding a sense of pride, reminiscent of Ma Hongjun returning from Sodto City after a night's absence. Fulfilled in content. Why did children ask so many questions? Let us focus on the lesson. How could Ling Mo possibly respond? Her heart was brimming with joy. This breakthrough had completely shattered Zhu Qing's inner defenses. From this moment forth, she truly belonged to herself, her gaze solely fixed upon her own essence. While it is often said that good fortune should be shared, Ling Mo harbored a selfish desire not to share this triumph with the readers. "All right, now that everyone is present, I have a few announcements to make." Flinder stepped before the 8 students, his serious gaze sweeping over them. "First, allow me to introduce the Academy's instructors to our 4 new students." With that, Flinder proceeded to introduce the teachers to Ling Mo and the others. The rest listened attentively. While Ling Mo's mind wandered, there was little that was new to him, as he was already quite familiar with these individuals. What followed was the Master's agenda, a direct plunge into the core matters at hand. The arrival of the Master heralded the formal rise of the Shrek 7 monsters, yet this seemed irrelevant to Ling Mo, for long before arriving in Shrek, he had expressed to the Master his desire to carve his own path, assuring him that he would not interfere with Ling Mo's aspirations. Moreover, prior to their arrival at Shrek, The master had guaranteed that he would never intrude upon Ling Mo's freedom, which was why Ling Mo had consented to join. Thus, in light of the master's forthcoming training, Ling Mo had the option to participate selectively. Soon, the master's lengthy discourse was set to commence. After an extensive monologue, he finally organized the student identification numbers. All right, without further ado, let me assign your numbers. I have reviewed your information, and the numbering will be arranged according to your ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Qing. Do you have any questions? Master, did you forget someone? Oscar inquired. All eyes turned toward Ling Mo. Why are you all looking at me? Focus on your own training and don't mind me. Ling Mo glanced around, bewildered. What was this all about? He was well aware of the devilish training that the master had in store for them. Did they truly wish to drag him into this? Ling Mo. Number 8. The master, noticing everyone's gaze fixed on Ling Mo, smiled subtly and announced directly. It was over. There was no escaping now. Initially, Ling Mo had no intention of attending this meeting, but his impulsiveness had resulted in Zhu Qing's difficulty in moving, compelling him to assist her. Now, it seemed the master had changed his mind, intending to ensnare him as well. If the others were to discover the forthcoming rigorous training, and if Ling Mo were allowed to remain outside, it would surely incite widespread discontent. After all, even Tang San found such intense training challenging, let alone them. Number 8? Aha, little Mo, let us hear you call out forth, brother. Upon hearing that Ling Mo was number 8, Ma Hongjun nearly leapt with glee. You glutton. Are you looking for a fight? Ling Mo raised his fist, causing Ma Hongjun to retract his head in fright. This fellow was a violent maniac with astonishing combat prowess. And when he fought, he held nothing back. Even Dai Mubai dared not provoke him. Glancing at his own plump physique, Ma Hongjun realized he could not bear the title of fourth brother. All right. You may disperse now. Gather here at dawn tomorrow. Furthermore, I expect to see no absentees at breakfast. Otherwise, you shall face special training. A day of rest was indeed a blessing, yet the presence of the master left the students both curious and anxious. With that, the master departed, satisfied, for he had not relinquished his research on Ling Mo's martial soul. Upon hearing the news of a day off, Zhu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given her current condition, even walking was a struggle. With this thought, she shot an accusatory glare at Ling Mo, radiating a fierce intensity that startled him. You may all leave. Is anyone heading into the city? Having finally secured a day of rest, I wish to explore Sodto City. Ma Hongjun suggested, though few shared his enthusiasm. What do you want to go to the city for? Are you planning to set something on fire again? Ling Mo insidiously remarked that, to be honest, he was quite curious about what the brothels in this world were like. He had no idea what they looked like and genuinely wished to see them. Truly, he was not seeking an experience, he merely desired a glimpse. Perhaps some would say, I understand. No need for explanation, we are all men and can empathize. The affairs of Ma Hongjun were already well known and no longer surprising. What's the matter? Has Brother Mo had an epiphany? Shall we take a stroll in the city? My treat, Ma Hongjun generously offered. However, before he could finish his sentence, a chilling aura of malice emanated from behind him, aimed directly at him. Curiously, he turned to see Zhu Qing, and he was immediately struck with fear. Never mind. I shall enjoy myself alone. This is far too frightening, Ma Hongjun said, scurrying away in dismay. Everyone, disperse. What are you staring at? If you wish to go, feel free. If not, hurry back to rest. I must warn you, do not blame me for not forewarning you. The master's rigorous training is not something the average person can endure. If you wish to know the precise experience, just ask Tang San. Tomorrow morning. You will surely regret it. After Ma Hongjun departed, seeing that the others had not yet dispersed, Ling Mo promptly drove them away. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt that Ling Mo spoke the truth and quickly retreated to their rooms to cultivate. Only Ling Mo and Zhu Qing remained in place. Heh, Zhu Qing. Allow me to escort you back. Once the crowd had dispersed, Ling Mo revealed a wicked smile. To conceal his earlier actions without revealing any flaws, he had to shoo everyone away. Humph. Do not touch me. I no longer trust you, Zhu Qing coldly replied. Come now. I assure you, I will never behave like that again. If I had to intervene just now, would you have wanted to go to the city with the fat one? How could that be? I, Ling Mo, am pure and untainted. How could I venture to such a place? Besides, I have such a beautiful wife at home. I would rather die than go to a filthy establishment, he insisted with a flurry of sweet talk, and eventually, Zhu Qing seemed satisfied, smiling with relief. Let us hope so. If I discover that you have done anything to betray me, I shall not hesitate to cut you down. My goodness, that is far too terrifying. Chapter 65. Soul bones. Before dawn had even broken, Lingmo was already awake, making his way directly to the dining hall. Ah, good morning, master. Upon entering the dining hall, Lingmo was greeted by the sight of the master preparing an extensive breakfast. Lingmo must have been the first to arrive here. And the second was Tang San. Xiaomo, good morning. Noticing Tang San's dark circles, Lingmo couldn't help but inquire, Xiao San, what were you up to last night? Those dark circles are quite prominent. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. With master present, he couldn't disclose that he had been grave robbing. Poor Tang San. So full of righteousness. Little did he know that Lingmo had led him astray into the realm of tomb raiding. Hiki, you two are always the most diligent. Master remarked, casting a benevolent smile at his students. Naturally. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Master, what delicious food have you prepared? Noticing Tang San's peculiar expression, Lingmo quickly deduced his whereabouts from the previous night and chose not to pry further. Grave robbing, what's so strange about that? Approaching the dining table, Lingmo beamed with a fatherly smile at the array of delectable dishes before him. Now, this is what I call breakfast. The previous spread barely qualified as pig feed. With that, Lingmo unceremoniously took a generous portion of food and began to eat. Tang San soon joined him, while master remained busy in the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity that master was not paying attention, Tang San suddenly produced a peculiar object, saying, Xiaomo, do you know what this is? In his hand was an unusual bone, imbued with formidable soul power. A soul bone? You actually found a soul bone? Lingmo exclaimed, momentarily stunned. This kid is so fortunate. Goodness, he has truly taken the teachings to heart, while the master goes hungry. For many years, Lingmo had failed to unearth any remarkable soul bones, yet this young lad had managed to find one merely days into his endeavors. Curiously, Lingmo took the soul bone from Tang San's hands and realized it was a power-type soul bone belonging to the left arm. Its age was likely in the realm of 10,000 years, while its rank might not rival that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Such power-type soul bones were indeed quite rare. This soul bone is unsuitable for you. Sell it. It's worth a considerable sum. The thought of Tang San later acquiring several 100,000-year soul bones from his family filled Lingmo with dismay. This soul bone was indeed not a fit for him, not because power-type soul bones were inappropriate, but due to its insufficient age. The two foolish soul bones from the Sodto forest were waiting for him to claim them. Absorbing such a mediocre bone at this juncture would surely tarnish his prospects. Is this truly a soul bone? No wonder it contains such formidable soul power. Tang San mused, for this was his first encounter with a genuine soul bone. What are you two whispering about? Suddenly, the master approached. Upon catching sight of the soul bone in Tang San's hand, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. Little San, where did you acquire this bone? The master exhibited an expression of shock, glancing around to ensure no one else noticed the precious artifact in Tang San's possession. It is well known that in the world of soul masters, soul bones are exceedingly valuable treasures. The phenomenon of murder for treasure was all too common. If anyone discovered that Tang San possessed a soul bone, it could spell disaster for him. Teacher, I found it last night, Tang San replied. Found it. Even Tang San himself doubted this excuse, and the master was even less likely to believe it. Is this something you can simply stumble upon? The master regarded Tang San thoughtfully, then cast a glance at Lingmo, contemplating. Indeed, one is influenced by their companions. Little San has learned to deceive. The master chose not to pursue the specifics of the soul bone's origin. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and the master was no exception. Wait, master. What does that look in your eyes mean? You don't think I led Little San to excavate this, do you? Lingmo was immediately displeased. The master's gaze resembled that of a parent wearing tinted glasses, one who blames others for their own child's shortcomings rather than taking responsibility. Teacher, this has nothing to do with Xiaomo. I unearthed the soul bone myself, and I have nothing to hide. You are not an outsider. The master's expression darkened as he thought to himself that he had indeed guessed correctly. He could only pray that Tang San would not set his sights on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, for that would surely lead to regret. A student who digs up their own ancestral grave is truly unfilial. Let me see the soul bone, Lingmo said, extending the soul bone in his hand to the master. After the master examined it, he remarked, Xiao San, you did nothing wrong. Not absorbing a suitable soul bone at the first opportunity is indeed wise. This soul bone is theoretically very suitable for you and can be absorbed. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, Lingmo had stated it was unsuitable, yet now the master claimed it was. Whom should he trust? In truth, this power-type soul bone was indeed quite fitting for Tang San, as he possessed not only the blue silvergrass but also the top-tier martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The master's theory was not flawed. However, he was not a traveler from another world and was unaware that Tang San would later acquire even more formidable soul bones. This represented a divergence in their perspectives. Master, I must respectfully disagree. This soul bone is not suitable for Xiao San. For the sake of Tang San's future. Lingmo resolved to stand firm against the master. Oh, what is your basis for such a claim? The master's expression reflected surprise. He was eager to hear Lingmo's reasoning. I have no empirical basis, merely by my own eyes. I can discern that Xiao San will possess more powerful soul bones in the future, not just this one, Lingmo concluded, deciding not to elaborate further. It seemed that Tang San had already made his decision regarding what to choose. The Duel pupils, renowned for their ability to perceive past and present, as well as future events, justified Lingmo's assertion. More importantly, as a time traveler, he was acutely aware of all that lay ahead. Theoretically, barring any significant changes. Both the Ming and the second Ming belonged to Tang San. Why should he concern himself with this soul bone? Lingmo's words left the master utterly astonished. For years, he had been eager to discern what extraordinary abilities lay within Lingmo's dual pupils, aside from their capability to siphon martial souls. However, Lingmo's skill in keeping secrets was so formidable that no matter how hard the master tried, he could not penetrate the veil of mystery. Now, upon hearing Lingmo's revelation that his eyes possessed the power to pierce the future, the master was filled with incredulity. He thought to himself that this young man was truly extraordinary. With two martial souls, each one a supreme and unparalleled entity, and the more enigmatic dual pupils yet to reveal their true nature, what a conundrum it was for Tang San to decide. The master withheld his opinion. Curious to witness the future Lingmo spoke of, Tang San had already made his decision, opting not to absorb the soul bone. For he understood that Lingmo's counsel had never led him astray. This conclusion stemmed from 6 years of camaraderie. While the master was undoubtedly the foremost authority in theory, he lacked Lingmo's instinctive ability to seize opportunities regarding the future. Just as the master was about to voice another thought, a figure entered through the doorway. It was Su Yuntao, who indeed had risen earlier than anyone else aside from Lingmo and Tang San. Su Yuntao's arrival interrupted the discussion, prompting Tang San to stow away the soul bone. Following her, 2 more figures appeared, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 66, A Pair Against 7 After Breakfast. The group gathered on the playground under the master's leadership. Lingmo had initially considered slipping away, but the master requested his assistance, compelling him to remain. Excellent. Today is the first day, and no one is late, the master declared, surveying the 8 students with satisfaction. Lingmo, step forward. As soon as the command was uttered, Lingmo stepped out, puzzled and wondering what scheme the master was concocting. Now, you 7 shall team up. Defeat him by any means you prefer. What? I've never encountered such a deceitful challenge. Master, do you intend to put me to my doom? Upon hearing the master's words, Lingmo felt an immediate surge of panic. Hadn't he merely exchanged a few barbs moments ago? Did it warrant such a treacherous test? 1 against 7? This was absurd. He was acutely aware that these individuals had harbored discontent towards him for quite some time. Dai Mubai wore a mischievous grin, growing increasingly audacious. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged wicked smiles, while even Tang San and Xiao Wu regarded him with ill intentions. Lingmo was instantly flustered. If they all charged at once, a severe beating would be inevitable. Girl, even if they are to be dealt with, could you truly bring yourself to act against them? Lingmo glanced at Zhu Zhiqing and noticed her eagerness, evidently vexed by him over the past few days. This is the master's arrangement. I am merely executing orders. Zhu Zhiqing remarked with a hint of amusement. Xiao Mo, you might as well resign yourself to fate, Tang San said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Indeed, you should accept your fate. A chorus of voices chimed in malevolently, clearly intent on overwhelming Lingmo master. You did just say we could use any means we prefer, correct? Dai Mubai inquired uncertainly, having long harbored the desire to confront Lingmo. Upon hearing this, the master replied, yes, use any means you wish, his expression radiating delight. Seemingly eager to witness Lingmo's true prowess, thus planning to test him through these 7 students. Wu in possession. White Tiger's radiant wave. As soon as the master's words fell, Dai Mubai, unable to contain his excitement, launched his attack, fearing the master might retract his approval. Little did he know, he truly believed he could subdue Lingmo. A confidence not even Tang San possessed. He anticipated venting his frustrations, only to be outmaneuvered by the master, becoming a mere pawn in the process. Such impatience? Seeing Daimubai charging towards him, Lingmo couldn't help but chuckle. Did he genuinely think he was an easy target? Taking on 7 opponents was hardly a challenge. With Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who possessed no combat capability, the number was reduced to 5. Among these, only 3 had reached the 30th level. While Lingmo had already ascended to the 34th level after absorbing the water spirit beast's soul ring. He had been stuck at that level for quite some time, with soul power overflowing, and he broke through to 34th level in an instant. In terms of soul power, he was not weaker than Daimubai. With the enhancement of the 5-colored divine light, Lingmo had no reason to fear being besieged by these foes. Just as Daimubai unleashed his white tiger's radiant wave, he was met, not by his familiar attack, but by a burst of 5-colored divine light. Dynamic light wave, explode for me. Lingmo laughed exuberantly, the radiance within him blossoming forth. His third soul skill erupted with reckless abandon, akin to a laser cannon, wreaking havoc everywhere. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, launching Daimubai away, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What is this? A laser cannon? Dozens of beams shot forth, striking from countless angles without mercy. Before the Shrek 7 could react, Lingmo had already initiated his assault. What a formidable light! Who dares claim light lacks lethality? I shall not let this stand. In the blink of an eye, the 7 were thrown into disarray, unable to mount a counterattack and finding themselves in a passive predicament. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda support was in full effect, and with great effort, they resisted Ling Mo's bombardment, though they were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a light and agile voice rang out, followed by the bloom of 7-colored brilliance. Ning Rongrong activated the auxiliary effects of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. What an opportunity! Tang San seized the moment excellently. Under the immense boost, he immediately launched a counterattack. The blue-silver grass ensnared the surroundings. Yet Lingmo had already activated his ghost shadow perplexing track. No matter how swift the blue-silver grass was, it could not capture Ling Mo's elusive figure. Over the years, Lingmo has engaged in numerous encounters with Tang San, becoming exceedingly familiar with his martial spirit. How could he possibly allow himself to be captured? The Phoenix Fire Line. Lingmo was evading the encirclement of Tang San's blue-silver grass. But little did he expect that Ma Hongjun had launched a surprise attack from behind. A line of Phoenix fire surged forth directly towards him. Damn it, that fat rogue. How dare he ambush me? Lingmo faced a daunting challenge, pitted against 7 adversaries. As the fierce Phoenix fire line unleashed by Ma Hongjun surged towards him, he resolved to take decisive action. With a swift invocation of his martial spirit, Zhu Zhiqing executed the shadow spike, propelling himself into a breathtaking burst of speed. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, Lingmo deftly evaded the fiery onslaught. Watch out, fatty! Daimubai shouted. Yet Ma Hongjun found himself paralyzed with fear as Lingmo's presence vanished from sight. Fatty, I'm right here. Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated from behind, sending shivers down Ma Hongjun's spine. Move aside, fatty. At that moment, hope flickered for the plump figure, as Xiao charged towards him with unrelenting ferocity. Her trajectory perfectly aligned. If he could just dodge in time, she would surely strike at Lingmo lurking behind. Everything seemed to unfold according to plan. However, unexpectedly, a vine ensnared him, rendering him immobile. What the heck, Xiao-san? What are you doing? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in frustration, mistaking the vine for a trap set by Tang San. Why are you blaming me? I had nothing to do with this. Poor fatty was unceremoniously sent flying by Xiao Wu's attack, a combination of moves that left him utterly dazed. This intricate sequence of techniques, once initiated, was impossible to halt. Regrettably, Tang San bore the brunt of Ma Hongjun's ire. This is bad. While everyone assumed Lingmo's target was Ma Hongjun, the keen-eyed Tang San discerned that Lingmo had shifted his focus to the last member, Ning Rongrong. By the time he realized it, Lingmo had already made his move. Little witch, you're out first. With astonishing speed, Lingmo reached Ning Rongrong's side, swiftly eliminating her from the fray. In any battle, it was an undeniable truth that support-type soul masters were invariably the first to be targeted. Lingmo is no fool. She will simply disregard him. Ma Hongjun is merely a distraction. Now it is your turn. Ning Rongrong was swiftly eliminated by Lingmo, followed by Oscar. The 2 weak support characters posed no challenge for Lingmo to dispose of effortlessly. Suddenly, at the moment Lingmo made her move, Zhu Zhiqing darted in from the side, charging directly at her. Startled, Lingmo had initially intended to cast Oscar aside as well. But Zhu Zhiqing's intervention forced her to abandon that plan. Without Ning Rongrong's support, their strength had diminished by a third. Moreover, Ma Hongjun was left severely weakened by Xiao Wu, resulting in a 1-against-5 situation. Let us see how you handle this. Suddenly, Tang San launched a hidden weapon aimed straight at Lingmo. Playing with hidden weapons, are we? Very well then. As the Xianyu hand activated, Lingmo demonstrated the art of catching a blade with bare hands. No, perhaps it should be described as catching steel needles with empty hands. Chapter 67. The Peacock? This opponent is exceedingly troublesome, presenting no apparent weakness. Lingmo's series of performances utterly astonished everyone. His martial soul was extraordinarily formidable, capable of infinitely replicating the martial souls of all others. Consequently, no matter the manner of attack, he possessed a corresponding method to counter it, and in terms of power, he could completely suppress any strike. Most outrageously, there were no restrictions on his soul-stealing abilities. He could freely switch between targets. In terms of situational assessment, they found themselves utterly incapable of dealing with Ling Mo. Let us all attack together. Don't give him a chance. After contemplating these issues, Tang San declared loudly, rather than allowing him to eliminate them one by one, it was better to swarm him. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. He could not possibly fend them all off. Come on, experience this. With a fierce shout, Daimu Bai initiated the assault, while Zhu Zhuqing launched a flanking attack. After inadvertently injuring Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu swiftly joined the fray. Tang San, acting as the main core, aimed to restrict Ling Mo's movements, coordinating a multidimensional strike from 3 directions. As he observed their gradually improving cooperation, the master displayed a hint of a satisfied smile. However, the next scene left him utterly bewildered. Altogether, gravity enhanced. With a sweeping gesture, Lingmo unleashed a brilliant explosion of multicolored divine light, creating a whirlwind of energy that delineated the playground as its boundary. The spectacle left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lingmo's subsequent actions utterly astounded them all. Could the gravitational field be utilized in such a manner? Even the master was taken aback. Lingmo's methods were indeed extraordinary. Haha, did you not expect this? This is merely the beginning. Prepare yourselves for the cleansing tempest. As the gravitational field activated, Lingmo's third soul skill was already in motion. The combination of the gravitational field and dynamic light waves instantaneously formed a bizarre spatial domain, with an overwhelming force akin to a mountain pressing down. Everyone found themselves unable to stand upright under the sudden weight. Beyond the gravitational suppression, Lingmo had a contingency plan, his third soul skill, the dynamic light wave. Bayubiubiu. Countless rays of 5-colored divine light surged forth, beginning to engulf Tang San and his companions in a baptism of energy, with no capacity for resistance. Standing itself became a challenge under the oppressive gravity, let alone withstanding the onslaught of this radiant force. Bayubiubiu, unleash your power. Lingmo wielded his laser cannon-like power, unleashing hundreds of divine beams as if they were without cost. Each beam carried formidable destructive force. Target their weaknesses, Tang San shouted in despair, prompting the others to realize that they had overlooked an auxiliary soul master, Oscar. Roused from his stupor, Oscar chanted incantations with reckless abandon, declaring, I possess a great sausage. I possess a mushroom sausage. Under Lingmo's astonished gaze, Tang San and his companions began to ascend slowly, their small wings glimmering brilliantly. What? You can actually break free from my gravitational hold. Quite intriguing. However, do you believe that simply reaching the sky will render you safe from me? As he observed the group rising, Lingmo clapped his hands against the ground, causing countless vines to surge skyward. Blue-silver entangle. As Lingmo initiated his blue-silver entanglement, Oscar, who had yet to fully ascend, was yanked back towards him. With a swift push, Lingmo eliminated him from the contest. Subsequently, the blue-silver grass ensnared Zhu Zhuqing's leg, and without exception, Lingmo drew her into the fray as well. A radiant barrier erupted, blinding everyone as they became ensnared within Lingmo's luminous prison. Little girl, you too shall be eliminated. Within the barrier, Zhu Zhuqing struggled to free herself from the blue-silver's grasp, but to her dismay, escape was impossible. With astonished eyes, she was unceremoniously cast out, marking the end of her participation. Now, only Tang San, Daimu Bai, and Xiao Wu remained. Among these 3, 2 were powerful assault-type soul masters, while one was a control-type master, making them the strongest of the group. This is bad. The barrier completely obscures our vision, and we have lost our targets. In the air, Tang San initially believed that ascending would allow him to restrict Lingmo. However, Lingmo's barrier extinguished that thought entirely. Within the barrier, even 5 meters away, visibility was nearly non-existent. Despite Tang San's utmost effort in employing the purple extreme magic eye, he could only faintly discern Lingmo's figure. Unable to predict his next moves. What do we do, Tang San? Xiao asked anxiously, remorseful for having inadvertently injured a teammate moments earlier. At this juncture, they could only gamble on whether Lingmo's barrier would dissipate before their flight time ran out. Tang San, devoid of strategies, could only hope for the swift disbandment of Lingmo's barrier. Yet, such a barrier was not easily dispelled. It was not merely a soul skill, but the very essence of Lingmo's martial spirit. Stop struggling. Within the barrier, Lingmo remained unaffected, his dual pupils piercing through any obscuring mist. Even light could not veil his sight. Countless vines began to entwine, and Tang San and his companions sensed the impending danger as they soared through the air. Alas, regardless of their efforts, they could not escape the confines of Lingmo's barrier. Suddenly, a burst of 5-colored divine light erupted from within the barrier. And in an instant, Daimubai was hurled away. Be careful. Tang San barely had time to react before Xiao Wu was also ensnared by the blue-silver grass and flung away. Soon, only Tang San remained, poised for the true confrontation to commence. I see you. The moment Xiao Wu was cast out, Tang San traced the source of the blue-silver grass and finally located Ling Mo's silhouette. To his astonishment, he noticed 8 grotesque appendages sprouting from Ling Mo's back. An ominous sight. Is he finally going to unleash the 8 spider lances? Then let the battle begin. The instant the 8 spider lances activated, Tang San's speed surged dramatically as he charged toward Ling Mo. Ling Mo observed everything with utmost clarity. As his dual pupils activated, he revealed the emergence of 8 spider spears from his back. At that moment, Tang San was utterly bewildered. Is there no sense of reason? Even soul bones can be stolen? How shameless. Tang San erupted in furious exclamations, utterly appalled by the audacity of it all. To think that even soul bones were not exempt from such thievery, taken without so much as a word to their rightful owner. However, the 8 spider spears that sprouted from Ling Mo's back were evidently distinct from Tang San's. They possessed 5 vibrant colors, unfurling in a manner reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. In an instant, the intensity of their confrontation surged, and the clash of the 8 spider spears unleashed a powerful shockwave. Tang San was thrown backward by this formidable force. What overwhelming strength! Why was my own power completely devoured by some strange ability the moment we collided? Tang San pondered, bewildered, as it seemed that Ling Mo, now possessing the 8 spider spears, had become even more formidable. Remarkably, he could absorb Tang San's soul power, effortlessly nullifying all of his attacks. Not only was Tang San astonished, but Ling Mo too was taken aback. The 8 spider spears behind him bore no resemblance to Tang San's. They resembled a pair of wings instead. These wings, adorned with 5 colors, spread out like a peacock in full display. At the moment he siphoned Tang San's 8 spider spears, Ling Mo was astonished to discover that his 5-colored divine light underwent a transformation. Beneath the boundless radiance, an ethereal silhouette of a peacock subtly emerged. What could this phenomenon possibly signify? Ling Mo was utterly bewildered. The soul bone on his back had completely melded with his body, resembling a pair of wings that had grown from him, endowing him with the ability to soar. In the void, Ling Mo's dual pupils seemingly glimpsed the peacock beneath the luminous veil. It was merely a phantom, not having truly materialized. Yet it continued to exist within Ling Mo in the form of light. However, Ling Mo had an inkling that should his martial soul undergo another transformation, this peacock might indeed become his martial soul. Chapter 68, Imitation Form? Peacock? What does it signify? Ling Mo was utterly bewildered, as the pair of spider spears resembling wings had already taken root, completely merging with his body. This was his first attempt at stealing a soul bone, and he never anticipated such an extraordinary transformation. The resplendent peacock wings unfurled, and a powerful surge of energy swept through him in an instant. In his photosynthetic form, Ling Mo's speed surged to an unparalleled peak, imbued with vibrant divine light, sacred and inviolable. Not only was Ling Mo stunned, but Tang San was equally bewildered. Not only had his spider spear been stolen, but Ling Mo's evolved version was evidently far more formidable. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, he could distinctly sense a mysterious power emanating from the peacock wings behind Ling Mo, which devoured all his attacking force without a trace. It was utterly impossible to counter such an assault. Ling Mo, who was already a formidable opponent without the peacock wings, now found himself utterly powerless with the addition of these wings. What had transpired? From where did this overwhelming pressure arise? In an instant, Everyone, both inside and outside the light barrier, felt an immense force of oppression. It seemed to stem from the suppression of the martial soul. What kind of martial soul could generate such intense pressure? A divine soul suppression, utterly domineering. Vaguely, the crowd sensed waves of multicolored holy light emanating from within the light barrier. Like a peacock soaring through the skies, it swept past their eyes, transforming into a beam of light that soared into the heavens, gradually fading away. As the barrier dissipated, the scene within unfolded before the crowd. There stood Lingmo, adorned with a pair of multicolored wings, while Tang San retained the familiar spider spear behind him. The two similar yet distinct external soul bones exhibited a staggering disparity in soul power. What was this? A peacock? Ma Hongjun distinctly felt a sense of kinship emanating from Lingmo's martial soul. It seemed there was a bloodline connection between the phoenix and the peacock. Yet, Ma Hongjun's phoenix was not a true phoenix. It merely represented a martial soul form. Tracing back to ancient times, perhaps there was indeed a connection between the two. Master, what is happening? Everyone was astounded, turning their gazes towards the master. However, the master could not elucidate this phenomenon, merely shaking his head in confusion. The fitted form seemed to possess a subtle influence. Suddenly, the wings behind Ling Mo twisted, detaching from his back to transform into a blade in his grasp. Under the baptism of holy light, he felt as if clad in heavy armor. In that moment, an inexhaustible power surged within him, greatly enhancing both his strength and defense. Initially, Ling Mo believed his dual martial souls were merely enhanced by the supreme twin eyes. However, he did not anticipate that his five-colored divine light was equally terrifying. Normally, the theory of twin martial souls posited that they must reach a level of balance, necessitating equality between the two. Taking Tang San as an example, his martial souls were the Haotian hammer and the blue silver grass. Essentially, the blue silver grass was weak and ordinary. Yet, in reality, his blue silver grass was not mere grass but the blue silver emperor. This was why it could coexist with the Haotian hammer. Given that Ling Mo's primary martial soul possessed the supreme twin eyes, it was undoubtedly essential for his other martial soul, the five-colored divine light, to be extraordinary. This instance could be considered an unexpected awakening, granting the five-colored divine light the ability to mimic forms. Beyond the wings, that pair of appendages could transform into any shape, providing Ling Mo with combat advantages. Grasping the blade in the fitted form, Ling Mo reveled in the terrifying power radiating from it, his excitement growing. The five-colored divine light enveloped him entirely, akin to being encased in heavy armor. In this moment, Ling Mo truly understood the essence of true power. Why was he enamored with the magic armor? Because it revealed to him what it meant to have a true father figure. Feeling the surging power within, Ling Mo fixed his gaze upon Tang San, blade in hand, declaring, "Shao San, shall we continue?" The five-colored blade in his grasp was exceptionally sharp. The overwhelming force pressed down upon Tang San, causing his hands to tremble. Utilizing the power of the spider spear, he barely managed to withstand Ling Mo's pressure. Yet, he could distinctly sense the might of the blade in Ling Mo's hand. Let us see. Tang San was not one to concede easily. The spider spear was immediately activated, and his speed surged dramatically as he charged towards Ling Mo. Without pause, he unleashed an improved version of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, aiming it directly at Ling Mo. Bang! A series of resonant sounds echoed as, despite Tang San's relentless onslaught of hidden weapons, they were all thwarted by the light barrier armor in front of Ling Mo, lacking even the ability to pierce through. What? Even the Zhuge Divine Crossbow cannot break through? Tang San was utterly astonished. After all, this was the evolved version of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, yet it failed to breach Ling Mo's defenses. Let us try this. With a shout, Tang San simultaneously launched 3 dragon whisker needles, which rapidly shot towards Ling Mo. However, to his astonishment, the blade in Ling Mo's hand suddenly morphed into a sharp wing, enveloping the needles, which were then effortlessly deflected. The wings transformed back into a blade, and in an instant, Ling Mo closed the distance, striking at the spider spear. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Tang San was sent flying by Ling Mo's strike. He wondered if he would face Tang Hao's wrath for this. Brother! Seeing Tang San being knocked away, Xiao Wu excitedly jumped out and rushed to assist him. Xiao Mo, why did you strike so hard? Xiao Wu reproached Ling Mo with a hint of grievance. We grew up under the same roof. Why must you be so heavy-handed? Ling Mo did not truly desire this. Rather, he wished to ascertain the strength of Guang Ren's power. To his astonishment, Tang San's ability to parry that strike was far from insignificant. As the luminous blade dissipated, it transformed into a pair of wings, which gradually melded into his being. Lingmo's soul power was nearly depleted, and the use of the peacock colorful wings was no less exhausting than the previous strike of the twin spirits. With this revelation, Lingmo found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Initially, he believed his martial souls to be one solely for offense and the other merely for support. To his astonishment, both of his martial souls could serve as offensive powers. Who could remain calm in such a situation? No wonder Tang San endured constant beatings in Douluo. Who could withstand such overwhelming odds? Everyone seemed to be openly exploiting their advantages, with no one to intervene. As the five-color divine light radiated, all present felt their internal injuries heal rapidly. Under the baptism of the sacred light, it seemed that during this battle, everyone's soul power had significantly increased. What was this phenomenon? Everyone was utterly perplexed. It appeared that this sensation emanated from Lingmo's five-color divine light, a profound feeling indeed. Bathed in the sacred light, Tang San's wounds also healed, and he slowly rose to his feet, retracting the 8 spider lances. Mo, I shall no longer contend with you. You are simply not human, Tang San could not help but exclaim, utterly exasperated. You are the one who is not human, you giant spider. And you are no human either, you grand peacock. At that moment, the beast milk handsome reappeared, casting a disappointed glance at Lingmo and said, The twin spirits are meant for the emperor's path. Why must one rely on the bones of others? Alas, what a futile endeavor. Chapter 69. Ancient Secret Techniques of Weapon Forging? The battle had concluded, without exception. The coordination of the Shrek 7 monsters was simply abysmal, resulting in Ling Mo's sweeping victory. The master's face darkened. He had originally hoped to use the 7 monsters to rectify Ling Mo, but unexpectedly, the outcome was such. Their coordination could hardly be deemed as such. It was mere chaotic brawling. Accidental injuries were rampant, and those who strayed from the group were left vulnerable. The very basics of teamwork eluded them, as the support soul master was the first to be eliminated. Master, the next phase is in your hands. With the battle concluded, Lingmo activated the divine ability of revival, restoring the injuries of all present. However, shame clouded their faces, rendering them unable to meet the master's gaze. I am profoundly disappointed in your performance. I had heard Flinders sing your praises to the heavens, each of you a prodigy. Yet not one of you could best a single opponent in a 7 versus 1 scenario. The master spoke with a stern expression, and Tang San and the others felt immense shame. Now, all of you, gather at the village entrance. From the academy gate to Sodto City, run 20 laps. None shall dine until the task is complete. The punishment had commenced, and the group cast Ling Mo resentful glances before silently beginning their march toward the village entrance. Ling Mo expressed a sense of helplessness, for the strong are often so solitary, and no one can truly comprehend the chilling sensation of standing atop the heights. Master, I shall return to our conversation. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Ling Mo had no inclination to partake in the master's grueling training regimen. In his perspective, his physique did not require enhancement through exercise. Why, you may ask? The reasoning is quite straightforward. The strength of Ling Mo's body is contingent upon the amplification derived from the 5-colored divine light. In other words, the higher the level of soul power one cultivates, the more substantial the augmentation one receives. External training contributes negligibly to one's strength. Ling Mo's foundation had already been solidly established, rendering any further effort on such trivial matters unnecessary. Instead of squandering time with them, it would be far more intriguing to excavate a few graves. After an exhausting day, Lingmo returned to his dormitory, his spirit energy nearly depleted. The entire afternoon had been devoted to recuperation and further exploration of the trends in martial soul mutations. Judging from the photosynthetic form, this mutation seemed to have been triggered by the 8 spider lance, indirectly activating something hidden within the 5-colored divine light, specifically the peacock's phantom. What perplexed Lingmo was that his bone differed from Tang San's. His 8 spider lance could not be detached. However, the peacock colorful wings could separate from his back in the form of light, simulating objects in any shape. For instance, the luminous blade Lingmo had conjured earlier was entirely a product of his imagination, fully manifested by the peacock colorful wings, transforming into a formidable weapon in his grasp. Moreover, the mimicry of the peacock colorful wings indirectly activated the 5-colored divine light within his body, forming a photosynthetic armor that was incredibly durable. Impervious even to Tang San's improved Juga divine crossbow, highlighting its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Since the second awakening of his twin pupils, Lingmo had never before experienced such a significant transformation in his body. This was a positive development, judging by the various factors at play. This mutation would elevate Ling Mo's strength to an even greater pinnacle. Furthermore, it provided him with a new perspective on the five-colored divine light. Remarkably, the peacock colorful wings not only had the ability to transform into any form, but could also be utilized in conjunction with the five-colored divine light. Once employed, as long as the opposing soul power was comparable, any attack from the adversary could be devoured by the five-colored divine light, just as Tang San had recently experienced, where all his power was completely nullified. Ling Mo had yet to fathom the limits of this extraordinary body. All its mysteries required time to gradually accumulate and explore. The three-world scriptures seemed to be loosening. The sensation from his twin pupils grew increasingly intense. Within the dormitory, as Ling Mo slowly regained his strength, he suddenly sensed another anomaly from his twin pupils. This was a transformation originating from the three-world scriptures, although the two blurred scrolls were indistinct. He distinctly observed a peculiar scripture concealed on the last page of the third scroll, an ancient alchemical secret. At that moment, Ling Mo could no longer maintain his composure. This alchemical technique was exquisite, entirely different from the mechanical linkages employed by the Tang sect's hidden weapons. It involved refining all materials through immense power, subsequently infusing them with soul energy, thus forging them into a cohesive entity. By exploring the roots of this alchemical secret and combining it with the Tang sect's methods, Ling Mo gradually discovered their compatibility. With this scripture, his limitations were no longer confined to merely crafting hidden weapons. Upon realizing this phenomenon, Ling Mo began to entertain the thought of whether combining the two crafting techniques could yield a genuine killing machine. With this notion in mind, he immediately set about to implement it. He lacked no materials, but he still needed a furnace for the alchemical process. An ordinary furnace made of common iron would not withstand the violent energies. Thus, it was not an option. But where could he find a more robust furnace? As the time to journey to Sodto City approached, Ling Mo calculated that they would set forth in 3 months. At that time, they would undoubtedly confront the formidable Spirit Hall, the most significant adversary in Douluo. Ling Mo was eager to ascertain the true strength of the legendary Spirit Hall. Therefore, enhancing his own power became his paramount endeavor. Relying on the Ghost Elder was not a sustainable strategy. Only through adversity and trials could one truly advance. Once the alchemical methods were validated, Ling Mo intended to invest heavily in crafting more powerful hidden weapons, equipping them to 3,000 soldiers. Only by elevating the Ghost Gate to its zenith could he contend with the top forces in this world. Through meticulous study, Ling Mo discovered that hidden weapons fashioned using this alchemical technique would possess several times the power of the originals. If he could fabricate the Tang sect's finest hidden weapons, like the Buddha's Wrath Tanglian, what an extraordinary experience that would be. Imagining unleashing such power to challenge a tidal Douluo was exhilarating. Currently, Ling Mo was not short of materials, merely lacking a furnace. As twilight descended and night approached, he hefted a shovel and exited the dormitory. The day's training had concluded, and the Shrek 7 were dejectedly returning. Under the setting sun, the 7 figures lingered at the academy's entrance, spotting Ling Mo as he made his exit. "Where are you headed, Linggo?" inquired Ma Hongjun and Oscar, their curiosity piqued. "Me? Oh, just taking a stroll, wandering about," Ling Mo replied casually. Initially assuming they had returned earlier, he was taken aback to encounter them at the village entrance, creating an awkward moment. Should he confess that he was off to excavate graves? Wandering about? Why are you carrying a shovel? Planning to play with someone? Ma Hongjun remarked, eyeing the shovel on Ling Mo's shoulder with trepidation, fearful it might strike his handsome face. "Enough with the nonsense. Instead of wasting time worrying about me, you should return and rest. Tomorrow's training will be even more grueling," Ling Mo retorted, offering a brief nod to Zhu Zhuqing before walking away without a backward glance. Did they think they could impede his fortune? Not a chance. Those who obstructed him would meet their demise. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, Ling Mo headed eastward, keenly searching for the traces of tombs along the way. During his journey, he discovered several intriguing tombs, yet none contained what he sought, prompting him to move on. Beneath the night sky, a beam of light flickered through the woods. As the stars twinkled, branches leaped, startling countless birds into flight. In the cold glimmer of the sword's shadow, Ling Mo stood at the mountain gorge, catching sight of a figure lurking in the darkness. "You have been following me for quite some time," he stated coldly, but the shadow remained unmoved. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, the air thickening around them. A tidal Douluo? In an instant, 9 soul rings materialized before Ling Mo, exactly corresponding to the shadow's presence. To his astonishment, the figure was indeed a tidal Douluo. "You noticed me from the very beginning?" The shadow advanced, revealing a striking sword in its grip. Given the entirety of the figure's appearance, Ling Mo surmised the individual's identity. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Sword Douluo? Ling Mo discerned the identity of his counterpart. And even the sword duelist Chen Xin was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sharpness of the lad's gaze. Indeed, upon departing from Shrek Academy, I had already sensed your presence, yet I remained uncertain of your identity, which is why I refrained from revealing it. Initially, Ling Mo had presumed it to be Tang Hao, but to his surprise, it was the old rascal Chen Xin. It seems he has come to settle accounts with Ling Mo regarding the previous incident involving Ning Rongrong. After all, having taken advantage of someone's granddaughter, it would be rather peculiar if they remained silent on the matter. Ling Mo does not fear to admit it. Even if he does, what of it? Young man, I have observed you for quite some time. Regarding the incident where you flirted with Rong, I am willing to overlook it. Provided you agree to join my 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, I shall grant you a chance at redemption. Although Chen Xin is quite pleased with Ling Mo's demeanor, there is one condition for him to let bygones be bygones. He must join the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Ling Mo's talent is unparalleled among all those he has encountered. Such a prodigy would be a coveted figure in any sect, undoubtedly the prime choice for succession. Are you suggesting that I should marry into your family? That is indeed a proposition worth considering. Suddenly, Ling Mo broke into a smile. Joining the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and marrying Ning Rongrong? How delightful. Embracing both sides. What a joy it would be, not to mention inheriting a fortune worth billions. As long as Rongrong consents, I have no objections. However, the condition is that you must relinquish your little girlfriend. With your discernment, it shouldn't be difficult to perceive her origins, right? She dares to provoke the Star Luo Empire. I truly wonder how audacious you are. Chen Xin chuckled increasingly, finding Ling Mo's boldness astonishing. He had never encountered someone so audacious. Was it foolishness on his part? Or did he possess the strength to challenge the Star Luo Empire? Apologies. I shall not abandon anyone. Although I may lack remarkable skills, I would never forsake my woman. It is preposterous. How could Ling Mo ever consider giving up Zhu Qing? Not even if the divine realm intervened would he relent. If one cannot even protect their own woman, how can they be deemed a man? Are you implying that you refuse to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Upon hearing this, a piercing killing intent erupted from Chen Xin, and an icy aura condensed instantly, making Ling Mo's breathing considerably more labored. A title Douluo. How could he possibly withstand such pressure? I fail to comprehend the audacity you possess to disregard my authority, Chen Xin coldly remarked. He was exceedingly displeased with Ling Mo's response, having already offered a way out. Why did Ling Mo not accept? Was Rongrong truly so inadequate? Chen Xin harbored genuine admiration for Ling Mo's talent and saw great potential in him. Perhaps in the future, he could indeed lead the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect to greatness. Yet, his refusal to abandon Zhu Qing in favor of joining the sect was a grave miscalculation. As the second sect of the upper 3 sects, what could be lacking in strength? Senior, if you intend to employ violent means to coerce my compliance, I suspect your calculations are flawed. I possess no other interests. Merely a penchant for challenges. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is undoubtedly formidable, but I am not necessarily intimidated. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind surged forth, and a chilling malevolence swiftly encroached upon Chen Xin. In the darkness, he perceived a shadow manifest before Ling Mo. The overwhelming pressure evoked a hint of trepidation within him. Such a domineering sword intent. With astonishment, Chen Xin was taken aback, believing himself to have reached an extraordinary level in the sword arts. Yet, this individual before him, wielding mere sword intent, instilled fear within him. Who on earth is this person? As the dust settled, a figure clad in armor stood beside Ling Mo. Who exactly is this lad? In that moment, Chen Xin was utterly bewildered. Ling Mo had effortlessly summoned a genuine top-tier powerhouse. He had never felt such fear before. Is this an extreme Douluo? No, it might be even stronger. On the continent, he had encountered nearly all titled Douluos, yet he had never seen this individual before. From what obscure place has this ancient monster emerged, possessing such terrifying aura? What astonished him further was that this person treated Ling Mo with utmost reverence, as though a subordinate, obediently following his commands. Chen Xion's curiosity about Ling Mo's origins grew, even tinged with fear. What kind of force warrants the protection of a powerhouse of extreme Douluo caliber? The Spirit Hall? Perhaps they could not achieve such a feat? Might I inquire the name of this esteemed elder? Feeling a sense of dread, if at first, Chen Xion held a modicum of pride, It dissipated entirely the moment Guiyi emerged. In the realm of soul masters, prowess reigns supreme. Maintaining respect in the presence of someone stronger is the most fundamental principle. Chen Xian, esteemed elder. This is my grand elder of the Ghost Gate, Guiyi. As for his strength, I need not elaborate. Returning to the matter at hand, I am the current sect master of the Ghost Gate and require no affiliation with any sect. Should your Seven Treasures Glazed sect wish for a union, I am open to the idea. However, to expect me to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect unconditionally can only be settled on the battlefield. Ling Mo had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with him. He did not harbor any aversion towards Ning Rongrong, and in fact, he found her somewhat appealing. However, if he were to be asked to marry into her family and abandon Zhuxing, he regrettably could not acquiesce. The Ghost Gate? The present sect leader. Who exactly is this young man? When did a Ghost Gate emerge? Chen Xian was utterly astounded, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Judging solely by this Ghost Elder, the Ghost Gate that Ling Mo spoke of could easily rank among the 7 great sects. Such a colossal power. Why had he never heard of it before? Originally, Lingmo's innate talent had already left a profound impact on Chen Xian. Now, with the emergence of the Ghost Gate, he could no longer maintain his composure. It was no wonder Ling Mo exuded such confidence. It seemed he was utterly unafraid of the Star Luo Empire. This young man was exceedingly perilous. He could only strive to cultivate a favorable relationship, not a hostile one. Chen Xian's heart was in turmoil, weighing his options, and ultimately chose to de-escalate the situation. The current state of affairs on the continent was unstable, and the ambitious Spirit Hall would inevitably reveal their true nature. Forming an alliance with such a sect could very well serve as a means of self-preservation. Yet, this would require some sacrifice on Rongrong's part. This matter could only be decided by the sect leader. This young man was also one who valued loyalty. If Rongrong was willing, it might not be a detrimental affair. The Ghost Gate? It seemed he would need to extract some information from this young man to make an informed choice. After careful consideration, Chen Xian wished to further probe into the Ghost Gate's specific strength. Chapter 71. Engaging in business? The Ghost Gate? I have never heard of this sect. Are you certain you possess the strength to challenge my 7 treasures, glazed tile school? Upon uttering these words, Chen Xian's intentions became clear to Ling Mo. He seeks to uncover the secrets of the Ghost Gate? Why not indulge him? When dealing with such a cunning old fox, Ling Mo was quite the expert. One must understand that having thrived through deceit, he had never lost in the game of wits. Do you find it insufficient? Before he could finish, a chilling wind swept through, and in an instant, the entire ravine was engulfed in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Suddenly, within Chen Xian's astonished gaze, 3,000 armored soldiers filled the ravine. Each soldier radiated a powerful killing intent, and collectively, each surpassed the Soul Saint level. Leading them were 7 formidable titled Douluo level experts. Chen Xian distinctly felt the formidable pressure emanating from them. Who exactly is this young man? Chen Xian was utterly bewildered. If the shock brought by the Ghost Elder had not been sufficiently intense, then the presence of these 3,000 armored soldiers completely obliterated his confidence. These 3,000 soldiers, in any sect, would be cataclysmic forces. They could challenge any powerful sect. 7 titled Douluo? What sort of terrifying force is this? In the entire world, perhaps only the Spirit Hall possesses such formidable foundations. Observing the astonishment on Chen Xian's face, Ling Mo yearned to inquire, "Is this sufficient, my child? Is this enough?" Words cannot express his delight. With this array of military might, Ling Mo could entirely disregard challenges from any faction. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, when dealing with such a sect, must instill a sense of awe within them to reap any benefits. Otherwise, one would forever remain the prey. The shock induced by the 3,000 armored soldiers was enough to dishearten Chen Xian. The sect leader of Ling truly was a prodigy. It was I who had been presumptuous. The shift in circumstances often occurs so swiftly. Ling Mo's maneuver with the 3,000 armored soldiers completely transformed Chen Xian's perception of him. Ling Zhongju? Indeed, Ling Mo greatly appreciates this title, particularly when bestowed by one who bears the esteemed title of Douluo. Your praise is overwhelming. Senior Chenxin, I reiterate my previous sentiment. Should your esteemed sect harbor intentions of an alliance through marriage, I am not opposed. However, the notion of my becoming a member of the Qibao Glazed sect is utterly inconceivable. The grievances between us have no bearing on Rongrong, thus. If we are to discuss matters solely of interest, you lack the power to compel my submission. Ling Mo was quite impolite, yet he spoke the truth. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect indeed lacked the foundation that could compel Ling Mo to submit. What an arrogant young man. How dare he underestimate my sect? A flicker of anger surged within Chen Xian, yet he felt compelled to suppress it. For Ling Mo undeniably possessed the capability to utter such words. Initially intending to hold Ling Mo accountable, Chen Xian, upon witnessing the terror of the Ghost Gate, dared not broach the subject any further. Such a formidable force, if it could be developed into a marital alliance, would undoubtedly be an optimal choice. Thus, Chen Xian preferred to refrain from dwelling on past grievances with Ling Mo, as this matter pertained to the very survival of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and it was imperative for Ning Fengji to make this decision. As for Rong, let us set her aside for the moment. Upon recalling Ling Mo's previous refusal to relinquish Zhu Qing, Chen Xian began to waver. If Ling Mo were to marry only Rong, he could potentially facilitate the union. However, it was evident that Ling Mo already had Zhu Qing. At this juncture, should Rong choose to marry him, she would likely face disadvantages. Moreover, Rong was their cherished granddaughter, adored beyond measure. How could they possibly consider her as a mere pawn in a marital alliance? Rong had her own aspirations. How she chooses is her own affair, and they hold no authority to interfere. Furthermore, these matters would require the approval of the sect leader to ascertain what could be done. If your esteemed sect is willing, I am not opposed, Ling Mo remarked with a smile, more so as a deliberate provocation to gauge their reactions. He continued, additionally, previously, Rong sought my assistance in procuring several concealed weapons. Has your sect made any decisions regarding that? Ling Mo deftly shifted the topic. As long as they did not hold him accountable, everything could be negotiated. He had no desire to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for the time being. Establishing a cordial relationship might not be entirely unfavorable. Chen Xian approached with a fierce demeanor, intending to settle scores with Ling Mo, only to find himself momentarily intimidated. Unable to unleash his pin-up wrath, the thought of being obliterated by the Ghost Lord with a mere flick of his hand was simply too great a loss to contemplate. As he scrutinized Ling Mo and the Ghost Lord beside him, his unease grew. Business? What business? Chen Xian inquired, puzzled, as he was unaware of the previous dealings between Ning Rong and Ling Mo. At that moment, Ning Rong was still at Shrek Academy and had yet to relay the specifics of her custom-made weaponry request. Rong visited me a couple of days ago, Ling Mo remarked, producing a Zhuge Divine crossbow he had crafted just the day before. Within the small tower, numerous concealed weapons lay in wait, yet none piqued his interest. What is this? Chen Xian queried, eyeing the mechanical contraption in Ling Mo's hand with bewilderment. This is an exceptionally domineering mechanical concealed weapon. As for its potency, you may have a try. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Mo unleashed the Zhuge Divine crossbow, pulling the trigger. Several arrows soared through the air with a piercing rush, their formidable force hurtling towards Chen Xian. However, as a titled Douluo, he was hardly affected by such an assault. Yet he could certainly perceive the overwhelming impact of the Zhuge Divine crossbow. At the moment of impact, he could scarcely react. Indeed, he had not even noticed it coming. What a formidable force! Is this what you call a concealed weapon? Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Such a weapon, even against a Soul King caught off guard, could spell certain doom. It was truly astounding. Such a thing exists in the world? Indeed, this crossbow, named the Zhuge Divine crossbow, is an exceptionally fierce mechanical concealed weapon. I possess a variety of other concealed weapons to accompany it. Ling Mo continued. Rong previously approached me to procure these concealed weapons for the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for the price, it is 100,000 gold soul coins each. If you are interested, you may take it back for further study. With that, Ling Mo casually tossed several concealed weapons to Chen Xian, considering them trivial and easily replicable in quantity. Yet, to others, these items were priceless treasures. 100,000 gold soul coins each? Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Chen Xian found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the shock Ling Mo had imparted. However, he deemed the item ultimately useless to him, as his own strength rendered such devices ineffective against him. 100,000 gold soul coins is indeed somewhat steep. Whether it is too expensive, you may inquire with your sect leader. Furthermore, should your sect express a willingness for marital alliance, I can offer a discount. Ling Mo sinisterly chuckled. What is wrong with embracing beauty on either side? A little fairy like Ning Rong is indeed a rare gem among mortals. Marrying her would instantly elevate me to the ranks of the world's wealthiest. Why strive any further? A fortune teller had once predicted for Ling Mo that his stomach was somewhat weak and that he could only thrive on soft living. Yet, Ling Mo was a prodigious talent. his status wholly unperturbed by the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Chun Xian's thoughts spiraled into frustration, feeling as though he had been ensnared by this lad. Initially intent on confronting Lingmo, he now sensed that the tables had turned. It almost felt as though he were bartering his granddaughter away. Were they contemplating how to sell Ning Rongrong to Lingmo? Chapter 72. A touch? Phew. That old fellow has finally departed. Thankfully, with the presence of Ghost Lord, otherwise, I would have truly struggled to contain him. After Chun Xian left, Lingmo despondently perched himself upon a stone by the mountain stream, his heart still racing with trepidation. He felt fortunate to have brought Ghost Lord back from the ancient city of the extreme, or he would have faced dire consequences this time. Damn it. Dare to intimidate me? Just wait until I unearth your ancestral grave. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Lingmo hoisted a shovel and embarked once more on his quest to locate the grave of Douluo's father. This time, however, his search would extend beyond Sodto City, encompassing several neighboring large cities. After nearly half a month, Lingmo finally set foot on the territory of Sodto City. On this day, a disheveled man entered the city wielding a shovel with an imposing demeanor. Is this the legendary imperial capital, Sodto City? Indeed, it is bustling with prosperity. Lingmo ventured into the city, scavenging a considerable amount of food. Subsequently, he began to contemplate his revenge. However, he had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Hence, he made his way towards the easily accessible imperial city of the Sodto Empire. Since he was already there, he might as well address the issue of the furnace. After all, the Sodto Empire was renowned as a top-tier empire and should not lack such treasures. As he pondered, Lingmo stealthily circumnavigated the imperial city and approached the rear mountains. In the stillness of the night, enveloped in silence, no one would notice the audacity of someone attempting to excavate the imperial tombs at such an hour. Typically, imperial tombs are expansive, with each emperor having their own mausoleum upon their passing. Thus, the area behind was designated as a royal forbidden zone, encompassing an expanse comparable to 2 Sodto cities. It was indeed vast. Upon stealthily infiltrating the royal tomb, Lingmo discovered that there was not a single guard present. Aside from the initial line of defense at the entrance, the interior was virtually devoid of personnel. One can only imagine, who would dare to excavate a royal mausoleum? Is life so expendable? Logically, this holds true. No one would risk provoking the empire. However, this notion was utterly shattered upon Lingmo's arrival. What a farce. Is there a grave he would not dare to unearth? Under the cover of night, Lingmo, armed with a shovel, ventured into the royal crypt. Making his way directly to the central area. Activating his dual pupils, he commenced a broad search for treasures. He uncovered that each of these tombs contained, to varying degrees, some form of treasure, yet Lingmo was uncertain if any of these riches included a furnace cauldron. At present, that was the sole treasure he sought. He desired nothing else. Who goes there? Just as he was about to begin his excavation, Lingmo suddenly noticed a fleeting figure in the darkness, moving with remarkable speed. It appeared to have been trailing him all along. Lingmo had been too engrossed in the treasures of the tomb to notice earlier. Once the shadowy figure was detected, it boldly stepped into the light. It was a young man, an exceptionally handsome individual. Why use the term handsome to describe him? Lingmo was unaware, yet upon first laying eyes on him, a single word emerged in her heart. How did you discover me? The young man approached with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Lingmo's act of plundering the royal tomb. Let us set that aside for now. Lingmo did not respond directly. Instead, she approached and observed closely. Noticing that the young man's prominent chest muscles were particularly large, increasingly resembling those of a woman. Pray tell, why are your pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Lingmo marveled softly, glancing at herself before turning her gaze towards him, only to realize that his pectoral muscles were indeed impressive, though enveloped tightly by his clothing. The robust contours were still distinctly visible. The young man, taken aback by her remark, found himself at a loss for words in response to Lingmo's inquiry. My heavens! Could this possibly be a sphere? Lingmo unhesitatingly gestured in front of the youth's chest, a display that nearly rivaled Zhu Juqing's audacity. The young man, witnessing such blatant rudeness, felt his expression gradually grow colder. Shameless thief, daring to intrude upon the imperial tomb, what punishment do you deserve? Was he deliberately changing the subject? Lingmo detected a fleeting evasion in the youth's gaze, as if he sought to divert the conversation elsewhere. However, Lingmo was determined to thwart his intentions. How grand indeed. May I touch it? Lingmo remarked with a sly smile. Upon hearing this, the young man's complexion flushed slightly. As if he harbored a secret he wished to keep hidden from Lingmo. What? You refuse? I see. You must be a woman. How intriguing. Disguised as a man to infiltrate the imperial tomb, what are your intentions? Observing the dramatic change in the youth's expression, Ling Mo felt an overwhelming sense of delight. From the moment the young man appeared, Ling Mo had already surmised his identity. Following the precedent set by Ning Rongrong, Ling Mo had developed a habit of activating his twin pupils whenever encountering an individual of uncertain identity, allowing him to glean their martial soul. At the moment the angelic martial soul entered his body, the youth's identity became crystal clear. If Ling Mo's deductions were accurate, the sole person who could appear at the imperial tomb while masquerading as a man would be Qian Renxue, who now, by all indications, should be known as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. How could I possibly be a woman? I am the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. Qian Renxue, realizing that Ling Mo had seemingly uncovered her true identity, immediately shifted her demeanor, fervently attempting to deny the claims. Her concealed identity within the Heaven Do Empire was shrouded in secrecy, not to be known by anyone. If Ling Mo exposed her at this moment, all her years of effort would be rendered futile. A man? The crown prince? I do not believe it. Unless you allow me to touch it. Ling Mo was determined not to let her go so easily. Entering the royal tomb was a grave offense. And if she were to trust her, it would only lead to her own downfall. Qian Renxue was infuriated. How could this person be so audacious? Having already deduced that she was a girl, why must she resort to such underhanded tactics? Wasn't this a blatant attempt to take advantage? I could overlook your trespassing into the royal tomb, but I implore you to leave this place at once. Qian Renxue was seething with anger. She had intended to teach Ling Mo a lesson, yet feared it might escalate into a greater predicament. She resolved to expel Ling Mo. Unfortunately, Ling Mo would not be swayed. No, I shall not leave today. If you wish to strike, then do so. However, should you alert the guards outside, your identity will be compromised. Ling Mo chuckled, asserting that he would not leave today. Even the supreme deity could not deter him from his grave-digging endeavor. My identity exposed? What is there to expose? I am the current prince, an indisputable fact, yet Qian Renxue still attempts to argue. This Ling Mo is truly a formidable opponent. I refuse to believe it, unless I am allowed to touch her. Regardless of what she asserts, Ling Mo consistently maintains his stance, causing Qian Renxue to be utterly infuriated. Initially, she intended to deal with him thoroughly, yet it has now turned into him outsmarting her. I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. Qian Renxue retorted coldly. If the ruler of the Tiando Empire were to discover that his own son is, in fact, a woman, what would his reaction be? Ling Mo remarked, deliberately refraining from directly exposing Qian Renxue's identity. He was unafraid of her sudden outburst or any potential threat to his life, for she lacked the capability to do so. Although Ling Mo may not necessarily be able to defeat her, the notion that she could take her own life is utterly implausible. What nonsense are you spouting? I am undeniably male. How could I possibly become female? Qian Renxue remains obstinate in her denial. If you do not believe me, feel for yourself. Qian Renxue is on the verge of tears, wishing fervently to slap Ling Mo into silence. Yet she fears disturbing the guards outside and revealing her true identity. Chapter 73. The breaking point of Qian Renxue. What exactly do you desire? Qian Renxue is nearing her breaking point. Just how piercing is this fellow's gaze? Everyone else fails to perceive her as a woman, yet only Ling Mo can see through the facade. It is truly bizarre. I do not wish for anything in particular. I merely want to confirm whether my suspicions hold any merit. If you are not feeling guilty, why would you not allow me to verify? If everyone is male, what harm could there be? If you wish to touch, I would not object to your request. Ling Mo donned a sinister smile, the thought growing increasingly tantalizing. After all, this was an angel. Throughout his life, he had yet to behold the visage of an angel, let alone touch one. If he could see some advantage, how delightful that would be. Do not speak to me of morality. We are all men, and it is only natural to appreciate beauty. Why should you deny me? Your refusal merely betrays your own insecurity. You are, in fact, a woman masquerading as a man, infiltrating the palace for some ulterior motive. Qian Renxue's face flushed slightly, as if she had reached a momentous decision. Her attire was layered tightly, 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Surely, it would be difficult to discern anything. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to silence Ling Mo's incessant chatter. Here goes. With that, she closed her eyes, harboring a flicker of hope that Ling Mo would not go too far. With his scheme in motion, Ling Mo revealed a sly grin, his excitement escalating. The world proclaimed Qian Renxue as the most beautiful woman in Douluo, yet Ling Mo found it hard to believe. Today, he must unveil her true self and behold her in all her glory. In an instant, a blinding light engulfed the area. Qian Rinque, with her eyes closed, noticed nothing amiss. By the time she realized what was happening, it was far too late. Then, Ling Mo's laughter rang out. Ha ha, you are a woman. As his plot succeeded, he lifted the veil from Qian Rinque's face, revealing an exquisite countenance. In that moment, Ling Mo felt utterly enraptured. She was breathtaking. Lacking Zhu Zhuqing's youthful innocence and Ning Rongrong's purity, she resembled a celestial being, beautiful from afar but untouchable. Qian Rinque's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She never anticipated Ling Mo would be so audacious. I will kill you, she exclaimed, her face flushed with rage, ready to strike. However, she did not realize that Ling Mo had already evaded her reach, tauntingly saying, Come on. If you alert the guards outside, your true identity will be exposed. Let us all perish together. Ling Mo was unafraid of her wrath. Although intruding upon the imperial mausoleum was indeed a capital offense, it would simultaneously unveil Qian Rinque's clandestine schemes. If Shui Yu were to discover that his son had been replaced, it was likely that he would engage in a relentless struggle with the spirit hall. Ling Mo's heart blossomed with joy. Initially, he merely intended to extort Qian Rinque. But to his astonishment, she was willing to make genuine sacrifices to conceal her identity. Unfortunately, Ling Mo did not adhere to conventional methods. Had he merely encountered her superficially, it would have been nearly impossible to discern anything. Regrettably for her, she miscalculated when faced with someone as unpredictable as Ling Mo. It is often said that if a villain possesses striking features, their moral compass tends to align with their appearance. Ling Mo, once skeptical of this notion, now found himself a believer. Qian Rinque was undeniably breathtaking, especially after the veil of her hidden identity was lifted, revealing a visage so exquisite that it was no exaggeration to describe it as captivating enough to sway nations. Did you truly believe you could easily manipulate me? Upon regaining her composure, Qian Rinque spoke with a frigid demeanor. At that moment, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in her eyes, signifying her determination to confront Ling Mo to the bitter end. Such a remarkable woman, reduced to this moreover, with her greatest secret now exposed. How could she possibly allow Ling Mo to evade her retribution? To assert that she was at his mercy would be a gross understatement. It was a masterstroke indeed. Ling Mo smiled, showing no fear of her actions. The commotion just now seemed to have attracted quite a number of onlookers. It appears that the plan to excavate the imperial tomb today may have to be abandoned. As soon as Ling Mo spoke, Qian Rinque's face flushed with embarrassment. The previous exclamation had already betrayed her true feelings. However, being so frivolously addressed by a stranger was utterly intolerable. In an instant, her martial spirit manifested, and 6 pairs of wings began to sprout from her back, an angelic martial spirit. How fortuitous! I too possess such a gift. No sooner had she finished speaking than 6 pairs of wings also emerged from Ling Mo's back, resplendent in a myriad of colors, appearing even more magnificent. Who exactly are you? Upon witnessing Ling Mo also wielding the 6-winged angelic martial spirit, Qian Rinque was thrown into a state of panic, unable to fathom Ling Mo's origins. Who am I? I am your man. Ling Mo chuckled, unfurling his 6 wings and soaring into the sky. The nearby guards were closing in, and he had no intention of continuing his entanglement with Qian Rinque. Pa, if you wish to be my man, let's see if you're worthy. Qian Rinque also noticed the approaching guards. Her only objective now was to escape. As long as she silenced Ling Mo, her identity would remain concealed. Worthy? Then come and test it. With that, Ling Mo took the lead, departing the royal tomb and flying towards the outskirts of Sodto City. Those who trespass the royal tomb shall be killed without mercy. Capture him. At the moment he burst out of the royal tomb's exit, several formidable soul kings sprang forth. However, they could not impede Ling Mo's retreat. The 6-winged angel martial spirit was divine in nature, rivaling even the Haotian hammer. Coupled with the enhancement of the 5-colored divine light, his speed was unparalleled. In a flash, Ling Mo broke through the encirclement. Yet, the alerted guards pursued him relentlessly from all directions, effectively sealing off his escape. Behind him, Qian Rinque had also arrived, but she faced the same predicament as Ling Mo. Besieged by the guards, the two fought their way through from one direction, making a dash towards the western side of Sodto City. A few powerful figures were on their way. If they did not escape before their arrival, they could truly find themselves in dire straits. Rogue, where do you think you're going? The pursuers remained relentless, while Qian Rinque was eager to settle the score with Ling Mo. Yet, before her holy light could strike, Ling Mo took the initiative, suddenly manifesting a pair of peacock-colored wings that effortlessly deflected her attack. With a swift maneuver, Ling Mo accelerated to an extraordinary speed, eluding even Qian Rinxue's grasp. A chill ran down his spine as he seized her tightly, intoxicated by her fragrant presence. "Let us seal this." He smiled as he silenced Qian Rinxue with a passionate kiss. She was taken aback, unable to resist. His martial spirit was indeed peculiar, capable of devouring her offensive strikes. Just as she fought back with all her might, Lingmo suddenly released her, delivering a swift kick that sent her flying back. "Huh, can't catch me? How infuriating. I'm off now, goodbye." With that, Lingmo accelerated once more, fleeing from Sodto City, darting westward. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue found herself utterly betrayed. Thrust back into the encirclement of pursuers, she was on the verge of collapse. To encounter such a scoundrel, one who not only assaulted her but also kicked her away and ran off without a trace. Indeed, he had fled, not a shred of sympathy for her plight. After all, she was a beauty herself. He had taken advantage of her, and now he had sold her out. "Rogue, I will not let this go." Angry shouts echoed behind her, but Lingmo had already vanished at the edge of the imperial city. Chapter 74. No law sees that one with the shovel. He is the Tomb Raider. As he fled desperately, more and more experts joined the pursuit. The Sodto Empire, one of the most powerful forces on the continent, was never short of formidable beings. Hundreds of pursuers were on his trail, including powerful Soul Emperor-level figures. Each of these experts was beyond Lingmo's capacity to defeat. If they caught up, it would indeed be the end. Fortunately, the peacock wings were sufficiently powerful. Even Soul Emperor-level experts could not keep pace with Lingmo. "Damn it. Go away." Hearing the cries behind him, Lingmo hurled the shovel away and darted into a nearby village. The figure in white ahead was the Tomb Raider. "Capture the Tomb Raider." Another shout rang out, igniting Lingmo's fury. Spotting a villager fast asleep in a nearby house, he stormed in without hesitation. Stripping the man of his clothes, he donned them and fled from the back. The poor villager, bewildered, was left in utter shock, shivering in the corner. In the dark night, countless figures traversed the mountain forest, unaware of what they were pursuing. Two groups began to converge. Lingmo faced a considerable number of pursuers, as did Qian Rinxue. Due to her disguise being unraveled by Lingmo, her pursuers were unaware that she was Shui Qinghe. That one with wings is the Tomb Raider. "Capture him." Another shout rang out, prompting Lingmo to curse vehemently. "Damn it, not again. How relentless can you be?" Frustrated, he paid little mind to the threats. If his wings were stripped, he would have no chance to escape. Suddenly, a magnificent structure appeared before him, dazzling in its glory. This building, emerging from the mountain gorge, seemed utterly bizarre. Astonished, Lingmo noticed the sign at the entrance, which read Sodto Royal Academy in large characters. "Huh. Just when I thought I was at a dead end, a glimmer of hope appears." With a hearty laugh, Lingmo dashed inside, not even sparing a glance at the doorman. The pursuers had no idea what he looked like. As long as he blended into the crowd, they would never find him, even if they had 10 pairs of eyes. Though night had fallen, the academy was still bustling with activity. Lingmo dashed inside, initially intending to blend in with the crowd, but he soon realized that they were far too scattered for him to find an opportunity. At that moment, a figure flashed by, colliding with him head-on. To his surprise, it was none other than Qian Rinxue, who had just broken free from the encirclement. She had not anticipated running into Lingmo previously. Her thoughts mirrored his own, as she sought refuge from pursuers by escaping into the Sodto Academy. However, their speeds were so swift that they unexpectedly crashed into each other. "You rogue, I want to let this go," Qian Rinxue said coldly, immediately striking with a palm. Lingmo hurriedly defended himself, utilizing the peacock's dazzling wings to dissipate her energy. Before he could counterattack, the pursuers behind him had already arrived. "I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving first." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lingmo chose not to linger, understanding that prolonging the confrontation would serve him no good. With that, he rose and made his way towards the teaching building, not forgetting to aim a kick at her before departing, although it regrettably missed. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Seeing Lingmo attempt to flee, Qian Rinxue suppressed her fury, glanced back at the pursuers, and immediately followed after him. The two of them, like street rats, scurried into the teaching building. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the Sodto Academy. The sudden influx of imperial soldiers had even startled the vice president of the academy. What was happening? The 3 elders of Sodto gathered at the academy's entrance, their faces etched with anger as they gazed at the hundreds of imperial soldiers ahead. The two sides appeared to be engaged in conversation, drawing more and more students out of their classes. Inside the teaching building, Lingmo found refuge beneath a narrow bookshelf, only to discover that Qian Rinxue had also sought shelter there. The two of them huddled together beneath the bookshelf as the soldiers outside began to search the entire academy, leaving no corner unchecked. "You scoundrel, let us see how you escape now." In the cramped space beneath the bookshelf, their proximity led to some awkward shuffling, making it difficult for them to maneuver. Escape? Why would I run? If you have the guts, call them in. Once those soldiers outside come in, neither of us will be able to flee. There are 3 Douluo level powerhouses stationed outside. If we are discovered, do you really think you can escape? Lingmo remained utterly unperturbed. Qianrenxue could not contend with her at all. Once a conflict erupted between the two, it was certain that she would be the one to perish. Lingmo possesses the ability to safeguard herself, but perhaps she does not. It is possible, yet uncertain. When the path to paradise is available, you choose not to tread it. You have ventured into hell uninvited, and if you do not act, it is now my turn to take action. The search party remains nearby, and Lingmo dares not create too much commotion, nor does Qianrenxue. The two of them are nestled within the confines of the bookshelf, their bodies pressed closely together, inhaling each other's intoxicating scent, as Lingmo gradually reveals her wicked fangs. "What do you intend to do?" Qianrenxue sensed that something was amiss and instinctively clamped her legs around Lingmo's neck. "What are you doing? You have interrupted my plans. What do you think I shall do?" Lingmo found herself ensnared by Qianrenxue's legs, rendered immobile. Yet, her hands remained unrestrained. Qianrenxue felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Lingmo. Even in such a dire situation, Lingmo still indulged in playful antics. Was this individual not excessively reckless? She dared not raise an alarm. Attracting the attention of those outside would spell disaster for them all. "I advise you to rein in your behavior," Qianrenxue warned. Her expression icy and cheeks flushed with embarrassment, issuing stern cautions to Lingmo. Under the relentless pressure from Qianrenxue, Lingmo struggled to maintain her composure. As her hands traversed Qianrenxue's thighs, a wild smile spread across Lingmo's face. Was it truly excessive? After all, it was Qianrenxue who had approached her first. How could she place the blame on Lingmo? Lingmo amusingly remarked that Qianrenxue's delicate face was on the verge of tears, as if it could be squeezed for water. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone as troublesome as Lingmo. No matter what approach one took to deal with him, he always managed to come out on top. In his own words, "While you might gain a little, I will never suffer a loss. I warn you, if you dare to take another step forward, we shall perish together." The two remained in a stalemate, with Lingmo refraining from advancing any further, fearing he might truly lose control of himself. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, indicating that the search party was approaching. Silence. The two of them huddled within the bookcase, completely concealed from view. The numerous shelves obscured their visibility, and as long as they remained still, the people outside would be unable to detect their presence. Chapter 75. The Great Escape. Thus, they maintained their impasse, while the soldiers outside continued their fruitless search. However, the pursuers claimed that the two had entered the Tiando Academy, and the area was sealed off, making escape impossible. Consequently, a defensive perimeter was established outside, ready to ensnare them. Within the bookcase, Ling Mo's gaze sharpened as he noticed the number of soldiers dwindling, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In his heightened state of tension, he was blissfully unaware of how intimate their current posture appeared. "Could you possibly step back a little?" Qianrenxue felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This was the first time in her life she found herself in such a predicament. The proximity to a stranger, especially a man, was too much to bear. Although Lingmo was undeniably handsome, his roguish demeanor overshadowed his attractiveness, eliciting irritation rather than admiration. "This is unacceptable. If I release you and you were to stab me, where would I seek justice? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The people outside have not yet departed, and should we make any noise, neither of us will escape unscathed." Lingmo resolutely dismissed the idea. The space of the bookshelf was already limited. If it were pushed back, it would inevitably expose their line of sight. After all, he had nothing to lose. Why should he concede? Lingmo's gaze met Qianrenxue's, and he noticed a hint of evasion in her enchanting eyes. She was truly exquisite, radiating a unique fragrance that captivated Lingmo, stirring feelings within him unconsciously. As their eyes locked, he could not help but lean in for a kiss. Qianrenxue wished to resist, yet found herself unable to do so. Any slightest movement would surely expose her. He chuckled softly, for having lived this long, it was the first time he had encountered a living angel, and he felt immensely fortunate. Lingmo was filled with elation. The more Qianrenxue resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, releasing a continuous fragrance that intoxicated him. Was there none here? Perhaps over there? No. It seemed they had taken refuge in the dormitory building. He decided to investigate that direction. A few shouts echoed from outside, as soldiers, having searched the teaching building for quite some time with no success, began to head towards the dormitory. The surrounding soldiers gradually dispersed, and in that instant, Mo realized that something was amiss. As expected, once the soldiers retreated from the teaching building, Rinxue erupted in fury. With a sudden surge of energy, she spun around, raising her palm, wishing nothing more than to strike Mo down. Yet, in that moment of exertion, her physical strength faltered, rendering her limbs weak and unable to carry out her intent. Ah, unable to strike, are we? Mo quickly comprehended the situation. Since she hesitated to attack, it was now his turn to take action. What do you intend to do? Rinxue panicked instantly. In a moment of carelessness, her spiritual energy had faltered, and she was subdued by Mo's counterattack. Now, it was her turn to feel the panic. Truly, the tides of fortune had turned. What do you want? You will understand in due time. Here. 5,800 words have been omitted. Mo, in truth, I have done nothing. Please do not overthink it. As dawn approaches, the soldiers of the Empire, after searching throughout the night, have regrettably failed to locate the two individuals and are compelled to abandon their quest. Given that the Imperial tomb remains untouched, the losses are minimal, prompting these men to withdraw. Meanwhile, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy, having endured a night of turmoil, are left in a state of extreme emotional instability. As Mo stealthily exits the library, she observes that the students are gradually beginning their classes. What an opportune moment. If not now, then when? Seizing the moment, Mo unfurls her peacock wings and soars out of the Tiando Royal Academy. After Mo's departure, Rinxue stumbled out, her demeanor utterly disheveled. This night would undeniably be etched in her memory for a lifetime. As she gazed at Mo's retreating figure, resentment bubbled within her. That scoundrel. This matter shall not be left unresolved. I shall pursue you relentlessly throughout my life. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Rinxue's icy visage. The recollection of the previous night was unbearable. Encountering Mo was undoubtedly the gravest mistake of her existence. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, her shame and anger boiling over. The esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall had fallen prey to a mere tomb raider, an utter disgrace. It was not that Rinxue was incapable of defeating Mo. Rather, his martial spirit was simply too peculiar. No matter how she attacked, he effortlessly consumed her strikes with his five-colored radiance, rendering her efforts futile. Moreover, he had initially employed the six-winged angel martial spirit, possessing the same soul skills as her own. Rinxue had been ensconced in the library for a considerable time, utterly perplexed by Mo's origins. How could such a prodigy emerge on the continent without her knowledge? Despite the Spirit Hall's intricate intelligence network, there was no record of Mo, which was indeed astonishing. Yet, it was hardly surprising. One could only attribute this to the formidable capabilities of Su Yuntao, the awakener of the divine. From the outset, Mo had been bestowed with a useless buff, thus rendering the absence of his documentation quite reasonable. That despicable rogue. Should I encounter you again? Rest assured that the grievances of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future, she declared with a huff. Rinxue endeavored to steady her emotions, laboriously extricating herself from the bookshelf. Each step was a tremendous struggle. With no alternative, she activated her martial spirit. Spreading her wings, she soared away from the Tiando Royal Academy in a swift motion. Meanwhile, miles away in Sodto City, Mo glanced back, ensuring that Rinxue had not pursued him before settling down to rest. What a thrilling night this has been. I must admit, angels truly are exceptional. The sensation is simply unparalleled. Mo lay on the ground, exerting effort to regulate his breathing while muttering to himself. What had transpired last night? In truth, he had accomplished nothing at all. Would you believe that? It seems that the Celestial City is no longer a place he can visit. Even if he were to return, he must ensure she remains oblivious, lest he encounters further misfortune. After a brief respite, Mo pondered his situation and resolved to distance himself from Rinxue as far as possible. This young woman harbored a profound desire for vengeance, and it was likely she would never forgive him for last night's events. Of course, Mo felt no remorse. There was nothing worthy of regret. Mo longed for her to cling to him for eternity. This would signify his opportunity to inherit the assets of the Spirit Hall. It seemed unlikely that he would ever locate the ancient grave of that old codger, Sodto. Nor would he be able to venture into the Imperial tomb of Tiando. Last night's events had already set off alarm bells. and to attempt a visit now would be tantamount to courting death. It appeared that he must seek alternative locations. He had already explored Haotian sect and the Tiando Empire. So where to next? Perhaps a visit to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? No, that would be too far. A round trip could take over a month, which he would prefer to avoid for the time being. Standing still, Lingmo murmured to himself, contemplating his options until he resolved to excavate the ancestral grave of Dugubo, as it was nearby and relatively easy to find, situated within the Sunset Forest. Dugubo? Chapter 76. Dugubo. Taking advantage of the dawn, Lingmo departed from the Tiando Royal Academy and headed straight for the Sunset Forest. After an entire night battling Qian Renshua, he had narrowly escaped being struck down by her formidable palm. To be honest, Lingmo was quite eager to accomplish something. However, he found himself unable to overcome her, leading to his inability to achieve any significant progress. It was not as simple as one might imagine. Angels were not easily dealt with. Wouldn't you agree? Nevertheless, despite his lack of accomplishments, he felt he had not entirely wasted his time. By the way, where exactly was Dugubo's herb garden located? Lingmo swiftly entered the Sunset Forest, racing forward as memories of the medicinal garden belonging to Dugubo flooded back to him. Unlike the Starry Forest, the Sunset Forest was thick with toxic mists, making it easy to become disoriented in its depths. Fortunately, over the years, Lingmo had developed unique insights into the study of toxins, allowing him to concoct antidotes that could ward off the invasive miasma. At that moment, deep within the Sunset Forest, Dugubo was struggling to suppress the agonizing effects of the poison coursing through his veins, a torment he had endured for many years. Throughout this time, he had sought a remedy to alleviate the deadly toxins within him. While he could bear the pain, his heart ached for his granddaughter, wishing to spare her from enduring the same suffering. Suddenly, Dugubo sensed an unusual disturbance. Something had intruded upon his territory. Who dares to trespass? He opened his eyes instantly, a chilling murderous intent radiating from him. He had already detected the presence of the intruder, whose movements were remarkably agile, darting through the toxic fog towards him. On a nearby hill, Lingmo halted, finding himself at the edge of a conical depression. A dense, humid heat surged from within the hollow, imbued with a hint of sulfur's distinct aroma. This warmth, if he was not mistaken, was emanating from the Eye of Ice and Fire? Below him lay Dugubo's medicinal garden, he surmised. Lingmo did not advance a single step further, for he had already sensed the presence of Dugubo. When dealing with this old fellow, there was no need for Lingmo to be courteous. Thus, he did not conceal his aura and strode boldly into the fray. As expected, it wasn't long before an elderly figure materialized on the other side of the hill. Appearing somewhat frail, yet walking with a steady gait and an upright posture, he emanated a remarkable vitality. A chilling aura surrounded him, a testament to the unique attributes of his martial soul. He was a king of poison, a being saturated with venom. Lingmo dared not approach him, for a mere touch of his phosphorescent snake venom could prove fatal in an instant. Who are you? Do you dare to intrude upon my territory, unafraid of death? In the mist, Lingmo discerned the figure of Dugubo slowly drawing near. A cold intent to kill enveloped the atmosphere as he advanced step by step. Afraid of death? You, a dying man, what have I to fear? Lingmo remained utterly composed, responding with a cold smirk. As her dual pupils activated, she gazed through the mist, clearly discerning the ice-fire duality eye below, along with the multitude of celestial herbs dotting the mountainside. What a remarkable sight! That fellow, Dugubo, indeed hoards a treasure trove yet remains oblivious to its utilization. Such a wealthy fool. What did you say? As Lingmo's voice faded, Dugubo's expression abruptly shifted, a murderous intent enveloping him in an instant. A formidable pressure surged forth, rendering those below level 50 utterly incapable of survival. In that fleeting moment, a pair of wings sprouted from behind Lingmo, revealing the vibrant plumage of the peacock. A radiant aura of 5 colors enveloped him, forming an unyielding defense. The oppressive force unleashed by Dugubo was swiftly eroded by the 5-color divine light. This ethereal assault was effortlessly consumed by the divine radiance, requiring no exertion whatsoever. What? In the instant that his power was devoured, Dugubo's countenance transformed dramatically. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how Lingmo had accomplished such a feat. It was indeed perplexing. This youth's martial soul was extraordinarily enigmatic. What was his origin? Dugubo hesitated, for he had intended to intimidate Lingmo, but instead, Lingmo had astonished him first. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my domain? Dugubo spoke icily, revealing that his earlier actions were merely a test. Should he truly wish to eliminate Lingmo, he could have done so in an instant. A tidal Douluo was not something Lingmo could withstand. I am Ling Mo, the current sect master of the Ghost Gate. I have heard tales of a treasure within the Sunset Forest, and I am overjoyed to come and greet the master of this place. From this day forth, it shall belong to me. Ling Mo spoke without reservation, as if stating an exceedingly simple fact. Such audacity from this brash youth. The so-called Ghost Gate? I have never heard of such a sect. It appears to be an inconsequential faction, daring to covet my medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, Dugubo's murderous intent intensified. Lingmo's tone was excessively arrogant, showing utter disregard for him. The dignity of a titled Douluo was being utterly obliterated. How dare he, at merely 35 levels, intrude upon his territory, claiming he would seize control here? It was truly madness. Dugubo had already labeled Ling Mo a fool in his mind. You may have never heard of it before, but you shall soon be well acquainted. Unfazed by Dugubo's insults, Ling Mo turned to him and spoke slowly. Dugubo, a 91-level titled Douluo, known for his poison. He is reputed to be the weakest among the titled Douluos in one-on-one combat. You have a granddaughter named Dugu Yin, a beautiful young lady of 16 or 17. An outstanding student of the Heaven Do Academy who has formed an imperial battle team with Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, basking in momentary glory. Alas, this outward splendor merely serves to conceal the suffering endured in the shadows. Am I accurate in my assertions? As Ling Mo enunciated each word, Dugubo's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. How did Ling Mo come to know such intimate details of his life? It seemed as though he was privy to all of Dugubo's secrets. Young man, how do you wish to meet your demise? Dugubo spoke coldly, having resolved that he could not allow someone with such knowledge of him to leave this place alive. He was indifferent, as long as it was for the sake of Dugu Yin. From Ling Mo's demeanor, it was evident that he was not here to reason. Rather, he resembled a brigand, brazenly intruding to claim his territory. Such audacity was unparalleled. How will I die? You, a man on the brink of death, cannot dictate my fate. Spare your efforts. You cannot kill me. Knowing all your secrets, I dared to step in here. You should be able to surmise that I do not fear you, correct? If you cannot even grasp this, you have wasted your years in vain. Ling Mo remained indifferent, yet his words undoubtedly struck a heavy chord within Dugubo's heart. He spoke the truth. By conventional reasoning, every utterance he made bore the weight of veracity. You, young man, repeatedly proclaim me to be a dying individual. What evidence do you possess? I have lived for so many years, my body remains robust, showing no signs of decline. Are you not merely speaking fancifully? Suddenly, Dugubo pondered a question. Why had Ling Mo referred to him as a dying man on 2 occasions? Could it be that he had discerned something? Or perhaps he possessed a means to dispel the poison coursing through his veins. If it is mere fabrications, you surely understand better than anyone. If my conjecture is correct, the poison has already seeped into your very marrow. The venom of the green phosphorus serpent king is indeed lethal. Yet you have failed to consider the issue of toxin accumulation. The higher your cultivation level, the more severe the toxicity within your body. If not treated promptly, death is imminent. Moreover, your granddaughter shall not escape this calamity. Chapter 77. Dreadful intimidation. What a farce. My poison would turn against me? I am 78 years old. I have always been the one to poison others. Never have I been poisoned myself. You, a mere child with no proof, think you can daunt me with mere words? Dugubo retorted coldly, the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze gradually manifesting. Is it truly so? Ling Mo smiled. Having spent 6 years studying the art of poison, he had mastered it with remarkable proficiency. Furthermore, he was already aware of Dugubo's specific ailments. Not to mention his expertise in toxicology allowed him to discern the symptoms with a mere glance. Then let me inquire of you. When the skies are overcast, do you not experience a tingling sensation in your ribs that intensifies gradually? During the hours of noon and midnight, it manifests once, and given your current condition, each episode should persist for over an hour. Additionally, in the dead of night, around the 3rd watch, do you not feel a stabbing pain at your crown and heart? Your entire body convulses for at least half an hour. Must I detail the excruciating agony of that experience? As Ling Mo's words lingered in the air, Dugubo found himself utterly taken aback. How could he possibly know? And with such clarity? Dugubo's heart was filled with a profound shock. These secrets were known to no one else. Ling Mo's appearance had unmasked his truest self. How did you come to know? Dugubo pondered while observing Ling Mo, who had maintained an unwavering composure since his arrival, displaying not a hint of panic. This young man evidently possessed some skill. Otherwise, what audacity would compel him to intrude here? How I know is of no concern to you. What you must remember is that only I can save you. Ling Mo remarked that he had thoroughly explored the graves within a radius of several dozen miles and discovered that the ancestral tomb of the Dugu family was not located there. Consequently, he decided against excavating the grave and opted instead to seize the celestial herbs. Ling Mo had long coveted the precious herbs in Dugubo's medicinal garden, and this time he was determined to clear them out completely. Although there were numerous celestial herbs within the small tower, their high grade rendered them inedible for Ling Mo. "Do you claim you can save me? On what grounds should I place my trust in you?" Dugubo said, his mood fluctuating ominously. He prided himself on his prowess with poison, believing himself to be unmatched in that domain. Why should he trust Ling Mo? You may choose not to believe me. As long as you do not come to regret it. The suffering you endure may be suppressed by sheer strength, but your granddaughter may not be so fortunate. I trust one need not elaborate on this, given the precedent that has already been set. Ling Mo's words instilled a sense of trepidation in Dugubo. From where had he gleaned such information? Or could it be that he truly possessed some insight? What are your terms? Dugubo gradually began to trust Ling Mo, for he knew far too much, and Ling Mo's origins were shrouded in mystery. The mere fact that he was unafraid and dared to venture alone into this place earned Dugubo's admiration. What kind of courage was required to boldly provoke an authority such as a titled Douluo? The conditions are quite simple. I can save you, as well as your granddaughter. The prerequisite is that you must serve me and join the Ghost Gate, becoming a guest elder under my command. Moreover, this entire medicinal garden shall belong to me from this day forth. Regardless of your agreement, this garden is now mine. Before Dugubo could even respond, he suddenly felt an overwhelming killing intent enveloping him. He understood that should he dare utter a refusal, a colossal sword looming above him would come crashing down mercilessly. Amidst the thick fog, Dugubo distinctly sensed an indomitable powerhouse standing behind him, watching intently. An invisible pressure descended upon him, chilling and terrifying. When had this individual taken his position? This was a true master. The sheer aura of intimidation rendered him powerless to resist. Dugubo had not even noticed when this figure had appeared. How utterly bizarre. The Ghost Gate, indeed, lived up to its name, appearing and disappearing like a specter. A shadow that followed closely. Such a formidable expert emerging from the shadows was indicative of some profound expertise. "You are not here to negotiate with me, are you?" Dugubo finally remarked. It was evident to any discerning observer that Ling Mo had come with the intent to seize, not to bargain. "Indeed, I am not accustomed to negotiating terms. Whether you agree or not, this medicinal garden is now mine. As for the poison coursing through your veins, that will depend on my mood. Should I feel benevolent, I may heal you at any moment. If my mood is foul, then you shall be at the mercy of fate." With these words, Ling Mo had no intention of prolonging the conversation. "Yes, I have laid my cards on the table. I am here to take what is yours. Do you have any objections?" Engaging with someone like Dugubo, Ling Mo had never considered the need for rational discourse. In this world, reason itself was a rarity. The law of the jungle prevailed. Strength reigned supreme. When one possesses sufficient power to instill fear in others, the concept of reason will invariably align in their favor. The Ghost Lord, wielding a heavy sword, silently materialized behind Dugubo, who was now drenched in sweat. Fearing that the sword above him might fall at any moment, the intimidation exuded by the Ghost Lord was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Not only could Dugubo not withstand it, but even Qinshin found it unbearable. Ling Mo plunged into the valley, and the vibrant wings of a peacock unfurled instantaneously, soaring gracefully into the depths below. Upon entering this enchanting realm, Ling Mo beheld a ground strewn with an array of exquisite celestial herbs and elixirs, his eyes gleaming with delight, overflowing with joy. "Goodness! I once believed my wealth was substantial, yet I had no inkling that there existed fortunes even greater than mine." Indeed, this was a case of the small sorcerer encountering the grand sorcerer. The abundance of celestial herbs in this mountain was truly overwhelming. Within the quaint confines of the Lingmo Tower, there exists an abundance of diverse varieties, replete with an array of elixirs. Among them, numerous lethal poisons emerge. Treasures in their own right. The subsequent crafting of those supreme hidden weapons is inextricably linked to these toxins. Dugubo trailed behind, his emotions somewhat volatile. The Ghost Lord fixed his gaze upon him. No matter his intentions, he would find them thwarted. "So what do you think? Have you pondered the proposition? Joining my Ghost Gate may offer you a glimmer of hope for survival." Ling Mo calmly remarked, exhibiting no concern regarding Dugubo's potential disapproval. Perhaps he was indifferent to his own fate, yet he undoubtedly valued the life of his granddaughter. Grasping a formidable card in his hand, he was unperturbed by any refusal. Can you truly alleviate my poison? Dugubo inquired once more. Through the insights of Ghost Master, he had discerned that Ling Mo's mention of the Ghost Gate must pertain to an exceptionally powerful sect, although he had not previously heard of it. The singular prowess of Ghost Master was sufficient to uphold a vast sect. It appeared that joining posed no issue, provided it offered him the antidote. The mere poison of the Bailin Snake Emperor is no match for me, rest assured. Should you join my Ghost Gate, I will not impose any unreasonable demands upon you. Hence, you need not fear any coercion from my side. On the contrary, aligning with the Ghost Gate will yield you numerous benefits. A judicious display of deterrence should be complemented by an appropriate alleviation. Relentless oppression often backfires. Although Dugubo claims to be the weakest title Douluo in one-on-one combat, his prowess in team battles is formidable. Each generation produces its own legends, and Dugubo has imparted lessons through his victories. He single-handedly vanquished an entire city, and from this singular achievement, it is evident that Dugubo is more beneficial to Ling Mo than Tang Hao. Chapter 78. The bewildered Dugubo. After Ling Mo presented her conditions, Dugubo began to contemplate. If what Ling Mo asserted were true, he would not suffer any loss. On the contrary, he could rid himself of the deadly poison afflicting him. I am willing to join your sect, provided that you first eliminate the poison from my body, as well as that of my granddaughter. After much deliberation, Dugubo ultimately acquiesced. Ling Mo instilled in him a sense of unease, akin to that of a cunning and calculating old fox, adept at psychological manipulation. From the outset, he seized upon his vulnerabilities, leaving him perpetually ensnared in a position of disadvantage. No problem. Ling Mo casually responded and proceeded towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire. He was eager to witness the legendary treasure basin and discover its true appearance. As he advanced, he beheld a most peculiar pool of water. Though modest in size, it was distinctly divided into two sections. Within the oval-shaped pool, the water exhibited two contrasting hues, a milky white and a vibrant crimson. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite existing within the same basin, the two waters remained utterly distinct, never encroaching upon each other, each steadfastly retaining its own side. Is this truly the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire? It certainly possesses its unique characteristics. Dugubo, you are indeed fortunate. Were it not for this Eye of Ice and Fire, you would have met your demise long ago. If my conjecture holds any truth, you must be relying on the power of the eye to barely suppress the poison within you, correct? Upon hearing this, Dugubo felt a tremor within. His previous suspicions towards Ling Mo dissipated entirely. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Are you referring to this pool? Dugubo paused, for he was unaware of the name of this water feature. Indeed, I am indeed relying on this pool to barely sustain myself. Following this revelation, Ling Mo had bestowed upon him an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Ling Mo would certainly not disclose to him that all this knowledge was gleaned from the pages of books. How do I know? You need not delve too deeply into that. All you must understand is that I possess the ability to save you. With that, Ling Mo's gaze fell upon the two celestial herbs flanking the Eye of Ice and Fire, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. In the original tale, Tang San had utilized these two divine plants, along with the fragrant silk orchid nearby, to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. Within this enigmatic realm resided two lethal toxins, the cold poison and the fire poison. Even Ling Mo, should he venture inside, would meet with instant demise. Now, having reached the 35th level, he pondered that with the aid of these three celestial herbs, entering the Eye of Ice and Fire for a period of cultivation might yield unexpected rewards. Contemplating this, Ling Mo acted decisively. In the astonished eyes of Dugubo, Ling Mo activated his peacock colorful wings, arriving instantaneously beside the octagonal mysterious ice grass. What was he intending to do? Dugubo was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the Eye of Ice and Fire. A being of Ling Mo's caliber could easily succumb to its perils. Despite the profound impact Ling Mo had on Dugubo, his prowess remained that of a sole sovereign of merely over 30 levels. How could he possibly approach the Eye of Ice and Fire? Esteemed senior, shall you not intervene? Ling Mo's actions were utterly reckless. Just as Dugubo found a glimmer of hope, he desperately wished for Ling Mo not to perish. He turned to inquire of the silent Gui Yi, who, from the beginning to the end, uttered not a single word. In that moment, Dugubo's sudden question elicited a peculiar smile from the skull's visage, as if to convey, this is merely a small affair, remain calm and steady. This reaction left Dugubo utterly bewildered, further obscuring the relationship between the two individuals. Indeed, both were far from ordinary, which explained their unlikely companionship. Amid Dugubo's astonished gaze, Lingmo swiftly procured 2 celestial herbs. The instant he laid hands on them, he experienced a biting chill alongside a searing heat, as though they were roasted to perfection. With a decisive motion, he consumed them, the 5-colored divine light instantly activating, devouring the corrosive effects of the herbs. Without hesitation, Lingmo swallowed them whole. He then extracted the fragrant Qilua herb and plunged it into the ice and fire duality eye. Good heavens! Is he courting death? Dugubo exclaimed in shock, utterly astounded by the sheer audacity of it all. He could no longer maintain his composure. If Lingmo were to perish, he too would meet his end. After all, this rare hope would vanish in an instant. Wouldn't he at least attempt to intervene? As he watched Lingmo being engulfed by the ice and fire duality eye, he turned back to Guiyi, gesturing frantically. Are you not going to stop him? In that moment, Dugubo appeared foolish, panicking while the others remained unfazed. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel like an unnecessary presence here? Guiyi remained indifferent, leaving Dugubo speechless. He was increasingly perplexed by their actions. All he could do was fervently hope that Lingmo would survive. If he were to die, there would be no one left to neutralize his poison. Lingmo entered the Eye of Ice and Fire and remained there for 3 days. During this period, Dugubo was in a state of anxious anticipation, unable to leave, as he awaited Lingmo's emergence. Guiyi stood behind him, the massive sword clearly within his sight. Should he dare to depart, it would likely come crashing down upon him. He felt utterly wronged, lamenting that he was being dragged into this predicament through no fault of his own. If it were not for the lingering sensation of Lingmo's aura, he would have fled in haste. 3 long days had left Dugubo in despair. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted, as if the entire Eye of Ice and Fire had detonated, sending water splashing everywhere. In an instant, a radiant beam of multicolored divine light surged forth from the depths of the pool, gradually revealing the ethereal silhouette of a peacock. Meanwhile, Lingmo ascended slowly from the water, enveloped in holy light, his wings unfurled, emanating an invisible aura of suppression. What a formidable force of suppression! What sort of martial soul is this? Dugubo was immediately struck by the impact. It was the suppression stemming from a martial soul. Higher-ranked martial souls exert a certain degree of suppression on those of lower rank, commonly referred to as bloodline suppression. The pressure from Lingmo's martial soul was exceedingly intense, akin to that of a king among beast martial souls, unassailable. A peacock? Which lineage does this heir belong to? Why have I never encountered such a martial soul before? Dugubo was utterly astonished. He could not comprehend Lingmo's martial soul. It was no wonder, as even the awakened one of the gods, Su Yuntao, could not discern its nature. What could Dugubo, a mere mortal, possibly understand? Ah, how delightful! What dreadful lines! Lingmo let out a hearty laugh as he emerged from the water, gradually standing beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Over the past 3 days, his gains were truly monumental, beyond imagination, more profitable than plundering 10 tombs. Harnessing the energies of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Lingmo cultivated at the bottom for 3 days, his cultivation soaring to an impressive level of 40. Moreover, the vibrant quintessence of divine light within him finally revealed its true form. Indeed, his 5-colored divine light was not merely a source of illumination, it was a peacock. However, this was no corporeal peacock, but rather an ethereal manifestation of a peacock, woven from light. Having uncovered this, Lingmo was but a step away from transforming into a true peacock form. This pivotal moment could potentially arise from the elusive 5-colored emperor flower or stem from other unknown factors. Currently, as the whereabouts of the 5-colored emperor flower remain a mystery, he could only gradually explore other influences to coax his martial spirit into fruition. Lingmo once contemplated that once the true form of the peacock is unleashed, there would be no divine martial spirits left in this world. He himself would be the epitome of divinity. Tracing back to its origins, the majestic peacock, a divine beast from ancient times, fears no martial spirit under heaven. Chapter 79. Are you angry? Feeling invigorated, Lingmo sensed a surge of strength coursing through his body. Brimming with vitality, he longed to return and challenge Qian Rushue for another 300 rounds, ensuring she would be left disarmed and begging for mercy. Speaking of which, the tactile sensation of the angel is truly exquisite. Just touch it, and you will understand. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. With a smile, Lingmo returned to the edge of the water pool, where Dugubo finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing had befallen Lingmo. However, His astonishment was far greater. He was taken aback by Ling Mo's audacity and his martial spirit. "Now can you assist me in detoxification?" At this moment, Dugubo no longer exuded the previous murderous intent. Instead, he spoke with utmost reverence. "Why the hurry? Is it not customary to address matters one at a time?" Ling Mo cast a glance at him, pondering how impatient this old man was. "They say that haste makes waste. Is it true that even the elderly can be so restless? Nevertheless, since you have chosen to enter my realm of spirits, let me first alleviate the deadly poison that afflicts you. In truth, you should consider yourself fortunate to have joined my domain. Otherwise, the consequences for your ancestors would not be as simple as mere smoke." Ling Mo humorously remarked that he had initially come with the intention of excavating the ancestral grave of the Dugu family, but unexpectedly veered off course and had to seize the opportunity instead. What does this mean? Dugubo was perplexed by Ling Mo's words, utterly bewildered. His own ancestral grave had been neglected for many years, and he could scarcely recall its location. How could it suddenly emit green smoke? "Do you know why I've come here?" Ling Mo humorously remarked. "Why? In fact, I came specifically to excavate your ancestral grave. However, since you have chosen to join my ghostly realm, let this matter rest," Ling Mo candidly replied, causing a chill to run down Dugubo's spine and beads of sweat to form on his brow. "My heavens! Who is this celestial being that has emerged from some remote corner? Does he habitually disturb the resting places of others? Setting aside the question of why he would unearth his own ancestral grave, how does he possess the knowledge of my presence here, approaching so brazenly? Sigh. Thankfully, dear ancestors, I have preserved your sole resting place." Dugubo felt a wave of relief. Had Ling Mo spoken as he had, he might have been powerless to prevent Ling Mo's reckless actions and would have been forced to witness his own ancestral grave being disturbed. The unworthy descendant, Dugubo, has finally performed a filial duty a century later. Now, enough of this idle chatter. Let us address the issues that plague you. Ling Mo spoke as he walked to a nearby spot to take a seat. He continued, "I have devised 2 methods to alleviate the poison within you. One of them involves consuming 2 herbs simultaneously, the star anise ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. By harnessing your formidable soul power, you can absorb their medicinal properties. This is the simplest approach. However, it is regrettable that I have already consumed those 2 celestial herbs." Dugubo exclaimed, "What? You ate them and still mention it? Was that intentional?" He could hardly contain his frustration, feeling utterly exasperated. He was well aware that those herbs could counteract the poison. Yet Ling Mo had the audacity to consume them. It was infuriating not only that he ate them, but that he also taunted him about it. "Haha. Do not be so agitated. I merely wish to observe your reaction. There is no need to rush." Ling Mo's heart brimmed with a mischievous delight as he observed Dugubo's perpetually grim visage, contemplating how amusing it would be to frighten him into altering his expression. "My actions are driven by a purpose of my own. Though the 8-sided profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom both belong to the realm of celestial herbs, they are, without a doubt, highly toxic. Their celestial classification is indisputable. Indeed, they possess the ability to neutralize the venom coursing through your veins. However, simultaneously, your own toxic prowess would also be eradicated, a prospect you would surely find unwelcome. Thus, I shall first assist you in vanquishing the poison, a subtle means of destabilizing your resolve." Dugubo, for the first time, found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly the manner in which a person spoke? "Whether I am willing or not, why not simply inquire? How can you ascertain my unwillingness without asking? Instead, you choose to partake without question. Then inform me that this substance can counteract the poison. Afraid of my indecision, you hurriedly resolved my predicament, seeking to shake my resolve. I shall not be swayed." Within his mind, Dugubo cursed Ling Mo's ancestors roundly. "What? Is the truth of the mortal realm too scorching to bear? Ah, look how flustered you've become." Dugubo's myriad internal reactions could not escape Ling Mo's keen observation, for he possessed a pair of astute eyes. The more he observed, the more he found himself amused, until laughter brought him to the brink of pain. Enough jesting. Returning to the matter at hand, Ling Mo rose, activating his dual pupils to scan Dugubo's form. He continued, "The current dilemma is not overly grave. Perhaps your granddaughter has yet to reach such a perilous state, but as one ascends in rank, the toxicity only intensifies. The reason for your suffering from the venom is primarily due to your cultivation of toxic arts. To preserve your potent poison without allowing it to inflict harm upon you, it is imperative to find a host to serve as a repository for the toxins. The most suitable vessel, of course, is a soul bone. I trust that. Given your prowess, acquiring one should pose no insurmountable challenge, correct?" As soon as Ling Mo's words fell, Dugubo had already discerned the underlying intricacies. He too was a connoisseur of toxins, possessing profound knowledge in this domain. As for my beloved Yin Yan, Dugubo hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Her ailment pales in comparison to yours. I can remedy it with ease. There is no need for concern. Simply arrange a time and bring her to me. Upon the completion of his words, Ling Mo began to prepare the appropriate antidotes, collaborating with Donggu Bo to expel the toxins, which were then stored within the soul bone. While it could be argued that Ling Mo may not possess the same mastery of poison as Donggu Bo, his proficiency in detoxification surpassed that of Donggu Bo 100-fold. Not only did his martial soul harbor a healing ability, but his extensive knowledge of the Tang sect's poison scriptures, combined with his skillful application of unique medicinal herbs, rendered him far beyond Donggu Bo's comprehension. Furthermore, the healing properties of the five-colored divine light differed significantly from those of the nine-core begonia. It not only facilitated wound recovery, but also provided detoxifying effects. Initially, such an effect was absent. However, during his recent utilization of the fragrant Qi Luo celestial product, Lingmo unexpectedly acquired its special ability, the capacity to counteract toxins. When combined with the five-colored divine light, this yielded a remarkable detoxifying effect. This discovery was monumental, which elucidated Ling Mo's assertion that it was more profitable than robbing 10 tombs. With this newfound skill, Ling Mo could virtually disregard any form of poison, rendering him unafraid of sudden venomous attacks. This time, he intended to employ the five-colored divine light to detoxify Donggu Bo. However, the method remained consistent, as the five-colored divine light could only alleviate the effects. The depth of the poison within Donggu Bo was profound, and thus, Lingmo's current level was insufficient for a complete detoxification. Nevertheless, if it were Donggu Yin, the situation would be different. I have heard it said that Donggu Yin is also a great beauty. Is that not so? I cannot say for certain, as I have merely heard the rumors. Surely, you do not think I harbor ulterior motives? How could that be? I am a person of integrity and honesty, known for my composure, and I would never engage in any excessive behavior. Rest assured, Ling Mo now possesses the medicinal garden that once belonged to Dugubo. Ling Mo spent a fortnight in the medicinal garden, concocting various antidotes to alleviate the suffering of Dugubo. Ultimately, she succeeded in forcing the toxins into the soul bone. During this period, beyond detoxifying Dugubo daily, Ling Mo dedicated a considerable amount of time to the crafting of concealed weapons. It must be said that Dugubo indeed possessed treasures, as he was able to procure the furnace cauldron that Ling Mo had been desperately seeking. Chapter 80, Learning. In just half a month, Ling Mo resided in Dugubo's medicinal garden, where she not only resolved the severe poison within him, but also embarked on her own weapon crafting venture. Initially, Ling Mo harbored an idea to forge a truly versatile artifact, colloquially termed the 3000 that takes your life. However, this concept necessitated a plethora of materials and various concealed weapons to complement it. Otherwise, it would lack the necessary versatility and lethality. Throughout these 2 weeks, utilizing the potent toxins found within the garden, Ling Mo successfully created an array of concealed weapons, including the King of Hell sticker and the mother and child soul-devouring gallbladder, among others. These weapons were intended to enhance the efficacy of the 3000 that takes your life. By incorporating these concealed weapons into the design, their power and functionality would undoubtedly be amplified exponentially. What wondrous transformations might arise from the amalgamation of these diverse concealed weapons? Coupled with the exquisite intricacies of ancient weapon forging, Ling Mo stood beside a cauldron, the searing flames still swirling within. She had been vigilantly guarding this spot for 5 days. Dugong Bo had visited a few times, but, noticing Ling Mo preoccupied, had refrained from interrupting her. As for Dugong Yin, she had yet to make an appearance. She was likely accompanying Yu Tianhing to Sodto City, based on the timeline. Master, what are you working on? Dugong Bo inquired, observing Ling Mo's distracted demeanor as she remained beside the furnace. Over the past few days, he had become somewhat integrated into Ling Mo's ghost gate and held her in high regard. Judging by her skill with poison, she was certainly not inferior to him. Furthermore, after witnessing the true prowess of the ghost gate, he had shed any previous disdain or indifference. I am concocting a formidable weapon, Ling Mo whispered softly, suddenly throwing forth a sphere, swiftly followed by another. As the two collided, a violent explosion ensued. The resounding blast startled even the formidable Dugubo. The sect leader found himself momentarily dazed, perplexed by the nature of this extraordinary device, which seemed to possess considerable power. This was the mother and child pursuing soul-devouring dart. The term mother and child refers to the initial dart and the subsequent attack unleashed upon its detonation. The purple mist that enveloped the area was a toxic vapor, imbued with potent venom. Even the most powerful spirit masters could find their speed hindered if caught off guard by its effects. Following the collision of the two darts, the inner child would erupt, releasing hundreds of bone-devouring needles, designed to penetrate protective barriers with unparalleled toxicity. Should one be pierced by even a single needle, the venom would rapidly spread, rendering the bones as fragile as cotton. Ling Mo elaborated, although Dugubo did not fully comprehend such a mere object. What power could it possibly wield? Master, these two iron balls seem to lack any deterrent effect against a title Douluo level, do they not? I witnessed Ling Mo's earlier demonstration. While they appeared formidable, they ultimately failed to breach his defenses, which is why he dismisses them as inconsequential. Power? This item possesses a peculiar characteristic. The higher the soul power, the greater the potency. When I unleashed it with my 40-level soul power, it manifested as you just observed. Imagine, if you were to deploy it with the soul power of a title Douluo, what magnitude of power would it unleash? As he spoke, Ling Mo casually tossed the two iron balls to Dugubo, inviting him to test them. Upon hearing Ling Mo's explanation, Dugubo inhaled sharply. If Ling Mo's assertions held true, then this truly was a formidable weapon. Yet, from the explosive force he had just witnessed, he already sensed its distinctiveness. Furthermore, these concealed weapons had been refined by Ling Mo, crafted from a variety of materials and enhanced through meticulous forging techniques, rendering them over 10 times more powerful than their original form. Enough testing, I shall learn, Dugubo said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Without drawing attention, he discreetly tucked the two iron balls away as though a thief, fearing that Ling Mo might reclaim them. Come on, what are you learning? Give them back to me. Ling Mo gazed in astonishment as he witnessed him secure the soul-devouring talismans, his expression shifting dramatically, which simultaneously amused and infuriated him. He had thought himself to be the epitome of shamelessness, yet he was taken aback by the audacity of Dugubo, while others merely tested the talisman's capabilities. He not only refrained from experimentation, but also absconded with them. Indeed, one is influenced by their company, having spent ample time with Ling Mo. Dugubo had strayed from his original path. Where had the once aloof elder gone? Surely, as my subordinate, you would not begrudge me this modest reward, would you? It was inconceivable that Dugubo would relent. He was famously regarded as the weakest title Douluo in one-on-one combat, and had finally acquired a formidable weapon. He would never part with it easily. Was this not a form of coercion? Dugubo had finally managed to turn the tables, reveling in his small victory. Oh well, that item is hardly an extraordinary treasure. Since you desire it, I might as well bestow upon you a few more. Ling Mo certainly would not hesitate to part with these few trinkets, for, to be honest, he is not lacking in them. In just a few days, he has concocted dozens, after setting aside half for the creation of the lethal 3,000 ways to die. The remainder was generously gifted to Dugubo, a total of 11, which he promptly handed over to Dugubo, who was utterly delighted. He could hardly contain his excitement, eager to venture out and test the potency against a spirit beast. At long last, fortune has favored him. Master, you may remain here. I have a matter to attend to, but I shall return in a few days. As Dugubo eagerly accepted the soul-devouring gourd, he was already itching to confront his enemies and put its power to the test. Just as Dugubo was about to depart, Lingmo hastily called him back. After all, he is the only living subordinate under his command. It would be remiss not to bestow some benefits upon him, lest he be labeled as miserly. Is Lingmo truly that kind of person? Here lie 3 needles. They are called Yen Wang ties, possessing a lethality surpassing that of the soul-consuming mother-daughter pursuit. Take them with you. After a brief explanation, Lingmo directly tossed a complete set of hidden weapons to Dugubo, fully aware of whom Dugubo intended to seek. Of course, it was the martial soul hall. Let us allow Dugubo to test the waters first. Yen Wang ties? What does that mean? Dugubo gazed in confusion at the 3 needles wrapped in leather. Yen Wang, it signifies the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper sends you an invitation, commanding you to meet your demise at the stroke of 3. You shan't live to see the 5th. Do you comprehend? These steel needles are laced with potent poison. Once struck, even a title Douluo could meet their end in an instant. If you doubt it, feel free to test it. Ling Mo elucidated, and upon hearing this, Dugubo inhaled sharply, a chill creeping beneath his feet. Good heavens! How many bizarre and extraordinary items does he possess? No more experiments, no more trials. He chuckled, immersed in the pursuit of knowledge. With that, Dugubo once again tucked the King of Hell talisman into his belongings, already envisioning the fate of his old adversary. By heavens, did you not claim that I was the weakest in one-on-one combat? Now, I shall reveal to you what it truly means to be a real man. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, hastily departing, clearly intent on a grand undertaking. Meanwhile, Ling Mo remained by the alchemical furnace, confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would successfully concoct the life-claiming 3,000 within 3 days. However, according to his initial expectations, whether this secret weapon would meet his satisfaction remained uncertain and quite troubling. This device was not crafted for himself, but rather for Zhu Shiqing. After all, she was his only beloved, and without preparing some means of self-defense for her, Ling Mo felt uneasy about her wandering alone in the world. Once this item was successfully forged, he would no longer have to worry about her safety. Success was imminent. It was merely a matter of time. Chapter 81. Phoenix's colorful attire. The ancient secrets of weapon forging seem to possess an array of subtle effects. Perhaps true treasures are far more formidable than those so-called soul-guided devices. During the previous exploration of the ancient city, the remnants of an ancient battlefield revealed powerful weaponry that was left behind, each an unparalleled instrument of destruction. Yet, in this world where martial souls reign supreme, it appears these artifacts have not circulated widely, or perhaps their reliance is not substantial. If one could harness this forging technique, melding it with the essence of Tang San's concealed weapons, it might indeed be possible to create a genuine divine artifact. Ling Mo stood by the furnace, tirelessly channeling her soul energy to gradually refine the peculiar metal within. As days passed, she could distinctly sense an overwhelming power emanating from the cauldron, a force potent enough to instill fear in a soul master of significant prowess. Coupling this with various concealed weaponry, Ling Mo meticulously added countless materials, allowing them to slowly meld together. It seems the three-world scripture has undergone some transformation. Amidst the ongoing refinement, Ling Mo noticed that the long-quiet scripture finally stirred with activity. Calming her mind, she entered a state of deep meditation. Suddenly, a refreshing current surged into her abdomen, cascading into her consciousness. In that fleeting moment, it blossomed like a resplendent flower emerging from the chaos within Ling Mo's being. The three-life flower? Ling Mo was taken aback as he beheld a flower emerging from the chaos, which astonishingly possessed 3 distinct blossoms, each adorned with a diminutive figure. It was unmistakably clear that the figure on the final blossom was a miniature version of Ling Mo himself, while the other 2 figures were unfamiliar to him. However, they all shared a common trait, the dual pupils. As the 3 lives flower unfurled, a wondrous force began to permeate Ling Mo's being, intertwining with his soul power and gradually initiating a fusion. It was evident that under the influence of this merging power, Ling Mo's strength had undergone a profound transformation. All attributes received a significant enhancement, and the effect of the dual pupils had intensified remarkably. What could this possibly signify? The concept of 3 lifetimes? Ling Mo was perplexed, utterly unable to fathom the circumstances of the other 2 figures. Yet, he could almost ascertain that the last one was indeed himself. That figure was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of divine light, adorned with dazzling peacock-like wings, strikingly conspicuous. He found himself utterly baffled by the representation of the other 2. Their significance eluded him entirely, particularly the first figure, which instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within him. It felt as if a mere glance from that entity could spell his instant demise. Has it succeeded? Suddenly, the cauldron began to shift, and Ling Mo emerged from his meditative state. He noticed that the lid atop the cauldron had loosened slightly. With a surge of soul energy, a beam of light emanated from the cauldron, illuminating the entire night sky. Such a torrent of power. Ling Mo was astonished. The power emanating from it was extraordinarily formidable, beyond even his control. In an instant, the lid opened, revealing a resplendent garment that gracefully ascended. It was a stunning attire, vibrant and colorful, reminiscent of an ethereal gown. The entire fabric was crafted from metallic scales, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Moreover, concealed within the garment were lethal hidden weapons, their destructive potential truly terrifying. Once triggered, they could silently eliminate foes, leaving no opportunity for a response. Upon this garment, Ling Mo strategically affixed various lethal instruments, including the King of Hell seal, the mother-child soul-snatching dagger, silent sleeve arrows, and the shadowy sand shot, among others. Among these was one of the Tang sect's premier concealed weapons, the simplified version of the peacock feather. Although not the complete version, this simplified feather remained an immensely powerful weapon. Were it the full version, a single strike could easily dispatch a title Douluo as if it were child's play. Nonetheless, even in its simplified form, its might was not something an ordinary person could withstand. These concealed weapons were undoubtedly fatal. With this attire, the owner could trigger them at will. The garment existed independently, requiring no effort from the wearer to activate. A mere thought could unleash its hidden mechanisms. Furthermore, the artifact itself harbored potent energies, and if wielded skillfully, it could serve as a formidable instrument of destruction. The Phoenix Feather Garment. Splendid. With this attire, I need not worry about my family's safety. No one would dare to bully my dear Xuqing in my absence. Lingmo has blossomed, truly capable of taking your life in 3,000 ways, and has finally been successfully crafted. The complexity of its engineering is, in fact, even more challenging than that of the furious Buddha's Tang Lotus. Not only are the materials difficult to procure, but the mastery of the secret techniques for forging is even more troublesome. It took Ling Mo nearly a month to successfully craft this garment. This attire, which incorporates the characteristics of Ling Mo's peacock feather wings, can emulate any form, and its style can be altered at will. It can take on the initial shape of the Phoenix Radiance robe or transform into various other clothing forms. Of course, Ling Mo's favorite remains the Phoenix Radiance robe. He has already envisioned how beautiful Xuqing would look donned in this exquisite attire. The thought made Ling Mo involuntarily drool. Once reduced in size, the Phoenix Radiance robe can transform into a jade pendant, portable and wearable. In its garment form, it is a celestial skirt with formidable defensive capabilities. Ling Mo has conducted experiments, and even with his full strength, he could not breach the garment's defenses unless he resorted to the heavy pupil, which would be impossible otherwise. Moreover, this attire enhances its protective qualities in tandem with the owner's strength. For instance, with Ling Mo currently at the Soul Sect level, even a Soul Emperor would find it impossible to penetrate the defenses of the Phoenix Radiance robe. Yet, its most terrifying aspect lies not in its defense but in the concealed weapons embedded within the garment, each possessing tremendous lethality, truly deserving of the title of divine artifact. It is worth noting that Ling Mo expended vast resources to forge it, depleting the peculiar metals he acquired within the ancient city to create this piece. As the Phoenix Radiance robe transformed into a jade pendant and fell into Ling Mo's hands, he chose not to acknowledge ownership, but instead tucked it away. This was a gift for Xuqing. With this present, she should not be upset about his prolonged absence, or so he hoped. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After all this time apart, Ling Mo found himself missing her. How shameful. He merely craved her physical presence. How base of him. It was time to return. If he calculated correctly, he had been away for nearly 2 months. By now, Xuqing and the others should be in Sodto City participating in the soul fighting tournament. After stowing the Phoenix Radiance robe, Ling Mo waved his hand, clearing the medicinal herbs and elixirs from the herb garden in one sweep. Should Dugubo return to find his herb garden in such disarray, he would likely be infuriated. Leaving a letter for Dugubo, Ling Mo exited the herb garden and entered the setting sun forest. Now, he required a soul ring. He had already reached level 40. Previously, he had been too occupied with crafting concealed weapons to venture out in search of a soul ring, but with a bit of time remaining, it was best to resolve this matter promptly. Upon entering the setting sun forest, Ling Mo began to fervently search for 10,000-year level soul beasts. Now that he had reached level 40, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was no longer a challenge given his current physical prowess. If Tang San could achieve it, so could Ling Mo. Since the emergence of the Peacock's Phantom, Ling Mo's physical enhancement had become increasingly extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary soul sect. Furthermore, the 3-generation scriptures had also undergone a transformation. After the appearance of that miniature figure, Ling Mo distinctly felt an increase in his soul's strength. Armed with this assurance, Ling Mo dared to seek out 10,000-year soul beasts for absorption. Otherwise, the resulting soul tremors would be unbearable for an ordinary individual. Chapter 82. 10,000-year cloud-swallowing lark. The setting sun forest, celebrated as one of the 3 great forests, is teeming with soul beasts. However, finding a suitable soul ring is no simple task. Wood, metal, water, fire, earth. He currently possesses the first 3. Now, only fire and earth remain. Ling Mo raced through the forest, tirelessly seeking a soul beast that embodied the characteristics of both fire and earth. The 4th soul ring. whether of the fiery or earthy nature, would suffice. As long as the ultimate outcome achieved the harmonious interplay of the 5 elements, it would be deemed successful. With the peacock's colorful wings unfurled, Ling Mo navigated the sunset forest, persistently on the hunt for the ideal soul beast. Suddenly, in the night, a brilliant flame erupted into the sky, accompanied by a piercing cry that resonated from the valley. Something was stirring. Ling Mo halted abruptly at a tree, her dual pupils opening wide as she clearly observed a molten pit nestled within the valley below. Lava surged relentlessly from the earth, its searing heat devouring the surrounding landscape, leaving a desolate expanse void of flora for miles. What peculiar tree is this? Ling Mo was perplexed to find, beside the molten flow, a starkly barren patch of ground supporting a singular tree. A colossal tree, its leaves withered, yet it was unmistakably alive. In a moment of astonishment, a gigantic bird, spanning several dozen meters, suddenly emerged from behind the great tree, its wings unfurling to cast a vast shadow over the area. The tempestuous winds carried with them an intense heat that incinerated the flora in its wake. In this vicinity, nothing could withstand the scorching blaze, save for that solitary tree, the celestial cloud swallow. At the instant she beheld its true form, Ling Mo was utterly transfixed, astonished that she could witness such a rare and extraordinary beast. According to the bestiaries of ancient scriptures, this creature could be traced back to primordial times and bore a bloodline connection to the mythical phoenix. To encounter one here was a stroke of incredible fortune for Ling Mo. From its outward appearance, this celestial cloud swallow was at least a 10,000-year-old soul beast, possibly even older. To claim it as her 4th soul ring would be undeniably fitting. Wait, it seems to be injured. Could it be a result of that earlier piercing cry? Ling Mo suddenly discovered that the wings of the swallow were stained with a considerable amount of blood, the entire wing drenched in crimson. If nothing unforeseen had occurred, it was likely that a fierce battle had transpired moments ago, judging by the scattered magma and the chaotic, disheveled condition of the surrounding valley. It was evident that the conflict had been intense. It was injured, and grievously so. This presented an opportunity. Ling Mo's gaze turned icy as he instantly activated his martial spirit. The vibrant plumage of a peacock unfurled around him, and from his back sprouted the wings of the cloud-devouring sparrow. With a radiant blade in hand, Ling Mo's body was enveloped in flames, the fierce fire emanating from the cloud-devouring sparrow. The flames were indeed formidable. Even the radiant blade was enveloped in a layer of fire, and Ling Mo could distinctly sense that this inferno could claim a life in an instant. Truly, as a descendant of a mythical beast, this flame was overwhelmingly powerful. Ling Mo found himself at a loss for words. The radiant blade in his grasp while his crimson wings unfurled dramatically. A brilliant light erupted from his body, enveloping him like a formidable suit of armor. The wind howled, causing the flora around him to tremble. In an instant, Ling Mo vanished from his original position, having launched his attack. The radiant blade activated, siphoning the fiery powers of the cloud-swallowing sparrow, and he struck with incredible swiftness. The sparrow, still healing atop the fire tree, remained blissfully unaware that it had become the hunter's target. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the air as Ling Mo silently appeared behind the cloud-swallowing sparrow, the blade slashing down in a swift arc. The sharp edge pierced through the sparrow's resilient feathers, leaving a gaping wound. This blade, a transformation of the peacock's plumage, had evolved from the 8-spider spear, now a true peacock feather, one of the sharpest weapons in existence, rendering the sparrow's defenses utterly ineffective. With a furious roar, the cloud-swallowing sparrow unleashed a torrent of flames, while Ling Mo's body erupted with a burst of light, forming a heavy defensive shield around him. Alas, the sparrow's strength was overwhelming. Ling Mo was sent hurtling backward with a tremendous force. This was a soul beast of millennia, and despite its injuries, it was not something a mere soul master could hope to conquer. Crashing heavily to the ground, Ling Mo struggled to rise, feeling as if his very organs had been violently shaken, an excruciating pain coursing through him. This sensation was all too familiar. Such a tyrannical flame. If it were anyone else, perhaps it would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet today, you face me. As his words echoed, Ling Mo ascended once more, stepping into the air. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered ominously, and with a resounding boom, a deadly halo erupted from his gaze. The area around him exploded, raising a cloud of dust and magma. With the impact of the triple pupil strike, Ling Mo retrieved a curious metallic object, a small box resembling a peacock's display. Indeed, this was a simplified version of the peacock feather, one of the Tang sect's most lethal hidden weapons. Grasping the peacock feather, Ling Mo braced himself, and in a critical moment, pulled the trigger. The internal mechanism unleashed 365 needles, divided into 12 categories: bone-piercing needles, thunderfire needles, armor-breaking needles, blade-splitting needles, demon-subduing needles, tyrant needles, shadowy needles, dragon-slaying needles, desire-extinguishing needles, dragon whisker needles, extinction needles, and 7-kill needles. Each needle was laced with potent poison. A single hit would be instantly fatal. As the trigger was pulled, 365 needles were unleashed in a flash. In a heartbeat, they struck the cloud-swallowing sparrow. It had no time to react. Having already been grievously wounded by the triple pupil strike, it was utterly defenseless against the onslaught of needles. The speed of their deployment was too rapid, and their proximity left no angle for evasion. With a heart-wrenching scream, the cloud-swallowing sparrow plummeted from the sky. The moment the needles penetrated, the venom swiftly ravaged its bodily functions, extinguishing its life. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Even a millennia-old soul beast had no chance to respond. Regrettably, having utilized one of the 5 peacock feathers he had infused into the crafting of the phoenix mist robe, only 2 remained. The crafting process of the peacock feather was exceedingly intricate. Once fired, there was no chance of recovery. Lingmo lacked the patience to attempt restoration. Perhaps his cultivation level was not yet sufficient. Moreover, this peacock feather was a simplified version, bearing certain inherent flaws. As the cloud-swallowing sparrow was struck down by the peacock feather, Lingmo trudged forward, gazing at the slowly ascending black soul ring with a faint smile. Old Ghost, grant me your protection. The loyal spirit, Old Ghost, once again fulfilled his duty to shield Lingmo. If he had the ability to voice his thoughts, he might have expressed his grievances. However, since their acquaintance, Lingmo had never heard him utter a word. This millennia-old soul ring was certainly within Lingmo's capacity to absorb, with no need to contemplate any potential dangers. His physical strength had long surpassed the limits of a soul master, and with the previous refining through the ice and fire duality eye, coupled with the 8-cornered Xian ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, absorbing this soul ring would be a trivial matter. Chapter 83, Nirvana. Entering a meditative state, Lingmo began to absorb the soul ring. He was filled with anticipation, eager to discover the surprises this soul ring would bestow upon him. Let it not be a fright. After all, it was a millennia-old soul ring, promising immense enhancements in both amplification effects and various fortifications. What intrigued Lingmo even more was the soul skill this ring would grant him. The first 3 soul skills were crafted from the properties of metal, wood, and water. What would this one entail? A surge of power coursed through him as the soul ring entered his body, overwhelming him with a sensation as if he might burst. The pain was unbearable. The 5-color divine light activated instantly, striving to suppress and dissolve the potent force coursing through him. Enduring the agony, Lingmo gradually absorbed the soul ring, accepting the onslaught of power. Blood seeped from his skin, staining his garments red, creating a ghastly sight. This torment rivaled the trials he faced while refining his body within the ice and fire duality eye. The pain was excruciating. Having endured the initial surge, Lingmo slowly placed the soul ring upon the ethereal peacock projected by the 5-color divine light. Suddenly, his body erupted in a cataclysm of flames. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, sustaining severe injuries throughout. Lingmo dared not cease his absorption. He was unable to stop. With a fierce roar, he exerted all his strength to suppress the surging force, his soul experiencing tremendous anguish. The most arduous phase had arrived. At this moment, if anyone were to disturb Lingmo, it would spell his demise. Thankfully, he had previously released Old Ghost. With him present, no one could intrude upon his meditation. Under the cover of night, Lingmo sat beneath the fire tree, laboriously absorbing the soul ring. For miles around, nothing dared approach. This was once the territory of a dominant soul beast, and Old Ghost's presence alone was sufficient to deter other soul beasts. 3 days, Lingmo dedicated 3 full days to completely absorb this soul ring. When he finally opened his eyes again, they shimmered with a fiery light, shifting to a water blue hue, then to green, and finally to gold. The 4 elemental attributes began to harmonize, interweaving in a cycle of creation and destruction. Now, only the earth element remained, and Lingmo's yin-yang 5 elements would achieve perfection. The 4th soul skill, Nirvana. This skill left Lingmo astounded, nearly incredulous. As expected, upon absorbing the 4th soul ring, he had acquired the ability to wield the flames of the cloud-swallowing sparrow. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this 4th soul skill held the power of resurrection. It would be inaccurate to describe this as a resurrection. Rather, it is an opportunity for rebirth. In the midst of battle, should Ling Mo suffer grave injuries or lose any part of his body, or experience a significant depletion of soul power, he can instantly revert to his original flawless state by employing his fourth soul skill. However, this particular ability has a limitation. It can be utilized only once a day, yet it remains extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, the flames associated with the fourth soul ring have fused with Ling Mo's being, enabling him to wield the fire inherent to the body of the cloud-devouring sparrow. He has previously experienced the formidable potency of these scorching flames, which can be deemed truly exceptional. In this world, apart from Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Flame, few can rival its might. Of course, Ma Hongjun has yet to truly ascend to prominence, and his flames cannot be compared to Ling Mo's at this stage. In a remarkably short time, Ling Mo has adeptly mastered the use of his fourth soul skill and comprehended the various changes within his body. In combat, he has gained an additional offensive capability, the ability to launch fiery attacks. This allows flames to envelop his light blades during combat, undeniably enhancing their destructive potential. By all accounts, this is a significant breakthrough for him. Ling Mo Lu was astounded. With such an extraordinary divine ability, what could he possibly fear in the future? Life and death held little significance, and if one were to defy him, he would simply retaliate, for after all, he could die and resurrect at will. How peculiar it was that a mere 10,000-year soul beast possessed such an unparalleled skill. Even Ling Mo could not fathom this mystery. Perhaps it was the 3 lives scripture that unleashed its true potential. During the absorption of the soul ring, he distinctly sensed a subtle transformation within it. The fourth soul ring was finally acquired. Without any unforeseen circumstances, this soul ring would elevate Ling Mo directly to an astonishing level 43. The speed of his ascension was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, it was akin to cheating, and the evidence was irrefutable. Having absorbed the fourth soul ring, Ling Mo glanced around, initially intending to search for a suitable burial site, but upon realizing he had been away for nearly 2 months, he decided it was time to return and ceased his search. One could say that this venture had been overwhelmingly rewarding. He had already tasked Duel with finding an appropriate location to establish the Ghost Gate, which would be constructed near Sodto City, allowing him to contend with the elite forces. At present, aside from the elusive Houghton sect, the only faction Ling Mo feared was the Spirit Hall. The others posed no significant threat. The 4 sects beneath the top 3 were uncertain even in possessing a title Douluo. Although Ling Mo had viewed the Douluo Continent, he had paid little heed to the lesser-known sects, thus remained unaware of their true strength. Establishing a sect required substantial funds and a considerable number of disciples. Matters Ling Mo preferred to delegate to Duel. After all, he had little to occupy his time, so why not engage in something meaningful? As he activated the peacock colorful wings, Ling Mo departed from the Sunset Forest. When passing by Sodto City, he deliberately took a longer route, fearing an encounter with Chen Renxue. At this moment, he wished to avoid a direct conflict with the Spirit Hall to prevent unnecessary losses. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, he unexpectedly spotted the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect ahead. After a moment of hesitation, he mused, "Very well. I shall spare you this time. When I return, I shall scatter your ashes." The memory of Chen Xian's previous intimidation ignited a spark of fury within him. Ling Mo still had a business deal to finalize with them. Now was not the opportune moment to take action. Should this venture fail, Ling Mo would have no choice but to excavate their ancestral graves to recover some losses. At that moment, within the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengji was engrossed in the study of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which he had received from Chen Xian, utterly captivated by it. He was searching the world for Ling Mo. If he were to discover that Ling Mo was just outside the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and had taken an interest in his ancestral tomb, it would surely frighten him to death. Leaving a single phrase behind, Ling Mo retraced his steps and headed directly towards Sodto City. After a day and a night of swift flight, he finally arrived at Sodto City. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ling Mo found the place deserted and suddenly recalled that they should be in the city, participating in the Master's second round of devil training. If memory serves me right, the soul fighting competition should not have commenced at this hour. Typically held in the evening, it was still daytime. If he went now, he should still be in time. Calculating the time, he deduced that the Shrek 7 monsters had achieved an impressive 29 consecutive victories, with only 1 match left to maintain their flawless record. This 30th battle would likely be against their first formidable opponent, the Imperial Fighting Team. Chapter 84, a long-awaited reunion, but where could this person be? Ling Mo circled around the city of Sodto, yet he could find no trace of Shrek's group. According to the original narrative, they should be residing at an inn near the Grand Soul Arena. However, having scoured almost every inn in the vicinity, he still could not uncover their whereabouts. While wandering the streets, Lingmo suddenly spotted a furtive figure sneaking out from a nearby establishment. Without a doubt, that plump silhouette belonged to Ma Hongjun. Ah, at last, I have found you. A smile of relief spread across Lingmo's face upon discovering Ma Hongjun. This fellow truly lived up to expectations, always the restless spirit. Even amidst training, he could not resist indulging in a bit of mischief. Observing him stealthily making his way towards another establishment, Lingmo was far from shocked. It seemed this rascal was not content with just one adventure. The youth was indeed brimming with vitality. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to immerse himself in his indulgent escapades, someone suddenly appeared beside him and pinched his ear. What the Emoga? What brings you here? Turning around, Ma Hongjun nearly jumped out of his skin. It was none other than Lingmo, who had vanished for nearly 2 months. Stop the chit-chat, you glutton. Hurry and take me to find the dean and the others. Lingmo had no interest in idling away time with the rotund fellow, and promptly dragged him away from that place. True to expectations, with the assistance of Ma Hongjun, Lingmo finally located the inn where the members of Shrek resided. Upon entering, she spotted Master, Dean, and Teacher Zhao seated together, engaged in an unknown discussion. Master, Dean, Teacher Zhao, it has been quite some time, Lingmo greeted as she released her hold on the rotund individual. She then peered around. Noticing the absence of Zhu Zhiqing and the others, presumably engrossed in their training within their rooms. After all, not everyone possessed the same exuberant energy as the rotund fellow. Ah, it's Xiaomo. Where have you been frolicking this time? The master, having grown accustomed to Lingmo's habit of vanishing for months on end, remarked nonchalantly. I haven't been anywhere. Just wandering about, she replied casually. Lingmo casually replied, prompting Flinder to exclaim, You rascal. You wouldn't actually dig up the ancestral grave of the spirit hall, would you? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The last time Lingmo visited his shop, he had used this very excuse to frighten him. Surely, that couldn't be the case. I lack the capability for such an endeavor. I merely came close to unearthing the imperial tomb. Lingmo was certain he had not disturbed the grave of the spirit hall, but he had indeed nearly excavated the heavenly Do imperial tomb. Goodness! His words were astonishing. Flinder nearly dropped the cup he was holding, unable to maintain his grip. Can he really be that audacious? Flinder, the master of composure, felt a twinge of discomfort yet managed to retain his calm demeanor. Such trivial matters had become second nature to him. As long as Lingmo refrained from disturbing the ancestral grave of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, there would be no significant issue. What are you all discussing? I can't comprehend a word. Zhao Wujin expressed his confusion, feeling somewhat superfluous. It's nothing of your concern. Just enjoy your drink, Flinder replied curtly. Only they were privy to Lingmo's affairs, and it was perhaps better for Zhao Wujin to remain oblivious, lest his heart suffer undue strain. There's no need for such commotion. It's hardly a grave matter. Lingmo rolled her eyes, indicating that Flanders was rather lacking in composure, unable to withstand such a trivial matter. What about the others? She casually inquired, uninterested in further idle chatter with them. Upstairs, the master spoke with an uncomfortable expression, acknowledging that Lingmo's manner of conduct was indeed incongruous with his own, and thus he preferred not to involve himself too deeply in her affairs. Oh, she responded. And without hesitation, Lingmo ascended the stairs, casually securing a room on the second floor, intending to enjoy a restful respite. Little did she know, upon reaching the upper level, she encountered Zhu Zhiqing, who was preparing to descend, instantly eliciting a mischievous grin from her. Zhu Zhiqing, taken aback at the sight of Lingmo, paused momentarily, convinced she had misidentified her. However, to her surprise, Lingmo promptly drew her into the room. By the time she comprehended the situation, it was too late. What do you intend to do? Zhu Zhiqing did not express any resistance, having experienced it once. She had already tacitly accepted the nature of such encounters in her heart. In the 2 months of her absence, Lingmo found herself perpetually consumed by thoughts of him. Now, upon his return, her heart swelled with delight. She leaned in for a kiss, exclaiming, Ah, it has been far too long. Is it truly so exhilarating to see each other again? It is often said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it appears that this adage holds true. Did you miss me? Lingmo whispered into Zhu Zhiqing's ear, gently guiding her to the bedside. Remarkably, the typically reserved Zhu Zhiqing, who had always maintained a certain distance from such affectionate words, nodded in response. She had indeed yearned for Lingmo, her thoughts consumed by him at all times. Where have you been these past 2 months? Why did you leave without a word? As she spoke, A glimmer of tears surfaced in Zhu Yuqing's eyes. Her heart burdened by the unspoken grievances towards Ling Mo for vanishing without a trace for such an extended period. "Ah, I was merely preparing for our future together." Ling Mo remarked. He is not entirely wrong. He is indeed preparing for both of them. The Ghost Gate has been established, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it will be completed on Du Gubo's end within a year. Once the Ghost Gate is operational, Ling Mo will possess the strength to contend with the 7 major sects and the 2 great empires, at which point no one would dare to obstruct them. Wait, I sense something amiss. Have you been secretly toying with some girl behind my back? Zhu Yuqing gazed intently into Ling Mo's eyes, feeling an unsettling suspicion. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be the woman I cherish most. Ling Mo, defensively, embraced Zhu Yuqing, though he felt a twinge of guilt. While they had indeed encountered an angel and gained certain advantages, their relationship throughout the competition had remained adversarial, thus eliminating any notion of betrayal. Really? I would find that hard to believe, Zhu Yuqing said, a rare smile gracing her lips, though she remained unconvinced by Ling Mo's words. If this guy could change his flirtatious ways, that would be surprising. Yet, once a person sets their sights solely on one individual, everything they do seems justified. For men, this is often described as being infatuated. As for women, it's hard to find the right words. Hee, look at what I brought back for you. With that, Ling Mo produced the meticulously crafted phoenix veil garment. Holding it delicately in his hand, a stunning jade pendant. What is this? A gift for me? Zhu Yuqing exclaimed with delight, eagerly accepting it, oblivious to the true value of the offering. This was a top-tier artifact that Ling Mo had expended half his fortune and a month of effort to create. This item is called the Phoenix Veil Garment. The Phoenix Veil Garment? Isn't this merely a jade pendant? Zhu Yuqing examined the pendant in her hand, unable to discern how it could be considered a garment. Hee, try dripping a drop of your blood on it and see for yourself. Ling Mo spoke enigmatically, leaving an air of mystery, while Zhu Yuqing appeared even more perplexed. Dripping blood onto the jade pendant? What sort of action is this? She had never encountered such a practice before. Chapter 85. This is not positive energy. Are you suggesting that I should drop a single drop of blood on this? Zhu Yuqing gazed at Ling Mo with a look of skepticism, utterly baffled by his intentions. Indeed, Ling Mo remained silent, gazing at her with an air of suspicion. What elaborate scheme was he concocting? Despite her bewilderment at Ling Mo's behavior, Zhu Yuqing chose to comply with his instructions. She held on to one certainty: Ling Mo would never harm her. In a moment of uncertainty, she let a drop of her blood fall onto the jade pendant. Suddenly, a radiant crimson light burst forth from within, illuminating Zhu Yuqing's exquisite visage and filling her with an overwhelming sense of transcendence. Previously, Ling Mo had erected a barrier, sealing the entire room, ensuring that whatever transpired within would remain undetected from the outside world. What is this? Zhu Yuqing was momentarily taken aback as she observed the drop of blood slowly merging into the jade pendant, feeling as though her very essence was intertwining with it in a profound connection. Such miraculous power. In her bewilderment, Zhu Yuqing beheld the emergence of a phoenix-hued garment, gradually revealing its true form. How breathtakingly beautiful! At the moment the phoenix garment appeared, Zhu Yuqing found herself entranced, wholly enveloped by its allure. This was not merely a garment crafted by mortal hands. It exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of celestial energy, beyond all comprehension. As the phoenix garment manifested, Zhu Yuqing's body involuntarily ascended into the air. Under Ling Mo's watchful gaze, her clothing disintegrated in an instant. In an unexpected turn of events, Ling Mo was taken aback, his nose bleeding profusely, a scene of sheer chaos. Zhu Yuqing, equally stunned, hurried to cover herself, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, the phoenix garment transformed into countless shimmering particles, enveloping Zhu Yuqing entirely. A living fairy was thus created. With her stunning figure and an aura that seemed to float like a celestial being, she appeared utterly transformed. My goodness, how breathtakingly beautiful! Ling Mo gazed intently, scarcely daring to blink. Initially, he believed that the most exquisite sight in the world was Qian Renxue. However, after witnessing Zhu Yuqing clad in her new attire, he felt she surpassed even that beauty, and he was certain she would only grow more enchanting with time. With the phoenix feather garment now recognized as hers, Zhu Yuqing beamed with joy as she rushed forward and planted a kiss on Ling Mo's cheek. Thank you, I adore this outfit. The gesture was entirely heartfelt. Yet as reality set in, Zhu Yuqing reverted to her naturally bashful demeanor. Why thank me? What is mine is yours, after all. Ling Mo was utterly captivated. his heart blooming with joy. This was the first time Zhu Qing had taken the initiative to kiss him. As they spoke, he gradually drew her closer, intending to reminisce. However, in a moment of uncontrollable impulse, Mo suddenly reached inside, truly unable to restrain himself. The instant his hand made contact with the inner layer, a stark realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Oh no, how could I have forgotten this? As expected, the moment Ling Mo's hand made contact, he inadvertently triggered the mechanism of the Phoenix Xiao Cai, instantly releasing 3 hidden darts. The poison darts pierced through the ceiling with ferocity. Fortunately, there was no one above, or else they would have been in quite a predicament. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Had Ling Mo not recalled the danger in time, he likely would have lost his hand. The darts were laced with a potent toxin that could cause one's flesh to rot upon contact. This mechanism was specifically devised by Ling Mo as a precautionary measure, intended to ward off threats. Without the owner's consent, any touch would set it off. What happened? Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, as Ling Mo had yet to explain the specific function of the garment, leaving her in a state of confusion. A miscalculation. What was the purpose of creating this garment? To protect myself. Ling Mo couldn't help but slap himself in frustration, realizing that he had forgotten to grant himself special permissions while crafting the garment. Consequently, any mischief he wished to pursue was thwarted. Is there truly such injustice in this world? He had intended to create a protective tool for his woman, only to discover it was designed to safeguard against himself. Upon reflection, Zhu Qing finally comprehended the situation. It seemed that Ling Mo had embedded some peculiar mechanism within the attire, which would trigger an alarm if anyone touched it. How absurd. He had inadvertently set a trap for himself. Now, even if he desired to engage in nefarious deeds, he found himself unable. The more he pondered, the more amused Zhu Qing became, emboldened by the situation as she provocatively challenged Ling Mo to act. Yet, Ling Mo hesitated. He was acutely aware of the significant threat this device posed. Well, let's not jest any longer. Allow me to explain the functionality of this garment, he said. As he drew Zhu Qing closer, both of them settling on the edge of the bed, Ling Mo gradually elucidated the functions of the Phoenix Veil garment to Zhu Qing. Along with certain precautions, this exquisite attire is crafted from myriad special materials, concealing over 100 hidden mechanisms and weapons, each possessing its unique purpose. Among these, the most formidable is the peacock feather dart. It is imperative that you refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, aside from these concealed weapons, the garment is capable of mimicking various styles. Should you find the original appearance of the Phoenix Veil garment unappealing, you may transform it into a school uniform or an array of combat attire. As Ling Mo elaborated, Zhu Qing gradually grasped how to control the activation of the hidden weapons and the myriad functions of the Phoenix Veil garment. Once a mental connection was established, the garment would not trigger unless she granted permission, unless, of course, one behaved as Ling Mo did earlier, acting in a mischievous manner and unleashing random arrows. With each revelation, Zhu Qing's astonishment grew. She simply could not fathom that beneath such a delicate fabric lay so many intricacies. Even more astonishing was the question of how Ling Mo had crafted such a remarkable piece. How did you create this garment? Zhu Qing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. You should consider who I am. It's merely a piece of clothing. Quite simple, replied Ling Mo, with a hint of vanity. Zhu Qing playfully poked this unabashed individual. Then, with a serious demeanor, asked, do you wish to? The last word lingered unspoken, as her shyness held her back. Yet, deep down, she understood that the moment Ling Mo presented such a treasure to her, she realized her significance in Ling Mo's heart. Ling Mo entered the room at noon, and when she emerged, it was already 6 in the evening. One can only imagine the intensity of the battle that unfolded over those 4 hours. Chapter 86. Astounding everyone after sunset, Ling Mo and Zhu Qing stepped out of the room. Ling Mo appeared unscathed, yet Zhu Qing looked somewhat exhausted. One could only attribute this to Ling Mo's overwhelming strength. The afternoon had nearly left her incapacitated. Upon descending the stairs, they arrived at the master's chamber, where everyone had gathered to discuss matters. As soon as Ling Mo entered, all eyes were momentarily fixed upon her. Brother, Xiao exclaimed, rushing towards Ling Mo, only to be intercepted by Tang San. What are you doing, Tang San? Xiao protested in discontent. Xiao, don't make a scene. Tang San replied, exasperated. Tang Mo, where have you been these past 2 months? He inquired. Just wandering around. Where else could I go? Ling Mo retorted with a roll of her eyes. At that moment, Zhu Qing entered, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Goodness, is she a celestial maiden?" gasped the crowd, taken aback as Zhu Yuqing gracefully donned her phoenix-patterned attire. Her stunning beauty accentuated by the exquisite garment, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. The most affected was Dai Mubai, who was filled with regret. "Wow, what a beautiful dress! Yuqing, where did you purchase such a garment?" Beautiful things are always irresistible to women, and Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu hurried over to Zhu Yuqing, eagerly touching and admiring her outfit. Fortunately, Zhu Yuqing had mastered the art of wearing this attire. Otherwise, they would have surely faced dire consequences. "Girl, this dress is not something you can simply buy." Ling Mo, witnessing Ning Rongrong's relentless admiration for Zhu Yuqing, felt a pang of jealousy and promptly separated them. "What do you mean? Did you create this?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Zhu Yuqing's attire. "Indeed, this dress is, without a doubt, my creation," Ling Mo candidly remarked. What a boast. Ning Rongrong was certainly skeptical. Could Ling Mo possess such craftsmanship? Perhaps he could create hidden weapons. But the design of such garments required more than mere proficiency in crafting concealed arms. If she chose not to believe, so be it. "I must warn you. Refrain from indiscriminate touching. Be wary of triggering the mechanisms, for they could swiftly reduce you to a mere sieve." At that point, do not blame me for failing to caution you. The mention of mechanisms momentarily stunned Tang San. His gaze wandered over Zhu Yuqing's attire, yet he discerned no apparent traps. Indeed, this garment is constructed from over 10,000 materials, concealing within it hundreds of lethal mechanisms. Each of these devices is deadly. Steel needles, sleeve arrows, and so forth. All infused with potent toxins, a single strike could prove fatal. This attire can unleash hidden weapon strikes at the behest of its wearer or initiate passive attacks, all while boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The most terrifying aspect is that it can evolve in tandem with the owner's soul power, akin to Shao San's soul bone. It establishes a bloodline connection that enables continuous evolution. As Ling Mo's voice fell, the entire venue was enveloped in silence. Even the astonished Flanders and the others found themselves momentarily stunned. What kind of divine artifact was this? It possessed a growth effect? My heavens! Could it be that possessing this item was akin to wielding a soul bone? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom what her eyes beheld. Indeed, to be precise, soul bones might not even compare, for this artifact was comprehensive in its development, embodying attributes of offense, support, and defense, and most importantly, it could fly. Upon finishing her words, Ling Mo cast a glance at Zhu Yuqing, who nodded in response. Suddenly, from the back of her garment, feathered scales elongated and swiftly transformed into a pair of iridescent wings, reminiscent of Ling Mo's peacock plumage. Wow, this is simply breathtaking. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu gazed with envious admiration at Zhu Yuqing, their eyes sparkling with excitement. What an extraordinary artifact this was. "Xiao Mo, how did you create this?" Tang San inquired with curiosity, already sensing the immense power of the garment, a wave of pressure surging within him. Possessing the same techniques for crafting Tang Sek's hidden weapons, he found himself still clinging to traditional methods, refining the hidden weapons of his ancestors. Yet here was Ling Mo, already delving into the realm of new top-tier hidden weapons. Was this the measure of disparity? The answer was straightforward. It merely required a special crafting technique, coupled with a mechanism to simulate concealed methods for weapon connection. However, you would find it impossible to replicate this garment. This was due to a crucial simulated form function that you did not possess. Nevertheless, with some modifications, it remained within the realm of possibility for you to craft it. It all depended on your research approach. Ling Mo explained that he understood Tang San's unspoken inquiry. However, he regrettably informed Tang San that he was unable to assist him. The attire in question required a synthesis of the five-colored divine light to elicit its mimetic response. For instance, the transformation capabilities of the Phoenix Radiance garment were entirely based on the integration of Ling Mo's five-colored divine light functionality. He mused. Perhaps he could conduct further research another day, stripping away the principles of mimetic form to create something akin to it. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San resolved to craft a similar piece for Xiao Wu, as he belonged to the upper echelons of genius in the art of crafting hidden weapons. Furthermore, he had already mastered the essence of blacksmithing from the Haotian sect and believed that by emulating Ling Mo's techniques, he could forge a comparable item. Two girls, exuberant with joy, clustered around Zhu Yuqing, engaged in animated discussion. Observing the envy in Xiao Wu's eyes only solidified Tang San's determination to create a piece for her as well. "Wow, Brother Mo, You are truly remarkable. When will you create a garment like this for me? Yes, yes. Look at me, frail and defenseless. As a support-type soul master, I inevitably face dangers that leave me vulnerable. Please, make one for me too. Ma Hongjun and Oscar approach without shame, scheming on how they might persuade Ling Mo to part with the creation of this. Make one for you? Simple. Just bring the money. Ling Mo chuckled. It's not an issue to undertake a few more tasks, but we need the materials. How do we acquire them? By purchasing them with money. However, that would require a substantial sum. Not only can they not afford it, but even the so-called Second Financial Consortium, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, may find it challenging to bear such expenses. Even if they could manage it, it would be a considerable strain on their resources, significantly diminishing their strength. You truly are an oddity. I am at a loss for words to describe you. You can even create such things, and I am genuinely impressed. Daimubai stepped forward, rarely displaying an expression of admiration. His battle with Ling Mo concluded in a complete victory for Ling Mo. The more he tried to showcase his abilities, the farther Ling Mo pulled away, leading him to a gradual sense of despondency. Just average, ranking third in the world. Ling Mo reluctantly accepted his words. All right, the time is almost upon us, let us proceed. The master had already spoken at the Great Soul Arena, and the three titans of Shrek stepped out of the room first, followed closely by the rest. Along the way, Zhu Zhuqing transformed her flamboyant attire into the same combat uniform as the Shrek 7, a series of changes that left Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in awe. Their eyes remained glued to Zhu Zhuqing, eager to explore the unique attributes of this garment further. Unique attributes? Well, that is a tale difficult to articulate. In her quest to indulge in her mischievous desires, Ling Mo incorporated numerous blush-inducing elements, such as peculiar uniforms and unique props. Naturally, these secrets remained solely between the two of them, as they were deeply personal matters. Chapter 87. Professional substitute player at the Sodto Arena. This marked Ling Mo's second visit. She recalled that several months prior, she and Zhu Zhuqing had formed a dazzling spirit cat duo. You all wait over there. I shall proceed to register you for the team battle, the master stated before departing, leading everyone to the observation platform alongside Flandra. The battle had commenced, and a steady stream of spectators began to arrive. Ling Mo displayed little interest in this soul battle. The master had previously mentioned that he could opt out of the training sessions. However, upon the master's return, his demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. He summoned a few individuals to the lounge, his expression notably grave. From his reaction, Ling Mo deduced that the Shrek 7 monsters were about to face a substantial trial. One that would be led by the formidable Qin Ming and his royal battle team. This time, they were indeed up against a worthy adversary. Upon entering the lounge, the master handed over a notebook to Flanders, which contained detailed information about the royal battle team. Their opponents this time were the royal battle team, who had impressively maintained an uninterrupted winning streak for an entire month. In just a matter of weeks, they had secured the Silver Soul Badge, a testament to their formidable prowess. Moreover, their soul ring configurations were all of the highest caliber. The master elaborated on the origins and pertinent details of the royal battle team, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The gravity of the situation was palpable. Based on the master's descriptions, it was evident that their upcoming opponents were anything but weak. The royal battle team was captained by Yu Tianheng, a member of the renowned Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Ling Mo took the information from Flander and read aloud. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Spirit. The emergence of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's martial spirit stirred an undeniable commotion. Few could maintain their composure. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. And aside from Ling Mo, everyone present, with the exception of the master, wore expressions of concern. Why so glum? It is merely an imperial battle team. What is there to fear? Ling Mo couldn't help but chuckle at their dejected expressions. If you think you're capable, then why not step up yourself? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation. After all, he was only in his 20s, while each member of the Royal Duel team boasted levels exceeding 30. How can we possibly compete? I'll go. I shall go. The Royal Duel team is nothing to be concerned about. Ling Mo spoke without reservation, clearly dismissing the Royal Combat team. How will you compete? You are not even a member of the team, Ma Hongjun retorted defiantly. Indeed, Ling Mo's name is not among the Shrek 7 monsters. How could he possibly participate? You need not worry about that. I have my own means. Ling Mo smiled sinisterly, then turned his gaze to Daimubai. His twin pupils activated, and he mysteriously produced a mask to don. Everyone was rendered speechless. After putting on the mask, Ling Mo transformed her hair to a golden hue, her physique resembling that of Daimubai. making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish between the two. Particularly striking was the dazzling white tiger martial soul, which was so realistic that even Dai Mubai found himself questioning its authenticity. Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Wait, why is it me?" Once he regained his composure, he was taken aback. Was Ling Mo's maneuver an attempt to eliminate herself from the competition? Goodness, not only was she vying for my woman, but also for my position as the captain of the team. How could this be justified? Master, what do you think? Lingmo chose to disregard Dai Mubai, directing her gaze towards the master. To her surprise, he nodded in agreement. Splendid. Your height is comparable to that of Mubai's. After the transformation of the five-colored divine light, you could easily be mistaken for him. Only those who are exceptionally familiar would be able to discern the truth. The sole remaining challenge is concealing Ling Mo's fourth soul ring. At present, the master and the others remain unaware that Lingmo has already reached the 40th level. This is a simple task. Lingmo directly employed the five-colored divine light to mimic the soul ring, rendering the outermost black soul ring completely transparent. She suppressed her own power to the 30th level. As long as she refrains from overtly displaying her soul ring, it is improbable that they would recognize her. Lingmo's skillful maneuver left even the masters oblivious to the presence of his fourth soul ring, let alone the members of the Imperial fighting team. A professional substitute who can blur the lines of reality? I can't believe you're serious. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. He had merely spoken in jest, never expecting Lingmo to take it to heart. Do you think I was joking? It's merely an Imperial fighting team. I can vanquish them without the five-colored divine light. Lingmo confidently declared, suppressing his soul power to the 30th level, unnoticed by Flinder and the others, thus managing to create a convincing faade. Dai Mubai exclaimed, "What about me? Am I out just like that? I can't believe it. I've been tricked by Ling Mo once again." Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes, feeling abandoned as the master seemed indifferent, having consented to the matter. Haha. I believe this lad has the cunning to teach the royal fighting team a severe lesson. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, recalling his previous encounter with Ling Mo's underhanded tactics, which still haunted him. But don't celebrate too soon. Let me clarify. You may take the field, but there is one condition, the master interrupted. What condition? Ling Mo expressed her confusion. You may participate in the next match, but you must refrain from employing your peculiar gadgets. Ah, so it is a hidden weapon. Ling Mo began to comprehend. The purpose of the soul battle was solely to hone their mastery of martial souls and their practical collaboration in combat. Utilizing hidden weapons would be akin to using cheats, thus disturbing the equilibrium of the game. No problem. A mere royal combat team is not worthy of my hidden weapons. Lingmo accepted the challenge, driven by a singular purpose, to prevent Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mubai from employing their martial soul fusion technique. Although this soul skill held no particular significance, Lingmo felt a persistent discomfort within, prompting him to eliminate Dai Mubai from the competition. Haha. Does this mean we can secure an effortless victory? Oscar mused, unconcerned with the intricacies of the situation. Lingmo was undoubtedly the strongest among their group. A fact beyond dispute. As long as they emerged victorious, what did it matter? After all, he was merely a bystander. Look at your lack of ambition. Do you truly believe the Imperial fighting team is that weak? Flandre retorted, exasperated. He continued, have you noticed? This document states that the vice-captain of the Imperial fighting team is Du Guyan. Her martial soul is the phosphorescent serpent, a control-type soul master. Control type? Flandre's revelation captured everyone's attention. What does that imply? Master inquired, perplexed. Xiaogang, do you remember him? In the entire continent, there exists only one martial soul of this kind, and it is associated with a control-type soul master. Aside from that individual, there should be no one else, Flandre elucidated, prompting Master to recall that figure. Indeed, it is Du Gubo, the elite Soul Douluo, in the realm of soul masters. Reaching the rank of Soul Douluo was an esteemed achievement, deserving of universal admiration, and Master had no reason to be oblivious to this fact. What are you also perplexed about? It is merely Du Gubo. Is there truly a need for such astonishment? Lingmo lamented. Could it be that this fellow is truly that intimidating? I feel nothing at all. Moreover, with Du Gubo now serving as my subordinate, I have no reason to fear him. Yet, these individuals are a different matter entirely. For the title Douluo, they represent the pinnacle of their aspirations, and naturally, they are filled with trepidation. When Lingmo spoke, others naturally perceived no issue. After all, even a formidable powerhouse at the level of a titled Douluo served as his bodyguard. Why would he need to fear Du Gubo? Yet they were different. They lacked such protection. Chapter 88. The Emperor's Battle Team. What? Do you possess a solution for the poison of the Emerald Serpent? The master inquired, intrigued by Ling Mo's unwavering confidence. Where did he derive such assurance? The mere poison of the emerald serpent cannot truly challenge me, can it, Xiao San? Ling Mo suddenly changed the subject, and everyone turned their gaze towards Tang San, filled with confusion. As expected, Tang San seemed to comprehend Ling Mo's words and revealed a faint smile. In matters concerning poison, he had never truly feared anyone. Master, the venom of the phosphorus serpent is indeed not difficult to counter. After Tang San spoke, the master appeared quite perplexed, wondering how both Tang San and Ling Mo could regard the phosphorus serpent's venom with such disdain. Ling Mo could be overlooked, but what about Tang San? Logically, I should be the most familiar with him, yet I have never taught him how to detoxify. Well, since you all are so confident, I shall rest easy. However, exercise utmost caution. Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to using external spirit bones. Finally, the master imparted a word of caution, entrusting the remaining tactical arrangements to Ling Mo's command. The 7 individuals gathered nearby, and Ling Mo deliberately isolated Dai Mu Bai, as it had no bearing on him. The Imperial Combat Team, theoretically speaking, was an exceptionally flawless team. To defeat them, the pivotal figures were these 2 brothers. The Shimo brothers possessed martial souls belonging to the immensely resilient Xuanwu turtle. It would be exceedingly challenging for an average person to breach their defenses. On the surface, the core of the Imperial Combat Team appeared to be Yu Tianheng, but in truth, the real essence lay with these 2. Moreover, aside from these 2, we must also keep an eye on another individual. Who? All eyes turned towards Ling Mo, attentively listening to his tactical directives. Speaking this, Ling Mo flipped to the last page of the dossier, his finger resting on the last member of the Imperial Combat Team. This? Isn't she a girl? What? Are you interested in her? Ma Hongjuan's sudden remark nearly startled Ling Mo to death. The icy gaze of Zhu Zhuqing behind him had already locked onto him, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, that fatso is trying to get me killed. Ling Mo mentally berated Ma Hongjuan. He explained, is there anything else in your mind apart from this? Do I resemble such a person? You don't just resemble it. You are exactly that. Ling Mo, Yi Lingling, the martial soul 9 Hearts Begonia, an auxiliary soul master. 9 Hearts Begonia? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The crowd, puzzled, inquired, Rongrong, what is the matter? Is this 9 Hearts Begonia formidable? I am familiar with the 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul. Unlike other martial souls, it is a lineage solely passed down, with only 1 inheritor per generation. Simultaneously, there can only be 2 9 Hearts Begonia soul masters alive at any given time. Only upon the death of one can a successor possibly emerge. It can be said to be the rarest of martial souls. My father once remarked that 9 Hearts Begonia is a miracle among martial souls. Is it truly that extraordinary? What is its specific function? The crowd gasped, eagerly asking. The 9 Hearts Begonia possesses but a singular function. Regardless of the number of soul rings, it has but 1 soul skill. This is precisely what makes it fearsome. Its purpose lies in comprehensive area healing. The degree of healing is under the soul master's control, with higher levels and more soul rings allowing for greater healing capabilities. As Ning Rongrong concluded her explanation, the crowd was taken aback, then suddenly recalled that they seemed to have a similar character among them. Wait, what you mentioned? Isn't it akin to Xiaomo's second soul skill? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable, does it? At that moment, Tang San remarked. Indeed, Ling Mo possesses such an ability. Thus, this martial soul does not seem exceptional after all. Indeed, after all, we also have an extraordinary one among us. Ling Mo, why do I feel as though you are indirectly insulting me? No, it is merely your overthinking. Very well. This Yu Lingling is our primary target for elimination. The rest pose no significant threat. Ling Mo decisively slammed the table, choosing not to dwell on such matters any longer. Although his strength was restricted to half, with his formidable physique, opposing these feeble adversaries was merely child's play. The tactical arrangements were merely to accommodate them. When it came to actual combat, Ling Mo had no intention of adhering to any constraints. Soon, it was time for the Team Soul battle. The clash between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team was the grand finale, a spectacle anticipated by many. The main Soul battle arena was a sea of people. Spectators poured in, eager to witness this monumental clash. Now, let us welcome the competitors to the stage. At the sound of the host's command, both teams made their entrance. Ling Mo led the way, with Tang San beside him. The 7 of them lined up as they ascended the Soul battle platform. On the opposing side, Yu Tianheng also brought forth his Royal Fighting Team. As soon as they entered, Yu Tianheng cast a disdainful glance at Ling Mo, his arrogant demeanor evident. Perhaps he believed that in such a remote and desolate place, it was inconceivable for someone capable of defeating him to emerge. Lingmo disregarded his gaze, sweeping her eyes over the other members. The first to capture her attention was Dugu Yan, the granddaughter of Dugu Bo. Indeed, this young lady possessed an alluring figure, exuding a captivating charm that was hard to resist. However, since she had already fallen under the sway of Yu Tianheng, Lingmo felt little interest in her. As her gaze drifted further, she encountered the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, whose imposing physiques signified their rugged masculinity. Continuing her observation, she noted the presence of the Soul Master Osro and the Wind Spirit Yu Feng. Yet, what truly intrigued Lingmo was the girl cloaked in shadows. She seemed to blend into the atmosphere, remaining utterly still since her entrance. If one did not deliberately seek her out, her presence would go entirely unnoticed. As a support-type Soul Master, her approach was undeniably wise. By prioritizing her own protection during the soul battles and minimizing her presence, she could better assist her teammates. Yilingling donned an ensemble of black, even veiling her face with a layer of black lace. Her slender figure was complemented by cascading blue locks that flowed down her back. Her eyes, mirroring the hue of her hair, betrayed no emotion from her. One could only sense a profound solitude and desolation. She possessed an ethereal quality, particularly evident in her deep and enigmatic gaze. Overall, she emanated an aura of mystery, and one could surmise that behind the veil on her face lay an extraordinarily beautiful visage. In contrast, the others exhibited an air of arrogance and superiority, making her appear somewhat out of place. Have you spotted the opposing support Soul Master? We must deal with her at the earliest opportunity, remarked Xiao San. Lingmo observed for a moment, but did not alter his plan. Yi Lingling remained his primary target, with him at the forefront to restrain her. Tang San should be able to succeed. Among this group, aside from the Shimo brothers, who posed a slight threat to Lingmo, the others were not formidable. No problem. Given the opportunity, I will swiftly eliminate her. Tang San's gaze shifted, momentarily taken aback, before he responded. If it weren't for Ling Mo's specific reminder, he would have overlooked Yi Lingling hiding in the corner. She was exceptionally adept at concealing herself. Here we go. With a sudden shout, everyone activated their martial souls. Ling Mo's gaze swiftly fixated on Daimu Bai atop the audience stand of the Soul Arena, as the White Tiger martial soul surged into his being. 3 soul rings encircled him, and beyond those rings, a faint glimmer of dark light emerged, only to be swiftly concealed by Lingmo. With both parties successfully activating their martial souls, they plunged directly into a state of combat. Lingmo cast a cold glance at Yu Tianheng before launching the first strike. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit? Today, allow me to witness the true power of the so-called most aggressive beast martial spirit. Chapter 89. Cherishing the Fragile? Do you believe you are worthy? In response to Ling Mo's direct provocation, Yu Tianheng scoffed. Instantly, he summoned his martial spirit. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex made its official appearance. Let us see if I am truly worthy. In the face of ridicule, Ling Mo had no intention of engaging in empty banter. He preferred to demonstrate his strength, teaching Yu Tianheng a lesson about the harsh realities of life. With the White Tiger martial spirit activated, Ling Mo's power surged to its pinnacle. Utilizing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, he closed the distance to Yu Tianheng in a mere second. Such incredible speed. The speed of Ling Mo was astonishing, leaving the entire royal battle team in shock. It was only at the moment of confrontation that they truly comprehended the terrifying prowess of Ling Mo. Unyielding, Yu Tianheng countered with a claw strike, facing Ling Mo head-on. Instantly, a tremendous shockwave erupted, affecting everyone present to varying degrees. Goodness, is this truly a battle between soul lords? Even the host was taken aback by the force, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Is this all the power you possess? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit is merely mediocre. After a single clash, Ling Mo took a step back, while Yu Tianheng staggered back 10 steps. Had it not been for the intervention of the Shimo brothers, he might have retreated even further. Arrogance! The defeat in that single exchange stirred Yu Tianheng's pride, plunging him into a furious state. With a commanding shout, the Shimo brothers reacted first, setting up defenses to restrain Ling Mo's advance. No matter how formidable you are, acting alone is akin to courting death. Yu Tianheng steadied himself and launched another attack on Ling Mo, while the Shimo brothers provided support, leaving Ling Mo isolated. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing go. At that moment, Tang San, who had remained silent, suddenly revealed a cold smile, and the blue-silver grass sprang into action. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing charged forth, aiming straight for Yi Long Lang. Meanwhile, The Shimo brothers and Yu Tianhing faced Ling Mo directly, unable to provide assistance. This presented them with an opportunity. The blue-silver grass ensnared the other members of the royal battle team, while Xu Qing and Xiao Wu surged ahead, intent on swiftly dealing with Yilang Lang. This is bad. Protect Director Lung Long. The only one remaining clear-headed and uninvolved was Du Guyan. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing approaching Yi Lung Long, she was immediately alarmed. Heh, your opponent is me. At that moment, the Black Panther Soul Master Osro broke free from the blue-silver grass's grasp and locked onto Zhu Qing, leading to a clash between two speed-oriented Soul Masters. Osro's speed surpassed Zhu Qing's, bolstered by a higher soul power and an additional soul ring, in the instant of their speed contest. Zhu Qing found herself at a disadvantage. The Seven Treasures glaze tile was activated. A clear voice rang out from behind. It was Ning Rongrong. With the amplification from the Seven Treasures glaze tower, Zhu Qing's speed surged, nearly surpassing Osro. However, she remained constrained, unable to neutralize Yi Long Lang. On the other side, Xiao Wu encountered an obstruction, Wind Bell Bird Yufeng. Hey, your opponent is me. Just as Yufeng attempted to intercept Xiao Wu, a sudden burst of flame erupted from the side. Indeed, it was that hefty fellow Ma Hongjun. The two collided head-on. Now, all members of the royal battle team found themselves in a passive position, having been overtaken by the Shrek 7 monsters from the outset. A splendid opportunity. Tang San was adept at seizing chances. At this moment, nearly everyone had entered combat mode, save for him and Oscar. The blue-silver grass wrapped around, preparing to hurl Yi Lung Lung off the soul-fighting platform. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there was still one individual who had not joined the fray, Du Guyan. Your opponent is me. Her lower body transformed, becoming exceedingly flexible, resembling a serpent's tail as she slithered free from Tang San's grasp, standing protectively before Yi Lung Lung. The true battle had commenced. Alone and isolated, Ling Mo ventured deep into enemy territory, encircled by 3 adversaries, rendering any hope of rejoining his comrades futile. Humph. Your schemes have long been deciphered. Now that you are utterly severed from your team, I wonder how you will maintain your arrogance. Within the encirclement, Yu Tianhing cast a disdainful glance at Ling Mo, having just grasped the extent of his prowess. Yet, this mattered little, for the odds were now 3 against 1. No matter how formidable Ling Mo might be, he could hardly turn the tide. A clever strategy indeed, but do you truly believe this will suffice to vanquish me? Ling Mo exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, he found the situation increasingly intriguing. Initially, he had assumed that Yu Tianhing was a proud and arrogant individual devoid of regard for others, but he was unexpectedly outmaneuvered. Had this tactic been employed against Dai Mubai, it might have proven effective. However, using it against Ling Mo was a grave miscalculation. Boss, enough talk. Let us first deal with this fellow before addressing the others. Sure, Mo urged, as the two brothers executed their plan with remarkable synergy, leaving Ling Mo no opportunity to escape. Deal with me? Then come forth. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Mo's figure abruptly vanished. A gasp rippled through the crowd. What just transpired? Everyone was rendered speechless. Ling Mo's speed was astonishing, enabling him to traverse the encirclement. He deftly evaded the combined assault of Sure Mo and Sure Mo, charging directly towards Yu Tianhing. With a sense of impending doom, Yu Tianhing activated his second soul skill, Thunderous Might. The two clashed in a fierce exchange, and Yu Tianhing anticipated that Ling Mo would engage him in a direct confrontation, only to discover that Ling Mo's move was but a feint. In a swift motion, Ling Mo sidestepped him entirely. What is he planning? Not good. Protect Ling Ling. By the time they realized what was happening, Ling Mo had already appeared behind them. He stood directly behind Yi Ling Ling, who remained blissfully unaware of the notorious predator lurking in her vicinity. Hey there, my dear. No need to be alarmed, a mere shiver. And it will all be over swiftly. Ling Mo emerged behind Yi Ling Ling, emitting a sinister laugh that grew increasingly audacious. At that moment, everyone failed to react, rendering them powerless to intervene. Without hesitation, Ling Mo hoisted her up with one hand and delivered a forceful kick to her backside, sending her crashing out of the arena with a resounding thud. A scream of agony erupted as Yi Ling Ling met her unfortunate fate, unceremoniously expelled from the competition. What the hell are you doing? I'm still single, she exclaimed, bewildered and indignant. Do you have no sense of chivalry? Ma Hongjun, witnessing the scene, was infuriated. How could one employ such brutal tactics against a girl? It was utterly outrageous. Stop your pointless chatter. Let us end this swiftly. Ling Mo retorted without an ounce of courtesy. Meanwhile, Yi Ling Ling, still in a daze from being ousted, could only ponder in disbelief. Is that it? Ling Mo delivered a gentle kick to her posterior, causing no significant harm. However, the entire incident transpired so swiftly that her sole contribution to the battle was a disdainful glare directed at Ling Mo, rubbing her sore backside. Ling stood by the sidelines, feeling aggrieved, and continued to convey her displeasure towards Ling Mo with her eyes. With a deft maneuver, Ling Mo swiftly eliminated Ling from the competition, causing Tianhing to become increasingly agitated. The battle had only just commenced, and the loss of their support soul master placed them at a distinct disadvantage. Contemplating his next move, his gaze zeroed in on Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who stood behind Tang San. In that case, let us exchange roles, he declared, launching himself towards Ning Rongrong, perceiving her as the most significant threat to their victory. As for Oscar, he had yet to demonstrate any noteworthy contribution. Chapter 90, Complete Victory Exchange? Do you truly possess the qualifications for that? Tianhing charged forward, but he was met with a disdainful smile from Tang San, who stood protectively by the two. While the world regarded him as a control-type soul master, they were oblivious to the fact that when provoked, he could rival even the mightiest of power-type soul masters. Overestimating his own strength, Tianhing was taken aback when Tang San dared to confront him directly. What threat could a mere blue silvergrass pose? He scoffed, underestimating Tang San's true capabilities. Little did he realize that Tang San's blue silvergrass was anything but ordinary. Before Tianhing could comprehend the situation, Tang San's blue silvergrass swiftly ensnared him. Barely a meter away from Ning Rongrong. In a state of panic, Ning Rongrong found Oscar blocking her path, while the constraining blue silvergrass exerted its force, dragging Tianhing backward. Seeking death, Tianhing seethed with rage as he found himself restrained by Tang San. Having already suffered at the hands of Ling Mo, he was unwilling to tolerate such humiliation. After all, he wielded the White Tiger Martial Soul, which was on par with the Apex Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. What was Tang San but a mere practitioner of a useless martial soul? The pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would not allow him to accept such provocation. Wrath of Thunder. Enraged, Tianhing activated his third soul skill, instantly enhancing his power by 30%. Radiating with electricity, he unleashed the Thunder Dragon Claw, charging directly at Tang San. Come at me. Tang San remained unfazed, summoning his Xian Yu hand to meet the attack head-on. A thunderous clash ensued, with both combatants staggering back a few steps. In this initial confrontation, Tang San found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Ling Mo was once again entangled with the Shimo brothers, struggling to mount a defense in time. Yet, they could not restrain him. Despite their formidable defenses, Ling Mo only needed a mere glance to dismantle their efforts. However, due to Master S restrictions, he was limited to using the White Tiger Martial Soul, rendering his other techniques, such as the dual pupils and multicolored divine light, unusable. These two little turtles are rather bothersome. I shall no longer engage with you, farewell. After several failed attempts, Ling Mo decided to abandon his futile struggle with the duo. Noticing Zhu Shiqing entangled with Oscar, he activated his Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Who? Oscar sensed a chill behind him, but before he could react, a resounding slap struck him squarely in the face. How could this be? A cry of dismay erupted as he fell, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Yu Qing, go assist Chao San. Ling Mo issued a brief command, and the two brothers, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, once again engaged in a relentless pursuit. These two turtles were indeed a nuisance. Over there, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were taking on Yufeng, gradually gaining the upper hand and momentarily not requiring assistance. However, it was Tang San who was in a precarious position. With the combined efforts of Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng, Tang San found himself struggling. Damn it! These two little turtles truly are bothersome. Do they really think I cannot deal with them? The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became. Prompting Ling Mo to charge forward, he activated the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, merging it with the third soul skill of the five-color Divine Light, the Dynamic Light Wave. A series of luminous wave attacks erupted, instantly transforming the entire soul fighting platform into chaos. What in the world is happening? All spectators, both inside and outside the arena, were dumbfounded. This was nothing short of a celestial battle. In an instant, the arena was reduced to ruins, dust swirling in the air, obscuring the view of the ongoing conflict. The hard shells of Sure Mo and Sure Mo struggled to withstand Ling Mo's relentless assault, but their resolve was waning. Damn it! Is this kid a monster? Does he not experience any fatigue when using his soul skills in such a manner? Sure Mo was left in disbelief. Ling Mo unleashed his light waves as if they were free, relentlessly bombarding them. Who could withstand such an onslaught? You little brat, I'll kill you. Suddenly, amidst the dust, an enraged roar pierced the air. It was Du Guyan, and inevitably, Yu Tianheng had sustained severe injuries. What was happening? While Ling Mo continued to bombard Su Mo with light waves, he turned back to observe. He suddenly realized that Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun had dispatched Yu Feng and were rushing back to aid Tang San. Collaborating with Zhu Qing, they executed a decisive maneuver against Yu Tianheng. Xiao Wu's 8-stage throw rendered him incapacitated. In a flash, consumed by fury, Du Guyan disregarded Qin Ming's earlier instructions and unleashed her green phosphor snake venom. Excellent. Tang San had been waiting for this moment far too long. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled a wine jug, and Ma Hongjun activated his Phoenix Fire line, spilling the liquor. Under the intense flames, the effects of the Xionghuang wine began to take hold, swiftly neutralizing Du Guyan's green phosphor snake venom. What? How did you dispel my snake venom? Du Guyan exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Why not? Your mere green phosphor snake venom is nothing but trivial, Tang San replied with a cold smile, the scales of victory tilting in their favor. He had waited a long time for this moment. As anticipated, the instant the snake venom was dispelled, Du Guyan was left defenseless, swept out of the arena. Much like Yu Tianheng, at this moment, only the two brothers, Su Mo and Su Mo, remained, struggling to withstand Ling Mo's continuous bombardment of light waves. These two little turtles were surprisingly resilient. The tide of battle was evident. The remaining two stood no chance against their 7 adversaries. Ling Mo found it amusing that they had yet to concede. Their courage was commendable. It was time to conclude this. The moment the light waves ceased, Ling Mo vanished from his position. By the time Su Mo registered what had transpired, Ling Mo had already appeared behind them. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Ling Mo delivered a powerful blow to Su Mo, the force sending him flying. Su Mo met the same fate. He hadn't even had a chance to thwart Ling Mo's actions before Tang San and his companions descended upon him with a flurry of attacks. Mother! A cry of anguish erupted, as Su Mo, living up to expectations, was mercilessly beaten into a state of disarray, especially from Xiao Wu's final 8-stage throw, which nearly left him incapacitated. The battle concluded. Standing upon the arena were only the members of Shrek Academy. While every member of the Imperial fighting team had been expelled from the Soul fighting platform, each one left in a state of utter disarray. It was time to announce the results. Ling Mo raised her head, casting a glance at the utterly bewildered host, and said, "Oh, this time, in the team battle, the Shrek 7 monsters have emerged victorious." With the announcement of the result, Ling Mo waved her hand decisively, transporting everyone back instantly. Meanwhile, the members of the Imperial fighting team, under Yu Lingling's healing, gradually regained their strength and exited one after another. This evening, the battle was nothing short of spectacular. The audience was left in a state of astonishment, completely unaware that this was merely a contest between Soul Emperors. Goodness! How formidable is the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters today? Everyone was taken aback. Some had watched Dai Mubai fight for a month without witnessing such prowess. This is unacceptable. It must be cheating. Let's call for a urine test. Little did they know, it was not Dai Mubai who was behind this remarkable display, but rather Ling Mo herself. Ling Mo is the pioneer of professional substitutes in Douluo. Moreover, he has not committed any foul, as he did not leverage the power of soul ranks, rendering the question of fairness moot. Chapter 91, The Gaze of Output. Let us depart. Amidst the clamorous calls, Ling Mo led the Shrek team away from the Soul arena. Ling Mo vaguely sensed that Yu Lingling, whom she had just kicked off the Soul fighting platform, was still glaring at her with a fiery gaze. How infuriating. The moment she stepped up, she received a kick aimed squarely at her rear, leaving her unsteady on her feet. The royal fighting team appeared dejected, while the members of Shrek Academy were overjoyed. Excellent. You have triumphed not only over your adversaries, but also over yourselves. This group battle in the Soul fighting arena, even considered an examination in the second phase of the trials, has been passed with exceptional results. In the lounge, the master spoke with satisfaction. Ling Mo also shed her disguise, no longer needing to impersonate Dai Mubai. Master, now that we have passed the test, shouldn't we be granted a holiday? Upon hearing that they had succeeded, smiles illuminated everyone's faces, and Oscar edged closer with a mischievous grin. Flender, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "You little rascals shouldn't get too carried away." "Oh, Flender, spare us your stubbornness. Today, these children performed admirably, and it's high time they were rewarded with a break to rest properly," the master asserted. With the master's decree, Flender had no further objections and promptly made a decisive announcement. Hooray! Upon hearing the news of a holiday, the group erupted in cheers. Subsequently, Flinder waved his hand grandly, declaring that he would treat them. It is well known that he is notoriously frugal, so his willingness to treat was a testament to his genuine happiness today. All right. Go tally your points. I'll treat you all shortly. Flinder gestured, and the group eagerly rushed off to calculate their scores. Lingmo followed along, though he had little merit to settle. However, unable to resist Zhu Zhuqing's insistence, he allowed himself to be led away. My dear, do visit my room tonight. Lingmo whispered mischievously in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she retorted in indignation. What more do you want? We've spent the entire day together. Fear not, I possess a reset skill, allowing for a second chance, he replied. Reset skill? What is that? Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, utterly perplexed. Lingmo glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, before whispering an explanation in her ear. Upon hearing Lingmo's words, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly flushed crimson. How shameless. If you were so indecent, I certainly do not wish to partake. Amidst laughter and merriment, the group from Shrek confidently proceeded to settle their scores. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, Flanders indeed did not deceive them. He treated them to a feast. During their journey to the hotel, Lingmo briefly departed, leaving the others oblivious to his intentions, as they had long grown accustomed to his unpredictable nature. Oh, is that not a member of the Imperial fighting team? What brings them to this hotel? As Lingmo returned to the hotel, he noticed members of the Imperial battle team approaching. At that moment, having removed his mask and reverted to his natural black hair, he went unrecognized by most. However, one individual stood out, Yilingling. After all, Lingmo's earlier kick had left a lasting impression on her. It's you, she exclaimed, drawing closer and casting a cold glare at him, her eyes brimming with disdain. The charming young lady seemed to suggest that, despite my striking looks, resorting to such crude methods to engage with me was unnecessary. Do we know each other? Lingmo would certainly not admit that Tang San and the others had already entered. She stood alone at the hotel entrance while Yu Tianhing and the others lingered ahead. Ling, what's wrong? Noticing something amiss, Yu Tianhing turned to inquire. Upon glancing at Lingmo, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness. I would recognize you even if you were reduced to ashes. I remember that kick of yours. One day, I shall return it. Yilingling fumed at the recollection of that earlier blow, irritation bubbling within her as she rubbed her rear, growing increasingly vexed. I am not quite sure what you mean. Lingmo replied with a smile, turning on her heel and striding away, unwilling to prolong the entanglement, lest Zhu Zhuqing witness the unfolding drama. Sensing a pair of eyes scrutinizing her from behind, Lingmo hastily entered the hotel in search of Flander and the others. Meanwhile, Yu Tianhing and his comrades stood in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances as Lingmo passed by. Such familiar eyes. Who is this person? The transformation of Lingmo is truly remarkable. They could never have imagined that the one who had just defeated them was indeed Lingmo moments ago. The members of Shrek had also traversed this path, and among them was the figure of Dai Mubai. Thus they failed to associate Lingmo with their recent conqueror. Ling, let us depart. With a call, the members of the Emperor battle team supported one another as they entered the hotel. Upon entering, Lingmo beheld the gathering in the restaurant. The dishes on the table remained untouched as they engaged in conversation. Lingmo noticed a young man seated beside Flander, who appeared to be Qin Ming. Oh, has the dean truly gone all out today? The feast is remarkably lavish. Lingmo cast a swift glance at the dishes on the table, then unceremoniously took a seat beside Zhu Zhuqing, eager to indulge in the feast. Lingmo gracefully took a seat, piquing Qin Ming's curiosity. He had just gleaned some information regarding the Shrek 7 monsters. However, the 8th member, Lingmo, left him somewhat perplexed, prompting him to glance at Flanders. Flanders elucidated, allow me to introduce you to our Shrek Academy's 8th member, Lingmo, whose martial soul is the 5-colored divine light, and she is at level 32. No, wait, she is at level 43. As soon as Flanders finished speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Lingmo. What? 43? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. When had this occurred? They recalled that when Lingmo had left, she had only been at level 32. How could she have advanced to 43 in such a brief span? Xiaomo, you're not joking, are you? You truly are at 43? Tang San inquired. If there was anyone in Shrek Academy who could exert pressure on Tang San, it was undoubtedly Lingmo. He had assumed that their disparity was merely a few levels. He never anticipated Lingmo's meteoric rise, surpassing even the rapid advancements from the master's rigorous training. Why would I deceive you? Look. As she spoke, Ling Mo activated her martial soul, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a black soul ring gradually materialized. My goodness. A 10,000-year soul ring. Heaven above. Is she even human? This is extraordinary. With the appearance of the 10,000-year soul ring, everyone was rendered speechless. This was merely her 4th soul ring, and yet she had absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. Was she truly human? 10,000-year soul ring? Xiao Mo, how did you achieve this? The master was dumbfounded. According to his theory, a 4th soul ring could not possibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. How had Ling Mo accomplished this? He was steadfast in his beliefs, yet Ling Mo's existence seemed to challenge his every assumption. There is nothing impossible, Ling Mo asserted. Master, you are too fixated on so-called theories, completely disregarding the existence of miracles. The limits we speak of are merely frameworks built upon the foundations laid by our predecessors. If those who came before us dared to attempt breaking through their own limitations, why should we confine ourselves to the beaten path? Thus, I do not believe in any theories. I only trust in myself, and evidently, I have succeeded. Ling Mo remains indifferent to the path, unaware of the profound impact his words have on the master. Not only does Ling Mo's statement inflict considerable distress, but in the future, Tang San will also deliver a significant blow to him. In the Lingmo Tower, there is no shortage of celestial elixirs. When the time comes, I shall bestow them upon Tang San. What are 10,000-year soul rings if not a trivial matter? What defines a genius? It is the audacity to experiment and the courage to take risks. If you wish to attain what others cannot, you must be willing to undertake what others dare not. Chapter 92. Reincarnation. Ling Mo wished to continue speaking, but the observant Tang San noticed the master's face darkening and pulled Ling Mo back. Never mind. I'll pretend I said nothing. While Ling Mo may disregard the feelings of others, he cannot do the same to Tang San. He owed Tang San quite a bit for reaching this point, and moreover, he was his dearest friend, someone who understood him deeply. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to confront his teacher in front of so many people. In truth, Ling Mo did not harbor any aversion towards the master. It was merely that their knowledge and theories had diverged somewhat. The more he learned, the more Ling Mo began to question the master's teachings. Who was truly correct? At present, no one dared to assert definitively. It would ultimately depend on who could advance further. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. I am quite impressed by this junior's intellect and audacity. Come, let me toast to you. While the reactions of others were uncertain, Qin Ming was evidently quite impressed and raised his glass to clink with Ling Mo's. Now, since today is such a rare occasion of joy, let us drink to our heart's content. Rest assured, this round is on me. Seeing the situation escalate, Flinder quickly interjected, noticing that Ling Mo was about to engage with the master. Really? Flinder, those were your words. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie could hardly contain his laughter at the prospect of extorting Flinder, nearly bursting with mirth. He summoned a waiter with a grand gesture, ordering an abundance of fine wine and exquisite dishes, as if they were free. Flinder's expression grew increasingly grim. Fortunately, the ever-kind Qin Ming timely intervened, stating, "How can we allow the dean to treat us? Today this meal is on me." Haha, this lad is indeed perceptive, understanding that the dean is financially challenged. I haven't taught you in vain. Flinder's typically stern face cracked a reluctant smile, albeit a strained one. As time passed, the master gradually relaxed, choosing not to engage in a theoretical battle with Ling Mo. Since Ling Mo held such confidence in himself, the master decided to test their viewpoints against one another. Tang San was his sole bargaining chip. The subsequent moments turned into casual conversation, as the master subtly attempted to draw Shrek Academy into a comparison with Tiando Academy, inadvertently sparking a dispute with Flinder. Incensed, Flinder stormed away from the table, and the mounting tensions robbed Ling Mo of his desire to drink. Zhu, shall we step outside for a breath of fresh air? With that, Ling Mo took Zhu Zhiqing and exited the venue. He bore no objection to visiting Tiando Academy. It mattered little where they went, as long as it did not affect him adversely. Upon leaving, they found the fatty and Flinder conversing on the balcony. But Ling Mo chose not to approach, opting instead to stroll along the street with Zhu Zhiqing. Do you have something on your mind? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, noticing Ling Mo's silence. Do you believe in the concept of reincarnation? Ling Mo suddenly posed a question, leaving Zhu Zhiqing momentarily taken aback. Reincarnation? This term had never before graced her world. She found herself puzzled, wondering why Ling Mo had brought it up. What is reincarnation? Beneath the quiet night sky, the city streets lay desolate and empty. The two settled beneath a large tree, with Ling Mo comfortably reclining on Zhu Zhiqing's lap, savoring a moment of leisure. Reincarnation is a rather nebulous concept. What it specifically entails, I am not entirely certain. However, of late, this notion frequently occupies my thoughts. I possess an instinct, a strong premonition. Perhaps one day in the future, I may have to depart from this world. Ling Mo revealed for the first time the secret that lay hidden within her heart. Leave? Where shall we go? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing immediately panicked and hurriedly responded. I do not know, perhaps to the heavens, or perhaps to an unknown world. Ling Mo whispered softly, then inquired, if there comes a day when I must truly depart, would you be willing to accompany me? The moment this question was posed, even Ling Mo Do began to feel anxious. He feared that Zhu Qing might decline and was also concerned about her ability to cope with such a decision. I am willing, came the response, delivered with clarity and scarcely a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but smile, his joy radiating brightly. Why? Because, dear one, I am already yours. Thus, wherever you may go in the future, I shall follow you. As long as you do not forsake me, even to the ends of the earth, I shall pursue you unwaveringly. Gazing at the sky, Zhu Qing's face was adorned with a blissful smile, truly beautiful. It harmonized exquisitely with the stars of the night, captivating Ling Mo's heart entirely. Indeed, what a perfect girl she is, willing to sacrifice everything for the one she loves. Ling Mo felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that he had not missed her. Yet, can the future truly unfold in such a manner? The enigma of the three-life copper coffin was nearly within his grasp. Once he reached a certain level of mastery with the three-life scriptures, he was certain he could uncover it. The mischievous child that frequently appeared in his dreams seemed to be intricately connected to him. Perhaps, at some future moment, he would require his assistance. Or perhaps he was compensating for something. What lay ahead for Ling Mo remained a mystery, one he could scarcely envision, likely fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, he would not yield. As long as he grew stronger, no matter the obstacles he faced, Ling Mo would persevere. Zhu Qing, having you by my side is truly wonderful. Ling Mo sighed, her hands restlessly placed upon her thighs. Before she could fully absorb the moment, she suddenly remembered that Zhu Qing was adorned in the resplendent phoenix xia attire, causing her to retract her hands in discomfort. Knowing that I care for you, how can you flirt with other girls? Are you not afraid of provoking my jealousy? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing shot him an indignant glare. Ling Mo, with a hint of mischief, remarked, hee, it's a professional hazard, a professional hazard. As a rogue by trade, it is the most fundamental code of conduct. I once encountered an individual who proclaimed that no matter how much power one possesses, one must never forget their roots. Do I trust you? Humph, you play the rogue and yet adorn your words with such eloquence. Zhu Qing could hardly place her faith in Ling Mo's words. 9 out of 10 were fabrications, with the last being mere flattery. Yet, that solitary statement was sufficient. Savoring the tranquility of their shared moments, Ling Mo's mind incessantly pursued the traces of reincarnation. The emergence of the 3 life flowers shattered his previous contemplations. Perhaps reincarnation indeed exists. However, what was I in my past life? No, it is incorrect to say I was nothing. The true question is, do I even amount to anything? This notion eluded Ling Mo's imagination. The first miniature figure emanated a chilling aura, indicative of a personality that is both ruthless and decisive, yet concealing a gentleness within. The second figure exuded a heavy malevolence, an innate butcher by nature. The third figure, of course, was the true essence of Ling Mo himself. Description was unnecessary as his temperament was well known. He recalled his journey through time, arriving directly in the Douluo Continent via the 3-life copper coffin, landing in the quaint village of rice fragrance. His form had been reduced to that of a 1-year-old child, endowed with innate dual pupils. These dual pupils had accompanied him through 2 worlds. Prior to his journey, they had even been diagnosed as cataracts. After being treated by a physician, the dual pupils vanished for a time, only to resurface upon the awakening of his martial soul. A friend who accompanied him to the hospital was diagnosed with kidney stones, suggesting he was a golden core cultivator. In the tomb, both he and that friend met with a tragic fate, leaving Ling Mo transported to the Douluo realm, oblivious to the whereabouts of that golden core master. It was likely he had embarked on another journey to a different world. Could he be resting in another coffin? No. There had only been one coffin in the tomb. Ling Mo was perplexed. The tomb they had raided was located at Mount Tai, which had seemingly been struck by a force, and thereafter, Ling Mo could recall no further details. Chapter 93. The elixir supplier let us depart. It is getting a bit chilly. Shall we return to the warmth of our blankets and converse? I happen to have devised a few new postures we could try. Don't. Come on, come on. The atmosphere shifted drastically, catching Zhu Zhiqing off guard as Ling Mo pulled her back to the hotel, closing the door behind them. And an entire night slipped away. The following day, the group returned to Shrek Academy, exhausted after a month of trials, lacking the energy to continue their cultivation. They collapsed into their beds, falling into a deep slumber. The master had already conferred with Qin Ming regarding their upcoming trip to the Tiando Royal Academy, a matter to be addressed in 2 months' time. To participate in the Soul Master competition, the master exerted considerable effort. Though he claimed it was for the benefit of the students, it was equally driven by his personal ambition. Indeed, he sought to prove his worth. The optimal platform for this was the arena of the Soul Master competition, where renowned figures from the Tiando Empire and prominent sects would gather, providing him with the perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities. As his disciple, Tang San's success would grant the master the chance to validate himself before these esteemed individuals. However, Flanders bore the brunt of this endeavor, as the Shrek Academy he had painstakingly built now hung in the balance. To prevent the academy from vanishing completely, Ling Mo had no choice but to stage a performance with Dugubo, compelling them toward Lu Erlong. Without this rehearsal, Shrek Academy would surely fade from the annals of history. After all, it was Flanders' lifelong toil, and it would be a pity for it to be extinguished by the master's whims. The day after returning to the academy, Ling Mo eagerly summoned everyone. The group appeared bewildered, having survived the master's grueling training, now questioning what scheme Ling Mo had in mind. Xiao Mo, why the urgency so early in the morning? Must you awaken us at this hour? Xiao grumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Of course, there is good news. What good news? Upon hearing the mention of good tidings, Xiao Wu's fatigue vanished, her eyes sparkling with interest. Is it that you made a few garments like Zhu Qing asked to gift us? Goodness. It seems she still had her mind set on that outfit. No wonder, as women often find it hard to resist beautiful things. Dream on. If you wish for that garment, have Xiao San make it for you. Ling Mo rolled her eyes before continuing. The reason I summoned you all today is simply that your progress has been exceedingly slow. I wish to bestow upon you some invaluable treasures. As she spoke, with a grand gesture, several celestial herbs materialized and descended before the group. The foremost among them was an enormous chrysanthemum, resplendently hued in a magnificent purple, each petal appearing soft and fuzzy. The entire blossom seemed to coalesce harmoniously, yet it exuded no fragrance. The central stamen protruded above the petals by more than half a foot, glimmering with a faint golden radiance at its apex. What is this? Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but beside her, Tang San exhibited a look of astonishment. Is that the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum? What is the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum? The others stood in confusion, having never heard of such a thing. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a neutral celestial grade herb. Consuming it enhances one's vitality, invigorates the blood, and facilitates the cultivation of an indestructible body. Tang San elucidated. Indestructible? That's astonishing. Everyone was left in awe, while Ling Mo affirmed, indeed, it is no exaggeration. This celestial herb is meant for you. With that, she tossed it directly to Daimubai, believing that after having taken his beloved and causing him much distress, he deserved some recompense. Ling Mo was indeed a person of great integrity. Daimubai was so moved he nearly wept. Next, the group's attention shifted to the second herb. An 8-petaled orchid, its petals trembling gently, pure white and resplendent, exuding an ethereal presence. The 8-petaled celestial orchid. This is for Oscar. Ling Mo explained succinctly before tossing it over. Following this, she presented Ma Hongjun with the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower and Ning Rongrong with the Chiloa tulip. After attending to these individuals, she left the remaining celestial herbs for Tang San to choose from, with the exception of Zhu Zhiqing's. Ling Mo waved his hand, releasing a myriad of celestial elixirs, a diverse array that even included poisons. Logically, these items rightfully belonged to Tang San, yet they were intercepted by Ling Mo Little San. These treasures are entrusted to you. Feel free to select as many as you desire. Most of the items released by Ling Mo are of little use to her, yet their quality is unparalleled, truly exquisite rather than mere trifles. Zhu Zhiqing remained silent, fully aware that Ling Mo would undoubtedly present her with the finest offerings. As anticipated, Ling Mo unveiled a plant known as the Heartbreak Red, a choice laden with significance, as she sought to test whether Zhu Zhiqing could successfully recognize its worth. Heartbreak Red? Ah, little Mo, it seems you have reserved the finest for Zhu Qing, Tang San remarked with a hint of amusement, before redirecting his gaze to the other celestial herbs. At a glance, he was drawn to several within the collection, including one specifically prepared by Ling Mo for Xiao Wu, named the Celestial Bellflower. This herb possesses a singular trait. It can conceal Xiaowu's identity, ensuring that even the most skilled limit Douluo would be unable to discern her true nature. Due to the heartbreak red being withheld by Ling Mo, she took the liberty of retrieving this exceptional herb from the small tower to safeguard Xiaowu's identity. Yuqing. This herb is known as heartbreak red. Its blossoms are extraordinary, requiring one to hold their beloved in their thoughts while harvesting. The act must be performed with utmost sincerity. A drop of blood must be spilled upon the petals. Should one harbor even a trace of hesitation, the consequence would be dire, as they would perish without the ability to claim the flower. Once the flower is plucked, it remains eternally vibrant in the presence of its rightful owner. The stone beneath it, known as the black absence, ensures that if forcibly destroyed, the heartbreak red will lose all its medicinal properties. Consuming this herb bestows upon one the potential for immortality akin to that of the heavens, and I estimate it could elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels, along with an overall transformation of the body. As Ling Mo elucidated these details, all eyes turned toward her. Let us give it a try. If it does not succeed, I have other options available. Ling Mo merely wished to give it a try, uncertain of the outcome, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Zhu Yuqing accepted the task of the heartbreak red, channeling her soul power to invigorate her blood flow. With a slight parting of her cherry lips, she expelled a mouthful of fresh blood upon the petals. In that fleeting moment of bloodshed, she reminisced about her initial encounter with Ling Mo. Their rivalry beneath the night sky. After many twists and turns, Ling Mo was captured, and together they arrived at Shrek Academy. She recalled their first encounter in the Sodto Forest and the subsequent events within the Academy dormitory. Eventually, they opened their hearts to one another, truly coming together, gradually revealing a hint of blissful smiles. Encounters born of jest, love ignited by impulse, such as the exquisite nature of the world. The flowers bloomed, radiant and resplendent. Everyone exhaled in relief, their smiles emerging, yet only Dai Mubai displayed a smile tinged with disappointment. He understood that at this moment, he had utterly lost. There would be no opportunity for a turnaround. Had it been successful? Ling Mo was equally astonished by this unexpected delight. He had merely intended to give it a try, never anticipating genuine success. Overwhelmed with excitement, he promptly enveloped Zhu Yuqing in his embrace, gazing at the red amaranth in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. In this moment, he realized that Zhu Yuqing's heart had entirely become his own. He savored it. Ling Mo whispered softly in her ear, yet Zhu Yuqing remained unmoved, seemingly disinterested in consuming the precious herb. This was a treasure worthy of preservation, and she wished not to disrupt the enchanting atmosphere. Chapter 94. Steady now, very well. If you wish to keep it, so be it. This herb, kept close, can significantly enhance your cultivation efficiency. I have another herb here, one I have pre-selected for you. It is called the Celestial Violet. Consuming it might yield unexpected benefits. As she spoke, Ling Mo produced a carefully chosen herb, one that inherently belonged to the small tower. Ling Mo searched diligently until he discovered a rare herb specifically targeting Zhu Yuqing's martial spirit. Within the small tower, the majority of the herbs were inedible due to their excessively high grade, which most individuals could not withstand. However, if the martial spirit was compatible, absorption was indeed possible. Furthermore, this particular herb was not of the overpowering variety, making it exceptionally suitable for Zhu Yuqing. After receiving the ethereal violet, she promptly found a quiet spot to sit down. Upon consuming the herb, she entered a state of deep meditation. At this moment, most individuals had already entered their meditative state, with the most pronounced effect observed in Ningrongrong. Ling Mo had begun to perceive a subtle change in her martial spirit. As for Tang San, he was still deliberating which herb to select. Well, little San, have you made your choice? Ling Mo inquired, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Each of these herbs was a top-tier treasure, yet to maximize their potential, I require some time. No rush, consider these as gifts for you. Most of these are highly toxic substances, which are perfect for crafting hidden weapons. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ling Mo continued, by the way, little San. During my recent outing, I stumbled upon a rather remarkable tomb. Upon initial assessment, it is brimming with exquisite iron and rare metals. Would you be interested in embarking on an adventure? Such a fortuitous opportunity? You thought of me? Tang San questioned. What are you implying? We are brothers. When have I ever led you astray? Ling Mo replied with a touch of hurt in his voice. To say such a thing wounds me deeply, after all these years. It seems my affections have been misdirected. Ling Mo, with tears streaming down her face, spoke earnestly, convincing Tang San of her sincerity. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I apologize, Xiao Mo, it is my fault. Where is the tomb you mentioned? I shall visit it another day. Tang San was currently in need of extraordinary metals, and if what Ling Mo claimed was true, it would indeed warrant a journey. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen into Ling Mo's scheme. The tomb I discovered lies directly above the spirit hall. Head northward, and you shall enter the territory of the Star Luo Empire. It is located at a site in the northwest, where a once mighty sect known for its ironworking prowess had existed, now in decline. Ling Mo recounted the location of the Houghton sect ruins she had previously unearthed to Tang San. The memory of Tang Hao's ghostly antics from their last encounter ignited a spark of irritation within her. With a hint of mischief, she began to coax Tang San into unearthing her family's ancestral grave. One could only wonder how Tang Hao would react upon learning of this. Perhaps even chastising his own son. Very well, I shall visit it another day. If what you say is indeed true, I will share half of the spoils upon my return. Tang San, nearly devoid of suspicion, had been thoroughly deceived by Ling Mo's earlier performance. Good brother, let us drive forward. Ling Mo, suppressing her amusement, cheered for Tang San, for it was ultimately his decision whether to dig or not. Even if Tang Hao felt aggrieved, he had to endure it. How amusing. Once Tang San had embarked on his quest for the celestial herb, Ling Mo returned to Zhu Xuqing's side, nearly bursting with laughter. The afternoon sun shone particularly brightly, casting a serene glow upon a group of individuals meditating beneath the grand tree, exuding an air of tranquility. As a few teachers approached from a distance, witnessing the students diligently cultivating even during their break, they displayed smiles of satisfaction. Indeed, these children are remarkable. They were acutely aware that Shrek Academy was nearing its end, yet there was nothing they could do about it. At that moment, among those who had consumed the celestial herb, the first to awaken was Oscar, whose absorption process was relatively smooth, devoid of any tumult. I've hit the jackpot. Upon waking, Oscar exclaimed, but his voice had barely escaped when a stone struck him sharply on the head. Ouch! He yelped, clutching his head in bewilderment, only to discover that it was Ling Mo who had thrown it. With a hint of grievance, he protested, Xiao Mo, why did you hit me? Keep it down. Everyone is still absorbing the celestial herb. Shouting like that could disturb others. Ling Mo sat alone, casting a glance at him. Alas, Xiao Mo, do you know how many levels I have ascended? Oscar, indifferent to such matters, cheerfully approached, extending 5 fingers. 5 levels. Not bad, I suppose. What? Just not bad? I truly cannot compare to you extraordinary individuals. It is rather disheartening. Oh, come now. Only 5 levels, and you're getting all worked up over it? Soon. The second person stirred awake. It was Ning Rongrong. So, how are you, Rongrong? Ling Mo gazed at her as she approached, holding the 7 treasures glazed pagoda aloft. It had transformed into a 9-tiered structure, perhaps unbeknownst to her. Hee, I have already reached level 30. The sunlight smile radiated warmth, and as her mindset gradually opened, she shed her previous delicacy, resembling a little fairy instead. Hee, do not rush. The potency of the elixir has yet to reach its zenith. After acquiring the 3rd soul ring, she may well ascend several more levels. Ling Mo remarked, subsequently gesturing towards the 9-treasure glazed tower in her hand, saying, Do you notice any subtle changes in the tower you hold? Suddenly, Oscar interjected, Rong, quickly count the layers of your 7-treasure glazed tower. Ning Rong paused for a moment, then turned her attention to her treasure tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? How could it be? How did it transform into 9 layers? Ning Rongrong felt a surge of passion welling up within her, and even her voice quivered with emotion. The transformation of the 7-treasure glazed tower into 9 layers signified something profound. It meant she no longer possessed the 7-treasure glazed tower, but had instead attained the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower, the lifelong ambition of her father, Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the 7-treasure glazed sect. To think she had achieved this at that very moment. Unable to contain her exhilaration, Ning Rongrong glanced at Ling Mo and then at Zhu Xuqing behind her, feeling an overwhelming impulse to embrace him wholeheartedly. Without hesitation, she leaped forward, enveloping Ling Mo in a warm embrace. Her arms wrapped around his neck as she planted a fervent kiss upon his cheek. Ling Mo, thank you, truly thank you. Although I know that mere words of gratitude cannot adequately repay your kindness, I find myself at a loss for what to say. If it weren't for your bond with Zhu Qing, I would certainly pursue you. Although you are rather insufferable. Ling Mo, can the latter part be omitted? Ning Rongrong's actions completely took Ling Mo by surprise, leaving even Oscar momentarily stunned and somewhat disheartened. It cannot be omitted. Consider it your compensation to me. Let us put aside our past grievances. Ning Rongrong smiled joyfully and planted a kiss on Ling Mo's cheek. Knowing that Zhu Qing had yet to awaken and would not witness it. How outrageous. I must return the kiss, upholding the principle of never being at a disadvantage. I have always been the one to adjust others. When has it ever been my turn to be adjusted by someone else? Lingmo was on the verge of quitting. Little did anyone know that Ning Rongrong was already prepared, making a hasty escape. Damn it, you little brat. I've suffered a great loss. Upon noticing that Zhu Qing was stirring awake, Lingmo was suddenly overwhelmed by the sensation of having missed out on billions. Hee, come at me if you dare. She playfully informed Zhu Qing, boldly stating that Ning Rongrong had no fear of being teased. Her mood significantly lifted. The emergence of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda shattered her previous perceptions of Lingmo, revealing for the first time that he could indeed possess such charisma. Here it comes, the immersive experience. Chapter 95. Eventually, one will be exhausted gradually. Several individuals began to regain consciousness, with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai being the first to awaken, followed shortly by Xiao Wu. Among them, Dai Mubai was the first to break through to level 40. Achieving this milestone over 6 months earlier than expected, while Ma Hongjun had also ascended to level 30. Like Ning Rongrong, it was anticipated that Zhu Qing would similarly reach level 30 without any surprises. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar were expected to break through at least 5 levels, which was within the realm of expectation. The effects of the medicine would not be immediately exhausted. Instead, they would linger in their bodies for a while. During this subsequent period, their cultivation would undoubtedly yield substantial advancements. The 2 immortal herbs chosen by Tang San astonished Lingmo. Their characteristics bore a striking resemblance to the 8-pointed ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom. However, the lack of the ice and fire duality eye's refinement made the absorption of their effects considerably more challenging. Lingmo contemplated quietly, realizing that the current path had not deviated significantly from the original route. As for Zhu Qing's celestial spirit violet, this miraculous herb possessed immense efficacy, not something that could be successfully harnessed in a fleeting moment. She and Tang San had taken the longest, with everyone else surrounding them, patiently waiting. Observant as always, Lingmo noticed that after absorbing the celestial spirit violet, Zhu Qing's hair began to exhibit a faint purple hue. With the addition of a catgirl mask, she would appear even more enigmatic. Zhu Qing's figure was already quite striking, and this series of subtle transformations rendered her a worthy rival to Qian Renxue. Unlike Qian Renxue's dignified sanctity, Zhu Qing emanated the aura of a mysterious queen, deepening her allure. Cold, pure coldness. The vibrant colors of her attire gradually shifted to shades of purple, mirroring her hair, leaving Lingmo momentarily speechless. How beautiful! Lingmo, are you biased? Why is it that I, having consumed the elixir, do not undergo such a transformation? Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, gazed on enviously. It is an undeniable truth that all girls cherish beauty. Am I being biased? You possess the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, yet you still claim I am partial. Just look around. Who here has undergone a transformation as profound as yours? Hiki, I was merely jesting. Why so serious? Ning Rongrong replied with a sly smile. Not genuinely upset. Instead, she felt quite content. This time, her successful advancement to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was entirely reliant on Lingmo's elixir. She could hardly fathom how to express her gratitude towards Lingmo. Were it not for Lingmo's bond with Zhu Qing, she would have gladly offered herself in marriage. Such sentiments were heartfelt, not mere jest. Among the entire Shrek Academy, her fondness for Lingmo surpassed all others. Although at times she could be a bit cheeky. There is a saying, as long as one possesses pleasing features, their values often align with their appearance. Little Mo, will there be any issues with Little San? At this moment, Xiao Wu spoke, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Tang San. Tang San's current state was far from favorable. The simultaneous introduction of 2 potent toxins into his body, battling against one another, inflicted significant harm. He was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, and his body trembled intermittently, revealing his agony. He should be fine, Lingmo reassured, having scanned him with her heavy pupils and finding no apparent abnormalities. Has it succeeded? Suddenly, Lingmo's gaze shifted back to Zhu Qing, who let out a soft sound as her ethereal pupils slowly unfurled. Beneath her beautiful eyes, a pair of cold and merciless orbs emerged, further intensifying the frigid aura surrounding her. Her flowing purple hair resembled that of a goddess awakening. As she gradually opened her eyes, in that instant, a phantom materialized behind her, resembling a cat's shadow under the moonlight, chillingly eerie. Indeed, the celestial spirit violet's effects had manifested, subtly altering her martial spirit. Initially, Zhu Yuqing's martial spirit exhibited one blue and one white eye. Now, both her eyes were entirely purple. From the first impression, there was an added layer of mystery compared to before. Lingmo sensed a subtle transformation in her martial soul, as if it had undergone a qualitative leap in speed, and the sharpness of her claws had significantly intensified. The most remarkable change was in her pair of eyes, which seemed to possess numerous intricate functions, reminiscent of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, yet surpassing them in efficacy. This was not merely a dual pupil. It resembled a pair of eyes imbued with the essence of stars, aptly termed star eyes. Yuqing, how do you feel? Lingmo inquired eagerly. Assisting her to her feet, Zhu Yuqing blinked her eyes, and on her icy visage, a fleeting smile appeared as she replied, I have reached the 30th level, and unexpectedly, I have gained a surprise. What surprise? Yuqing, along with the others who had gathered around, inquired with palpable anticipation. It is my eyes. Not only have they enhanced my vision, granting me a degree of insight, but they can also initiate attacks. Zhu Yuqing's melodious voice resonated, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. What? Your martial soul is a spirit cat. How can your eyes also engage in combat? I am uncertain. It seems to be an effect brought forth by the celestial violet, which has infinitely amplified the keen eyesight of the spirit cat. Thus, all these transformations are indeed inseparable from the essential characteristics of the martial soul. The eyes of a cat are inherently sharp, adept at hunting prey in the dark. When the qualities of the celestial violet are infinitely extended, they also acquire a certain offensive capability. It appears that this bears a subtle connection to my dual pupils. Lingmo pondered deeply, perhaps having already surmised something significant. However, he chose not to disclose his thoughts to the group. Lingmo faintly sensed that her unique twin pupils seemed to harbor the potential to embrace Zhu Yuqing's starry eyes. If this trend were to continue, it might lead to the development of a martial soul fusion technique unique to their connection. Moreover, there could be more than one. The five-color divine light is a versatile martial soul, capable of forming exquisite combinations with any soul. In contrast, the twin pupils only accept the fusion of similar martial souls. Embracing her companion, Lingmo subtly felt the alluring force emanating from them, almost confirming this notion. Now, it only remained to resolve the matter of the third party. Lingmo dispelled their inquisitive thoughts, and the crowd's gaze shifted to Tang San. Meanwhile, Lingmo's covetous eye swept back and forth between Zhu Yuqing. She was exquisite. The legendary purple lady. Come visit my dormitory tonight, Lingmo whispered softly in Zhu Yuqing's ear. Standing at a height of 185 meters, Lingmo was perfectly matched with Zhu Yuqing, who stood at 175 meters. Together, they formed an enchanting pair, one charming and dashing, the other cool and dignified. I won't go. You'll eventually be the death of me, Zhu Yuqing retorted, rolling her eyes, resolute in not falling for Lingmo's charm. Clutching a red flower of longing, she was reluctant to let it go. It's all right. If you don't come to my dormitory, I'll come to yours. Just remember not to close the door. Lingmo jested. This cursed woman becomes increasingly alluring. Who could possibly resist? Moreover, she is his own. Lingmo could hardly contain himself. How naive of you to think otherwise. I refuse to yield, he exclaimed, unable to endure any longer, for such tone could easily ignite one's passions. Lingmo's heart was tumultuous. One could hardly blame him for his attraction to beauty, especially when such a lure came from a wife as enchanting as his. Chapter 96. Departure for Douluo City. For the next hour, a group gathered around Tang San, eagerly awaiting his awakening. As anticipated, Tang San successfully withstood the impact of 2 celestial herbs, absorbing their essence without any adverse effects. Little San, how do you feel? The crowd approached with concern. To which Tang San replied with a smile, excellent. The efficacy of these herbs has been fully realized. They not only pose no harm to my body, but substantially enhance my future cultivation speed. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It feels as though the effects have yet to completely dissipate. Exactly. After consuming the celestial herbs, I was able to suppress my inner turmoil. Haha, you glutton. It's a wonder you can maintain such control, considering how often you dash into the city. The afternoon was filled with joy as everyone reveled in their significant improvements. More than anything, they felt immense gratitude towards Lingmo. Had he not distributed the celestial herbs, their progress would not have been so rapid. Soon, this news reached Flinder and the others, who celebrated for quite some time. Flinder had initially intended to ask Zhao Wujie to guide them into the Stardo Forest. But upon recalling their previous ordeal, Zhao Wujia promptly shook his head in refusal. Come on, after being bitten by a snake, one fears the ropes for 10 years. Zhao Wujia was understandably wary. However, this was not cowardice. In the world of soul masters, one could hardly label it so, it was merely prudent. Ultimately, Flinder made a resolute decision. In 1 month's time, they would embark towards Sodto City, coinciding perfectly with their trip to the Sunset Forest to seek soul rings for the students. The proximity of Sunset Forest to Sodto City meant that the journey would not take long. The primary concern was that the students had just broken through. Their cultivation required solidification. Throughout the month, Lingmo remained in Shrek Academy, diligently honing his skills. As dawn's light streamed into his room, Lingmo awakened. Noting the disarray left after a fierce battle the previous night, with Zhu Zhiqing having just departed, another splendid day awaited. Calculating the time, it was indeed the day to set off for the Royal Academy of Sodto. He wondered how things were faring with Dugubo, hoping no mishaps would arise. Unperturbed by the room's chaos, Lingmo deemed it unnecessary to tidy up, given his imminent departure. After rising, he commenced his daily training, entering a meditative state. With notable progress in the 3 live scripture, Lingmo was now able to practice, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace. The perfect fusion of the scripture and soul power significantly aided his advancement. Over the month, he had leveled up to 44. At this rate, within a year, he would undoubtedly reach level 50. He was only one celestial herb away from achieving the evolution of the 5-colored divine light. Having gathered his belongings, Lingmo made his way to the training grounds, where everyone had assembled and was ready to depart. Flinder stood by the field, gazing at the flags, unable to conceal his melancholy. Enough staring, let us go. If need be, I'll accompany you back for retirement later, Zhao Wujia consoled. For Shrek Academy represented 20 years of their toil, and the sentiment weighed heavily on them all. Get lost. I have no interest in men. Huh? Do you think I'm fond of men? This is merely to comfort you. Come on, at your age, without a wife, you dare to console me? Look around. Among us, who has settled down? All of us are still single. You are single too. I'm different. What is the difference? Their playful banter escalated, nearly leading to a scuffle, but the onlookers found it amusing, and the teacher's spirits lightened considerably. Let us go. The master emerged, stating but a single sentence before leading the way. All right, little monsters. You've had a month's rest. From now on, we shall quicken our pace. Each of you must keep up with my speed, or else. Flinder seemed to revert to his old self. A cunning glint in his eyes as he seized the master's arm and took flight. The master was effortlessly carried along by Flinder's soul power, expending no effort whatsoever. Flinder, what training value does this hold for the children? Their physical foundation is already quite solid. Speeding up our journey means fewer nights and inns, thus saving considerable funds. This is the essence of training. Flinder's words momentarily stunned the master. Upon reflection, there was a grain of truth to his statement. Zhao Wujia, the one most familiar with Flinder, cast a resigned glance at Xiao Xian, the auxiliary soul master beside him. Does Flinder truly need to put his old bones through such trials just to save money? The auxiliary soul master's speed was naturally lacking, so he opted to hasten alongside Xiao Xian. Behind them, several teachers began to follow suit. Meanwhile, Lingmo activated his peacock wings, soaring into the sky. Zhu Zhiqing did not lag behind. Her purple wings unfurled as she joined Lingmo in the air. Ever since her martial soul underwent a transformation, she had developed a fondness for purple, even changing her attire to match. Hey, Lingmo, take me with you. Seeing the two ascend, the auxiliary soul master Oscar grew anxious, while Ning Rongrong cast him a pitiful glance. Their physiques were the weakest, and such a long-distance journey would be arduous for them. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's sorrowful gaze, Zhu Zhiqing could not bear to refuse and directly lifted her into the air, utilizing the flight capability of her phoenix garments. It demanded no exertion, making it easy to carry 1 or 2 individuals. Oscar, what can I say about you? One must strive for independence. Even if the road ahead is fraught with challenges, one must forge their own path with determination. Yet, you haven't even started running, and you've already given up. Such a self-defeating mindset is unacceptable. You must believe in yourself. You can do it. Fine, if you don't want to take me, just don't lecture me. Oscar felt an overwhelming sense of shame at Ling Mo's words, instinctively believing such behavior was disgraceful. How could you entertain such thoughts? I'm looking out for your future. If you don't exert yourself now, how will you navigate society's storms later? As Ling Mo began to ramble, he could drive anyone to madness. Not only was he shameless, but he also boasted about it with unbridled confidence. Huh, It made me laugh to tears. You foolish one. It would be wise for you to run away quietly. If you keep shouting, don't be disheartened when you tire out, the fatty chuckled. To be honest, the person he admired most was Ling Mo, for he possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable. The fatty believed he could never be so unashamed. If he could be as bold as Ling Mo, would he still lack women? Damn, being unashamed truly allows one to act with impunity. The group set off from Sodto City, heading directly towards Sodto City. At this distance, if Ling Mo exerted himself, they could arrive in less than a day. However, they now needed at least 3 days to reach their destination, as the burdensome companions behind them severely slowed their pace. As their speed increased, Oscar could barely keep up. And Ling Mo had no choice but to assist him, lest this lad collapse midway and perish on the road. That would be too tragic. Having to be dug up by Ling Mo later. Chapter 97. Flinder's scheme. Upon exiting the Ballot Kingdom, they entered the territory of the Sylph's Kingdom. Fortunately, Flinder did not accelerate today. Otherwise, the students would not have been able to keep up. That day, upon entering the main city of Sylphs, Flinder made an unprecedented choice to stay in this grand city, and they arrived just as night fell. Flinder, have you had a change of heart? When Flinder, the esteemed dean, led everyone into a rather expensive hotel, even the master, who usually disregarded money, found it peculiar. Remarkably, Flinder booked 5 rooms, allowing everyone to have a bit more space, and even dinner was unexpectedly lavish. His series of actions left everyone dumbfounded, thinking that Flinder had lost his mind. This was not like him at all. Sure enough, after dinner, Flinder finally showed his true colors. Hey, you all haven't engaged in combat for 2 months. This Sylph City has a grand fighting arena. Why not go and stretch your legs tonight? He added, there is no need to participate in all the fights. Just join the team battles to avoid affecting our journey tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. So that was the issue. No wonder he had been so excited along the way. He had calculated everything, preparing to reap some profits. This maneuver caught everyone off guard. Even Ling Mo was deeply impressed. I once thought I was the only shameless person in the world, but it seems you are even more audacious than I. Cough, cough. What are you thinking? I'm doing this for your own good. Never let your guard down. Flinder declared with righteous fervor, not forgetting to glare at Ling Mo. How could he let someone else stop him from making money? Impressive, impressive. To speak of shamelessness with such conviction, throughout history, only the dean could achieve this. Ahaha. Flinder, thick-skinned enough to ignore Ling Mo's jests, concluded the bill with a flourish, inquiring about the location of the Sylph's Grand Fighting Arena. Before leading everyone out of the hotel, the Sylph's Grand Fighting Arena appeared even more magnificent than the Sodto Arena. After all, it was the capital of the Sylph's Kingdom, a notch above Sodto. However, when registering the Shrek's 7 monsters for team battles, Flinder was taken aback. The Sylph's Grand Fighting Arena did not have a single 30-level gold fighting team available for fair combat, although Daimubai had reached level 40. He remained a soul sovereign until he acquired his 4th soul ring. Many grand arenas operated under such rules, leading many to intentionally remain at this level to earn more in battles. The sheer size of the arena, without even a single 30-level gold fighting team, was truly embarrassing. Flinder's rage flared up, for he had spent a considerable sum treating everyone today, and if there were no returns, he would suffer a significant loss. I'm truly sorry. Sir, but there really isn't one, the staff member said, leaving Flinder's face darkened. It seems someone is in for a tough time, Zhao Wujuan remarked gleefully. As long as Flinder suffered, he found joy in it, for reasons unknown. Thus, old Zhao and Flinder shared a true camaraderie, having sparred for so many years, knowing each other inside out. What was Lu Erlong compared to the bond between them? Flinder shot old Zhao an irritated glance, unwilling to accept defeat. Is there no other way? Not that there isn't another way. If you all decide to participate in battles above your level, I can certainly make arrangements. In that case, you would no longer be subject to the restrictions of battle ranks. Enough is enough. While I am greedy for money, I would never joke with the lives of children. Flinder immediately rejected the idea, realizing he was in for a significant loss. Actually, I think it's feasible. Master suddenly interjected, causing confusion among everyone, especially Flinder, who exclaimed, Xiao Gang, are you out of your mind? While I trust the kids can win, this is no laughing matter. A challenge above their level is simply impossible. Ignoring Flinder, Master focused on the staff member. We can actively choose teams, correct? Indeed. Good. Do you have any particularly fierce teams among the level 40 groups? Preferably those known for consistently inflicting damage on their opponents, with a high kill ratio. What? The staff member was flabbergasted, and even Flinder and Zhao Wujuan were left speechless. Master, isn't this a bit unwise? Old Zhao couldn't help but interject. Since Master had arrived, he had seldom interfered with his affairs, but today's decision compelled him to speak up. Flinder seized Master's shoulder, growling, "Xiao Gang. Are you mad? Do you want the kids to march to their deaths? Flinder, do you think I would let Xiao San go to his death? Rest assured. I have my reasons. Indeed, Tang San is his direct disciple. He wouldn't send his own student to the death." Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They could only let the Master proceed with his whims. As expected, Master selected the most fearsome team for the Shrek 7 monsters, the Fearsome God Squad. Each member was above the Soul Sect level, possessing formidable strength, and their attacks were lethal, ensuring someone would surely perish. Upon seeing this team, Flinder muttered, "I want to concern myself with anything else, but this team must be faced by Ling Mo." For their safety, Flinder insisted on bringing Ling Mo into the fray. From the moment Ling Mo enrolled, Flinder had been closely monitoring him. This lad had no moral compass. His strength remained an enigma. Perhaps only he could put Flinder's mind at ease. Master hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made a decisive call. Very well. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters were finally registered, with Ling Mo taking the lead. This time, Ling Mo needed no pretense. He could unleash his full potential. After all, this was a challenge above their level, and fairness was no longer a concern. The only question remained, who would Ling Mo replace in the battle? If he had a choice, Dai Mubai would surely be the first to be eliminated. Unfortunately, Master had other plans and directly assigned Ling Mo to replace Oscar. What does everyone think? Raise your hands for a vote, but Flinder remained unconvinced and inquired about the opinions of the other teachers present. Undoubtedly, the decision passed unanimously. Indeed, the essence of this battle was not merely to test their fighting spirit, but to cultivate their courage and endurance. They were merely children, around 12 or 13 years of age, who had yet to experience the brutal realities of the Spirit Master realm. To advance further in this domain, such trials were essential. The Master's intention was simply to facilitate their acceptance of this truth more swiftly. While his intentions were commendable, Flinder's concerns lingered. Upon returning to the group, the Master elaborated on the formidable nature of their forthcoming adversaries, causing visible panic among the attendees. For safety reasons, a replacement was required, and the Master suddenly declared, "Let us substitute Lingmo." Lingmo, baffled, exclaimed, "What? Me? What's going on? Is it really necessary for me to step in? A fierce team can surely handle this without my intervention." Chapter 98. A minor scene. Let me step in. Let me. Upon hearing of the sudden change in personnel, Oscar was immediately exhilarated. After all, he was merely a bystander. Apart from his fragrant sausages, he had little to offer. The fearsome reputation of their opponents had utterly terrified him. "Let me in," Ning Rongrong echoed, equally alarmed. Ling Mo glanced around, sighed, and muttered, "Alas. There seems to be no future." He continued, "Enough of the bickering. It's merely a fearsome battle team. Is it truly so terrifying? Let us switch to Dai Mubai." Dai Mubai exclaimed, "What? Me again? What on earth is this? Are you targeting me deliberately?" He was on the verge of tears, wondering if he had truly fallen so low that he could not even compete with a support-type Soul Master. Initially, he had thought Ling Mo to be a person of integrity, only to realize that his cunning nature was fully intact. As he was the first to think of Dai Mubai whenever something arose. "How do you see it, Master?" Dai Mubai queried. Noticing that the Master did not respond directly but rather turned his gaze towards him. Feeling somewhat superfluous, Dai Mubai reluctantly said, "All right then, if it must be me. So be it. Very well, it is settled. Xiao San, Xiao Mo. This time, I will impose no limitations on you in terms of rules. You may utilize your hidden weapons." Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of excitement, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong reacting most fervently. "Really?" The Master smiled gently, nodded, and chose to remain silent. Ling Mo and Tang San are well aware of the hidden weapons, and previously, Tang San bestowed each of them a piece. In Ning Rongrong's hands lies the star crossbow gifted by Ling Mo, whose lethality is beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. Even if the opponent is a Soul Master, it is impossible to fend off the onslaught of the star crossbow, even with their utmost effort. This weapon is specifically designed to counter defenses. The more defensive the Soul Master, the more excited the star crossbow becomes, targeting your vulnerabilities with relentless precision, rendering avoidance futile. With the assurance from their master, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hidden weapons gifted by Tang San are not mere trinkets, they are crafted from rare metals. imbued with a life force that amplifies their lethality several times over compared to ordinary hidden weapons. Suddenly, a thought struck Lingmo, prompting him to exclaim, "Wait, what is the matter?" Zhu Yuqing inquired, puzzled by Ling Mo's sudden reaction. "What significant event has transpired?" "It's nothing. You all stay here. I'll be back shortly," Lingmo replied, as he swiftly departed towards the betting area for the Soul Arena. Indeed, he intended to seize this opportunity to amass a fortune. Such a windfall should not be monopolized by Flender alone. However, he realized that the 50,000 gold soul coins he extorted from Dugubo had dwindled to a mere pittance, insufficient even to reach the halfway mark. Lingmo abruptly turned back. Zhu Yuqing, bewildered by his sudden return, was taken aback when he approached her and began rummaging through her belongings. "What are you doing? There are others watching," Zhu Yuqing protested, feeling quite uncomfortable as he touched her. "Do you have any money on you? Please lend me some." Lingmo has been rummaging for quite some time. Utterly perplexed about where this girl has concealed the money, she directly inquired, "What do you need the money for?" Zhu Yuqing paused momentarily, contemplating what mischief might be afoot. How could that be?" She replied, "Oh, never mind that. Just hand over the money to me first." Lingmo explained that he did not borrow money from others, fearing that their bets would increase the stakes. Although Zhu Yuqing did not comprehend Lingmo's intentions, she still handed her money to him, a diamond purple gold card, with a minimum value starting at 50,000. "Wow, how much do you have in there?" Upon seeing the card, Lingmo was momentarily stunned. He had thought Ning Rongrong was already wealthy, yet his own wife surpassed her in affluence. "Not much, just 70,000, Zhu Yuqing replied, acknowledging that the amount she brought was indeed modest, sufficient to sustain her until graduation. She was not particularly extravagant, unlike Ning Rongrong, who indulged in constant shopping, allowing her to save considerably. "I never imagined my wife was a wealthy lady," Lingmo murmured as he tremulously accepted the substantial sum, leaning closer to Zhu Yuqing's ear. "Stop being so cheeky. If you have something to do, hurry up. The soul fight is about to begin," Zhu Yuqing said, her cheeks slightly flushed, smiling with great satisfaction. Lingmo asked her for money, and without a moment's hesitation, she granted his request. To her, that sum was merely a figure, utterly insignificant compared to the value of the gifts Lingmo had bestowed upon her. Just one piece of the phoenix feather garment was worth far more than what lay on that card. "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." After planting a kiss on Zhu Yuqing's cheek, Lingmo joyfully dashed towards the betting area. Upon his arrival, he found Flender already engaged in wagering, and the odds of the Shrek 7 monsters battling against the fierce gods had soared to an astonishing 1 to 17. This exorbitant ratio nearly made Lingmo burst out laughing. "By the heavens, I've struck gold." Ecstatic, Lingmo placed a total of 170,000 gold soul coins upon the betting table, ready to stake his claim. Flender, observing from the side, wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Goodness, where on earth did you acquire such a fortune?" The 30,000 coins in his possession had been painstakingly cobbled together by their motley crew of old-timers. "Mind your own business. I'm simply wealthy. What of it? Come on, share a bit with me, and I shall repay you double when it's settled." "Pfft. Repay me double? They're offering 17 times the odds. Do you take me for a fool?" Lingmo and Flender nearly came to blows at the betting table, both of them consumed by their obsession with money. I interjected, inquiring if they intended to continue their wagers. A nearby staff member remarked on the sheer madness of this world. The adjacent betting table was teeming with spectators, captivated by the fierce battle. While on the side of the Shrek 7, only these two remained, bickering incessantly, betting 170,000 for a victory from the Shrek 7. Lingmo, indifferent to Flander's attempts to copy him, placed 2 cards down decisively. "I too wagered 30,000 gold soul coins on the victory of the Shrek 7 devils." Realizing that he could gain no advantage from Lingmo, Flander reluctantly conceded and, seizing the moment of heightened stakes, hastily placed his bet. "Damn it, kid. Mark my words. When I have wealth, I shall crush you with it." As Lingmo departed, her triumphant demeanor only served to intensify Flander's ire. He lamented the fact that his 30,000 gold soul coins had already found their way into another's possession. Should he lose this time, he would be left utterly destitute. It was perplexing to consider from where Lingmo derived such audacity, wagering all her possessions in a single gamble. How amusing. Upon returning to the group, the mere thought of Flander's frustrated expression brought Lingmo uncontainable joy. With his wager of 170,000, the odds had shifted, diminishing to a mere 15 times. which meant Flanders stood to lose several tens of thousands of gold soul coins without any recourse. Before the wager, Lingmo's odds stood at 17-1. Even after placing the bet, the calculations remained consistent with the pre-wager ratio. In other words, he not only avoided losses, but considerably profited. What could possibly be so delightful? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, perplexed. Nothing. Just an inexplicable urge to laugh. Lingmo refrained from disclosing that he had staked their entire fortune, lest he incur a severe reprimand. As they awaited Flinder's return, Lingmo caught a glimpse of his grim expression, an unmistakable aura of lethal intent surrounding him. Chapter 99. So swift what to do. What to do? I am exceedingly anxious. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, on the verge of panic as the moment to take the stage drew near. Being but a young girl, she was overwhelmed with trepidation. With a grand gesture, Lingmo declared, seeing your distress, I shall reluctantly make a sacrifice and lend you a comforting embrace to soothe your fragile spirit. Go die? Ning Rongrong shot him a glare, indignant at his incessant attempts to take advantage, even feigning reluctance. What unspeakable thoughts lurked in her mind? Ah, you wretched person. Such a petty mindset. Here I am, offering you kindness, and you wish ill upon me. You rogue, do you truly possess such benevolence? Bah, your disbelief is of no concern to me. Do you harbor feelings for Rongrong? Suddenly, Zhu Zhiqing's voice pierced the air, startling Ling Mo. Damn it. I completely forgot she was beside us. Is this a disaster in the making? Hee, not at all. Merely jesting. Feeling a small hand wrap around his waist, Ling Mo executed a swift 360-degree turn, nearly crying out in pain. If you like her, then pursue her. I have no objections. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhiqing's tone shifted. Ling Mo's inner voice cautioned, this isn't the case. Don't overthink it. What was amiss with her today? Had she been overworked in recent days? I am not overthinking. I speak earnestly, Zhu Zhiqing stated, gazing directly into Ling Mo's eyes. You're not feverish, are you? Strange, Ling Mo remarked, brushing his hand against Zhu Zhiqing's forehead, confirming her temperature was normal. The more he pondered, the more suspicious it seemed. Could this be a trap? No, he needed to remain steady. If the enemy did not move, neither would he. Enough of this. Zhu Zhiqing, noticing Ling Mo's wariness, suddenly laughed and pushed him away. A flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes, having received Ling Mo's affection. She had matured considerably. Cough cough, quite enchanting, yet also rather frightening. Who knew when she might become irate, launching a peacock feather at him? Leaving Ling Mo unaware of his impending demise. What has come over you today? Why such unexpected words? Ling Mo embraced her as they sat in the last row of the audience, while the attention of others was directed towards the front. It's not you. What kind of reset skill is this, making it impossible for me to cultivate? Upon mentioning this matter, Zhu Zhiqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Over this period, she has truly experienced the terror of Ling Mo's ability. At times, she sincerely wished for someone to share the burden with her. Conveniently, she had the impression that Ling Mo harbored feelings for Rongrong, which prompted her to utter such words earlier. After all, none of you could fathom the sensation of spending 24 hours a day confined within a room. It was a bittersweet torment. Recently, she found herself questioning whether she was still the same person she once was, grappling with existential doubts. In this world, only Ling Mo could possess such an extraordinary skill to engage in such matters. If you dislike it, I simply want to use it next time. Do I trust you? When have you not said that? The words of a man are often deceitful. One should never place faith in a man's empty promises, especially regarding such matters. As I've said, if it were Rongrong, I could accept it, but if it were anyone else, don't even think about it. This was Zhu Zhiqing's ultimate boundary. However, upon her declaration, Ling Mo did not exhibit any sign of excitement. Instead, he wore a serious expression, recognizing it as a test. Trying to deceive me? Absolutely not. After careful contemplation, Ling Mo refrained from continuing the conversation. Regardless of whether it was a test, he would not fall for it. Love is a matter between two individuals. Playful teasing is one thing, but if they were to truly unite, mutual willingness is essential. Naturally, Ling Mo believed that this was a trial set by Zhu Zhiqing, for a girl with such strong possessiveness would never permit another to threaten her sovereignty. This was simply not in line with her character. Perhaps Ling Mo had misjudged the extent of his reset ability, as well as Zhu Zhiqing's capacity to endure. All right, it's time to take the stage. The announcer's voice boomed across the fighting arena, calling out the names of the Shrek 7 monsters and the Fierce God team. The group made their way through the passage, directly entering the preparation area for the battle. Is everyone ready? Just before taking the stage, Ling Mo felt compelled to remind them, as the upcoming scene might be too overwhelming to bear. Lingmo endured not the prowess of the adversary before him, but rather the impending scene of carnage. "Are you prepared?" he inquired. However, Mo, do you truly possess confidence? Moments before the match, Oscar, gripping the Zhuge crossbow, expressed his lingering apprehension. In response, Tang San assured him, "Rest easy. Do not underestimate the power of these concealed weapons. At all times." Tang San held profound reverence for the Tang sect's hidden armaments. While others might doubt their efficacy, Tang San would never waver in his belief. Xiao San is correct. Although this seemingly innocuous little box appears harmless, even a Soul King would find it impossible to withstand such an arrow when caught unawares. The final words of Ling Mo served as a reassuring balm for them. Ling Mo never harbored any concern regarding this battle. Even if the power of the Zhuge divine crossbow fell short, it was of little consequence. At worst, she could produce the peacock feather and eliminate a multitude in a single shot. Such matters were trivial. As the gate to the arena swung open, a procession of individuals made their entrance, bathed in a faint glow. The first thing to emerge was the array of masks adorning their faces, concealing their youthful visages. The most captivating among them was undoubtedly the half-cat shadow mask worn by Zhu Yuqing, her violet hair partially shrouding the light, adding an air of enigma. The Shrek team traversed the passage and ascended the stage of combat. Within less than a minute, they returned, their faces ashen. "What? It's over?" Indeed. It transpired with astonishing swiftness. In the fleeting second upon taking the stage, 7 Zhuge divine crossbows unleashed their fury simultaneously, and in an instant, all 7 members of the fearsome god squad fell beneath the onslaught of arrows. Everything unfolded with such rapidity that the audience scarcely had time to react before Ling Mo led her team off the stage. "Goodness. I've been cheated out of my ticket. Was that merely a second? How exceedingly swift." To encapsulate this battle in a single phrase would be to declare it terrifyingly swift. The countenance of the Shrek team was pale, each member bearing a peculiar expression. The grisly scene from moments ago lingered vividly in their minds. It was Zhu Yuqing who first succumbed to the overwhelming horror, promptly exiting the arena to find a place to heave. Ling Mo gazed with profound sympathy, while the others, initially reluctant to express their discomfort, could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing Zhu Yuqing's reaction. The group hurriedly exited the Fighting Soul platform, each succumbing to the urge to vomit. Tang San, having lived 2 lifetimes, maintained a semblance of composure despite his peculiar expression, exhibiting no significant reaction. Ling Mo maintained an expression of calmness. If one had plundered 1,000 graves, such a scene would no longer evoke feelings of disgust, nor would there be any lingering sense of guilt. Indeed, to cultivate the resilience of one's psyche, one ought to learn the art of tomb raiding from Ling Mo. It is assured that one would experience rapid progress. Within the crypts, one frequently encounters bizarre and grotesque entities, such as repulsive corpse insects and soul beasts. Those creatures are far more revolting. Ling Mo had long since developed an immunity to such minor disturbances. Gently patting Zhu Yuqing on the back, Ling Mo found himself at a loss for words of comfort. In truth, he had initially intended to shield her from these experiences, yet they were inevitable. The arena of soul battles was in chaos. In the span of a mere second, the combat had concluded. Those who had placed their bets were utterly furious, having lost everything in this round. Chapter 100. Black Eats Black? Is it any better now? Ling Mo quietly stood behind, observing as Zhu Yuqing had nearly finished vomiting, and spoke up. "Why do you show no reaction at all?" Suddenly, Zhu Yuqing remarked, "Among this group, it seems that only Ling Mo is exhibiting such composure." "Indeed. Mo, why do you remain so unfazed? Are you not human?" The others, having regained their composure, began to question Ling Mo. Despite sharing the same age, they often felt that Ling Mo's temperament was markedly more mature than theirs. After wandering across the world for so many years, what scenes have I not encountered? Don't even mention a mere handful of corpses. I have seen the most grotesque of dead bodies, those that were decayed and crawling with maggots. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd turned pale and began to retch violently once more. Zhu Yuqing's reaction was the most severe. She felt Ling Mo had led her into this predicament on purpose. "I could just kill you," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. They had just started to recover, but Ling Mo's sudden mention of corpses conjured horrific images in their minds. The nausea they felt was overwhelming. Far worse than the most repulsive of sausages. "Oscar, what? Is this really happening?" Ling Mo exaggeratedly remarked, ostensibly to alleviate the tension, allowing them to forget the heinous act of murder and instead focus on the grotesqueness of the corpse. In contrast, The sensation of taking a life for the first time is truly difficult to bear, a vibrant human being, abruptly succumbing to death. Among them, the eldest was merely 14 years of age. Enough, Zhu Zhuqing coldly interjected, fearing that Ling Mo might utter yet another statement that would render them sleepless this night. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Why the agitation? Forget it. You all continue to lament here. I shall go collect my reward. The mere thought of the impending windfall filled Ling Mo with exuberance, and he joyfully leaped away. He headed directly to find the person in charge to claim the wagered bounty. Is anyone here? Show yourselves. Upon entering the designated prize redemption office, Ling Mo raised his voice and called out. As anticipated, the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena soon emerged. What brings you here? However, the newly emerged supervisor seemed rather unfriendly. What do you mean? I am here to claim my prize. Ling Mo suddenly realized that something was amiss. In the entire room, there were only the two of them. With keen eyes, Ling Mo noticed that numerous skilled individuals seemed to be lurking in the shadows. It appeared that Flander had taken his leave right after the conclusion of the Battle Spirit event, leaving Ling Mo, the wealthiest among them, seemingly at risk of being ambushed in a scheme of betrayal. A staggering sum of 170,000 had now ballooned to an astonishing 2,890,000. Though this was a considerable amount of money, Ling Mo found it hard to believe that such a sum could not be procured from the Grand Arena. Were they underestimating his youth, contemplating a scheme of treachery? Where was the proof? The supervisor suddenly sneered, his facade dropping, speaking bluntly. Upon witnessing this, Ling Mo had already concluded his thoughts and revealed a hint of a cold smile. Betrayal? How intriguing. After years of traversing the continent, this was the first time he encountered such a scenario, and it seemed rather thrilling. Proof? He carelessly tossed the evidence across the room. He was certain that the ensuing spectacle would involve the other party tearing it apart, and he harbored no concerns. As anticipated, they indeed ripped the evidence right in front of him. Sir, if there is nothing else, please leave promptly. We are about to close, the supervisor remarked with a sneer, clearly amused by the youth's folly in surrendering the sole piece of evidence. Looks like you've landed yourself in quite the predicament. How amusing. The actions of the other party, instead of inciting Ling Mo's wrath, only made him chuckle heartily. The supervisor, bewildered by Ling Mo's reaction, pondered whether he had truly lost his senses. Such betrayals were rare in the Grand Arena, yet not unheard of. Very well, you have successfully provoked my anger. This matter is no longer solvable with mere millions, Ling Mo declared, his gaze sweeping across the room, effortlessly spotting those hidden in the shadows. Come out. There is no need to hide. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. How did he discern their presence? No, something about this young man was indeed peculiar. Ling Mo's every word and action bore no resemblance to that of a composed young man. Rather, he resembled a sagacious old fox. Indeed, following Ling Mo's sharp exclamation, numerous individuals gradually entered the room, all attired in the uniform of the Great Soul Arena. Aside from the Soul Saint-level supervisor before him, the rest were predominantly between the ranks of Soul King and Soul Emperor. The credentials of Ling Mo have been torn asunder. Regardless of his lineage as a scion of a prominent family, without proof, he cannot provoke any trouble with the Grand Soul Arena. The influence of the Grand Soul Arena is not something that ordinary sects can easily challenge. Any sect possessing a modicum of rationality would refrain from intentionally seeking conflict with the Grand Soul Arena. They would never go so far as to jeopardize the safety of their sect for the sake of a single disciple. Thus, it was with deliberate intent that they shredded Ling Mo's credentials, leaving him without evidence and unable to defend himself. However, will Ling Mo acquiesce? Certainly not. The destruction of his credentials was an intentional act aimed at extracting greater wealth. Ah, splendid. 10 Soul Kings, 7 Soul Emperors, and 1 Soul Saint. No wonder you dare to engage in underhanded dealings. It appears you were well prepared. Aware of your precarious situation, you ought to depart post-haste. I can overlook your previous impudence. Impudence? Turning the tables? Seizing the upper hand, are we? Your decision to refrain from pursuing me does not imply that I will let your actions go unaddressed. You must now present a compensation of 10 million to rectify my losses. Otherwise, the prestige of the Grand Soul Arena will become but a memory. Do not presume I jest. I am a man of my word. Do not think that your mere Grand Soul Arena, or even an empire, could escape my wrath if provoked. Ling Mo first revealed his murderous intent, a potent aura of death accumulating around him. He was not jesting, should he desire. He could annihilate even an empire. With an ultra-limit Douluo, 7 titled Douluos, and an army of 3,000 soldiers, each equipped with a peacock feather, He could effortlessly obliterate thousands upon thousands of troops with but a snap of his fingers. Moreover, he possessed an unparalleled ally in the form of the team battle prodigy, Duel, capable of decimating an entire city single-handedly. What a farce, an utterly ludicrous jest. Ha ha ha. Is this lad truly mocking me? Has he lost his mind? Upon the utterance of Ling Mo's words, rather than garnering their attention, it provoked a chorus of laughter among them. Indeed, it was this sardonic laughter that incited a deep-seated frustration within. A jest, perhaps? Lingmo whispered softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a black box materialized in his hand. In an instant, a flicker of light passed through, blinding everyone momentarily, rendering their vision utterly unclear. A series of thunderous sounds echoed through the air. When the supervisor lifted his gaze once more, he was struck with horror as he discovered that 10 of his subordinates lay lifeless before him. Yes, those were the 10 Soul Kings. In the blink of an eye, they had all perished under mysterious circumstances. What had transpired? What sorcery had this youth employed? Fear engulfed the room, a palpable aura of murderous intent chilling the atmosphere. Now, I grant you 3 minutes to prepare 10 million gold soul coins. Otherwise, this grand soul arena shall run red with blood. With that declaration, Lingmo remained nonchalantly seated in his chair. Chapter 101. Escalation. How is this possible? How did this young man achieve such a feat? Supervisor Rossman exclaimed in astonishment. The earlier scene had unfolded so swiftly that even he had failed to perceive it, let alone the others. In mere moments, all 10 of his subordinates had met their demise. Such an unprecedented method was beyond comprehension. Which family did he hail from? Why were there no records of him in the Grand Soul Arena or the Spirit Hall? Was that peculiar box his martial spirit? No. It bore no characteristics of a martial spirit. You now have 2 minutes and 8 seconds left. Unfazed by the collective animosity directed at him, Lingmo scrutinized the cup in his hand, which held no wine. Their hospitality left much to be desired. It seemed a lesson was in order. Boss, what shall we do now? The remaining members, witnessing the sudden loss of 10 comrades, were thrown into a state of panic. It appeared that the members of the fierce god battle team had perished under the influence of that black box. This young man was indeed enigmatic. In that moment, Rossman, who had initially planned to turn the tables, began to waver. Given the signs, it was evident that Lingmo had a significant background. Yet, in Rossman's memory, there seemed to be no sect corresponding to Lingmo's unique attributes. My young brother, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Rossman attempted to shift the conversation, sensing the need to probe Lingmo's background. Misunderstanding? Good heavens, do you think a mere phrase can obscure the events that have transpired? Lingmo retorted. I no longer require 10 million. Let us make it 20 million instead. His words sent shockwaves throughout the room. Are you making an exorbitant demand? Are you not concerned about overreaching? Rossman nearly shouted in disbelief. Initially intent on deceiving Lingmo and pocketing his funds, he now found himself facing the prospect of losing an additional 20 million. Such a scenario was unfathomable. If those above were to learn of this, the consequences would be beyond his imagination. Exorbitant demand. You are welcome to view it as such. That is excessive. Boss, let's take him down together. I refuse to believe this young man can cause further chaos. The notion of parting with 20 million was intolerable. If such a sum were released, the Grand Soul Arena would likely declare bankruptcy. Should those above pursue the matter, none would escape unscathed. My young brother, might we negotiate? I could offer you the original 2,890,000, along with a small compensation to round it up to 3 million. What do you think? Rossman, sensing the gravity of the situation, was filled with trepidation regarding the mysterious black box in Lingmo's possession. 30 million. Lingmo's words, once spoken, escalated the tension further. At this point, even Rossman could no longer contain himself. If you insist on this, we shall be forced to fight to the death. Fight to the death? Do you believe you are worthy? Lingmo's tone shifted dramatically as he produced a peacock feather, unleashing its power in an instant. In the face of Rossman's terror-stricken expression, the 7 Soul Emperors behind him fell lifelessly to the ground. Yes, it was as exaggerated as it seemed. Before the peacock feather, the so-called Soul Emperors were utterly defenseless. Some reduced to mere sieves amidst the gruesome scene. As the room was left with only Rossman and Lingmo, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in a red robe who entered, clapping his hands. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Marvelous, simply marvelous. I never anticipated that Silvish City concealed such a talented youth. Upon the arrival of the red-robed man, Rossman trembled, as though he had encountered a ghost, struggling to maintain his footing. Fear and unease had completely overtaken him. "Great master, what brings you here?" he stammered, barely able to stand upright. "Waste." The red-robed man shot Rossman a cold glance before delivering a swift slap that knocked him unconscious. The red-robed master? From the spirit hall? Indeed. With the man's appearance, Ling Mo began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that the Grand Soul Arena had the spirit hall backing it. Additionally, other sects and powers were involved, forming an imposing coalition. No wonder no one had dared to cause trouble in the Grand Soul Arena for so many years. It was all due to the presence of these influential figures. The spirit hall. Such grandeur. Yet, even if the Pope were to arrive today, it would be of no consequence. Ling Mo coldly replied, "This farce will not conclude merely because of the appearance of the spirit hall. 30 million. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce?" Initially, Ling Mo thought that the presence of the spirit hall's bishop would allow for a reasonable negotiation, but to her dismay, the opponent did not regard her at all. A soul Douluo, an invisible pressure surged towards her, compelling Ling Mo to activate her peacock color wings defensively. The moment her martial soul manifested, her adversary visibly faltered. An external spirit bone? Almost immediately, a greedy glint appeared in the opponent's eyes, as if they had already secured victory over Ling Mo. The onslaught was fierce. They initiated a display of dominance that infuriated Ling Mo. "You have successfully provoked me. Spirit Hall? Prepare to face my wrath." Suddenly, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, and before the red-clad bishop could retract their avaricious gaze, they were met with the full force of the strike. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire Grand Soul Arena. Those still within the arena were engulfed in panic. The edifice collapsed in an instant, transforming into mere ruins, while 3 beams of light shot westward simultaneously. What transpired? The Grand Soul Arena descended into chaos. On the side of Shrek Academy, Flanders was counting the attendees, preparing to depart, only to discover that Ling Mo was missing. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Where is Ling Mo? Where has she gone?" Tang San replied, "I don't know. She mentioned something about collecting money just a moment ago." No sooner had he spoken, when the enormous structure behind them suddenly crumbled, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Oh no, little Mo might be in trouble. Tang San, ever perceptive, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a second thought, he dashed into the ruins, but he was swiftly intercepted by the master. "Little San, remain calm. Little Mo will be fine," the master urged. However, how could Tang San maintain his composure? Ling Mo had saved his life on numerous occasions. Their bond transcended that of mere brothers. Ignoring all caution, Tang San activated his 8 spider lances and plunged into the debris. Another figure moved even swifter, Zhu Ziqing. With her violet wings unfurled, she soared, intent on locating Ling Mo amidst the wreckage. Alas, in that vast ruin, there was no sign of Ling Mo. Tang San, in a frenzy, desperately excavated the rubble, sensing that Ling Mo's essence had just vanished from this very spot. Yet, no matter how fervently he dug, he could not find her. Zhu Ziqing, too, was consumed by anxiety, losing all sense of restraint. In no time, the entire Shrek team joined the frantic excavation. Everything unfolded far too swiftly. Flanders wore a grim expression, his anger boiling within. Just one student had vanished under his watchful eye. The weight of guilt crushed him. Had he not insisted on participating in this soul battle, perhaps such a calamity would never have occurred. Ling Mo has vanished, taking with him the lives of all the staff at the Great Soul Arena, who perished in this calamity. No one knows what transpired, nor whether Ling Mo is alive or dead. Chapter 102. Hulaina, do you believe you can escape? In the depths of night, Ling Mo unleashed his full power, with Ghost Master leading the charge, desperately pursuing the Scarlet Priest ahead. Just moments ago, Ghost Master had obliterated the Great Soul Arena with a single strike. It was then that the Scarlet Priest realized the true terror of Ling Mo. What he had thought would be an assured victory suddenly turned into an unexpected twist, catching him off guard. What on earth is this kid's origin? With a face drained of color, the Scarlet Priest gazed in panic at Ghost Master beside Ling Mo. He had never experienced such fear, such overwhelming pressure, not even from the Pope. The vibrant peacock-like wings of Ling Mo unfurled with great vigor as it persistently trailed behind the opponent. They traversed through numerous mountain forests, with one pursuing the other in an unending chase. Their journey extended from Silvish to the southern reaches of Sodto City, where the scarlet-clad leader dashed straight in. Within Sodto City, there exists a sanctuary, a premier sub-temple beneath the papal cathedral. Such temples are typically found only in the capitals of empires. Is he attempting to seek refuge within the sanctuary of Sodto City? Lingmo was utterly unconcerned, allowing him to flee. At this juncture, he felt no need for concealment. After all, a confrontation with the spirit hall was inevitable. It would be better to instill a sense of dread in them now. He charged into the city of Tiendo, and as a grand palace loomed ahead, the figure clad in red displayed an expression of exhilaration. "Ha! Young man, if you have the audacity, come after me, I shall ensure you cannot return." The red-clad figure recklessly dashed inside, while Lingmo came to a halt. He sensed the presence of numerous formidable opponents lurking in the vicinity, including 2 titled Douluo-level experts. Activating his dual pupils, Lingmo discerned, beneath the moonlight, a figure cradling a flower, gazing intently at him. The aura of the Ghost Lord was well concealed. Hence he remained oblivious to any movements from the Ghost Lord. "Elder Yu, save me." The red-clad figure burst into the sanctuary, heading straight for Yu Guan, only to discover an enchanting girl within. She possessed stunning beauty and an alluring figure, exuding a delicate charm intertwined with a hint of seduction. Her slender, long legs were casually exposed, relentlessly challenging a man's limits at every moment. At first glance, Lingmo beheld the girl and was struck by a singular word: enchanting. After encountering the Holy Maiden, the Scarlet Priest respectfully addressed her. "Holy Maiden? It seems that apart from that fox, Lingmo cannot fathom who else it could be." Hulaina cast a puzzled glance at the disheveled Scarlet Priest, and then at Lingmo, inquiring, "What is happening?" On the side, Yu Guan remained silent, his reproach seemingly more an act of protection for Hulaina than an intention to intervene. This individual had caused a disturbance in the Grand Soul Arena of Sylvashi City, which fell under his jurisdiction, prompting his desire to put a stop to it. Little did he expect that not only would the Grand Soul Arena be dismantled, but the audacious claim to demolish the Spirit Hall as well would emerge. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence, with incredulous gazes exchanged among the crowd. "Ha, how intriguing. Are you turning the tables?" Lingmo strode in with an air of confidence, dismissing any doubts regarding the veracity of his statement. His gaze briefly swept over Hulaina's long, fair legs, and he could not help but swallow hard. "Damn, I had thought angels were enticing enough, but it seems the fox is even more lethal." Cursing himself for his shamelessness, Lingmo shot a disdainful glance at Yu Guan. The enigmatic figure of Guei followed closely behind, exuding no presence, as though the others were entirely oblivious to his existence. "Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary?" Hulaina's naturally alluring voice reached Lingmo, sending shivers down his spine. That tone seemed to beckon. "My dear, come in and play." Intruding upon a sanctuary? Do not speak of mere sanctuaries. If today does not yield a satisfactory resolution, it appears I shall be compelled to visit the Pope's Hall and the Hall of Offerings. Lingmo responded with a cold smile, and as his words echoed through the hall, the atmosphere grew tense. Who exactly is this young man? So audacious as to disregard even the Pope? Where did this brashness come from? Moon Guan, unable to contain himself, remarked sarcastically. Hulaina's gaze remained fixed on Lingmo. Her curiosity piqued. What emboldened him to challenge the Spirit Hall? With Moon Guan speaking up, she found it inappropriate to interject. Her purpose in visiting the Sacred Hall was merely to acquire management experience, with most matters being handled by Moon Guan while she opted for a more observational role. Elder Moon is the one who not only dismantled the Grand Spirit Arena, but also slaughtered many of our kin, the red-clothed leader accused, shifting all blame onto Lingmo. Haha, it seems the Spirit Hall has chosen to oppose me. In that case, I shall no longer extend my courtesy, came a cold retort, as Guei unleashed a fierce sword intent directed at the high seat. Moon Guan's expression shifted dramatically. The overwhelming power of Guei evoked memories of the formidable Chen Xin, leaving him visibly distressed. Initially, he intended to reprimand Lingmo's arrogance, but the swift retaliation was unexpected. Lingmo merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully his, yet it appeared the opposition was unwilling to comply. Thus, the resolution could only be found through force. "Be careful, Your Highness." As Guei's blade approached, Moon Guan's face paled, realizing the attack would also endanger Hulaina. Without hesitation, he stepped in front of her. After all, she was the Pope's direct disciple, groomed as the heir of the Spirit Hall, should anything happen to her. He could not face the Pope. With a thunderous crash, Moon Guan was sent flying by the sword's energy, barely clinging to life after Guei's seemingly effortless strike. Such potent sword intent. The crowd was left in shock, intimidated by Guei's might. The red-clothed leader nearly lost control, having presumed that his previous escape was due to the opponent's weakness, only to realize he had been misled into leading the way. "Elder Moon, are you all right?" Hulaina's exquisite features momentarily reflected panic, as she recognized that had it not been for Moon Guan's timely intervention, she might have perished in that sword's aftermath. Cough. Your Highness, be cautious. Their intent is fierce and should not be underestimated. Moon Guan, battered yet resolute, rose to his feet, fixating his gaze on Gue Yi. Blood seeping from his lips. Is one strike too much to withstand? Such power can only belong to the esteemed offerings of the hall. What is his origin? And why have I never heard of him before? Moon Guan was thoroughly intimidated, his complexion pale, resembling a ghost. Afiro, what is happening? Upon witnessing Moon Guan's injuries, Hulaina's expression changed drastically as she coldly addressed the red-clothed leader. Your Highness, this matter. Hesitant, Afiro eventually resolved to disclose the truth. Recognizing that if even Moon Guan could not suppress this individual, the issue would not simply fade away. Should the situation escalate further, it could jeopardize the Spirit Hall's plans. After hearing Afiro's account, both Hulaina and Moon Guan displayed expressions of fury, their murderous intent surging. What could have been resolved with money had now escalated into a matter of war between two powerful factions. Foolish individuals always resort to foolish actions to complicate matters. Moon Guan struck Afiro with a heavy hand, leaving him near death. Chapter 103, Compensate with the Sanus Elder Moon. Allow me to handle this matter. After grasping the situation, Hulaina addressed Moon Guan before rising once more. She stared at Ling Mo's uniquely striking double pupils, captivated for a moment. What an intriguing man. Why does his gaze possess such duality? Ling Mo, adorned in white garments, sat nonchalantly upon the chair below, displaying not a trace of fear or panic. Such demeanor only served to heighten curiosity. Hulaina, observing Ling Mo, noted his occasional gaze drifting toward her thigh, which instantly provoked a mix of amusement and irritation. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? She asked, as she sashayed towards him with a captivating sway. Ling Mo found himself entranced, his gaze fixated. In a fleeting moment, his dual pupils activated, gradually restoring his composure. That was perilously close. He had nearly succumbed. This woman exuded an unsettling allure, her very presence radiating seduction. And one could easily be ensnared. Fortunately, with the activation of his dual pupils, Ling Mo was steadily regaining his clarity. Could this be a form of enchantment? Ling Mo smiled subtly, her gaze oscillating between the fabric of Hulaina's dress. Ahem, let us return to the main topic. Hulaina approached Ling Mo, leaning down towards her. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Mo had already dispelled the enchantment. She remained under the impression that Ling Mo had succumbed to her allure at that moment. Possessing keen observational skills, she deduced from the earlier actions of the Ghost Lord that all of his movements appeared to be orchestrated by Ling Mo. Hence, she intended to ensnare Ling Mo with her beauty, ultimately resolving the matter thereafter. Ling Mo sat on the chair, while Hulaina leaned down, gazing at Ling Mo from her elevated position. Goodness, how exhilarating! Should I reveal to her that I am, in fact, unscathed? Ling Mo hesitated for a moment before resolving to participate in her performance, as he was reluctant to forfeit this legitimate opportunity for advantage. However, to avoid revealing his true intentions, he maintained an air of confusion. Only in this manner could he hope to garner greater rewards. Ling Mo yearned to convey to her that, in truth, he was a paragon of virtue. The members of the Spirit Hall, witnessing Hulaina's actions, turned their gazes towards her, well acquainted with her enchanting methods. They did not believe that a spirited youth like Ling Mo could evade the allure of such a stunning beauty. In close proximity, Hulaina felt her cheeks flush. Despite her innate charm, she had never been this close to a man before. Gazing at Ling Mo's handsome visage, she nearly lost herself in the moment. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Ling Mo's eyes regained their clarity. Before he could fully awaken from that entrancing state, his figure had already distanced itself by 5 meters. Ha ha, I was merely playing along. Did you truly think I had fallen for it? Ling Mo was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. However, amidst the playful banter, one must adhere to certain boundaries. Should the situation escalate further, it is likely he would indeed fall prey to temptation. This woman is irresistibly alluring, exuding a subtle, enchanting fragrance, devoid of the youthful innocence that Zhu Shiqing possesses, and radiating a maturity that is undeniable. Yet, as a man of integrity, how could one succumb to the allure of beauty? Is that not so? Upon realizing this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as if she had endured a significant blow. For the very first time in her life, she found herself questioning her own convictions. Under such seductive circumstances, it is almost unimaginable that Ling Mo could maintain his composure. What do you mean by you? It was you who presented yourself to me. This has nothing to do with me. Ling Mo could hardly contain her laughter. At times, patience may yield unexpected rewards. Indeed, The outcome this time was truly remarkable. The audacious rogue dared to provoke the sacred maiden of the spirit hall. The commotion between the two attracted the attention of many onlookers, who were left bewildered. Upon hearing Ling Mo's comments, they mistakenly assumed she had committed some outrageous act and immediately began to scold her. Silence. Before Ling Mo could retort, Hulaina took the initiative to address the crowd, commanding their attention. Her complexion gradually returned to normal. As she now understood that Ling Mo was not easily swayed by temptation, evidently, this tactic would not prove effective. Who exactly are you? Hulaina inquired coldly. A wave of embarrassment washing over her as she recalled the earlier incident. I am the current leader of the ghost sect. And this esteemed individual beside me is the grand elder of our sect. As I have previously stated, should I not receive a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter, my sect will undoubtedly pay a visit to the spirit hall. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. The ghost sect? What manner of sect was this? With the title Douluo-level powerhouse at its helm, this sect was certainly not to be underestimated, rivaling the 7 great sections. Had they not witnessed Yuguan struggle to withstand even a single strike from the opponent? Yet, such a sect was entirely unfamiliar to them, rendering it utterly absurd. Furthermore, Ling Mo had just claimed to be the current leader of the ghost sect. This implied that he held a status equal to that of the Pope. How do you propose to resolve this? Hulaina, having grasped the gravity of Ling Mo's power, chose not to prolong the discussion and directly presented her terms. How to resolve it? Quite simple: monetary compensation. Ling Mo originally came for the sake of wealth. If he could also gain the Saintus, it would be an even greater fortune. How much do you desire? Hulaina chuckled upon hearing Ling Mo's straightforward mention of money. Excellent. As long as it can be resolved with money. It is hardly a matter at all. The spirit hall possesses an abundance of wealth. Your candidness suggests that you must be quite affluent. Therefore, let us settle on 100 million. The price increase in Lingmo is exceedingly rapid. The red-clad cult leader was nearly frightened to death. Goodness. It was merely 30 million before, and now it has surged to 100 million. Has he no shame? Before he could finish his words, Hulaina cast a cold glance his way, rendering him speechless with fear. What a blundering fool, still daring to speak. Following this incident, the red-clad cult leader will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Very well, I accept your terms. Hulaina responded almost without hesitation, as if money were merely a trivial number in her eyes. Goodness, such promptness? This is unsettling. Your willingness is too swift for my comfort. What more do you desire? If it weren't for the inability to defeat him, I would almost wish to tear him apart. At the very least, some form of compensation for the Saintus would be in order, wouldn't it? Ling Mo suddenly smiled, revealing a mischievous grin. In truth, she should have exercised a bit more patience. Perhaps something even more splendid would have transpired. Offering a saintly persona is quite appealing. Whether it be Qianrenxue or Hulaina, Ling Mo graciously welcomes them all. Chapter 104. The Frustrated Qianrenxue. Upon the utterance of Ling Mo's words, a wave of outrage erupted among the crowd. How could it be that those closest to the source of advantage receive preferential treatment? After years of mingling within the spirit hall, I have yet to even catch a glimpse of the Saintus. Why should I concede anything to you? This is utterly intolerable. If you cannot endure it, then stifle your remarks. Do you have any right to speak here? Witnessing the stir among the male compatriots, Ling Mo's retort left them momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, Hulaina interjected, her lips curling into a faint smile, proclaiming, "That's quite acceptable, as long as you are willing. I can offer you compensation. However, the condition is that you must join our spirit hall." Forget it. I have no expectations of your agreement anyway. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Let us talk about money. I shall give you 1 hour's time, should I not see the money after that. Do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Ling Mo took his seat, reflecting on how many heroes had fallen beneath the sway of women's allure. Fortunately, his unwavering spirit held firm, for he had nearly acquiesced moments ago. What a farce. Why would I join the spirit hall? If this had been in the past, Ling Mo might have considered it. However, now there is no necessity, as the power he wields can stand on equal footing with the spirit hall. What right do they have to recruit him? Ling Mo's response left Hulaina feeling utterly disheartened. In that fleeting moment, she had harbored a flicker of hope, yearning for Ling Mo to acquiesce. Yet, to her dismay, Ling Mo's reply was strikingly candid. Could it be that she possessed not a shred of allure? The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt, yet she found herself at a loss for an outlet for her frustration. It was entirely unfair to blame Ling Mo. After all, she had approached him first, and he had merely played along. Ultimately, she was the one who suffered. while he reaped the rewards. If a girl harbors resentment towards a man, congratulations, for she may remember him for a lifetime. Lingmo, having uttered a single sentence, chose not to elaborate further. Should the spirit hall refuse to provide funds, he was more than willing to engage in a fierce confrontation. They would acquiesce, he was certain of it. Consider, for a moment, the ramifications if the spirit hall, after years of meticulous planning, were to have their schemes disrupted by Lingmo's unforeseen intrusion. The resulting chain reaction would be profound. Moreover, a confrontation with Lingmo would undoubtedly result in mutual devastation, and the outcome was far from certain in their favor. Hyena instructed her subordinates to procure the necessary funds for Lingmo before returning to Yuguan's side. Your Highness, this individual is capricious and lacks any discernible method. He undoubtedly possesses significant backing. It is wise for us to avoid antagonizing him. Yuguan's expression was grave, recalling the earlier sword strike that had nearly claimed his life. I understand. Since he demands money, we shall provide it. Any matter that can be resolved with currency is hardly a burden. This individual, whose origins were shrouded in mystery and who was under the protection of such formidable forces, posed a substantial obstacle. Cultivating a favorable relationship and forging an alliance with him could prove advantageous. Hyena contemplated the situation deeply, her motivations tinged with personal interests. She wished to retain Lingmo within the spirit hall, seeking retribution for the earlier slight. Alas, Lingmo was not swayed by such sentiments and appeared noticeably disheartened. Before long, someone approached with a black gold card, delivering it directly to Lingmo. Please verify the amount to ensure its accuracy. There's no need. I do not adhere to such practices. However, should you attempt to deceive me, the consequences will be dire. Lingmo laughed coldly, not bothering to verify any accounts. A series of prior actions had led them to relinquish all resistance. Daring to deceive Lingmo would be tantamount to courting death. I shall take my leave, little fox. Until we meet again, he declared, his gaze greedily sweeping over Hyena's skirt, causing her to recoil in fright as she hastily covered herself, fearing an accidental exposure. This was the first time she had exhibited such a reaction towards a man. Typically, she was quite generous, enchanting anyone she encountered to ensure their willingness to assist her. However, Lingmo's presence cast a shadow over her heart, instilling a fear that any misstep could lead to her downfall. Just as Lingmo prepared to exit the spirit hall, a figure suddenly flashed across the horizon, hurtling towards him. Rogue, where do you think you're going? A stunning beauty approached him, her six-winged form radiant and immaculate. Lingmo recognized that exquisite face all too well. My goodness, an angel. As Lingmo caught sight of Qianrenxue, he was immediately struck with fear, prompting him to unfurl his peacock-colored wings and swiftly flee in another direction. The appearance of Qianrenxue left even those within the spirit hall in bewilderment. Elder Yu, Hyena was momentarily stunned, if her eyes had not deceived her. That had to be Qianrenxue, right? Did she somehow know Lingmo? Everything was in disarray, utterly chaotic. Yuguan was equally perplexed, pondering which divine being had descended to the mortal realm, as both holy maidens of the spirit hall were now connected to him. This matter must be reported to the Pope. All right, I shall accompany you back, Hyena declared, supporting the injured Yuguan as they embarked on their journey back to the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Lingmo was desperately fleeing, with Qianrenxue in hot pursuit. Guiyi had already been retracted into the small tower upon Lingmo's departure, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Guiyi could lead to Qianrenxue's demise. A transgression that would certainly incite the reader's ire. Dear angel sister, we bear no grievances or enmities. There is truly no need for you to relentlessly pursue me, is there? Lingmo called out while hastening his pace. Unexpectedly, Qianrenxue retaliated with a strike of righteous fury. In an instant, Lingmo unleashed a radiant burst of five-colored divine light, as his peacock wings spread wide, effortlessly devouring the sword energy attack. No grievances or enmities. You scoundrel, we have yet to settle our last account, Qianrenxue retorted, her face flushing at the memory of their previous encounter. An experience where she had never been treated in such a manner by any man. Account? It seems I have not wronged you in any way. For it was you who took the initiative. Lingmo reminisced, and it seemed that was indeed the situation at that time. When you mentioned Lingmo should bring up that evening's events, Qianrenxue immediately became agitated. Fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, if word got out, how would others perceive her? A dignified saintess engaging in such conduct. What would the world think of her? Now, that was rather unreasonable. Clearly, it was you. Before she could finish, a sharp sword sliced through the air, as Qianrenxue sought to prevent Lingmo from disclosing the events of that night. Seeing that her opponent was undeterred, Lingmo erupted. The five-colored divine light radiated forth, Her dual pupils expanded, and her angelic martial spirit surged within her, tripling her speed in an instant. Qianren struck fiercely, surpassing the range engulfed by the five-colored divine light. With no choice, Lingmo evaded. Skillfully maneuvering at an angle, she dodged the sword's chi. Then, with a swift motion, she slipped into the light. In the blink of an eye, by the time Qianren regained her composure, Lingmo was already thousands of meters high in the sky. Little angel, we shall converse another day. Truth be told, if you truly cannot bear it, feel free to seek me out for a little indulgence. There is no need to suppress yourself. Desire is a natural inclination, one shared by all, including the divine. Therefore, do not become too entangled in it. Should you wish, I could reluctantly oblige you. With that, Lingmo vanished into the light, her presence dissipating in an instant. Her speed was astonishing, and Qianren could not catch up. This is infuriating. Ugh, who would want to engage with you? Frustrated, Qianren had finally located Lingmo, only to have her escape once more. Chapter 105. The greedy and solitary Dugubo, you scoundrel. I shall not let you off lightly. After Lingmo's disappearance, Qianren stood in place for a long while, gazing resentfully in the direction Lingmo had departed. This marked the second occasion she had suffered at Lingmo's hands, inciting her growing anger. Even the most exalted angel possesses the innocence of a young girl. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved and furious she became. Despite the fact that Lingmo had not committed any egregious acts, yet she couldn't help but feel that at that moment, Lingmo had indeed wronged her. As her thoughts spiraled, Qianren, in a fit of rage, cleaved several towering trees beneath her with a single stroke of her sword, her fury escalating. She longed to seize Lingmo and imprison her, intent on inflicting torment. The trees, bewildered, seemed to cry out, "What on earth? Why take your anger out on us? If you have a grievance, confront her instead." Alas, a beautiful forest was left in ruins by Qianren's wrath, the surroundings in utter disarray. Just the thought of Lingmo's insufferable face ignited her ire, and she found herself unable to contain it. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, Lingmo, having confirmed that Qianren had not pursued her, finally exhaled in relief. Damn that woman. Is she so eager to throw herself at me? Lingmo muttered, feeling that her visit to Sodto City was now indefinitely postponed. To clarify, that night was not a deliberate act on Lingmo's part. While she may have been somewhat frivolous, she was not devoid of principles. After a period of teasing, she had intended to leave, but Qianren's sudden change in demeanor led to an unforeseen series of events. Ahem. Even a saint has desires. It is but human nature. If one references the original text, she did not spare even Tang San in her dreams, let alone the fact that Lingmo had been persistently teasing her. However, the reality was not as scandalous as one might imagine. Truly, nothing untoward had transpired. Do you believe it? Ahem. If you don't, then so be it. Cursing under her breath, Lingmo made her way to the sunset forest, seeking to evade the storm brewing around her. There was no rush regarding these matters. It was also an opportune moment to check on the preparations made by Dugubo. As she proceeded toward the sunset forest, she anticipated that the Shrek Academy group would soon arrive at Sodto City. Concerning her sudden disappearance as she departed, Lingmo had left a titled Douluo level powerhouse to explain her whereabouts and to safeguard Zhuxing. Although conflicts had arisen with the Spirit Hall, Lingmo felt no trepidation. She was aware that Hulaina would undoubtedly inform Bibi Dong of the occurrences, and thus, the reputation of the Ghost Gate would echo throughout the continent, securing its place among the 7 major sects without contest. This was part of Lingmo's grand design to expand her sect. The only means to achieve this was by establishing a formidable reputation, thereby attracting more talented individuals. Merely relying on 3,000 troops was insufficient for Lingmo to disregard all sects, thus the acquisition of talent was imperative. Venturing alone into the sunset forest, Lingmo entered the medicinal herb garden. Upon her arrival, Dugubo approached her with evident joy, exclaiming, "Sect Master, you have finally returned." His eyes roamed over Lingmo, seemingly in search of something. As anticipated, his next words confirmed Lingmo's suspicions. "Do you have any of the hidden weapons from last time? I could use a few hundred more." The sheer audacity of his request left Lingmo momentarily speechless. "Are you jesting? A few hundred? Do I look like a wealthy landowner to you? Even a few dozen would suffice. You have no idea. During my recent outing, I truly made a name for myself. Those who once looked down upon me were all brought to their knees." It was utterly exhilarating. Dugubo was now thoroughly enchanted by the thrill that the hidden weapons brought him. How could such delightful contraptions exist in this world? It is simply too exhilarating. After experiencing hidden weapons, Dugubo felt as though he had squandered decades of his life without knowing of such captivating inventions. He mused that had he met Lingmo sooner, he would not have endured so many years in silence. Dozens? Not a chance. Lingmo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Dugubo's greedy expression. Where has your aloof demeanor gone? It seems to have vanished. He mused, surely. You must have at least a dozen pieces. As soon as Lingmo showed reluctance to comply, Dugubo's anxiety mounted. He had intended to challenge the formidable elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to bolster his reputation. It was well known that Dugubo had always harbored a fear of such formidable men, and now that he had something to counterbalance their might, he could hardly contain himself. He felt compelled to reclaim the dignity he had lost over the years. Without concealed weapons, he would never dare to provoke that ancient dragon. Acquiring concealed weapons is not impossible. How has the task I entrusted you with progressed? He inquired. Rest assured, those minor matters are easily managed. I have already chosen a location for our sect, atop the tallest mountain west of Douluo City, nestled against the sunset forest. As per your specifications, it is the highest peak, strategically located for defense. Currently, I have commissioned the construction of the Ghost Gate Hall. If all goes according to plan, it should be completed within a year, designed entirely with a pure wooden mortise and tenon structure, Dugubo explained. During this time, aside from sparring with others, he had not neglected the tasks assigned by Lingmo. The Ghost Gate was already under construction, merely awaiting completion to begin accepting disciples. Ah, splendid. It appears you have not been remiss in executing my directives. In that case, allow me to present you with some delightful treasures, Lingmo declared, producing an array of magnificent items, among which the King of Hell's talisman and the Mother-Son soul-seizing gourd were the most prominent. Dugubo's eyes widened in awe at the sight of these artifacts, shimmering with golden light. However, when Lingmo unveiled a particular item, Dugubo was taken aback. It resembled a peacock in full display, complete with a handle and feathers of various hues above. Master, what is this? Dugubo inquired, examining the peacock feather for some time, nearly pressing the switch by accident. By the heavens, are you out of your mind? You dare to handle this recklessly? Lingmo was taken aback. This was indeed a peacock feather. Although it was a simplified version, its power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. This particular peacock feather was the most refined specimen in Lingmo's possession, closely resembling the complete version. Lingmo desired to reference him in order to create a true peacock feather. What a fuss over nothing. Dugubo gazed at Lingmo in confusion. The peacock feather appeared quite exquisite, yet its power remained a mystery. Allow me to elucidate. This concealed weapon, known as the peacock feather, is one of the most formidable hidden weapons ever crafted. Although it is merely a simplified version at present, it is still capable of indiscriminately slaying anyone below the rank of Sodto. If one were to possess the complete version of the peacock feather, it would be no exaggeration to say that a single shot could eliminate a host of titled Duelos, far easier than the act of eating or drinking. What? Upon hearing this, Dugubo was utterly astounded, left speechless. He harbored no doubts regarding Lingmo's words, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the concealed weapons in Lingmo's possession. Not to mention that the peacock feather was touted by Lingmo as one of the three mightiest hidden weapons. It was not an exaggeration, and it might indeed be capable of taking down numerous titled Duelos with a single shot. Heavenly heavens! With such a divine artifact at hand, this is unacceptable. Sect leader, you must procure one for me. As he spoke, Dugubo was already contemplating how to claim the peacock feather for himself. Such a treasure, if not seized at this moment, would be an immense loss. Chapter 106, Confronting Tang San. Procure one for you? Dream on. Let go. The two nearly came to blows over the peacock feather. This item was currently just a simplified version. I shall give you the complete one once I have perfected it. At present, Lingmo had only that one remaining, not out of reluctance to part with it, but because he still needed to conduct further research. In addition to the peacock feather, he gifted Dugubo 10 sets of other concealed weapons, all the while casting a lingering glance at the peacock feather in Lingmo's hand. Do not be hasty. This item will eventually belong to you. However, I need you to assist me with a task first. Lingmo then briefed Dugubo on matters concerning Shrek Academy, instructing him to expel them from the Tiando Royal Academy and subsequently capture a person named Tang San. He harbored no ulterior motives. The ice and fire yin yang I held significant importance for Tang San. What is the task? Your immediate mission is to go to the Tiando Royal Academy, assist me in expelling the members of Shrek Academy, and then capture an individual named Tang San. Be sure to avoid causing him any harm. Ling Mo explained, and after listening, Duel was momentarily taken aback, pondering what peculiar scheme Ling Mo was concocting. Did the sect leader have a grudge against this Shrek Academy? Should I eliminate them at once? Duel ominously suggested, his words dripping with a desire for bloodshed. No. Do not harm them. However, among them is a fellow known as the Master, a rather arrogant individual. A mere thrashing would suffice. Suddenly, Ling Mo was seized by a mischievous impulse, and the mere thought of the Master's arrogant demeanor incited her ire. The Master? Duel remarked. What master is this? I am unfamiliar with such a person. Since Ling Mo has instructed him to find someone, he shall do so without hesitation. Rest assured. The individual you mentioned, Tang San, correct? Very well, I shall fetch him at once, Duel proclaimed confidently. Little did he know. Ling Mo's next utterance sent a chill down his spine. I neglected to inform you that this Tang San's father is Tang Hao. What? Goodness. I cannot undertake such a task. Upon learning that Tang San was the son of Tang Hao, Duel was utterly terrified. What nonsense is this? He would rather provoke the Spirit Hall than confront the foolish Tang Hao. At least the Spirit Hall adheres to some semblance of reason. Would that simpleton engage in rational discourse? A man who dares to confront even the Pope. What reservations could he possibly have? If he truly incited Tang Hao's wrath, a single blow would render Duel utterly finished. Why be so anxious? It's merely Tang Hao. Is he truly that formidable? Ling Mo gazed at his cowardly demeanor, exclaiming in frustration, Come on, it's merely Tang Hao. Do you even realize who that is? He is renowned as the mightiest man on the continent. With my slight frame, I couldn't withstand even a single blow from him. And yet you expect me to abduct his son? This is akin to leading me straight into a perilous abyss. Duel has abandoned all semblance of dignity. In the face of Tang Hao, he has forsaken even his pride. No matter. You may proceed with your plans. When Tang Hao arrives, I shall stand my ground. Ling Mo calmly stated that his actions served two purposes. Firstly, to draw out Tang Hao, and secondly, to enable Tang San to cultivate using the ice and fire yin yagai. In truth, the first objective was paramount, as he urgently needed to ascertain whether the colorful emperor had indeed been taken by Tang Hao. Thus, luring Tang Hao was imperative. Is that so? Duel replied, skeptical. Sensing that Ling Mo harbored ulterior motives. Acquainted with Ling Mo's character, he was acutely aware that Ling Mo's typical cunning nature remained unchanged. When one believed he was earnestly assisting, it was often the case that he was leading them into a trap. Moreover, after ensnaring them, they would remain oblivious to the deception, only to find themselves counting his profits. When have I ever deceived you? Go on. Ling Mo flashed a wicked smile, relishing Duel's discomfort, convinced that the latter harbored unspeakable secrets. If I manage to capture Tang San and give the master a good beating, shouldn't I be rewarded with a peacock feather? Duel suddenly chuckled, unaware that Ling Mo's next words nearly caused him to lose his footing. If you dare to strike, I can certainly furnish you with one. But let me make this clear. The master is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and his old flame is none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Duel. What the hell, I'm out. The situation was increasingly perilous, with Ling Mo persistently goading him to take bold actions. Are you bullying me? Good grief, the Pope's old flame? That's quite the explosive revelation. He was not particularly afraid of the old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but the individual from the Spirit Hall was far more formidable than Tang Hao. What is there to fear? It's merely the Spirit Hall. What is so daunting about that? Don't forget, you are currently my Ghost Gate Elder. If you are afraid of the Spirit Hall, how can we ever unify the continent and conquer the lands? I never intended to unify the continent, Duel lamented, feeling as though he had been forcibly conscripted and now lacked the means to extricate himself from the situation. Enough chatter, hurry up. Ling Mo sighed, exasperated at Duel's timidity. You are a titled Douluo after all. Though the weakest among them, you should not be this cowardly. Good grief, I'm going all in. The master, is it? Just watch, I'll take him down. Feeling Ling Mo's skeptical gaze upon him, Duel was left feeling uncomfortable and stormed out of the medicinal garden, heading straight for Sodto City. Calculating the time, he figured that the Shrek group should have already arrived at Sodto Academy. Oh, it seems I forgot something. After Duel departed, Ling Mo suddenly remembered that he had left a title Douluo by Zhu Yuqing's side. This was dire. Duel would surely berate Ling Mo upon his return, believing him to have deliberately set him up for failure. In Ling Mo's possession, apart from the Ghost Lord, there are a total of 7 title Douluos, each designated with code names ranging from 1 to 7. The individual that Ling Mo left for Zhu Zhuqing is ranked 5th, a top-tier powerhouse of considerable strength. Ling Mo has not assessed his precise capabilities, leaving him uncertain whether Dugubo could prevail in a confrontation. The odds seem quite precarious. He may very well receive a severe beating. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence now, as the person has departed. Let whatever may happen, happen. Ling Mo initially intended to call out to Dugubo, only to discover that he had already ventured far away. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the idea. After all, it was not he who would endure the consequences. Whatever transpired would unfold as it may. Upon arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Ling Mo leapt in without a moment's hesitation, commencing his cultivation. During this period, his pace of advancement had noticeably diminished. Meanwhile, in the city of Heaven Do, as Ling Mo anticipated, the group from Shrek Academy had indeed arrived. Following their original trajectory, they had not deviated significantly. However, upon encountering Dugubo, they were inevitably redirected towards Lu Erlong. After returning to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina and Yu Guan had not re-emerged. Strangely, the Spirit Hall had made no comment regarding the Ghost Gate sect, which raised suspicion. As for Qian Renxua, she had returned to her frigid palace, continuing her role as the crown prince. Nevertheless, during this time, she persistently sought Ling Mo, almost wishing to turn the entire Heaven Do city upside down in her quest. Level 44. It seemed that it would not be long before he could break through to level 50. Emerging from the Eye of Ice and Fire, Ling Mo found the night gradually enveloping the surroundings. He soon spotted Dugubo returning, his face a tapestry of bruises and fury, resembling a wronged maiden harboring grievances. What had transpired? Where was Tang San? Ling Mo, fully aware of the situation, feigned ignorance and felt a strong urge to laugh. In the cave behind, I exclaimed, "Master, why did you not inform me beforehand that you had left a formidable warrior within the ranks of the Shrek Academy?" Dugubo replied with a hint of resentment, revealing that he was on the verge of confronting the master when Five intervened, delivering a severe beating. The aura and characteristics of Five closely resembled those of the Ghost Lord. Familiar with Ling Mo, Dugubo realized that this must be one of Ling Mo's enforcers. Hiki, I simply forgot. Chapter 107, The Emergence of the Three Lives Bronze Coffin. You have put me in quite the predicament. I was just preparing to put on a grand act, and instead, I received a thorough thrashing. Where does that fellow get such immense strength? And how can he remain immune to my control and poison? My arsenal of poisons is extensive, yet he seems to be my natural nemesis. Speaking of this, Dugubo felt a profound sense of sorrow. After years of cultivation, he encountered such a seemingly invincible opponent for the first time. That is merely stating the obvious. Is your meager poison effective against the dead? Ling Mo, disinterested in explanations, retorted directly. To be honest, he could not discern the weaknesses of the 3,000 soldiers. Engaging them in combat was futile unless he could overpower them with sheer strength. They were akin to an indestructible and extraordinarily formidable buck. Originally, Ling Mo intended to discuss matters with Tang San, but suddenly a familiar aura enveloped him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. It had appeared once more. With a tense demeanor, Ling Mo fixed his gaze towards the north. What had emerged? Noticing Ling Mo's drastic change in countenance, Dugubo paused momentarily, mistakenly believing that Tang Hao had come to confront him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of panic. It was as if he had encountered a coffin, Ling Mo declared, and then unfurled her peacock-colored wings, instantly soaring into the sky. Her voice echoed in the air. I leave this to you. I shall step out for a moment. With that, her figure vanished into the forest, akin to a fleeting shadow. What am I to do now that you have departed? If Tang Hao comes looking for me, will I not be doomed? I lamented. I have encountered many deceivers, but none as treacherous as this. As soon as Ling Mo departed, Dugubo was immediately flustered. He had captured Tang San. If Tang Hao pursued this matter, wouldn't it mean his doom? Leaving now, of all times. If he were to leave, he should have at least left Ghost Lord behind. That remarkably reassuring man had also been taken away. Poor Dugubo, rooted to the spot. Curse Ling Mo for his lack of loyalty. It was truly a treacherous act. No, it seems I must also seek an opportunity to escape. Calming himself, Dugubo had yet to make his getaway when the Golden Triangle arrived. 3 inept individuals daring to flaunt their inadequacies in my domain. A cold glance swept over them. Dugubo's fear of Tang Hao did not extend to these 3. As long as number 5 and Tang Hao were absent, he could easily overpower them. Meanwhile, Ling Mo had already flown hundreds of miles away, delving deep into the heart of the Sunset Forest. He had sensed the presence of the three lives copper coffin nearby, which had been beckoning him. It had been nearly 3 months since its last appearance. One could only wonder what surprises this return would hold for Ling Mo. Roar. Ling Mo relentlessly pursued the ancient bronze coffin through the forest when, suddenly, a colossal lion tiger, a creature of eternal spirit, emerged from the shadows. Its formidable strength knocked Ling Mo back with great force. How audacious, you monstrous beast. Daring to flaunt your abilities before me, behold my divine prowess, which knows no bounds. With a furious exclamation, Ling Mo soared into the air, conjuring the king of hell's talisman in his grasp, which swiftly charged toward the giant lion tiger. In an instant, it penetrated the creature's body, unleashing a deadly toxin that took immediate effect. Without a glance back, Ling Mo continued his pursuit of the ancient bronze coffin. The lion tiger, upon the talisman's entry, succumbed to the lethal venom in mere moments, perhaps unaware of its untimely demise. What is that? As Ling Mo traversed the mountainous woods, he suddenly perceived a faint glimmer of light piercing through the darkened forest. A pear tree blossomed, emitting a vibrant, multicolored radiance, akin to a sprite dancing amidst the night's embrace, continuously leaping with an ethereal grace. This is. Ling Mo was confident in his familiarity with the elements of Douluo Continent, yet the peculiar trinket before him was utterly unfamiliar. Beneath the cloak of night, diminutive sprites with wings frolicked joyfully in the stream. Following the course of the water upstream, he beheld a waterfall. These tiny fairies danced around the cascade, seemingly guarding some enigmatic secret. Ling Mo immediately spotted something peculiar in the pool beneath the waterfall. The aura of the ancient bronze coffin seemed to emanate from the waters below. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo plunged into the pool, and in an instant, a chilling cold enveloped him. His body felt as if it had been frozen, rendering his movements restricted. What lay beneath this pool? Ling Mo randomly seized the attributes of a fish, delighting in his aquatic wanderings beneath the pond's surface. As he activated his dual pupils and gazed downward, he discovered the pond was astonishingly deep. Within its depths lay a myriad of peculiar soul beasts, though fortunately their powers were rather weak. However, as he swam further down, an unsettling chill enveloped him. His entire body trembled, assailed by a relentless cold. It was unbearably frigid, despite his martial spirit's full activation. Ling Mo found it impossible to withstand such icy temperatures. Venturing deeper, he soon beheld an object radiating a frigid aura. Was it the legendary 9-nether-cold pond Xianbing? At the bottom of the pond lay a grand jade bed, measuring over 10 meters in both length and width. As he approached, Ling Mo felt as if his very blood might freeze. Good heavens, this was indeed a monumental find. The jade stone stirred an exhilarating fervor within him. For it was the fabled 9-nether-cold pond Xianbing, a substance chronicled in the ancient scriptures as the coldest of all earthly materials. Not only was it extraordinarily frigid, but it was also remarkably resilient, ideal for crafting hidden weapons or battle armor of unparalleled might. Even more astonishing was its inherent power, which could significantly aid in human cultivation. In this moment, Ling Mo realized he had struck it rich. This jade stone surpassed all the exotic metals within his small tower. If he fashioned a Xian jade bed from it, merely lying upon it would facilitate his cultivation without any effort. To his astonishment, his gains were far greater than he had anticipated, leaving Ling Mo utterly exhilarated. Come to me. Without hesitation, he summoned his small tower and directly absorbed the entire jade bed into it. The immense jade bed was thus taken, causing the pond's waters to begin churning, gradually becoming murky. Such a transformation caught Ling Mo off guard. What was happening? The once clear waters were completely stirred up. Had it not been for the activation of his dual pupils, he would have been utterly blind to what lay submerged within. Amidst the tumult, he suddenly discerned that the space where the jade bed had rested concealed a passage. Previously obscured by the jade bed, the passage now revealed itself to him. He sensed a familiar aura, the presence of a copper coffin. In an instant, Ling Mo felt the unmistakable energy of the copper coffin just beneath the jade bed. This passage was cloaked in darkness, seemingly shielded by a barrier that prevented the water from intruding. Humph! Today I shall uncover the secrets that lie within. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo plunged into the passage. However, upon entry, he was abruptly confronted by a shadowy soldier emerging from the side. This specter was unlike the skeletal puppets he had encountered in the ancient city of Jingjua. This one exuded an aura of malevolence. Lacking consciousness, it existed solely for slaughter and consumption. Its ghastly visage, reminiscent of a ghost, was truly terrifying. It bore no corporeal form, existing entirely as a spiritual entity. floating ominously in the air. As Ling Mo entered, it brandished a scythe aimed directly at him. What in the world is this? Ling Mo thought, startled. After years of tomb raiding, this was his first encounter with such a spectral being. Clearly taken aback, he found this apparition exceedingly frightening. Summoning the vibrant wings of a peacock, he transformed them into a formidable blade, conjuring a protective barrier around himself to deflect the shadowy soldier's attack. How dare you flaunt your trivial skills before me? I can see at a glance that you are no human. You audacious fiend. I shall reveal your true form. With a powerful incantation, Ling Mo unleashed a swift strike, cleaving through the shadow soldier with a resounding thud. The entity was instantly dispatched. This specter was indeed fearsome. To maintain his composure, Ling Mo invoked the renowned words of Master Fahai to intimidate the malevolent spirit. Against such entities, one must wield specialized terminology to instill fear. Tell me, which demon can remain calm upon hearing the name of Master Fahai? Having vanquished the shadow soldier, Ling Mo pressed onward, his heart racing with unease. The surroundings exuded a chilling eeriness. This was his first foray into such an ancient tomb. Navigating through the dimly lit passage, he entered a stone cavern, damp and foreboding. Within this chamber lay an array of neatly arranged skulls, resembling a sinister altar. Such a level of sacrificial ceremony could only belong to a true imperial tomb. What manner of figure lay interred within this grave? Ling Mo's curiosity surged. Continuing forward, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Whipping around, he was confronted by an upside-down figure, blood-stained and grotesquely glaring at him. Good heavens! In an instant, fear coursed through him, leaving him cold with terror. He swung his light blade, and in a heartbeat, a bloodied head tumbled to the ground, a ghastly sight indeed. What kind of cursed place was this? It was utterly horrifying. Everywhere he looked, there were bone-chilling horrors. Writhing green worms lunged at the bloodied head, swiftly reducing it to a mere skull. Ling Mo dared not provoke such a creature, an ominous being cloaked in green hair. He swiftly departed from that place, continuing onward. Suddenly, he halted before a cavern, which was significantly larger than the previous one, its surroundings eerily desolate and devoid of any presence. At that moment, Ling Mo caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting past him with remarkable speed. Who goes there? He pondered, his heart racing with astonishment. To find a living soul within such an ancient tomb was unimaginable. Could it be a fellow traveler? Driven by curiosity, he followed the figure into the caverns. But just as he was about to pursue, he abruptly came to a standstill. It was not by choice. Something seemed to ensnare his feet, rendering him immobile. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to turn around sharply. To his horror, he found hundreds of figures standing behind him, clad in red garments, reminiscent of a wedding procession from ancient times. Above them, a striking bridal palanquin stood out prominently. The series of bizarre phenomena sent chills through Ling Mo, immobilizing him with fear. At that moment, the previously vanished figure reappeared and swiftly pulled Ling Mo into a corner. "Shh," the person whispered urgently, glancing toward the spectacle while signaling for Ling Mo to remain silent. Suddenly, from the bridal palanquin, an enchanting figure emerged. She stepped delicately onto the palanquin, her bare feet gliding effortlessly, her flawless legs exuding an alluring charm. Yet at that moment, Ling Mo felt no intrigue, for he recognized that she was not human. What manner of creature was this? Ling Mo could not help but inquire, for the atmosphere was overwhelmingly sinister. He had never witnessed such a scene in his entire life. A palpable aura of resentment enveloped the surroundings, heavy and oppressive. Ling Mo found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The cold voice of the figure, who had been fixated on the happenings across the way, uttered the words, "A ghost bride's wedding." This invisible resentment had the capacity to profoundly influence one's psyche. And Ling Mo was no exception. A ghost bride's wedding? Ling Mo, filled with confusion, inquired further, and the individual promptly elucidated, stating that the phenomenon of ghost brides being escorted for marriage frequently occurs in the netherworld. Typically, if a ghost king becomes enamored with a particular female ghost, he will dispatch a wedding procession to retrieve her. Those in the lead are tasked with bringing the ghost bride into the netherworld. If a human unwittingly mingles among them, they will be forcibly drawn into the shadowy realm. The term ghost bride refers to those who, in their mortal lives, were unable to marry due to love or hatred, and suffered a tragic and untimely death, leaving them with a heavy burden of resentment. If one catches her eye, they may very well be selected as a sacrificial companion. These ghost brides are notorious for their cruel methods and possess a penchant for consuming human flesh. Once one's essence is infiltrated by their vengeful aura, resistance becomes utterly futile. The individual continued to explain that had he not intervened moments ago, Ling Mo would likely have been abducted and made into a sacrificial companion. The sensation he experienced was deeply etched in his memory. His body had been rendered completely immobile, devoid of any self-awareness. It was truly terrifying. This ancient tomb exuded an eerie and peculiar atmosphere, imbued with an inexplicable essence that rendered Ling Mo incapable of wielding his soul energy. The Netherworld? What manner of place is that? Wait a moment, Ling Mo seemed to have encountered a new term, Netherworld? This so-called Netherworld is a chaotic realm teeming with all manner of spirits and demons, colloquially referred to as the underworld. Should a person inadvertently stumble into its depths, they may never escape in their lifetime. The man possessed a refined countenance and donned a full black attire, complete with gloves, indicating his expertise in this domain. I am Ling Mo, he introduced himself, unaware of the identity of his companion. Ling Mo expressed his gratitude, filled with curiosity about the name and background of the young man. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling laughter echoed from the distance. It was the ghostly woman. Her laughter rang out in a sinister manner, sending shivers down the spine. Ling Mo observed that after her hearty laughter, beneath her crimson attire lay an abundance of infant heads. Yet these were no ordinary infants, they were ghostly beings. The spectral infants were concealed beneath her skirt, their gaping maws devouring the putrid flesh offered by the spectral soldiers. Despite having witnessed countless revolting scenes, Ling Mo could not suppress her nausea. The sight was abhorrently grotesque. The ghastly infants, with pallid faces and bare heads, retreated into the ghostly woman's skirt after feasting on the carrion. Meanwhile, the bridal procession commenced, with numerous spectral soldiers bearing the delicate bride, as the ghostly woman seated within lifted her crimson veil, ascending slowly. This place is unfit for lingering. We must depart. The young man, surnamed Zhang, suddenly turned pale, grasping Ling Mo and urging her away from the scene. Yet, they had scarcely traversed a few meters when the stone cave they had just been in underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The cave vanished, revealing a quagmire replete with lifeless bodies, with exposed bones lying bare, an epitome of bloodshed. Ling Mo followed the young man with the surname Zhang, resolutely advancing without glancing back. At that moment, the young man sent another message, causing Ling Mo to feel a jolt of fear that compelled him to avert his gaze. The surroundings were exceedingly eerie, far surpassing any tomb he had previously encountered. Ling Mo had once believed his experiences in tomb raiding were sufficiently extensive, but only now did he comprehend that he had merely scratched the surface of the mysteries that lay before him. As he crossed a stone bridge, he was met with a gruesome sight of skulls scattered across the ground, surrounded by the malevolent spirits of slaughter. This place resembled a veritable hell on earth, making it difficult to fathom how such an extraordinary tomb could harbor so many bizarre phenomena. Chapter 109. The Headless Corpse. Wait, was that merely an illusion? Having sprinted 100 meters, Ling Mo suddenly felt a tremor of consciousness, as though he had undergone something profound. When he turned back, the young man with the surname Zhang had vanished, and the scene he had just witnessed felt all too real, leaving him bewildered. What on earth was happening? Ling Mo was taken aback. Where had that young man gone? She had not even had the chance to inquire about his name. Turning to look back, she found nothing but the muddy swamp behind her. Beneath her feet lay a stone bridge, strewn with countless withered bones. It felt as if billions of spectral soldiers were watching her every move. Not daring to linger, Ling Mo pressed onward. Suddenly, the world before her underwent a dramatic transformation. The darkness that enveloped her was no longer the confines of a cave, but rather an expansive desert. Each time she was drawn into the tomb by the 3 generations copper coffin, such bizarre experiences would unfold. Moreover, the moment she entered the tomb, the 3 generations copper coffin would vanish without a trace. Did that young man with the surname Zhang truly exist? Ling Mo could not affirm this, but the sensation she had just experienced felt remarkably real, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. The realm of the underworld? What sort of place was it truly? Ling Mo harbored a vague suspicion that each time he was drawn to the 3-world copper coffin, he would find himself transported to a wondrous realm. This world seemed entirely disconnected from Douluo. Take, for instance, the last encounter in the ancient city of Jingjue, where the artifacts present bore not a trace of soul power. Could it be that the 3-world copper coffin had opened a portal to other dimensions for Ling Mo? In other words, he was no longer within the Douluo Continent. Instead, he had ventured into the true realm of the Netherworld? It was hard to believe. Ling Mo pressed onward, hoping that all his uncertainties might be resolved ahead. Gripping the Zhuge divine crossbow tightly in his hand, he proceeded with utmost caution. His soul power had been severely restricted following the ghostly bride's ceremony, rendering it utterly unusable. He could only rely on the concealed weapon in his grasp to continue forward. Suddenly, a tempest of sand erupted, revealing a colossal figure upon the Gobi Desert. Drenched in blood. Upon closer inspection, he realized with horror that the figure possessed no head. A headless corpse? At that moment, Lingmo was utterly astounded. While he could accept the ghostly bride ceremony, the sight of this headless body left him bewildered. How could it move so freely without a head? Was it Xingtian? No. That overwhelming aura of slaughter engulfed him, making it difficult to breathe. As the sands whirled around him, Lingmo clutched tightly to a massive boulder nearby. In the dim chaos, he noticed the figure rushing toward a nearby ruin, seizing a hairy creature and tearing it in half with one hand. A foul stench wafted over, and Lingmo's expression soured considerably. Stifling the urge to retch, he continued to observe. The headless corpse seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of hairy monsters, the struggle proving to be exceedingly intense. Goodness! All manner of grotesque entities were present. Lingmo found herself ensnared behind the stones, continuing to observe. Given their current approach, it was likely that after a year of this, no resolution would be achieved. Lingmo could not possibly remain here idly waiting for them to finish their fight, however. The soul power within her had already been constrained, rendering her unable to unleash her abilities, which was exceedingly uncomfortable. Wait, perhaps I could try the Three Lives Scripture. Lingmo suddenly recalled that his Three Lives Sutra possessed a unique power, distinctly different from soul power. Typically, this force blended seamlessly with soul power, lacking any opportunity to manifest. Now that soul power was unavailable, he decided to explore this alternative. Through a series of peculiar actions, Lingmo began to comprehend the situation. The so-called ancient tomb had, in fact, transcended the original boundaries of the Douluo realm. He now found himself in a fantastical world of a different nature. As the Three Lives Sutra commenced its operation, a surge of pure power began to envelop Lingmo's body. Gradually, he felt his strength being restored. Sensing that the power radiating from the Three Lives Sutra was even more formidable and purer than his previous soul power. However, within Douluo, Lingmo could only wield soul power, which manifested primarily as a form of attachment, rendering it nearly impossible to fully unleash. As his strength steadily regained, Lingmo began to activate his martial soul, and the peacock's colorful wings unfurled gracefully. Observing the re-emergence of the luminous blade in his hand, Lingmo cast a cold glance at the headless corpse nearby and swaggered past it. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with them. Yet his unforeseen intrusion had directly incited their collective assault. Lingmo was instantly filled with rage. Just moments ago, he had harbored a modicum of fear towards his opponent. But now he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Once again invoking the profound words of the renowned Fa Hai, he declared fiercely, "Bold demon, dare you flaunt your prowess before me? Great might of the heavenly dragon." As soon as his voice fell, the luminous blade surged forth, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour of arrows. With the launch of his hidden weapons, Lingmo propelled himself forward with a fierce strike. The sound of a roar echoed as a headless corpse lunged at him, soon followed by a horde of hairy monsters, all charging towards him. The battle was imminent. After activating the power of the Three Lifetime Scripture, Lingmo's strength surpassed its original limits. He struck the headless corpse back with a single blow, then unleashed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, instantly slaying dozens of the hairy creatures on the spot. "O luminous blade, once more protect this city." It was as if he had donned an enchanted armor. Lingmo wreaked havoc upon his foes, unleashing radiant colors that devoured their assaults with relentless vigor. With another powerful slash, he cleaved through the headless corpse, causing it to disintegrate in an instant. Countless small insects erupted from within, creating a scene of utter revulsion. It turned out that the creature had long since perished. The so-called shell was merely occupied and manipulated by these wretched. Lingmo could sense that they had undoubtedly endured immense suffering in their past lives. Trapped within a cage, they had been subjected to agony and solitude. Previously, he had only witnessed such funerary rites on television, never imagining he would have the fortune to witness it in this lifetime. The scene was so shocking that Lingmo stood frozen for an extended period, utterly motionless. Chapter 110, The Battle of Destiny? As he stepped across the altar, a torrent of vengeful energy surged into Lingmo's consciousness. With the full activation of the five-colored divine light, he found himself capable of consuming this malevolent force. Moreover, through the act of absorption, this energy transformed into waves of spiritual power, continuously flowing into Lingmo's being. It was a most peculiar sensation. Lingmo was uncertain of the implications, hesitant to recklessly absorb the surrounding energies, for once his consciousness was consumed. escaped from Lingmo, perplexed, continued onward. At intervals, shadowy soldiers lunged at her, their gaping maws dripping with menace. Her divine crossbow had exhausted its stock of arrows, and should this persist, Lingmo feared she would face ruin. Reluctant to deplete her internal spiritual energy unless absolutely necessary, she dreaded the thought of becoming trapped within this ancient tomb. Since her arrival, she had contemplated summoning Lord Ghost multiple times, only to realize he appeared disinclined to accept this realm, as if the laws governing this place repelled him. Everything seemed exceedingly bizarre, akin to a true underworld, replete with grotesque manifestations. What was that? Suddenly, Lingmo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Atop the altar, she discerned a grand, open celestial gate inscribed with the words Zhun Tian Min, Heavenly Gate. Beyond this portal lay an abyss of darkness that emanated an overwhelming aura of hostility, nearly causing her to lose her sense of self before she could approach. In her panic, Lingmo noticed a desiccated skeleton sprawled before the gate. Despite its long passage into death, it exuded the aura of an invincible being. Embedded within the bones was a sword. Pinning the skeleton to the side of the celestial gate, it appeared that all rituals conducted here were in homage to this skeletal remains. Who could this individual possibly be? Lingmo, filled with curiosity, approached cautiously. Gradually, he discovered an inscription beside the skeletal remains. The Forerunner has transcended the celestial path, leaving me impaled upon the heavenly gate by a mere stroke of his sword. I can no longer resist. This brief line conveyed an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With just a single strike, an invincible powerhouse had been pinned here. What manner of being possesses such astonishing prowess? The bones within the tomb narrate the events that transpired here. Perhaps a fierce battle once erupted in this very place. Who is the Forerunner spoken of by the bones? Such formidable sword intent. Lingmo's gaze was fixated upon the sword, and an instinctive sense of disorientation washed over him. This blade could be regarded as a transcendent artifact. Despite enduring countless years of tribulation, it still exuded the might of a sovereign. Merely its aura instilled a bone-chilling sensation in Lingmo, a level of suppression that even the sword wielded by the Ghost Lord could not attain. The sword's body resembled stone. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a mere relic. Yet, the formidable pressure it emanated unequivocally signified that it was a genuine divine sword. A magnificent sword. I must devise a way to steal it. Lingmo immediately set her sights on this divine sword, such a rare treasure. How could one not seize the opportunity? As she attempted to draw the sword, she was unexpectedly repelled by an overwhelming aura of sword intent before she could even approach it. The fierce sword intent lashed out violently, leaving behind a series of scars upon the heavenly gate. This won't do. The malevolence of this sword is profound. It cannot be drawn by ordinary means. Lingmo began to waver. Such a divine sword of this caliber demands acknowledgement. One must possess the qualifications even to approach it. However, how could one attain its recognition? Of course. The dual pupils. Lingmo suddenly recalled a crucial element, the dual pupils. Ever since the last encounter in the ancient city of Jingjue, Lingmo gradually grasped a profound truth. Whenever faced with such peculiar phenomena, invoking the dual pupils invariably yielded astonishing surprises. Perhaps it was linked to causality. Or perhaps the dual pupils possessed an innate ability to suppress these bizarre entities. As for causality, Lingmo was perplexed, for he remained oblivious to the essence of his past life. No, that was not quite right. Activating the dual pupils, Lingmo cast his gaze upon the divine sword, seeking to sense its essence. As expected, the moment he activated the dual pupils, the divine sword quivered slightly. Instantly, Lingmo was filled with elation. The mere sign of a reaction indicated its potential utility. The dual pupils had bestowed upon him such delightful surprises before. At the moment the divine sword stirred, Lingmo intensified his focus, his dual pupils wide open. A beam of divine light surged into the sword. In an instant, the fog before him dissipated, and Lingmo beheld a peculiar figure in the void, gazing intently at him. Is it you? Observing the man, Lingmo felt a tremor within. This was not their first encounter. He had appeared many times in Lingmo's dreams, bearing the same distinct mark as Lingmo, a blood-stained emblem emblazoned upon his forehead. At this moment, he was no longer the child who drank beast milk. He resembled a sovereign deity, surveying the mortal realm from above. You have finally arrived. The man spoke, his voice ethereal, as if echoing from the very depths of time, profound and unsettling. Did you know I would come? Lingmo, perplexed, inquired once more. You may possess numerous questions, yet regrettably, I am unable to provide you with answers. At present, your strength is far too feeble to bear such karmic consequences. The man whispered softly, his voice imbued with an ineffable sense of solitude and desolation. Karmic consequences? What manner of consequences? Ling Mo remained silent, and shortly after, the man spoke again. Take up that sword. I shall await you in the future. Our fated rivalry remains unresolved. Next time, I hope to witness the so-called supreme duelize. As soon as his voice faded, his figure dimmed and vanished. When Ling Mo sought to find his presence, he had already disappeared into the depths of darkness. A dream felt like an eternity, seemingly concealed within a fragment of memory where such a fated contest had transpired. The supreme duelize, perhaps? Awakening from the dream, Ling Mo's complexion turned ashen. Suddenly, from the desiccated bones, the divine sword detached and fell into Ling Mo's grasp. With merely this sword, the power it emanated assured him that even a titled Douluo could not withstand its might. Yet, in the present moment, Ling Mo seemed unable to wield it. Its force was exceedingly terrifying. Even a slight swing could deplete his soul power to the point of demise. Slay the immortals? The sword bore two prominent characters inscribed upon it. Slay the immortals. Ling Mo originally intended to conduct a thorough examination, when suddenly, the celestial gate before him collapsed with a resounding crash. The desiccated bones suspended above the celestial gate transformed into wisps of smoke, dissipating into the ether. The earth began to sway, and the wild expanse adjacent slowly submerged, gradually revealing its true form. Ling Mo spread his wings and soared into the sky. Below him, the earth gradually transformed into a river. Holding the divine sword, no spectral soldiers dared to approach Ling Mo within a radius of several dozen miles. Even his mere aura instilled fear in these undead beings. The pitch-black, murky river, fed by the dark blood from above, had already buried this place. In the haze, Ling Mo caught a glimpse of a dam. However, upon gazing at it, his vision blurred, rendering him nearly blind. With no other choice, Ling Mo activated his fourth soul skill, rebirth through nirvana. His body instantly rejuvenated, but he did not dare to look back at that side. Chapter 111. The dead dog betrays me again. Having recovered, Ling Mo left the place without a backward glance, too frightened to linger. He pressed on, crossing an ancient city, and arrived at the depths of an abyss. Here, countless spectral soldiers roamed, and the ground was littered with corpses. With the divine sword in hand, Ling Mo felt no fear of them. Even though he could not wield the sword, his mere presence was enough to deter them. As he traversed the abyss, Ling Mo moved forward and unexpectedly discovered a passage. Stepping into the passage, he was immediately greeted by the haunting wails of countless spirits. An eerie sound that sent chills down his spine. It was as if he had entered the underworld, surrounded by dangling ghosts and various malevolent spirits. Their tortured forms ghastly to behold. Had he not possessed the sword of immortality, Ling Mo would never have dared to enter this terrifying place. The sword of immortality was far more formidable than any famous sayings by Fa Hai, wielding immense deterrent power against such evil entities. After passing through the abyssal passage, Ling Mo entered a stone chamber, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. By heavens, I've struck gold. This stone chamber was strewn with jewels and precious stones, along with an array of strange metals, resembling a treasure trove overflowing with dazzling treasures, rendering Ling Mo nearly spellbound. Were those meteorite stones? Thunderstones? Nether spirit stones? He could hardly contain his excitement. Among these extraordinary metals were numerous exquisite gems that captivated Ling Mo's gaze. This was a boon. If he could gather all these items, he could forge the finest hidden weapons of the Tang sect. All the materials were in place. Not only could he create peacock feathers, but he could also easily produce the Buddha's wrath lotus and Guanin's tears. Moreover, these materials were even more precious than the originals. With their attributes amplified severalfold, their power unimaginable. At this moment, it was as if he had struck it rich. Ling Mo could no longer suppress the exhilaration surging within him. What was this fellow doing? Were they merely a few stones? Was such excitement truly warranted? Unbeknownst to Ling Mo, above him in the stone cavern, a rotund figure and a large black dog were observing him intently. It was needless to surmise. They were the same unscrupulous individuals encountered in the ancient city of Jingjue. Should we give him another blow? The portly man chuckled wickedly, finding amusement in the prospect. Surely, they had indulged in such antics before. I think so. Let us knock him out and toss him into the pile of corpses. That would disgust him. The black dog, seemingly relishing in chaos, suggested tossing Ling Mo into a heap of lifeless bodies, crawling with maggots. Such a notion was utterly depraved. Is that wise? Aren't you concerned he might recover and seek retribution? After all, he possesses innate dual pupils, and his temperament is rather peculiar. I dare not offend him. The portly man hesitated. True enough. If I weren't worried about him settling the score later, I would have considered making him my pet. Ah. Tossing him into the corpses is one thing, but knocking him out should be manageable, right? The black dog persisted with its sinister enthusiasm. All right, let us proceed with that. We'll throw him out, lest he be devoured by the specters, which would be an even graver sin. Thus, this man and his canine accomplice resolved to render Ling Mo unconscious and dispose of him. At that moment, Ling Mo remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of these two nefarious characters. By heavens, I've struck gold, he exclaimed in excitement, summoning his small tower to gather the treasures before him. Just as he began to marvel at his fortune, he suddenly felt a chill creep up his spine. As he turned around, a heavy blow struck his head. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a dog-esque face, grinning maliciously at him. Damn it, you wretched mutt, you've deceived me again. But before he could utter another word, he collapsed, succumbing to the void of unconsciousness. How utterly humiliating. Twice he had ventured into the tombs, only to encounter these two unscrupulous fiends, who seemed to have nothing better to do than to ensnare him at every turn. The last time, it was a blow to the head. This time, the same fate befell him, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Haha, mission accomplished. Although, I think he might have seen us, the black dog exclaimed with unbridled glee. However, there lingered a sense of complication. Had Ling Mo truly caught sight of them? He shouldn't remember, right? Surely not, it's happened twice now. Ah, who cares? Let us just toss him out and be done with it. With that, the pair collaborated to expel Ling Mo from their lair. When Ling Mo regained consciousness, he found himself once more at the edge of a waterpool in the sunsetting forest. Thankfully, no soul beasts were nearby. Otherwise, the situation could have been perilous. Curse those two scoundrels. I hope I never cross paths with them again. I shall not let this matter rest. Having been duped twice, Ling Mo felt an indescribable frustration. Throughout his years traversing the continent, he had always been the one to outsmart others. When had it ever been his turn to be deceived? Since encountering these two rogues, he had gained no advantage whatsoever, which was infuriating. Fortunately, these two had at least shown a modicum of decency, allowing him to gather his treasures before their treachery. Ling Mo was at a loss as to why these two fellows seemed intent on knocking him out without so much as a word. Fortunately, he had already secured the treasures he had discovered earlier within his small tower. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. With these treasures in hand, he could craft a batch of top-notch hidden weapons. For the time being, he no longer needed to concern himself with gathering materials. The more he ruminated on the loss, the more incensed he became, and the mere thought of that treacherous dog-like face ignited his fury. The sword of celestial slaughter lay quietly to the side. He lacked the strength to wield it. Since there were no more ghostly soldiers, it was unnecessary to keep it at hand. So he decided to store it away for now. According to Ling Mo's estimation, to truly wield this divine sword would require at least the strength of a soul fighter. And that was merely for a basic swing. After placing the sword of celestial slaughter into the small tower, Ling Mo plunged into the water pool, only to find that the passage leading to the mysterious ancient tomb had vanished. Much like the previously elusive city of Jingjue, it had disappeared without a trace. All of this seemed intricately linked to one particular object, the 3 generations copper coffin. Each time it manifested, it drew Ling Mo into such fantastical ancient tombs, as if he were entirely disconnected from the world. Upon returning to the shore, Ling Mo composed himself and prepared to leave. With the ancient tomb now gone, there was no point in dwelling on it further. This expedition had yielded immense rewards, and the experiences were certainly bizarre. Perhaps when the 3 generations copper coffin appeared once more, he would be able to unravel this series of enigmas: the missing Zhang youth, the shadow at the end of the void, and those two unscrupulous fellows. Ling Mo sensed that the Zhang surname youth who had appeared ahead bore no connection to the myriad of things that followed, for he possessed neither spiritual energy nor soul power, resembling nothing more than a mere tomb raider. Yet, the enigma remained. Why had he manifested within the ancient tomb? Departing from the pond, Ling Mo retraced his steps directly to Dugubo's herb garden. He was uncertain how much time had elapsed during his absence, nor could he ascertain whether Tang Hao had met his demise at Dugubo's hands. Although it might seem somewhat treacherous towards his subordinate, there was little choice in the matter. Each appearance of the 3-life copper coffin heralded significant events, leaving Ling Mo with no agency. Chapter 112. The emergence of Tang Hao. As Ling Mo approached Dugubo's herb garden, he suddenly sensed an erratic presence lingering in the air. This aura was particularly familiar to him. Aside from that man, there was no one else. Tang Hao? A chilling breeze swept through the forest as Ling Mo unfurled his wings and pursued the source. As anticipated, atop a nearby hill stood two figures, Dugubo and Tang Hao. Master? Dugubo was wrought with anxiety, having just dispatched the golden iron triangle. He found himself confronted by Tang Hao, which left him in a state of distress. Countless curses directed at Ling Mo echoed in his mind. Yet, upon spotting Ling Mo, a surge of joy washed over him, and all previous grievances were swiftly forgotten. Uncle, it has been far too long. Ling Mo chuckled playfully as he ascended the mountain gorge, while Dugubo seemed to have found a pillar of support, retreating behind Ling Mo. After all, he had declared that any trouble would be his burden alone, absolving himself of responsibility. With the presence of Gue Yi, Tang Hao is unlikely to cause any trouble. Wait. Uncle? Sectmaster, do you know him? Suddenly, Dugubo paused, a look of doubt crossing his face. It became evident that the two were acquainted, and their relationship appeared quite intimate. Was this not a clever ruse to ensnare me, the old poison master? No. How could he refer to himself in such a manner? It dawned on Tang Hao that this was a trap meticulously set by Ling Mo. After pondering for a while, he finally understood why Dugubo had inexplicably kidnapped Tang San. Judging by Dugubo's respect for Ling Mo, it seemed he had already pledged his allegiance to him. The abduction of Tang San was likely a means to draw Tang Hao out. Well, what can I say? It's not my fault you've been so elusive. It took me quite the effort to track you down. Ling Mo remained unperturbed, having revealed Tang Hao's presence not for any sinister purpose. Speak up. What is it you wish to discuss? Initially, Tang Hao intended to give Dugubo a thorough reprimand, but realizing it was merely a performance, he decided to hear Ling Mo out. Actually, there is something I wish to inquire about. The colorful emperor flower by the Lake of Life. Did you take it, uncle? Ling Mo bluntly broached the subject, having lured Tang Hao out solely for clarity on the whereabouts of the flower. So, that is your intention? Well, indeed. I did take it. Tang Hao paused, feeling a twinge of frustration. Ling Mo had gone to such lengths just for a flower. He had expected something of greater significance. Is that true? Quickly, hand it over. At this, Ling Mo's face lit up with delight, realizing it was indeed Tang Hao who had taken the flower, alleviating his concerns. Hand it over? You, who are always so shrewd and never engage in transactions that don't benefit you, think you can take what's mine with just a word? The tone shifted, and Ling Mo stood momentarily stunned. When did this formidable man also become a businessman? Huh, what does my uncle desire? As long as I possess it, I can fulfill your request. Naturally, Ling Mo was not one to accept favors without reciprocity. He disliked being in debt. Since the matter had been laid bare, he decided to be forthright. Well, I suppose I have nothing to ask for. Just take good care of Xiao San for me. After some contemplation, Tang Hao realized he could not think of anything to request from Ling Mo money. I have no interest in it. I've never had any dealings with it. Tang Hao mused. Initially, he had contemplated tricking Ling Mo, but he could not devise a scheme, leading him to abandon the idea altogether and directly hand over the colorful emperor flower. As Ling Mo received the flower from Tang Hao, his hands trembled. After all the twists and turns, this miraculous herb had finally returned to his possession. However, the absence of conditions from Tang Hao left Ling Mo feeling even more unsettled. He truly wished to avoid being indebted, especially to Tang San's family. Uncle, this flower is of great importance to me. You have helped me obtain it. Thus I owe you a favor. This favor was something Ling Mo felt he must repay, or else he would be troubled by it. Since you are not interested in the items I possess, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. With that, Ling Mo glanced at Dugubo and instructed. You may return now. The project at the Ghost Gate requires acceleration and must be completed as soon as possible. I have great use for it. Dugubo, perplexed by the exchange between the two cunning old foxes, decided to retreat, not wishing to remain as a bystander should a conflict arise. He had no desire to engage in a confrontation with Tang Hao, who was far too formidable. A grand gift? What could it possibly be? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, disregarding Dugubo as he made his exit. Had Ling Mo not appeared unexpectedly, he might have indeed sought to reprimand Dugubo. Once Dugubo had left, Ling Mo spoke. If I were to say that I could resurrect your wife, would you believe me? At this pronouncement, Tang Hao was taken aback, his emotions surging. Is that truly possible? Why would I deceive you? Wait. Tang Hao suddenly recalled a pressing question. How did Ling Mo know about his wife? This young man held many secrets, and Tang Hao had only scratched the surface over the years. How do you know? It was evident that he was inquiring about how Ling Mo came to know of Tang San's mother. In this world, there is nothing I do not know. With my dual pupils, I can perceive both the past and the future, encompassing all events that transpire over the centuries. Nothing escapes my sight. If you doubt me, feel free to ask me any question. Lingmo confidently inquired. When was the last time old Jack from St. Soul Village relieved himself at the village entrance? Lingmo, could you pose a more sensible question? Old Jack, when was the last time you bragged? Lingmo, goodness, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Lingmo is nearly driven to madness. Can't he inquire about something even slightly normal or of greater significance? Never mind, I'm too weary to engage with you. If you don't believe it, so be it. Lingmo cast a disdainful glance, choosing to selectively ignore the question. Originally, she had intended to leverage her prophetic abilities to deceive Tang Hao, but he was clearly not adhering to the expected script. Why is it that in other narratives, these NPCs conform to the protagonist's desires, yet here, with Lingmo, they suddenly deviate? Wait, was what you just said true? Although Lingmo refrained from directly answering the question, Tang Hao seized the fleeting opportunity with fervor. He could not afford to let it slip away. I have stated before that I have no reason to deceive you. Well then, share your method, he inquired urgently, eager to reconcile with his beloved wife. It's quite simple. You have likely visited Dugubo's medicinal garden, correct? You should be aware of the peculiar pond located therein. What is so special about that pond? Why the rush? Allow me to elaborate. Lingmo continued, based on my understanding, 12 years ago. Your wife, who happens to be the mother of your third party, after her sacrificial act, left behind a seed, did she not? The pond in Dugubo's garden, known as the Ice-Fire Duality Eye, is a veritable treasure trove, a confluence of the essence of heaven and earth. Originally, that garden was home to numerous celestial herbs, all nourished by the Ice-Fire Duality Eye. Should you plant the blue-silver emperor within the garden, with the pond's nurturing, its growth will be accelerated. If I were to employ additional means to hasten its development, in merely 5 years, she could once again be by your side. Chapter 113, The True Form of the Peacock. Is it truly so? Tang Hao replied, visibly anxious, already eager to set his plan into motion. You must understand. There is no necessity for me to deceive you. Lingmo was certain that, in the past, he might have been at a loss. However, he now possessed a solution, the 3 lives scripture. With the power of the ice and fire duality, in the unique abilities of the 3 lives scripture, Lingmo could resurrect the blue-silver emperor in the shortest possible time. If this were indeed the case, then it would seem I owe you a favor. Tang Hao said in a low voice. If what Lingmo claimed were true, then his actions could not be compensated by merely a single colorful imperial flower. Setting aside the matter of human indebtedness, how long do you intend to conceal this from Xiao San? At present, Tang San remained blissfully unaware of Tang Hao's situation. It is still not the right time to inform Xiao San. He is far too young. If he were to learn of it, it could lead to complications. Very well. If possible, expedite the arrival of Aunt Blue Silver. Xiao San is still at the ice and fire duality eye, and perhaps he could still offer some care. With that, Lingmo departed with the colorful imperial flower, finding it challenging to engage with the taciturn Tang Hao. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Lingmo found Tang San engrossed in the crafting of some concealed weapon. He entered nonchalantly. At the moment Tang San noticed Lingmo, he was momentarily taken aback and asked, Xiao Mo, what brings you here? Did Dugubo capture you? His anxiety was palpable, as this young man remained oblivious to the fact that his presence here was entirely orchestrated by Lingmo. Indeed, that accursed old poisoner took advantage of my moment of inattention and knocked me out. When I awoke, I found myself here. Dugubo? By the way, what are you doing here? Lingmo casually found a place to sit, heartlessly betraying Dugubo. After capturing me, Dugubo had abandoned me here, neglecting my existence. I contemplated crafting a few concealed weapons, hoping to catch him off guard another day. Tang San replied candidly. Dugubo? Poor Dugubo. Not only was he sold out by Lingmo, but he also caught the attention of Tang San. A moment of inattention could easily lead to dire consequences. Lingmo was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then replied, well, I believe that Dugubo is not such a bad person. There is no need to resort to underhanded tactics against him, is there? Lingmo felt a twinge of guilt. If one day, Dugubo were to let his guard down and truly fall victim to Tang San's schemes, the repercussions would be dire. He injured my teacher and captured us both here. How can you still speak in his defense? Tang San questioned, scrutinizing Lingmo, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing this, Lingmo's unease intensified. The attack on the master was indeed his directive, and should this truth come to light, it would be utterly embarrassing. With no other options available, he silently resolved to betray the old poison master once more. Indeed, when dealing with such treacherous scoundrels, one must strike without mercy. After conversing for a considerable time, Ling Mo, in an effort to maintain his facade, refrained from further idle chatter. Instead, he withdrew to one side with the colorful emperor flower, commencing the absorption of this divine herb. Tang San remained unsuspecting, continuing his crafting of hidden weapons. Duel had been absent for quite some time, and his whereabouts were unknown. Grasping the colorful emperor flower, Ling Mo consumed the flower's core and subsequently entered a meditative state, channeling the scriptures of the three lives, his body unfurling in a harmonious manner. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of pure energy flooded into Ling Mo, invigorating yet tumultuous. Within a fleeting second, his meridians sustained grievous injuries. "Damn it!" he cried out in agony, nearly collapsing to the ground as excruciating pain seized his abdomen, causing his blood to begin to congeal. Amidst the torment, Ling Mo forced himself to circulate his energy, gradually suppressing the pain with the scriptures of the three lives. Before long, a beam of divine light emanated from within him, akin to a holy judgment. As a luminous blade surged forth towards the rocky mountain ahead. In that moment, the hillside was cleaved open, a tremendous gash appearing, the blade's sharpness unparalleled. Tang San, alerted by the commotion, hurried over to investigate, only to find Ling Mo seated on the ground, his complexion ashen, uncertain of how to intervene. In his panic, Tang San's gaze fell upon the ground where the colorful emperor flower had been devoured, leaving him momentarily stunned. Insanity! This is absolute madness! No words could adequately convey the tumultuous emotions swirling within him at that moment. The colorful emperor flower, a regal treasure among blossoms, possessed a potent efficacy that no ordinary body could easily withstand. Lingmo's actions undoubtedly lead him to a path of self-destruction. Within the realm of consciousness, Ling Mo discerned a divine light amidst the chaotic sea of awareness, faintly perceiving an ethereal shadow. The peacock's sword, akin to the dawn's first light, pure and immaculate. The effects of the colorful imperial flower began to manifest as a torrent of spiritual energy surged into the radiance, gradually resembling a living peacock that slowly took flight. Its feathers were razor-sharp, ascending majestically, soaring to astonishing heights. With a force that sometimes ebbed, this peacock integrated into Ling Mo's being, gradually liberating itself from the brilliance, truly escaping its confines. With a cold command, Ling Mo moved with all his might, slowly embracing it, and gradually, resplendent feathers sprouted from his back, resembling a living peacock. Its embodiment was manifested solely as a pair of wings, merging with Ling Mo's external soul bone. The following scene left Ling Mo momentarily stunned, unable to believe what he beheld. His external soul bone had been absorbed by the dual pupils. What was this phenomenon? Before he could fully grasp the astonishment, the peacock began to reveal its grandeur. A surge of colorful holy light swept forth, instantly unleashing a tempest that affected the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, he was propelled away by the power radiating from Ling Mo. Such overwhelming strength. Tang San gazed at Ling Mo, his face pale, bewildered by the inexplicable changes. After a brief tempest, the holy light gradually subsided. Behind Ling Mo, true peacock wings emerged. The external soul bone, previously pilfered from Tang San, had now fused into Ling Mo's dual pupils. From whence it came, to where it returned, the external soul bone was devoured, transforming into pure power that flowed slowly into Ling Mo's body. In that moment, his level surged dramatically, akin to ascending an elevator. In just 1 hour, Ling Mo escalated from level 44 to level 50. The rapidity of these events left Ling Mo momentarily speechless. A 500% increase? He distinctly felt the enhancement bestowed by the peacock martial soul, and he could no longer remain composed. Initially fearing that the consumption of the external soul bone would diminish his strength, he was astonished to find not only was he unharmed, but he had also made remarkable progress. This single augmentation was sufficient to inflate Ling Mo's confidence. After the evolution of his martial soul, Ling Mo made a startling discovery. Beyond the initial 5 elemental forms, he unveiled 4 additional special abilities, though these remained locked in a nebulous state, just like Ning Rongrong before him. Upon unlocking these 4 unique capabilities, Ling Mo clearly envisioned the path that lay ahead. Wind, thunder, time, space. Indeed, all growth adheres to specific elemental laws. Beneath the holy light, could he devour all things? The Peacock King was poised to descend. Chapter 114. All things can be brushed. The body seemed to reject any foreign essence. In a bid to preserve its perfect form, it had even consumed the soul bone. Lingmo was taken aback. After laboriously stealing the soul bone from Tang San, it was refined by the duelite technique, transforming into countless forces that melded into his body, indirectly elevating his strength to the 50th level. However, it was fortunate that although the soul bone was lost, the original characteristics remained intact, with the shape-shifting properties still present, albeit in a different form. Oh my dear father in armor, how could you have vanished so abruptly? A formidable king of the canyon, so effortlessly diminished. It is indeed quite regrettable, yet this does not detract from Lingmo's prowess. On the contrary, it has significantly enhanced it. Previously, if Lingmo struggled against Qianren, he could now easily dispatch her. In their two encounters, Lingmo had the advantage of the five-colored divine light, which dispelled her soul skills. However, it failed to inflict any harm, as the original five-colored divine light lacked offensive power, possessing solely the ability to nullify skills. Thus, in both encounters, Lingmo was on the defensive, perpetually evading her relentless pursuit. If he were to absorb the fifth soul ring, would the five-colored divine light acquire a degree of offensive capability? Lingmo began to ponder whether, once the five elements took shape, it would concurrently inflict damage upon enemy units while discarding skills. Such a possibility seemed entirely feasible. What remained was merely an opportunity for practice. Upon attaining the Soul Saint realm, he might indeed summon the true form of the peacock. Gazing at the wings behind him, Lingmo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. His martial soul had transcended mere five-colored divine light and had firmly transformed into the true peacock Ming Wang. He mused, no wonder this feels so familiar. It is indeed Kong Xian. At that moment, Lingmo experienced a sudden epiphany, recalling a deity frequently mentioned in the ancient novels he had perused during a certain period. This figure's abilities appeared to mirror his own, heralded as an unparalleled entity beneath the saint level, renowned as Kong Xian. Upon grasping this connection, Lingmo was thoroughly exhilarated. It seemed he might have the chance to showcase his prowess in the world of the ancients. However, his knowledge of the divine Kong Xian was rather limited. He only knew of his exceptional prowess and one remarkable divine ability, the five-colored divine light. Initially, Lingmo had not associated him with his current situation. As they were in Douluo, not the primordial world, one might imagine suddenly finding oneself in Douluo. Would one believe that the abilities awakened here bore any relation to another world? The world's structure is distinct, and thus, so are the thoughts it nurtures. Now, with the emergence of the true peacock form, he gradually began to believe that perhaps this truly was connected to that divine being. By the way, could this magnificent deity hold his own against that dashing lad who drinks beast milk? Lingmo eagerly anticipated the world to which the next 3 lives' copper coffin would transport her. Perhaps she would indeed be fortunate enough to encounter those divine beings. Rising slowly, she discovered Tang San in a state of disarray, awkwardly nestled between the crevices of the stones, evidently having been affected by her earlier actions. Xiao San, what are you doing? Why are you hiding there? Tang San's current demeanor resembled that of the neighbor, old Wang, caught in an embarrassing situation behind the curtains. Xiao Mo, what just transpired? Only after confirming there was no danger did Tang San dare to emerge. You mean this? As she spoke, the wings behind Lingmo fluttered, stirring a tempestuous wind, exuding an air of audacious confidence. Her wings bore 4 distinct colors, each corresponding to the 4 elemental forces of gold, wood, water, and fire. Perhaps upon absorbing the 5th soul ring, she would incorporate an earth element as well. This is my martial soul, the peacock Ming Wang. Currently, it is only 4-colored. Thus, it can also be referred to as the 4-colored peacock. Once I absorb the 5th soul ring, it will transform into a 5-colored one. What? This is your martial soul? Isn't your martial soul light and a dual pupil? You possess a 3rd martial soul? Tang San felt disheartened. Having awakened blue silver grass was already a source of frustration for him, and now his best friend continued to overshadow him with her remarkable abilities. With various exceptional martial souls and extraordinary soul skills, he felt utterly demotivated to cultivate further, no matter how hard he tried. He felt as if he was playing a game without any advantages, as if he had spent millions on a cheat. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Mine is a mutated martial soul, which had not yet fully formed, thus it existed merely as a source of light. However, now that I have consumed the 5-colored emperor flower, my martial soul has completely awakened. Indeed, I have laid it bare. It is the legendary divine-level martial soul. The peacock Ming Wang. Tang San replied, say what you will. You're always so justified in your claims, flaunting your advantages with such confidence. As for my mutated martial soul, Why haven't I experienced any transformation? I'm still just a little blue silver grass. Fine. I won't waste any more time arguing with you. I'm heading out. As Lingmo turned to leave, Tang San suddenly called out, "Wait, you can go outside?" Lingmo seemed to have overlooked a crucial question. He had just claimed to have been captured by Duel, yet now he intended to speak freely. Was this not a contradiction? Would Duel allow him to leave? To speak candidly, it was I who instructed Duel to bring you here. With a clear objective in mind, the eye of ice and fire. Your current physical form is rather frail and requires this artifact for proper refinement. However, let me clarify, Duel's actions against the master are in no way associated with me. Given the circumstances, Ling Mo chose not to conceal the truth. But as for the master's predicament, let Duel continue to bear the blame. If Tang San were to discover that the master was assaulted at his instigation, it would likely lead to a rather unfortunate demise for him. So that was it. I was puzzled as to why Duel did not eliminate me. It turns out you were orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Initially, I thought it was due to the matter concerning Duel, and I even contemplated using it to my advantage against him. Tang San finally grasped the entire situation, alleviating many of his uncertainties. Now that I have divulged the truth, you are free to leave at any time. You may also return whenever you wish. The eye of ice and fire, while exceedingly toxic, may indeed serve as a fine treasure for body refinement. Furthermore, I assure you, I did not orchestrate the master's troubles. Do you expect me to believe that? Tang San suddenly chuckled, for he was far too familiar with Ling Mo. Typically, when Ling Mo emphasized a particular point, it was likely to be the opposite of the truth. He was capable of framing others with ease. Tang San's deduction was met with Duel's admiration. Brother Tang San, you truly understand me. Let us forge a bond as sworn brothers. Ahem, think what you will. In any case, I had nothing to do with it. With a dismissive remark, Ling Mo fled in embarrassment. Tang San was astute. Attempting to deceive him with such juvenile tactics was evidently futile. Exiting the medicinal garden, Ling Mo made his way toward the sunset forest, for he was in need of a soul ring. His rapid ascension in rank had left him somewhat perturbed. Did it not seem as though he were cheating? There was no other explanation. He had encountered numerous extraordinary events recently and had consumed an abundance of elixirs, making his swift advancement quite reasonable. Tang Hao had already gone to procure the blue silver emperor. Once he brought it back, Ling Mo would revive her, thus settling any debts he owed to Tang San's family. Although he had relied heavily on Tang San in the early stages, he had repaid all his dues. No human favor could compare to the revival of one long deceased. While Tang San could potentially assist later, Ling Mo had already claimed this favor for himself. Chapter 115. Seizure 10,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts. Within the forest, Ling Mo scanned his surroundings, searching for a suitable soul ring, a task that proved far from simple. At present, Ling Mo required a soul ring under 30,000 years. Anything beyond that would be unsustainable given his current physical strength. Ling Mo is in urgent need of a millennia-old soul beast embodying the earth element to validate a previous hypothesis. After a day and night of searching, Ling Mo arrived at a hill. Below lay a precipice. Spreading his wings, Ling Mo plummeted downwards, and during his descent, he suddenly spotted a colossal figure darting past him. It plunged straight into a crevice in the earth. How fortuitous. After an exhaustive search, this discovery came effortlessly. Lingmo's heart soared with joy. Hidden within the rocky outcrop was a rare stone-armored sword spirit beast. Its body resembled a sharp sword, capable of effortlessly slicing through formidable stone walls, thereby forging a path. How remarkable. If employed in tomb raiding, there would be no need for excavation. One could simply burrow beneath the surface, leaving no tomb undiscovered. This beast, a 30,000-year-old stone-armored sword spirit, was perfectly within Lingmo's grasp. Activating his dual pupils, Lingmo instantaneously appropriated its attributes, his body transforming into a blade as he surged through the stone wall ahead, burrowing inside. A roar erupted from the stone-armored sword spirit upon detecting Lingmo, nearly sending him tumbling off the precipice. How dare it roar at me? In a fit of rage, Lingmo unfurled his wings and surged forward in an instant, a conflagration of flames sweeping forth. In the blink of an eye, the body of the stone-armored sword spirit beast was ignited. This was the flame of the cloud-devouring sparrow, possessing a temperature that was nothing short of terrifying. Enveloped in flames, the stone-armored sword spirit beast did not display any fear. Instead, it became exceedingly enraged. With a powerful sweep of its hardened tail, it swiftly blocked the narrow gap that had just been created before it, a mere display of trivial skills. as Ling Mo deftly evaded the sharp tail of his adversary. He drew forth his divine crossbow and unleashed a flurry of shots in its direction. Moreover, under the enhancement of his martial spirit, Ling Mo executed his soul techniques with remarkable precision, gradually gaining the upper hand. Aware that he could not overpower his foe, the armored spirit beast began its retreat. Suddenly, it burrowed into the ground beneath it, seeking refuge. Attempting to escape? Not on Ling Mo's watch. A fierce contest ensued as Ling Mo and the armored spirit beast engaged in an intense battle atop the steep cliffs. With the activation of his peacock martial spirit, a beam of golden light erupted forth, instantly releasing a gravitational field that slowed the beast's pace. This armored spirit beast was exceptionally cunning. Aware that Ling Mo was not adept in combat within the confines of the rocky terrain, and thus frequently attempted to outmaneuver him. However, in his lifetime, Ling Mo had only been outsmarted by that large black dog and that portly individual. Nothing else had ever bested him. With the gravitational field in effect, Ling Mo swiftly hurled a wave of light toward the beast, which had yet to react in time. Ling Mo has quietly escaped from his cherished treasure. Grasping the Yama seal, he exerted his strength in an instant. With a swift whoosh, the sound of air being sliced through echoed as the Yama seal successfully pierced the body of the stone-armored sword spirit beast atop the precipice. Initially, the Zhuge divine crossbow was unable to inflict harm upon it, yet the Yama seal proved effective. Just wait. Soon, I shall witness your demise. Ling Mo had a particular fondness for hunting soul beasts characterized by their sluggish speed and unexpectedly formidable defenses, as he could consistently strike with precision. With the successful application of the King of Hell's mark, the next phase involved awaiting the onset of toxicity. As anticipated, within a mere 3 minutes, the fleeing stone-armored sword spirit beast ceased its escape, collapsing onto its back, stiff and lifeless. The lethal poison had swiftly concluded its existence. Had it engaged Ling Mo from the outset, it might have had a glimmer of hope for survival. Alas, such soul beasts are notoriously timid. Their innate instincts drive them to conceal themselves within crevices of stone to evade predators, so one cannot expect them to display audacity. With the soul ring secured, Ling Mo summoned the Ghost Elder and commenced the absorption of the soul ring atop the precipice. The difficulty of absorbing this soul ring proved to be even greater than the previous one. The moment the soul power entered his body, Ling Mo endured excruciating pain. This state was entirely expected, surpassing one's limits and forcefully absorbing the essence of a 30,000-year-old soul beast was akin to courting death. Ling Mo spent nearly half a day to completely absorb the soul ring. Upon witnessing the successful absorption, joy filled his heart. The amplification brought by this singular soul ring had surged to an extraordinary 600%, increasing at an astonishing rate. Calming his mind, Ling Mo meticulously sensed the new soul skill and was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. Earth River card? How intriguing. If all went as anticipated. This soul skill seemed to pertain to the art of burrowing. The fifth soul skill, Earth River card, allowed for striking the ground, instilling a sense of intimidation. It possessed a certain probability to induce a brief moment of soul power disarray in enemy units, rendering them incapable of executing their skills. This bore resemblance to a control ability, yet Ling Mo was more captivated by another of its characteristics, the ability to excavate. Coupled with the traits of the stone armor sword spirit beast, this Earth River card exhibited formidable digging prowess, capable of effortlessly creating an opening even in the most resilient of stone walls. With a defensive amplification of 100%, combined with his initial enhancement, he had already reached an astonishing 600%. Am I destined to cultivate an indestructible physique? His excitement was uncontainable as he continued to sense the changes within. Indeed, after absorbing the soul ring, Ling Mo had acquired yet another hue. The true 5 elemental energies had converged. Observing the effects, he beheld a radiance emanating from within his being, a dazzling display of 5-colored light. In an instant, everything within several miles was enveloped in sacred light. Goodness! This surpasses anything I had experienced before. Ling Mo could no longer contain the excitement surging within him. Upon meeting the conditions for the convergence of the 5 elements, the 5-color divine light could truly be deemed as divine illumination. This not only significantly enhanced his devouring abilities but also endowed him with a certain degree of mental suppression, allowing him to strike at the souls of his adversaries. This was no mere skill usage. It was akin to confiscation. As he gradually attuned himself to this newfound power, Ling Mo's exhilaration reached its zenith. Both of his martial souls were extraordinary in their own right. The dual pupils possessed the ability to steal, while the peacock demonstrated a capacity for confiscation. Should one dare to strike him, he would not hesitate to confiscate in return, leaving them unable to retaliate. Not only would they be powerless to resist, but they would also endure his onslaught. What? You claim your martial soul is formidable? Apologies, but I possess another martial soul. Regardless of how formidable you may be, within 3 exchanges, I can render your martial soul as mine. 1 to steal, 1 to confiscate. Lingmo found himself at a loss for words. Have thieves become so unreasonable in this day and age? Nowadays, both confiscation and theft are rampant, leaving Lingmo uncertain about what he might lack next. Nonetheless, ultimately, the adage that everything is subject to confiscation holds true without a flaw. Well, it is time to return. After absorbing the soul rings and testing their power, Lingmo prepared to journey back. The process of refining the peacock feather had already commenced, and upon returning to the medicinal garden, Lingmo would immediately begin the crafting of the peacock feather without a moment's hesitation. With such a formidable weapon in his possession, he would gradually cultivate a sense of security within himself. Chapter 116. Peacock Feather. Upon arriving at the medicinal garden, Lingmo discovered that Tang San had already departed. However, he was confident that Tang San would return. He was well aware of the significance of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. His return was merely to report his safety. Summoning the furnace, Lingmo commenced the refinement of the peacock feather. The techniques employed by Lingmo markedly differ from those of Tang San. He utilizes methods that are exclusive to ancient weaponsmiths. The supreme concealed weapons forged through these techniques possess a potency that rivals that of genuine divine artifacts. Lingmo was no stranger to the refinement of peacock feathers, possessing a measure of experience that allowed her to bypass the initial stages of research. She adeptly integrated fine iron, complemented by various highly toxic herbs and an array of peculiar metals, directly amalgamating over 100 materials within the crucible. The lethality of the peacock feather largely stemmed from its assortment of venomous steel needles. Should these needles be forged from the chilling ice of the 9 nether cold pool, their potency might be significantly enhanced. Without hesitation, Lingmo summoned the mystical ice, employing the sword of slaying immortals to slice off a small fragment from its surface, which she then incorporated into the furnace. This ice was extraordinarily resilient, impervious to ordinary attacks, let alone any attempts to cleave it. Perhaps only a divine sword like the sword of slaying immortals possessed the power to shake its formidable defenses. Lingmo extracted a substantial piece of profound ice from the cold pool, a volume ample enough to be employed in the crafting of hidden weapons. The remaining small portion he intended to use for the creation of a bed of cold jade ice. This exquisite bed possesses the ability to dispel the chilling aura of the 9 cold realms, enabling one to unwittingly enter a state of cultivation. Merely lying upon it ensures that one's body remains in a constant state of cultivation, progressing at a pace far superior to ordinary meditation. Without hesitation, Lingmo commenced the task, meticulously cutting and polishing the ice until it gradually took the form of a 5-meter bed. Why 5 meters, one might wonder. That is a tale for another time. Upon the successful completion of the cold jade ice bed, Lingmo reclined upon it. As he lay down, an immediate wave of frigid air enveloped him, causing his entire body to tremble. It felt as if he were being pierced by the cold. Despite the shivering, he remained on the bed. Once his body acclimated to the chill, the cold jade bed began to function as intended, a unique force coursing into Lingmo's body, prompting it to operate autonomously. Objectively speaking, even while doing nothing, the progress made while resting on this bed far surpassed that of a full day of ordinary cultivation. The results were remarkable. In just 1 hour, he advanced a level, reaching the 52nd rank. Previously, after absorbing the soul ring of the stone-armored beast, he had attained the 51st rank, just a step away from the 52nd. Now, with the aid of the cold jade bed, Lingmo successfully ascended to the 52nd rank. His cultivation speed appeared exceedingly promising. However, the cold was somewhat daunting. If one does not acclimate, sleeping on this bed could prove challenging. Nonetheless, it was not a significant concern. He could embrace Zhu to keep warm. It was unlikely to be too cold with the warmth of their shared presence. With the cold jade bed completed, Lingmo stored the remaining materials along with the bed within a small tower. At present, the ghost gate had yet to be constructed, leaving Lingmo in a state of wandering. Once he finishes the ghost gate, he will have, through his own efforts, secured a home in the Douluo Continent. Reflecting on his past life, where he toiled a lifetime for a mere dwelling, one can truly grasp the depth of his previous hardships. There remained a considerable amount of profound ice from the 9 nether cold pool, each fragment a treasure not to be squandered. Thus, Lingmo collected them all. These materials would prove invaluable for the future crafting of top-tier hidden weapons. The peacock feather was still in the process of refinement, and for the coming month, Ling Mo chose to remain in the medicinal garden, continuing his work. Tang San visited several times during this period, seemingly treating this place as his secret stronghold. Without a word, he would plunge into the eye of ice and fire. Tang Hao also made an appearance. Having heard Ling Mo mention the possibility of resurrecting the Blue-Silver Empress, he transplanted the Blue-Silver Emperor near the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, he managed to do so without Tang San's knowledge, entering only in his absence. Ling Mo has also made the necessary arrangements for him. Through the scripture of the 3 lives, coupled with the nurturing of the Eyes of Ice and Fire, it will take no more than 5 years for the Blue-Silver Emperor to return to his original state. Since the Blue-Silver Emperor moved here, Tang Hao has not left his side, seizing every opportunity when Tang San is absent to spend time with his wife. Unfortunately, the current Blue-Silver Emperor is unable to speak, spending most of his time conversing with himself. Has it succeeded? The month of hard work has ultimately not been in vain. Suddenly, the lid of the cauldron trembles. A thick white smoke begins to emanate from within, followed by dozens of peacock feathers slowly soaring out. Ling Mo seized the weapon with deftness, her finger poised upon the trigger as she aimed at the distant hilltop. In an instant, a surge of ferocious power erupted, accompanied by a resounding crack that pierced the air, its velocity astonishing. Hundreds of steel needles struck the hillside 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, and within less than a second, the hill reverberated with a tremor. Subsequently, it began to crumble. In just a few fleeting moments, an immense hill was thus dismantled. Good heavens! Such formidable power? Ling Mo was taken aback. He had originally believed that this peacock feather could merely penetrate the hill before him. To his astonishment, not only did it pass through, but it also detonated the mountain, instantly reducing it to a flat expanse. This peacock feather was not the ordinary kind. It was a divine artifact crafted by Ling Mo using a unique technique. Infused with an array of extraordinary materials, endowing it with formidable power. With just one shot, it caused an entire mountain to collapse. Such an extreme capability was truly astonishing. It was no wonder it was said that a single shot could rival a multitude of titled duels. Its destructive impact was more terrifying than any ostentatious soul skill. Moreover, the essence of a hidden weapon lies in its stealth, arriving silently and thus proving most formidable. Being inherently a lethal poison, combined with such devastating effects, was nothing short of insane. Ling Mo was equally astonished, clutching the peacock feather in his hand, unable to part with it. This particular feather was no longer a mere disposable item. It had transformed into a permanent artifact. If one were to forge it solely in accordance with the Tang sect's methods, the number of poisonous needles contained within would be directly proportional to the quantity crafted. However, this was not created through the traditional techniques of the Tang sect. It incorporated ancient methods of weapon forging, fundamentally transcending the original concept of a concealed weapon. Through the convergence of soul power, it was formed in such a way that, as long as one possessed sufficient soul energy, it could be utilized indefinitely. Moreover, the greater the soul power, the more formidable its potency. Ling Mo unleashed a single shot, instantly depleting his own vitality. The power of this strike is beyond question. The very mountain stands as the most compelling testament to its might. On this occasion, Ling Mo forged over 30 of these weapons, utilizing nearly identical materials. The chilling venom infused with the essence of the ninth underworld's mystical ice has amplified the lethality by more than a factor of 2. Haha, exhilarating. With these formidable creations in my possession, I wonder who would dare to provoke me? Ling Mo has undergone a profound transformation. For every item he now possesses is beyond the capacity of others to bear. Even a single peacock feather instills fear in all who encounter it. Not to mention, he wields an extraordinary artifact, the Sword of Slaying Immortals. Merely possessing this sword renders him nearly invincible beneath the heavens. Although he is currently unable to wield it, this state is but temporary. Once the establishment of the Ghost Gate is successful, and he allocates these treasures, it will undoubtedly herald another grand ascendance. Having successfully forged the peacock feather, Ling Mo glanced over to find Tang San still immersed in the Eye of Ice and Fire, undisturbed. The growth rate of the Blue-Silver Emperor has accelerated significantly. Following this trajectory, revival is imminent. This favor is considered repaid. Now, it remains to be seen how the Tang family will react. As for the matters concerning Tang Hao and his family, Ling Mo is uninterested and indifferent. He has fulfilled his obligations, having repaid nearly all debts owed to both Tang Hao and Tang San. Presently, not only does he owe them nothing, but they, in fact, find themselves indebted to him. Initially, Lingmo merely sought to hitch a ride on the coattails of the protagonist. Yet the unfolding events have rendered him capable of progress without reliance on others. He has become a formidable vessel, larger than any other. The Spirit Hall and the two great empires may not even compare to his might. Now, the only aspiration Lingmo harbors is the attainment of divinity. He senses the presence of something waiting for him at the farthest reaches of the void. Upon departing the herb garden, Lingmo did not head directly toward Sodto City, but instead made his way to the location of the Ghost Gate as indicated by Duel. The vast mountain range, nestled between Sodto City and the Sunset Forest, spans an immense area. In Lingmo's vision, the palace should be crafted in the style of the highest celestial gates depicted in television dramas. From the mountain gate to the main hall, various pavilions are arranged, with a grand training ground, a martial arts arena situated at the forefront. Currently, all constructions on the front mountain have been completed, save for the Merit Hall, the library, and the trial grounds at the rear. The trial grounds, a suggestion from Lingmo, is designed to emulate the advanced training environments of prestigious academies. However, he has incorporated a unique element within, gravitational fields. Utilizing treasures excavated from the ancient city of Jingjua, he has created an expansive gravitational training ground to significantly enhance cultivation efficiency. When the Ghost Gate begins to recruit disciples, these facilities will prove invaluable. Master, what brings you here? Upon reaching the front mountain, Lingmo stood atop the grand hall, observing the workers below, diligently engaged in their tasks. These individuals were sourced by Duel, motivated solely by monetary compensation. How much longer is the expected time frame for completion? Lingmo casually inquired, glancing around to discover that the majority of the area had already been constructed. The Ghost Gate demanded an eerie ambience. Thus, all the materials were forged from exquisite iron, complemented by beams of sandalwood and red cedar. The mortise and tenon structure was even more robust than that of ordinary buildings. If all goes smoothly, it is certain to be completed within 3 months. Duel replied, having consistently overseen the workers. For serving a title, Douluo was a fortune of a lifetime for them. In the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount. Once one attains the rank of a titled Douluo, they become a figure of great reverence, and Duel was no exception. Indeed, the entire construction environment and layout are quite commendable, even surpassing my expectations, Lingmo praised, remarking that crafting such a magnificent palace must have required a considerable sum of money. Although the majority of these funds were sourced from the coffers of Duel, Lingmo still felt a pang of regret for quite some time. Here, the peacock feather you have long coveted is now yours, said Lingmo, as he summoned a peacock feather and tossed it directly to Duel. Upon catching sight of the peacock feather, Duel's face lit up with joy. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. This treasure is finally within my grasp. Grasping the peacock feather, Duel was utterly enamored. This peacock feather was no ordinary one. Its power was determined by the wielder's strength. Moreover, as long as one possessed soul power, it could be utilized indefinitely. Its sole drawback, however, lay in the immense consumption of soul power. Each use nearly drained half of one's reserves. Thus, to wield it effectively, mere brute force would not suffice. Intellect was essential. The essence of a hidden weapon lies in its stealth. One must strike unexpectedly and silently to achieve astonishing results. You may test its power. With your title Douluo strength, the display will undoubtedly be formidable, Lingmo explained, casting a glance at Duel with a smile. It must be said that accepting him had indeed proven to be a commendable choice. Firstly, his strength was not to be underestimated. Secondly, his capability in handling affairs was exceptional, saving Lingmo from a myriad of troublesome matters. All right, I shall give it a try, Duel replied, his heart brimming with excitement upon hearing Lingmo's explanation. After all, it wasn't a one-time endeavor. He figured he might as well take a few shots and see what happened. As he prepared to act, Lingmo interjected, "You can't be so reckless. At least keep your distance. Do you wish to destroy the house we painstakingly built?" Fortunately, Lingmo's timely intervention prevented the potential wreckage, which would have rendered months of hard work futile. The explosive capability of the peacock feather was evident to Lingmo. In its original form, the peacock feather lacked any explosive power, only exhibiting a piercing effect on groups. However, after being crafted from various extraordinary materials, it had acquired a certain degree of explosive force. Previously, when Lingmo unleashed it with 50 levels of soul power, he had flattened a small hill. If Duel were to unleash it, he might very well obliterate an entire mountain range. While this may sound exaggerated, It is undeniable that the power of this peacock feather had transcended its former limitations. I was merely caught up in the moment. I shall keep the sect leader waiting. I will return shortly, Dugubo declared before suddenly vanishing in a flash. It appeared he was eager to test the true might of his newly acquired treasure. However, one could not help but wonder who would be the unfortunate recipient of his misfortune after he obtained the peacock feather. In less than an hour, Dugubo returned, his face aglow with excitement, as if the advent of spring had graced him anew. How did it go? Lingmo found it amusing. Master, this little creature is truly extraordinary. With such a blast, the surrounding area for more than 10 miles has been devastated. It could effortlessly obliterate a mountain. Among all the martial souls I have encountered in my life, aside from the hammer of the Haotian sect, I have never witnessed anything with such destructive power. Moreover, with my strength unleashed, I feel as though I could challenge even the limit Douluo, not to mention a mere title Douluo, Dugubo exclaimed excitedly. Somewhat puffed up with pride. Suddenly, Lingmo revealed a meaningful smile and remarked, "Oh, is that so? Shall I call upon Ghost Elder to spar with you?" Upon hearing this, Dugubo immediately deflated. He vividly remembered Ghost Elder's sword, even with the peacock feather in his possession. He dared not entertain the thought of a confrontation. The mere essence of a sword strike could easily eliminate him. Could he truly turn the tide with just a peacock feather? Clearly, that was impossible. He had previously tested Ghost Elder's defenses, even with his full force. He could not inflict a single scratch upon that formidable armor. Never mind, let's learn, he resolutely conceded, deciding that provoking that fearsome figure was not worth the risk. All right, it's clear you're just being cowardly, and what do you mean by learning? What a joke. Lingmo retorted without reservation, declaring that this individual was clearly one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Did he not nearly flee in terror upon hearing Tang Hao's command? Ahem, this is not cowardice, it is merely a recognition of one's own limitations. As for Dugubo, he wished to offer further explanations. Enough of that, there is nothing more to discuss here. I shall take my leave for now. Once the sect is established, I shall return. Having concluded his remarks, Lingmo departed directly, heading towards Sodto City. Lingmo was acutely aware that he had entered the purview of the Spirit Hall, and perhaps at this very moment, they were contemplating strategies to deal with him. Chapter 118. I truly am a student. The previous altercation had indeed attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall towards Lingmo's Ghost Gate. However, no matter how diligently they searched, they would be unable to locate the Ghost Gate, for it had yet to be established. What schemes the Spirit Hall might be concocting against Lingmo seemed of little consequence. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lingmo was on the verge of a lucrative windfall. By now, Ningrongrong should have returned to her sect, and she had previously arranged for 1,000 sets of concealed weapons with Lingmo, which he had already crafted, awaiting their payment. Each set was priced at 100,000, thus 100 sets would amount to 10 million, and 1,000 sets would total 1 billion. Goodness, in this instant, Lingmo was poised to become affluent once more. After concluding this transaction with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was likely that Lingmo would soon find himself in possession of an unexpected fortune. Suddenly, Lingmo found himself disenchanted with money, feeling a sense of fatigue towards it, utterly clueless on how to spend it, and devoid of any interest in it. Ahem, just a jest, the money that ought to be earned must still be earned. Upon arriving in the vicinity of Sodto City, Lingmo commenced his search for Shrek Academy. After the arrival of the master and his companions, Lamba Academy successfully rebranded itself as Shrek Academy. In a short span, Lingmo located Shrek Academy, yet found himself halted at the entrance. "Excuse me, dear sir. I am indeed a student of Shrek Academy. Please allow me entry." At the gates of Shrek Academy, Lingmo gazed at the guard before him, suddenly finding the situation amusing. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of the time in Notting City when a similar guard obstructed his path. "You're a student? With those shifty eyes. It's clear you're up to no good. You claim to be a student, yet you look quite disreputable." The atmosphere turned decidedly awkward. Lingmo was reluctant to resort to violence. Yet this individual was pushing his limits. How could he be deemed untrustworthy? This was a rare dual-colored pupil, for heaven's sake. Such ignorance was astonishing. Moreover, he prided himself on being handsome and charming. How could one dare to label him as disheveled or dubious? "I truly am a student." "How may I prove it to you?" "You claim to be a student, then enlighten me. Which class are you in? Who is your homeroom teacher?" This inquiry posed a challenge. How was Lingmo to respond? Since Shrek Academy's establishment in Sodto City, he had never returned. How could he possibly know which class he belonged to? "Teacher Zhao, over here, look here." Suddenly, Lingmo spotted a familiar figure, Zhao Wuqi. From his silhouette, one could discern his formidable build, albeit with notably short legs. Zhao Wuqi was on his way to class when he heard a familiar call, turning around with curiosity, and immediately recognized Lingmo. Well, look who it is. Zhao Wuqi exclaimed in astonishment as he approached. Haha, I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be you. What are you doing out here? Come on in. With Zhao Wuqi's appearance, the guard no longer dared to impede Lingmo, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Humph, now you believe me, don't you? Lingmo cast a piercing glance at him, causing his legs to tremble in fear. Enough with the intimidation. Come, follow me inside. Zhao Wuqi, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the recent events that had transpired here. Thankfully, Lingmo had refrained from resorting to violence. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the guards. Given Evelyn's miserly disposition, he might not even be willing to summon the guards. Where have you been these past few months? I haven't seen a trace of you. On their way, Zhao Wuqi incessantly inquired about Lingmo's whereabouts, to which Lingmo casually deflected. If they were to discover that he had extorted a substantial sum from the spirit hall, it would likely result in his expulsion from the academy the very next day. By the way, Teacher Zhao, during my absence, has anything significant occurred? Lingmo inquired. Although number 5 remained by Zhu Yuqing's side, he was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few months. Significant matters? It seemed there were none of great consequence, unless one were to mention that the master had been soundly beaten by Duel. As he spoke, Zhao Wuqi glanced around, ensuring that no one was within earshot, before quietly confiding. You have no idea. That day Duel truly gave the master a thorough thrashing, to the point where he barely recognized him. The mere recollection of this incident brought a hint of amusement to Zhao Wuqi. It appeared that this fellow also harbored a disdain for the master. Really? How unfortunate that I was not there to witness it, Lingmo replied. I reckon if you had seen it, you would have laughed uncontrollably, Zhao Wuqi continued, clearing his throat. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zhao Wuqi had quite a few grievances towards the master. However, it was understandable, ever since the master's arrival. He had monopolized the entire curriculum of the academy, leaving Zhao Wuqi feeling utterly insignificant. Just imagine, if you were a physical education teacher, and your schedule was brimming with classes, only for a mathematics instructor to come along and seize all your classes. Wouldn't that be infuriating? Oh, so Teacher Zhao is not fond of the master either? Lingmo chuckled. Alas, such words should not be spoken lightly, Zhao Wuqi replied, struggling to suppress his laughter. I merely believe that the master is rather arrogant and could benefit from a proper lesson in humility. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Lingmo agreed. Lingmo and Zhao Wuqi shared a mutual affinity, yet their conversation took a turn. Alas, the esteemed master remained oblivious to the reasons for their discontent. Beyond the small grove ahead lies the dormitory of our original Shrek members. To the left stands the faculty dormitory, while the right accommodates the students. This arrangement was thoughtfully orchestrated by Director Liu, providing each of us with a private room. Since your return was delayed, no accommodation was reserved for you. For the time being, you may occupy Xiao San's room. He frequently ventures out, leaving his space vacant. You may stay there for now, as I must attend my class. After escorting Lingmo to the dormitory, Zhao Wuqi promptly departed, as the students awaited his instruction. Finally back in the classroom, old Zhao was exceedingly eager, apprehensive of having the master usurp his lessons once more. Lingmo arrived at the student dormitory and beheld a quaint little cabin nestled within the grove. Each dormitory was constructed independently, with considerable space between them. Beside the door hung a small plaque, faintly inscribed with the names of the occupants, arranged from left to right in the order of the Shrek 7 monsters. Zhu Yuqing occupied the 7th position, thus residing in the final cabin. Upon realizing this, Lingmo made his way there, pondering how he might enter Zhu Yuqing's room. The thought of sharing a bed with Tang San was absurd as a married man. It was inconceivable for him to sleep alongside another man. Upon reaching the last cabin, Lingmo knocked on the door, only to be met with silence. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that Zhu Yuqing was likely still in class, and thus he pried the door open and stepped inside. As anticipated, Zhu Yuqing was indeed absent, along with the others. Deciding to rest for a while, he lay down on Zhu Yuqing's bed, inhaling the faint lingering scent and gradually succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, a noise from outside jolted him awake. Years of honed instincts rendered him acutely sensitive. No matter how deeply he slept, he would undoubtedly notice the slightest sound. The door creaked open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's stunning visage, adorned in her signature purple dress. Chapter 119, A Dose of Positive Energy. Upon entering, Zhu Zhuqing, spotting Ling Mo lying within, could hardly believe her eyes, her expression one of astonishment. "What is this? Have you forgotten your man after months apart?" Ling Mo stood up from the bed and gently embraced her, suddenly noticing another light bulb at the doorway. Indeed, it was number 5. He had been vigilantly stationed at the entrance. Without stepping inside, Ling Mo casually closed the door, wishing to shield herself from his influence. "Am I not mistaken? Is it truly you?" Zhu Zhuqing approached uncertainly, her delicate hand gently caressing Ling Mo's face. "Why are you pinching me?" Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's hand slid down and pinched Ling Mo fiercely, eliciting a cry of pain. This girl dares to pinch everywhere. It seems to be true. Upon hearing Ling Mo's cry, Zhu Zhuqing rushed over excitedly and embraced her. "Where have you been these past few months?" After confirming it was indeed her, tears sparkled in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed at Ling Mo with a look of longing. This fellow had been gone for months, leaving her in a constant state of worry, fearing something had happened to him, especially after the incident at the Sylvek Grand Soul Arena. In that moment, it felt as if the sky had fallen. Had it not been for the letter brought back by the 5th, she would have believed Ling Mo was dead. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's tear-streaked face filled Ling Mo with deep sorrow. He recounted the events of the past months, omitting the matter of the ancient tomb, for it was far too peculiar, even for him to accept. After hearing Ling Mo's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. "You actually extorted 100 million gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall?" What surprised her most was that Ling Mo had the audacity to extort such a sum from the Spirit Hall. What does that even signify? The Spirit Hall's current might is such that even the Empire would not dare to provoke them lightly. Was he courting death? What is there to fear from a mere Spirit Hall? Rest assured, they cannot harm me. Yet, what benefits are there in opposing them? Even the Empire refrains from challenging them lightly. Are you not afraid of the consequences? Zhu Zhuqing was deeply worried. The Ling Mo she knew would never act so recklessly. Ling Mo was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to her. Should he reveal that, in a few years, the Spirit Hall would declare war on the entire continent? Rest assured, I have my own judgment. Given the current trajectory, the Spirit Hall does not yet dare to provoke me. Once I successfully establish the Ghost Gate and begin to recruit disciples widely, not only the Spirit Hall but even the 7 great sects, along with the 2 great empires, may not stand a chance against me. Ling Mo comforted, stating that sooner or later, a confrontation with the Spirit Hall would be inevitable. Rather than waiting for them to take the initiative, it would be more prudent to strike first. In a few years, the Spirit Hall would embark on their ambitious quest to unify the continent, undoubtedly including Ling Mo's Ghost Gate in their plans. Since an encounter was unavoidable, why should Ling Mo extend any courtesy to them? By the way, how has your training been progressing lately? Have you been slacking off? Ling Mo held Zhu Zhuqing tightly, reluctantly letting go as she gently inquired. "I am now at level 39, soon to reach 40. Ever since I consumed the elixir you gifted me, my cultivation speed has accelerated remarkably. Even Tang San is not at a higher level than I am." Zhu Zhuqing replied, causing Ling Mo to be momentarily taken aback. How could her progress be so rapid? Was there something amiss? Logically, having also consumed an elixir, Tang San was still at level 38, yet she had ascended to 39. Such speed was astonishing. "Wait, did you just say you were already at 39? Ling Mo exclaimed in disbelief. This was truly incredible. Indeed, I cannot fathom the reason myself. Holding the similar Duan Changhan you gave me, combined with the effects of the Xian Ling Ziluo Lan, I have remarkably broken through 9 levels in merely half a year, reaching the threshold of 39. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo seemed to piece it together. The crux of the matter likely lay with the Xian Ling Ziluo Lan. This elixir belonged to the small tower itself. The exact age of its existence was beyond her knowledge. However, during her last encounter in the ancient city of Jingjua, she recalled that foolish dog mentioning these elixirs were akin to longevity potions. That unscrupulous creature had rummaged through countless ancient tombs solely to unearth the longevity elixir. One could only wonder whom it intended to resurrect. Moreover, the elixirs intrinsic to the small tower were not products of the Douluo realm, but had existed within the tower itself. Their quality was far more formidable and pure than other elixirs. Thus, this explanation seemed to unravel Ling Mo's confusion. Ultimately, this was not a negative development. The faster Zhu Qing advanced, the more delighted Ling Mo felt. It appeared that her beloved wife had been diligently working, and it would not be long before she caught up. Lingmo smiled with a sense of relief. I do not aspire to surpass you. I merely wish to avoid falling too far behind. I fear that when you are in peril, I may be unable to assist you. Zhu Shiqing leaned against Lingmo, her heart never contemplating the notion of surpassing him. Her relentless cultivation was solely to ensure she did not lag too significantly behind Lingmo, as she worried that in the future she might be incapable of aiding him. Lingmo found great comfort in Zhu Shiqing's sentiments. Gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, he whispered, "Have you thought of me during my absence?" "Yes," she replied almost without hesitation. It is often said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and this sentiment could not be truer. After enduring the fear instilled by Feng Xiaocai on multiple occasions, Lingmo no longer dared to touch her without permission. Ever since consuming the celestial violet, Zhu Shiqing had developed an increasing fondness for the color purple, and her allure had only grown deeper. Lingmo was utterly enamored. This unique temperament and fragrance embodied the very essence of the perfect girl he had always yearned for. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhu Qing's room was in constant motion. A voice of curiosity broke the silence from outside. It was Ning Rongrong. She had just returned from class and was seeking Zhu Qing for a chat. The other classmates had yet to return, each engrossed in their own training endeavors. As Ning Rongrong observed the quaking room before her, her curiosity was piqued, leaving her oblivious to the fact that Ling Mo had already sensed her presence, yet chose to disregard her. Unbeknownst to her, this girl was overwhelmed by curiosity, filled with an eager anticipation. Number 5 had noticed her as well, but remained indifferent, standing there like a lifeless being. He truly seemed to embody the essence of death itself. Chapter 120. The bashful Ning Rongrong was peering in from outside. Lingmo suddenly whispered in Zhu Shiqing's ear, "It's all your fault. How am I supposed to face others now?" Zhu Shiqing glanced out of the window and indeed spotted Ning Rongrong stealthily peering in. What is there to fear? Their relationship was already known among the Shrek crowd. They simply were unaware that it had progressed to this level. Should I invite her in? Zhu Shiqing pondered suddenly. That might not be the best idea, though. Upon hearing this, Lingmo was taken aback, pondering whether the girl had exhausted herself. What could possibly be amiss? It seemed to him that Rongrong had always held a fondness for her. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to draw her in as well. At this thought, Lingmo was immediately thrown into a state of panic. This was undoubtedly a trap, an absolute snare. He could not accept it, despite how thrilling it sounded. He needed to remain composed, to keep his wits about him. Was she attempting to ensnare him? What? Did you not harbor feelings for Rongrong? Observing Ling Mo's anxious demeanor, Zhu Shiqing let out a knowing smile, one that was exceedingly charming. Hee, are you attempting to test me? Ling Mo would never be deceived. This is clearly a cunning scheme. Humph. Do I still need to test you? I am well aware of the kind of person you are. In any case, I cannot prevent you from flirting with other girls. The only thing I can do is to find a friend who aligns with my stance. Rongrong is my dearest friend, and I can see that she harbors feelings for you. Zhu Shiqing's ability to articulate such sentiments truly astonished Ling Mo. It turns out she had long been aware of those matters. Not only did she not cast blame, but she gradually came to accept those actions. Yuqing, Ling Mo wished to explain something, yet the reality remained unchanged. Suddenly, a sense of guilt washed over her, a guilt towards this girl who loved her so deeply. Well, I understand what you wish to convey. As long as you still hold me in your heart, I shall find contentment. I was destined to perish. Had I not encountered you, I would have been unable to escape my fate in the years to come. During this period, I have unexpectedly experienced a sensation of being able to grasp my own destiny, and this feeling has been bestowed upon me by you. I am truly grateful. Ling Mo wished to elaborate further, but she was promptly interrupted. A beam of light illuminated the room as Feng Xia donned her colorful attire once more. Rising gracefully from the bed, "I shall assist you," she declared, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, before she opened the door and stepped out. It appeared she was on her way to fetch Ning Rongrong for Ling Mo. Ling Mo was bewildered, pondering the peculiar situation. As Zhu Shiqing exited, Ling Mo began to feel anxious, unsure of the next course of action. Frustrated, she resolved to abandon her fears. If death awaited her, so be it. Ultimately, Ling Mo steeled her resolve, vowing to cooperate with whatever Zhu Shiqing intended next, disregarding any notions of trials or tribulations. Not 5 minutes had passed since Zhu Shiqing's departure when Ning Rongrong's figure unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. She had witnessed the events unfold just moments before. Ling Mo was unaware of what Zhu Shiqing had said to her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally opened the door. At that very moment, Ning Rongrong was utterly distraught, having been secretly observing the entire exchange. To her astonishment, she had been discovered. Previously, when she had heard the older sisters in the sect speak of such matters, it had filled her with a sense of eager anticipation. Yet now, faced with the reality, a wave of anxiety washed over her. It seemed Zhu Yuqing had retired to the adjacent room and did not make an appearance, perhaps fearing that her presence would deter Ling Mo from proceeding. As Ning Rongrong shyly stepped inside, Ling Mo had already discerned the turmoil within her heart. It became evident that, unwittingly, he had captured the affections of numerous young women. To neglect such feelings would indeed be unjust. On another note, Ning Rongrong was not lacking either. Ling Mo had always been fond of her. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for how to confront this situation. When Zhu Yuqing had spoken to her earlier, it had been difficult for her to grasp the implications. Yet, a persistent voice within urged her not to forsake this opportunity, lest she remain forever unattached to Ling Mo. How beautiful she was! Her beauty, unlike Zhu Yuqing's striking allure, radiated a pure, ethereal quality untainted by the slightest speck of dust. Previously, Ling Mo had already communicated with Chen Xin. As long as Rongrong was willing, she could marry him at any time. Observing her current demeanor, it seemed she had begun to accept Ling Mo's affections, resembling a flower ready to be plucked, exquisitely enchanting. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuqing, hearing no commotion from the other side, peered through the window and caught sight of a radiant glow, instantly comprehending the situation. A chuckle escaped her lips. Had this been anyone else in such a role, she would have felt discomfort. However, for Ning Rongrong, she could reluctantly accept it. Chapter 121. The Extraordinary Soul Skill. If any of you feel the pace is too swift, I can certainly slow down a bit. After an intense battle, Ling Mo and Ning Rongrong lay exhausted on the bed. With this authentic connection, Ning Rongrong and Ling Mo finally solidified their relationship. Although it may seem somewhat absurd, Ling Mo indeed had a wonderful partner. How do you feel? Ling Mo gazed quietly into Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes, teasingly remarking, "It is all your fault. In my current state, how can I possibly face the world? Do not fret. Shortly I shall restore you to your full vitality," Ling Mo jestingly remarked, and then unleashed his fourth soul skill, instantly restoring Ning Rongrong to her original state. The fourth soul skill of Ling Mo is not only applicable to oneself but can also be utilized on others. Although its efficacy is halved, it is still sufficient to mend Ning Rongrong's body. There is no alternative. Should Ning Fingji discover Ling Mo's actions, a fierce confrontation would likely ensue. Thus, it is prudent to proceed with the restoration, avoiding future complications. Wow, this soul skill. Why does it feel like my body is gradually recovering? Ning Rongrong was utterly astonished. She had long been aware of Ling Mo's extraordinary martial spirit, yet she never anticipated its capabilities could extend to such an extent, enabling the repair of even this kind of injury. This is my fourth soul skill, possessing the power of rebirth. Regardless of the severity of the wounds, I can restore you to your most pristine state. The innate spirit body, flourishing with the essence of 100 meridians. The essence of the phoenix's rebirth signifies an indomitable spirit. This soul skill is akin to possessing a second life, no matter the gravity of the injury. As long as there is a breath remaining, I can restore you to your original condition. However, this soul skill has a limitation. It can only be used once per day. When applied to myself, it allows for true rebirth. When used on others, it can mend any physical ailment, such as Ling Mo elucidated, and the final sentence was profoundly significant, causing Ning Rongrong's cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Is this not utterly perverse? Furthermore, is this merely a flaw? Once a day? I, Ning Rongrong, find myself at a loss for words to describe Ling Mo's soul skill. No wonder Zhu Yuqing had mentioned earlier that she could not manage it alone. So that is it. Engaging in such activities multiple times a day, any person would struggle to endure. What is there to be so astonished about? In this world, aside from childbirth, there are indeed very few things I cannot accomplish. Ling Mo spoke with a steady confidence, yet the truth remained undeniable. One was confiscated, the other pilfered. With these two martial souls as his foundation, Ling Mo possessed such assurance. In reality, he was not inherently a support-type soul master. It was merely the master's perception that led to this classification. Consequently, he had augmented his five-colored divine light with numerous support-type soul rings. The results were commendable, endowing him with formidable restorative capabilities. Look at how enchanting you are. I truly cannot fathom why I would be drawn to a scoundrel like you, Ning Rongrong retorted with a playful ire, before reclining in Ling Mo's embrace. The two shared an unguarded intimacy, their barriers dissolved. Truth be told, she exhibited far more courage than Su Yuntao. Befitting her status as the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, there was scarcely anything she feared to undertake. Even Ling Mo found it hard to believe, his admiration for her audacity palpable. Had he chosen to reject her, it seems she would have been utterly despondent. A rogue like me is fortunate to have ensnared such a mesmerizing enchantress, he mused. It appeared he would need to undertake another restoration the following day to prevent Ning Fengji from detecting any discrepancies, which would certainly be undesirable. After all, Ning Rongrong was the cherished princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Should the members of her sect discover his conduct towards her, they would likely rally their entire strength against Lingmo. This is no exaggeration. Such a scenario was entirely plausible. Fortunately, Lingmo wielded an extraordinary skill that allowed him to discreetly maintain Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing in their most pristine condition, rendering him invisible to prying eyes. From the light of day to the cloak of night, and into the dawn of the following day, Lingmo fled the room in a state of utter disarray. It was simply how should one put it? Suddenly, she felt a sense of losing control. If she did not escape soon, her very life would be at stake. Lingmo initially believed that dealing with Ning Rongrong would pose no challenge, but to his surprise, Zhu Qing also arrived that evening. This unexpected turn of events left Lingmo utterly overwhelmed. He hastily donned his clothes and made a swift exit. The day and night of relentless conflict had completely shattered Lingmo's understanding. Why were these two girls so united? They nearly pushed him to the brink of exhaustion. At the break of dawn, while the two girls were still fast asleep, Lingmo had already made his way to the campus. He realized he had no choice. Lingering any longer could cost him his very life once they awoke. Oh, Xiaomo, when did you return? Upon entering the cafeteria, Lingmo intended to grab some breakfast to take back, only to discover Oscar in a corner. Goodness, is he truly practicing that diligently now? Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul, making the cafeteria the ideal training ground for him. Each day, he immersed himself in his training, especially in recent times, pushing himself to the limits. Given the environment, it was no wonder he was so relentless in his efforts. Among their companions, each individual was making remarkable progress, particularly Zhu Qing, whose level had surged, propelling her ahead of Tang San. If Oscar was anxious, Tang San was even more so. He could hardly afford to relax for a moment, fearing that any lapse in vigilance might create an insurmountable gap between them. Have you been training here all night? Lingmo genuinely admired the unwavering resolve of these individuals. Their willpower was indeed formidable. Were it him, he would likely find it unbearable. It is far more delightful to have an advantage, allowing one to do nothing while the mission compels them to pursue. He chuckled. Isn't it just to prevent you peculiar ones from pulling too far ahead? Oscar smiled awkwardly. By the way, when did you return? Me? Just yesterday. Well then, continue your training at your own pace. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. After finishing her breakfast preparations, Lingmo chatted with Oscar for a while before departing. The more she observed him, the more peculiar he seemed, with a green glow atop his head and an exuberant spirit. Exiting the cafeteria, Lingmo made her way directly to the dormitory. Having gone an entire day and night without sustenance, she was beginning to struggle, let alone the two girls. Upon returning to Zhu Qing's small room, Lingmo closed the door and gently nudged the two. Rise and shine. It's time for breakfast. Zhu Qing sat up with a look of utter fatigue, while Ning Rongrong remained deep in slumber. Given that it was Zhu Qing who had been the most lively the previous night, her exhaustion was understandable. Hand it over to me, let her be. She'll probably sleep until noon now. Zhu Qing, appearing weary yet playful, accepted the breakfast from Lingmo with a wink. All right. After breakfast, make sure to rest well. I'll step out for a bit and return later. Lingmo, slightly intimidated by Zhu Qing's meaningful smile, hurriedly took her leave, swiftly exiting lest she be pulled back into that little black room, fearing that once inside, she might not be able to leave again. Chapter 122. Meeting the father-in-law in the past few days, Lingmo had been thoroughly enjoying her time at Shrek Academy. She found it hard to contemplate leaving this enchanting woodland abode. Through these days of interaction, the three of them had developed a harmonious rapport. Lingmo had greeted the other students of Shrek Academy, and aside from the occasionally elusive Tang San, everyone had been diligently training. One morning, Lingmo awoke despondently from her cold jade bed and roused Ning Rongrong, then said, "Let us go. Today is the day I finally meet my esteemed father-in-law." It was the day they had arranged to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School together. Ling Mo had previously prepared 1,000 sets of concealed weapons for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, initially intending to extort them. However, considering the current relationship between the two, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in proceeding. It must be said, the cold jade bed is remarkably comfortable. Lying upon it is chillingly refreshing. One must embrace tightly to ward off the cold. In contrast, their cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. In just a few days, Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of breaking through to level 40, while Ning Rongrong astonishingly reached an impressive 38. Over time, Ling Mo felt a growing sense of despondency. To have two beauties in his embrace is indeed a rare delight. Yet, he suddenly sensed his body was becoming overwhelmed. Were it not for the cold jade bed, he would scarcely find time to cultivate it all. I feel so sleepy. Shall we return tomorrow? Ning Rongrong lazily suggested, her spirits evidently low. Hurry up, you little sloth. Ling Mo exclaimed as he pulled her up, then activated his fourth spirit ability to restore her to her initial state. To avoid being discovered by his father-in-law, Ling Mo devoted his daily use of the fourth spirit ability solely to Ning Rongrong. Zhuqing, rest well. We'll return soon, he reminded her before departing. Yes. The earlier we go, the sooner we return, Zhu Zhuqing replied, remaining in bed. Ever since Ling Mo brought forth the cold jade bed, she had no desire to leave. Spending every day there cultivating not only accelerated her progress but also deepened her fascination. Her chilling aura grew increasingly intense, leading Ling Mo to wonder if such training might have adverse effects. Then we shall take our leave. Do rest well, Ning Rongrong playfully remarked as she donned her attire, appearing even more enchanting in her restored state. Linking arms with Ling Mo, they departed from Shrek Academy. When we meet my father, please do not provoke him, Ning Rongrong repeatedly cautioned along the way, fearful that Ling Mo might offend her father, which would spell disaster. Father? Oh, what a humble title, Ling Mo teased. How could that be? I cannot offend my father-in-law. Stop bantering. Ning Rongrong chuckled, playfully executing a Thomas spiral with her fingers around Ling Mo's waist. Tell me, if my father were to discover our affair, would he be enraged? She suddenly inquired, a flicker of concern crossing her face. The absurdities shared between them were enough to make her blush at the thought of them being revealed. If Ning Fengji were to find out, he would likely be utterly devastated. Fear not. Speak candidly. Perhaps your father is already aware of our circumstances, Ling Mo reassured her. Previously, Chen Xian had sought out Ling Mo and was well acquainted with his situation. Ling Mo had already extended an opportunity for consideration, and Chen Xian had indicated that they would not stand in the way if Ning Rongrong consented. At that time, after witnessing Ling Mo's profound capabilities, Chen Xian dared not utter a word of complaint. To form an alliance with such a prestigious sect is undeniably a fortuitous event. Furthermore, this was entirely Ning Rongrong's own volition. They had no justification to intervene. Men, after all, often take multiple wives. This is commonplace, especially in a world where strength reigns supreme. The weak are relegated to mere playthings, a fact that cannot be disputed. Every noble family harbors its own share of absurdities, and those within the circle are well aware. The two walked together and soon arrived at the territory of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Before them stood a magnificent palace, resplendent and opulent. As Ling Mo stepped into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, nearly every gaze in the chamber turned toward him. Who is this individual? Why does the young lady cling to him so intimately? The atmosphere within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School buzzed with speculation. At that moment, in the Grand Hall, Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Chen Xian had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Sword Uncle, is this the young man you spoke of? Ning Fengji inquired, observing the close bond between Ning Rongrong and Ling Mo, a twinge of jealousy surfacing within him. The three men exchanged glances as the two figures drew closer, the tension in the air becoming palpable. I see nothing particularly special about this lad. Tell me, cowardly man, is it true that you cannot even best a mere child, hence your feeble excuses to deceive us? Bone Douluo remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Mo, unreserved in his critique directed at Sword Douluo, Chen Xian. Cowardly man. The two titled Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School frequently engaged in banter that was often devoid of mercy. Old Bone, if you doubt it, you are welcome to test it yourself. Sword Douluo retorted, his anger ignited by the term coward, recalling the last instance when he had been frightened away by Ghost Grandfather, as if a wound had been reopened within him. Humph. Bone Douluo chuckled lightly. His intent was merely to jest with Chen Xian, devoid of any ill intent. Enough. Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle, let us cease this quarrel. The hidden weapons brought back by Sword Uncle have been thoroughly tested, and their power is formidable, greater than that of ordinary martial souls. If we can broker a deal with the Ghost Gate, it would not be a misfortune. However, regarding Rongrong, Ning Fengji's gaze lingered on Ning Rongrong's affectionate hold on Ling Mo, discomfort gnawing at him, as though his cherished little princess were being courted by an unworthy swine. After Chen Xian's return, he had made it abundantly clear that he was aware of Ling Mo's conditions. Should a union be proposed, he would firmly oppose it. Yet if Rongrong were to willingly partake, he would find it exceedingly difficult to decide. Daddy, grandfather sword, grandfather bone. Ning Rongrong entered the hall, rushing toward the three men with evident joy, while Ling Mo quietly followed behind, meticulously observing the surroundings. He soon noticed that these three were the only occupants of the grand hall. My little princess has finally returned. I have missed you dearly, grandfather sword. Any discord present dissipated the moment Ning Rongrong appeared. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo cherished Ning Rongrong, treating her as their own granddaughter. Ghost Gate Ling Mo. I have had the honor of meeting the sect master Ning. Ling Mo approached, uttering but a single phrase, without offering any formal greeting. This time, he arrived as a representative of the Ghost Gate, prioritizing official matters. There was no need for salutation. After all, he was a generation's sovereign. How could he bow before another? The performance of Ling Mo, in the eyes of Ning Fengji, was exceedingly satisfactory. His demeanor and conduct were far beyond those typical of a mere child. Even when faced with two titled Douluos, he managed to maintain such composure, indicating that Qinshin had not spoken falsely. Indeed, the Master Ling possesses remarkable poise and has achieved much at a young age. Please, have a seat, Ning Fengji remarked appreciatively. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's spirits lifted instantly. It appeared that feigning nonchalance could yield unexpected rewards, successfully leaving a favorable impression on his future father-in-law. Master Ning, you flatter me, Ling Mo responded, moving to a nearby seat to await their inquiries with quiet patience. After all, he was in no rush. Chapter 123, The Astonishment of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Wait, do you know each other? As the two exchanged pleasantries, Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected. She had intended to introduce Ling Mo to them, only to discover they were already acquainted. Of course we know each other. Rongrong, you may not be aware, but your sword grandfather personally ventured to Shrek Academy to avenge you, only to return in utter humiliation. Qinshin's expression darkened, vexed by his old friend's incessant need to tease him. Uffed. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst into laughter, envisioning the scene vividly. This only served to further embarrass Qinshin. As the towering figure he had always been in Rongrong's eyes suddenly felt diminished. Master Ling, it has been some time since we last met. It seems your level has advanced significantly, Qinshin remarked, ignoring the jibes from Bone Douluo and greeting Ling Mo. Hee, thanks to your influence. I have ascended by more than 20 levels, Ling Mo replied with a smile. Ling Mo spoke without modesty. Over 20 levels? Goodness, is this lad a freak? How long has it been? In just a year, Ling Mo has already broken through to level 50? Unbeknownst to him, his words delivered a significant shock to the others. Initially hesitant, Ning Fengji's doubts vanished upon witnessing Ling Mo's terrifying talent. Given Ling Mo's potential, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable, and if Rongrong followed him, it might not be a disadvantage. Master Ling, what level are you at now? Ning Fengji inquired with sudden curiosity. Not much, just level 52, Ling Mo replied. Activating his martial spirit, instantly, a phantom peacock appeared, its wings unfurling in a brilliant array of colors. The gathering of 5 elemental forces rendered it even more sacred. A peacock? Wasn't his martial spirit light? Ning Fengji then noticed Ling Mo's martial spirit, casting a questioning glance at Chen Xian, who also seemed perplexed. The last time he saw Ling Mo, his martial spirit had indeed been light. At that moment, 5 soul rings slowly rose and illuminated around Ling Mo. 2 of them were 10,000-year rings. In an instant, everyone lost their composure, their gazes fixated on Ling Mo's 2 10,000-year soul rings. If Ling Mo's martial spirit had initially caused a stir, these 2 soul rings were enough to leave them utterly astonished. This lad is indeed a freak, isn't he? Bone Douluo murmured in disbelief to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji responded with a composed smile. 2 10,000-year soul rings and a 14-year-old soul king? Such talent was enough to astound the entire continent. Ghost Gate? What kind of entity could nurture such an extraordinary youth? Ning Fengji felt a pang of apprehension. Filled with admiration for Ling Mo, any previous jealousy he harbored had dissipated. If Rongrong could be with such a prodigy, it might not be a bad thing after all. Dad, I'm progressing quite rapidly too. I'm already at level 38. What? Rong's sudden declaration tensed the atmosphere. All eyes now on her. Rong, don't frighten your grandfather. You were only at level 26 when you left. How could you possibly break through to level 38 in just a year? Douluo expressed his concerns. He was well aware that such rapid advancement in cultivation often came at a great cost to one's vitality. Gaining over 10 levels in a year could potentially consume decades of life force. Rong, what on earth is going on? Ning Fengji, too, found it hard to believe. Knowing his daughter well, considering her lazy nature, such a swift breakthrough seemed implausible. Dad, take a look at my martial spirit. Notice any changes? Instead of answering directly, Rong summoned her martial spirit. Instantly, a tower of resplendent 9-colored light appeared. The crowd's attention shifted to the 7 treasures glazed tower and Ning Fengji, with keen eyes. Notice something amiss. 9 layers? He gasped, nearly at a loss for words, incredulity washing over him. Not just Ning Fengji, but also Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo found themselves overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily speechless as they gazed at the treasure in Rong's palm. What on earth is happening? Ning Fengji's voice trembled. No one knew the 7 treasures glazed tower better than he did, and such a transformation was enough to leave him in a state of exhilaration. Over the years, Rong was the first to break the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed tower, successfully advancing to the 9 treasures glazed tower. This signified that she would no longer be confined to the 7-ringed soul sage level but could directly accept 9 soul rings, reaching the rank of title Douluo. Rong, please don't keep us in suspense. You're driving your grandfather crazy. Just tell us. The impatient Bone Douluo could no longer contain himself. The series of transformations had been staggering. Not only him, but also Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji felt similarly. Should anything go awry, it could spell disaster. Rong chuckled lightly. What are you all so flustered about? I initially wanted to surprise you, but it seems to have turned into a fright. In truth, I simply consumed a special herb, which led to such a remarkable increase in my strength. An herb? Ning Fengji pressed, anxiety creeping into his voice. What kind of herb? The herb Rong consumed was the Chilua tulip, an exceedingly precious celestial-grade herb. Lingmo interjected, feeling it necessary to clarify, lest they think he had ensnared Rong in some scheme. I specifically selected a plant suited to her needs. After consumption, it not only greatly enhances one's cultivation, but also has subtle effects on the martial spirit. The present 9 treasures glazed tower is the finest testament to this. Lingmo's voice resounded, and he aimed to alleviate their doubts. If you are skeptical, you may examine it yourselves. Some matters must be clarified to avoid misunderstandings. Chilua tulip. What kind of treasure is that? It could elevate my daughter's 7 treasures to 9 treasures. Such a herb undoubtedly deserves the title of celestial grade. Ning Fengji shook his head in excitement, refraining from any examination. After all, the mere existence of a 9 treasures glazed tower was enough to quell his concerns. Master Ling, do you happen to possess any more of such celestial herbs? If so, I am willing to pay a handsome price. Such high-caliber celestial herbs must be priceless, and acquiring them seemed unrealistic. However, considering Lingmo was the prospective son-in-law of the 7 treasures glazed sect, the possibility was not out of reach. Suddenly, Ning Fengji regarded Lingmo as one of his own, growing increasingly satisfied. I'm afraid I must apologize. The rarity of celestial herbs is what makes them celestial. They are indeed treasures that are hard to come by. I possess only one, which has already been given to Rong, leaving no surplus. Lingmo did not speak falsely. He indeed lacked any surplus of the exquisite Chilua tulip elixirs. Chapter 124. Engaging in business. Such a remarkable potion is undoubtedly a rarity in the mortal realm. Ning Fengji expressed his disappointment, stating that if Lingmo truly possessed any, he would not hesitate to procure them at the highest price. Unfortunately, Lingmo did not have any, which left him quite disheartened. Nonetheless, I have examined the items that Jian Shu brought back last time, and their power is undeniably formidable. Therefore, I would like to arrange for 1,000 sets. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? No problem. I have already prepared the 1,000 sets, as Rong informed me beforehand. So we can proceed with the delivery now. Lingmo had long been prepared. Otherwise, she would not have accompanied Ning Rong to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Oh, has Rong already mentioned this to you? Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised, as this detail had not been conveyed to him by Chen Xin, thus he remained unaware. All along, it had been Lingmo who directly communicated with the Sword Douluo. And even today's visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been prearranged between Chen Xin and Ling Mo regarding this matter. Ning Rongrong was completely oblivious. Since you are already prepared, let us speak candidly. Suddenly, Ning Fengji displayed a rare merchant smile, glancing at Ning Rongrong and then at Ling Mo. Ling Mo immediately sensed that something was amiss. Previously, you had quoted a price of 100,000 for a set, and we had no objections. However, don't you think it would be prudent to reconsider this price? Ning Fengji suddenly said with a hint of amusement, his implication unmistakable. He acknowledged Ling Mo as a prospective son-in-law, thus wishing to leverage his relationship with Ning Rongrong. After all, conducting business with one's father-in-law should not entail such exorbitant pricing. Ling Mo is an astute individual, well aware of what he wishes to convey. 100,000 for a set is indeed rather steep. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is not lacking in funds, such a substantial expenditure does deplete their resources somewhat. Haha, you said it. For Rongrong, I would gladly gift you 1,000 sets without hesitation. After all, they have entrusted you with their daughter. Who else but Ling Mo will have the final say over this vast enterprise in the future? At this moment, discussing finances seems rather misplaced and could jeopardize our camaraderie. Let us not blur the lines. Since we are negotiating a business deal, we ought to refrain from intertwining personal matters. As for your relationship with Rongrong, I do not wish to impede it, provided you do not mistreat her. However, regarding the pricing, what do you think of 50,000 per set? Ning Fengji interjected, emphasizing the importance of keeping matters distinct. He was not unwilling to part with the money, but he felt that if Ling Mo were to acquire his precious daughter without any reciprocal investment, it would be an unfair transaction. Of course, he was merely trying to gauge Ling Mo's sentiments, to ascertain whether Rongrong held sufficient value in his eyes to warrant a reduction in price. Nonetheless, he was exceedingly pleased with Ling Mo's earlier response. The willingness to part with 1,000 top-tier hidden weapons was truly astonishing to him. Ling Mo is undeniably exceptional, a fact he readily acknowledges. In the contemporary realm, he has yet to discover another individual who surpasses him in prowess. Moreover, Ling Mo's talents are not only prodigious, but his lineage is equally formidable. The mere mention of the Ghost Gate is sufficient to instill fear among the elders of his clan. Undoubtedly, Ling Mo stands out as the prime candidate for the role of son-in-law. 50,000? As long as it brings you joy, that is sufficient. Although the price has been halved, and while Ling Mo remains unperturbed, he cannot shake a slight discomfort within. Given his connection to Ning Rongrong, he could forego this sum. Yet he abhors the notion of haggling. Had the negotiator been someone other than Ning Fengji, he would have unequivocally declined. As anticipated, the transaction was executed with remarkable efficiency. Upon delivering the requisite hidden weapon, Ling Mo received the funds rightfully owed to him. With business concluded, "Uncle, let us now discuss personal matters," he stated. Following the successful deal, Ling Mo chose not to depart immediately. Ning Fengji, amused, responded, "Oh, what personal matters do you wish to address? Is it concerning Rongrong?" He had discerned that Ning Rongrong harbored affections for Ling Mo, yet remained unaware of the depth of their relationship. Thus he was keenly curious about Ling Mo's forthcoming words. You could indeed interpret it that way. For Rongrong's sake, I am willing to bestow upon you one of the 3 great treasures of the Ghost Gate, the peacock feather, as a betrothal gift. As he spoke, Ling Mo produced a peacock feather and entrusted it to Ning Fengji. It is quite audacious to present the peacock feather as one of the 3 great treasures of the Ghost Gate. One wonders how Tang San would react upon hearing this. Oh, the peacock feather? What purpose does it serve? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's interest was piqued. Anything that Ling Mo deemed a treasure must surely possess capabilities that rival other hidden weapons. He had tested those other hidden weapons and was thoroughly impressed. If those were already so formidable, what might this peacock feather entail? The peacock feather is one of the 3 great hidden weapons of the Ghost Gate, renowned for its ability to unleash devastating area damage. It is imbued with various lethal poison needles, each capable of delivering instantaneous death. Furthermore, this weapon draws upon one's own soul power. The greater the individual's strength, the more potent its impact. One could assert that possessing such a premier hidden weapon would allow even a titled Douluo to eliminate a multitude with but a single strike. What? As Ling Mo's words resonated, astonishment enveloped the crowd. Could such a miraculous artifact truly exist? A single shot capable of incapacitating a multitude of titled Douluos? Surely you jest. How could this be conceivable? Are you aware of the formidable defenses possessed by titled Douluos? Bon Delaware was the first to voice his skepticism. possessing an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. He could hardly believe Ling Mo's assertions. The notion of a single shot taking down numerous titled Douluos seemed utterly implausible. You may attempt it. However, I must caution you that once the peacock is unleashed, it will trigger a devastating explosive effect. If you insist on trying, it is advisable to find an uninhabited area, lest calamity ensue. Furthermore, this artifact is exceedingly venomous. A mere prick from its poison needle could swiftly claim your life. This peacock feather was a gift from Ling Mo to Ning Fengji for self-defense, as he was, after all, his father-in-law. It would be unwise to venture into the wilderness without equipping oneself with formidable artifacts, lest one be easily slain. Master, look, not only did Bone Douluo remain unconvinced, but Sword Douluo also found it hard to believe, harboring a keen desire to test whether this artifact truly possessed such power. No need to test it. I trust that Master Ling would not deceive us, Ning Fengji interjected suddenly, skillfully receiving the peacock feather without demonstrating its potency in Ling Mo's presence. Uncle, please refrain from calling me Master Ling. Just call me Xiao Mo. Ling Mo expressed his satisfaction with Ning Fengji's demeanor. He was a man of remarkable composure. Refraining from testing the gift in front of Ling Mo, haha, splendid. In that case, I shall take advantage of this opportunity, Ning Fengji replied joyfully. Their statuses should have been equal. Having benefited from Ning Rongrong's lineage, he felt a sense of superiority over Ling Mo, his heart brimming with delight. Yet, this business venture seemed somewhat disadvantageous. Not only had he incurred a loss of 50 million gold soul coins, but he had also sacrificed his daughter in the process. Hee. Daddy, this peacock feather is truly an extraordinary treasure. Brother Mo did not deceive you, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with joy. Initially worried about potential discord between Ling Mo and her father, yet it appeared they were not only devoid of conflict but were, in fact, enjoying a harmonious rapport. Haha. They say a daughter cannot be kept. Just 1 year away, and someone has already stolen her heart. How vexing. I shall ignore you for now, Ning Rongrong shyly retreated. Unable to meet Ning Fengji's gaze for fear he might discern something amiss. Very well. Since we are already here, let us stay for a couple of days before departing. It happens that there are matters we need to discuss in earnest. The implication in Ning Fengji's words was an intention to forge an alliance with the Ghost Gate. With his daughter already offered, such an alliance was now a necessity. In the realm of business, sacrificing a daughter was, after all, a commonplace occurrence. Ling Mo naturally understood his intentions, but Chapter 125, The Confidence of Ning Fengji in the Ensuing Period. Ling Mo and Ning Rongrong spent a week at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This week was particularly stifling for Ling Mo, as he found himself unable to engage in any activities. The multitude of people and their prying eyes rendered it quite inconvenient. During this week, Ling Mo primarily engaged in discussions with Ning Fengji regarding the power dynamics of the continent and the alliance between their two sections. He possessed profound insights into these matters, as he was already aware of the forthcoming events. Under the pretext of his unique eyes, Ling Mo frequently demonstrated his foresight, leaving Ning Fengji utterly astonished. On this day, Ling Mo and Ning Rongrong bid farewell to Ning Fengji and the others, preparing for their return journey. Father, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, we shall take our leave, Ning Rongrong said reluctantly, her demeanor akin to that of a poignant farewell. It was hard to fathom why she had chosen to run away from home. If it were Ling Mo in such an environment, he would never leave, even if urged to do so. Such extravagance, the life of the affluent is indeed enviable. All right. Rongrong has grown up, but no more tears, please. Upon returning to the academy, focus on your cultivation, Ning Fengji remarked, gazing at his beloved daughter with great satisfaction. During this outing, she had matured significantly. Not only had her strength greatly increased, but her temperament had also become considerably more restrained, shedding the earlier capriciousness. It must be said that Ning Fengji held great admiration for Flandra. He truly possessed remarkable skills in this regard. Rongrong, in a few days, Grandpa Jian will visit you. All right? Shin Xian said with evident reluctance, as they had watched Rongrong grow up and held her in great affection. Yes. Grandpa Gu will come to see you too. This touching scene was one Ling Mo had witnessed countless times in various television dramas. It seemed that in this world, only the village chief, Ultraman, had treated him in such a manner. Over the years, Ling Mo had squandered a considerable amount of money earned from tomb raiding, and had generously gifted a substantial portion to Ultraman. After all, his journey on the path of a soul master was forged through his own strength. In those days, The three great heads at the entrance of the village engaged in martial contests against neighboring villages, fiercely competing for the position of a work-study student. It was truly a tragic spectacle. One wonders how the village chief is faring now? Presumably, he is living quite blissfully. Ling Mo distinctly remembers that when he departed from Nodding City, he made a special trip back to generously provide a substantial amount of money to the Ultraman, which should suffice for his lifetime. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Ling Mo directly took Ning Rongrong and left. Once the two had departed, Ning Fengji and the sword and bone Duel lingered, gazing at their receding figures. Uncle Jian, you mentioned that there is an extreme Duel in the Ghost Gate. Is that true? Ning Fengji's tone was grave. He had been attempting to extract information from Ling Mo for days, yet the latter had revealed nothing. Ning Fengji believed he had sufficient depth of character until he encountered Ling Mo. This young man possessed a rare disposition, unless he wished to disclose something. One could hardly extract any information from him. Indeed, I am certain, the powerful figure behind him nearly claimed my life with just a glance. Such a being transcends description, Chen Xian asserted resolutely. Even if we were to collaborate and employ our martial soul fusion technique, we might not be able to disturb him in the slightest. At that moment, he had been thoroughly intimidated. Under the blade of the Ghost Elder, he had been rendered entirely defenseless. Is it truly that exaggerated? Bon Douluo expressed disbelief. Since reaching the rank of title Douluo, he had not encountered particularly formidable opponents. It was inconceivable that anyone could threaten his life with merely a gaze. Do you think I jest? After knowing me for so many years, have you ever seen me belittle myself to elevate others? Upon hearing this, Bon Douluo fell silent. Chen Xian indeed had no reason to lie. He was well acquainted with his old comrade, who was typically proud and unyielding. It was implausible for him to diminish himself in favor of another. If this is the case, the Ghost Gate may very well surpass our 7 great sects in the future. The continent has been unnaturally tranquil these past few decades. Eerily so. This may be the calm before the storm. When that day arrives, the Ghost Gate could replace all sects and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Despite its somewhat unseemly nature, the truth remained. With Rongrong's connections, perhaps the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect could weather this impending catastrophe. Ning Fengji had been observing the martial soul hall for many years and, through Ling Mo's multiple hints, had begun to grasp what was on the horizon. This time, Ling Mo had crafted 1,000 sets of concealed weapons, each possessing unique applications. When equipped on the direct descendants of their sect, these would significantly reduce casualties. In extreme Douluo, 7 titled Dueluos, and thousands of Soul Emperor and Soul Douluo level experts, such foundational strength was truly terrifying. One could only wonder where this Ghost Gate had emerged from, achieving in a flash what had taken centuries for major sects to accumulate. This explosive potential was undeniably lethal. Should they unleash their fury, it would herald the world's obliteration. Ning Fengji held the Ghost Gate in the highest regard, and this was no exaggeration. We should consider ourselves fortunate to have Rongrong's influence. Otherwise, opposing such figures would be profoundly daunting. Moreover, he had observed Ling Mo closely over these days and noted the deep affection he held for Rongrong. Her marriage into such a family might not be a misfortune after all. Bon Douluo sincerely remarked that he had initially reacted with the most fervent opposition to this matter, as he had little understanding of Ling Mo. However, after this period of observation, Ling Mo had earned his respect. Hey, old bone. Would you truly be willing to marry Rongrong off? Sword Douluo chuckled, amused that his old companion had finally relented. Initially, he had looked down upon Ling Mo, but had ultimately been awed by his various capabilities. Reluctance aside, we cannot become a burden to Rongrong. If she is willing, I have no objections. But if anyone dares to wrong her, even if it costs me my life, I will fight with him. You speak as if you alone can fight. If that young man dares to bully my Rongrong, I will pierce him with 1,000 transparent holes. Come now, you coward. Last time you stormed over to settle the score, you returned with your tail between your legs. The daily life of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect often revolved around the bickering of these 2 titans. They had been exchanging barbs for decades without pause. Ning Fengji had grown accustomed to such antics, yet it still caused him considerable headache. All right, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, please cease your quarrel. I understand your sentiments. Rongrong is my daughter. How could I allow her to suffer? Rest assured, with the financial resources and status of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Rongrong will not be at a disadvantage, though the other party belonged to the Xing Luo aristocracy when it came to dowries. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was not intimidated by anyone, Ning Fengji proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Indeed, in terms of financial power and status, The Zhu family of Xingluo could not compare. Little did they know, Lingmo's roguish aura had attracted more than just these two young ladies. Chapter 126. The helpless heart of Qian Rinxue. After Ling Mo and Ning Rongrong returned, they indulged in the carefree life at Shrek Academy for over a month, reveling in a world of pleasure. Just imagine the thrill of engaging in such exhilarating group activities every day. Alas, it is unsustainable. If this continues, their studies will surely suffer. One fateful morning, Ling Mo struggled to rise from his cold jade bed, only to be pulled back by Ning Rongrong. It wasn't until noon that he finally managed to escape. After signing a truce with the two girls, he left Shrek Academy in a state of disarray. He pondered the preparations at Dugubo's place, uncertain of what awaited him. Upon exiting Shrek Academy, Ling Mo set his sights toward the direction of the Ghost Gate. Calculating the time, he realized that the Ghost Gate had likely been fully constructed, and if all went according to plan, today marked the final day of the project. As he traversed the western part of Sodto City, just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly encountered a guard squad approaching. Among them was a figure he knew all too well, Shui Qinghe, or rather, Qian Rinxue. What could this signify? The guard squad was traversing the western city, seemingly oblivious to their destination. Upon spotting Ling Mo, Qian Rinxue's countenance shifted to one of alarm. At that moment, Ling Mo was the sole individual aware of her true identity. The meticulously devised scheme she had orchestrated for years rested entirely in his hands. Should her identity be unveiled, it would inevitably lead to the formal confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the Heavendo Empire. Ling Mo revealed a smile laden with hidden meanings, quietly observing her. In the earlier encounters, she had been filled with a burning desire to unsheath her sword and pursue Ling Mo relentlessly. Yet now, amidst the grandeur of Sodto City, she presented herself in the guise of a prince, too fearful to act. Not only did she refrain from taking action, but her anxiety intensified, as she fervently prayed that Ling Mo would not perceive her presence. To her dismay, a significant glance from Ling Mo sent her into a state of panic. Audacious! Who dares to obstruct my royal guard? Ling Mo suddenly obstructed the path of the guard team, standing resolutely in the middle of the road. This act instantly provoked the displeasure of many, and Qian Rinxue was thrown into a state of panic, too frightened to reveal herself. Good heavens! You asked me to take up my sword against you. Now, let me show you the treachery of society. Ling Mo mused malevolently as he stood in the way. What does he intend to do? Who are you to shout so boldly in my presence? Summon your master. This is not a place for your words. Begone. In the face of the guard team's hostility, Ling Mo cast a frigid glance their way. Upon the opening of his dual pupils, the opposing guards trembled momentarily, as if struck by an unseen force. What is happening? Qian Rinxue feigned nonchalance as she emerged. She had long been aware of Ling Mo's presence and had been evading him. Yet, she never anticipated that she would ultimately be ensnared by this individual. Damn rogue. He spends his days opposing me. In her heart, she silently cursed Ling Mo, wishing she could pin him to the ground and rub his face in it. Despite the myriad of reluctances swirling within her, Qian Rinxue stepped forward. Your Highness, this troublesome fellow has suddenly blocked the imperial carriage, and it is unclear what he desires. The captain of the guard reported respectfully. Given the current circumstances, Su Yuntao was destined to become the future ruler of the Tiando Empire, standing above all others. Thus, everyone treated her with utmost respect, daring not to offend her. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Qian Rinxue shot a fierce glare at Ling Mo. Uncertain of his intentions, whenever this fellow appeared, she was certain that no good would come of it. To ensure her identity remained concealed, the only course of action was to stabilize him for the time being. Ling Mo has come to understand her identity. Logically, the Spirit Hall should not remain indifferent. However, ever since Hu Liena and Yu Guan returned to convey the message, the Spirit Hall seems to have fallen into a state of silence, devoid of any sound. Long time no see, Your Highness. Ling Mo gazed meaningfully at Qian Rinxue, who, though currently presenting herself as Shui Qinghe, could not conceal her captivating aura and unparalleled charisma. Ling Mo's words sent a flutter through Qian Rinxue's heart, particularly concerning the prince. Recalling their last encounter in the imperial tomb, where Ling Mo persistently expressed disbelief and incessantly prodded her, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. It dawned on her that he was indeed her nemesis, clearly intent on taking advantage of her, leaving her with no room for protest. Oh, so it is you. What do you intend by blocking my path? Excuse me. The Crown Prince seems to have forgotten. If my memory serves me correctly, we appear to have an unresolved matter between us, she remarked. Their exchange in the street instantly attracted the attention of onlookers, particularly the members of the guard. They were acutely aware of Qian Rinxue's temperament and found it inconceivable that someone of the crown prince's stature would associate with such a troublesome individual. The chatter intensified, causing Qian Rinxue's expression to shift dramatically. She realized that she could not allow this discussion to continue, as it posed a significant risk of exposure. The only recourse now was to placate Lingmo. No matter what demands he made, she could not afford to refuse him. Damn it, you've outmaneuvered me once again, Qian Rinxue thought, grinding her teeth in frustration, her demeanor oddly endearing. A glint of resentment radiated from her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Lingmo. How do you propose we settle this? I believe this is not the appropriate venue for such a conversation. Wouldn't you agree? Very well. Where would you prefer to discuss this? Qian Rinxue did not refuse, nor could she afford to. Lingmo's request resonated perfectly with her thoughts. This was indeed not a suitable place for conversation. How about this? Let us find a more appropriate venue and enjoy a drink together. Perhaps we could resolve our grievances over a glass of wine. Lingmo couldn't help but smile. The sight of Qian Rinxue's gritted teeth filled her with delight. The angrier Qian Rinxue became, the happier Lingmo felt. With this in mind, the two sought out a tavern, securing a private room amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Outside, the guards stood at the door, engaged in lively discussion. What do you suppose this fellow's background is? How could he possibly know the crown prince? I have no idea. Given the crown prince's status, it seems improbable that he would associate with such common folk. While listening to the chatter outside, Qian Rinxue anxiously glanced at Lingmo, who appeared utterly at ease in the private room, her nerves fraying. She understood that the forthcoming moments would be unforgettable experiences in her life. Speak up, what do you want? What will it take for you to be quiet? Set your terms. She was eager to get to the heart of the matter, unable to endure the torment any longer. No need to rush. Sit down first. Let us have a proper conversation. Lingmo, with a smile gracing his lips, casually pulled out a chair nearby. The crowd outside was quite substantial. If one wished to remain inconspicuous, it would be prudent to cooperate with me. Otherwise, should my temper flare, unfortunate consequences may ensue. Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming sense of despair as she gazed at Lingmo's infuriatingly handsome, yet mischievous face, her irritation mounting with each passing moment. It was evident that Lingmo was the most difficult and exasperating individual she had ever encountered in her life. The chair he had drawn out was merely half a meter away, within arm's reach. Panic set in for Qian Rinxue. Would he behave as he did during their last encounter? Though that experience had been unforgettable, she had no desire to relive it. Why are you dawdling? Sit down, he urged, his tone teasing. You're going too far, she retorted. Her heart racing with anxiety, feeling as vulnerable as a little girl. Qian Rinxue stared at the chair, unable to summon the courage to take a seat. The only way to ensure her safety was to maintain a distance from Lingmo, ideally keeping a safe perimeter. Chapter 127. I will wait for you tonight. What are you so tense about? What have I done? Come on, am I truly that kind of person? It's clearly your own thoughts, yet you blame me for it, just like last time. Before he could finish, Qian Rinxue felt her cheeks flush and interrupted him. Please, don't. If you dare to mention what happened last time, I swear I'll make you pay. Regardless of Lingmo's words, Qian Rinxue could easily dismiss them. However, the mere mention of the previous incident would inevitably send her spiraling into despair. Hiki, if you wish for me to remain silent, that is acceptable. But you must adhere to my requests. Lingmo stifled a laugh, having already seized control of her fate. No matter the circumstances, she dared not retort. The story behind this situation was indeed profound. To ensure that Lingmo would remain tight-lipped, Qian Rinxue hesitantly settled beside her. At that moment, the commotion outside had significantly subsided, indicating that the onlookers had mostly dispersed, leaving only the members of the guard. This was as it should be. Your Highness? Lingmo remarked, directly pulling her chair closer, nearly leaning against Lingmo. The close proximity brought forth a subtle fragrance that wafted through the air. Let us speak plainly. Qian Rinxue replied, her expression icy as she endeavored to suppress her temper. At times, she genuinely yearned to confront Lingmo head-on. Yet she understood that such recklessness would jeopardize her secret identity. Until she discovered a means to counter Lingmo's enigmatic five-colored divine light, she dared not act. After all, his martial soul was utterly extraordinary. Regardless of the soul skill one employed, he would effortlessly confiscate every ounce of power, leaving nothing behind. Weren't you just exhibiting a stubborn demeanor? Why the sudden timidity? Come now, why not wield your angelic holy sword and strike me? Lingmo spoke almost directly into Qian Rinxue's ear, for there were many eavesdroppers outside. He did not intend to reveal her identity just yet. as Ling Mo required an opportunity, and the spirit hall presented such a chance. Only when war erupted could he seize the moment. The old adage of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows applied here. Ling Mo aimed to be that oriole. Hence he would not disclose Qianrenchua's secret. However, refraining from exposure did not imply that Ling Mo would spare her. Teasing an angel was, in fact, a rather exhilarating endeavor. Furrowing his brow, he whispered, "Do not think I fear you. If pushed to the brink, it would be a matter of us dying together." "Dying together?" she retorted, as though she could truly bring about my demise. "Do you genuinely believe there are insurmountable soul techniques in this world? While I may not have the means to overcome you at present, it does not signify that I shall forever lack a way to contend with you. Is that so?" I eagerly await the day. In their previous encounters, Qianrenchua had failed to gain the slightest advantage, and had she possessed any, she would not have waited until now. Her words were merely an attempt to intimidate Ling Mo, which, to her dismay, proved utterly ineffective. Qianrenchua regarded Ling Mo coldly, struggling to comprehend why this man, seemingly her junior, exhibited such maturity of spirit. Over the years, she had encountered numerous prodigies, yet none had managed to execute tasks with such meticulous precision as Ling Mo. He was indeed the exception. "I believe it is imperative for us to have a conversation. What must I do for you to keep this secret? As long as you do not disclose it, I shall fulfill any request within my capacity." Encountering Ling Mo was the greatest regret of Qianrenchua's life. There was no alternative but to comply with his demands as much as possible. Truly anything? Suddenly, Ling Mo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. This gleam made Qianrenchua's face flush instantly. That gaze was all too familiar. Unconsciously, memories of that fateful night resurfaced. Biting her lip, Qianrenchua steeled herself, nodding in agreement. "Very well. As long as you promise not to speak of it, I shall meet any condition you set." It was a true struggle, yet it seemed to be a one-sided affair. Ling Mo found it difficult to comprehend. Is it truly possible to sacrifice oneself for the sake of an undercover mission? What kind of resolve could compel one to such lengths? Ling Mo understood that Qianrenchua must have guessed what he wanted to say. It was evident from her gaze. However, what bewildered Ling Mo was that she actually agreed. What kind of maneuver is this? Ling Mo assured that he truly was not that kind of person. His teasing of Qianrenchua was merely a manifestation of his mischievous inclinations. Now, Ling Mo found himself unable to extricate from the situation. "Do you know what I desire? And yet you acquiesced?" To further ascertain whether Qianrenchua comprehended his intent, Ling Mo pressed her for clarification. Unexpectedly, with a flushed face, Qianrenchua responded earnestly. "What else could be on your mind besides those sordid matters? What do you take me for? It was clearly you who initiated the last encounter. And you even claimed that had you not provoked it first." Ling Mo once again brought up the previous incident, and Qianrenchua immediately found herself at a loss for words, increasingly feeling a sense of injustice. "What are you aggrieved about? Clearly, I am the victim. And now it seems I am in the wrong?" Once those words were spoken, Qianrenchua fell silent, as it indeed appeared to be the case. She was at a loss for a retort. Should she reveal that as a girl, she had endured a bit more hardship? "I will take responsibility. Is that satisfactory?" Qianrenchua gritted her teeth and resolutely declared. "Ling Mo is inherently remarkable, possessing extraordinary talent and striking good looks. Although he may exude a slight rogue charm, he undeniably qualifies as an excellent companion. It appears that she has made a significant resolution. Is it truly a responsible attitude to dismiss me with a mere you take charge?" Ling Mo appeared furious on the surface, yet her heart brimmed with excitement. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Douluo. What more could one desire? "I have chosen to overlook our previous grievances. Are you still not satisfied?" Qianrenchua was on the verge of tears. She could neither defeat nor evade him. Whenever she encountered this individual, misfortune seemed inevitable. During this period, she had reflected deeply. In truth, that night was not Ling Mo's fault. They had merely sought refuge within a bookshelf, and contact was unavoidable. Ling Mo had only kissed her once. Yet that singular act had already avenged her. She had chased Ling Mo around twice, and her anger had nearly dissipated. However, it was no longer her place to settle scores with Ling Mo. Rather, it was Ling Mo who ought to confront her. The circumstances at the time were merely a prolonged encounter where Ling Mo inadvertently brushed against some sensitive areas, leading to her subsequent indescribable actions. For a young woman, such matters should never be disclosed. If word got out, how would others perceive her? The esteemed saintess of the spirit hall, reduced to such a state. "Rest assured, your secret shall remain secure with me, for we share a common objective. However, if you truly wish to make amends, I shall await you at the Nightfall Hotel this evening. I believe it is imperative we have a serious discussion. Lingmo couldn't help but chuckle. After traversing the martial world for so many years, this was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Surely, he must seek vengeance. That night, Lingmo did nothing, as he had long since explained, yet no one believed him. However, his inaction did not imply that Qian Rinxue remained idle. Chapter 128. The establishment of the Ghost Gate. Qian Rinxue felt her cheeks flush. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the words spoken by Ling Mo still felt oddly unsettling. Well then, let us not meet again tonight. With a wicked sense of amusement, Ling Mo departed, leaving Qian Rinxue sitting there in bewilderment. Damn that rogue. As she watched Ling Mo's retreating figure, Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss on how to confront him. Was it love or hate? This contradictory sentiment had long since begun to ferment within her. Ever since their first encounter, she had spent countless nights without sleep. As the image of Ling Mo's infuriating yet captivating smile haunted her thoughts. Despite her disdain for him, the feelings stirred within her were undeniably exquisite. During this period of turmoil, she was unsure how to face Ling Mo. The last time they met at the temple gates, she had rushed over upon receiving his message. Eager to see him. Yet once they met, her desire to strike him down was equally potent. Humph. Tonight I shall make you aware that I am not to be trifled with. With a delicate hand resting on the table, she gazed at Ling Mo's nonchalant departure, suddenly filled with rage, and smashed the table into splinters. My lord. Upon hearing the commotion, several soldiers rushed in, concerned that something had occurred. Your Highness, are you unharmed? The atmosphere was peculiar as the soldiers observed Qian Rinxue's slightly flushed complexion, utterly perplexed. What on earth were these two men discussing that could cause such a reaction? Oh, I see, two men together? It seemed that dubious rumors began to circulate from the tavern. Could it be that the Crown Prince favored men? This piece of gossip spread like wildfire, rapidly permeating the streets and alleys. The more it circulated, the more absurd it became. And the esteemed image of Crown Prince Xueqing plummeted dramatically. Rumors of him preferring men emerged, suggesting he was entangled with several others. As the tales grew increasingly ludicrous, it became evident that Qian Rinxue could not cleanse her reputation, even if she were to plunge into the Yellow River. She indeed was attracted to men. Yet the issue lay in the fact that she was not a man herself. How could she explain? Should she reveal her true identity to these people? Suddenly, a headache overcame her, and she could no longer suppress her frustration. Get out, she shouted, causing numerous soldiers to retreat in shock. Yet, these soldiers misinterpreted her outburst as guilt, inadvertently solidifying the rumor. The Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire was said to prefer men. Not only did Qian Rinxue's reputation suffer, but Ling Mo was also implicated. Countless individuals were eager to discover what manner of man could provoke the Crown Prince's interest. Unbeknownst to Ling Mo, who had already departed from Sodto City and was heading straight for the Sunset Forest, he remained oblivious to the unfolding scandal. After walking for over an hour, he glimpsed the distant mountains, adorned with numerous palatial structures. A long staircase wound its way from the foot of the mountain to its peak. At the base, a stone tablet stood prominently, inscribed with the two ominous characters, Ghost Gate. The peculiar script evoked a chilling sensation, enhanced by the eerie atmosphere and architectural style that made one feel as though they had stepped into the underworld. As he ascended the staircase, a forbidding gate loomed at the mountainside, with a sign above it reading, Yama Hall. Flanking it were the inscriptions, Netherworld Ghost Realm, Living Beings, Keep Out. These 8 characters imparted a palpable sense of impending doom, particularly when combined with the sinister surroundings and strange ambience. How intriguing. Ling Mo gazed contentedly at the series of stylistic designs on the front mountain, surpassing even his ideal state. The Ghost Gate, a sanctuary for demons and otherworldly creatures, was a place that normal individuals could scarcely hope to enter. It would be worthwhile to venture into the graveyard sometime, to seek out those spectral soldiers and phantoms, and bring them back. Creating a genuine shadow army would undoubtedly prove to be far more intriguing. Suddenly, Lingmo was struck by a peculiar idea. Armed with the 3,000 pieces of armor at his disposal, he contemplated a method to bring forth the demons and specters from the realm of shadows. What an extraordinary situation that would create. The Gate of Hades is a sanctuary for these malevolent beings. Alas, it seems that such a place does not exist in the Douluo Continent, and extracting those entities and taming them is no trivial endeavor. Moreover, to locate them, he must rely on the 3 generations copper coffin. Without it, Lingmo would be utterly incapable of tracing their whereabouts. The 3 generations copper coffin consistently unveils a mysterious passage for Lingmo. allowing him entry into that sinister domain only when it manifests. Never mind. For now, these thoughts shall be set aside, to be revisited when the opportunity arises. The 3 generations copper coffin will not appear again in the near future, and Lingmo must relent. As he opened the gates of the Yama Palace, he stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was an immense palace, albeit merely a structure nestled halfway up the mountain. Atop the peak, there lay the main hall, the auxiliary hall, and various other palatial edifices. This was but one mountain. Several others were still under construction. Workers had constructed a bridge of iron chains connecting the great mountains, while the other peaks were nearly inaccessible, their rugged terrains posing a challenge for ordinary individuals. Unless one possessed the ability to fly, ascending the mountains was virtually impossible. The sole feasible route lay through the Yama Palace. When Dugubo selected this location, he recognized this strategic advantage, hence choosing this exceptional site. The terrain is easily defensible, yet difficult to assault. Ordinary individuals could never breach it. As long as the main peak is held secure, the other summits can rest in tranquility. Master, Ling Mo gazed into the mountain gorge when suddenly a figure came rushing from afar, appearing before him in less than a second. It was Dugubo. Ah, how splendid he looks lately, radiating vitality and charm. Ever more handsome upon closer inspection. Is this a resurgence of his youthful vigor? Ling Mo noticed that the hair on Dugubo's head had turned entirely black, and he appeared quite spirited, exuding an aura of youthfulness. What fortunate event could have transpired recently to invigorate this old man so? Your words imply that I was not handsome before, Dugubo retorted with a hint of pride. Ever since aligning himself with Ling Mo, his demeanor had gradually been influenced by Ling Mo's character. Look at how beautiful you are. Do tell, what is it? It is as follows. Several grand halls on the main peak have been completed. Aside from the remaining 2 mountains, everything is essentially finished. When shall we officially open the mountain gates to recruit disciples? Ah, I am aware of this. We can proceed at once, as I am burdened with various responsibilities. I must rely on Elder Dugu to personally oversee these matters. Suddenly, Lingmo chuckled. Is he busy? How could that be? Each day he indulges in a life of carefree abandon, living more comfortably than anyone else. He simply chooses not to concern himself with trivial matters. Specialized tasks must be entrusted to those who are adept in their fields. Dugubo is undoubtedly the most capable individual for the job. Come on. If you wish to shirk your responsibilities, just admit it. Do you think I am unaware? Spending every day in the academy engaged in playful escapades with your 2 young companions, I have long since seen through your ruse. What? How did you know that? Upon hearing this, Lingmo was taken aback. When had this old man ever visited Shrek Academy? Not only that, but he was also aware of Ling Mo's relationships with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Well, a couple of days ago, I intended to find you to discuss the project timeline and happened to stumble upon it. Enough. What do you want? If you expect me to toil away, that is fine. However, you must provide me with some motivation, right? Dugubo remarked with a sly grin. For he had long coveted the treasures in Ling Mo's possession. You already possess all the hidden weapons on me, don't you? Is 1 peacock feather not sufficient? Not enough. I desire 2. Oh, I see you wish to procure one for your granddaughter as well? Chapter 129, Dugu Yin. The power of the peacock feather was something Dugubo had come to understand deeply, and his greatest concern now was for Dugu Yin. Lingmo possessed numerous concealed weapons. Surely it would not be excessive to gift a few. How audacious. Is this extortion aimed at me? Yet, one must concede that Dugubo has indeed been quite helpful, toiling diligently without any recognition. Presenting him with a gift is certainly justified, particularly as Lingmo already has an abundance of peacock feathers at his disposal. In total, he crafted over 30, bestowing 2 each upon Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, 1 to Dugubo and another to Ning Fengji, while retaining the remainder for himself. What sort of relationship do we share that you would dare to label it extortion? I had thought myself quite shameless, yet you surpass me in that regard. I suppose I have learned from you. Very well, just 1 will suffice. With that, Lingmo handed Dugubo a peacock feather and continued, by the way, when will you bring your granddaughter over? It would be an opportune moment to assist her in alleviating the poison. Lingmo had not found the time to remedy Dugu Yan's affliction. Surprisingly, Dugubo did not press him, but rather waited patiently for Lingmo to broach the subject. All right, I shall summon her at once. Taking the peacock feather, Dugubo left in high spirits, evidently on his way to fetch Dugu Yan. After Dugubo departed, Lingmo stood atop the Yama Palace, gazing down at the mountainous landscape. With a sweeping gesture, 3,000 armored soldiers materialized, filling the expansive plaza of the Yama Palace. The atmosphere was imposing, instilling a sense of foreboding. Lingmo stationed a portion of the soldiers at the Yama Palace, another contingent at the star-picking tower above, and the remainder were dispatched to 2 other mountain peaks. With this formidable force, Lingmo felt little concern for the safety of his sect. No formidable faction could breach their defenses. Arriving at the star-picking tower, Lingmo awaited Dugubo's return. Unlike the Yama Palace, the star-picking tower served as the repository of ancient texts, a place shrouded in secrecy. The ghostly figure he retained, known as Yi, remained confined. For his capabilities were exceedingly formidable, providing Lingmo with a sense of security. All 7 titled Duelos, save for the 5th, were stationed at the star-picking tower, rendering it the most secure location for valuable items. Why does this star-picking tower feel so desolate? Not a single book in sight. After surveying the tower, Lingmo sensed something amiss. Logically, a repository should be filled with tomes. How could it be devoid of literature? It seemed necessary to allocate time to compile a comprehensive guide on the Tang sect's techniques, detailing various concealed weapons and supernatural arts, to be placed within the library. After pondering for a while, Lingmo resolved to fill the library to its brim. There was no ulterior motive. He merely desired it to contain substance. Undoubtedly, the Tang sect's esteemed techniques would be his primary focus. However, that alone might not suffice. Without additional materials, it would be challenging to overshadow Tang San's legacy. Oh, I recall that the small tower harbors numerous treasures. At this moment, Lingmo was struck by the memory of the peculiar scriptures and unique blue stones contained within the small tower. The last time he had visited the ancient city, he had unearthed a similar type of blue stone, yet regrettably, he had not managed to extract it. Fortunately, the small tower inherently possessed a wealth of powerful cultivation methods, which could be harnessed for training. These items could be meticulously organized, ensuring they would rival, if not surpass, Tang San's Tang sect. Recording the scriptures would require time, so he would set it aside for the moment and focus on attracting talented individuals. Although he had entrusted Dugubo with these matters, he could not remain idle himself. Presently, with 150 million at his disposal, Lingmo was not in dire need of funds. However, he could not afford to squander his resources. It was imperative to devise a strategy for commercial growth. Once the first batch of initiates returned, he could teach them the basics of crafting concealed weapons to sell externally. Before long, Dugubo returned, accompanied by Duguyen. "Grandfather, where are you taking me?" Duguyen asked impatiently at the foot of the mountain. Following a recent setback, her spirits had plummeted, and her temperament had grown increasingly volatile. "Duguyen, cease this childish behavior. You will accompany me to meet the sect leader, who will help alleviate your poison. Remember, do not speak out of turn, lest you offend the sect leader," Dugubo implored, his demeanor stern yet gentle. A stark contrast to his usual coldness toward others. Having lost his son in earlier years, Dugubo was determined not to endure such pain again. Duguyen represented his entire world, and his indulgence had inadvertently fostered her haughty disposition. "Sect leader? Grandfather, have you joined a sect? Are you hiding something from me?" Duguyen paused, taken aback. The grandfather she knew had always been a solitary figure of immense strength, her pride and joy. When had he needed to join any sect? "Do not concern yourself with that. From today forth, not only I but you as well are members of the Ghost Gate. I have made my decision. Our sect leader is young and accomplished, quite handsome, and certainly no inferior to that fellow from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I intend to play matchmaker. If it succeeds, you will have a promising future after my time." "What? Grandfather, are you out of your mind? What is wrong with Tianheng?" The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is one of the top families among the 3 sects. How could they not meet your standards? Duguyen protested vehemently, unaware of the trials Dugubo had faced that led him to make such an outlandish proposal. Truth be told, Dugubo had once harbored a deep-seated fear of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, after meeting Lingmo, he realized that the so-called clan was hardly noteworthy. "Regardless, you shall heed my words. What merits does that Tianheng possess? At 20 years old, he barely qualifies as a soul master, having yet to reach the rank of Soul King. Such talent is utterly worthless." Dugubo's disdain was not aimed at Tianheng, but rather a reaction to the profound impact Lingmo had made. A mere 13 or 14-year-old had already achieved the rank of Soul King. The contrast with Tianheng was stark. "Grandfather, if you persist in meddling in my affairs, I shall no longer recognize you as my grandfather," Duguyen nearly shouted, entirely oblivious to the fact that Dugubo's intentions stemmed from a place of care. Dugubo felt powerless. His only granddaughter had always been cherished and protected. and her rejection stung deeply. Very well, I shall not press you. However, you must, at the very least, accompany me to meet our sect leader today so that your poison can be addressed. It appeared that this was the only course of action. Although Dugubo wished to facilitate a union, he would not force Duguyin if she was unwilling, even if she consented. It was uncertain whether Lingmo would reciprocate the interest. I'm fine. Today, I am curious to see what kind of person the Lord of the Ghost Gate truly is, declared Duguyin, feeling perturbed by her grandfather's extravagant praise of him. Chapter 130, Shocked. Duguyin harbored a deep-seated contempt for the Ghost Gate. In her eyes, only the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family constituted a true major sect. Grandfather, is this what you refer to as the Ghost Gate? It seems rather unremarkable. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Duguyin gazed at a stone tablet before her, prominently inscribed with the words Ghost Gate. She mused that there was nothing extraordinary about it, as there was not even a gatekeeper present. Dugubo was at a loss for words. The construction of the Ghost Gate was his sole endeavor. However, it appeared that the Ghost Gate had yet to commence accepting disciples, thus lacking any grand appearance. Suddenly, Dugubo discerned a chilling wind swirling around them, accompanied by an eerie aura. His keen eyes spotted hidden experts lurking within the foreboding forest on either side of the long staircase. He was familiar with these peculiar armors, aside from Ling Mo. He had never encountered anyone wielding such strange armaments. What astonished him further was that Ling Mo possessed an abundance of these armors, aside from the Ghost Master and the fifth figure. In just an hour of his departure, the Ghost Gate had transformed into something entirely unfamiliar. Grandfather, what is happening? Duguyin also sensed the ominous chill, her hair standing on end, trembling with fear. It's nothing, Dugubo reassured her. And together they began their ascent up the mountain. If Duguyin had initially looked down upon the Ghost Gate, she now found herself rendered speechless. The atmosphere was undeniably strange and terrifyingly so. As they ascended the staircase, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Yama Hall, where Duguyin stood frozen, her eyes vacant as if witnessing something horrific. Yin, do not panic. Dugubo continued to soothe her. When he had originally constructed the Ghost Gate, he had thought it sufficiently eerie, yet he had not anticipated Ling Mo's contribution, which had amplified the unsettling ambience tenfold. He too felt discomfort, requiring time to acclimate. I am scared. Even the proud Duguyin found herself stripped of arrogance, leaving only trepidation in its wake. Fear not, for I am here. They will not harm you. You will gradually adjust. Come, let us meet the Lord. With that, Dugubo swung open the heavy doors, revealing hundreds of armors lined up in formation, extending from the Yama Hall to the upper staircase leading to the star-plucking tower. In that moment, Dugubo's pupils widened, his heart racing with disbelief. Each armor possessed strength at least at the Soul Emperor level, not to mention the Soul Saint and Soul Douluo levels of formidable power. Even he, a titled Douluo, felt a pang of fear, let alone Duguyin, who shrank into his embrace, unable to bear the sight. As the doors swung open, the hundreds of armors turned their gaze upon the pair, locking onto them without launching an attack, merely observing. Let us go, Dugubo. Unnerved by the scrutiny of the armors, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He could not fathom where Ling Mo had acquired such an abundance of armors. Duguyin did not dare to lift her head, hiding deeper in Dugubo's embrace. Each armor bore a skull visage, encased in thick plating, yet their forms were unmistakably clear. Who were these beings? Why did they exist in such a state and yet remain alive? The Ghost Gate, were they truly all apparitions? Ascending further, they traversed the Yama Hall, heading directly to the star-plucking tower. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they beheld a grand structure occupying the summit, where Lingmo stood at the window, surveying the entire valley below. Master, Dugubo exclaimed upon his arrival, immediately spotting Ling Mo above. Duguyin, upon hearing her grandfather address Ling Mo, curiously lifted her gaze, only to be met with the familiar figure. It's you? Duguyin was utterly astounded, having envisioned that the master her grandfather spoke of would be an old, decrepit man, which had fueled her earlier resistance. The thought of being wed to such an elder was utterly unacceptable to her. Yin, do you two know each other? Dugubo was momentarily taken aback, originally intending to introduce Duguyin favorably to Ling Mo, only to realize they were already acquainted. Please come up. Ling Mo did not respond, merely uttering a phrase to continue admiring the breathtaking scenery of the mountains. From the star-picking tower, aided by his dual pupils, Ling Mo could perceive the splendor of the entire mountain range. No matter what transpired, he could observe it all with clarity. The star-picking tower, as the name suggests, embodies a singular meaning. The heights are bitterly cold, yet one can reach for the sun, moon, and stars. Nearby, 2 mountains remained unfinished, and Lingmo could faintly see workers diligently engaged in their tasks. The iron suspension bridges on either side had already been completed. It was a mystery how they managed such a feat, master. This is my granddaughter, Duguyen, Dugubo introduced as he approached with Duguyen. No need for introductions. We have long been acquainted, haven't we, Miss Duguyen? Lingmo spoke meaningfully, recalling their last encounter in the Grand Soul Arena. Although he did not confront her directly, he was well aware of their respective tactics. I know you. You were the captain of the Shrek's 7 monsters in the last Grand Soul Arena, weren't you? Du Guyan speculated, sensing something amiss with Lingmo. Despite their similar heights and his masked visage, their eyes were unmistakable and could not be concealed. Lingmo's dual pupils are unmistakably heterochromatic, whereas Dai Mubai, despite possessing unique eyes, does not exhibit the same striking effect as Lingmo. Indeed, it is I? Lingmo shrugged his shoulders, candidly admitting the truth. Indeed, there was nothing to conceal. Master, what are you discussing? Why is it that the old man understands nothing? Dugu Bo expressed his frustration, feeling somewhat superfluous in the conversation. Well, here's the situation. A few months ago, Lingmo proceeded to elucidate the previous events to Dugu Bo. Oh, I see. By the way, master, did you take the time to give that rascal from the Yu family a good thrashing? Dugu Bo suddenly inquired. Grandfather. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan immediately grew displeased, uncertain of what wrong Yu Tianheng had committed to warrant such a beating. All right, I won't mention it again, Du Gubo replied, before steering the conversation back to the main topic. Now, you may leave. Lingmo was not in the mood for idle chatter, as he had an engagement to attend that evening, uncertain if he would be stood up. To be honest, the figure of Du Guyan was truly remarkable, especially when her martial spirit was manifested, her jade legs swaying gracefully, exuding a soft allure. If she were not already involved with Yu Tianheng, Lingmo would have been tempted to capture this enchantress. Am I not the esteemed Master Fa Hai, capable of taming even this little serpent? What a jest! Upon hearing this, Dugubo exited the star-picking tower, uninterested in observing how Lingmo would resolve the poison. He was preoccupied with thoughts of fostering a connection between the two, hoping to orchestrate a union that would ultimately succeed. Unfortunately, neither Lingmo nor Du Guyan harbored such intentions, sealing his fate to fail. I am quite curious. How did you manage to deceive my grandfather into joining your so-called Ghost Gate? After Du Gubo departed, Du Guyan finally expressed her innermost thoughts. From the outset, she had been perplexed. Given her understanding of her grandfather, he would never align himself with any sect. What kind of enchantment did Lingmo employ, that she would willingly allow her grandfather to join the Ghost Gate and serve it? Chapter 131. The Frenzied Du Guyan. Deception? Is this truly how you question your grandfather's discernment? Lingmo smiled and remarked that the question was rather foolish. What kind of person is Dugubo? His insight is extraordinarily sharp. If one could deceive him with mere words, he likely would not have lived to this age. I do not question my grandfather. Yet it is true that people can err. Perhaps my grandfather was momentarily confused. However, I am far more curious about the abilities you possess that allow you to command such a sect. Du Guyan was profoundly astonished. Since her entry into the mountains, she had been in a state of constant amazement. The impact that the Ghost Gate had on her was simply overwhelming. To think that such a sect could be established by someone younger than herself is truly absurd and outrageous. In this world, there is nothing I cannot master. My abilities are formidable, especially in areas of knowledge. When it comes to verbal sparring, Lingmo has never been bested. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan's pretty face flushed. Although her personality was quite open, she couldn't comprehend why she felt an inexplicable fear when her gaze met Lingmo's. His unique double pupils were quite peculiar, giving the impression that he could see through all her thoughts. Bah, you shameless rogue. Haha, I've grown weary of that line. Can't you conjure something new? If you don't believe me, we can certainly put it to the test. Lingmo let out a hearty laugh, entirely unfazed by Du Guyan's scathing remarks. With a casual flick of his wrist, he effortlessly drew her closer. Ah, Du Guyan exclaimed, her heart racing in a flurry of panic. Outside the star-picking tower, Du Gubo, upon hearing her shriek, couldn't help but smile with delight. Hee, it seems certain now. Soon I shall hold my great-grandson. With that, he eagerly departed from the star-picking tower, anxious not to intrude upon the two. In truth, Lingmo had not committed any impropriety. After pulling her closer, he simply gave her a gentle push, laying her flat upon the desk. Her delicate, jade-like legs crossed alluringly, captivating in their beauty. Duguyan felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Ling Mo might engage in some unseemly behavior while outside. An old man was all too eager for something to transpire between them. It seemed that fate had turned a deaf ear to her pleas. Observing her tense demeanor, Ling Mo couldn't suppress a chuckle. He mused to himself, am I truly that fearsome? Why does every girl seem to dread me? It was worth noting the nature of his past actions, which had indeed earned him the moniker of the Maiden's Bane. Nevertheless, he refrained from any inappropriate conduct. Activating his dual pupils, Ling Mo commenced the process of detoxification. His gaze swept over Du Guyan, and to his astonishment, he discovered an unexpected revelation. Goodness, this girl is still a virgin. How on earth did that brat Tinhing manage to restrain himself? Ling Mo felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Could it be that Yu Tianheng was lacking in capability? With such a stunning beauty before him, he had yet to make a move? If it were Ling Mo, she mused, she would have already borne a child of 2 or 3 years. What are you doing? Du Guyan said in a flustered tone. One hand clutching her skirt and the other pressed against her chest, her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at Ling Mo. She wished to resist. Yet for some inexplicable reason, under Ling Mo's peculiar methods, she found herself utterly powerless. Do not be anxious. I hold no interest in you, Ling Mo declared. At these words, Du Guyan appeared to suffer a profound blow. It was the first time in her life that someone had expressed disinterest in her. A surge of indignation welled up within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Fortunately, your level is not high. Otherwise, this poison would be quite difficult to resolve. Ling Mo cast a sweeping gaze with her peculiar eyes and soon discovered that the poison had not penetrated to the marrow, which alleviated her concerns. Ah, this girl is quite the matchmaker, and judging by Du Gubo's demeanor, it seems he intends to bring us together. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity. Hiki. Suddenly, a thought sprang to Ling Mo's mind as he gazed at Du Guyan, and he unconsciously swallowed. Nevertheless, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Perhaps it was best to let it be. This girl was rather challenging to manage, and day by day, his body was beginning to feel the strain. Currently, there were already 3 individuals directly linked to him, not to mention Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, but even that angel was beyond Ling Mo's capacity to endure. It seemed he needed to find an opportune moment to concoct a special antidote. Otherwise, he would find himself overwhelmed. Having dismissed the earlier thought, Ling Mo activated his second soul skill, employing a specialized technique to alleviate the flow of toxins within Du Guyan, expelling the poison from her body. How could I possibly be in front of this lecher? Du Guyan's heart was in turmoil. She didn't want to vocalize her discomfort, but Ling Mo's method was undeniably peculiar. Gradually, the toxins within Du Guyan began to dissipate as gaseous emissions. If they were not expelled, it would have been fine, but once they were released, trouble ensued. Damn it, you little wretch. Don't move. Ling Mo observed every detail of this scene. Du Guyan's face flushed deeply, her body growing increasingly weak, becoming as supple as a serpent. Truly, this was exasperating. No one had warned her that detoxification could be so torturous. Ling Mo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The desires within her seemed to ignite fervently. Within Du Guyan's body lay a potent toxin, which, upon being released into the air, appeared to undergo a subtle transformation, giving rise to a faint yet captivating fragrance. This scent was dangerously alluring. Both individuals seemed entranced by this aroma, their eyes glazing over as if a spark had been ignited within them. Something was amiss. This toxin was peculiar. As the detoxification process gradually unfolded, Ling Mo realized that the noxious fumes were unusual. They contained a substance that stimulated primal instincts, certainly not something inherent to Du Guyan's body. How infuriating. She quickly discerned that the old man, Du Gubo, had orchestrated this predicament deliberately. It turned out that when Du Gubo had stepped outside moments ago, he had intentionally left Ling Mo with an unexpected surprise. How much longer? I can barely endure this, Du Guyan struggled to articulate, her body feeling as though it were ablaze. If this continued, she would truly reach her breaking point. Soon, very soon, it will be over shortly. Ling Mo was also drenched in sweat as he gradually guided Du Guyan's meridians. Once the last trace of poison was expelled, Du Guyan could no longer restrain herself. A glint of madness flashed in her eyes, and at that moment, she seemed to have lost her sanity. What are you doing? Let me go? Now it was Ling Mo's turn to panic. He had never intended to do anything. How could resolving a poison lead to such a predicament? No, please. A subtle poison had already ignited her body. Here, 19. 800 words are omitted. Chapter 131. The treacherous Du Gu bowed out? Is this how you question your grandfather's insight? Ling Mo chuckled softly and remarked that the question was rather foolish. What kind of person is Du Gu Bo? His insight is not merely sharp. Had he been easily deceived by mere words, he likely would not have reached such an age. I do not doubt my grandfather, yet it is human nature to err. Perhaps my grandfather was momentarily confused. However, what intrigues me more is your capability to command such a sect. Du Gu Yan was profoundly shaken ever since she entered the mountain. Her heart had been in a constant state of astonishment. The impact of the Ghost Gate was truly overwhelming. To think that such a sect was established by someone younger than herself, how absurd, how outrageous. In this world, there is nothing I cannot master. My abilities are formidable, particularly in certain areas of knowledge. When it comes to verbal sparring, Ling Mo has never been defeated. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. Although her nature was inherently open, for some reason, the moment her gaze met Ling Mo's, an inexplicable fear arose within her. His heterochromatic eyes seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through her very thoughts. Bah, how shameless of you. Haha, I've grown weary of that phrase. Can't you come up with something new? If you don't believe me, we can always put it to the test. Ling Mo let out a hearty laugh, utterly indifferent to Du Gu Yan's insults. With a casual gesture, he effortlessly pulled her closer. Du Gu Yan immediately screamed in panic, her heart racing in an instant. Outside the star-picking tower, Du Gu Bo heard her piercing cry, and a faint smile emerged on his aged face. It seems all is well. I shall soon embrace my great-grandson. With that, Du Gu Bo excitedly departed from the star-picking tower, keen to avoid disrupting the two. In truth, Ling Mo did not act in any way that warranted concern. Du Gu Yan was exceedingly anxious, fearing that Ling Mo might engage in some egregious behavior, while the old man outside seemed eager for something to unfold. It was as if the heavens were unresponsive to her cries. Observing Du Gu Yan's nervous demeanor, Ling Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He mused to himself, am I truly that terrifying? Why does every girl seem so afraid of me? He reflected on his past actions and wondered which girl would not be apprehensive. Nonetheless, Ling Mo refrained from any excessive conduct. Activating his dual pupils, he commenced the process of detoxification. He scanned Du Gu Yan thoroughly, only to discover an unexpected revelation. What a surprise! This girl actually managed to resist the advances of that scoundrel Yu Tianheng? Ling Mo felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief within her. What are you trying to do? Du Gu Yan asked in a flustered tone. Do not be anxious. I have no interest in you. Upon hearing these words, Du Gu Yan appeared to be struck by a tremendous blow. It was the first time in her life she had encountered someone expressing disinterest in her. A surge of indignation welled up within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Well, fortunately, your level is not high. Otherwise, this poison would be rather difficult to remedy. Ling Mo cast a sweeping gaze with her and discovered that the toxin had not penetrated to the marrow, which alleviated her concerns. Observing the intentions of Du Gu Bo, it seemed he was inclined to facilitate a union between the two of them. Perhaps they should seize this opportunity. Chuckling to themselves, suddenly Ling Mo was struck by a thought, but she promptly shook her head, dismissing it. Perhaps it was for the best. Day by day, her body felt increasingly worn. Already, there were 3 individuals directly related to her situation, not to mention Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shicheng. Even that angel was beyond what Ling Mo could endure. It seemed time to concoct a special remedy lest she lose control. With that notion cast aside, Ling Mo activated her second soul skill, alleviating the toxin circulating within Du Guyan's body and expelling the harmful substances. Du Guyan was internally distraught. Gradually, the toxins began to be expelled from her system. While it might have been better had they remained, their release brought forth complications. A peculiar sensation arose from within Du Guyan, as if a fire ignited in her heart. Damn it, you foolish girl. Stay still. Not only could Du Guyan barely withstand it, even Ling Mo found it challenging to maintain her composure. It was truly exasperating. And no one had warned her that detoxification could be such an agonizing ordeal. Ling Mo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The potent toxin within Du Guyan, upon being released through its fragrance, seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, giving rise to a faint yet intoxicating aroma. This alluring scent was utterly perilous. Both individuals appeared entranced by this fragrance, their gazes lost in a haze, as if a fire had ignited within them. No, this toxin was peculiar. As the detoxification process gradually unfolded, Ling Mo suddenly realized that something was amiss with this miasma. It contained substances that stimulated primal instincts, which could not possibly be inherent to Du Guyan's body. Damn it, that old fool Du Gu Bo had unwittingly revealed the underlying issue to Ling Mo. It turned out that when Dugubo had exited moments ago, he had intentionally left Lingmo with a surprise. Are you done yet? I can barely withstand this. Almost there, just a moment longer. As the final traces of the toxin were expelled, Du Yin could no longer contain himself. He had never intended to act upon anything. What was this? Was he truly going to risk everything just to neutralize a poison? At this point, a staggering amount of content was omitted. Chapter 132. A terrible loss. In that instant, Ling Mo understood. This was it. He was genuinely on the verge of being utterly ensnared by Du Gubo's machinations. Despite all of Ling Mo's intricate calculations, he never anticipated this outcome. In a shocking turn of events, Du Gubo, in his pursuit of selling his granddaughter, ended up ensnaring himself as well. How ruthless must one be to act in such a manner? At the gates of the underworld, apart from the 3,000 soldiers clad in armor, not a single soul remains. The star-picking tower stands majestically, surveying the mountains in their entirety. Positioned to the southeast, it overlooks the vast expanse. Flocks of geese soar from the southeast, and the morning sunlight casts an exceptionally tranquil glow. This serenity persists until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, marking the true conclusion of events. What an absurd situation. To cure a poison only to become ensnared oneself. Ling Mo can no longer find words to articulate her feelings at this moment. What does it matter what it is called? What are you so concerned about? Du Yin remarked, her cheeks flushed, finding humor in the wild antics of just moments ago. One might say she is more carefree than most. She likely has already grasped the situation. It must certainly be her again.